He had endured half a month of torment in the Xinjiang Mountains, a desolate stretch in the far north where cold winds carved into bone and survival itself felt like a trial. The land was brutal, unforgiving, but at the end of his search, he finally found it. An ancient parchment lay hidden from the world, its surface covered in strange, archaic script. Most of the words were meaningless to him, but one truth stood out with terrifying clarity. These were genuine immortal records. 600 years ago, a legendary immortal swordsman had left behind these secret records. The discovery should have been triumphant, but it wasn't. His dantian, the very core of his cultivation, had long since been destroyed. Keeping such a treasure was meaningless. Worse, if any martial artist learned that he possessed these records, they would tear him apart to seize them. So he chose the only option left to him. He wrapped the records tightly, sealed them inside a hollow bamboo stick, concealed them with care, and swallowed it whole. At the very least, he needed water to force it down. That was when two figures emerged behind him. They had been searching for him for a long time. Mon Su, head of the Yellow Dragon clan and a high figure within the Murim Union, stepped forward. His gaze was cold as he accused the boy of being a spy for the blood cult and demanded to know whether he had found the immortal sword's secret records. The boy answered honestly. He had found them and hidden them somewhere absolutely safe, but he would only hand them over if the promise made to him was fulfilled. Bekahin, the fourth historical union of Amrim, spoke next. He said he had already heard about that promise on the way here. It concerned removing the blood parasite embedded in the boy's chest. Monsu's hand moved to his sword. Yes, there had been such a promise, he admitted as the blade slid free. But there was no longer any need to honor it. Even if the parasite were removed, the boy had nowhere left to return to. A former member of the So clan of Chong County, cast aside long ago. The words shattered what little hope the boy had left. 10 years ago, after his dantian was crippled, he had been expelled from his clan. Not long after, the blood cult abducted him, implanted the parasite, and turned him into their puppet. Even freedom would change nothing. There was no home waiting for him. Monsu laid it all out with calm precision. The boy stared at him in disbelief. He hadn't expected this man to know everything. Every wound, every failure, every buried truth. His voice trembled as he asked what Monsu was really trying to say. Monsu stepped closer, a thin smile forming as he asked the boy to hand over the immortal sword's secret records. He spoke lightly, adding that if the records were surrendered, he might even consider removing the blood parasite. The sword hovered near the boy's beard, close enough for him to see his own pale reflection trembling along the blade's edge. The boy swallowed and told Su that the records were hidden in a place only he knew. He spoke plainly about his situation, admitting that he never expected the Orthodox sects to make an exception for someone like him or welcome him back into their ranks. All he wanted was to rid himself of the blood parasite and live like a normal person. Lowering his head, he begged them, actually said the word please, to remove the parasite first. If they did, he swore he would give them the immortal sword's records without resistance. Behind Monsu, Bekahin merely smiled. He called the boy amusing. In the next instant, the blade drove straight into the boy's chest, piercing through the heart area. Blood burst from his mouth as his body convulsed. At that moment, everything became clear. To Monsu, it was obvious where something valuable could be hidden. He had already judged the boy a third-rate spy, the type who would conceal his prize inside his own body. Only now did the boy realize the truth. They had planned to kill him from the very beginning. The sword was pulled free, leaving him collapsing, his strength draining away. Monsu's final words were calm, almost gentle. He told the boy not to be angry. Pointing at him, he said that from the moment he became a spy, his fate had already been sealed. This was how he was meant to die. As he fell, despair filled him. His entire life flashed past, and all he felt was disappointment at having lived such a miserable existence. The sword flashed again, light glimmering briefly along its edge. Then it swept through him again, and again, each strike carved into his body until at last, a hollow bamboo stick tumbled out, slick with blood. When the record fell free, Mon Su froze in surprise, even though he himself had claimed it was hidden inside. Before he could react, blue flames suddenly burst from the boy's body. Strangely, there was no heat. The fire did not burn the air around it. Confusion flickered across Mon Su's face as he tried to understand what he was seeing. As the boy's consciousness faded, a single thought lingered. He hoped that in his next life, he could live one less miserable than this one. He felt unbearably cold. Then, abruptly, icy water slammed into his face. He gasped, eyes flying open, and saw two young men standing before him, a bucket in their hands, the water they had just poured directly onto him. He pressed his hands against his body, panic rising when he found no wounds, no burns, nothing at all. It made no sense. Then a voice came from beside him, calling his name, Manhwa. Two young men stood there. One introduced himself as Shock, the other as Wuhan. They looked at him with lazy familiarity and said he had finally woken up, joking that the Hanan twin blades had once again drunk more than they could handle. He stared at them in disbelief. These were martial artists of the blood cult, the black and white twin demons. Yet something was wrong. They looked far too young. His mind reeled. Hadn't he burned to death? The two frowned at his expression, confused by his shock, and asked what was wrong with him. He stumbled to a mirror. The face staring back at him was unmistakably his, but young. Unscarred. Whole. His voice slipped out before he could stop it. Is this me in my youth? They exchanged looks, convinced he still hadn't sobered up. One of them kicked him hard in the back. Pain exploded through his body as he was forced upright. Breath knocked from his lungs. It hurt far too much to be a dream. Grabbing one of them by the collar, his hands trembling, he demanded the date. The answer came casually. Today was the year of the dog. The 9th day of the 9th month. His blood ran cold. The year of the dog. The 9th day of the 9th month. Exactly 10 years before his death. To the others, it sounded like drunken nonsense. To him, it was a verdict. Overcome, he suddenly pulled one of them into a tight embrace. Laughing as relief and disbelief crashed together. He clung to Jabek, declaring how happy he was to see him alive. Jabek squirmed, cursing and demanding to be released. Then reality struck. He knew this day. 10 years ago, on this very date, the worst moment of his life had unfolded. The people who would destroy everything were already moving. At this hour, they would be sitting calmly on chairs just outside his house. Back then, he had been half asleep when he noticed figures in front of him. He had mistaken them for guests. In the next instant, his head had been severed by a sword. Another man had rushed out after hearing the noise, only to meet the same fate. His possessions were scattered, his life erased without resistance. And now, he was standing here, alive, on the day it all began. CEO rummaged through his belongings in a haze of urgency, his thoughts tangled by what he knew was coming. He should have prepared earlier. To the others, it looked like he was desperately searching for money to pay for the drinks. Panic crept into their faces, afraid he had nothing to his name, but CEO snapped at them to get out immediately if they didn't want to die. They exchanged uneasy looks. Lately, he had been acting completely unhinged. Then his hand closed around it. A short sword, plain and worn, Sodom. The only thing his mother had ever left him. Regret hit him like a hammer. In his previous life, he had left it behind, rushing out without a second thought. If only he had taken it with him back then. If only he hadn't been in such a hurry. The moment he lifted the sword, a piercing sound exploded through the room. CEO clutched his ear, wincing. What the hell was that? For a split second, he thought he'd gone deaf. Then he heard it. Screams. Desperate. Panicked voices crying for help. The brothers assumed the noise came from the street. CEO immediately knew that was wrong. The sound was far too close, far too loud. There was no time to dwell on it. He tightened his grip on the sword, understanding instantly what those screams meant. It had begun. They peered through the crack in the door, spotting figures outside, frozen in confusion, unsure who they were dealing with or what to do. CEO shoved them aside, ordering them to move back, and stepped forward himself. He glanced through the gap, and his blood ran cold. Blood cult. It was the year of the dog. The 9th day of the 9th month. The exact day he had been taken. The brothers muttered that it must be Green Forest bandits, but CEO cut them off sharply. No, these were blood cult dogs. There was no time. They would break in any moment now. If they wanted to live, they had to run, immediately, and they had to follow his orders without question. This was their only chance. He looked at them and felt the weight of reality settle in. He didn't have time to babysit anyone. In the end, they would all be dragged away and forged into martial artists regardless. He couldn't afford hesitation. So he hardened his heart and decided to abandon them. Then a name surfaced in his mind. Asong. The kid had been with him too. CEO stiffened. Leaving him behind went against everything he was. He had already turned his back on too much once. This time was different. He spun around and sprinted toward his room. There was no hesitation. This child was the only one from the CEO clan who had ever stood by him. The only one. Asong was sprawled across the bed, fast asleep, lost deep in his 10th dream. To CEO, he was no different from a younger brother. He burst into the room and shouted at the top of his lungs. Asong, get up. The boy jerked awake, lifting his head groggily. I swear, I was awake. Then he saw CEO's face and let out a shaky breath, his heart finally settling. CEO had scared him half to death. CEO didn't waste a second. He grabbed Asong by the hand and dragged him up, telling him they were leaving now. Asong didn't understand what the young master was doing. Nothing made sense. But there was no time to explain properly. CEO decided he would explain while they ran. As they rushed through the corridor, CEO told him the blood cult bastards had attacked and would reach the inn any moment. Asong tried to ask what a blood cult even was, but CEO cut him off sharply and told him to just believe him. The exit was on the opposite side, but they couldn't use it. The village was already surrounded. If they went that way, they would be caught instantly. Panic flooded Asong's face. He begged to go back and hide in the room, maybe inside a closet or anywhere at all. CEO shut that down immediately. That kind of hiding was pointless. He told them flatly that the blood cult wasn't here for money. They were here for people like them. They would search everywhere anyone might hide. Closets, wine jars, storage rooms. The moment they started looking, they would be found. Asong's face went pale. To him, it sounded inevitable. Kidnapped. Taken. CEO snapped at him to stop talking nonsense. There was still a way. They just had to hide somewhere no one would even consider, somewhere that wouldn't cross their minds, even if they tried. He pulled the boy along and led him to a place so absurd it made Asong freeze. CEO told him no one would ever imagine someone could hide there. Then he shoved him toward it. Asong panicked, protesting loudly. No one hid in a toilet. He refused. But this wasn't a discussion. CEO told him he should be grateful he was even being allowed to hide there. The last words Asong managed to shout were, "Wait, don't push me." Then he was gone. The blood cult would never think to search that place. CEO wanted to hide in the toilet himself, but that option was gone. There was no time left. If he stayed here, the cult would find him. He needed another place now. His eyes snapped to the stable. A horse stood there, and beside it, a manger piled high with hay. CEO moved instantly. The horse bolted, startled, hooves thundering away, and in the next breath CEO was already buried in the hay, his body pressed deep into the middle of it. It wasn't bad. Anyone searching would likely look for the missing horse, not dig through its feed. Still, it wasn't perfect. If a first-class warrior came through, they could sense him even through the hay. Just in case, he reached for his sword. The moment his fingers closed around the hilt, a voice snapped out. It complained. It cursed the filth, called the place disgusting, and demanded he not touch it with such dirty hands. CEO froze. He stared at the short sword, unsure whether the voice was real or if panic had finally broken his mind. But the complaints kept coming, telling him to wipe his hands, insulting him like a brat, and demanding he pay attention despite its eyes. CEO swallowed. Was the sword possessed? The instant that thought crossed his mind, the voice snapped back at him. What ghost? The sharp denial hit him harder than the insults. Then the sword introduced itself, stating plainly that it was Sodom, the short sword his mother had given him. That was when it hesitated, because CEO had answered it. A tiny figure suddenly appeared, hovering near the blade. She looked like a small fairy, though she had no wings. Her white hair shimmered softly, and she was no bigger than a butterfly. She circled the sword lazily, tilting her head, then said that if he could hear her, he should be able to see her too. CEO's heart nearly stopped. This had to be a hallucination. Terror washed over him. He squeezed his eyes shut, forcing himself to believe none of this was real. He couldn't see her. He couldn't hear her. Hey, hey. The voice was right in front of him. She drifted closer, hovering inches from his face, and calmly told him she knew he could both see and hear her. She explained that when swords come into contact with someone, they can read that person's thoughts. CEO opened his eyes. She was still there. He could see her. He could hear her. Before he could react or scream, a sound echoed right beside them, close enough to make his blood run cold. He hissed at her to be quiet for a moment. She tilted her head, confused, and asked why he was acting so strangely just because of the man nearby. Calmly, she told him everything was fine. After all, he was the only one who could hear her. That didn't help. Her voice was cutting straight through his focus, and that distraction could get him killed. He repeated the demand, forcing her to stop. Outside the hay, the man was moving. Boots shifted, a slow, deliberate presence. He scanned the area, eyes sharp, searching for signs of life. His gaze dropped to the muddy ground. Footprints. Fresh. His eyes narrowed, tracing them until they stopped, right where the horse had been standing. The sword slid partway from its sheath. The man's shadow stretched forward, falling directly over the manger where CO lay buried. The girl, oblivious to the danger, leaned forward with open curiosity. She whispered questions, wondering aloud what would happen if the man found him. Would he kill him? Did he even have the strength to do it? She paused. She could hear his heart. It was pounding fast. He was afraid. The man's hand reached toward the hay. In the next instant, the hay exploded outward. CO burst from beneath it in a single motion, blade flashing once. Clean. Precise. The bastard's throat opened before he could react, blood spraying as his body collapsed. The girl blinked. Is he afraid? She wondered. No. He looked almost exhilarated. CO didn't slow down. He told her to watch closely and swore that this time, no matter what, he would survive this life. Even she was stunned by what she saw. The way he moved. The lack of hesitation. The ruthless efficiency. This wasn't the useless drunk who wasted his days drinking with the Song brothers. She was seeing him properly for the first time. Naturally, she started asking questions. Where'd he learn this? How long had he been able to do that? The noise scraped at his nerves. He snapped at her shut up. To her, it just sounded like an awkward attempt to avoid conversation. For now, he chose to ignore her, forgetting, too late, that she could read his thoughts anyway. The situation was deteriorating fast. Blood cult warriors never moved alone. They came in groups of 3. That meant the man he had just killed had partners, and they would be here soon. Even with the body hidden back under the hay, it was only a matter of time before someone noticed. If the roles were reversed, he wouldn't hesitate. He'd kill immediately. That meant there was only one logical choice. Finish dealing with the corpse. Then leave, before it was too late. She flew to him, calling his name the moment she reached his side. He snapped at her to leave him alone, telling her he needed silence if he was going to focus. She insisted she was trying to help. Hovering close, she suddenly pointed past him and said a blood cult warrior was standing right behind him, and that she thought he should know. Out of all her endless chatter, that was the last thing he expected to hear. A calm voice followed. The warrior asked whether he was interrupting, then added that it was fine. Co could continue burying his friend. The words were smooth, but the sarcasm underneath was sharp. He stood at the doorway of the house, one shoulder resting against the frame, posture loose and unbothered. His eyes moved slowly, studying Co with open curiosity. Co felt his pulse tighten. How long had he been there? Then his gaze dropped, fixing on a man's waist. A brown belt, middle ranking. His breath steadied as the reality sank in. He would have to move fast, faster than he ever had, because he knew the truth clearly. Right now, he had no real chance against someone at that level. She kept circling him, whispering questions, asking if he was going to fight, if she could help. He told her again to stop, forcing the words out through clenched teeth. Even she could see it now. He was pushing himself far beyond what he could handle. The warrior watched Co's stance and drew his own conclusions. The boy didn't move like a trained martial artist. Still, killing a low-ranking warrior in an ambush wasn't nothing. Impressive, even. After a moment, the man settled on an answer. Intermediate rank beginner. He spoke casually, offering Co a way out. Surrender now, and his life would be spared. Co smiled. He said that if the man truly wanted to kill him, he wouldn't bother labeling him as a novice. He went on, calmly accusing him of wanting to take him alive instead, and of being afraid. Afraid that if he fought seriously, he might end up dead like his comrade. The words clearly caught the warrior off guard. For a brief instant, confusion flickered across his face. Even he didn't understand why the boy was provoking him so openly. Co did. The warrior saw through it a heartbeat later. The confidence was an act, a bluff meant to make him loosen his guard. He threw his head back and laughed, loud and unrestrained, one hand pressing to his forehead. He said the boy had an incredible amount of nerve. Almost regrettable, really. Someone that sharp didn't deserve such an end. Co listened carefully. From that laughter, from those words, he understood one thing clearly. This man was far more cautious than he pretended to be. He tightened his grip on the sword, already convinced that Co would do anything to avoid a real fight. With a lazy tone, he said he would see what he could do and swung his blade for the first time. The edge whistled past Co's mouth and head, close enough to feel the wind. Co twisted aside, just in time, the blade slicing off a few strands of hair instead of flesh. He could have stopped there. He could have surrendered. Instead, he swung back. The counter was slow. Too slow. The warrior caught his arm mid-strike, fingers locking around it with ease. Their eyes met at that distance, breath close enough to share. The man studied him calmly and noted the details at once. Sharp eyes, poor reflexes. With a sudden squeeze, he crushed Co's grip and knocked the sword free from his hand. He even praised him, saying the counterattack was decent. Then he casually suggested that Co follow him, brushing aside the fact that a low-ranking warrior had already died by his hand. That should have been the end. But as the sword slipped from his grasp, Co twisted his body and snatched it behind his back with his right hand. In the same motion, he slashed forward and struck the bastard straight across the face, spitting that he would not follow him anywhere. The plan worked. It shouldn't have. The distance was too short, the angle too tight, yet the blade still found its mark. The warrior avoided the worst of it, but the cut tore from the top of his head down across his cheek, stopping just short of his eye. That was enough. Rage exploded across the man's face. He kicked Co without restraint. The impact launched his body backward, bouncing him off the ground like a stone skipping across water. Pain tore through him as he rolled, mud filling his mouth and coating his face. Lying there, he realized his mistake. He had grown overconfident. He had misjudged both the distance and the man's strength. Still, he pushed himself up. He wiped the mud from his face and steadied his breathing. At this point, there was no retreat left. He would fight until the very end. She appeared beside him, hovering close, offering her help without hesitation. He knew the truth now. Alone, he had no chance. In his mind, he asked what she could even do in a situation like this. She called him stubborn and pressed him, demanding to know his next move. He answered calmly. The cut wasn't deep, but it would make using the left eye difficult. That meant he would have to keep attacking from that side. Across from him, the warrior picked up his sword and slowly tightened his grip around the handle. He asked whether Co truly wanted to die. Then he added that at first, he had only planned to teach him a lesson and drag him back to the cult. But his thoughts shifted, dark and final. He abandoned the idea of restraint and decided to kill him instead. He lunged forward, intent on tearing Co apart. The basic blood cult sword art unfolded, sinister blood sword. The strikes came fast, far too fast for Co to read. Curse that bastard. He wasn't even aiming to finish it quickly. He deliberately skirted past fatal blows, toying with him, savoring the fear. He was certain the boy would die here and kept pressing in, swinging again and again without pause. CO could only retreat, step by step, backward, barely holding on. As he watched more closely, he realized something was wrong. False attacks. Feints layered inside real strikes. His mind raced, unsure how to respond. Then she darted up to his ear and whispered sharply, telling him to strike her on the forehead. Another attack came. CO raised his sword and blocked. The impact rang out hard. The warrior froze for a split second, clearly confused. He didn't understand how the boy had endured it. CO twisted his blade mid-contact, redirecting the force and knocking the warrior back. Both of them were sent stumbling away from each other. As CO steadied himself, disbelief washed over him. How'd he block that? Her voice flooded his mind again, chattering excitedly, praising how clean the block had been and bluntly stating that without her, he would already be dead. That was when it clicked. It wasn't instinct. It wasn't luck. It was her. She could see the attacks. She explained it plainly. To her, the movements of a third-rate weakling like him were painfully obvious. She even patted his head, then asked what he planned to do next, and whether she should stay quiet this time. He apologized, finally, for brushing her off twice already. He asked for her help. She stretched lazily, like something utterly unconcerned with the danger around them, then said she supposed she could help. She couldn't just let an extraordinary creature, one who could talk to her, die so easily. She asked if he had any way to attack if she read the strikes for him. He admitted that in his current state, it would be extremely difficult. Still, he had managed to counter once already. The problem was clear. The warrior wouldn't step close again so easily. But difficulty didn't mean impossibility. They would force him into acting rashly. When that happened, the opening would appear. Across from him, the warrior stared in silence, still trying to understand how that block had happened. He assumed the boy had somehow grasped his swordplay. No, that couldn't be it. It had to be luck. There was no way he could have done it that easily. That was what the warrior believed. Gripping his sword tighter, he charged forward, shouting that now he would kill him. That was the moment. They both knew it was time to act. The plan was simple. Drag the fight out, block the attacks, force mistakes. Or rather, she decided it, and CO understood immediately. He would follow every word she gave him. All she needed to do was call out the direction of the blade. The warrior closed in without slowing. Step by step, the pressure mounted. Then the attacks came. She spoke instantly. Left shoulder, feint. Now right. She narrated every strike as it happened. Impossible. That was the only thought in the warrior's mind. How was the boy doing this? And then there was the blood. It kept running into his eye, blurring his vision, breaking his rhythm, ruining his focus. She told CO that if the man tried to circle behind him, he would grow impatient. Attacks launched into his blind spot would be faster, cleaner. She already knew what was coming next. A horizontal slash. She told CO to slow his step by just one beat. He obeyed without hesitation. Each movement followed her guidance precisely, and slowly, doubt crept into the warrior's mind. Was this boy playing tricks on him? Then her voice cut through everything. Now, CO drove a kick straight into the warrior's shoulder. The man barely managed to raise his arm in time, blocking the blow at the last moment. The impact sent both of them flying backward, sliding several meters apart. The warrior stared at his arm as it trembled uncontrollably. One word filled his thoughts. Fear. Had it broken? He convinced himself it hadn't. Still, he admitted one thing. Exploiting the blind spot had been clever, but it didn't change reality. The boy was still third-rate. Even with a broken arm, he could finish him easily. He would send into hell right there, pinned and unable to move. CO's hand tightened. What had been relaxed became a fist hard enough to tremble. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with his opponent, and understood it clearly. This was it. He moved. A clean somersault carried him forward, his sword flashing as it deflected the enemy's weapon mid-swing. The warrior felt it instantly. Something had gone wrong. The blade passed too close. Far too close. Pain bloomed across his throat. The cut stole his breath, his strength, his future. Blood sprayed into the air as his body collapsed. No longer able to live, no longer able to serve his clan. CO stood frozen, staring as the enemy fell, blood splattering around him. He couldn't believe it. He had done it. The sword spoke for itself. The warrior lay on the ground, bleeding out, slipping away from this world. For her, it had been an impressive game. She had even believed, for a moment, that CO had truly broken a man's arm. But the final strike impressed her far more. The way he extended his legs, spun his body, and cleanly slit his opponent's throat. CO understood it clearly. None of it would have been possible without her. Gratitude welled up inside him. Suddenly, she burst with excitement, and he asked what was wrong. She explained, almost indignantly, that if he was truly grateful, then why hadn't he washed the blood off her? Off the sword. After all, she and the sword were one and the same. She claimed she wasn't angry when he asked, but the sharpness in her voice made it obvious that she was furious. She went on, complaining that he should also clean the rust, because his mother had taken terrible care of the blade. CO, get down, she suddenly said. He turned his head instinctively. Before he could react, something smashed into his skull. A massive, brutal fist struck him from the side, snapping his head violently as pain exploded through him. The attacker appeared, as if from nowhere. To the man, it was almost amusing. He had come because the two warriors hadn't returned. It amused him even more to see that they had lost to a mere child. At least, that was what he thought when he saw Co. The blow was heavy enough to draw blood, which streamed down Co's face. After checking his identification, their expressions changed. They recognized him. This boy was surprisingly well known in Hunan province. And yet, they mocked him openly, calling him a useless fool. They spoke of how his dantian had been destroyed, how he had lost consciousness, and how his own clan had abandoned him afterward. Because he came from an orthodox clan, some of them suggested taking him alive and training him as a spy. The idea didn't last long. The commander rejected it outright, stating there was no value in raising a bastard who didn't even possess a dantian. In his eyes, the boy wouldn't survive basic training anyway. They noticed something else then. Despite his background, Co had wet himself in fear, urine pooling at his feet. That only deepened their disdain. Why keep someone who couldn't even qualify as a low-grade product? Co dropped to his knees and begged. He called the commander master, pleading for his life, desperate not to be killed. He had struggled so hard to escape this fate. And yet, here he was again, just like his previous life. No, this time was different. Last time, his hands hadn't been bound. Lost in those thoughts, he turned inward and spoke to Sodom, asking how long he had been unconscious. He asked her again and again, but for some reason, she never answered. The silence gnawed at him until a thought surfaced. Maybe the problem was the sword. Maybe he needed to be holding it to speak with Sodom at all. While he argued with himself internally, the man seated across from him suddenly spoke, his tone almost casual, saying that something about him was quite impressive. Killing two warriors with such a small sword was no simple feat. Because of that, the man assumed the boy was still part of a fighting clan, even with his dantian shattered. That realization struck Co harder than he expected. His evaluation of the blood cult immediately rose compared to his previous life. These people were far more calculating than he remembered. At this rate, they would likely take him with them. He forced himself to calm down, repeating it over and over in his head. There was no point panicking yet. If he was dragged into the blood cult, there had to be something he could exploit. First, he needed to survive. Escape would come later, when the commander said he would take care of him. A faint smile even surfaced on Co's face. It vanished almost instantly. They labeled him a middle-grade commodity and began discussing whether he could be used as a spy. Their voices were calm, detached, as if they were discussing livestock. Soon, they dismissed the idea. There were plenty of people with intact dantians who could serve that role. Using a defective product made no sense. Killing him was more efficient. Co understood then that he had no other option. Just like in his previous life, he began to beg. He pleaded desperately, clinging to every shred of hope he could find. The man listening to him responded coldly, telling him to stop searching for a way out and simply pay the price for killing their fellow soldiers. The situation had somehow become even worse than before. His mind raced. What could he do? He needed to think, to slow everything down. He couldn't die earlier than he had last time. He scanned his surroundings, forcing himself to observe instead of panic. That was when he noticed it. The satisfaction on their faces. They enjoyed this. They wanted to see him desperate, broken, begging to live like a dog. And then his eyes caught something else. A sword at one man's waist. He had seen it before. The white, decorative detail on the hilt made it unmistakable. That was the one. As he collapsed forward and slammed into the ground, he shouted at the top of his lungs, declaring that everyone must obey the demon of blood. Let blood rule the world. He shouted it with everything he had, declaring that his words were an offering to the fourth blood star himself. The moment those words left his mouth, the surroundings erupted. Shocked voices overlapped as disbelief spread through the group. The fourth blood star here? That was impossible. The noise grew loud enough that the captain finally turned, irritation on his face, only for his expression to freeze the instant he understood what he was seeing. Without hesitation, he dropped to one knee, bracing himself with his right hand as he bowed deeply, showing proper reverence to the figure standing before him. The blood cult stood at the top under 11 figures, 4 worthies and 7 blood stars. Co remained kneeling, head lowered, his gaze angled just enough to observe the captain as he offered his greeting. In his previous life, Co had never personally encountered them, but rumors had always circulated. The blood stars would sometimes disguise themselves as low-ranking warriors to inspect their troops. To think those rumors were real. Raise your head. The command came calmly. Co obeyed. The 4-star stepped closer, his eyes sharp with curiosity as he admitted his surprise. No one had ever exposed his identity during inspections. He asked how a boy who wasn't even part of the blood cult had realized who he was. Co answered without hesitation. It was the sword. The decorative patterns and the leather wrapping on the hilt weren't ornamental. They were crafted in honor of his horse, Becky. That explanation drew genuine interest. The 4th star listened closely, allowing Co to continue, his attention sharpening with every word. Naturally, suspicion followed. How could an outsider know such details? CEO felt it immediately, but suspicion didn't unsettle him. If anything, it was expected. In his previous life, he had survived 7 years as a blood cult spy, hiding among Orthodox sects, navigating situations like this countless times. Lying, acting, adapting, it was second nature. So he spoke smoothly, claiming that blood of the blood cult flowed within him. The captain stiffened, clearly stunned, snapping his head aside as he questioned what kind of nonsense this was. His companion quickly added that the boy was implying there were blood cult descendants hidden within the CO clan. But before they could push further, it became clear they were interrupting for nothing. The fourth blood star was still listening. He said his maternal grandfather had taken part in the Great War between the Orthodox and unorthodox sects, serving as nothing more than a low-ranking soldier in the Blood Wolves. During the chaos of that war, his grandfather was gravely wounded and forced to withdraw. With nowhere else to go, he fled with his only remaining family, his daughter, and searched desperately for a place to survive. That was how they ended up settling in Yulon County. The war had spared his life, but it left scars that never healed. His body suffered, and his spirit festered. Medicine was expensive, and his daughter worked herself to exhaustion trying to afford it. Eventually, she entered the CO clan as a maid. That was where she met CO's father. That was how CO was born. The moment he mentioned the Blood Wolves, the fourth star's interest sharpened visibly. His grandfather being part of that squad was no small detail. He urged the boy to continue. What he had said so far wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. CO went on, explaining how his grandfather had trained him relentlessly from a young age. He complained constantly back then, saying the training was far too harsh for someone his age. Each time, his grandfather would scold him and bring up the Blood Wolves captain, No Jmin, and his son. Captain No's son, he would say, endured the same training at that very age without complaint. That was when the captain standing behind the fourth star stepped forward, unable to restrain himself any longer. He demanded to know how this brat could possibly know the names of both the former and current captains of the Blood Wolves. CO didn't falter. He continued, saying his grandfather always believed the blood cult would find them one day. Even 5 years ago, lying on a hospital bed, barely clinging to life, his grandfather would mutter about how much he missed the blood cult. The fourth star listened in silence. Then he let out a slow sigh. He said this explained everything. How CO had managed to kill 2 of their warriors, even with a shattered Dantian. Only he continued speaking. From behind him came muffled laughter and a careless remark telling him not to toy with the captain. That was enough to make the captain snap. He pointed at CO and insisted the blood star should not listen to such nonsense from a brat. Then a single word came from the fourth star. Oh. The sound alone crushed the atmosphere. The captain froze. The fourth star turned, red eyes burning as he faced him directly, and asked who had given him permission to interrupt. How dare someone of a mere captain's rank interrupt a blood star? That was all it took. The captain dropped down, lowered his head, and hurriedly apologized. Even the boy could see it. The captain had shrunk back in fear. Just a few words and a single glance from the blood star were enough to reveal the power he held. Then, unexpectedly, the blood star apologized to him. He said it was strange, but he believed the deaths of their soldiers had been justified as self-defense. Still, there was something he didn't understand. If the boy truly carried blood cult lineage, why hadn't he revealed it to Captain O? Why beg for his life instead? CO lowered his head and answered carefully. He said he was afraid. Afraid that despite his identity, killing 2 cultists would still earn him punishment. He apologized for his cowardice. It didn't take much for the fourth star to see through it. Truth and lies were tangled together in CO's words, and the discrepancy was obvious. The moment it was pointed out, CO finally let out a quiet breath. Then the fourth star laughed, loudly. He stood right in front of him and admitted that his joke had gone too far. He said he understood the boy's thinking well. If his grandfather had truly been part of the blood cult, then they were practically brothers. He added that they had nearly lost an important descendant and asked whether CO wished to follow his grandfather's will and return to the blood cult. CO bowed his head and answered that it would be an honor. His grandfather would surely be pleased. He had survived, yet the irony cut deep. What was the point of reincarnation if he ended up walking back into the cult by his own choice? When the fourth star prepared to leave, CO bowed deeply and spoke the words aloud. It all begins with the blood demon. Let blood rule the world. From ahead, he heard the response, welcoming him into the blood cult. Only then did it truly sink in. He had lived, but he was back where it all began. Still, it wasn't over. The fourth star said that fate had brought them a descendant of the cult, and because of that, he would grant him a single wish. CO didn't understand why someone of that status would entertain the request of a mere boy. He assumed it was a test. Since he couldn't grasp the blood star's intentions, he knew he had to choose carefully. So he asked for the return of the short sword. It was his mother's keepsake. He extended his hand. Captain O stepped forward without hesitation and placed the sword into it. Yes, master. The fourth star took the weapon, studying it in silence, examining and weighing its value. He noted that although the weapon was old, it was still nothing more than a fairly ordinary sword. Then he did something no one expected. Fixing the blade in his hand, he pinched the tip between 2 fingers and pulled. The sword snapped cleanly in half. He called it appropriate compensation for the 2 dead soldiers. With a casual flick, he tossed the broken weapon toward the boy, saying he hoped he would be more careful the next time he wielded it. The tip struck the ground, bounced twice, and rolled to a stop right in front of him. A heartbeat later, the rest of the blade followed, stabbing straight into the earth. Breaking a sword with 2 fingers was not just a display of strength. It was a warning. Co understood that suspicion still lingered. But that didn't matter. The important thing was that he was still alive. The 4th star then told him to stand, asking how long he planned to keep sitting there. Co reached out and picked up the broken sword. He was relieved to have Sodom back, but the damage hurt her. A part of her body had been severed, her hair, and she complained loudly about it. He quickly soothed her, promising to take her to a blacksmith as soon as possible. She snorted and said that if she could move on her own, she would have shaved the bastard's head bald, clearly referring to the 4th star. She had heard everything and asked whether he was truly from the blood cult, and why she hadn't known. He answered honestly, saying it wasn't entirely a lie, but not entirely the truth either. She sensed something was off and asked why he suddenly sounded so serious. He warned her that she wouldn't believe him if he told her the truth. Still, he did. He said he had returned from 10 years in the future. As expected, she immediately assumed he had been brainwashed. While that was happening, the 4th star moved closer to Captain O. He ordered him to send men to Yulon County and investigate the boy's maternal family. The captain asked if his master had also noticed it. The reply was calm. Yes. And to be honest, it didn't matter whether the boy was telling the truth. What mattered was something else. The kid had been watching every movement, every reaction, trying to read intentions like a seasoned spy. It didn't matter which side he truly belonged to. He knew far too much about the blood cult. The 4th star told the captain to be careful with him. Sodom tried to piece everything together. He had lived 10 years as a spy for the blood cult, only to be unjustly murdered and wake up here. Now it made sense why he didn't feel like the foolish master she once knew. No matter how she looked at it, his luck was terrible. After enduring all that, going back 10 years, only to fall straight into the blood cult again. She understood it now. She told him plainly that everything would have gone smoothly if he had just left Asang behind. But he couldn't. That kid was the only one who had ever treated him like a human being. And in his past life, Asang had died protecting him. As long as Co lived within the blood cult, that debt had never left his heart. What happened today was simply repayment. That part was over. Now, he needed to focus on staying alive. Then she made an observation that caught him off guard. Despite being used as a tool for 10 years, he still behaved like a simpleton. The word itself stunned him. Seeing his reaction, she explained. Information was a weapon, and he possessed the sharpest one imaginable. He had been a spy. Didn't he know what that meant? She went on, laying it out clearly. He already knew everything that was going to happen. Every disaster, every trap, every turning point. Instead of fearing them, he could avoid them, or better yet, use them. That was when it truly clicked. Why was he worrying about survival when he had 10 years' worth of future knowledge in his hands? He said out loud then, admitting that she was right. This chance couldn't be wasted. She backed him without hesitation, telling him he couldn't keep living like a failure. To anyone watching, it probably looked like he was talking to himself, nerves getting the better of him. But inside, something had shifted. Opportunities were everywhere now. The thoughts surfaced naturally. Martial arts. Maybe he could learn them again. The idea surprised her. With a broken Danti on, how was that even possible? He told her the truth. That information wasn't confirmed. And even if it was, it wouldn't matter for a long time. For now, it could wait. That was when she floated closer, eyes gleaming with interest. If he was really going to walk the path of martial arts again, she said, then she could help him. She said she could teach him the short sword technique used by its previous owner, and that she should be the only one who still knew it. Co waved his hand, telling her to fly a little farther away, and calmly explained that martial arts couldn't be learned just by holding a sword. Had he ever heard the saying about the sparrow outside the school singing like a prima donna? She shot back. She was confident enough to bet her teeth that she knew far more than he did. She even offered to explain the fundamental principles of martial arts, which made him smile for reasons he couldn't explain. He said he understood. Lowering his head slightly, he stared at his hand. A strange blue fire was gathering around it. He couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. It felt as though he had been thrown into a vast galaxy, naked, weightless, with no sense of gravity at all. He looked around, confused, unable to tell where he was or what was happening. This wasn't Sodom's voice, yet words echoed clearly in his mind. You have mastered the mind of the sword. Your future will open. A massive portal loomed before him, only deepening the confusion. Nothing made sense. Slowly, the pressure in his head began to fade, though his hands still glowed faintly with blue flames. When he returned to himself, the first thought that crossed his mind was simple. What was that? Sodom snapped at him to stop staring at the sky, annoyed that he wasn't paying attention while she was explaining a martial art. He asked her if she could see it. Holding his hand out toward her, he waited. She looked at it blankly, clearly not understanding what she was supposed to be seeing. He told her to look closer, pointing out the small dots on the back of his hand that resembled the Big Dipper. Sodom scoffed and said the Big Dipper was her ass, and all she saw was his crooked hand. She assumed the short sword technique bored him so much that he couldn't even pretend to listen. Was he the only one who could see it? Offended, Sodom told him not to call her again until they arrived. Co gripped the handle of his sword and apologized, reminding her that the journey would take at least half a month. After that, he leaned back onto the straw, holding his hand in front of his face, unable to make sense of it. The same blue fire he had seen before flickered faintly once more, like something that had followed him back from the past. He was almost certain that whatever he had seen was tied to the secret records of the immortal sword. The straw beneath him made for a surprisingly comfortable bed, and he slept through the night without trouble. By morning, he was already examining his arm, trying to understand why the blue fire hadn't appeared again. No matter how hard he focused, nothing happened. Below the barn, footsteps stopped. Someone was approaching. The door swung open, and harsh light poured in, washing over every prisoner lying inside. A sharp voice cut through the silence, asking how long they planned to keep lying there. It was time to wake up. They were ordered to get on their feet and follow. Anyone who tried to discard anything along the way would be killed on the spot. Co stepped outside, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding brightness. They were loaded up and taken straight to the Valley of Blood. Once the wagon stopped, they were told exactly where to stand. Sodom had slept through the entire journey. When she finally woke, she was confused by the noise and surroundings, unable to tell where they were. This was one of the blood cult's bases, a place where kidnapped people were brought to be turned into warriors. Everyone present had been taken against their will. The man standing on the platform was responsible for training them, while the captain of the Bloody Annihilation Squad, Guswagen, oversaw the Blood Valley itself. Someone suddenly muttered in disbelief that a person from Chong City had been caught. The man turned around, unable to tell who had spoken. Jabak and Wu Hyun burst into laughter. They mocked him openly, pleased that someone who thought he knew everything had still ended up here. Their amusement only grew when they noticed that Co wasn't even tied up. When asked about it, he brushed it off, saying it was a long story. They immediately demanded to hear it. Before he could answer, a voice thundered from the platform, ordering them to shut up and pay attention. The man gestured behind him and announced that he would count to 5. When he finished, they were to run to the platform. The moment the count ended, everyone surged forward at once. Dwabak froze in shock. No one was hesitating. To him, it looked completely insane. Co turned to him and said quietly that they had no choice. If they didn't do exactly as told, they would die. Dwabak stayed rooted in place, watching the man walk away. They shouted after him, demanding an explanation, unable to understand what was going on. The man on the platform watched them all in silence. In the end, the brothers realized they had no idea what was really happening and started running. Blood sprayed through the air as a girl screamed. One man was cut down without mercy for failing to move. Then a second fell. Then a third. Panic spread instantly. Everyone else broke into a sprint. The brothers glanced back and froze at the horror unfolding behind them. It was exactly as Co had warned. They were shaken by how everything was happening just as he said, never once suspecting that he carried memories from another life. They quickly caught up to him, understanding at last. Whatever he did, they had to copy it. Without question, they ran onto the platform. Those who made it in time and survived dropped to their knees the moment they arrived. The man watching them couldn't hide his surprise. These children knew to kneel before they had ever been taught. That alone told him enough. This had to be the boy Captain O had mentioned, the one claiming blood cult descent. Sodom watched in silence, unsettled. How was he doing all of this without instructions? As someone of pure blood cult origin, Co understood it instinctively. Claiming descent meant nothing if he didn't act the part. If he failed even at this, they would kill him on the spot and use his corpse as a warning. Then the voice rang out again from the platform, demanding attention. The man announced that they should rejoice. They had been chosen. The will of the great blood demon had guided them here to the great blood cult. The kneeling prisoners exchanged confused glances. They had no idea what any of this meant, but the name alone carried weight. It terrified and fascinated them. One man stood up. He shouted for them to stop, demanding to know what being chosen meant if all they did was kidnap and slaughter people. His resentment spilled out in a rush. Co closed his eyes, not in anger, but pity. This man had just volunteered to become an example. Sodom sensed it too. She understood what was coming, even if she wished it weren't true. Co told her calmly that she might not have seen it earlier while they were running, but the blood cult never hesitated to kill the weak. Loyalty here wasn't earned. It was forced, and fear was an effective tool. The warning came immediately. Anyone who continued to bark would end up just like the dead man. The message sank in fast. Every kneeling figure began to tremble. The next thing Sodom couldn't understand was how he had even survived his past life. Co answered her honestly. There was nothing admirable about it. He lived by obeying like a dog. That was all. And now, the ceremony to join the blood cult was about to begin. Before it started, The man on the platform raised his hand and said there was something that had to be done first. He pointed to the one seated at the very front and asked if he knew what was inside the box the girl beside him was holding. One of the brothers stiffened, but he was lucky. Co was right next to him and quietly told him the answer. Bloody parasites. The man demanded an explanation. What was a blood parasite? Co spoke loudly and clearly. It was a poisonous insect planted deep inside a person's chest, meant to ensure that a new cult member never wavered in devotion. Medicine had to be taken every 24 hours. Miss it once, and the parasite would ride inside the body. One of the brothers wondered how he knew such things. The man on the platform was satisfied. This was exactly what he expected from someone claiming blood cult descent. When the word descendant reached the others, suspicion immediately followed. One of the brothers leaned toward Co and accused him of being a blood cult spy. At the same time, Sodom flew to his ear and whispered that he had been found out. Co asked her to stop laughing. He genuinely didn't know what to do in this situation. The man reached for the box of writhing insects and announced that everyone would now prove their devotion. Then he turned his attention to Co and said it would be an honor if he received the bloody parasite before his comrades. There was no way out. Still, Co hadn't expected this much attention. In his previous life, he had been nothing special, but survival came first. If living meant swallowing a bloody parasite, then so be it. He bowed his head and declared that he was grateful to be granted such an honor. The man watched him closely. He noticed that Commander Gu was observing Co with interest. Whether or not he was truly a descendant hadn't been proven yet, but the commander clearly wanted to see how this would unfold. Once everything was prepared, the parasite was placed at Co's throat. A few drops of water were given, and he swallowed it whole. Whenever a man approached him, Co raised his hands to his face and spoke loudly. Praise the blood demon. May the world of blood rule. Thank you for granting me this chance. He deliberately made himself an example. The squad captain even asked the others if they had seen how it was done. Sodom appeared beside him, shock written all over her face. Only now did it fully sink in. In his past life, Co had lived with a worm gnawing at his chest for 10 long years, and now, after barely 15 days, he had returned to that same revolting fate. Then it hit him. A wave of nausea surged up as violent pain exploded in his chest. Heat flooded his body, so intense it felt like he was burning from the inside out. He didn't need to guess where it was coming from. The pain was centered exactly where the blood parasite had settled. That made no sense. The parasite wasn't supposed to rage without cause. Something was wrong. That was when Co realized it. Captain O had done something. The squad captain stepped up behind him and demanded to know what was happening. Co collapsed at Captain O's feet, clutching his chest and gasping, asking over and over whether the blood parasite inside him was raging. Captain O looked down at him with thinly veiled amusement and remarked how strange it was. A man claiming to be a descendant of the blood cult shouldn't be suffering like this after accepting a parasite during a sacred ceremony. Co was barely conscious, writhing on the ground, nails digging into his chest as he fought the pain. Captain O mocked him openly, saying the parasite was simply raging inside him. In that moment, Co was certain. This bastard had tampered with it. The commander noticed and demanded an explanation, asking why the cadet was bent over and unable to straighten his back. Captain O answered calmly that nothing was wrong. The parasite had simply reacted poorly when the boy swallowed it. Then he stepped closer, told Co to turn around, and claimed he would calm the parasite with his power. It wasn't mercy. The other cadets were starting to panic, and that couldn't be allowed. Slowly, the pain began to sink lower through Co's body. He forced himself to speak, telling the captain that the pain was easing, but warned him not to make any sudden moves. If something went wrong, the pain would become unbearable. Captain O ordered him to tense his abdomen. Co complied without hesitation. He was sure this was exactly what needed to happen. When it was done, Co told him to step away. In his case, the most effective weapon turned out to be a fart. Captain O was standing right behind him, and the stench rose mercilessly, slipping straight under the man's mask. Co even said calmly that he had warned him not to stand behind him so confidently. Sodom burst into laughter. She found the timing perfect. The more she thought about it, the harder she laughed. She had been bored ever since they arrived, and this alone made the whole ordeal more entertaining. She even thanked him for it. Co told her to stop. He felt awful, but not because Captain O was choking on his fart. It was because of the bloody parasite still inside his chest. That said, the pain was completely gone now. The crushing pressure had vanished, and he could finally breathe properly again. One of the brothers asked where they were going next. Co didn't answer. He didn't know everything, no matter how it looked. Before anyone could press him, a voice rang out behind them. Attention, everyone. In his previous life, it had been a different captain. This time, it was Captain O. He announced that they would now be evaluated. There was no need to panic or act on impulse. All they had to do was listen. He pointed toward the cave behind him and explained that each cave held a cult examiner. They would be tested there. Once the evaluation ended, they would receive badges marking their level, low, medium, or high. It was obvious what he wanted. He wanted them aiming for the highest rank. He continued, saying that the cult valued strength above all else, then drew attention to his belt. Blue belts marked the highest tier warriors. Those who reached that level, he said, would have the blood parasite removed. If their efforts and abilities were acknowledged, they would be rewarded. They simply had to prove themselves. Desire ignited instantly. No one wanted to live with a parasite squirming inside their chest. Only CO realized the truth. None of them even noticed they were already being molded into members of the blood cult. Then Captain O raised a whistle to his lips. A sharp blast pierced the air, echoing through the entire valley. CO heard the whistle and instantly clamped his hands over his ears, his face twisting at the sharp, unpleasant sensation. One of the boys nearby didn't understand why he reacted like that. The sound didn't seem that loud. Then his face turned pale. Nausea hit him hard. All around them, bodies crumpled. Every participant was racked with pain. Sodom appeared beside CO, asking if he was all right, even though she already knew the answer. When that whistle sounded, the blood parasites were supposed to go berserk inside their host chests. Screams and groans filled the air as everyone collapsed, clutching themselves in agony. Everyone except CO. He was the only one standing there in shock, because he felt nothing. No pain, no burning, nothing at all. Maybe it was because he had covered his ears in time. The captain spoke again, reminding them that reaching a higher rank was not optional. It was necessary. He asked how many of them thought they could reach it. 2 or 3 at most. The rest would live their entire lives with a parasite gnawing inside them. No one wanted that fate. Gritting their teeth through the pain, they forced themselves up. Not all of them succeeded. The captain sneered and urged them on, asking how long they planned to lie there and ordering them stand. CO grew more certain by the second. He wasn't feeling anything. That meant only one thing. He might not have a parasite in his chest at all. Sodom wondered if blocking his ears had caused it. CO dismissed the idea. Even sealing your ears completely shouldn't stop a blood parasite from reacting. The only sure way to confirm it would be to check his body directly. That was when one of the brothers finally understood the truth. Once the parasite was swallowed, there was no turning back. His eyes hardened. He declared that he would reach the highest rank, have the parasite removed, and then take revenge. CO stared at him, genuinely confused. He didn't even understand what that idiot was talking about. Before the captain could continue, a hand shot up from the crowd. The same idiot stepped forward, burning with impatience. CO and Sodom both assumed he was angry because one of his questions had been ignored. Captain O called him out and told him to come forward. He answered crisply and obeyed at once. As he stepped out, he turned his head towards CO and declared that he would prove he was better than him. The moment he stepped forward, a fist appeared beside his cheek. The captain struck him without hesitation, the blow powerful enough to send his body flying backward. The captain coldly asked if he was deaf. He had never said they could act however they wanted. No one was to move without permission. He called him a pathetic cadet and ordered him to remember his place. When a superior gives an order, you answer. Nothing more. Then the captain turned his attention to CO and announced that he would be the first to be evaluated. The intent was obvious. He was deliberately making things difficult for him. 5 seconds passed in heavy silence before the captain asked what was wrong, whether the so-called descendant of the cult had any objections. CO replied calmly that he had none. He added that he couldn't possibly object and thanked the captain for his kindness. The words tasted bitter even as he said them. It was clear his life here wouldn't be easy. He began walking toward the cave. In his previous life, it had been Captain Hegium standing there. Facing this trial again felt unreal. Fear crept in despite himself. Sodom was curious what rank he had received back then, though the answer was obvious. Without a Danteon, it had to be low. Low ranks were sent to run errands and used as disposable labor. He stopped in front of the man waiting inside. The moment the man spoke, CO knew he was in trouble. The voice alone was enough. The face was younger, but he recognized him immediately. Sodom asked if he knew the examiner. CO answered that he did. He explained that this man had been his direct superior in his past life. She asked which unit he belonged to. The answer came instantly. The Blood Wolves. And the man standing before him was their captain, the very name CO had mentioned earlier. Noyangu. The captain stared at him and asked why he hadn't answered earlier when asked if he was CO from Yulon County. CO decided to lie. It was easy. He knew this man too well. Bringing his fist to his palm, he introduced himself properly, stated his name, and confirmed that he was from the CO clan of Yulon County. He added that Naz Lihan had been talking about him. The moment those words left his mouth, the captain's expression changed. He recognized it instantly, a lie. His hand went to his sword. There wasn't a single warrior in the Blood Wolves who matched the description CO had given of his grandfather. That realization snapped something inside him. Who the hell are you? The next instant, CO's throat was locked in the captain's grip. Rage poured out of the man as he threatened to kill him on the spot. CO tried to explain, saying his grandfather had served under the captain's father, but that only made things worse. This man had climbed the ranks of the Blood Wolves from the very bottom. He remembered every warrior who had served under his father's command. Every single one. CO knew drawing his sword now would only seal his death. He had to talk. The problem was whether this man would even allow it. The attacks didn't stop. Blow after blow crashed into him. His back screamed as if it were about to snap. He couldn't understand how someone of that age could move with such terrifying speed. If he didn't make him listen now, it would be over. Another kick slammed into him, driving his back into solid stone. The impact was brutal. Blood spilled from his mouth. The old man showed no mercy. Seeing that, Sodom had no choice but to draw her blade. She warned him urgently. The old man was closing in. Sio's head struck the rock hard. The world tilted. Everything swam before his eyes. Sodom glanced to the side and immediately understood why. There was blood smeared across the stone. Panic surged through her. She told him to brace himself and defend the moment she spoke. Now, the first strike came. A horizontal punch aimed at the right side of his neck. He needed to block it. He had to. But his body was sluggish, blood running warm down his skin. Still, somewhere deep inside, he forced strength out of himself. He shoved the sword up into the path of the blow. It was enough to intercept it, not enough to stop it. The force sent him crashing to the ground. He had come terrifyingly close to death, saved only because he listened to Sodom's warning. But the assault didn't end there. He saw the next movement clearly. The captain's foot slammed down onto his stomach, crushing the air from his lungs and pinning him helplessly to the ground. He had planned to squeeze information out of the kid anyway, so he asked who had told him about his past. For Sio, this conversation was exactly what he had been waiting for. He seized the opening and calmly asked if the captain wanted to find his younger sister. The captain stiffened. Shock flickered across his face as he wondered how much this boy truly knew. But Sio quickly realized his slip. He had assumed his sister was dead. There was no room to hesitate. He corrected himself at once, saying Lady Noi was still alive, claiming she had been kidnapped on the very day the captain was killed. It sounded impossible, yet the captain kept listening. Sio added that a body had been found, burned only halfway for reasons no one could explain. He stated firmly that it was just a body, not proof of death, and that she was alive. If the captain wanted to see her, a deal could be made. From the ground behind them, Dom watched without making a sound. The story rang dangerously true. The boy knew her name. That alone was enough. The captain suddenly raised his sword and drove it down, the blade slamming into the stone beside Sio's head. The impact echoed sharply. After a long pause, he released the hilt. The boy wasn't bluffing. He was ready to listen and ready to decide. Sio spoke again, his words deliberate. Moonflower Trade Union. The captain repeated it under his breath, disbelief creeping in. Moonflower Trade Union? Sio explained that Moonflower belonged to the first Blood Star, the same figure who had killed the captain's father, the one who had ignited his hatred, the one who sought to control the Blood Wolves. Sio named her plainly. Zhang Rang. The captain snapped back at once, calling it nonsense. His father's wounds had been made by orthodox sect techniques. There was no doubt about that. Sio didn't flinch. He asked a single thing. Had the captain seen it himself? Then he pressed harder. Who had confirmed it? Wasn't it the Moonflower Trade Union? Wasn't it their leader? Well, silence followed. The captain didn't answer. That was enough. Sio delivered the final blow without raising his voice. His sister was being held at a Moonflower Trade Union branch in Jiangjiang Province, Jinghai County. There would be too many eyes there, which was why only trusted people should be sent. That alone made the captain finally ask the question that had been lingering since the start. Who are you? Sio lowered his head and spoke honestly about his guesses, about the unspoken agreement forming between them. He said that when the time came, he would need the captain's help. The captain reached out and grabbed the boy by the face, his grip firm and cold, warning him that if this turned out to be a lie, he would hunt him down and cut off his head wherever he was. Sio didn't pull away. Instead, he tightened his grip around the captain's hand. They shook on it. He said quietly that he hoped the captain would find his sister as soon as possible. The captain admitted he still didn't fully trust Sio, but if everything he said was true, then the boy would become his benefactor for the rest of his life. That was why, in his past life, he had been able to believe him and follow him without hesitation. After their hands parted, the captain glanced down and noticed the insignia. A mid-ranking mark. He said Sio deserved it. Blocking his attack twice hadn't been part of their agreement. That alone earned recognition. They continued talking, circling back to how Sio had learned about him in the first place. When it was over, the captain drew his sword and slid it back into its sheath. He muttered that he couldn't tell whether the boy was smart or stupid. Since Sio hadn't revealed his grandfather's name, the captain assumed that a little more pressure would have made him spill everything. Sio stayed in character. He rubbed the back of his head and laughed lightly, saying that he must have improved. The captain didn't know what the boy was planning. This time, though, he chose to believe him. Their conversation ended there. They walked toward the cave's exit, where Sio spoke with Sodom, admitting that when he had been knocked out, she had thought he was completely finished. Sio himself admitted that he had been extremely lucky. From behind, the captain watched him leave. A strange man, he thought. To remain calm in a situation like that required a frightening level of composure. Even luck wouldn't explain everything. The first block might have been fortune, but the second wasn't. When Co blocked that attack, his eyes had been closed. His movements were slightly slower than they should have been if he had sensed the captain's presence. Yet he still succeeded. The captain didn't know how to describe the feeling. The thought itself sounded ridiculous, even inside his own head. Yet for a brief moment he suspected that someone, or something, was helping the boy. He quickly dismissed it as nonsense and pushed the idea aside. At the same time, Captain O barked an order and called everyone into formation, arranging them by rank. He announced that all middle rank members would move with him. One of the brothers froze in disbelief. He couldn't accept it. CO middle rank? In his eyes, the boy was worthless. The idea that CO had actually obtained a middle rank insignia made no sense. Still, those who carried the mark stepped forward and followed Captain O. The brother kept replaying it in his head, failing to understand, no matter how hard he tried. How could someone without a danshin reach middle rank? He convinced himself it had to be some kind of blood cult privilege. Grinding his teeth, he swore inwardly that he would crush CO in the next test. His hostility was obvious, irritating both CO and Sodom. Sodom couldn't fully piece together what was happening. With Captain O leading from the front, and Woohee walking away, unharmed, even after encountering no Sangu, CO should have been safe. Yet something still felt off to her. She quickly decided the answer. He was probably angry because he hadn't gotten the chance to bully CO. And it was all thanks to the Blood Wolves captain confirming CO's identity. Later, Sodom laughed and said CO had humiliated Captain O thoroughly, especially with that embarrassing incident. CO told her to stop bringing it up. She ignored him and asked what he planned to do next. CO answered without hesitation. First, he needed to restore his danshin. Sodom frowned. They had already talked about this. Fixing a broken danshin wasn't something you could just decide to do. CO said he had his own method. Then he asked if she had ever heard of the all-healing divine doctor. He explained that the doctor was famous for curing anything, as long as the price was paid. According to what CO had heard, even a broken danshin was within his abilities. More importantly, the doctor was scheduled to arrive at the Valley of Blood in 10 days. Sodom immediately thought the solution was simple. Just pay him. Then reality caught up with her. CO had left all his money at the hotel. Right now, the only thing he had left was her. The moment she realized what he was implying, she started smacking him over the head without holding back. CO immediately protested, swearing that wasn't what he meant. He told her he planned to use rare plants as payment instead. From the outside, it looked like he was wrestling with an invisible monster, drawing strange looks from anyone watching. Once she calmed down, he explained properly. In 10 days, the doctor would demand a specific herb. Because this was his second life, CO already knew exactly where to find it. Given the circumstances, he had to secure it before the doctor arrived. People were the same everywhere. Rotten scum existed in both orthodox and unorthodox sects. Suddenly, Captain O shouted for everyone to stop. Corpses lay ahead. He couldn't tell what killed them, or how. Standing among the bodies was a massive man wearing a tiger skin cape, thick arms bulging as he strangled someone with one hand. From behind, Captain O demanded to know who he was. He didn't need an answer. The thick beard, long braids, and tiger hide made it obvious. This was a brutal veteran. The giant grinned, clearly pleased to see fresh trash. He tossed the body aside like it weighed nothing. Captain O ordered his cadets to stay behind him and reach for his weapon. The giant charged forward and told him not to block his path, warning him to disappear. Then he slapped him. Captain O's face darkened instantly as he collapsed. One hit. That was all it took. A first-rate master knocked out in a single blow. It was almost absurd. CO froze. He had never heard of a master this strong. The pressure alone crushed down on him. What kind of monster is this? The giant barked for everyone to move aside. Then he clapped. The sound exploded outward. The air itself turned violent. Pain tore through CO's ears, and he instinctively clamped his hands over them. Around him, people dropped to their knees, screaming. Some started foaming at the mouth, completely overwhelmed. To the giant, their agony meant nothing. He looked at them like piles of filth. CO's eardrums ruptured. Sound vanished. His vision spun violently, and bile rose in his throat. As he struggled to stay conscious, a burning heat suddenly began to surge inside his chest. Jabek stepped forward without hesitation. He faced the giant head-on and told him that if he intended to kill, he should at least put some effort into it. He made it clear that he would not allow a single finger to touch his younger brother, who stood behind him. The brothers called out each other's names, their backs pressed together, fully prepared to die side by side. The giant burst into laughter. The sound was deep and wild. He told them they had passed. The words hadn't even sunk in when the giant's fist came down. A punch like a beer mug smashed straight into Jabek's head, driving him into the ground. The impact cracked the earth beneath him. If CO stayed any longer, there was no telling what would happen. And at that moment, the giant noticed him. Sodom screamed a warning. He had been seen. He had to run now. But escape was already slipping away. The giant leapt into the air, his shadow swallowing CO whole, and swung his leg down, aiming straight for his head. CO forced his legs to move faster than ever. As he ran, he caught sight of the captain lying on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. his breathing faint and shallow. Not long after, a commander of higher rank arrived when the captain failed to report at the appointed time. Cadets lay scattered around, badly injured. With shame weighing on him, the captain explained that an unknown barbarian had appeared. As humiliating as it was to admit, the man had knocked him out with a single strike. As they pieced things together, suspicion formed. This barbarian matched only one person. Elder Hay of Akon, one of the 4 supreme elders, one of the strongest figures in the blood cult, a man infamous for his eccentric nature. Weirdo High on. At that very moment, the giant sat across from Co and the 2 brothers. The brothers were battered and bruised, yet the giant stared at Co in disbelief. A brat with a shattered dantian had endured that attack. His curiosity only grew. They fled along the rock face, moving sideways, clinging to stone as they climbed. Elsewhere, the commander and the captain advanced through the treacherous terrain together, their movements perfectly synchronized. The captain apologized again, guilt heavy in his voice, but the commander bore no resentment. He understood the truth. Against an old paramount elder like that, resistance was meaningless. Nothing could be done. He couldn't tell whether the barbarian had actually killed those boys. The mid-level cadets were no pushovers, and the outcome wasn't clear. The twins, however, were on an entirely different level, and no one knew what had happened to them. The commander was aware that the deranged old man occasionally appeared in this area, but he never expected him to interfere with the cadets like this. They hurried toward the gorge where the cave was hidden, speaking in low voices. Even among the black elders, that man was infamous, extravagant, erratic, and nearly impossible to reason with. The captain showed proper respect as they approached, both of them mentally preparing themselves. When a captain asked whether they should enter and inspect the cave, the commander stopped him at once. There was nothing to gain by provoking that existence. Suddenly, something shot toward them. The commander reacted instantly, katana flashing halfway out of its sheath. Only then did he realize it was just a seed. Inside the cave, the barbarian was casually eating fruit, flicking the seed with such force that it tore through the air like a projectile. The captain and the commander remained outside, speaking to him from a distance. They understood their place. Compared to a supreme elder, they were nothing more than insects. The barbarian guessed their reason for coming without being told. It was about the boys and the commander's 2 brothers. He said plainly that he had intended to make them into warriors for the cult. Then he asked if the captain was afraid he might hurt them. The captain immediately denied it, a little too quickly. Inside the cave, the twins were fast asleep, snoring loudly. The barbarian glanced at them and muttered that he might teach them a few tricks while they were staying there. The commander froze when he heard that. A supreme elder, personally teaching disciples? Until now, that old monster had never taken students. The commander raised his sword to his forehead and bowed deeply, acknowledging the intent and sealing it with a salute. He said he understood, adding that the elder was likely using them to ease his solitude. Commander O, however, couldn't tell if this truly meant taking them in as disciples. Even a brief period of guidance from a powerful martial artist could alter a life forever. And this wasn't just any master. This was one of the supreme elders. Commander O didn't want boys from the Co clan to receive such an opportunity. He spoke up, saying that one of his own students, Co Wuhi, had a broken dantian. Even the commander was surprised when the captain said it aloud. The moment the commander declared that Co was unworthy of training, a seed shot out like a meteor. It struck him with such force that his body was sent flying backward, posture twisted midair from the impact alone. The message was unmistakable. Ververa had no interest in the captain's opinion, and he made that clear without a single word. He cut them off entirely and ordered them to leave. Only the commander remained, bowing deeply near the cave and stating that he understood. They would withdraw. Moments later, their figures vanished into the fog. Losing the twins was regrettable, given their potential, and there had even been thoughts of using Co Wuhi as a spy within the Murmur Union. Those plans collapsed just as quickly. Once they were gone, the barbarian scoffed and muttered that they were unbearably annoying. Co watched him closely and finally understood. In his past life, the one who had trained the black and white twin demons was Supreme Elder Acton. And now, he stood here again, face to face with that same existence. The question kept echoing in his mind. Why was he brought here? The barbarian rose to his feet and complained that all this pointless talk had made him hungry. He pointed directly at Co and ordered him to bring food within 4 hours. The demand was absurd, but Co swallowed the thought. He didn't dare argue. The barbarian drew his sword and casually used it to scrape his teeth, warning him not to even think about escaping. Then came the final threat. He should prepare for the worst. A chill ran down Co's spine. Still, he decided to play along. Wait, endure, find the opening, and escape. He agreed immediately, saying he would obey. Then he added carefully that he didn't know any martial arts, and that hunting without a weapon would be difficult. His eyes flicked to the short sword in the barbarian's hand. He mentioned, as gently as possible, that was a gift from his mother. The next instant, the sword flew toward his head, hilt first. The barbarian snorted and told him to take it. He had no need for such a worthless short sword. Watching him was infuriating. The man treated the blade like trash, using it for filthy things, even digging at his teeth with it. Co clenched his jaw, barely suppressing his anger. Then he looked toward the twins lying nearby, unconscious. He hesitated, wondering what to do with them. The barbarian didn't hesitate at all. He stepped down hard on one of them and punched the other without a second thought. At that rate, it looked like the twins would die, but they woke up surprisingly fast, only to pass out again after another round of beating. Satisfied, the barbarian glanced toward the cave entrance. He muttered that he was craving meat and reminded the boy not to forget it. Then, in the next instant, he vanished as if he had never been there. Co rushed out of the cave, trying to see where he had gone. A violent wind slammed into him the moment he stepped outside. He frowned, confused about where it was coming from. Then he reached the cliff's edge and looked down. His breath stopped. He was terrifyingly high above the ground. That was why the wind howled like this. The barbarian had given him 4 hours to bring meat. 4 hours wasn't even enough to climb down. Where was he supposed to find meat? Sodom fluttered up beside him, gently touching his hair before pointing to the left. She told him to look. Co followed her finger and froze. The barbarian was already far away, leaping from rock to rock with the twins tucked under his arms. Each jump covered an absurd distance, effortless and precise. Escaping something like that wasn't just difficult. It was impossible. The last traces of hope drained out of him. Sodom hurried to calm him, telling him this wasn't the time to give up. If he did, he would end up as that old monster's slave. Co clenched his teeth. She was right. He had no choice but to try. The descent was brutal. The rock face was nearly vertical. He reached for a stone to lower himself, only for it to snap loose. His body dropped instantly. He barely managed to grab a branch, his arms screaming as they absorbed the force. He nearly broke himself, clinging there. He wondered why his life was still this miserable, even in his second run through it. Sodom tried to console him, saying at least he was coming down quickly. Co didn't dare look below for long. His legs were shaking as he asked how far he had descended. She hesitated, unsure whether he truly wanted the answer. He had only made it down 1/10 of the mountain. She smiled anyway, and told him he was almost there. 4 hours passed. The barbarian suddenly appeared in front of him, and asked if he had dared to ignore his order. His gaze hardened, as he followed up with a single statement. He asked if Co was ready to die. Co looked up at him, hands trembling and completely numb, and said calmly that he was actually looking forward to it. Meanwhile, the forest teemed with life. Small game moved through the undergrowth, starting with hares, prey he could actually hunt. Co drew the bow, steadying his breath, and aimed. The string snapped forward. The arrow shot out and pierced straight through the hare's body, dropping it on the spot. Sodom praised him, saying he had become good with the bow. It wasn't surprising. 2 months had passed. In the beginning, he had nearly died, having burned every last bit of strength just climbing down the mountain. Even Sodom had thought he wouldn't survive. At one point, he had tried to escape and paid for it dearly. He had been beaten until surrender was the only option. That was long ago. Today would go smoothly as long as he caught a few more. A heavy rumble sounded behind him, like something massive approaching. It wasn't an animal. It was the big man. The Supreme Elder appeared without warning and noted that Co was early today. He asked only one thing, whether food had been caught. His stomach was empty. Co handed over a hare and said they would be eating fried rabbit for lunch. The Elder counted the prey. 2. His expression darkened. There were 4 mouths. Why only 2? He muttered that perhaps the number of mouths should be reduced. Another unlucky day, though that was hardly unusual. No one ever understood what went through the Elder's head, only that there was always a reason behind it. For the next 2 months, Co lived like a slave. Every day, he climbed down the mountain, where one wrong step meant death. He searched the forest relentlessly, hunting anything that moved. If he brought back food, he was beaten. If he failed, he was beaten worse. If he passed out, he was tied to a tree. The first time, he vomited. Over time, he stopped reacting. His body hardened. His skills sharpened. The twins grew stronger as well, yet they were beaten whenever Co failed to bring back enough food. As they approached the tree where he was hanging, one of them told him the Elder was looking for him and that he should return. Sodom noticed something strange. This time, he was being summoned 2 hours earlier than usual. She wondered what the Elder intended to do to him now. When they reached him, the Elder looked at them once and ordered them to take off their shirts. They didn't understand why they were being told to take off their shirts. It made no sense. Still, the Elder repeated the order without patience. Take it off. Co hesitated, confused, but did as he was told. The big man watched him in silence, eyes scanning his body. After a long moment, he finally spoke, saying it had been about 2 months and that the boy was ready. His body was solid now. Strong. Co's mind stalled. Ready for what? Sodom whispered near his ear that the constant descents, the hunting, the beatings, and the time spent hanging from trees had reshaped his body completely. He had endured more than most ever would. The elder turned to one of the twins and told him that starting tomorrow, he would be responsible for gathering food. When the boy tried to ask if it was his permanent duty, the elder shut him up with a single kick. He moved to the other twin and ordered him to roast the rabbits more thoroughly, saying he would return soon. Then the elder's hand landed on Sio's shoulder. Before Sio could react, the ground vanished beneath him. The elder lifted him and shot straight up the mountain. Wind tore past his face as they climbed unnaturally fast. Sio shouted for him to slow down, asking if they could just walk instead. The words came out before he could stop himself. Even the elder noticed the boldness. Without warning, the world flipped. Sio was hurled toward the waterfall. His back slammed into the water, fish scattering around him as he sank nearly 3 meters down. He burst back to the surface, gasping, completely lost as to why this was happening. The elder spoke calmly, explaining that this was how he would begin learning Qigong, movement powered by internal energy. Then he added something that made Sio freeze. They were going to meet someone who would later become his mentor, and Sio couldn't appear in such a miserable state. Mentor? Sio echoed the word in disbelief. Sodom muttered dryly that the elder seemed unaware he was the reason Sio looked like this in the first place. After the elder's next words, she understood something else entirely. That was why he smelled like a beggar. The elder told Sio he had washed enough and ordered him out of the water, even though he had barely dipped himself in it. Soon after, they walked along the rock beneath the waterfall. As the water thundered down beside them, Sio found himself thinking that someone who wished to avoid the world might choose a place like this to live. She had imagined someone powerful, maybe even charismatic, a martial artist worth awe. The boy never bought that idea. Who would believe this old man even had a friend willing to take in a disciple? Everything pointed to someone ordinary. The elder stopped at the cave entrance and announced that they had arrived. Facing the presence inside, the big man ordered him to show respect immediately. From this moment on, he said, the one before him would be his mentor. Sio dropped to one knee without hesitation. Everyone worships the blood demon. Let blood rule the world. Cult cadet of the middle rank, Sio Wuhi, pays his respects to his mentor. Sodom never believed that greeting would be accepted. The meaning of her words struck the boy the instant he saw what stood before him. Or rather, what remained. It was not a man, but a heap of bones lying beside a sword. Whoever this was, he had been dead for a very long time. Sio turned sharply toward the elder, asking if this was some kind of joke. The response came as a booming laugh. The elder said he had far better things to do than play pranks. He told him to look carefully at how much he had changed over the past 2 months. He had grown stronger climbing sheer rock walls. His endurance had hardened while hunting rabbits. Being beaten repeatedly had strengthened his body, and far more importantly, his spirit. Even being tied to a tree had served its purpose as balance training. All of it, the elder explained, had been meant to build the basic physical foundation required to learn martial arts. The boy lowered his head. With his back to the elder, he spoke quietly, asking for forgiveness, and admitting that he had lost his dantian in childhood when raging energy destroyed it. The elder replied calmly that he had trained him fully aware of that condition. He added that there existed a way to control internal energy, even without an energy core. Those words seized the boy's attention completely. The idea of controlling inner energy without a core stirred something deep within him. The elder continued, explaining what essence truly was. This was the moment one truly stepped into martial arts. Essence was fundamental, required by every path. It was also known as the energy core. Anyone who walked the road of martial arts studied circulation and cultivation techniques to strengthen and refine that energy. When essence gathers within the energy core, it becomes what is known as internal energy. The elder explained this plainly, then told him the truth without softening it. Because his energy core had been destroyed, he could not use that essence at all. What remained to him was only the power of his physical body. Then the elder asked if he understood what energy truly was. The boy stared at the hieroglyphs carved into the ground and realized the elder was referring to innate energy. He was getting closer to the truth now, but the real name of what slept within his chest was something else entirely. It was the energy of the innate core. Every person is born with it. It cannot be cultivated, cannot be acquired later. It simply exists from birth. Legend said it was twice as powerful as internal energy formed through an energy core. In this regard, Sio was fortunate. The words written here would teach him how to control the energy of the innate core. The elder explained this calmly. Sodom felt a rush of excitement the moment she understood. To her, this meant the owner of that body had struck gold. This power would allow him to practice martial arts after all. She could not understand why he showed no joy. She asked him why. He answered without hesitation. The energy of the innate core, as its name implied, was life energy itself. A warrior only used it when facing death alongside his enemy. Once spent, it could never be restored. Using it meant shortening one's lifespan drastically. As he explained this, Sodom understood. If he learned to use that energy and relied on it, his life would be brief. The cursed old man seemed to believe he would gladly accept such a gamble. He did not. Not for any reason. Still, He knelt before the Supreme Elder and thanked him for such precious knowledge, doing it only for appearances. Then he spoke again, saying there was something his foolish mind could not grasp. He spoke of his dantian, how it had collapsed when his energy reacted abnormally during training because of his lack of talent. He said that everyone in the clan had told him the same thing for years, that he had no talent. And so he asked the elder to reconsider before deciding to teach someone like him. Sodom was stunned. He was lying cleanly, yet not a single muscle on his face twitched. Even she had trouble finding a crack. It worked. The elder said that everything he had gone through was necessary to temper his body, and that talent had never been his strength to begin with. Then the elder's voice sharpened. He said that he was not blind, that he knew the boy was deliberately avoiding this technique because it required innate energy. The boy immediately denied it, insisting he had no idea what the old man was talking about. A massive hand snapped around his neck, lifted off the ground. He heard the elder say calmly that he was terrible at playing with words. Then the choice was laid bare. If he refused to learn, he would be useless. If he was useless, there was no reason to keep him alive. Either his neck would be snapped here and now, or he would learn the technique and die slowly. Agreeing just to survive was meaningless, because everything would still unfold according to the elder's will. That was why he told him to kill him immediately. The elder had not expected that answer. Surprise flashed across his face. That was an absurd amount of resolve for someone with a third-rate core. Still, he understood something important in that moment. If the boy wanted to become more than nothing, he needed courage. He needed to know when to gamble his life. The boy admitted that he was afraid, but if he continued living the way he was now, he would become exactly what the elder described, used until there was nothing left, then discarded to die. And since a blood parasite already lived inside him, he chose to die now instead. The words blood parasite made the elder pause. Then he burst into laughter. He threw the boy to the ground and said he could not believe he was still trying to deceive him in a situation like this. That alone proved he was not brainless. The boy, gasping, asked what he meant. The elder replied that he had been examining his body from the moment he decided to take him in. He warned him that trying to deceive him would not end well. As for the blood parasite, there was something far more important to him than that cursed thing. That was why he had ignored it entirely. If the elder had wanted him dead from the start, he would have killed him the moment he confirmed there was no blood parasite. What he truly wanted from Co, he still did not say, but it was tied to the technique he intended to teach him. With that, the elder laughed and said he had an offer that might interest him. If the boy did exactly as he was told, the elder would pretend not to notice the absence of the parasite. In return, Co would fight the twins, the ones the elder personally trained in martial arts. When the boy asked why, the big man immediately threatened to break his legs if he kept asking questions. Silence followed. The elder saw it clearly then. The boy would obey. He gave his first instruction. Co was to begin by sensing the energy of the innate core. The moment he managed that, he was to return. The boy understood. As the elder turned to leave, he warned him that if he caught him lying again, broken legs would be the least of his worries. Sodom felt it instinctively. This old man loved trouble. The boy told her not to say things like that. He had no intention of getting close to a lunatic like him. What mattered now was understanding this martial art in detail, so he could learn it properly. He chose to leave the hieroglyphs on the ground for later, in case he needed them. Right now, the real question was whether he could even master this technique. If anyone could learn a cultivation method just by reading instructions, there would be no need for masters. Meanwhile, the elder moved through the forest, leaping from branch to branch. He wondered what he would do if he found someone more suitable. Since this art relied on the energy of the innate core, it would become a secret technique coveted by every master alive. The boy had already realized something crucial. If he mastered this technique perfectly, he could prevent the depletion of innate core energy altogether. That meant it would be impossible to die from exhausting it. A true jackpot, Sodom thought, but it was far too early to celebrate. He focused again, reading more carefully. Use the destruction of internal energy to shatter the energy core. Find your innate energy. Then the ribbons were severed, and the hieroglyphs were wiped away. The final section was gone. That last part should have explained how to preserve the energy of the innate core. At least, that was what he assumed. He cursed the skeleton inwardly, thinking it was foolish to leave something so critical unfinished. Why die before completing the instructions? Something else caught Sodom's attention. As the boy tried to study the remaining traces and piece together the puzzle, she told him to wait and slowly drifted forward. Only then did he realize the truth. The elder had known the final part was missing all along. That was why he said learning it would lead to a gradual death. The boy lowered his head, frustration weighing heavily on him. He wondered what the old man truly wanted if the technique itself was incomplete. Sodom scoffed and called him a loser, asking why he was sulking. When he asked what she meant, she clarified that she was not talking to him. Her anger was directed elsewhere. She explained that she was offended because he had called her a skeleton. Confused, he asked if she could speak to skeletons. She snapped back, calling him an idiot, and pointed out that she was not talking about bones at all. She was talking to the sword, lying beside them. It was an iron sword, a black sword. She spoke to it, as if it were human, and mocked him for not doing the same. They did not speak like people, she explained, but sword is sword. This one was special, and he was special too, because he could hear its voice. Only then did he understand what the secret records of immortal sword meant by sword mind. The instructions in secret martial arts were always vague, and the voices behind them were called the sword mind. Voices, or perhaps the second brightest star of the Big Dipper. He wondered what kind of power would emerge once the rest was revealed. Sodom told him to stop drifting off and speak to the sword. She found it interesting that he could hear them as well, his hand wrapped around the hilt. In that instant, something bloomed inside her soul. She leaned into his grip, craving the warmth of a human touch she had been deprived of for far too long. Seo panicked and jumped back. After a moment, he crept closer again and awkwardly poked the sword with his finger, muttering an apology. She asked his name and whether it was really true that he could hear her. The sword then asked to introduce itself, declaring that it was the Black Sword of the Southern Heavens. That name had been given by its late master, the Southern Heaven swordsman, Ho Jongdai. The boy froze when he heard it. That name was not obscure. There was a time when the Southern Heaven swordsman was said to have overturned the entire Yunnan province with a single sword. If he had not vanished so suddenly, he would have stood among the strongest in the Central Plains. Some even said he could have become the 9th supreme martial artist. That made no sense to him. How could someone like that die on the peak of an unnamed mountain in the southern provinces, leaving nothing behind but bones and a sword? He asked if it had been that madman Axon. The sword answered calmly that it was someone else, and that Axon had never defeated its master. Even Axon of the Supreme Bullets and Blood had never bested the Southern Heaven swordsman. Then who could have killed someone so powerful that even Axon could not overcome him? The sword refused to speak of it for now, only promising to explain when the time was right. It already understood the situation. It had heard everything. Seo needed to learn the method of cultivating innate energy and fight the Ion twins. The sword told him that it could teach him the cultivation technique. Seo agreed without hesitation. This was tied directly to the legacy of the Southern Heaven swordsman. If he died without properly inheriting his master's art, that legacy would be stained. The Black Sword wanted its master's martial arts to be passed down to a new generation. That was its wish. Staring at the Black Sword, Seo felt genuine awe. He thanked the Black Sword of the Southern Heavens sincerely. Then the sword spoke again and proposed a deal. It said that Seo should become its new master. A sword existed to be wielded, and while honoring its former master mattered, preserving the meaning of its own existence mattered even more. He'd been lonely all this time. That was the truth. He wanted the boy to become his new master, to touch his steel body every day. Sodom shot up and slapped Seo across the cheek, furious. She snapped that he was making her believe all swords were abnormal. Shock was an understatement. Seo went completely blank. For a moment, he even considered abandoning the cultivation technique altogether. In the end, he swung the sword over his shoulder and accepted becoming its new master. But he set a condition. If the sword kept breathing like a pervert or asking to be touched, he would give up on the cultivation technique immediately. The sword drifted closer and sighed that it was a pity. Then it relented and said they should begin learning the technique. It explained that what people usually call the lower core was located beneath the stomach. The lower energy core had nothing to do with innate energy. Innate inner energy had to be sensed through the chest. Its previous master had called that place the middle energy core. This was the first time Seo had heard of such a thing. If there were lower and middle cores, then an upper one must exist as well. The sword confirmed it. The upper energy nucleus was located externally, in the center of the forehead, an area known as enlightenment. But that did not matter now. What mattered was sensing innate inner energy through the middle core. It was not supposed to be difficult. One simply had to feel the pure energy of life itself. Seo closed his eyes and tried as instructed. Nothing happened. He felt nothing at all. He asked how he was supposed to feel the energy of life. The sword explained that feeling it directly was difficult. It would be faster through the fifth sense, through the senses themselves. The energy of life revealed itself most easily in moments of danger, when life was on the line. In such moments, one could draw strength they never had before, or feel a violent surge of power rising from the chest. That was innate inner energy. This was why training the body alone was not enough. The big man had not been tormenting him for no reason. He had been forcing him into situations where innate energy might surface. Still, the fact that he knocked the brothers unconscious like it was nothing made him a complete mystery. A deranged jerk through and through. The Black Sword did not know what had changed, but it realized that he had felt innate energy before. Seo agreed. He thought he had felt it once as well. With that realization, the Black Sword told him to recall that sensation. Not just the feeling, but the situation, the emotions, the moment itself. He needed to remember the instant when his desire to live was at its strongest. Seo closed his eyes. The memories surfaced on their own. They all led back to the same scenes. The moments with the big man, when his eardrums burst as his throat was being crushed. The moments he ran from soldiers, fighting desperately as they tried to tear him apart. In this life, From the moment he became a spy, death had always been waiting for him. And yet, no matter what, he had always wanted to survive. He felt it then. He understood. This was his innate inner energy. The hot mass swelling in his chest felt disturbingly familiar. She asked him if it felt like before, when he swallowed the blood parasite and his eardrums ruptured, when the same burning heat rose in his chest. The Black Sword spoke again, clearly surprised. It said it had not expected this. Its previous master had suffered for months before sensing innate inner energy for the first time. Yet Seo had managed it in just 4 hours. It called him remarkable. She added that perhaps it was because he had died once and been brought back. The Black Sword repeated the words slowly, calling them an excellent metaphor. But it was not a metaphor. He had truly died, and he had truly returned. Now he had to focus. He needed to feel his innate inner energy as a small lump, no bigger than a fingernail, resting within his middle energy core. If he mastered the method of cultivating innate energy, he would be able to refine this essence. But what he felt was larger, much larger. To him, it felt closer to the size of 2 fingers. The Black Sword immediately dismissed that thought, saying it was impossible. It explained that by using the accumulation gate, he could spread internal energy through the heart meridian and gain control over innate internal energy. Then it told him to strike a nearby stone pillar while maintaining that state. The pillar looked solid. The Black Sword said it did not matter. Even if his hand broke, innate internal energy would aid his recovery. That aid, however, was not guaranteed, but there was still a chance. Seo muttered that it was easy for them to talk when it was not their fist about to break. As he stepped toward the stone pillar, tension crawled up his spine. He did not want to disappoint them. Let's see how strong it's become, he thought, feeling something gather tightly around his fist. He swung. His fist passed straight through the stone before he even realized it. The pillar shattered as if it had never existed. Both swords were stunned. Neither of them could understand what they had just witnessed. Sodom wondered if this was truly the power of innate inner energy. Even the Black Sword had never seen anything like it. Its former master's innate energy had been powerful, but nothing on this level. With this much innate inner energy, the boy could master the deeper secrets of cultivation techniques 10 years faster than normal. It felt as if he had already spent 10 years walking on the edge between life and death. The Black Sword finally asked the question that had been forming in its mind. Seo, have you truly been reincarnated? Seo stared at his hand, stunned. He could not believe he was awake. This was far beyond what he had imagined. He flexed his fingers again, still unable to accept that this power now belonged to him. Then the giant appeared. His displeasure was obvious. He slammed his foot down, pinning the boy to the ground, and demanded to know if he was really trying to run away. Seo hurriedly made excuses, calling it an unfortunate misunderstanding. He explained that even after 2 months of climbing these cliffs, he still lacked the skill to return quickly. The giant was not convinced. If the boy had left half a day earlier, he would have made it back in time. After that, the giant asked a simple question. Had he managed to feel his inner energy? Silence followed. The giant frowned and asked why he was not answering. Seo had to think carefully. Then he stood up, walked forward, and knelt before his master. He said that not only had he failed to feel his inner energy, he had not noticed anything at all. The master showed clear dissatisfaction, though he understood that sensing inner energy was not easy. Sodom snapped at him, asking why he did not just tell the truth. Seo replied quietly that in any sect or place like this, it was better to keep your trump cards hidden. Only then did he finally reveal the truth. Just as the Black Sword of the Southern Heavens had said, no one could sense another person's inner energy unless they deliberately seized it. The owner admitted that he had almost believed the lie. Almost. But he understood the reason behind it. The boy was hiding his power to survive. Because of that, he decided it was time to make him understand how serious the situation truly was. He laid out the conditions. If the boy lost the battle, his energy would be handed over to the captain. After the barbarian dragged him away, the boy returned here more than once. The owner ignored him every time, yet it was obvious he wanted to take Sodom away. Even so, the stubborn boy kept following him. The twins warned the owner that they were watching him closely. And what would happen if they discovered that the blood parasite was no longer inside the boy? The giant rose to his feet and walked toward him. He said that if things continued this way, the boy would return and spend the rest of his life as nothing more than a middle-ranking warrior. The boy questioned him, asking why the conditions had suddenly changed, because that was not what his master had promised. The giant replied coldly that he had never promised to keep his word. Still, it seemed he viewed awakening the boy's ability to sense inner energy as a good deed. He said that if defeat meant death, then victory should come with a reward. Watching the boy closely, he noticed something unexpected: fearlessness. To give him proper motivation, he declared that if the boy won, he would grant any request he made. 2 books were thrown onto the ground in front of him. The owner told him to study them. The first was a martial arts technique from the light chakra school. The boy wondered how he was supposed to fight when the only thing he knew was refinement. Now, for the first time, he was being given a real chance. The light chakra technique was designed to balance energy circulation and allow its user to master most martial arts without major issues. Sodom realized then that the owner was trying to place the boy on equal footing. Even though the twins had already trained in this technique, there was still the second book, the Shining Star Sword Technique. The giant explained that this manual belonged to the skeleton. In other words, it was the legacy of the boy's master, the sword art of a Southern Heavens warrior. Sodom wondered where A.K. Jong had even obtained such a technique. Even the boy did not know. He must have looted a corpse or something like that. As he stepped closer, the giant grabbed the boy's head, rubbed it roughly, and asked what he disliked so much. Co answered by asking where the book had come from. The giant stayed silent at first. Then his expression twisted slightly, and he said someone had given it to him. The black sword immediately called it a lie. He had stolen it. He thought it was taken from an enemy who had once tried to use the Shining Star Sword technique against his master. That alone told him enough. This old man lived his entire life locked in struggle. The black sword wondered aloud whether the giant had promised to demonstrate the Shining Star Sword technique himself. Co confirmed it. He had said he would show it to them in 3 days. That meant he had already mastered the technique to its end by following the recorded movements and merging them with his own martial arts. By the time the twins arrived, Co would likely have fully grasped it. That realization made Co think of them as scum. Still, it was clear now. Jong was genuinely trying to help him fight on equal footing. Even so, a gap in strength would remain. To Sodom, this old man was deeply unsettling. She could not understand how he intended to overturn the fact that he had already lost to the warrior of the Southern Heavens. The black sword explained it to her. His master and Jong had fought many times, and not once had they been able to decide who was stronger. Every battle ended in a draw. Now that the Southern Heaven warrior was dead, there was no way to settle it properly. That was why Jong wanted to win this way. The black sword implied that Jong had never defeated John outright. They had always been equal. Whatever happened now would likely end the moment Co lost. But there was still time. Sodom suggested that Co deliberately lose his sword during the fight, then use the 8 lightning short sword technique to win. Co immediately dismissed it. If he did that, Jong would simply say it did not count. The black sword told him not to worry. The Shining Star Sword technique Jong had stolen was only the earliest version created by his master. After losing the secret manual, the Southern Heaven swordsman had continued refining his sword arts, pushing them far beyond what was written. Each movement of the existing technique slowly exposed its flaws. On the surface, the old and new forms looked identical, but the force behind them and the flow of energy were completely different. That was how the master's true technique had taken shape. Co practiced without rest, reading every page again and again. The moment he used the refined version, he finally understood what the black sword meant. It looked similar to what was written in the book, yet the gap was undeniable. If the technique had never been stolen, the black sword master would never have been pushed to improve it further. In the end, things had come full circle. Sodom apologized for calling Jong crazy and said he would immediately realize something was wrong. He would notice that Co was using an improved sword technique. Someone who had just learned the Shining Star Sword technique could not possibly refine it so quickly. That kind of improvement was only possible for a true black sword master, a genuine sword genius. Co's problem was simple. If he lost, he would remain a middle-ranking warrior for the rest of his life. If he won, questions would follow. Even Sodom knew the truth. Without the advanced Star Sword technique, he would certainly lose. But Co already had a plan. No one fell for the same trick twice. That meant he had to exploit it before they adapted. Some time later, 2 figures appeared at the cave entrance. Captain O was confident. This time, he would definitely take Wei. He could not understand how the boy had been lucky enough to become Elder Jong's servant. But that did not matter. He would find a replacement. There was no escape this time. Beside him stood Doi. Captain O had already told him to show the big man the power of an advanced warrior when they met. Doi rolled his shoulders, warming his hands, eager to demonstrate. They greeted Co as if it had been ages since their last meeting. Co returned the greeting and showed proper respect to the captain. The black sword asked quietly if this was the same Captain Co had mentioned before. Co confirmed it. He had no doubt they had come for him. What he did not understand was who the young man behind him was, and whether Captain O had brought him along. Captain O said the elder was late. Co assumed he had come to deliver provisions and asked about it casually. That was when the bastard suddenly struck, unleashing his inner energy directly at Co. He had assumed Co was special only because the elder had chosen him, but the energy core was still destroyed. After releasing his own energy, the captain realized he could not sense the boy's strength at all. That alone unsettled him. He introduced the young man beside him and said that from now on, this one would serve the chief elder in Co's place. He was a high-ranking warrior, someone far more useful than Co ever could be. The captain added that even he did not understand how Co had managed to kill the captain of the Blood Wolf squad, but no one in Yolana had ever seen his grandfather. If Co wanted answers, he would have to follow him to the Valley of Blood. The boy did not buy it. Not for a second. The way the captain was pushing for agreement made him wary. If those words had been spoken earlier, he might have believed them. Now, he objected outright. He said the captain had explained it wrong. His grandfather had been forced to keep his service in the Blood Wolf Squad secret. How could a man like that ever show his face publicly? He went further, saying that the Supreme Elder would never be satisfied with nothing more than a slightly higher-ranking warrior. To the captain, that sounded like pure arrogance. He decided to use this moment to crush it, to teach the boy his place, and earn the Elder's favor at the same time. He ordered Dohan to give the boy a proper lesson and promised to settle everything afterward. The situation turned dangerous immediately. It was not personal, but Dohan had no intention of letting this chance slip by. He told the boy to endure it. Certain of his superiority, he threw the first punch straight at CEO's head. The moment the strike landed, confusion flashed across Dohan's face. He could not understand what had just happened. Captain O was just as stunned. That had been a textbook move, the basic fist art of a blood cult warrior, the 8th blood fist technique. His form was flawless, worthy of a higher-ranking warrior. But to CEO it was slow. He had only learned 2 techniques from the mystical Shining Star Sword art. Yet he had never imagined a higher-ranking warrior would feel this weak. Before anyone could react, an elder appeared behind the captain. His voice rang out, filled with fury. He demanded to know how they dared try to kill his servant. The captain did not even get the chance to bow. The elder struck him across the head, so hard that blood spilled instantly. CEO watched closely and saw the pain flood the captain's eyes. Then the elder demanded to know who he was. The captain hurriedly introduced himself as Captain O of the Bloody Extermination Squad. That only made things worse. The fact that this man had dared to cause trouble at his dwelling enraged the elder even further. To immobilize a first-class martial artist in an instant was proof enough. CEO understood immediately. Even if he trained until he coughed up blood, reaching this level would be nearly impossible. Sodom did not need any explanation to see it either. The twin brothers stepped forward. One of them, nearly bald, casually asked how the sword training was going. Then their gazes shifted past CEO, landing on Captain O behind him. They could tell at a glance that their bodies had grown tougher over the past few days. The changes spoke of brutal training and constant suffering. They rushed toward the body, lying on the ground. The only thing they heard was the captain shouting, begging the elder to listen. He tried to explain CEO's origins, claiming no one truly knew who the boy was. He never finished. The elder smashed his fist into the captain's head again. Teeth scattered across the ground. The elder reminded him that he had already warned him. He was not interested in the captain's relatives, and yet he still dared to drag them here. From the broken fragments of his words, the elder realized something else. CEO had truly angered this fool if he had even brought a replacement for him. CEO calmly explained that when he had been kidnapped, he had beaten 2 of the captain's subordinates. The elder snorted and said that if they had died, then they were nothing but trash. The weak were meant to die. That was the natural order. He turned to the twins and ordered them to drag the bodies off the cliff and throw them away. His voice rose sharply, demanding they do it immediately. Then the elder spoke again, almost casually. CEO was in a troublesome position now, much like being bitten by a stray dog. Once such creatures latched on, they never let go. He was talking about people like Captain O. CEO carved those words into memory and bowed deeply to the elder. Then he rushed after the twins to help. One of them had already hoisted the body onto his shoulder. CEO told them he could take over once they got tired. A flash of movement cut through his vision. He looked down and saw one of the brothers racing across the cliff face, moving over the rocks like the elder himself. If only I could learn that Southern Sky Qiang, CEO thought. He immediately turned to the Black Sword and asked him to teach it. The Black Sword agreed without hesitation. But he warned him that running across cliffs like that was impossible without a Zhang's Qiang. Even the Black Sword Master himself had been impressed by Zhang's unique movement technique. There was no time to dwell on it. CEO hurried down the cliff. The others were already there. Captain O's body lay on the ground. All that remained was to finish him off. For a moment, CEO considered leaving him there. Then he noticed something strange. The captain was moving. CEO asked what he thought he was doing. Captain O said he was finally venting his anger. This corpse had simply been convenient. He spoke about breaking CEO's legs, so he would forget about his service entirely. CEO pointed out the flaw in that thinking. Did he really believe the elder would stop trying to kill him just because his legs were broken? Only then did CEO fully understand. The elder had wanted Captain O dead. The next moment, a boot slammed into CEO's face. The impact sent him flying. He crashed through bushes and trees before hitting the ground. Captain O had regained consciousness. He cursed the fool who had failed to seal his acupuncture points. Now he stood before CEO once more, declaring that he would make him regret not killing him when he had the chance. They both took their stances, eyes locked, bodies tense, ready to fight. The Black Sword noticed something critical. Captain O still had not realized that CEO could use martial arts. That carelessness could cost him his life. The captain truly believed that someone without even a trace of internal energy could never kill him. Confident, he lunged forward and threw a punch. CEO blocked it cleanly. The captain was thrown aside, his attack cutting through empty air as it missed its mark completely. Shock spread across his face. He had never expected this outcome. The fact that the boy had blocked his attack made no sense to him. CEO did not waste a moment. He drew the black sword and slashed like a blade meant to reap flesh. The captain tasted his own blood for the first time. CO pressed in harder. Another strike followed, heavier than the last, and the captain's body was sent flying backward. It was a clean counter, reinforced by internal energy. Even the black sword was stunned that he had pulled it off on his first attempt. Still, he warned him not to relax. Against a first-class martial artist, this was only the beginning. The captain was certain of one thing. During the test, he had not sensed even a trace of inner energy from the boy. That was what unsettled him now. How'd he done this? This time, CO attacked first. He leapt forward and swung his sword. The captain twisted his body into a crude, almost humiliating donkey roll to avoid the strike. CO followed up instantly, slashing again and again, forcing the captain off balance until his body lifted from the ground. For a brief instant, the captain felt real danger. Then disbelief flooded in. To think he had been forced to use such a clumsy evasion against a mere boy. Questions raced through his mind. How could someone without an energy core possess this kind of strength? There was only one conclusion. This boy was dangerous. He had to die immediately. The captain vowed to kill him on the spot. Nearby, the young man lay on the ground, his face bruised from an earlier blow. Propping himself up, he watched CO clash with Captain O, dust exploding around them with every exchange. He saw the power behind CO's strikes and could not understand how he was fighting a first-class martial artist head-on. Then it happened. CO failed to evade a punch. The captain's fist slammed into his chest and sent him reeling backward. He was lucky. There were no internal injuries. The black sword called out anxiously, asking if he was still conscious. The gap between intermediate warriors and true masters was vast. The swords urged him to endure just a little longer. He had already taken a heavy hit. Then a voice sounded from behind CO. Get out of the way. The young man could not stand watching this any longer. He could not understand how the captain could enjoy such a fight without him. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward and hurled himself at the captain, legs first. He launched himself forward, both feet aimed straight at the captain's chest. The captain merely stepped aside and let him fly past. Then he told him to wait his turn and smashed his left fist into his face. The impact sent him spinning through the air. The exchange was brutal to watch. Yet Joabek endured it. Not only that, he tried to strike back. To him, the captain's punches felt soft compared to the Supreme Elder's blows. He shouted at the captain to pull himself together and remember the humiliation he had suffered during the selection. That provocation worked. The captain took a heavy hit, coughed up blood, and spat it straight into the boy's face, blinding him as it splashed into his eyes. Rage twisted his expression. He gathered all of his chakra into his fist, killing intent surging outward. It was terrifying to witness. It felt as if no one could restrain him anymore. That was when CO moved. He slipped past Joabek, dodged the incoming strike by a hair's breadth, and seized the opening the instant it appeared. This was the moment that mattered. He drove the sword forward and twisted it into the captain's body. On the other side of the tree, the sword tip burst out, slick with blood. CO met the captain's eyes, convinced that this was the killing blow. But it was not over. The captain was pinned to the tree by the blade. Yet in a single motion, CO intercepted the captain's attacking arm. His plan was clear. Break it. End it. CO had already mastered the 8 lightning short sword technique. He could wield it with either hand. Drawing on everything he had left, he unleashed it. It still was not enough. The captain blocked the attack while gripping the sword, suppressing it with raw chakra. He still had energy to spare. Despair hit CO like a curse. He had reached the 2nd star of the technique, yet it was still insufficient. His vision swam. His stomach lurched from the strain. He needed a short sword. The captain sneered and told him to forget it. The blade lay inches from CO's head. Gritting his teeth, he strained with everything he had, trying to force it through the captain's hand. Then he appeared and drove his foot down onto the sword's hilt. The added force crushed the captain's resistance. His arm gave way. The blade punched straight through, first the arm, then the head behind it. The captain's body was hurled backward like a broken doll. If Joabek had not intervened, it would have ended badly. Very badly. If CO had been alone, the outcome would have been different. The look on Joabek's face said everything. This was likely his first kill, and he was drunk on it. He turned to CO and said he had heard about their fight. He was convinced his own strength was far greater. Only by fighting CO, he claimed, could he become an official disciple of that mad old man. The rivalry between them never cooled for even a moment. He stressed that what they had just seen was proof of his skill and declared that CO had no chance against him. CO responded by proposing a bet. The loser would become the winner's servant. Neither of them hesitated. Both were certain of victory. Joabek turned to leave, heading off in another direction. CO stopped him, reminding him that the captain's corpse still needed to be dealt with. Joabek ignored him and began climbing straight toward the cave. CO called out to the black sword. It appeared at once and asked what he wanted. CO reminded it of what it had said earlier, that Akjong's Qiong surpassed even the shining star Qiong. CO sprinted ahead. When he reached the cave, he announced that he had completed the task. The elder asked why he had returned alone. Co replied that he had come ahead because Wangshi was slow. He would arrive in 30 to 45 minutes. By then, Co was already standing on the rock platform. The elder seized his head with one massive hand, checked his breathing, and concluded that he had internal injuries. He asked who had killed the captain. Co answered without hesitation. He said it was him. When CIO arrived behind them, he heard the elder praise Co for holding his own against a first-class martial artist. Then the elder added coldly that it had only gone well because there were two of them. Co said that he had dealt with Captain O as ordered. The elder tightened his grip on the boy's head and said that his training period would be extended. Sodom and the boy listened as one of the brothers tried to explain that it had all been a misunderstanding, claiming he had been fighting almost the entire time. As expected, the explanation ended with a sharp order to shut up. The elder hurled the boy into the wall to drive the lesson home. He probably would have been beaten less if he had not made so many excuses. Co wanted to speak to his master about the wish he had mentioned earlier, the one promised if he defeated Jabiek. The elder was willing to hear it. Co said he could not ask for much, but admitted that he had always admired the way the elder climbed and descended cliffs with ease. He asked to be taught those movement techniques, the Qiong that allowed one to move at frightening speed, leap great distances, and run across vertical surfaces. The elder agreed. He said he would teach him. Co thanked him, though it was mostly for appearances. In truth, the elder was already convinced that Co would defeat Jabiek. He announced that their fight would take place in 3 months and told the boy to train as if his life depended on it. Then he dismissed him, adding that he still had to train alongside those lazy fools. Co listened to every word carefully. He was certain he would master the Qiong. Training resumed, yet his thoughts kept drifting back to the fight with Captain O. He realized now that he had survived because of sheer luck. Thinking back, the first exchange had been strangely easy. Perhaps it was because Captain O had already suffered internal damage from McJohn. The Black Sword confirmed it. What Co had used was not truly a technique, but one of the 18 basic sword movements. Still, it added something unsettling. If its previous master had stood in Co's place, the captain would have died in a single strike. Sodom cut in, saying that none of that mattered anymore. He had won. What mattered now was training. The fight was 3 months away, and judging by how Jabiek had fought today, he would not be an easy opponent. Co planned to focus on sword practice that very day. The Black Sword warned him plainly. If he could not use the 18 basic sword movements fluently, then any sword technique he wielded would amount to nothing more than dancing with a blade in his hand. Until the basic movements became part of his body, he would never truly learn any technique. Without that foundation, everything else was meaningless. Even he, who had inherited the Black Sword's former master's techniques, could only repeat them, never alter them. For a martial artist, that was a dead end. True progress demanded understanding, not imitation. The elder, meanwhile, continued beating the boy. He called him an idiot while trying to force something into his head. He personally demonstrated the Shining Star sword technique again and again, unable to comprehend what the problem was. Was it really necessary to struggle this much just to learn? From his perspective, the boy understood nothing. That blankness infuriated him. He struck Co across the face with a stick and cursed him as a useless fool who only knew how to follow orders. Did he really understand nothing at all? Now Co was training alone, relying only on a few secret records of techniques. After the fight with the captain, he had not suffered any serious injuries. Then, suddenly, something clicked. He spoke up, saying that he had seen himself being struck down over and over again. The elder scoffed and asked if he truly believed he could recognize internal injuries. He reminded him that they had fought side by side. Was it pride that had blinded him? Had he really failed to notice what Captain O was capable of? In the end, the elder accused him of wasting the chance he had been given to fight Captain O properly. That accusation struck a nerve. The boy had always been compared to Wei, always measured against him. He wanted to defeat him, no matter the cost. He stood up and asked the elder to show the technique again. That pleased the old man. Even after being beaten so badly, the boy still wanted to see it. Again and again. Co clenched his fist and shouted that these blows were nothing but training. He kept repeating his name, swearing that he would prove he was stronger than some donkey from Luoyang. He told them to wait. Everyone would see him defeat Wenshi. Another blow cut his speech short. The elder understood then. If the boy truly wanted to give everything he had, words meant nothing. Only action mattered. After finishing the demonstration, the elder said he would teach him properly. At those words, the boy's heart surged. He believed he had finally been chosen as an apprentice. He vowed that he would work until his body was completely spent. The master struck him so hard that his body flew into the rock. Cold eyes looked down on him as the question followed, sharp and unforgiving. Why did he think he deserved to be chosen as a disciple? The answer came out by instinct, drilled into his bones. Praise the blood demon. Long live the blood cult. The words flowed one after another, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. A man stepped forward and announced himself with stiff formality. Commander Wang paying his respects to the Supreme Elder. The elder barely glanced at him. He said the food should have been left at the entrance and made it clear the commander had come for something else. Questions. Questions about Captain O and the candidate. The commander asked whether they had come here that day, but the elder said he knew nothing and ordered him to leave. The commander hesitated and mentioned that Captain O had said he would visit the elder before disappearing. That was when the pressure dropped. The elder leaned in, his presence crushing, and asked if the commander was truly daring to disturb him over questions about that captain. After that day, Guangwan never returned. No more inquiries. Captain O and his cadet Di-hun vanished without a trace. High in the icy mountains, beside a roaring waterfall, Co sat in deep meditation. His body rested on a frozen rock, but his mind was nowhere near that place. The ice around him began to crack, stress lines spreading outward until a massive chunk broke free and shot straight toward his head. His focus never wavered. In one smooth motion, his hand reached the sword at his waist. The blade flashed out of its sheath and sliced the ice apart. Shards exploded in every direction, yet not a single fragment touched him. The black sword was unimpressed. This was still lacking. His concentration broke too often. Sodom disagreed, clicking her tongue and saying everything looked fine to her. She told them both to stop bickering. Training required a cool head. Then the tone shifted. The time had come. It was time to go to the battlefield. Cao Sky spoke honestly about Co's sword. He wasn't complete yet. At best, he could only bring out half of what his previous master once did. Even so, achieving that level in just 3 months was absurd growth. When Co said it was all thanks to the black sword, Sodom immediately appeared, clearly offended. She reminded him that she had done plenty as well. Her words turned sharp as she began insulting him without restraint. She finished by reminding him of the truth. He still couldn't use the Shining Star technique, and every battle he had survived so far had been won because of her. The black sword cut her off, saying this was sparring, not a fight to the death, and told her to stop with the useless noise. He turned to Southern Sky and asked the real question. Could he win, after learning only 3 sword techniques in 3 months? There was no need for concern. Southern Sky spoke plainly. He had not yet reached the level of the previous master, but when it came to pure sword techniques, he had almost perfected what he knew. Chasing more techniques now would only dilute him. It was better to sharpen these 3 to their limit. Co was already strong. Doubting himself would only hold him back. Those words settled deep inside him. Confidence took root, steady and heavy, and with it came resolve. He would put everything into winning. He approached the elder earlier than usual, his steps calm and deliberate. The elder observed him closely and noted that the boy deserved praise for not running away. He asked if Co was ready. Co did not make empty promises. He simply said they would find out after the battle. Sodom pointed toward the field, grinning, saying this was definitely worth watching. Jbek and Wu Hyun stood behind the elder and quietly asked Sodom if she felt something had changed. Sanjay Bek's body answered that question on its own. His muscles were clearly larger than before, thick and heavy with power. The boys could only guess whether this was the result of the elder's martial arts. Had training under him really transformed someone this much? Even his bald head gleamed unnaturally, almost blinding, another side effect of that brutal training. What kind of hell did they put people through to gain strength like that? The old man spoke again, asking whether the twins also looked stronger than before. Then he laid out the rules. There would be no surrender. The fight would continue until one side could no longer stand. Life or death did not matter. At least it would be one-on-one. The first opponent was already stepping forward. Something fell off. The man facing Co was barehanded, even though Co held a sword. Thick fist pads wrapped his hands, radiating danger. Even the elder had used those when he was young. Co waited quickly. The black sword in his grip was decent protection against a rusty blade, but against reinforced fists empowered by Akon's black steel technique, which enhanced physical strength, it would not be enough to make them equal. That realization sparked anger. Co's hand tightened around the hilt until his knuckles whitened. His teeth ground together as his intent sharpened. Then he launched himself forward. Each step shook the ground, dust and stone jumping under his feet as he rushed straight at his enemy. This was exactly what Co expected. If the enemy moved first, a swordsman had to exploit distance. The moment the opponent stepped into his range, hesitation became fatal. Co acted immediately. Shining Star burst forth, followed by Tiger Slash in a clean sequence. The enemy didn't counterattack with his iron arm guards, using them only to block and absorb the blows. From the side, the elder observed every exchange with sharp eyes. He noticed the flow of Tiger Slash and recognized how much work the boy had poured into his training, watching the grip, the timing, the angle of the blade. Then something went wrong. The enemy suddenly seized Co's arm mid-attack. The interception was precise, dangerous. One hand locked him in place while the other slammed into Co's chest again and again. Each strike landed heavy. As he beat him down, the man demanded to know if Co remembered the past. Rage poured out of him, thick and violent, to the point where killing intent spilled openly. He wanted Co dead. In the middle of a side kick, Co twisted away, slipping under the man's arm. His foot slid directly beneath his opponent's beard. The kick snapped upward. Co flipped, planted his hands, and unleashed a flawless follow-up strike. The technique was clean, controlled, and brutal. The force alone sent the opponent flying backward. At last, the distance reopened, and that space mattered. But while CO was focused on maintaining that gap, the enemy vanished from his sight. The next moment, the strike came. It was overwhelming. The blow hurled CO straight into a tree, bark splintering on impact. Gia frowned, unable to understand how a swordsman could sink so low as to fight with his legs. To him, it looked improper, almost disgraceful. As CO steadied himself, he felt it clearly. His internal energy had grown far beyond what it had been 3 months ago. He asked bluntly if they had been drinking some kind of elixir. The man answered that it was the result of relentlessly studying Elder Akon's martial arts. But the eyes gave him away. There was no lie there. CO saw through him instantly. For a brief moment, CO even forgot why they were fighting. He never imagined that 10 years later, he and his brother would stand among the strongest within the blood cult. They might look crude, even foolish, but the cult had invested heavily in them. Not only martial arts, but every other skill as well. That imbalance was not in CO's favor. To the enemy, CO's words sounded like surrender. But that was never the case. He had no intention of giving up. What he needed was to give everything he had. The moment those words settled, the man's expression shifted, and then CO's sword passed through him as if cutting warm butter. By the time anyone realized what had happened, the enemy was already behind him. Blood sprayed out in a thin arc. The elder watched in silence. No one else even saw the strike. It was too clean, too fast. Axon's face remained calm, but his eyes told the truth. The balance had shifted, and not in their favor. Still, there was no reason for shock. This was only the beginning. To drive the point home, the elder struck CO on the head with his stick, cursing him loudly and calling him an idiot. He demanded to know why CO still hadn't understood that against an opponent like this, distance had to be closed. Letting him move freely meant letting him block and counter every technique. Rubbing his head, CO answered that he understood all of it. The problem was that he couldn't follow the elder's movements. They were too fast. Hearing that, the elder snorted and moved even faster, striking him again with the stick. CO had been beaten so many times by the Shining Star Sword technique that his body now recognized it on instinct. His opponent, however, had responded with the Ringing Elm Sword. What shocked him more was how refined it was. The man was almost on the same level as the elder with that formation. CO couldn't help but wonder how someone without a proper mentor could polish a technique to that degree. After waiting a moment for the man to rise, the elder asked mockingly whether he had fallen asleep. Then he asked if he planned to give up. The man pushed himself to his feet and answered flatly that he would not. His attack, he said, wouldn't even cut a sheet of paper. Under Elder A.K. Jang's guidance, he had trained every single day to resist the Shining Star technique. That training bordered on lethal, carrying bricks strapped to his back, enduring pain that broke the body down again and again. Because of that, he resolved not to take his eyes off his opponent, not even for a moment, and not to lose. He studied every movement, every rhythm of Elder A.K. Chan's techniques with desperate focus. Even the swords themselves seemed to recognize his effort, though they couldn't understand why he looked on the verge of tears over nothing more than shallow wounds. The Black Sword watched him closely and realized it was time to move according to plan. This battle would not end quickly. Blow after blow was repelled, steel crashing into steel, the sound of their weapons colliding ringing sharply through the air. He had to clamp down on the hilt just to keep the sword from flying out his hand under the constant clashes. CO swung hard, pouring power into a single strike. His opponent caught it instantly, sensing the surge of energy, lunging in with his own blade and recognizing it at once. The first formation of the Shining Star Sword. Then came Striking Tiger, the blade tearing through the air like lightning. Even if every movement couldn't be predicted, the technique revealed itself through posture alone, making it possible to block. CO landed several hits, but they were shallow. Scratches. Nothing that truly mattered. No matter how much effort he poured in, Jabek read him cleanly, as if every technique had already been carved into his memory. Each attack was met, redirected, shut down. CO realized it mid-fight and adjusted, continuing his assault while applying the Qiong taught by Elder A.K. Zhang. His defense was flawless. That only left one question: how to break him. Striking Tiger came again, and again, it was repelled. That formation crushed the opponent with raw force, but it also created a brief opening, a gap where even bare hands could slip through and strike. The moment CO shifted into a reverse grip, the opponent's eyes sharpened. Third formation of the Shining Star. His fist tightened instinctively. Sliding Loach followed, its erratic lunges knocking opponents out of rhythm. Chasing each movement was pointless. The real target was CO himself. Another exchange ended with the attack blocked, and the opponent felt relief. The distance opened. CO's punch looked obvious. Then he saw it. CO's free arm extended, settling into a stance. Reflecting Clam, a Shining Star formation that turned an incoming strike into momentum, releasing it back with equal force. Dangerous, but flawed. tracked the trajectory long enough, and it lost its edge. He waited. The instant Sio's balance shifted, he moved. The counter landed like a hammer. The blow launched Sio into the air, body lifting helplessly before crashing away. He was certain of it now. The Shining Star Sword technique had been broken. Its weaknesses were already known to him. His talismans, the two swords, kept whispering that his combat sense was solid, but reality was harsher than expected. They urged him to stick to the plan. It was easy for them to say that. They weren't the ones absorbing every blow. They reminded him that resolve had always been his greatest strength. Cuts and abrasions meant nothing. With proper cultivation of the innate core, such wounds would fade away. Somewhere nearby, the elder was likely enjoying the sight of his subordinate tearing apart the reputation of the legendary Shining Star Sword technique. Continuing to rely on techniques that had already been read through would have been pure stupidity. That was why Sio shifted. Using the advanced forms of the Shining Star would throw the enemy off. At first glance, it would look like sloppy improvisation, a loss of initiative. The enemy was already braced for Sio to rush him again, but then he felt it. Something was wrong. He never expected the reflecting clam sword to unleash such relentless pressure. Blow after blow crashed in, forcing him to raise his iron hands to block each strike. Even the elder noticed it. The formation had changed. Sio spoke calmly in the middle of the exchange, saying the enemy was good at blocking, which meant he had to try something new. He even asked if he liked it. If he hadn't been experiencing it himself, he would never have believed that Sio could alter a formation mid-battle. Then the sliding briar attacks accelerated, turning sharp and suffocating. Blocking became difficult. He waited desperately for Sio to fall back on Smashing Tiger, knowing that was the one opening his defense could exploit. There was no more time. He acted first, but what he saw shattered his expectations. His fist was caught in Sio's hand, locked tight by an overwhelming surge of chakra. Sio shifted his stance, extended his free arm, and stabilized himself. Reflecting clam again. The counter came instantly. A crushing punch that absorbed the force of the attack and flowed straight into the second formation of the Shining Star Sword technique. The transition was smooth, almost effortless. Pain ripped through his arm. The skin split, as if it had been dragged across iron. The Jabek standing before him no longer looked the same. His muscles had doubled in size, his inner chakra visible to the naked eye, pulsing violently. This fight was far from over. The black sword warned him at once. This was a full metal transformation, a technique the elder had clearly passed down. From this point on, the duel would shift completely. Distance was no longer optional. It was survival. Before Sio could adjust, his opponent called out his name, mocking him for losing focus, and struck immediately. The punch came fast, too fast. Sio barely slipped past it. With Chiong reinforcing his movement, the man's speed had surged. He had always been quick, but now it was on another level. That strike had only been a warning. A full power blow would be impossible to dodge, especially if it came without warning. Sio had never expected the fight to escalate this far. Against an opponent like this, hesitation meant death. The tide had to be turned in a single moment. Power and technique fused together. Fists and sword moved as one. Attacks came in a relentless chain. Sio's blade slammed into his opponent's body again and again, yet the damage was negligible. Striking Tiger was useless here. Completely ineffective. The fists were another matter. Their power was terrifying. One blow to the stomach was enough to rob the body of strength, making it hard to even remain standing. His aura radiated dominance. He had grown far stronger. Even his movement changed, twisting through the air, flipping to close distance instantly. He came out of one rotation with a kick aimed at Sio's head, but a sword-shaped guard snapped into place, stopping the leg just in time. Koya barely caught the timing. Reflecting clam. The second formation of a shining star. The counter sent the enemy sliding back, yet he stabilized instantly, feet planting, stance intact. Time was slipping away. Sio had to move faster. His opponent noticed the pattern. Every time Sio tried to force distance, reflecting clam appeared. Then the battlefield warped. Massive stones rose in front of Sio and shot toward him, but he saw through it at once. An illusion. At the same time, the enemy vanished. The strike came from behind, so fast it was almost invisible. Still, Sio drew his sword in time. Watching him, one might question whether he was still thinking clearly. When Sio asked if he was fine, the answer came flat and calm. It didn't matter. The black sword's voice turned sharp. This was dangerous. Something had to change. But the danger wasn't aimed at Sio. It was closing in on Sanjabaek. The black sword had seen this technique many times before, back when his previous master trained under A.K. John. But never like this. Never with veins swelling to such an extent. Never with skin tearing away in strips. This was the backlash of forcing a technique far beyond what the body could endure. The black sword understood immediately what would happen if it continued. Sanjabaek's end would be brutal. Fatal. Sio understood him as well. But there was a problem. Most of his attacks were meanly landed. Smashing Tiger failed to slow him down. Slithering Briar couldn't restrain him either. Nothing stopped the berserk advance. In this state, the only path to victory was to stall for time. But doing that meant gambling with Sanjabayek's life. If this continued, the fool would kill himself. Winning wasn't enough anymore. He had to win and save him. And that made the situation far more dangerous. Then, during another exchange, blood suddenly spilled from Sanjabayek's stomach. If CO hadn't ducked at the last instant, that strike would have pierced straight through. And yet, Sanjabayek didn't retreat. He didn't even flinch. He simply grabbed the blade with his bare hand and held it there. That was when CO saw it. The knot untangled itself in his mind. The only path forward revealed itself. CO shifted closer, released the sword, and instead clasped Sanjabayek's hand, threading their fingers together. Their chakras collided. Pressure surged. Energy screamed. Both the enemy and the elder stared at their locked hands. Around them, the swordsmen froze. Some understood instantly. Others had no idea what they were witnessing. The black sword's focus sharpened. CO was forcing a spirit duel. He was mixing his opponent's aura with his own innate energy, aiming to neutralize the full metal transformation at its core. Without mastery of the Shining Star energy cultivation technique, this would have been suicide. Southern Heaven's unweed energy was clearly weaker on paper. By raw presence alone, Sanjabayek's aura dominated. But the black sword knew the flaw. Sanjabayek burned through his power too fast. He fought like someone ready to kill, yet his movements had lost refinement, his mindset slipping, his control unraveling. To the watching swordsmen, the outcome still looked obvious. They believed in his strength. They believed victory was guaranteed. Jia scoffed at the idea that a spirit clash could defeat him. Yet cracks were already spreading. The full metal transformation was collapsing. Just a little more pressure, and it would break completely. That was when the elder stepped in. With a single motion, he shattered the clash, hurling them apart and scattering their bodies in opposite directions. They had almost nothing left. Their bodies were so drained that they couldn't even land properly. Thrown through the air, they crashed down like empty shells, strength completely spent. CO couldn't understand why the elder had intervened at that moment. The explanation came quickly. If it continued, they would burn through every last trace of innate energy. Neither of them would survive it. That was why the elder stopped the fight. He declared the result without hesitation. Neither could defeat the other. The match was over. A draw. That answer sat wrong with CO. Too many things didn't add up. And, just as he expected, the real discussion followed. The elder asked him why he hadn't used the technique from the secret records he had been given. The reply was simple. Fearlessness was required. CO said he was experienced enough to use those techniques, and because of that, wise enough to understand their limits and weaknesses. That was precisely why he altered them. The elder's gaze sharpened. He asked who could have taught him to do that, because no one should have been able to decipher the records without his knowledge. He claimed this was merely the limit of CO's current ability, and that the weaknesses were obvious. Weaknesses deliberately left behind to avoid drawing attention. CO answered calmly that the idea of a technique's creator leaving such blatant flaws untouched was absurd. The moment CO mentioned an improved version, the elder reacted instantly. Southern Sky. That settled it. No victor was declared. The fight officially ended as a draw. CO, however, knew the truth. With just a little more time, he would have one. He pointed to his opponent lying there, completely exhausted, and asked the elder whether he truly disagreed. The elder replied that he didn't know anything. That was a breaking point. CO finally snapped. He shouted, demanding to know whether the elder genuinely believed the fight had been fair. He laid everything out. His own foundation was nothing more than basic energy cultivation. His opponent had techniques personally taught by the elder, full knowledge of CO's methods and their weaknesses, an elixir that boosted internal energy, and liquid armor reinforcing his hands. Under those conditions, CO said, there was no question about it. Jia had held the overwhelming advantage. And yet, despite all of that, it was CO who had been moving toward victory in a fight designed solely for him to lose. Staying silent under those conditions was meaningless. He pressed on, openly voicing his anger at the rules and the blatant injustice woven into the match. Then he asked the question that truly mattered. If everything had been fair, no wristbands, no elixir, would the elder have ever allowed him to fight Jia? The elder burst into laughter. He threw his head back, laughing until rough grunts escaped his throat. Then he walked over to Jia's unconscious body and kicked him square in the face. The blow was brutal enough to jolt Jia awake. Half conscious, he started cursing wildly, demanding to know who had given him permission to use that technique when he clearly hadn't earned it. The elder snapped back, asking about the elixir, because Jia genuinely believed that what he drank every night had been won. Then the elder turned to CO and asked why he thought techniques hadn't been taught for so long, yet were given to these two. He answered himself without waiting. Their bodies were ideal for full metal transformation. Their blood circulation was far higher than normal, allowing them to accumulate internal energy at an abnormal rate. But that same circulation meant the technique accelerated their death. If left unchecked, they would die for real. That was why balance was necessary. Velvet tree bark extract, blood regulation methods, anything to slow the collapse. As for weapons, The elder dismissed Seo's complaints outright. Seo was wielding a personalized sword. Old, worn, familiar, but still vastly superior to any ordinary blade. The black sword coughed softly behind him and admitted that, for once, the elder was right. Then the elder added the truth. Yes, the fight had been unfair. Completely. It had been arranged so that Seo would lose. Every one of them had been nothing more than a pawn, exploited for his purposes. But that didn't change the fact that Seo had been trying to deceive him all along in order to win. Because of that, the elder declared there would be no victor. Their agreement was void. In his eyes, they were still disposable pieces, tools that might one day become official disciples. Nothing more. The word struck hard. Seo was stunned. The elder admitted it was regrettable to lose fighters like them. They possessed real talent, real innate aptitude for martial arts. But regret alone changed nothing. People like them would have learned how to fight, even without being taught. To A.K. Jang, what Seo had gained through the South Sky Gardens looked no different from an innate gift. Still, it would never have been possible without Seo himself, because no one else in the world could hear swords speak. The exchange had turned surprisingly calm, but it wasn't over yet. One matter still had to be settled. Seo asked directly. If he became the elder's personal disciple, would he be taught his personal techniques? The elder answered without hesitation. Full metal transformation was reserved for those with abnormal blood circulation, like the twins. Seo was different. He would not be taught martial techniques. Instead, the elder would refine his sword. Then he added something else. The technique Seo had been using belonged to a Southern Sky swordsman, the only man from Yunnan province ever worthy of standing against him. Seo acted startled. He pointed behind him at the sword and asked if it was possible that the blade belonged to that skeleton. The elder watched him closely and nearly smiled. The act was flawless. If he hadn't known better, he would have believed this was the first time Seo had heard it from A.K. Chan. The elder immediately realized this habit would resurface again and again, so it was better to grow accustomed to it now. He continued, saying that after the Southern Heaven Swordsman's death, he himself had become the one who understood the Shining Star sword technique best. He even spoke the man's name aloud. He promised to help Seo polish that sword path until it reached perfection. In truth, Seo barely needed guidance. Still, the offer stood. Then came the real bait. The elder said he would help restore Seo's dantian. He asked him plainly if he was willing to become his apprentice. Inside his mind, Seo turned to his swords. They told him they would accept whatever choice he made. This was an opportunity, and if it ever turned sour, he could always leave. Seo raised the sword until it nearly touched his face, bowed deeply, and spoke clearly. He introduced himself as Seo Wu Hui, an intermediate-level warrior, and greeted his teacher. One of the twins immediately asked what would happen to him and his brother. The elder couldn't simply abandon those who had already learned his techniques, even if he didn't particularly like them. He said he would take them both as well. Yao's face lit up instantly. The joy was impossible to hide. Both twins bowed at once, greeting their teacher properly. Jia was still correcting his brother on how to say it when the brother repeated everything perfectly, right down to saying Jia's name instead of his own. Now Seo had two younger companions, and that alone lifted his mood. One of the brothers suddenly panicked and asked whether the elder intended to place Seo above them. The elder threw his head back, spread his arms, and laughed loudly. He turned toward John and declared that a young man who looked just like him had become his disciple. To him, that alone counted as victory over John. He seemed genuinely pleased, as if he had finally won something long overdue. Whether this absurd reasoning could truly be called a victory was another matter, but it left both Seo and the Black Sword stunned. The Black Sword even told Seo to forget everything he had said earlier. If Seo truly became the disciple of such a fool, he would stop helping him altogether. Some time later, the elder appeared inside the cave beside John. He lay down comfortably in front of the skeleton and casually asked how he was doing. Then he said that he could finally leave him behind. Still, something lingered in his mind. He asked John what it was that continued to trouble him. Then he asked the real question. Who had killed him? The answer went back many years. One day, the former master had received a strange challenge over a jewel. The letter contained nothing but a city, a time, and a flower cut cleanly in half. He had fought countless battles in his life. Yet that day, he entered the duel visibly uneasy. No one knew who his opponent truly was. The only thing remembered was a pair of golden eyes. The man looked no older than 20. The fight lasted 40 seconds. That was all. His hat was split in two, and he fell defeated. A master worthy of being ranked among the 8 best of the Celestial Empire, the pride of Southern Sky and Yunnan Province, lay on the ground, utterly beaten. That was everything known about the one who led him to his death. Seo Wu Hui turned this over in his mind again and again. Even his sword struggled to accept it. The idea that a candidate for the 8 best masters, the Southern Sky swordsman himself, had lost in 40 seconds felt unreal. Seo felt the same. Something didn't sit right. He ignored Sodom's speculation and clung to his own doubts. But no matter how much he pressed, the spirit could not provide a satisfying answer. In the end, he let the thought settle. There was nothing more to add to the sword story tonight. It was late. It was time to sleep. He wished his fellow swordsman good night and sweet dreams, setting them carefully on the ground beside him. Of course, swords did not sleep. Because of that, they found the boy a little strange. CO himself needed time to think, so he deliberately shifted the topic to the Southern Sky swordsman, easing the tension. Gradually, the conversation faded and ended there. Yet something still didn't sit right. From Southern Sky's reaction, it was clear he was either hiding something or saying nothing at all. What he had revealed did not explain why the remains of the Southern Sky swordsman, the pride of Yunnan province, had ended up in Guangdong. He had reached an extraordinary height, acknowledged as one of the 8 best masters of Central Peak. How could someone like that suffer a mortal wound in a duel that lasted only 40 seconds? If the gap in strength had truly been overwhelming, the outcome would have been decided in the very first exchange. 40 seconds would have been unnecessary. Then came the key detail. The Sword of Southern Sky said the man who led the master to his death was not the one who defeated him, but the one who killed him. Those words had to be taken literally. That meant after the duel, the Southern Sky swordsman was still alive, barely holding on. He must have retreated to the cave to recover. And there, in that vulnerable moment, someone else appeared. Someone who struck him down when he could no longer resist. Only one question remained. Was it the golden-eyed warrior? Or someone else entirely? Someone watching the duel from the shadows? Whoever it was, their purpose was obvious. Lying there, CO couldn't push the thought away. The Southern Sky swordsman had been searching for a disciple. He had never found a suitable one. No heir. Which meant that the one who killed him in his weakest state would become the sole owner of his martial legacy. Judging by the skeleton, the intent was clear. His jaw was shattered, so he couldn't speak. His arm was broken, so he couldn't write. His leg was destroyed, so he couldn't escape. There was only one reason for such deliberate cruelty. Absolute ownership of the Southern Sky swordsman's martial arts. Most likely, he had forced the swordsman to explain how to cultivate innate energy, then destroyed the most crucial part of that method, so he alone could possess the secret of the innate core. It was a bitter realization. The boy had never truly become the Southern Sky sword's heir, not even unofficially. And for Southern Sky, witnessing that horror while being unable to intervene must have been unbearable. At the first chance, he had changed the subject. Now CO finally understood why those memories cut so deep. If he wanted to communicate with him properly, he would have to avoid that wound for now. Still, he was certain of one thing. One day, Southern Sky would choose to speak of himself. Until then, CO would at least respect his silence. While CO wounds slept, the sword were anything but quiet. They discussed everything in hushed intensity. At last, the Southern Sword told her the full truth and felt relieved when she understood. He thanked her sincerely. Sodom responded by patting his shoulder, saying it was natural for them to understand each other. After all, they were both swords. Who else could he confide in? She winked and told him not to worry. Young Sun probably hadn't understood anything. And even if he asked again about the Southern Sky swordsman's death, she would simply steer the conversation elsewhere. But that wasn't necessary. The Southern Sword had already noticed CO's reaction. He had seen it and drawn his own conclusions. Sodom couldn't grasp how he had realized this so easily, but for Southern Sky, understanding didn't always require words. Perhaps that was a unique bond between a swordsman and the blade that had shared countless battles at his side. When he explained it that way, even Sodom stiffened slightly and hoped he was joking. A spark of jealousy flared. She suddenly grabbed the Southern Sword by the neck and demanded to know what he thought he knew about young Sun. They had only met a few months ago, and he had been unbearably arrogant back then. She declared she would teach him what respect for elders meant and immediately began disciplining him. CO lay still, never turning back to his swords. He could hear them making noise, but he had no idea why. A few minutes later, a massive figure entered the room where he slept. CO greeted him calmly. The man wasted no time. He cracked his fist, swept a disdainful gaze over everyone lying around, and sneered, calling them weak, a pitiful sight. He was clearly dissatisfied. Instead of celebrating becoming his disciples, they had gone straight to sleep after what he called a trivial fight. The master stormed in, grabbing them and tossing them in different directions, striking them without restraint. Still, he ordered them to listen first and explain what had gone wrong. Whether they liked it or not, they had no choice. Even if he beat them half to death, they were expected to listen. He declared that this was the first time in his entire life that he had taken apprentices. That alone was worth celebrating. With that, he dragged out a massive pot filled with liquid and cracked it open. He looked genuinely excited. The disciples peered inside but couldn't quite tell what it was. The container looked brutal, and the liquid inside resembled heavily infused alcohol, thick and pungent. The master made it clear, no one was sleeping tonight. Not until they drank. He poured a huge cup and asked who wanted to be the first to accept a drink from their master. The disciples stared at it, mouths watering, imagining the taste. They nearly fought over the honor, but in the end, they had to drink one by one. The next morning, CO stepped out of the cave and stretched, letting out a long, satisfied yawn. He paused when he saw the snowfall, surprised by how heavy it was. One of his companions approached and asked what he was doing so early. Seo glanced at Sanungja Baek and barely held back his laughter. He asked how he was feeling. Sanungja looked awful. His face was swollen with a deep dent, clear proof that the night had been anything but peaceful. The old man had gotten him drunk first, then attacked him without a shred of mercy, not caring that he was completely unprepared. Worse still, during the drinking, Sanungja had laughed at one of the old man's stories. He thought it was just a joke. That laughter had enraged the master so badly that he kicked him straight into the wall. Seo understood him. Anyone would have thought the same. But what bothered him was something else. Why did he feel older around the old man? They were comrades, weren't they? And on top of that, he still owed him a favor. He had almost forgotten about that debt. When the memory resurfaced, a strange certainty followed. One day, the loser would become the winner. At that thought, the man's behavior shifted, turning oddly serious. And that was when they made a bet. Seo raised 3 fingers, saying there were 3 options to choose from. He laid out the choices plainly. Either Sunja would acknowledge the old man as a senior comrade, or he would address the young master as a senior comrade, or he would call him master, or they could simply fight again. None of those options appealed to Sunja. Accepting them was painful, and fighting was out of the question in his current state. In the end, he chose the least offensive path and addressed Seo Woon as senior master. Even then, it sat badly with him. His inner energy was clearly stronger, and that fact refused to leave his mind. Watching from the side, Sodom noticed it immediately. Her master was holding back. He was deliberately restraining himself to avoid hurting him. In truth, he was frighteningly strong. As she listened to the sword's thoughts, she realized the other man knew it too. He wasn't reckless. He was confident, but not foolish. Before the mood could settle, the master appeared again, pleased to see that his disciples were finally awake. Without a word, he grabbed Seo Woon by the clothes and dragged him along like a rag. They were leaving. The large master carried him effortlessly, and all Seo could do was shout in protest. The method was brutal. The man kicked off from the cave entrance and leapt straight down, still holding him. Seo couldn't understand it. He could walk perfectly fine, so why treat him like luggage? But the master was dissatisfied with everything. At this pace, he said, they would grow old together before reaching the Valley of the Six Bloods. All that remained was to see what kind of place this so-called valley was. At that very moment, inside the main pavilion of the valley, an elderly physician was calmly checking a patient's pulse and writing out prescriptions. He was the finest doctor of the era, seated quietly in his room. He never imagined someone would smash through the wall and interrupt him so crudely. When he saw who had arrived, shock flashed across his face. The master greeted him casually, as if this were normal. Still holding Seo Woon, he asked the divine healer to fix this one. Seo nearly vomited from the violent movement. As the chaos unfolded, a woman stepped into the room and snapped at the master to stop acting like an idiot. She was from the blood cult, the Sixth Blood Star herself, a blood which named Hanbuka. It had been a long time since she had seen this man anywhere near her territory. When her gaze fell on Seo Woon, she frowned, then looked to the man beside him. She didn't recognize him at all. Seo tried to greet the blood witch properly, but the master shut him up instantly by planting a massive foot on him and covering his mouth. Since Seo had chosen to bow to someone other than his master, that alone was forbidden. Lesson delivered. Only then did the master turn to the witch and state bluntly that he was here to see a divine healer. He already knew the healer was nearby, most likely in the room behind the old man. Without courtesy, he shouted for him to come out. The door opened, and a calm voice answered. It had been a long time, A.K. Young. The man who stepped out was the divine healer himself, casually asking whether A.K. Jong would like some tea. Tea was fine, the master replied, but since the divine healer was the only noble among them, he should drink it himself. Sodom watched the exchange with interest. She was genuinely impressed by A.K. Chan's way of speaking. Seo, on the other hand, realized something unsettling. There was not a trace of nobility left in this old man. What shocked him even more was realizing who the divine healer actually was. He had assumed the old man they first saw had to be the healer, simply because he looked the part. But reality overturned that assumption completely. The one who emerged from the room was the true divine healer. The master had no intention of wasting time. He went straight to the point. His disciple needed treatment. His energy core was damaged, and if it could be repaired, he would offer his nameplate in return. Such a thing could be useful, even to someone like the healer. The healer didn't hesitate. He refused. The offer held no value to him. He already possessed countless nameplates from treating powerful figures across the Central Plains. Any one of them carried immense influence. Seo narrowed his eyes and noticed one tablet in particular, bearing the name of one of the 4 terrible killers of the Central Plains. Beyond that were plates belonging to elders whose status eclipsed even those killers, and even names tied to the 8 masters of the Central Plains, beings who stood at an unreachable height. As for the injury itself, damage to the energy core was not immediately fatal. It wasn't a matter of life and death. It could wait. A doctor could not abandon an important patient to tend to a master's apprentice. He said he hoped A.K. Jong would understand and suggested that he return another time. Co had already noticed the silhouette of the doctor's important patient behind the door. But who it was, he couldn't tell. A.K. Jong, on the other hand, snapped completely. He grabbed Co by the head and openly challenged the healer. If this child wasn't cured, he would be forced to rely only on innate energy, and that path would either kill him or force A.K. Jong to kill his own disciple out of pity. The healer could save him, yet chose not to. After that, could he even call himself a doctor? The words were sharp, deliberate, and cruel. Co realized then that his master was genuinely unhinged. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. A.K. Jong continued, saying that if the injury wasn't treated, the cracked skull and damaged core would never truly heal. The healer only glanced at Co and sighed. He said he pitied the boy, especially since he was A.K. Jong's first disciple. If A.K. Jong truly wanted him dead, he could do it out on the street. The healer had other matters to attend to. Then he shut the door. The sound echoed. A.K. Jong stood there shaking, fury boiling over. Still gripping Co's head, he hurled him aside with terrifying force. Being ignored enraged him even further. If the patient behind that door was so important, then he would kill them, erase them. Maybe then the healer would learn cooperation. The blood which moved instantly, blocking his path. That alone made things worse. Her resistance only fed his rage, sharpening his obsession with discovering who was hidden behind that door. Voices rose. Tension snapped tight. At last, the elder which spoke and revealed the truth. Silence fell. That sudden quiet unsettled Co more than a shouting had. He noticed the subtle movement in the sixth blood star's throat. A faint vibration. No sound reached his ears, yet he was certain words were being exchanged. They were communicating without speaking. Moments later, a man told Co to wait outside until everything was resolved. Not just him. Everyone except the witch was ordered out. As Co stepped back, one thought pressed into his mind. Who was standing behind the doctor? A.K. Jong heard the name from the witch and froze. He flatly refused to believe her. If she was lying just to send him away, she would pay for it. The witch met his gaze without flinching and told him calmly that if he was worried, he should stop worrying. There was no lie in her words. Co clutched his stomach and winced. The pain finally caught up to him. After drinking that much the night before, it wasn't surprising. He felt sick. Sitting outside the room, Co wondered what kind of patient could be so important that even a master like that wouldn't dare lay a hand on them. He also wondered how long those two inside would keep talking in circles. Sodom suddenly asked if he had any idea who might be behind that door. Co hesitated. The blood leader was already dead, and he couldn't imagine anyone else's teacher would show restraint toward. The southern sword turned toward Sodom. Her question struck him as strange. Thinking back, she often hovered around Co, and this wasn't the first time she had asked something like that, as if she were speaking from another time entirely. Co then clarified it plainly. She had died once and returned from the past. Hearing that it wasn't a metaphor, the southern sword was stunned. Even so, he kept insisting that she wasn't lying, despite knowing Co would never truly believe it. That only irritated her. She snapped at him to shut up and stay out of sword talk when she was speaking. With that settled, Co decided to find water. His throat was dry, and sharing a single jug of alcohol among 3 people had been a terrible idea. He didn't overthink it and headed toward the food warehouse. As soon as he opened the door, he noticed someone inside through the narrow gap. A girl was standing atop the stack supplies, eating with complete focus, clearly enjoying herself, and unaware she wasn't alone. Co stepped in and immediately noticed her appetite. Whoever she was, she ate without restraint. As he moved closer, a sense of unease crept in. The moment he noticed her cheeks were noticeably puffed, he froze, apologized on instinct, and turned to flee. She stopped him at once, saying that if her guess was right, he could one day become one of the 4 supreme elders. Then she told him to forget everything he had just seen. She was on a diet, after all. Co stared, doubtful. Forget it. He had just seen her devour beef jerky, hardly something associated with restraint. She panicked and shouted that she had barely eaten anything, just a little, because she was afraid she might faint from hunger after not eating at all. From his perspective, it looked more like she was preparing to empty half the warehouse. She hurried over, urging him to keep quiet. In return, she promised something interesting. From her pocket, she produced 2 silver coins and pressed them into his hand, offering them in exchange for his silence. Co found it strange. A simple request for silence would have been enough, yet she had offered money without hesitation. Still, he ended up benefiting from it, so he let the thought pass. Not long after, his master's voice rang out, ordering him to hurry because the elders were waiting. Sensing trouble, Co immediately broke into a run. To A.K. Jang, even that was too slow. He struck him mid-movement as punishment, saying such sluggishness was unacceptable, especially when others were being kept waiting. The master demanded to know what his disciple had been doing in the village. Co wanted to say he was just thirsty, but another voice echoed in his head. He caught sight of the girl from the warehouse in the distance and instantly understood. If he spoke, she would kill him. So he said he'd been looking for water and found none. The blood which glanced at her own subordinate who quickly assured her that she hadn't eaten anything. The witch commented that the bond between master and disciple seemed solid enough. The fact that A.K. Jang had finally taken an apprentice was a blessing for the cult. Then her gaze shifted to Seo. It lingered, circled him, probed his energy. A wave of dizziness washed over him, his vision blurring, his body growing light, as if he were about to lose consciousness. A sharp slap snapped him back. A.K. Jang warned him not to meet her eyes. Someone this inexperienced couldn't resist her power. Only then did Seo realize what had happened. The dizziness had been witchcraft. His innate energy had reacted on its own. The master coldly told the witch not to try anything foolish. She laughed it off, saying how could she help herself when one of the future four supreme elders stood before her. She offered a brief apology, then announced her departure, saying they would meet again soon. Once she was gone, the master's tone shifted. Things are not simple. Before anything else, they needed to find a medicinal herb, something capable of stabilizing him. As Seo listened, a name surfaced in his mind. The lower Dantian Renaissance flower. It was the very herb the divine doctor had been searching for in his previous life. The master told his disciple that if he delivered this herb to the doctor, he would be given a special tablet, one that would grant him treatment from the doctor at any time. It was the dead of winter, the kind that buried the mountains and strangled life itself. So finding such an herb should have been impossible. Yet the boy knew exactly where to look. All he could do was hope that the cursed young lady would not get involved. The master warned him to keep silent about her. One word to the wrong person, and he would be killed. When the boy recalled the girl who stood behind the divine healer, the truth finally struck him. She was the granddaughter of the former leader of the blood cult. The realization shook him. He had never known that the mouth of the blood demon still existed. Even in his past life, he had remained ignorant of this fact. That man had been a monster etched into Muram's history, someone who unified countless dark masters into a single force called the blood cult. To stop him, the orthodox sects abandoned their endless feuds and formed a temporary alliance. Even the strongest warrior of that era entered the war, all for the sake of ending one man. The battle that followed was brutal beyond words. Muram's finest paid with their lives, and the blood demon himself was gravely wounded. The alliance did not stop there. They hunted down his entire clan to ensure the blood cult would never rise again. That was what the boy had believed until now, until he found himself standing so close to one of their descendants. Still, there was a silver lining. Because of this connection, the old man accepted the divine doctor's offer. And with the boy's knowledge from his past life as a blood cult spy, he now had a real chance to gain a powerful benefactor, the very person seeking this medicinal herb. Opportunity alone was never enough. If Seo failed to grow stronger, then even with a better starting position than before, he would remain nothing more than a weak pawn in the hands of those above him. Sodom noticed his intention to search for the herb and understood what he was planning. From her perspective, the decision was obvious. Ties with powerful figures had never harmed anyone. On that point, even he agreed. Yet hesitation lingered. Deep down, he feared that someone else might reach the herb first, and that thought gnawed at him more than the danger ahead. However, our hero did not go there right away because there was no point. The flower could not be seen yet. It was still sleeping. The divine doctor had taken 4 full days to find it simply because he was unaware of this trait. Once the sun set and everyone withdrew, that was when the search would truly begin. That was the plan. What he failed to realize was that someone had already set their eyes on him. Seo cut through the forest under the cover of night, moving with confidence, certain this time would be different. His body felt light, powerful. In that moment, he remembered how, in his past life, he used to envy those who had mastered Qingyan techniques. Now, he was one of them. The southern sword soon decided to warn its master. It had sensed something wrong. Not only that, they were being watched. Someone was deliberately tracking their movements. Seo did not slow down. He did not turn back. Instead, he asked a single question. Who? The answer caught him off guard. It was the same girl they had seen at the warehouse. Worse, she was keeping pace with him. Exactly the same speed. That made no sense. Even if she trained relentlessly, a body like hers should not have been able to last this long. He made a quick decision. If he slowed her down even slightly, he could escape. Sword in hand, he began slashing at trees as he ran, shattering trunks and branches, sending debris crashing down behind him. Snow burst into the air, thick and blinding. Using the chaos, he climbed into the bamboo canopy, vanishing from sight. Once she lost visual contact, distance would do the rest. Even if she found his trail later, it would be too late. That was when everything went wrong. The sword screamed a warning. Danger! From above. He looked up just as the girl descended from the darkness, soaring high before dropping toward him like a predator. Her hand burned with dense purple chi as she barked a command for him to freeze. There was no hesitation in her strike. Seo reacted instantly. He raised his sword and met her attack head-on. The impact rattled his bones, but he held. He deflected the blow successfully. What shocked him was not the attack itself, but the force behind it. He had not expected her to hit him that hard. When he landed, boots grinding into the snow, one thought became clear. This girl truly believed she was stronger than him. He tightened his grip on the sword as she descended more slowly this time, her expression no longer calm. Surprise flickered across her face. She had heard that Siowon's dantian was damaged. Yet the Qingyun he displayed was far beyond what she had been told. She attacked again, this time using a blood brotherhood technique. The punch grazed past him by a hair's breadth, close enough to tear the air apart. He barely avoided it. As he steadied himself, he tried to read her movements. They were sharp and precise, like a hawk gliding down on its prey. Red chi coiled around her body, dense and violent. That alone told him enough. This was the technique of a blood witch. The realization tightened his chest. If this fight dragged on, his situation would only deteriorate. He pushed back with everything he had. But even as he moved, he understood the truth. He had no real chance against her in a prolonged fight. Strategy replaced instinct. If he wanted to survive, he needed her to talk. Immediately, there was no choice but a counterattack. Siowon threw a heavy punch, driving his chi forward. Snow exploded into the air, erupting into a raging white storm that slammed into her. She saw his strength clearly this time and demanded to know why he had done that. He ignored the question. What he wanted to know was why she was chasing him in the first place. She stopped. Suspicion surfaced in her eyes. A man running through the forest in the dead of night was strange enough, but it did not justify attacking him. Why should it matter to her where he was going? Her answer caught him off guard. She said she followed him because she knew he knew where to find the grass. That was when everything clicked. Understanding why he had been attacked by this nuisance, Siowon calmly sheathed his sword and pretended not to understand her words. If he truly knew where the flower was, would he really be searching for it in the middle of the night? She saw through the act. Realizing he would not speak, she softened her tone and told him not to be afraid. She had simply forgotten to introduce herself. Her name was Han. She was a disciple of the Sixth Blood Star, and more importantly, a friend of the person seeking this herb. Siowon stepped closer, cautious. He said the place was difficult to reach and that he had no intention of going there today. But as she continued to trail him, she understood his real intent. He was trying to shake her off. She stopped him and asked him to take her along. In exchange, she promised him all of her tokens, including the right of entry to the Divine Doctor's Pavilion. Siowon paused and began to think. After weighing it over, he admitted to himself that the offer was luxurious. Too luxurious. That alone told him not to rush. Anyone who opened negotiations with something that generous clearly had no idea how to bargain. He had already seen proof of that earlier, when she had grown impatient and immediately offered silver for a minor favor. That kind of behavior meant one thing. If he pushed a little more, he could extract far greater value. As they moved through the snow-covered forest, Han warned him not to even think about running. She was faster than he was. Siowon turned to her, noting her willingness to cooperate, and calmly asked her to add one more reward to solidify their trust. Her reaction was pure confusion. He told her to teach him the sliding movement she had used earlier. The request offended her. Asking for another master's technique crossed an unspoken line. It was improper, bordering on insulting. But Siowon remained unmoved. He knew his leverage. If she refused, he would simply leave. And he knew she would not allow that. She was exactly that kind of person. 10 seconds passed. Then she agreed. She set a condition. The technique was to be used only against those he intended to kill. From the sidelines, the swords observed in silence, fully aware that she had cornered herself, and accepted despite her reluctance. Even the southern sword felt a trace of admiration. Whatever this was, it clearly mattered to her. Friendship might have been too generous a word, but the bond was important enough. Deal struck, Siowon did not linger. If they had agreed, then they would move. As they walked on, Han noticed something that made her frown. He was using Qingyun by burning his innate core energy directly. That path led straight to death. In her eyes, he needed to stop. Not only was he draining what little innate energy he had left, but he did not even possess a proper dantian. Siowon, in turn, questioned how she had figured out that he knew where the grass was. She pointed at him and explained it plainly. First, his behavior betrayed him. At least 4 elders had been searching the Sixth Blood Valley that day. She had seen them repeatedly. She had not seen him once. Second, his movement gave him away. He ran in a fixed direction without hesitation, never once looking back, as if the path was already etched into his mind. The reasoning was precise, layered, and hard to refute. It made one thing clear. This girl was far from simple. It became clear to Siowon that she was older than him, or at least carried herself that way, speaking with an ease that ignored formal boundaries. He recognized her composure and judgment, and chose to place more trust in her, hoping their cooperation would benefit them both. That thought, however, clearly offended her. She bristled at it immediately. How could she be older than him? She was still a student. She was not that old. Before the exchange could go any further, they reached the foot of the mountain. Siowon explained that the grass grew below and that they would need to descend. Once again, she reminded him not to tell anyone about what had happened between them that afternoon. Siowon, feeling mischievous, decided to test her patience. He said he would tell everyone since he had yet to see any silver coins. The reaction was immediate. Shock flashed across her face as she asked if he had a death wish. He only laughed it off, assuring her that everything would be fine. Not long after, they found it. He tore the flower from the ground and held it up. Seowon showed it to her, and there was no mistaking it. This was the herb the divine healer had searched for so desperately. Han stared at it in disbelief. Relief washed over her face. Now all that remained was to take it back. As he handed the flower toward her, he noticed her expression. She was genuinely happy. That was when the southern sword screamed a warning. Two figures descended from the mountain in a blur, attacking without a sound. One of them swung his blade, aiming to knock the flower from Seowon's hand. He had not sensed him at all. Neither had she, despite being far stronger than him. That alone spoke volumes. These people were dangerous. The masked men snatched the flower, their movements clean and practiced. Satisfaction flickered in their eyes. They had followed the children all this way, and now the prize was theirs. Killing them afterward was merely routine. They began to close in. One of them kicked Seowon hard, sending him stumbling. When he demanded to know who they were, they gave no answer. He realized then that it had been a long time since such powerful figures had targeted him so directly. He reached for his sword. Before he could draw it, a hand clamped down on his wrist. The masked man spoke calmly, almost politely, apologizing to the disciple of one of the four elders. The words were strange, out of place. Then the man struck. His palm blurred as it slammed into Seowon's body again and again. Each blow landed with precision, sealing his movements. In an instant, his body went rigid, completely immobilized. The girl saw her partner collapse from a side strike and froze in disbelief. Her master had been disarmed. He lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move, his arms and legs refusing to answer him, as if his consciousness had sunk somewhere far away. She kept shouting his name, but there was no response. The moment those scoundrels seized the flower, they turned and fled without hesitation. Han immediately knew she could not catch them like this. She glanced back and saw that her partner still was not moving, though faint sounds were beginning to escape his throat. Realizing he would be useless to her for now, she rushed after the thieves, calling back that he should wait for her, that she would return soon. The boy understood she had escaped unharmed because she was strong, and that part at least was reassuring. Still, before vanishing, she could have at least pressed his acupuncture points. After lying there for several minutes, he felt the pressure slowly ease as his internal energy surged and forced open the sealed points on its own. The southern sword immediately reported the reaction. As his body began to move again, Seo Wu felt noticeably better. He had never realized his energy possessed so many hidden functions. His sword, Sodom, was furious. That stupid pig had abandoned him without even laying grass over an injured person. Since when was a flower more important than a human life? To keep Seo Wu from relaxing, Sodom began pushing him, urging him not to stand there like a stone but to act. In truth, did he really need the nagging? The flower they had stolen was not fully ripe. The fruits of the lower Dante Renaissance flower changed as it matured. A perfect specimen carried 7 fully formed fruits, glowing with a faint green light. What those thieves had taken only bore 5 yellow spheres. In this region, every plant grew in an unripe state. Even if it was valuable, it was incomplete. The truly mature flower grew behind the 7 frozen waterfalls, and that was where the boy was heading. In a twisted way, they were lucky the thieves had struck so early. Otherwise, the real flower would have been taken. Passing behind the frozen waterfall, the boy was swallowed by darkness as moonlight failed to reach inside. Then his sword noticed it first. Something was shining faintly in the distance. Guided by her directions, he climbed up and found the flower, silently thanking Sodom for her sharp eyesight. Everything was as it should be. All 7 fruits were formed, each emitting a faint green glow. There were only 2 flowers, but both were fully ripe. This herb was divine, blooming only during winter nights. Even before it touched his palm, a biting cold crept into his skin. As he tore it out, he was careful not to damage the roots, knowing that was the most important part. The cave behind the frozen waterfall was unbearably cold now, though in summer it would have been a beautiful place. At that moment, Sodom sensed something nearby. A broken blade was trying to speak to their hero, but the guy was focused on pulling out the flower, putting all his strength into it, unwilling to be distracted when he was almost done. He would not have understood anything anyway. Sodom chose to speak to the blade herself. Its cracked voice was faint and distorted, its core damaged, making most of its words impossible to understand. Still, one word came through clearly, compressed into a single syllable. Run. Sodom rushed back to her master, telling him not to ask questions and just run. But as she reached him, she saw everything had changed. A massive snake was coiled along the wall, its enormous body filling the space as it prepared to strike. The guy barely dodged its sharp attack, completely unprepared for such a creature to exist here. He could not tell what kind of monster it was. Even his trusted sword had never seen anything like it. The darkness made it worse, but this was clearly what a monster looked like. Glancing around, He realized fighting in such a dark, narrow space was impossible. He had already taken the grass. Now he had to escape. As he tried to push himself up, a sharp pain shot through him. His leg was injured, blood dripping down. Still, he could not afford to hesitate. The exit was close. There was a chance to get out without facing the monster head-on. The cave demon stared at its prey with its twin eyes. It would not let him go. Watching Sia-Won flee with its beautiful flower, the demon slammed against the ground and charged like a hurricane, tearing through everything in its path. Seeing that devilish mass flying straight at his back, the southern sword warned him coldly. At this distance, he would not even have time to escape. Sia-Won had no choice. He leapt upward and slashed mid-dodge, delivering a sharp blow as his body twisted away. He did not know if this reckless move would work. The scale of the monster was overwhelming. Still, there was no retreat left. He pushed himself to the limit, activating the Shining Star technique and stacking it with its second form. Gripping the chopper sword, he struck with everything he had, smashing the creature aside. The impact shook his body, yet the strike landed on something vital. Only one thought crossed his mind. What kind of demonic creature was this? Because one thing was already clear. His attacks were not truly working. The beast kept coming, lizard-like yet dragon-like, endlessly pressing forward. Then Sodom noticed it. The monster's movements shifted. Its rhythm broke. It hesitated. Maybe it was afraid. The southern sword urged him to seize the opening. No delay. No hesitation. It had to end now. As sharp claws closed in around him, Sia-Won made his decision. He would use his strongest move. Swinging his sword, he gathered every drop of energy he had left and unleashed it in a single strike. The sword chop clam technique. A rare inheritance. The tiger slicing sword. 100 slashes rained down on the monster. Leaping back, Sia-Won saw that the attack had worked. But at the same time, his blood pressure surged violently. His heart felt like it was about to burst. His sword supported him instinctively, unaware of how bad his condition truly was. Then his strength vanished. He collapsed, his weapons slipping from his hands as his body writhed on the ground. Sodom froze. Her master clutched his chest, gasping, repeating that he was burning from the inside. She could see it immediately. Something was terribly wrong. When Sia-Won coughed violently and spat out dark poison, the truth became clear. The wound inflicted by the beast was spreading a lethal toxin through his body. He felt it crawling upward from his knee, his own inner energy clashing against it in desperation. The pain only worsened. The poison was overwhelming, like being thrown into raging fire. Heat flooded his body, even scorching his throat. His thoughts began to blur. Consciousness slipped away. If nothing was done, this would be the end. With trembling hands, he reached for the healing herb he had just obtained. The divine flower, radiating cold. If anything could pull him back from death, it was this. Gathering everything he had left, he stuffed the flower into his mouth and began to chew. The instant it touched his tongue, his throat felt as if it had been sealed with ice. He could barely breathe. The cold was so extreme that his body locked up, circulation faltering. It was painful for Sodom to watch her master suffocate under the clash of forces. She urged him to circulate his energy immediately, to force control before it was too late. But the heat and cold were tearing him apart from the inside, leaving him unable to focus. Then Sodom struck him with a single reminder. He had already died once and returned to the past. This was not a gift to be wasted. She ordered him to unite his forces at once. That thought pierced through the chaos in his mind. He dropped into a lotus position and forced himself to listen. This was his second chance. If he collapsed here, he would be no better than in his previous life. He clenched his teeth and pulled himself together. As his energy began to circulate, the agony slowly eased. Stability returned, along with clarity. The moment he regained control, he knew he would survive. When he raised his hand, he saw the heat had spread throughout his body, yet the cold was steadily extinguishing it. On his palm, the large meditation mark flared to life once more. It was a good sign. Theo continued meditating for a long time. Then it felt as if a cosmic presence brushed against him, whispering that the heavens would open when he wielded the sword. He had heard this voice before, back when he lost focus beneath the blue flames. As that echo lingered, the poison inside him began to be expelled, forced out through every pathway it could find. Something went wrong. The energies inside him collided. His inner forces turned hostile, clashing violently as if trying to tear him apart. The imbalance pushed him to the edge of madness. Through the storm, he heard the voice of the southern sky, telling him not to interrupt the circulation, to keep guiding the innate energy of the core. His faithful sword reinforced the warning. He could not let either force run wild. He must not suppress them. He had to guide them. Steadying his breath, feeling the air fill his lungs, he began to gather both breath and energy, visualizing his innate power as a calm, endless lake, unmoved even as the elements raged within. A cold, unyielding lake, and two streams that had lost their way. Once they found the lake, they slowed, calmed, and merged into stillness. He guided them patiently, gently steering his energies as if handling fragile threads. With time, everything inside him began to settle. The two raging elements gradually quieted, and as the five elements reached balance, a deep calm spread through his soul. Sodom hovered close, uneasy, asking how he felt. After catching his breath, the boy said that South Sky had helped him, and that he was fine now. Sodom was stunned. How could South Sky have done that? When pressed, she muttered that maybe he had imagined it. Then she pointed at South Sky's iron sword, which had been lying off to the side the entire time. How could he have heard it from so far away? The moment he looked at the sword, the boy heard South Sky's voice clearly. It asked if he could hear it properly. He answered without hesitation that he could. Ever since the voice of the blue fire echoed in his mind, he had begun hearing South Sky as well. It was then he realized something else. Each time a new star lit up on his hand, this ability grew stronger. He even wondered how far away he could now hear his sword, though he did not yet grasp how terrifying that was. This was an entirely new ability. If he ever left the Valley of the Six Bloods, he would have to search for the secret records of the immortal sword. Nearby, the massive body of the demonic beast lay motionless. He had destroyed it with his punch. After examining it, his sword suggested that the creature's form might have been close to immortal. The same beast had appeared in his past life to the one who obtained this flower. The coincidence was shocking, but the instant South Sky mentioned that the creature might still be alive, the boy knew he had to leave immediately. He staggered and lost his footing, tumbling deeper into the cave as he pushed off the rock face. When he slammed into the ground, the impact was brutal. He was unharmed, yet that did not explain why he had fallen in the first place. South Sky looked at him and advised him to use the core's inner energy to examine his organs. Recognizing the wisdom in that, he activated it at once. What he saw next was strange. The energy began to rise. Looking at it more closely, he realized it had grown. The amount of energy he could now draw on was the same as what he once possessed after 30 years of cultivation. South Heaven heard this and explained that innate core energy was directly tied to vitality itself. It wasn't something limited to slow training alone. Potions could push it forward, and extreme situations could force it to awaken even faster. The poisonous saliva of the beast and the freezing cold of the medicinal flower had both acted as catalysts, driving his innate energy to evolve. Once he understood that, the boy could no longer ignore what was happening inside him. When he examined his inner state, even he was shocked. His core energy was massive. After everything he had endured, the total amount now surpassed the level of a first-class martial artist. It was unbelievable, yet to him, it felt like an opening rather than a miracle. If this was the result of brushing against death, then surviving that pain again would only make him stronger. Sodom, of course, didn't waste time. She proposed a bold idea. There was still one flower left. If he went through the same ordeal again, this time deliberately balancing poison and cold, his core energy would rise even further. If he survived, he would step into a realm equivalent to 60 years of innate core cultivation. A true martial arts master. Our hero accepted her words without hesitation, cold and decisive, and left her behind at the cliff's edge. Only then did Sodom start protesting, laughing it off and claiming she was joking, calling after him to come back. Elsewhere, the two robbers who had stolen the flower were already on their way back, planning to return it. One of them was barely holding on. His strength was fading, his vision blurring. His companion noticed it immediately and muttered that since the man had grown fat, his stamina had clearly gone downhill. Even so, they still had the flower, and watching those two kids had seemed like the right move at the time. Yet one question kept gnawing at him. Captain Sion, how could someone with a destroyed Danteon keep fighting like that? They had taken the medicinal herb without resistance, but the situation never sat right with him. As they prepared to move again, his friend's condition worsened, slowing them down. Then everything changed. A sudden presence cut through him, sharp and overwhelming. In that instant, another will took hold, and before he could react, he saw Captain Maki Hong standing there. She looked at him coldly and said, "Put the flower back." Now, the bandit's heart dropped. He recognized the technique immediately. Only then did he realize how far things had spiraled out of control. He wanted to condemn her, yet he couldn't even grasp how she had done it. Still, he chose to fight. In a situation like this, everything could change in an instant. The moment he moved to strike, 1,000 strands of red lightning tore through him at once. There was no struggle after that. The blow was fatal. Only then did the bandit understand who he was facing. A 6-star. He never survived long enough to regret it. The 6-star had arrived to protect her student. The bandit collapsed into the snow, lifeless. Those scoundrels had never imagined who they had dared to lay hands on. The flower was already recovered, though now it was stained with blood. Han held it tightly, pressing it to her chest. The witch approached and asked why the bandits had attacked them in the first place. Greed, most likely. They had seen a reward and thought they could escape with it. None of that truly mattered. What mattered was that her student was unharmed and that the flower was finally in her hands. The very one they had stolen. The very one she had been searching for. The moment she examined it, she knew. The search was over. With the flower secured, she could return. Still, the girl had one last thing to do. She turned back toward the place where she had chased the bandits earlier. The sixth star didn't understand her reasoning, but she offered no explanation. Back with our hero, he gathered his inner energy and climbed out of the cave. It felt effortless now. His jumps carried him high into the air. Innate core energy was the power of life itself, and as it grew, every physical ability followed. His swords were the first to sense her presence. From far away, they noticed the glutton closing in. Watching her run, he realized she had never stopped chasing them, not even once. It was impressive. For an ordinary person, such a distance would be exhausting. With her body, it demanded an absurd amount of strength. Only unbreakable willpower could sustain that. South Sky told him that with his current understanding of innate energy, he could now endure and perform on par with anyone. Each surge of strength brought the same sensation, like he could defeat anyone standing in front of him. When the girl finally reached him, she was completely worn out. He saw it instantly, yet she froze when she noticed him standing there, unharmed. With her duty finished, she no longer rushed forward. Even so, in C1's eyes, she had made the only correct choice and had escaped without suffering serious harm. As she steadied her breathing, her gaze dropped. That was when she noticed his leg. It was badly injured. She wanted to check his leg. To her, the wound looked serious. He waved it off immediately, saying it was nothing more than a scratch and that she shouldn't worry. Instead, he asked the question that actually mattered to him. Had she managed to retrieve the flower? Hayne hesitated, clearly embarrassed, before admitting that the master had intervened and helped her recover it. Without wasting time, she hurried over to him. Just to be safe, she handed him the medicinal herb and told him to take it to the divine doctor. It wasn't exactly her proudest moment, passing the flower along so easily, but as far as she was concerned, the agreement stood. He would get his tablet. Still, the idea felt strange. Did she really expect someone to simply hand over such a thing to a disciple without conditions? Sensing his doubt, she reassured him not to worry. She would definitely give him the tablet, though perhaps she might ask for something in return. When that happened, he would understand what she truly wanted. If so, it could even shift the direction of everything. On their way back to the tavern, the witch finally spoke plainly. She told the master she would only hand over the tablet if he fulfilled her request. He stopped her immediately, reminding her that she had promised not to interfere. How could she now demand something in exchange? In her mind, his feelings didn't matter. There were only two paths. One was for him to join her. The second was an option she refused to think about. Far away in the mountains, a red-haired girl walked along a cliff toward the city. She had come from a distant land, her eyes burning with red chai energy. The witch didn't let up. Again and again, she reminded the master that sooner or later, he would have to choose. But did she truly believe he would submit to her demand just for the sake of his disciple's damaged Antillon? She scoffed and said that no matter what, the student would give up eventually, so why waste time on him at all? That remark enraged the master. If that was her stance, then she could keep the divine doctor's tablet. All he could do now was wonder whether she was bluffing or deadly serious. Before the matter could go further, her students returned from their mission, and Su Wong came back with them. The master examined his disciple closely. As always, he grabbed him by the head and scolded him for being late, declaring that he no longer belonged there. Then the doctor's door opened. The verdict was simple. The flower was wrong. He sighed, apologetic, and said he would need a new one. The reason became obvious soon enough. The flower was immature. Its healing power simply wasn't enough. A fully ripened flower was supposed to have 7 green pearls. Yet this one had only 5, and all of them were yellow. The witch's expression darkened the moment she heard it. The wizard, on the other hand, looked almost pleased. Her mistake meant the search had to begin again. Before the tension could spiral further, the boy stepped in and told them to calm down. There was no need to look for another flower. He already had a fully ripened one. At first, no one believed him. They all waited, watching him closely, expecting nothing to happen. Then he revealed it. The moment the flower appeared, the room froze in disbelief. What were the odds? 2 different people finding the same rare herb at the same time. This one had 7 petals and 7 fruits. There was no doubt about it. This was exactly what they needed. The master burst out laughing, genuinely amused and proud. His apprentice had earned that respect. Hen's face, however, went completely pale. Right there, she realized what it meant. He had kept this from her. He had deceived her. When she confronted him, he answered calmly. He had given her a flower, just as agreed. She was the one who broke the contract. As for learning techniques, that part never applied, and it had nothing to do with him. After that awkward turn, Co Wu asked his master whether the divine physician's plate had been obtained. The master hesitated before explaining. The witch had said that unless he performed a favor for her, he would never see the tablet. Hearing this, the boy approached her again. He met her eyes directly and asked if she had decided to give him the tablet now. This time, she had no answer prepared. The flower had been found. There was no excuse left. Looking at her student, She understood that she had no choice but to keep her word. After a long silence, it was settled. They would take care of Siowon. After thanking the women for their help, our hero noticed Hyen's expression. She looked clearly displeased, but there was nothing to be done. This was a game played at high stakes. Not long before Hyen arrived at the Valley of the Six Bloods, they had already discussed this matter. Back then, she had explained why the boy didn't trust her master, reminding him that she herself had taught him the Qinggong technique. So why did he still doubt her words? Son only shrugged and answered honestly. Despite everything, he trusted her. He just wasn't convinced that the six-star would truly hand over the plate. He shut her down immediately and told her to think carefully about what he could realistically do to obtain the plate. In her view, though, the master would keep his word. When he pressed her on whether she was truly confident, she clenched her fists and struck her chest without hesitation. Of course she was sure. What kind of disciple would ever doubt her master? That was when our hero proposed a bet. The idea caught her interest, and she agreed on the spot. The terms were simple. If Hyen trusted her master, and he did hand over the plate, then when she gave him the flower, she would say they had found it together. She knew the full story and would not let him shoulder the trouble alone. But if Siowon turned out to be right and the divine doctor's tablet was not given, then she would have to give him something of value in return. He said it so casually that it almost sounded like extortion. Instead of being offended, the girl became curious. She wanted to know what he would demand. Before that, he told her to ask him one question. She had already made it clear that she knew something about a certain noble. She was familiar with him. Everything lined up perfectly, and in his eyes, that made the situation even better. He finished laying out the wager. If she was right and he received the plate, she would owe him nothing at all. But if she was wrong, then in the Valley of the Six Bloods, where the nobles were all tied in one way or another to the six-star, she would have to use those connections to help him. In truth, he wanted only one thing, the plate. And if it came to that, she would be the one to ask the divine doctor for it. When they returned to the doctor's residence, the witch suddenly severed 2 of her own fingers in front of everyone. Then she knelt and bowed deeply, admitting her negligence and confessing that she had failed to consult the elder properly. She said that even losing her entire hand would not be enough to atone for such a grave mistake. Still kneeling, she begged the master to consider that she carried important duties and could not function without both hands. The master stared at her and asked if she had lost her mind. Then he accepted her apology. She bowed again, thanking him for his mercy. The doctor, witnessing the scene, told her not to pull such stunts when there was a critically important patient waiting. The master, however, was focused on only one thing, keeping his servant under control. If the doctor was right, all that was left was to hand the plate to his student. It was nothing more than a formality, and regardless of how it played out, the request itself never changed. The doctor accepted the ticket, and with the patient now officially assigned, he set aside a few minutes for the master's apprentice, giving him a brief examination and telling him to return later in the afternoon. The next day, the young master headed into the mountains. He had time to spare and decided to test himself. Pushing off the ground, he ran straight up the slope, clearly feeling that his stamina had grown stronger. Just as he expected, in terrain like this, movement techniques showed their true value. Sodom spoke up, remarking on how strange it was that Han seemed convinced everyone around her had to acknowledge her presence. Just yesterday, the divine healer had only glanced at her before deciding to accept the boy. The blood which had done the same earlier, her attitude shifting the moment she saw Han. And yet, at that moment, the girl had simply stood there, watching the teacher slice his fingers, carrying herself as if she stood above even the blood witch. Listening to those thoughts, the idea began to feel disturbingly plausible. If this assumption was correct, then she was not merely an eyewitness tied to the blood witch's past. She could very well be the granddaughter of a blood demon. Sodom was shaken by the realization. Even Sao Sky was stunned by the notion that someone like that plump girl could be descended from a demon king. The thought itself felt absurd, and yet it had already taken root. Sao Sky even speculated that her weight might be deliberate, a way to conceal her true identity. Thinking back on her words, she had mentioned being on a diet, and it was possible that the weight gain came from some underlying condition. If Co understood the implications correctly, she was a future heir of the blood cult, and such an affliction was a curse that spared neither women nor men. On top of that, there had been another woman seated near the doctor, someone who looked very much like her double. It would not be surprising if multiple heirs were searching for a blood demon, each hoping to exploit that existence for their own ambitions. Still, one detail continued to bother South Sky. The territory itself was under blood cult control. That meant even servants of the cult might be forced to hide who they truly were. And it strongly suggested something even more unsettling. They did not have to be only a single heir. There could be several bloodline descendants, all stained by the same origin, all competing to rise as the next head of the clan. The moment our hero stepped into the tavern, he sensed it. Soldiers dressed in red were already there, positioned as if they had been waiting for him all along. They had surrounded him, yet he paid them no mind at first. That changed the instant he heard it. The voices of swords. They were starving for battle, thirsty for blood, and their cries crashed into his ears like a storm. The noise was so overwhelming it nearly drowned out his thoughts. When he demanded to know what was happening, Sodom calmly told him it was a side effect of his newly awakened ability. Sasuke added his own advice, telling him not to focus on it. Think of it like walking through a crowded street, he said. You hear people talking, but you don't listen. But something about this was different. These voices were far too loud to ignore. Worse, they rang inside his head, sharp and persistent. He clutched his head and staggered through the street, not even realizing that someone had already been waiting for him. Step by step, he pushed forward, and as he consciously guided his energy into his head, the voices slowly began to fade. That was when he stopped short. A girl stood directly in his path. She looked at him with open curiosity, questioning who he was and how he had managed to reach the temple. Trapped between the lingering noise in his head and her unblinking stare, he introduced himself. It didn't matter. The girl, dressed in her uniform, suddenly attacked. Her fist tore into him, ripping his clothes apart. In her eyes, whether he was a student or not meant nothing. The punch carried real killing force. He barely survived by channeling his inner energy at the last moment. As he twisted away, he realized just how terrifyingly strong she was. What saved him was his innate core. Power equal to 30 years of cultivation erupting at once. She froze, staring at him in disbelief. The fact that he could endure her strength left her stunned. As he steadied himself after dodging the blow, he felt an overwhelming sensation surge through him, as if his insides had been turned inside out in a single instant. To her, it was amusing. She reached for the red sheath at her side and pulled her sword free, the blade scraping as it emerged from beside a massive building. At that moment, Han noticed what was happening. Panic flashed across her face. She shouted for her to stop, declaring that he was not just any student, but Elder Shine's disciple. The woman paused. The words made her hesitate. An elder taking in a student was unexpected. Another second later, and she would have killed him without a second thought. CO1 understood it then. This woman was dangerous. From the very beginning, she hadn't cared who he was. If no one had stopped her, she would have ended him in a single strike. Continuing her monologue, the woman remarked that his master had trained an impressive disciple, since he was the first among the first-tier students to ever block her attack. Then she casually asked how his master was doing. The question caught the boy off guard. The way she spoke, proud and unapologetic, made it sound as though she placed herself above the master she mentioned. She went on, saying that no one had really seen him over the past few years, much like the second Blood Star. Our hero kept watching her closely. In her eyes, both the Blood Star and the Elder were nothing more than landmarks, things she acknowledged without reverence. That attitude felt familiar. It reminded him of Han. The thought crossed his mind that the two might be sisters. At that moment, Han came down the stairs. She rushed over to the woman and demanded to know why she had come back after saying she was leaving. She could not force her out, but she urged her to hurry and go. The woman clearly disliked Han's tone. It sounded as if Han believed the Valley of the Six Bloods belonged to her, as if she were the one in charge. The woman made it clear she would leave when she wanted, and no one had the right to rush her. Gripping her sword, she looked at Han with growing irritation. The tension between the two was unmistakable. They were completely incompatible, their presence clashing at every level. Sensing the pressure in the air, our hero realized that if he had known this was how things would unfold, he would have chosen a different time to come. That uneasy thought was broken by the doctor's voice, which immediately drew everyone's attention. When the divine healer stepped out of his room, he noticed a familiar face and greeted it warmly. His appearance came at the perfect moment. The red-haired woman visibly relaxed. She pulled down her hat, as if concluding that whatever business she had here was finished. As she passed by Co Woon, she told him to give her regards to his master. With a playful wink, she hinted that if they met again, she would like to compete properly. Her gaze sent chills crawling over his skin. His sword reacted at once, whispering both a warning and advice, leaving him even more confused. He could not understand what kind of connection this woman had with her blade to make his own react so violently. After she left, he remained there with Han. She gave him a knowing wink, signaling that the divine healer was waiting for him in his room. When he tried to speak, she cut him off mid-sentence, despite clearly hearing him, making it obvious that she had no intention of letting that topic go any further. Watching her, the young master realized she was capable of making her own decisions without his input. It was none of his concern. Being an elder's disciple did not mean he had to interfere in everything around him. After examining his body for a few minutes, the divine healer frowned. Something was clearly wrong. There was far more cold energy flowing through him than there should have been. The healer asked how it was possible that he had swallowed a divine flower that radiated extreme cold, and what kind of life he had lived to end up like this. Our hero had no idea how the doctor already knew so much, but he showed no suspicion. The healer reassured him that nothing would be revealed to anyone. He was a physician, and everything concerning a patient was kept in strict confidence. He told him to calm down and explain everything in detail. His sword quietly soothed him, and his trust in the doctor followed. Many powerful warriors had entrusted their tablets to this man. Telling the truth would only help his recovery. Regaining his composure, the young master explained how he had searched for a flower that was already in full bloom. He had gone behind a waterfall, where he encountered and killed a creature with 2 pairs of purple eyes and a human-like face. Such a thing was rare enough to sound unbelievable. That being hid in darkness, devouring people whenever it found the chance. It was closer to a demon than a mere monster. Hearing this, the doctor remarked that if he had realized the creature avoided bright light and had carried a torch, he would never have encountered it. But because he was surrounded by darkness, it dared to reveal itself. That meant he had been incredibly lucky. The healer quickly understood that the boy had consumed the flower to escape the poison. The pieces finally aligned. Still, one detail troubled him. The divine flower itself did not possess the ability to purify toxins. Cold energy flowed through it. Yet there was also intense hot yang energy present, energy that should have been lethal. By radiating both, the poison had likely already been expelled, and this could only have been achieved through innate energy. It seemed the energy of the core could cleanse toxins, just as it had once dealt with the bloodworm. The young master then voiced his concern. If both cold and hot yang energy coexisted within him, would his body truly be fine? Would nothing go wrong? The doctor answered calmly. Complications would only arise if one of the 2 energies remained dominant. In his case, the cold and hot yang were perfectly balanced, slowly dissolving into his body without conflict. It was like taking an elixir and continuing to accumulate energy while its effects were still active. That realization struck him hard. The implications alone were enough to stun him. As long as this energy remained in his body, he could gather internal energy at an accelerated rate. He asked the doctor directly if that was truly the case. The doctor replied that it depended entirely on his effort. If he could maintain balance and properly absorb the energy dissolving through his veins, his rate of accumulation would soon surpass that of ordinary cultivators. After saying that, the doctor reached into his pocket and took out a plate. It was the promised reward for the flower, and he told him to accept it. The young man hesitated. The plate was engraved with the words "Divine Healer," and he did not understand why he needed it. The doctor had already examined him and even begun addressing the state of his core. To him, accepting the plate felt like an admission of failure, as if the doctor was conceding that his energy core could not be cured. But then the doctor calmly asked why he thought he needed treatment at all. The boy's mouth fell open. He stared in shock, so stunned that a crow could have flown straight in without him noticing. The doctor explained his assumption. He thought the boy had come seeking treatment because his lower dantian lay exactly where he placed his hand earlier. If he still did not understand, the doctor told him to focus inward, to feel the countless tiny movements inside his core. Like ants crawling, those were the fragments his core had shattered into after the injury. His dantian was like a fire on the verge of extinction, barely alive, yet still holding faint embers. If those embers were gathered and focused, the fire could reignite. What made this truly astonishing was that the process had already begun on its own, without any external intervention. Listening carefully, the young master finally understood. His core was healing itself. But how could something like that be explained? The doctor said such cases were almost non-existent in the history of Murim, so rare they bordered on legend. Most people with shattered cores lost all hope the moment it happened. He did not need treatment, but the reward for the flowers still stood. The plaque was rightfully his. The doctor urged him to take it. When the boy tried to express his gratitude, the doctor stopped him, saying there was nothing to thank him for. He had done nothing. Sodom, on the other hand, was delighted. To her, this was nothing short of jackpot. The Lord now possessed 2 plaques at once. An outcome so absurdly fortunate, it could only be called extraordinary. If the boy was right, then one of those plaques could be used for his core's restoration, and the other would surely find its purpose soon enough. Still, Sodom couldn't help but wonder if he even understood how his core was being restored in the first place. Thinking back to the wound on his leg left by the monster, it had healed rapidly the moment he took control and evenly distributed the 2 energies throughout his body. Maybe his recovery speed had grown so extreme that even severe injuries could mend themselves in a short time. To Sodom, the logic checked out. If that theory was correct, then strangely enough, he owed that monster his thanks. Not long after, Sodom turned her attention to South Sky. She questioned his silence, asking why he had said nothing all this time. Then her tone shifted. The restoration of the core was certainly good news, but it also carried hidden risks. In his past life, when he had cultivated techniques centered on the inner core and the shining star sword, his master had chosen to destroy his dantian. The very foundation of inner energy perfection techniques was the rejection of hostile energies. The sword was uneasy. Could 2 cores, the central and the lower, truly coexist without conflict? That uncertainty demanded careful thought from the young master. If he tried to grasp everything without restraint, there might come a day when he lost all that he had painstakingly gained. Not long after, our hero returned to the place where his master resided. The moment he arrived, the master greeted him with a sigh and a complaint. calling him nothing short of a walking problem. Even so, there was warmth beneath the words. He said the boy was genuinely fortunate, yet that same luck seemed to drag trouble along with it. The master was clearly glad to see him, but his concern was just as evident. After all, the boy had encountered not one, but two of them. The meaning behind those words was obvious enough. The master had to be referring to those two unusual girls. The swords whispered their own suspicions. Perhaps he meant Han and the red-haired woman. And perhaps, just perhaps, both of them were granddaughters of the head of the blood cult. But speculation alone meant nothing. So he asked his master directly what he meant by two of them. As they walked across the snow-covered ground, the master spoke calmly. He said the woman was right in believing that a choice would eventually have to be made. There was a time when the head of the cult had been so overwhelmingly powerful that people called him Apex. Not only because he ruled the blood cult, but because his influence had reached deep into the orthodox sects as well. He had torn through everything like a raging storm, charging into battle without a trace of hesitation. For a time, it even felt like the unification of all Jianghu was no longer a fantasy. But no matter how overwhelming his strength was, defeat became inevitable once countless forces united against him. After suffering that blow, it felt as though everything he had done until then had been meaningless. Others clamored to form factions, to crush their rivals, and seize control of the cult. Yet no matter how much effort the master poured into growing stronger, every attempt ended in failure. Watching this became unbearable. In the end, he stepped away from it all, wandering from place to place, doing whatever caught his interest, no longer caring about appearances. At some point along the way, he decided to spend what time he had left pursuing his true dream. Even if it was difficult, he chose to live according to that resolve. Inevitably, his attention returned to the blood cult. To those who were trying to grow beautiful flowers from seeds everyone else was desperately trying to plant. After finishing his story, the master turned to his disciple and asked a simple question. What would you do if you were in my place? Faced with that gaze, CEO Woon hesitated. From the look in his master's eyes, the decision had already been made. This question was nothing more than a test. Showing proper respect, he answered honestly. If the master truly intended to observe the flowers from afar, just as he said, then he should leave them alone. But if that was not his true intention, then he should devote himself to preparing the fertilizer that would allow those flowers to bloom even more brilliantly. In that moment, our hero realized he could speak freely. From what he remembered of his past life, Hyak Chayan would not truly choose a side anyway. His words would not sway the final decision. After hearing his answer, the master nodded and said that they needed to become even stronger. Everything his disciple said was correct. No matter which path he chose, fertilizer would be necessary, and his people would need to shoulder even greater tasks. There were roughly 6 months left before he had to rise to the level of a commander. Our hero understood this well. This was not empty talk. He intended to multiply his forces. He had always been different from the other 7-star elders, eccentric and withdrawn, keeping to himself. But now, something had changed. He was no longer content with standing apart. He wanted power, and he intended to expand it. This meant that the story of Akon, as he remembered it from his past life, was already veering onto a completely different path. The future he once knew was no longer intact. Even back then, he hadn't known every detail of Akon's fate, but some events were clear once the blood cult resurfaced. The 4 elders had received direct orders, yet the eccentric Hyak Zhang chose to act independently. That single decision eventually led him into a duel with one of the 8 strongest masters of the Central Plains, Jinyu, the King of Flame. He was gravely injured in that battle and lost his right arm, but all of that was still 6 years away. As our hero meditated, Sodom hovered near his eyes, her thoughts unsettled. In her view, it was impossible to predict how things would truly unfold now. Perhaps in that past life, the master had remained neutral and never tried to expand his power. Even without that, too much had already changed. Back then, he had only been a cadet. Now, he was the disciple of one of the 4 elders and had even come into contact with descendants of the blood cult. He had taken a completely different road, and every step he took rewrote the future. His memories were no longer something he could depend on blindly. From now on, he had to expect the unexpected. Cao Sky sensed it as well. With all these changes, the possibilities ahead had multiplied. And he was right. If Hyak Zhang truly grew stronger, then as his disciple, this would become a powerful springboard for his own rise. But before he could seize that chance, he first had to become a captain. By now, he had finished circulating his energy. He was certain of one thing. Internal and external energy could not be used simultaneously. They could coexist, but his clan's cultivation technique alone was insufficient. Until he learned how to properly absorb both yin and yang energy, his growth would remain stagnant. At his current pace, his goals were simply out of reach. Sodom asked South Sky if he knew of any cultivation techniques. He recalled the basics of the method his former master had once used when destroying his Dantian. At its core, it was nothing more than a pathway through which blood and energy flowed. If one wanted the blood to move faster, The foundation had to be the veins themselves. They needed to be strengthened first. Hearing this, Co Woon's eyes sharpened. An idea clicked into place. It was something he never would have realized on his own. And suddenly, he remembered a technique that might fit perfectly. While his colleague was training, Co Woon approached him and asked if he could teach him the metal transformation technique. The answer came exactly as expected. The colleague refused, saying the master had strictly forbidden him from sharing it with anyone. Co Woon wasn't surprised. He had only asked because the master himself was nowhere to be found, constantly busy and rarely returning lately. Nearby, the twins continued their practice, standing still with their hands lowered at their sides. Watching them, Co Woon remarked that this felt like nothing more than a wasted morning. He couldn't help thinking that if he had been placed in the energy circulation acceleration class, they might have grown closer, not as seniors and juniors, but as equals under the same master. Just as he turned to leave, one of the twins suddenly grabbed his leg. He had sensed it. Co Woon's core had finally recovered. The twins spoke bluntly, saying it would be a waste for him to keep cultivating only a single circulation technique when he was clearly capable of more. Since they were both disciples of the same master, it was only natural to treat each other as equals. Co Woon felt a quiet satisfaction. His small manipulation had worked. He thanked him sincerely, pointing out that they were all from the same city, so there was no need for needless hierarchy and distance. Compared to Soon, the twin hadn't even lived 20 years yet and still didn't understand what truly mattered in life. If learning this technique meant a more cooperative relationship, then it was an excellent trade. 3 days later, the results became obvious. His internal energy began circulating several times faster than before. Each time he synchronized energy circulation with blood circulation, the forces of heat and cold passed evenly through his core. But along with it came a violent surge of blood rushing to his head, the same terrifying sensation as being hung upside down from a cliff. It was overwhelming. Only then did he truly understand why both the twins and his master relied on physical conditioning alongside their techniques. Without a strong body, enduring this process was impossible. If circumstances demanded it, he would eventually be forced to choose between the two techniques. Even as he sensed someone approaching, he remained seated in the snow, unmoving. A girl stopped in front of him, greeted him calmly, and asked for a moment of his time. She said she had been sent by the Sixth Blood Star. Only then did he realize he had no idea why this woman was looking for him at all. But when they returned to the main pavilion of the Valley of the Six Bloods, right in front of the Six Blood Stars people, she was the one holding out the plaque. Even she seemed unable to believe that her own disciple had chosen to do something like this. Where he found the courage for it was anyone's guess. Once inside the pavilion, the witch held the plaque in her hands and moved to pass it to the boy. When he asked about Han, she refused outright, saying she could not meet her at the moment. As he watched her more closely, his attention was drawn to her hand. Her fingers were neatly wrapped, even though he had clearly seen her sever her middle and index fingers before. The only explanation was the divine healer. After all, he had claimed he could do anything short of bringing the dead back to life. Reattaching severed fingers was well within his means. That thought made Sodom wonder if the healer could reattach a head as well. The idea was ridiculous enough to make the boy laugh. A severed head meant instant death, no exceptions. Soon, the witch turned serious. The moment he accepted the plaque, she placed her hand on him and released her energy. It was a strange grasping technique he couldn't resist at all. He felt Han's inner energy surge into his body through her touch. Panic rose in his chest, and he cried out, telling the Sixth Star to stop. She immediately silenced him, ordering him to keep his mouth shut. After carefully examining his condition, she remarked that he had grown while carrying far less hostile core energy than they had originally feared. That alone showed genuine interest in his state. She then stressed that when he left, he should take those plates with him. They would help restore his Dantian. Only then did Co Woon realize they were most likely prepared by Han herself. She really was generous. The witch added that she hoped he wouldn't waste their use. He bowed respectfully and asked for permission to leave. At the very least, he had gained something valuable from this meeting. Even a master like the Sixth Blood Star could not fully sense the true state of his core's inner energy. Just as he was about to go, her next words made him freeze. The witch proposed a bet. If he was worried she would seize what Han had given him, there was no need. She would not touch him. But as Han's master, she still wanted compensation. In the boy's eyes, the fact that she was talking about taking the plaque back at all felt deeply suspicious. He told the witch he could not make a bet with her and asked her to withdraw the offer. She did not argue. Instead, she presented something far more tempting. If he won, she would teach him something interesting. Though, as she casually added, his master might be able to do even better. That remark made him pause. For a moment, he wondered if she was being overly confident, assuming he would accept without hesitation. He apologized and said he did not dare rely on her understanding of techniques. She cut him off before he could finish. If she won, she said, then he would go to his master and ask him to reconsider the proposal she had already made. The exchange itself carried weight. It was a fair trade, one that benefited both sides. From her tone, it was clear she was willing to do whatever it took to persuade his master. Realizing this, Sodom quietly pointed out that there was no real disadvantage for him. The boy smiled. It was not such a bad offer after all. Everything would depend on the outcome, but his curiosity had been stirred. He asked what the bet would involve. The witch answered by calling someone forward. Her disciple stepped out and asked, almost playfully, how many years and winters had passed since their first meeting after joining the blood cult. With a smile, she said she was now a disciple of the sixth blood star. The boy focused on one thing alone. Who was she? He asked if she even knew him. She frowned, taking his question as an insult. She reminded him that she remembered everything from before and after they had been brought into the cult together. Of course she knew him. It had simply been a long time since they last met. Seo explained himself bluntly. Back then, he had been too busy trying to survive to concern himself with anyone else. The witch seemed amused. So they already knew each other. She formally introduced the girl, saying her name was Manhwa. She had taken her in 3 days ago, though the girl had already been living in a valley of the six bloods for some time. The boy stared, stunned. Manhwa. He did not recognize her face, but he knew the name well. In his past life, she had risen from an unknown low-ranked cadet to become a sixth blood tutor. Eventually, there was no one left who did not know her name. Yet now, standing in front of him, she looked like nothing more than an ordinary girl. The witch looked at the boy and calmly stated that in 6 months, the cult would hold a rank promotion test. Before that day arrived, she intended to raise this girl into a high-ranking warrior. South Sky immediately understood what that meant. She was planning to push her to the level of first-class master within 6 months. It was an outrageous claim, and yet, our hero could not dismiss it outright. This was precisely why those who sought martial arts desperately try to place themselves under the guidance of exceptional masters like her. Such people could uncover talents and secrets buried so deeply that even the cultivator himself remained unaware of them. She and Hyak Zhang had both been waiting for the boy to rise to the position of captain. Our hero then asked what the bet would actually be about. The witch merely waved her finger, as if brushing away something trivial. The rules were simple. The two of them would wager on who became a high-ranking master. Seo Woon glanced at his opponent and felt a faint chill. The girl looked ordinary at first glance, but there was a sharp competitiveness in her eyes. If both of them reached the rank of master, or if neither of them did, they would settle it through a direct confrontation. The simplicity of it made the whole thing even more dangerous. Now he found himself watching his own thoughts, the instincts of someone who had long been forced to rely only on himself. Agreeing to a bet with the sixth blood star was undeniably risky, but at the same time, it could become a powerful driving force. No matter what, he had to become a captain, and if he won, he would gain priceless knowledge from one of the strongest figures within the blood cult. Opportunities to learn from a master of this caliber did not come often. Of course, losing carried its own consequences. His master might believe he had been pulled toward Barenya's side. Recalling the calm, assured tone of the red-eyed woman, one thing was obvious. Ordinary people meant nothing to her. She was utterly confident in her standing within the cult, and that confidence suggested she stood above Brennanha herself. During his time as a spy, he had learned one rule that never failed. Never gamble on something you do not fully understand. And this situation was exactly the kind that could cost him everything. He was standing between two sides, balanced on a knife's edge. In this world, survival was decided by how well you understood the situation and the strength of your opponent. For that very reason, he made a quiet promise to himself. In this life, he would become stronger, and with that resolve settled, he accepted the bet placed before him. They were to meet again in 6 months. He watched everything unfold and couldn't hide his surprise that the boy had actually agreed. As the witch walked away with her disciple, she spoke freely. In her view, the fourth elder was acting in haste, running from one energy concentration site to another, and consuming elixirs without restraint. Just as her student had said, she did not believe he was particularly clever. And if they won the bet and made use of this boy, persuading the elder afterward would become far easier. Yunhua listened to these words, many of them beyond her understanding, yet she trusted her master completely. In her mind, Ms. Handbook was never wrong. She believed the boy would only accept such a wager if he were confident in victory. The witch reassured her calmly. There was no reason to worry. With Yunhua's talent, losing to him was impossible. She told her to trust her judgment, because she knew this for certain. The pressure finally caught up to Yunhua. Her eyes trembled and tears nearly spilled, but her resolve held firm. No matter what, she would endure it. 6 months later, the same test was held in the arena of the Valley of the Six Bloods. Warriors gathered to compete for promotion, all seeking to advance their rank and become true fighters of the cult. The judges closely observed their abilities. Some performances were impressive, others were not. One participant was knocked out with a single punch, a pitiful sight that drew quiet murmurs. Still, the results were not bad. 37 warriors achieved an average rank. More interesting was the next stage. 6 participants stepped forward to attempt the high-rank test, a number that caught even the commander's attention. At that moment, a soldier rushed toward him, begging for another chance. His plea was immediately cut short as attendants moved to drag him away. Such behavior was unacceptable. The soldier continued to beg, but they showed no mercy, eager to remove him from sight. The commander intervened, stepping in and ordering his guards to stop. Enough was enough. He looked closely at the cadet and recalled his performance. He understood the promotion system of the blood cult all too well. Every newcomer began the same way. First came mastery of the basic technique, the blood demon fist. After that, they were trained in coordinated group combat, formations of 6, 12, even 30 fighters moving as one. Only those who completed all of this were recognized as low-ranked warriors. From among them, the most capable were granted the chance to challenge the test for middle rank. This rank required the ability to wield internal energy. Under normal circumstances, it took at least 10 years of cultivation before one could even qualify as a middle rank warrior. Verifying that strength was simple. All one had to do was strike the measuring stone. Leaving a mark meant internal energy was present. Only then was a candidate allowed to proceed. The test itself was brutal in its simplicity. A duel against a middle rank warrior. If the cadet could endure 30 attacks without falling, the promotion was granted. In the blood cult, rank was decided by strength alone. Everyone was given the same chance. No favoritism. No exceptions. If the commander made an exception now, what about the other 3 who had also failed? And the 8 more who couldn't even leave a mark on the stone? He understood the soldier's frustration perfectly. Still, he hoped that anger would turn into resolve, that failure would become fuel. If the man trained harder and returned, success would follow. Hearing this, the warrior bowed his head and apologized for letting his emotions get the better of him. As the commander turned away, one of his guards quietly asked if punishment was necessary. The commander dismissed the idea at once. This kind of scene was common. There was no need for discipline. Not long after, the commander's voice rang out, announcing that the high-rank test was about to begin. The air instantly shifted. Every soldier who still had ambition straightened, ready to step forward no matter the cost. The massive doors swung open, and several powerful figures entered the arena, men who openly carried the presence of high-rank warriors. Among them, someone recognized a familiar silhouette. The 4th elder had arrived. They had been watching the tests all along, selecting suitable people for themselves. He wondered aloud whether it would be acceptable for his disciples to at least demonstrate their abilities, assuming they met the qualifications to participate. Before the matter could settle, the witch arrived. She dismissed the squad leader's words as meaningless. As one of the masters of the Valley of the Six Bloods, she said, he was always too concerned with rigid rules. Instead, she proposed that they simply agree to the elder's terms. Sighing studied her carefully. It had been a long time since he last saw her, and there had been no mention of her return. He was certain she had come for the same reason as they had. The 4th elder commented lightly that she had become surprisingly gentle. Even so, her presence did not mean she intended to personally take the test, nor did it mean she planned to back down. By then, 2 elders were already pressing the commander, asking what their disciples needed to do to participate. Grinding his teeth and choosing to ignore the pressure, the commander finally spoke. It would be enough to prove qualification for the middle rank test by striking the measuring stone. They would do it openly, in front of everyone, so there would be no objections, even though the usual procedures were being skipped. A measuring stone stood before them, waiting for a mark carved by inner energy. For people at this level, it was nothing more than a formality, a gesture to save face. The witch called out to her disciple, Yawa. At her master's voice, the girl stepped out from the shadows. Our hero had not seen her in a long time. Only 6 months had passed, yet the change was obvious. The naivety she once carried was gone, replaced by calm confidence. He couldn't help but wonder how much stronger she had become. Yawa was the first to approach the stone. As she stood before it, she gathered her energy. Her hand began to glow with red chi, a clear sign of internal energy being mobilized. With both palms pressed forward, she released it directly into the stone. The reaction stunned those watching from behind. There was no longer any doubt that she was truly a disciple of the 6th Blood Star. Some even remembered hearing that just 6 months ago, she had taken in a low-ranked cadet and pushed her to this level in such a short time. The mark she left was more than sufficient to prove her qualification. When she finished, she reported that this was the limit of her current strength. The commander accepted the result without hesitation. It was more than enough to confirm her talent. Sao Sky quietly asked the boy whether he intended to use internal energy today. He answered no. This was only a test. His innate energy would remain hidden, a trump card best saved for later. There was no reason to reveal it now. As she passed by Co Woon, the girl greeted him casually, telling him that she had grown several times stronger over the past 6 months and that she intended to win the bet. At that moment, our hero understood what he had to do. He needed to show how far he had come, using only inner energy. The problem was simple. This was his first time doing so. In his past life, he had always stood among those who were not even allowed to take the test. Because of that, he had no real sense of how much energy was required to produce a convincing result. Then he heard his master's voice behind him, cold and unmistakable, telling him that he had better give it everything he had. If he embarrassed him here, he would be killed on the spot. Feeling his master's presence pressing down on him, Seo Woon realized one thing clearly. He had to surpass Yawa, and thanks to the circulation eradication technique he had adopted, that no longer felt impossible. In just 6 months, he had cultivated his internal energy at a frightening pace. Even so, the time was absurdly short. Others had trained for years, even decades. Did he truly have enough strength? He decided not to hold anything back. If he hesitated now, he might not even leave a scratch on the stone. Gathering his focus, he channeled nearly 80% of his strength and drove his fist forward. The impact landed cleanly, and a deep imprint formed where his fist struck, buried firmly into the stone itself. It was easier than he had expected. The crowd stirred in shock as they realized he hadn't merely left a mark. He had punched straight into it. The difference in his strength after a single year was unbelievable. The only problem was that his hand was now stuck. Sodom immediately noticed the mistake. He had misjudged the force. Before he could react, his colleague stepped forward, laughing, saying he would show him how it was properly done. Now the brothers would demonstrate their own strength. Why they felt the need to use such refined techniques for a simple test was beyond him. The crowd held its breath as cracks spread across the stone, fragments scattering outward. Seo Woon commented dryly that he had only damaged the outer layer, which did nothing to free his arm. His colleague responded calmly, explaining that he was deliberately restraining his strength to avoid injuring him. Then his brother stepped forward. Without hesitation, he smashed his bald head directly into the center of the stone. A thunderous shockwave followed. The onlookers froze as the measuring stones split apart, shattering completely. The sight was so overwhelming that no one could immediately process it. Who smashes a stone like that with his head? What kind of body did this man possess? He had only been in the cult for a year. Strength like this was simply absurd. All eyes locked onto them, scanning for injuries, yet there were none. The master laughed in satisfaction, declaring that this was the bare minimum his students should be able to display. All three had proven themselves to be extraordinary talents. With that settled, the commander announced that preparations for the middle rank test could begin. Seo Woon stopped him. Calm, confident, and unmistakably clear, he said the commander had misunderstood. They were not here to take the middle rank test. They were applying directly for high rank. They intended to become captains. The test for high rank warrior was simple in name, but brutal in reality. One had to withstand 12 strikes from a high rank master. On the surface, 12 did not sound like much, but everyone understood the truth. These masters were operating on a completely different level from mid-rank warriors. Even while holding back, their blows carried overwhelming force. If they truly fought seriously, 3 strikes would have been more than enough. By most estimates, they were using around 60% of their strength. Hayak Chayan chose not to rush. He decided to observe first, to understand exactly what these masters were capable of. Before long, his master grabbed him by the head and pulled him aside for a serious talk. Somehow, he had already learned that the boy had made a pact with a witch. The Southern Sky Sword had clearly seen the blood witch swallow earlier, and Seo Woon had not expected her to bring up the deal now. She did not even try to hide her involvement. She simply smiled faintly. At that moment, everything became clear. This situation had been moving according to her design from the very beginning. She had planted seeds of doubt in the master's mind, making him believe the boy had secretly met with a witch. What she did not know was that one day, the boy and Hyan had gone directly to the master and told him everything. During the duel, the witch intended to reveal the truth herself and catch him off guard. Instead, the master merely acted as if he was hearing it for the first time. He warned the boy coldly that if he continued throwing himself into dangerous adventures, he would personally break his legs. The boy apologized without hesitation. Still, the bet itself caught the master's interest. In fact, he liked the situation very much. He decided that this was the perfect chance to force that damned witch to teach the boy some of her own tricks. Turning his gaze sharp, he told Seo Woon to go and show her. As captain of the elite martial forces of the blood cult, he knew well that there were 3 paths to becoming a high-rank warrior. The first was through long service and accumulated achievements, climbing step by step from vice captain to captain. The second was to complete a single massive task, whose value alone justified promotion. The third path was the fastest and the most dangerous. Challenge 2 high-rank masters in real combat, using real swords, and defeat them in fewer than 100 strikes. Compared to that, the standard high-rank test was nothing. Marshari listened closely as the masters spoke among themselves, their voices filled with anticipation. They were eager, very eager to test the disciples of the 4th Elder in real battle. They were eager to see what kind of sword techniques he had been taught. Of course, Seo Woon understood the commander's hint the moment it was spoken. The Elder had heard the pride in those words, and that was natural. He was the master's best disciple. The loyal followers wanted him to show these masters just how terrifying the star-shining technique truly was. Trying for high rank was one thing. Attempting to leap straight into the captain's test was another. That path was reckless. There was no reason to force himself so hard when time was still on his side. The master even told him directly that he could withdraw now and wait for future chances. Opportunities would not disappear. One of the high-ranking warriors, Jun, stepped forward. Beside him stood Huyong, another high-rank expert, clearly surprised that the fourth elder had raised a sword-wielding disciple. He even admitted that he himself would have liked to learn such techniques. Standing before them, the young master felt the pressure immediately. Their presence alone was overwhelming. Their calm words did not match the danger they radiated. He bowed respectfully, suppressing his nerves, and expressed his wish for a fair fight. The commander gave the order. In an instant, the masters lunged at him like wolves descending on prey. The first strike came fast, a crushing blow from multiple angles. Seo Wun twisted his body and slipped through the attack. A blade came down next, and he raised his sword just in time. The collision sent sparks exploding through the air. A voice shouted behind him, ordering the attack to be finished. He turned instinctively, only to realize too late that another sword was already flying straight toward his chest. Giving up was not an option. The southern sky sword reacted on its own, deflecting the strike with terrifying precision. The masters froze for a split second. He had blocked an attack from behind without even turning around. That alone shattered their expectations. But there was no time to hesitate. Seo Wun countered immediately, his foot snapping backward in a lightning-fast kick. The masters were stunned. The timing was flawless. He responded to their combined assault without the slightest delay. To them, he looked inexperienced, yet his movements told a different story. This was someone who could genuinely pass the captain's test. His swords observed everything in silence. They knew better than anyone. He deserved this chance. Months of relentless training, more than 100 battles against the twins, endless exchanges, repeated until instinct replaced thought. That was why this moment felt natural. Seo Wun was not surviving by luck. He was doing what he had always done, holding his ground. The high-rank masters began to look at the boy differently, but the examination was far from over. They closed in on him again, this time moving with far greater precision, their coordination clearly refined. One of them finally released his inner energy, a green glow spreading around his body. Seo Wun understood immediately. This was no longer a test on the surface level. These were techniques meant for real combat. To answer such force, he would normally need to strike back even harder. But instead of clashing head-on, he shifted. His sword softened, sliding and coiling like a vine. Using the soft sword technique, he slipped past the power and struck first. Another exchange followed, and once again he proved that he was no longer someone to be underestimated. One of the masters acknowledged it silently. The boy's skill was undeniably impressive. Still, logic told him the same thing. No matter how talented he was still just a youth. Facing two high-rank masters at once should be impossible. That assumption shattered in the next instant. As one master advanced with his sword, his expression suddenly froze. Looking down, he saw steel piercing through his leg. He barely had time to react before Seo Wun struck again. There was no hesitation in his movements, no retreat, no fear. If he wanted to prove his worth, he would do it decisively. He unleashed his true strength. Activating the fourth form of the Shining Star Sword, Seo Wun drove forward. The Rising Dragon technique exploded outward, flooding the area with overwhelming energy. One master was sent flying, his body hurled aside as dust and force erupted around them. The second master lost sight of everything in the storm. Then he saw it. From the heart of that violent eruption, the boy burst forward, sword aimed straight at him. As the distance closed, Seo Wun activated the fifth form of the Shining Star Sword. The pressure was so intense that even the examiner felt genuine danger. For the first time, he had to use his full strength just to survive. The clash came down like a meteor. When the dust settled, Seo Wun had stopped his blade. The shattered remains of the opponent's sword lay scattered, knocked completely aside. Seeing his reflection trembling in Seo Wun's blade, the master understood the truth. If that sword had not stopped, he would already be dead. Seo Wun sheathed the Southern Sky sword calmly and asked them to stop the bleeding so he could remove the short sword still embedded in the master's leg. There was no argument left. Even with their strength, they had lost. Completely. This boy did not just qualify for captain. He surpassed it. The arena erupted. Cheers thundered through the Valley of the Six Bloods as Seo Wun held his sword perfectly still, its tip resting just in front of his opponent's face. It was decisive. It was overwhelming. And it was unforgettable. He had already crushed powerful masters, and the way he did it left no room for doubt. A few exchanges were all it took, and each opponent fell cleanly. His experience showed, sharp and overwhelming, as if countless battles had been carved directly into his instincts. Watching this, the commander could only stare in disbelief. The fight had gone far beyond what he had imagined. Hayek Ion was just as shaken by the report. As a master of fist combat, he never expected the young man to rely on a sword. He had always believed his disciples would only shine in close-quarters combat, where fists ruled. Yet after the divine healer restored his core, everything changed. His body could now endure coordinated assaults from high-ranked masters without breaking. That alone was astonishing. But the real question lingered in everyone's mind. What had triggered such explosive growth? Even the fourth elder, known for his swordsmanship, could not have reached this level in such a short time. The witch saw it clearly. The elder's martial arts focused on expanding internal energy and strengthening the body, refining endurance and raw power. But the techniques this student displayed were entirely different. Each move carried a distinct structure, a refined intent, and an absurdly high level of mastery. These were not techniques passed down by any elder. That much was obvious. So then, who had created them? Whoever it was could not be weaker than a true master. The master observed his student in silence, pride settling deep in his chest. He had done more than well. With every strike, he was starting to resemble the swordsman of the southern sky more and more. The resemblance was impossible to ignore. If John Dee were standing there, he would have smiled without hesitation. Not long after, the witch's apprentice stepped forward and asked for permission to take the captain's test. Power surged in her hands, something she could clearly feel after 6 months of relentless training. Her strength had risen sharply, and she trusted the techniques her master had given her. She believed her effort would finally bear fruit. With her resolve hardened, she swore to defend her honor and claim the position of captain. Reality was merciless. The battle ended with her bruised and shaking on the ground, tears streaming down her face as her body gave in to exhaustion. Diera failed the test. She could not even reach 50 strikes in the captain's examination. The master then turned his attention to the next student and immediately sensed trouble. The boy fought like a complete nuisance. Shan Wu muttered that high-ranking warriors had grown more cautious, but it sounded more like a poor excuse. Over 60 attacks had already been exchanged, and by now it was obvious. They had decided he was Hagon's true successor. Watching his colleague struggle, the South Sky swordsman felt nothing but bad luck clinging to him. Unable to show his true strength and eager to end the ordeal, he pushed through the remainder of the test as quickly as possible. When it was over, the witch approached the master, her eyes filled with admiration. Training students of his caliber was no small feat, and she made sure he knew just how impressed she was. The master almost laughed it off. To him, her words sounded like a joke. Why would she mock him now of all times? But that was not the case. Not everyone could learn his personal martial arts, and she knew that. Still, when it came to the sword, she could not hide her astonishment. It genuinely shocked her that someone famed for fist combat like Master Sanaa could produce sword techniques of such refinement. The doubt in her eyes was obvious, and the master caught it immediately. She was implying that these techniques were not truly his. On that point, she was frighteningly perceptive. No one present had recognized the origin of those moves. Yet the truth was simple. No one here had ever seen the techniques of the Southern Sky Swordsman in person. The moment she heard that legendary name, the witch froze. Her breath caught. It made sense. Too much sense. These were indeed the sword techniques of the world-renowned Southern Sky Swordsman. But that man had died long ago, and his secret records now rested in the hands of the master who had trained this boy according to them. The witch immediately drew her own conclusion. If the Southern Sky Swordsman was dead, then the one who killed him must have been this master. The warriors erupted in congratulations, praising him for slaying such a legendary figure. He shut them up with a sharp gesture. Their words bored him. He had no interest in empty praise. What he had taken from that encounter was far more valuable than their admiration. An opportunity stolen from fate itself. That alone was worth savoring. Sun Woon watched from the side, stunned. His master had revealed everything. It was completely unexpected. He could have claimed he killed the Southern Sky Swordsman outright, and no one would have questioned it. No one here knew the truth. Yet he did not, which raised a far more dangerous question. If he did not kill the Southern Sky Swordsman, then who gave him those records? The book in his hands was incomplete, but he had fought countless battles relying on it. No one alive understood its contents better than he did. The witch caught on quickly. He was implying that he had corrected its flaws himself, refining the techniques where they were lacking, then passing them on to his student. You can consider him both my apprentice, he said plainly, and the apprentice of the Southern Sky Swordsman. He placed a hand on the boy's head and presented him to the entire tribune. Xiong Wan finally understood what that old fox was really doing. He was not just preserving the legacy of the Southern Sky Swordsman by raising his successor. He was declaring something far more dangerous, that he had the ability to comprehend, dismantle, and improve even the techniques of his sworn enemy. And by doing so, he ensured that if anyone in the blood cult ever dared oppose him for those techniques, they would gain nothing. The Southern Sky Sword itself accepted this outcome without resistance. To it, this was the best possible path. Otherwise, its master's legacy would have vanished without a trace. More than that, the master had formally named Sun Win as the successor of the Southern Sky Sword Master, and for that reason alone, the sword held gratitude toward him. The high-ranking masters were stunned as they watched the boy fight. Every movement carried the unmistakable imprint of the Southern Sky technique. It became clear that the one standing there had already surpassed the fourth elder in mastering a special martial art. And this child had passed the test cleanly. Even with blood pouring from his nose, Sanjbak endured. Nearly 100 attacks later, he finally overcame the high-ranking warriors who had been harassing him non-stop and secured the rank of captain. Objectively, his performance was worse than the previous student, Manhwa. And strangely, he didn't look happy at all. The master wasted no time calling him a helpless idiot who had embarrassed him in front of everyone. A sharp strike landed on his head, leaving a swollen lump, and he nearly burst into tears on the spot. Still, Shanwu spoke up for him. His fight might not have been as overwhelming as Shanwu's, but if the high-ranking warriors hadn't relied on group tactics and constant evasion, they would have died far sooner. Our hero didn't understand why this man was making excuses for him, but the praise stood. Once all the exams concluded, the commander turned to the remaining cadets and called for Song Woo-hyun to step forward. The master leaned in and issued a warning. If he performed as poorly as his brother, he would be starving for a long time. Those words hit hard. Rage ignited in the boy's eyes, sharp and uncontrollable, begging to be unleashed on whoever stood in front of him. Sun Ung-woon stared at him, confused. Something about his expression had changed completely. But more importantly, this round was different. They released a swordsman and a fist-fighting master at the same time. It was obvious they didn't want all three to pass. Maybe they only intended to take one swordsman, unwilling to provoke Hanai any further. The commander announced the start of the test. In less than a second, the master's bald disciple seized his opponent by the head and slammed him into the ground. The man went unconscious instantly. The remaining swordsmen on the field didn't even look eager to fight him. Sunlight reflected off his bald head as he stood there, unmoving, victorious. Sun Woo-hyun had advanced. Saddam quickly understood one thing. Going without food was not an option. Watching the fight unfold, our hero felt genuine relief that he had never faced this monster in his past life. The master, on the other hand, was in an excellent mood. Pride spilled over as he laughed openly. Every single one of his disciples had passed the captain's test. All of them. It was an absurd result, almost unbelievable. Once the trials ended, the squad leader led his cadets toward the main pavilion of the Valley of the Six Bloods. Along the way, Saddam leaned close to his young master and warned him that a subordinate of the blood which had been following them. When he turned and looked, he saw Han, but only barely recognized her. The change was shocking. Saddam could hardly believe his eyes. Even assuming the medicinal herb had cured her illness, this transformation was extreme. Not long ago, her body had been bloated and heavy. Now it looked as though it had been corrected entirely, reduced to nearly half its former size. Only her wide eyes and familiar hairstyle remained the same. What surprised Saddam even more was Shanwon. His eyesight and observation were frighteningly sharp. He recognized her instantly. The master's disciples began to complain, asking why they had been watched the entire time as they continued toward the main hall. But complaints didn't matter anymore. The most important part was about to begin. The warriors needed to be selected. The massive gates of the temple slowly opened, and the group entered. Inside, monks were already waiting, standing in formation, prepared to receive these high-ranking warriors. From that moment on, the selection ceremony officially began. Most of the boys didn't truly understand what was happening, but Sunwoo did. Memories from his past life surfaced, and he realized the truth. It was nothing more than the assignment of newly promoted warriors to their official positions. The names of those who passed the test were engraved onto plaques, sorted by rank, high, middle, and low. Commanders, Bloodstar messengers, and elders would then choose the ones they wanted. In his past life, the Bloodwolves commander had chosen him. This time, Saddam quietly questioned how things would play out. But the rules had changed. Low-ranking warriors were excluded from the ceremony entirely. The master didn't bother waiting. He directly assigned their positions, almost casually. It felt less like a formal appointment and more like a contest. Who could secure the best high and mid-ranking warriors first? Someone hurried over and asked the master if he planned to participate in the selection. The answer was simple. He had no subordinates, no captains of his own. He wasn't here to choose anyone. So where was his competition? Everyone present was stunned that the fourth elder would personally make the selection, while the rest, acting only as representatives, could do absolutely nothing about it. The only thing left to decide was where he would begin, high rank or middle rank. Without the slightest hesitation, he declared that he would start immediately if no one objected. He dragged his finger slowly across the tablets, reading names as he went. The warriors watching from the outside couldn't understand what he was doing or why his finger lingered on certain plaques. It felt deliberate, as if he already knew exactly what he wanted. Then he stopped, pressing his finger firmly into the center of one plaque. He left a clear mark. From there, he traced a straight line downward and pointed to another board. Out of the 37 warriors here, he said calmly, I'm cutting off the last 10. A pause followed. I'll take the remaining 27. The other masters froze. The realization hit them all at once. This man had completely lost his mind. No one had expected anything even close to this. Yet he didn't stop there. Acting as if their shock didn't exist, he turned to his colleagues and added that, for the sake of fairness, he would leave them 10 warriors. They could decide among themselves, and each take one. That was when the witch stepped forward. She said plainly that the fourth elder was taking far too many people. He looked at her, genuinely confused. At the last elders' meeting, everyone had complained that managing large numbers was difficult. She reminded him that he himself had claimed he would work alone. Taking this many candidates would also upset the balance of rank. But instead of being annoyed, the master smiled. He was glad she brought it up. His position had changed. He was no longer interested in staying isolated. Growing his own force was now the goal. That was the real objective behind this move. Does anyone object? He asked. His massive hand slammed down on the sign, ending the discussion. Since he had no subordinates to begin with, he might as well take everyone. Leaving Tim behind was already an act of generosity. Just enough so the others wouldn't completely lose face. Watching all this, Shan Woon understood. This was his master showing mercy. And it was fascinating to see how the others' expressions twisted as their carefully chosen candidates were stripped away in an instant. The master made himself clear. If anyone had objections, they were free to report him to their superiors. And if someone wanted to complain directly, they could come to him. If they preferred something faster, he was more than willing to settle it on the spot. He said it plainly. If needed, they could simply tear out everyone's throats and end the matter on the spot. The elders exchanged glances, yet none of them dared to object. Once an elder openly declares his intention to expand his power, he has every right to take as many warriors as he wants. No one can stop him. But the real shock lay elsewhere. He had always been a lone wolf, untouched by factional struggles. Now, by stepping into the game, he was tearing the balance of the entire blood cult apart. When this news reached a certain woman, there was no chance she would stay silent. Something that had never been imagined before was beginning to move. A shield that once only dreamed of battle had finally awakened. And once it started moving, how dangerous would the road ahead become for the young mistress who walked beside it? The southern sky sword turned its attention to its young master. In its eyes, he now possessed something close to a superpower. With the old man publicly revealing his intentions, both major sides would inevitably move to win him over. They would flaunt their strength, test their influence, and apply pressure from every direction. In the meantime, our hero would have the freedom to observe, measure, and choose the path that benefited him most. It was sharp advice, clever even. And when, exactly, had Sodom become so insightful? The sword bristled at the implication, clearly offended. She had always been capable of this kind of reasoning. Still, the words rang true, and the boy knew he had to think carefully. Soon, the real selection would begin. 6 high-level candidates who had passed the test were called forward. Before anything else, the commander announced that each commander-in-chief would give a short speech. The candidates would listen and decide based on those words. This system had existed even before our hero's rebirth. High-ranking commanders did not simply pick subordinates. The soldiers chose who they were willing to follow. At this stage, everything depended on eloquence. Whoever spoke best would win loyalty. Not long after, the master quietly told Sun that he had high expectations for him and left the rest in his hands. His goal was clear. He wanted all of them. He ordered Woon to use every ounce of his presence and charisma to draw these people in and make them choose him. The young master hesitated. How was he supposed to do that? Seeing the confusion on his face, the master made it clear. Act. Don't think about how the master himself would handle it with his authority and status. This was Sun's stage. The master studied his disciple and caught the glint in his eyes. That crafty fox was clearly planning to embarrass him. Standing there, Sun began praising himself without restraint, listing his own merits one after another. Watching this, the master felt a familiar urge rise within him. If his disciple wanted to show off, then he would respond in kind. And this time, he would show everyone exactly what his best looked like. Soon, the commander asked who wished to speak first. Before anyone could react, the young master stepped forward and began climbing the stairs to the podium, taking the place meant for the fourth elder. There was an unspoken hierarchy here. Elders usually spoke last, each in their own way, and by that logic, he would probably end up at the end anyway. Some of the warriors noticed that this choice actually made sense. Others didn't care at all. A few laughed when they saw the young master take the stand. Someone had to start, after all. Their attitude reminded him exactly of A.K. Jong, testing, provoking, waiting to see if he would falter. Watching their reactions, he understood their thinking. If the elders went first, then Commander Song would naturally follow. That thought stirred something sharp inside him. A sense of rivalry woke up. Now all he needed was a way to draw all 6 warriors to his side. Soon, the order was decided. The commanders would speak according to seniority. It wasn't a bad outcome. The soldiers wouldn't make their choice immediately, and that suited him just fine. He could listen, analyze, and shape his own words based on what the others revealed. That was the plan. But before he could settle into it, his commander's voice rang in his ears, filled with disbelief. The master was furious, his anger practically burning. Why would he allow himself to be pushed to the last position? The boy answered calmly that it worked in his favor. Waiting would be better. Of course, the threat came immediately after. If he messed this up, his master would kill him without hesitation. And if the warriors chose someone else over him, that would be unforgivable. That was the old man's standard. The first to step forward introduced himself as the commander of the 5 poisons, representing the third elder, the Blood Snake King. His name was Seong Pil. He spoke confidently, praising the third elder's ability to recognize talent and cultivate disciples, promising mastery over all poison techniques to those who joined him. Next came the commander of destruction, representing the second elder, the unstoppable Demon Blade Emperor. She didn't bother with subtlety. She promised to personally teach her blade techniques to anyone who chose her side. One after another, the commanders took the stage, delivering speeches that blurred together. Power, resources, personal guidance. Each offer sounded familiar. By the time the 9th commander finished, it was finally our hero's turn. Listening to them all, he couldn't help but feel bored. They were all from the same cult, held similar status, and spoke the same language. In the end, there was only one way to truly stand out. Unique techniques. Standing there with his swords, he noticed something subtle. Everyone was watching the reaction of a single candidate. If one looked closely, that man had maintained an unreadable expression from the very beginning. His name was Josen, if he had heard it right. At a glance, it was obvious. This wasn't an ordinary talent, not even just a diamond. With proper guidance, he would reach terrifying heights. He had proven it during the test. Facing a high-ranking warrior, Josen brought him down in only 16 exchanges. No wonder the commander's gazes kept drifting toward him, eyes sharp with interest. For some reason, our hero felt he had heard that name before. He couldn't claim to remember everyone from his past life, and maybe he was mistaken, but the feeling wouldn't go away. It was as if they had crossed paths once before. Another commander stepped forward, trying to draw the soldiers to his side. He was a white blood commander, representing the first star of the Burning Sword. His name was Changgang. As the young master observed him, he noticed something change. That man's eyes lit up, his posture subtly shifting. He had been motionless until now. Why did he suddenly look so alert? Changgang didn't bother praising the first blood star directly. There was no need. The 4 elders and 7 blood stars were all figures of absolute authority within the cult. Listing their achievements would be pointless. Instead, he added only one thing. He and the first blood star had fought together on the front lines for years, and they would continue to do so. All this time, the young master kept his attention on the man whose face refused to leave his thoughts. Standing not far from the lower-ranked warriors, a sudden realization struck him. He remembered now. That was why the face felt so familiar. This man was a spy, a cultist hiding within another faction. Sun Ungun understood that what he knew was only a fragment of the truth. In a year and a half, this man would be exposed. He would attempt to flee, and he would be hunted down and killed. The ending was fixed. Saddam's thoughts turned cold. If they left him alone, that future was guaranteed. So why not intervene? Why not help him? But then the real question followed. Why bother at all? Sun's only goal was to enter the Blood Stars. This man's physical talent was solid, but in the end, helping him wouldn't change Sun's own path in the slightest. Soon after, the master gave a sharp order, his voice cutting through the noise. Shan Wu was not to take his eyes off the man he had been watching so closely. That candidate had become a hot commodity. Anyone with sense would have noticed it. During the test, the boy had displayed outstanding ability, far beyond the ordinary. Word quickly reached the master that he belonged to the Howl clan, which meant one thing. He had to be pulled to A.K. Chong's side. He was too valuable to let slip. Hearing this, the young master felt his head ache. Those words alone were enough to drive him mad. If he told his master that he intended to lure that man away instead, he had no idea what kind of storm he would be stepping into. One hesitated, then asked if he could request a favor. Those around Seong Wu assumed that asking now would surely earn him approval. The old man hated doing favors for anyone, but just then their teacher called the master over, who had been laughing lazily from the sidelines. One admitted he didn't know what to do and asked for forgiveness instead. The teacher snapped at him for speaking nonsense and ordered him to hurry to Suin at once. At last, it was our hero's turn. By now, it felt as though everyone had already made up their mind. If he wanted to draw all the warriors to his side, he needed to stand out. He had to offer something different. Stepping forward, the boy greeted them calmly and introduced himself as nothing special, just another ordinary student like the rest. His name was Sun Wangwei, a newly appointed captain. 6 candidates stood before him, and he intended to secure at least 5. Some of them likely already knew he was the 4th elder's disciple, which made him slightly more fortunate than the others who had spoken earlier. On the opposite side, a few soldiers scoffed, thinking he was merely showing off, unable to grasp his intent. But he didn't stop. He had no desire to drag out his speech. If he did, he would lose his rhythm. Instead, he spoke plainly. He said he was lucky. As a recent cadet himself, he claimed he understood their ambitions better than anyone, and he promised that their future would be far better than they imagined. As he spoke, his gaze swept the group, and that was when he noticed it. Josian wasn't listening at all. The boy gestured toward the commanders who had spoken earlier. One of them, Shimhek, scoffed and said there was no point in talking about a master's achievements and glory. At that moment, his own master reached out and pressed down hard on the head of one of his disciples, clearly irritated. Talking about him, of all things, was completely unnecessary. To back up his words, Sean shifted everyone's attention to his own brothers. He pointed them out clearly. Two men who, just a year ago, had been nothing more than ordinary cadets, and who now stood here as captains. Raising his fingers, he stressed the time it took. 1 year. Just 1 year to achieve this kind of result. The message was simple. A clear, living example of how 3 nobodies had risen so quickly was far more convincing than empty promises. Some commanders tried to interrupt, sneering that this wasn't his achievement at all, but solely the result of the 4th Elder's training. Before the argument could grow, the official overseeing the exam snapped at them to shut their mouths. No one was finished yet. Sodom bristled with anger at the interruption, but deep down she understood. It only proved that the boys' words were hitting their mark. They felt threatened. Sun Woon didn't deny it. He openly agreed that everything came from his elder. Then he pushed further, drawing attention to something else. He emphasized that the master had only 3 students. Only 3 disciples in total. At first, the warriors didn't understand what he was implying. Some thought he was praising their small number. A few commanders even felt relieved, assuming he was talking nonsense. But then he explained. Their faction was the smallest in the entire cult. That much was true. However, the master's policy had changed. Soon, many warriors would gather under his banner. And for those standing here now, this represented a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. A chance to stand at the very core of a rising power from the beginning. He acknowledged that all the other leaders were impressive in their own right. But no matter which of them they chose, they would always start at the bottom. That was unavoidable. So he posed a simple question. Did they want to cling to the tail of a dragon already in flight? Or did they want to help build its head from the very start? He finished by saying that even though they were few, they were bound together like a family. On cue, the master wrapped an arm around his disciples, pulling them together until they looked like a single, united group. Leaning in, he whispered that they had better smile as wide as possible, or he would tear their mouths open himself. The boys complied, forcing the widest smiles they could manage. The warriors watching were stunned. They had never seen such an intimate relationship between a master and his disciples. Sodom, however, laughed quietly. The boy was a complete fraud. They had never been like a family. And yet, for some reason, that lie left her feeling strangely uneasy. He chose to ignore it. Not long after, one of the warriors stepped forward on his own. It was Liu, a high-ranking fighter. The group welcomed him without hesitation. From Liu's point of view, things had gone smoothly. That mad old man would have killed him on the spot otherwise. The first candidate for their faction had performed extremely well. Now it was time for the second warrior to make his choice and announce it. Woon secretly hoped the second one would join them as well. He wanted to live a little longer, preferably long enough that the master wouldn't decide to kill him on a whim. But that man hesitated, and from his expression, it was obvious he had already chosen the other side. What made it worse was his nervousness. Every commander was speaking at once, pressing him, trying to pull him over. Our hero barely had time to say anything and squeezed out his words as best he could. Then someone else stepped forward. Another warrior chose their side. It was Hunshin. The master burst into laughter, clearly delighted. He took an instant liking to him, and the team greeted him with a single phrase, "Welcome hell." Thinking back on everything, Sun On One realized he had done well with his speech. Even he was surprised that 2 people had already chosen them. Then the next candidate entered the arena. This man was the real problem. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he alone was worth 5 of the others combined. Every side wanted him desperately. He was like a cup of priceless imperial wine, except the wine was poisoned. Commanders and teams doubled their efforts, but it was pointless. His goal was clear. He cared about no one else. All he wanted was a path to the first blood star. Woon thought it through. If he brought someone like this to the Elder, would they toss this bony fish to the others? Or would they try to swallow him whole? In the end, it didn't matter. You couldn't persuade a spy who had made his choice long ago. Still, when Woon looked at the master, he saw longing in his eyes. The master couldn't let that man go. He wanted him back desperately, and all but begged Sean Woon to pull him over to their side. When the man finally walked to the opposing faction, Sean Woon had no choice but to accept it. He had no intention of starting a conflict with Akon over someone like that. In his past life, he had been a spy for 10 years. And there was nothing more terrifying for a spy than being exposed. Sunan looked at that man and addressed him casually, calling out, "Hey, beggar." The man didn't understand what he meant, but Sunung continued without hesitation. He said he knew exactly what kind of beggar he was. One who marked the ranks of the first blood star just to get close to the peak, only to be exposed sooner or later. The exchange happened on a mental level. No one around them could hear a single word. The spy cautiously asked what he wanted. Without revealing anything unnecessary, the boy answered plainly. If he didn't join their organization, he would expose him. That was all. At that very moment, the master had already accepted the candidate and placed a hand on his shoulder. Suddenly, the man stepped away. He walked straight toward our hero, dropped to one knee, and declared that he was ready to join them. The master was overjoyed, convinced he had made the correct choice. The disciples, however, felt uneasy. Everything had gone far too smoothly. The boy sensed it as well. Things were unfolding exactly as planned, yet he felt himself stepping away from a destiny that no longer aligned with his past life. History was turning over once again. Still, he didn't know if this choice was right. The more the present changed, the harder the future became to predict. After consulting among themselves, the other captains were stunned. Almost everyone had chosen the same side. They demanded to know why Akin was trying to take all the candidates, accusing him of having no shame and not even leaving them a shred of face. Standing there, the young master felt deeply uncomfortable, his thoughts clashing and piling up in his head. Eventually, the high-level selection ceremony came to an end. The result was clear. 4 out of the 6 experienced warriors had sided with Akin. The master was dissatisfied. He told his disciple that the persuasive talent he bragged about had only been half effective. Those words sent a chill through Shanwan's body. He disliked how the master phrased it, as if he had only managed to take half the people. From the side, one of his colleagues started cheering, joking that the guy was about to get scolded. Akin noticed and struck him on the head, silencing him immediately. Not long after, someone approached our hero. He hadn't even heard the man arrive. The newcomer calmly remarked that the young master's skills were truly impressive. Although he didn't realize it at first, his presence had only just been discovered. This man had been watching them the entire time. Shanwan sensed that he knew Chong. Yet this was the first time he had ever seen someone his master treated with such warmth. The man immediately apologized to the elder, explaining that he found the place fascinating and wanted to observe it from outside. Before approaching, he had deliberately concealed his presence to watch everything unfold. The master introduced him as someone who had served under him 10 years ago and asked him to greet them properly. The man bowed to the young master and introduced himself as Jang Munu, commander of the Huzuan. The disciples quickly lowered their heads, showing respect to such a high-ranking friend of their mentor. Soon after, Jang Munu reported that he had completed Ayan's request and brought people from the old mountain county. The results were clear: 24 low-ranking members, 30 middle-ranking ones, and 2 high-ranking warriors. Hearing this, Shanwan immediately realized that the old mountain county was the same city as the Valley of Six Bloods, where new blood cult warriors were trained. The information satisfied the master, though he felt it could have been better. In his eyes, Jang Munu was no better than his own disciple. Jang Munu apologized without argument, admitting his shortcomings, but stated plainly that this was all he could manage since he lacked the young master's persuasive talent. Southern Sky listened quietly to their exchange and assumed they were discussing why the foreman had been absent for 6 months. He said nothing, but it was clear the elder was preparing to build his strength. After all, there was a reason he was called the 4th elder. His vision of the future extended far beyond that of the young man. Without realizing it, Shanwan began to wonder what kind of terrifying plans the elder was already setting in motion. Turning to his people, the master expressed his satisfaction with their growing numbers. The cave was no longer sufficient. They would move to a more spacious location, and the twins would handle the task. They were to take a few promising talents along with Manhwa and transport everything out of the cave. The announcement filled the boys with joy. For the first time, they dared to believe that this winter they wouldn't be sleeping in the cold. No more lying on bare ground, surrounded by spiders and centipedes. A warm, sheltered place awaited them. The soldiers who had just joined were stunned when they realized the conditions their unit had been living under. And even once they understood it, it was already too late to turn back. They discussed how many people were needed for the task. If they counted all of the elders' belongings and wanted to move everything in one go, they would need about 7 people. Sunwon noticed that his friend was handling the group well. If he wished, he could have selected the people himself, and naturally, he liked that arrangement. He walked over to those he had recruited and told them to raise their hands if they knew how to use Qigong. Sada muttered that if he kept praising someone like that, they would start dancing to his tune. That was exactly why his former master had warned him to beware of those skilled in flattery. People who talked well, but were often useless when real help was needed. From Southern Sky's explanations, it was clear why he focused so heavily on the sword when describing his abilities. Sheng Wan noticed Cho Wan watching him the entire time. Not long after, they reached the mountain where the elder lived. All that remained was to climb the sheer rock face. The warriors were stunned by how far they had already traveled, and now they were expected to scale a cliff. One of them quietly wondered what would happen if someone slipped and fell. The boy calmly assured them that they wouldn't die, at least not from that. Soon, a man approached Captain Sun Wangwei and spoke to him. He said that from this point on, they were on their own and that he wanted to discuss something privately. The boy immediately sensed that the man wasn't hiding his intention to speak face to face. His friend noticed this and warned them not to waste time, reminding them that the elder would react badly if they arrived late. Without waiting, the man began climbing the rock, shouting for the others to follow as quickly as they could. Watching him, Sun Unwan realized just how impressive H. Zhang's technique was. No matter how many times he saw it, Jack Bake's mountain climbing skills were unmatched among his peers. As Sun Wan stood there watching his friend ascend, the man who wanted a private conversation finally spoke. He introduced himself clearly, stating his name, his province, and his city. Our hero answered without hesitation. He called himself the child of a concubine, exiled from his clan like worthless garbage after Dantang went berserk inside Qi. Wan then turned back to the man and calmly told him everything he knew about him. How he had gathered that information remained a mystery, fitting for someone with a spy's past. At that moment, our hero assumed there was no longer any reason to hide who he was or where he came from. But then the man suddenly attacked Wan. A heavy punch slammed toward him, yet the boy retaliated instantly. What he used was a palm technique infused with a special kind of kui energy, something far from ordinary. In that moment, the young master realized his earlier judgment had been wrong. This wasn't just an expert standing before him. This was a true expert. The exchange intensified. The boy narrowly dodged powerful strikes filled with blazing fire energy. Southern Sky sensed his agitation and tried to calm him, but there was no room for hesitation. He was forced to evade the 18 palms of the pacifying dragon. That technique was extremely rare, something only the leader of the beggar sect was known to possess. Questions flashed through his mind. Where did this man come from? And why was he here? Drawing in chi. The spy began to compress his energy, generating power, so violent it felt capable of erasing the boy completely. A massive sphere of energy shot forward. The impact exploded outward, filling the area with dust and debris. The spy assumed he had struck the boy squarely in the head. He turned and warned him coldly. If he drew his sword, things would only become harder, yet would still be meaningless. If he used his head, he would understand that Cyan Woon was not on his level. He wanted answers, demanded them even. But Shan Woon refused to be led astray. Instead of responding, he attacked with his sword. The spy sneered inwardly and met the blade with his bare palm. He wasn't concerned about the boy's strength. He believed he could deflect any strike with ease. Then Shan Woon poured everything into his next attack. The force behind it shocked him. The spy had to strain, his confidence cracking as the blade nearly severed his arm. Staring at him, he realized the truth. This bastard had been hiding his real strength all along. Shan Woon understood it as well. It was already too late to turn back. Thanks to his innate core, liberated 4 months ago when he reached the fourth formation, he could now harness both external and internal hostile energy. On top of that, he was practicing the sword of the shining star. This alone proved he had stepped into the realm of true experts. He pressed the attack, determined to show that intimidation meant nothing to him. In response, the spy thrust his sword forward, stabbing into Shan Woon's arm. Shan Woon knocked it aside with his elbow, barely saving the limb. Blood spilled freely, staining his sleeve. In that instant, the spy understood something he didn't want to admit. He could not defeat this boy. Even though he failed to completely block the elbow strike woven into Shan Woon's blade, it was far from the end. In the next instant, our hero's sword flashed past the spy's head, close enough for death to brush his skin. Despite the relentless pressure, the spy admitted to himself that he could still see the attacks. But that illusion didn't last. In a blink, Suvan was already behind him, and this time there was no chance to defend. The spy barely had time to register the shift before the boy slid to the side and struck from an unexpected angle, unleashing the might of the southern sky and overwhelming his senses with sheer power. In that moment, the spy understood it clearly. This was the end waiting for him. A crushing blow smashed into his head, ripping a scream of pain from his throat. When he thought it was finally over, the boy calmly picked up his sword and told him not to exaggerate. It was only a light tap to the forehead, but that only deepened the terror. One question burned in the spy's mind. Why hadn't he killed him? The owl had no intention of ending things so quickly. Instead, he drove his blade into the spy's leg. With precise movements, he manipulated his body and struck his chi points, sealing his energy and stripping him of any chance to fight back. Only then did the spy offer to talk. Our hero seized the scoundrel by the head, determined to tear the truth from him. This madman had attacked without reason, and he told him that there was no need to apologize. In fact, he was thankful. For a long time, he had been carrying resentment and despair, beaten down by a ruthless old man, and now he had finally released it with his own strength. The spy stood there with his arms raised, as if an entire mountain had collapsed onto him. That pitiful sight felt like a strange relief to the exhausted Cyan Wan, heightening both tension and surprise. The fight had been brutal, and the spy was nearly beaten to death. That was only natural. Our hero hadn't even used his internal core energy, leaving his opponent without the slightest hope. There were many questions waiting for this man, especially after recalling how he had chosen his faction so suspiciously. Sensing the danger of exposure, the spy had moved closer and attacked first, driven purely by fear and the instinct to survive. And when the situation turned against him, a professional spy knew what had to be done. To prevent information from leaking, he was ready to end his own life, revealing just how desperate and determined he truly was. All this time, the hero never stopped beating him. The spy was already begging for mercy, completely swallowed by the fear of death. When life starts slipping away, long-laid plans mean nothing, and survival becomes the only thing that matters. Yet one problem remained unresolved: the technique the spy had used. The 18 humbling dragon palms were not something just anyone could learn. That art belonged exclusively to the descendants of the beggar sect's leader, which made the situation far more complicated. Savin pieced it together. Before they returned, this spy had clearly received guidance from Hangul, the master of the Hall of Warrior Valor. He pressed the spy for details about his connection to the young sect leader, digging deeper while watching his reactions. It was obvious this man valued his life more than anything else. Exploiting that fear was the fastest way to uncover the truth about his ties to Hangul. The moment the spy heard the name of the sect head, his expression shattered. He genuinely had no idea that the young man had already taken that position. The revelation enraged him, pushing the atmosphere into something unstable and dangerous. Truthfully, no one could say for certain whether the current head was truly Hangul. In a past life, Savon remembered, that man would have been around 30. Now, he was likely far younger, and this spy was one of Hong's rivals for the right of inheritance. Savon briefly wondered whether it was truly a bad thing for Hangul to become the successor of such a lowly sect. Then the spy broke down completely. He started crying, cursing the damned old man who couldn't even wait a single year. Everything was decided simply because Hangul was his grandson, so the inheritance was handed to him without hesitation. What made it worse was the unfairness of it all. Hangul had failed to master even 10 of the 18 dragon palms after 5 years, while the spy himself had learned the technique faster and wielded it far better. From every angle, Savun could see it clearly. This man had lost the inheritance struggle to someone from the direct bloodline. That defeat explained everything. To prove his worth, he chose to become a spy, taking on dangerous missions just to gain recognition. Maybe he was ordered to uncover secrets of the blood cult or track down the location of one of their bases. His resentment toward direct descendants burned deep. Like everyone from the beggar sect, he also feared the revival of the blood cult. Even the Mima alliance would be powerless if that nightmare returned. Wanting to accomplish something great under those circumstances made perfect sense. But that was exactly where the contradiction lay. The young sect leader had already been chosen, and he was about to prove his worth and formally step into the role of successor. That truth struck the spy like a blade through the chest. He had never imagined the beggar sect would one day start leaking information about blood cult spies. Once that happened, anyone disturbed by his existence could erase him effortlessly, without even dirtying their hands. Everything he had done until now would vanish without meaning. Maybe things would have been different if he were a seasoned shadow assassin. But who would ever remember a spy hidden inside a sect, especially when no one even knew his name? Thinking it through, the Sentinel's death suddenly made sense. Despite mastering the 18 hands of the humbling dragon, he had been eliminated with frightening ease. They had simply decided he was disposable. The sentry clenched his fist and slammed his face into the dirt, fully grasping that he had failed. His dream of achieving something extraordinary and inheriting the sect leadership had been a joke from the very beginning. Now he had nothing left. No status, no future. Only a single fragile hope had kept him alive, the promise he wanted to fulfill. But even though it was slipping away, leaving him empty. Watching him, the young man realized that at first he only wanted information from this wretched spy. But now, knowing the full story, the situation could be twisted into something else. He hinted that the spy still had his entire life ahead of him. If the beggar sect was already planning to discard him, why continue feeding them information about the blood cult? That was the opening he offered. A single chance. But it came with one condition. The watchman had to swear absolute loyalty and serve him. In return, this entire conversation would vanish as if it never happened. If the decision was made now, the young gentleman would even help him achieve his ambitions. The choice was brutal and clear. He could disappear like a nameless failure from a lowly sect, or he could finally show the world what he was capable of. Chazin reached out, gripping his hand, and asked for control under the young master, promising only one thing: that he would never betray him and would help him escape this dead end. If the beggar sect ever discovered that Chasavin was a spy, the consequences would be absolute. After Bodin gave his word, the young master moved immediately. He went straight to his own master and told him directly that Chasavin was not the man the sect believed him to be. The master sat in his office, listening in stunned silence. One question still lingered in the spy's mind, but he chose to settle the immediate problem first. The master stormed up to Chasun, seized him by the neck, and shook him violently across the room. He didn't ask for proof. If the boy wasn't from their clan, then he was a spy. That was enough. His massive hand stayed locked around Chazin's throat while the boy desperately insisted it wasn't true. Savin stepped in and told his master that this man had truly come to the cult to become a disciple. Chasun added that he came from a sect, having studied among the lowly ones. That only sharpened the master's gaze. He turned to his disciple and demanded to know how he could be so certain that this man was genuinely from the beggar sect. Savun almost said that he had known him for years. Back then, Chasun did odd jobs for the sect where Savun's clan lived. They hadn't recognized each other at the time. They were just ragged, sunburnt boys. But during the selection ceremony, when Chasun drew closer, Savun recognized him instantly. He remembered how Chasun had first moved toward the White Blood Commander, then hesitated and changed direction. That was when the young gentleman gave him a subtle wink and said he recognized him. It caught Chasuvin completely off guard. In that moment, the spy understood that this young man was dangerously clever. The lie that followed was woven with care, grounded just enough in truth to hold together. The young master had told him to come this way because if others discovered he was a beggar, he would be expelled on the spot. Sometimes a lie survives because it is close enough to reality. A spy survives by avoiding foolish mistakes. But Chasun never expected events to spiral like this. The master tightened his grip and asked the question that would decide everything. Was he willing to renounce his sect and join him? An acquaintance who had been watching the entire scene finally spoke up, realizing this man could not be trusted so easily. Even if the young master vouched for him, his intentions had to be questioned. Cunning could still be hiding underneath. He might truly be a spy. Faced with that pressure, Chasun understood he had no choice left. He had to reveal his trump cards, even in front of the timekeeper. Though he had spent only a single year in the Valley of the Six Bloods since childhood, he had not wasted it. He shared information that immediately caught their attention. The relationship between the Marima Alliance and the incomparable faction was about to fracture, and when it did, the consequences would spread far beyond this room. No matter how it was framed, the information was true, yet Chasun looked like a man driven into a corner. The young master noticed it at once and told him to stop wearing that obvious expression. Calm down. Then the story continued. In roughly 6 months, the Murim Alliance and the Peerless faction would sever their ties. As the two dominant powers of Murim, their split would plunge the entire world into temporary chaos. In his previous life, the young master wouldn't have cared. He had been a nobody, someone with no influence over such matters. But now, directly tied to the upper layers of the blood cult, this knowledge carried real weight. After studying the so-called spy once more, the master finally loosened his grip and let him go. If Chasun hadn't lied, then taking him in was the right move. He was far more useful than initially expected. That carefully crafted truthful lie worked perfectly, and our hero could feel his reputation solidifying step by step. Just as planned, the problem would resolve itself once the beggars revealed their hand. Too many things had happened in a short time, leaving Chasun's thoughts tangled beyond repair. Strangely, he no longer worried about his own survival. But the deeper he thought, the darker the future became. If the blood cult ever spoke openly about the Watcher, and those rumors reached the beggar sect, Chasun wouldn't just be hunted by beggars. Every orthodox sect would turn on him as well. For a successor, that was a nightmare scenario. Cornered by fate, the spy had unknowingly become a traitor, selling information to the blood cult that he himself barely understood. The young master made it clear to his new servant that there was no path back for him. Yet as he read his thoughts, he also realized something else. This man was a terrible spy. His emotions leaked through every word and gesture. Still, that raised an unsettling question. Who exactly was this man? How did he possess information that even Chasuvin had never encountered within his own sect? Despite everything, he lied with terrifying confidence, his story holding together under pressure. At this point, even calling him trash from a lowly clan felt inaccurate. On the contrary, instinct screamed that keeping such a man close was dangerous. With no other choice left, the boy swore allegiance to the young master. The order came immediately. He was to assist Jebek and move ahead. When Savon later saw the technique he used, even he was caught off guard. The man pushed off with both arms and legs, running low to the ground like a dog. It looked ridiculous, almost humiliating. Savon didn't like it at all, yet effectiveness couldn't be denied. The movement was fast, efficient, and practical. But while our hero advanced, unseen eyes were already fixed on him. He suddenly stopped and asked who she was and why she was following him. The girl stepped out openly and greeted him with respect, explaining that she had been sent to deliver a message from the Sixth Blood. When he called her by name, she smiled, clearly pleased that he remembered. It wasn't surprising. She was the only one who had passed the captain's exam back then, and the cost of that success was still etched into her body. Seeing her like this carried weight, especially knowing they had all once entered as disciples on equal footing. The young master still didn't understand her intention, but she calmly reminded him that she hadn't repaid her debt from their bet yet. His information had been far too valuable, which was why he needed to come to her pavilion that very night. When darkness settled in, the boy arrived at the pavilion of the Sixth Blood Star and noticed how late it had grown. Not long after, she emerged and walked toward him. He saluted her properly. She apologized for keeping him waiting and suggested they move straight to business. Savon felt no discomfort. He had only just arrived himself. The Witch of the Blood Cult observed him closely. A boy with this many talents was bound to be highly valued by the cult. Before honoring her promise, she asked him to look into her eyes. The instant he did, something unfamiliar stirred inside his body. His expression shifted. She looked at him sharply and pointed out that he had made a mistake. He had been caught in an illusion twice already. That was no coincidence. This was clearly her doing. 20 years ago, she had stumbled upon a mysterious sanctuary left behind by an unnamed ancestor. That discovery reshaped her fate and, unknowingly, the fate of those who had yet to be born. After she began enchanting others with that power, people started calling her a witch. As Saddam watched her, he couldn't ignore her striking beauty, yet her true age was impossible to guess. If she had acquired that technique 2 decades ago, she should have been around 35. Without hesitation, the witch decided to pass that same skill to the boy. It was called the illusionary eye, a technique capable of manipulating the minds of others by creating deceptive visions. Once trapped, the target would fall into a brief state of disorientation, reacting purely on instinct when stimulated in certain ways, sometimes even losing fragments of their memory. If that was true, then the illusionary eye was a terrifyingly rare technique, one capable of deciding a battle in an instant. Miram was a world where every heartbeat mattered, where a single second separated survival from death. With this skill, an opponent could be dragged under complete control, even if only for a brief moment. That alone explained the witch's overwhelming advantage. For a short while, the boy couldn't help but imagine just how dangerous a weapon she was placing in his hands. The witch noticed that flicker of thought immediately. Reality, however, was far harsher than imagination. This was not a skill one could casually wield. Even light physical contact or a faint sound could snap a victim out of the illusion. Against opponents with strong mental fortitude or powerful internal energy, its effectiveness dropped sharply. On top of that, the technique demanded intense concentration, making it extremely difficult to use in true life and death situations. Even so, there was no hesitation in his heart. He wanted it. Difficult conditions didn't lessen its value. If anything, they made it more precious. Of course, openly admitting he could use such a skill would only draw suspicion. Still, perhaps the old man who once blocked him, fully aware of this technique, might one day become useful. With time, the sixth blood star began teaching him the core principles and cautions of the illusionary eye through the frequency whispering method. It felt far closer to spell casting than martial arts. To follow her instructions, the boy had to focus with absolute precision, pushing his concentration to its limits. After that, she explained what little history the records contained. According to the text, the illusionary eye had 4 levels. The first allowed the user to confuse the enemy. The second granted the ability to control the target's actions. The third let the user project illusions directly into the enemy's perception, creating an overwhelming advantage in combat. The fourth level, however, was a mystery. The text was incomplete, mentioning only that all 5 senses were involved. Even the sixth blood star didn't truly understand its meaning. It reminded him of the sacred star's mystical arts, where every fragment of knowledge mattered. Even grasping a fraction of such a technique could prove valuable someday. For now, that was all she knew, and all she could pass on. Why shouldn't he try using the skill after only a few lessons? With that thought, the witch turned to her student and told her to step forward. The boy was briefly puzzled about why she had been brought here, but the reason quickly became clear. Even so, the witch was convinced she had made the right choice. The others were already far too advanced, and Etchen was present as well. The girl nervously asked him not to hurt her. She seemed to think he might suddenly attack, her expression so tense that she even apologized to the young master in advance. The moment she noticed his stunned expression, as if his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, she burst into laughter. It was so genuine that even he couldn't help but smile. Saddam realized she was laughing at him, and he hurried to downplay himself, insisting he wasn't that skilled. Still, he could feel the situation slowly slipping into embarrassment. If he had been able to choose again, or if he already possessed the second level of the illusionary eye, he would have handled it differently. This technique demanded immense concentration, and using it properly meant paying a real price. Before he could fully process it, something unexpected happened. The girl suddenly froze, as if hypnotized, then opened her robes without understanding why. The young gentleman's hand rested on her face, her eyes unfocused and dazed. Trembling, she begged him to stop, and he quickly reassured her that everything was fine, calling it a relief. Even so, the owl had no idea how it had happened. A fleeting thought had crossed his mind, and somehow things had moved exactly in that direction. From the outside, the witch watched in stunned silence. She immediately realized it was a backup manifestation of the illusionary eye. But how? When she asked, the boy simply said he had done nothing. The girl looked around in confusion, unable to understand why everyone was reacting so strongly. She couldn't remember anything at all. Then she looked down, realizing what she had exposed. Her face burned red with shame. She collapsed to the ground, desperately covering herself. The owl stood there, equally flustered, not knowing how to react. Even his faithful sword seemed to echo the actions of its master, declaring him a real man. Yet in his own thoughts, only one idea surfaced. If he ever mastered the second level, he could put someone in a far more awkward position than this. In that moment, a reckless thought crossed his mind. He wondered how absurd it would be if she suddenly started dancing naked. Even he knew those were depraved thoughts for a young master to have. Watching closely, the witch felt a chill. This boy might truly be capable of reaching the second level of the illusionary eye. She herself had failed to do so even after 12 years of research. That made no sense. How could he advance so quickly? Suspicion crept in. She thought he was hiding something, deceiving her, that someone else must have already taught him or explained the method. But the truth was simpler and far stranger. He hadn't done anything deliberate. He had only imagined it. The witch questioned him directly, asking whether he had thought it would be nice if Yin took off her clothes. He admitted it honestly. Even so, she didn't believe him. To be certain, she told him to look again and make her undress once more. This time, the girl resisted. She knew there would be consequences. Before things could spiral further, a masked girl stepped forward and confirmed the young master's words. He wasn't lying, and this had to end immediately. They needed to leave. Only then did the witch allow herself to believe him. From her side, the promise had been fulfilled. Still, she admitted that today wasn't suitable for further discussion. The masked girl removed her mask, clearly wanting to say more. She introduced herself simply, a beautiful demonist, leaving him with only one sentence, that they would meet again. It was obvious she was a candidate for the left wing of the blood cult. That strange fantasy hadn't changed her decision. Even so, he could read it in her eyes. She thought he was a pervert. He knew it, cursed it inwardly, and accepted it. Despite that, things weren't beyond repair. There would be a chance to explain this misunderstanding someday. The problem was that he had no idea when that day would come. Still, it wasn't all bad. She had personally witnessed the manifestation of the second level. Just knowing it was possible was an enormous clue for someone at her level. As he passed through the halls, he woke his brothers. They asked where he was going at this hour. Solon brushed it off, saying it was nothing important, and returned to his writing. As for why he was wandering around in the middle of the night, even our hero didn't have a proper excuse ready. If only it were that easy to explain. Maybe next time, using the illusionary eye on a friend would be the simplest answer. Since he already possessed the skill and carried it with him, he decided to test it directly with his own eyes. Fixing his gaze on him, he muttered something vague, wondering why Beck was looking at him like a swindler. Savin immediately sensed the flaw. The technique didn't work properly. He still needed far more training. At least this meant he wouldn't have to deal with this guy anymore. When he went to bed, he casually told his brother that the illusionary eye hadn't worked and wished him good night. But his brother didn't move. He stood there, stiff and unmoving, as if frozen under hypnosis. A moment later, he suddenly swung his fist and smashed it into Blizzik's bald head. The hit was so clean and heavy that Blizzik didn't even understand why it happened. Steam practically burst from his hand. He was consumed by rage at his own ridiculous action and felt an overwhelming urge to smash his brother again. Even though he kept insisting it wasn't him, his own hand betrayed him too perfectly to deny it. Jahan rushed in, restraining him with all his strength, and only then did the owl understand. The illusion had worked after all. What followed went far beyond his expectations. The conflict between the Murim Alliance and the faction did not erupt as predicted. Instead, the information Savon had provided triggered consequences far more severe. The scene shifted to Changi province, atop a towering rocky peak. As soon as the first rumor surfaced, the entire province buzzed with speculation. 9 days ago, the news reached a high-ranking official. In another 15 days, every corner of the blood cult would be aware of it. Events were accelerating at a frightening pace, far faster than anyone had anticipated. The master clenched his teeth, still confused by the mention of an interesting green-haired guy. When it was time to move again, he issued his orders. Gimbin and Aggie were to be brought in at once. Preparations had to be made for their journey to the Valley of the Six Bloods. The young man accepted the order without hesitation. Even the master himself would have to go. Despite the cult still being divided and unstable, the decision was final. He would personally enter the valley. Bon was not yet considered a candidate, despite her sharp instincts. The scene returned to the Valley of the Six Bloods. 4 days had passed since the young master learned the illusionary eye. He spent every one of those days practicing relentlessly, and in that short time alone, he had already grasped far more than he expected. While testing the technique on those around him, he confirmed that the first stage of the illusory eye matched the rumors tied to the Sixth Blood Star. With a single glance, it could force a person to retreat instinctively. The second stage was on an entirely different level. It allowed direct control over another person, but only for about 5 seconds. Still, the result was undeniable. The technique worked. Even if Sanif had failed to snap Inker out of it, she would have stopped undressing on her own once those 5 seconds passed. More importantly, someone who had already fallen under its influence could be affected again. The problem surfaced the next day. When he tried to use it on Sanj Bei, the technique failed completely. He also discovered that extracting memories was impossible. No matter how well he had trained his subordinates, they only followed commands. They offered nothing beyond that. which made the limitation even more irritating. On top of that, the illusory I was useless against anyone stronger than him, masters especially, or those with exceptionally firm mental defenses. That was expected. Even the sixth blood star himself had never dared use this method on Sean. There was another restriction. The second stage consumed innate core energy. The strength of the illusory I was clearly tied to one's inner energy reserves. That likely explained why the sixth blood star had only mastered the first stage. If his own energy continued to grow, the third stage would eventually fall within reach. After 20 days of constant use and focused energy circulation, his strength finally rose. He warned his master in advance, saying he could only hold the effect for 3 seconds, then activated the technique. He implanted a single command. The master could not leave the squad while the students were carrying out their task. The master accepted it calmly and declared that they would see it through together. All the students needed to do was force him to take 4 steps. They trained relentlessly toward that goal. The master even said they should feel ashamed if they failed to achieve something so simple. Savun had no desire to compete with him directly, especially knowing the difference in power, yet he continued provoking him for a reason. Hyak Zhang was a genuine monster, someone who had already stepped beyond human limits. To challenge him at an early stage, Savun would need to reach a stellar tier of mystical arts, something on the level of the Iron Sword or the Southern Sky. Even then, there was no certainty it would be enough. During this period, the master's strength continued to climb, until he rivaled the former master of the Southern Sky himself. It had been 15 years since the former master of the Southern Sky last clashed with Exona. In that span of time, martial arts had not stood still. They had advanced far beyond what they once were. To defeat that man, the previous owner of Southern Heaven would likely have needed to reach the 7th star of the Shining Stars art, a realm he never touched in his entire life. Even so, the current master pushed his students relentlessly. Improvement mattered more than victory. Even if they were beaten down after every training session, they were expected to rise stronger than before. While this was happening, the Southern Sky suddenly warned Savun to look up. Standing there was the same girl, Bacon. The sight caught him off guard. Since that night, she had clearly been avoiding him. He had assumed she never wanted to speak to him again. So why was she here now? Before he could think further, the master nudged him forward and told him to go to her. He had already warned her, and she had asked for him directly. They moved into the bamboo forest, and the girl chose the spot herself, saying it would be better to talk there. She asked him if he knew who she was. Savun answered without hesitation, calling her Pekin. But that wasn't what she meant. She was referring to something else entirely. She found it strange that he hadn't realized it yet, especially after claiming he knew everyone she had ever met. To her, it made no sense that he hadn't guessed. In truth, Savun knew exactly who she was. He simply pretended otherwise, because she was deliberately hiding her identity. As their conversation continued, he began dropping subtle hints, just enough to let her realize that he wasn't as ignorant as he appeared. Before she could respond, a rough voice cut into their exchange. A man stepped out, complaining that he had been searching for them for a long time and had finally found someone. He said he'd gotten lost and hadn't met a single person who could guide him. Asking casually, he wondered if they were from the valley. Savun immediately noticed the man's face. It resembled a frog, an impression that stuck the moment you saw him. Savun bowed politely and confirmed that they were indeed from this place. The man relaxed and explained that it was his first time here, but that he had lost his way. He asked if Savun could lead him once he had rested a bit. His tone was overly casual, almost careless, and nothing about him revealed his true standing. Then he introduced himself. He was the second disciple of Salgama, the second Supreme Hoya. The name struck Savun instantly. He remembered it clearly from his previous life. 10 years later, this man would become infamous across the martial world, feared under a single title, the Frog Blood Swordsman. He earned that name both for his appearance and for the brutal way he dealt with anyone foolish enough to call him that to his face. He was someone Savun had feared in his previous life, but that fear no longer existed. Still, he bowed politely and said it was an honor to meet the second disciple of the Second Supreme. After introducing himself as the first disciple of the Fourth Supreme, Savun felt the frog-faced man's gaze lock onto him. It wasn't curiosity. It was fixation, sharp and invasive, like a man examining a test subject. Savun immediately understood why. His name carried enough weight, now, to provoke that kind of interest. The moment the man confirmed his identity, a smile crept onto his face, and without warning, he struck with his sword. Savun slipped past the blade, confused by the sudden attack. The frogman laughed and explained that his master had been worried for nothing. In his eyes, a disciple like Savun should not have been a threat. He had expected strength, given Savun's lineage, but not this level. Very quickly, he realized this was not an opponent he could handle using only the internal energy of his lower core. The girl reacted instantly, activating her demonic energy as she demanded an explanation. The frogman sensed it at once. A disciple of the sixth blood star. His posture shifted, and his attitude softened immediately. He made a careless remark about how their faction seemed to produce an abundance of beautiful women. Savun's expression hardened. In front of her, he did not hide his strength. He stepped forward and placed himself between her and the man, taking responsibility for her safety. That only amused the frogman further. Seeing Savun stand up for her made him even more curious. He wanted to see how capable this so-called young master truly was. Savun stood firm beside the girl, already aware that this man was walking toward defeat. The frogman frowned, confused by the way they stared at him, then demanded they show him their skills. He never got the chance. A presence appeared behind him, overwhelming and absolute. Before the frogman could even raise his sword, a single strike descended. One brutal blow sent him flying, stripped of all threat in an instant. His body would have shattered if not for the hand that caught him midair. The mentor behind him set him down carefully. The frogman, shaken and barely conscious, thanked his master. Savun watched closely. Anyone who could reduce a man like that to wreckage with a casual strike could only be one person. The second supreme himself, Salgama. The old man stepped forward, greeted Savun's master warmly, and remarked that it had been a long time since they last met. His gaze shifted to Hashan. John stood still, facing his brother, someone he had not seen in 4 long years. But what had driven him to travel such a long distance in the first place? Was it because of that letter? Savun observed the elders closely. Despite their sharp tongues and rough manners, it was clear they were on good terms. Still, one of them insisted that what happened between his disciple and Chan had been nothing more than a misunderstanding. Chong immediately disagreed. Calling it a misunderstanding felt far too gentle. One student had attacked another disciple of the master, and if CH hadn't intervened in time, the injuries would have been severe. Master Z stepped in to defend his disciple, saying the boy was simply impulsive, as most young men were. He claimed the student had been imprisoned for too long and was desperate for a chance to compete. Jung responded coldly, stating that Master Z's disciple had insulted him directly. Those words hit hard. An elder who respected the dignity of every master could not ignore such an accusation. The frog-faced warrior denied it immediately. He swore that he would never dare insult one of the 4 elders. According to him, all he had said was that Chan's disciple was so lacking in martial ability that it reflected poorly on his master. That was enough. Master Z grabbed his disciple by the head and smashed him into the ground without hesitation, roaring as he demanded to know who had taught him such disgraceful manners. Even then, the disciple tried to justify himself while the elders spoke. Chan's brother stepped forward and apologized on his behalf, bowing to the master for his younger brother's rudeness. Though his congratulations were delayed, he was still the master's first disciple. Savun searched his memories from his past life, but found nothing about this man's fate. That absence itself felt ominous. It likely meant his existence had been deliberately erased. Something must have happened to him during those 10 years, and death was the most probable outcome. Even among orthodox sects, rivalry and hatred between disciples and heirs were common. In the blood cult, an unorthodox faction, such conflicts were undoubtedly far more brutal. Turning to Master He, the elder apologized once again for his disciple's behavior, stressing that the boy had already been properly punished and asking that the matter be dropped. Standing beside Savun, Chan leaned closer and hinted quietly that none of this would have happened if Savun had been strong enough to crush that arrogant fool on his own. Then, with a sly wink, Elder Z made a shocking announcement. He declared that he had come on an important mission, one involving marriage. He intended to arrange a match for one of his disciples. The proposed bride was a young woman from the Red Blood clan. Rena, standing behind him, froze in disbelief. The words made no sense at all. What was he even saying? But when she finally realized who they intended to marry, her shock deepened into pure disbelief. Soon, they moved into the meeting hall of the Valley of the Six Bloods. The masters gathered together with their disciples, filling the space with an oppressive stillness. Chan was convinced that the hateful old man was merely joking again, as he always did. For the old man, however, this was no joke at all. To him, it was a practical step towards strengthening the cult. He calmly advised the young lady to avoid unnecessary conflicts and to renounce her inheritance altogether. In his view, her future role was clear. She needed to prepare herself for marriage and for bearing heirs. Savun watched quietly. Even though the old man was speaking directly to the master's face, claiming authority without hesitation, a glance at the Scarlet Witch and her disciples revealed how tightly they were restraining their emotions. Master Zhang showed no sign of backing down. He insisted that every word he spoke was the truth. How could an old man dare say such things, fully aware of the noble background of the young lady? His voice thundered through the hall as he finally erupted, determined to put the man in his place. Words, he shouted, were not free of responsibility. To speak so carelessly while possessing the gift of speech was unforgivable. Marry a disciple and force her to produce an heir, then promise her what in return? Protection? The rage boiling inside him nearly pushed him to strike the old man down on the spot. The atmosphere in the room shifted completely. The emotions of everyone present were reflected in the suffocating air. The master's presence alone flooded the hall with overwhelming energy. Breathing became difficult, as if the space itself were being crushed. Under the pressure of his true power, even drawing a single breath felt impossible. Yet the old man remained unmoved. He repeated calmly to Brother He that he had not come here to fight. The purpose of his visit was already known. The Bloodstar and the First Elder had decided that Hyang would become the leader of the cult, and the majority of the top leaders supported that decision. There had been no official statement from the Third Elder yet, but his stance was obvious. He would not have remained silent if there had been any real doubt about where authority truly lay. The old man then turned his attention to the witch and asked whether they had formally announced their support for Miss Beckranch. The Sixth Star glanced at her disciples, who stood alert and tense, and said nothing. That silence only encouraged the old man further. He pressed them harder, openly implying what would happen if he were to declare his own support as well. To Master Zhang, this crossed the line. What the old man was doing was no longer persuasion, but blackmail, and blackmail was beyond all acceptable limits. Still, the old man showed no intention of retreating, unwilling to tolerate what he saw as resistance to an already decided outcome. He drew his sword in a single smooth motion, like the unstoppable Emperor Sealma himself, positioning his body in front of the cult leader's daughter. Violent Qing energy flooded his limbs, spilling outward until the entire room trembled under its weight. Before the clash could erupt, a woman's voice cut through the pressure, sharp and commanding, demanding to know what they thought they were doing in front of a young lady. This was not the place for blades. They were here to resolve a matter that concerned everyone. She asked if she could speak as she had in the old days. The voice came from behind a curtain, hidden, detached, yet it echoed throughout the hall, filling every corner at once. It was the omnidirectional sound transmission technique, a method that erased any sense of direction and made it impossible to trace the source of the speaker's energy. Han and the other disciples instinctively turned their heads, unable to tell who was speaking or from where. Savun alone noticed the flaw. Her inner energy was not limitless, and maintaining such a technique consumed an enormous amount of it. When asked why, if he truly intended to support his sister, he had not openly taken her side, the old man finally answered. He said that under normal circumstances, he would have supported her without hesitation. But the cult was facing upheaval. Perestroika was looming, and survival demanded stronger ranks. In his eyes, his sister was strong enough that he believed this path was necessary. His goal, he claimed, was to ensure her safety and secure her rise within the family. If she renounced her claim to succession and bore an heir, she would gain enough backing to prevent Ms. Hyen's removal. Listening carefully, Savun realized that the old man was not entirely wrong. This path could protect Beckranch and, at the same time, unite the fractured cult. The logic was cold, but it was not without merit. That was when the master finally spoke, his voice echoing through the hall. Perhaps the old man was right. But why did it have to be this particular disciple? He accused the old man of acting solely to strengthen his own influence. The old man responded with a question of his own. If not her, then who? Only a disciple of an elder could be considered worthy of the young lady. The other elders already openly supported Beck, and among all present, the answer should have been obvious. His gaze swept across the master's disciples, and under that look, they felt exposed, as if their defenses had been stripped away. Suddenly, Master He burst into laughter, loud, unrestrained. He said the choice truly was obvious. Then he pointed directly at the old man's disciple and sneered, asking whether that pale, lifeless face was truly worthy of a young lady like her. He declared that everything the old man had done was driven by personal gain. If he had not been trailing behind his own disciple and pressuring her to become his wife, none of this would have unfolded the way it did. In that moment, something shifted between them. The tension in the room sharpened, and the fragile balance holding the meeting together began to crack. The student's face truly was unbearable, completely unfit for anyone, let alone a noble lady. The elder realized instantly that his approach had failed and that he needed to change tactics. Silence fell over the room. The boy stood there, listening to everything, barely able to process what was happening. Then, without warning, his own master pulled him forward and placed him directly in the center of attention. The movement was so sudden that the boy did not even realize how he had been dragged there. At that moment, the old man dropped to his knees, begging forgiveness for his disciple's behavior. He hurried to explain that he had another student, Kim Won, someone far more composed and refined, without flaws, a person who could truly match the young lady. But almost immediately, Master He turned toward his old friend, Zeke Galma, and questioned him sharply. Why was it that only his students were always deemed suitable to become husbands for such a woman? Then, as if he had been waiting for this moment, Master He decided to present a truly worthy master and disciple to everyone present. The instant Savun understood what was happening, discomfort washed over him. He wanted to disappear. There was nowhere to hide from the embarrassment. The master's voice rang out as he pointed him out, declaring that this boy was far superior to those unrefined disciples who had grown up like beasts, hidden away in caves without proper guidance. Savun realized the situation had spiraled out of control. This was no longer a casual exchange. It had become a declaration. Master, he openly questioned the value of the other disciples, stating without restraint that his own students were clearly superior. That was when Master C lost patience. He proposed, ending the argument the only proper way, through battle. A duel would determine who was truly worthy to stand beside the young lady. He declared it would be fair. His students had trained for only a year, pushing past fear and weakness. The fight would be conducted without internal energy, relying solely on skill. The young lady observed everything in silence, trying to understand one thing above all else. Why was marriage being forced upon her? Why were these men deciding her future without even acknowledging her will? She had no desire to marry at all, and the choice should have belonged to her alone. The masters quickly agreed. The duel would be fought with swords, and there would be no mercy. Even if arms or legs were severed, the fight would continue. They were ready to begin immediately. Before anyone could move, the witch stepped forward and stopped them cold. The young mistress had not yet agreed to any proposal. Every gaze turned toward her, waiting for a final word. She stood with her back to them and spoke calmly. She, too, had conditions. Her future husband had to be stronger than her, and she would take part in the fight herself. Zhang accepted the proposal without hesitation. A worthy candidate, in her eyes, had to be stronger than her. Still, one question lingered. What would they do if none of the contenders met that condition? They had already forced her into this situation without asking her opinion. Calmly, she hinted to Uncle C that they should first decide what would happen if she won, even if she was pushed to the brink. She demanded a promise, a sworn vow, that they would support her if she emerged victorious. For Master Aiken, this was excellent news, and he agreed immediately. Uncle Sai, however, could not accept it so easily. Even so, he admitted that this time, he would make an exception for the young lady. Watching the exchange, Savun realized how sharp she truly was. She was exploiting the situation to secure an advantage, and that in itself was admirable. Still, he could see her limitation. Clever as she was, she lacked the broader vision required of a true leader. Leadership demanded more than aligning oneself with the will of two supreme figures. Only then did it become clear why she was so determined to claim the position of cult leader. Before the duel, every condition had to be settled. The witch declared that Hajimwan would become a disciple of the supreme ruler. The fourth disciple chosen to participate would be Swangi. The core rule was absolute. No internal energy was to be used. To ensure fairness, the masters personally pressured their warriors into compliance. Each student sealed the pressure points of their opponent, locking away their inner energy completely. The fight would be decided by swordsmanship alone. Injury or death did not matter, as long as all parties consented. No one objected. The warriors met each other's gazes, silent and resolute. They moved toward the walls and took their positions. Savun understood the danger immediately. A martial artist of his caliber could cripple or kill him on the spot if allowed to go all out. His master studied the opponent and realized the truth. This man was strong enough that the match was already unfair. Even so, the fight could not be avoided. In this world, everyone sought personal gain unless they were a fool. Soon, a voice echoed in Savun's mind. His master was speaking to him directly. He ordered him to reveal the skill he had been hiding so carefully. There was no point pretending anymore. His teacher's eyes could not be deceived. Savun lacked only internal energy. His understanding and technique were already far beyond the first level. The master had known this for a long time, judging him by the marks his sword left behind. The command was simple: fight seriously. The winner would remain. It was a good thing the master never mentioned the central energy core at all. But Savun understood that hiding his true ability would not be difficult. He had been doing it all along. When the master looked at him again and said that if he could not do this, he could safely admit defeat, Savun did not immediately grasp his meaning. His teacher despised losing more than anything. Yet those words were not about pride. They were about survival. He did not want Savun to be crippled or killed. The whispering technique struck like a blade. The master's voice tore through his mind, roaring for him not to delude himself. Victory would not come easily. The gap in experience was real. 1 year training could not be ignored. The disciples were ordered to spread out and take their positions. Savun's opponent spoke first. He calmly promised not to kill him, but warned him to be prepared to lose an arm. If Savun wished to keep his body intact, he should surrender now. Savun answered without hesitation. He said he would fight without regret. He also promised to spare his opponent's life. To the other man, it sounded absurd. Steel rang as both warriors drew their swords. Their gazes locked, sharp and unwavering. The witch's voice cut through the tension with a single word: begin. The clash was immediate. Bright flashes of steel filled the space as neither side held back. Their blows were heavy, precise, and merciless. Minutes later, it was over. Savun's opponent screamed as his arm fell, blood spraying across the ground. A duel was still a duel. As promised, Savun did not finish him. He only asked one question: would he admit defeat? Shock rippled through everyone watching. Owl's brother stood frozen, his mouth hanging open. Master Aiken's disciples and allies erupted in joy, stunned by what they had just witnessed. The witch's expression darkened as she realized one of her students had been utterly humiliated. Then Master Z stepped forward, fury etched into his face. He declared that this could not be called a proper duel. Savun, he claimed, had used a forbidden art. He had seen it clearly in the instant their eyes met. Gohemon had faltered, even if only slightly. That alone proved it. Chan moved to stand beside his old friend, questioning him openly. Since when was it forbidden to use the techniques of an unorthodox sect in a fight where life and death were on the line? To him, this duel had been exactly that. Master Z's rage exploded. Purple energy poured from his body, flooding the room as he struck at Master Aiken without restraint. The impact never landed. In a blur, Zhang stepped in and blocked the punch. Two overwhelming forces collided, pushing against each other until the air itself seemed to bend. It had been a long time since the master had felt pressure like this, and the sensation stirred something dangerous within him. He was eager to fight. It had been far too long since they last faced one another. The old man felt the same. He, too, had waited years for this moment, wanting to see the matter settled with his own hands. The power radiating from the two elders was terrifying. Either of them could crush an entire army with a single strike. If they truly clashed, the village would be reduced to dust in an instant. Before that disaster could unfold, the witch stepped in and stopped the old man. She said coldly that if he was accusing someone else's disciple, then he clearly did not understand what had just happened. The technique the boy had used was the illusory eye. It was her technique, one she had personally taught him. The old man knew the art well, which only deepened his confusion. Why would she pass such a technique to this young man? He immediately questioned whether internal energy had been involved. But by his own hands, the boy's pressure points had been sealed. The illusory, I did not rely on internal energy at all. It required mental strength and innate energy alone. Even so, the art was known to stagnate at the first level, making this outcome difficult to explain. In the end, the sixth star resolved the matter with her explanation. The master had no choice but to accept the result. The boy's victory stood. He was stunned. Never in his life had he witnessed something like this with his own eyes. The witch then approached Master He and asked him to remain. She needed to personally examine the boy's energy core. In the master's view, the boy had always been like this, and such scrutiny seemed unnecessary. Yet despite being a supreme representative of the blood cult, he valued fairness more than many orthodox leaders ever had. The moment he checked, he confirmed it. The boy's internal energy was completely sealed. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and slammed the boy to the ground, publicly acknowledging his own disciple's defeat. Then he turned away to tend to his injured student. Some realized that the severed arm might have been restored if handled differently. Seeing this, Sasuke spoke up. Why not use all the divine healing tablets held by the doctors? The former master of the Southern Sky had once taught him that mercy should be shown even to enemies. Savon immediately understood the intent behind those words. It was a brilliant move. If the man recovered, he would owe him a debt that could not be repaid lightly. The idea pleased him. In the end, the master bowed before Savon, genuinely impressed by his judgment and clarity. He had foreseen the outcome of the battle from the very beginning. Still, he never expected matters to escalate to the point where he would need help from both Zhang and Brother He. That alone proved one thing. This boy truly carried the blood of a warrior. Sanva watched him closely and sensed something was off. Yet the weight of the atmosphere left him unable to interfere. Everything had become far too serious. Zhang struck several precise points on the boy's body, unlocking his sealed energy. The sensation hit him all at once, and he had no idea what was happening. From the side, the witch observed him carefully, her gaze carrying a quiet hint, as if signaling something unspoken. In that instant, the thought crossed his mind that something about this situation felt strange. The sixth blood star stepped forward to defend him, only for Heeksh to reinforce their position by calmly stating that the decisive skill used in the duel was one he himself had taught the student. From the old man's expression, it was clear he understood the implication. In any other circumstance, that mad elder would have exploded in outrage and denied everything on the spot. This time, he remained silent. In the end, he made his choice and openly decided to support Beckerench. With that decision made, there was no longer any need for a second duel, and the boy felt the last of the restraints on his body fade away. Soon after, a girl approached Uncle Z. He noticed her immediately. She had changed so much since the last time he saw her. She was as beautiful as ever, and the sight genuinely pleased him. The last memory he had of her was of a sickly child. Her illness had come later, after that time. She bowed deeply before him, clearly relieved that he recognized her, though her gestures carried subtle signals meant only for his eyes. She then presented the divine doctor's tablet. She explained that she had obtained it the day before to complete the final stage of treatment. To the old man, it was priceless. She believed it should be used to heal his disciple and restore his arm. Savun was stunned. He could not understand how she had acquired such an item. Had she truly received it from the divine doctor himself? The old man was deeply moved by her thoughtfulness and immediately offered to repay her in any way he could. She refused without hesitation. For her, there was only one thing that mattered. His disciple had to regain his arm and continue walking the path of the sword. Overwhelmed, the old man fell to his knees on the spot and swore his loyalty to her as the new ruler. He asked her to accept his devotion and service. Soon, the fourth would follow, and others would kneel as well. Victory was already within her grasp. But Savun was not finished. A different plan had begun forming in his mind. When he told his master that he needed to step away for a moment, the master immediately questioned him, asking what he was planning now. He met his gaze directly and made one thing clear. This was not over. He told him to take the initiative and see it through to the end. Master Axagon did not argue or object. He answered with silence alone, a quiet response that made his support unmistakable. After that, Savun stepped forward to face the newly chosen princess. Instead of kneeling, he performed a gesture that stunned her where she stood. Long live the blood demon, for the glory of the cult. The words echoed through the hall. Then, without hesitation, he declared that as a disciple of the fourth elder, he wished to challenge her to a duel. The shock was immediate. No one had expected this. Even the masters were caught off guard, realizing too late how volatile the situation had become. The room fell into chaos, everyone trying to grasp what consequences this could bring. Hoping she had misunderstood him, the girl asked if he truly intended to challenge her. Her confusion was obvious. What was the purpose of such a duel? Savun answered with another question, his voice steady. Why did she not consider him a worthy husband? That single sentence threw her into turmoil. She finally understood. He was deliberately crossing every boundary, pushing the situation to its extreme, all to force this outcome. For a brief moment, she considered accepting him outright. Before she could speak, he stopped her. There was no need for that. If she truly followed the conditions she had set earlier, then defeating him would grant her everything she wanted. There was no reason to fear it. Savun understood her hesitation perfectly. She had witnessed the previous duel, and she could not be certain she would not fall victim to the illusory eye again. Even so, at this level, she had no escape. She had spoken her words publicly, and now she had to bear their weight. Though reluctant, she smiled faintly and agreed. Using the vibration technique, she asked him what he truly wanted. At that moment, Savun knew she had accepted the challenge. Even so, Sao Sky still struggled to believe it as he looked at her. The witch stepped in and declared that once the lady accepted, the pact would be sealed. The seals would be broken, and the duel would begin. There would be no delay, no conditions left to negotiate. As Savun passed by her, he spoke quietly. Vindicate my teacher and all his disciples, including me, in your name. It was insurance, a way to cleanse them before the entire cult regardless of the outcome. A guarantee that was not immediately necessary, yet valuable to have all the same. Still, they were stepping into a dangerous game, and every move from here on demanded preparation for the worst. If he ever chose to sever all ties with the blood cult, she made it clear that no privileges should be extended to them in his name. He sent her a brief mental reply, telling her that was enough. Yet one question continued to weigh on him, one he could no longer ignore. How had she obtained the divine doctor's tablet? Her answer came directly into his mind. The tablet had not come from the doctor himself. More precisely, the sixth Bloodstar had decided she did not deserve it. The one who brought the medicinal herb had not been the witch. As she recalled the moment they discovered that flower together, she swore she would never forget him. That tablet was the promise she had made back then, when he handed her the healing flower. In her eyes, once he received treatment, her part of the agreement had already been fulfilled. Only now did he realize she had hidden this from him. She disliked the misunderstanding as much as he did and apologized sincerely. If that tablet had been given to someone else, she believed she would have had to atone for it. There was no time to dwell on it further. They were already late. The masters moved in, sealing their powers by striking specific pressure points. Master Z turned sharply toward Unvi and issued a cold warning. Under no circumstances was dark magic to be used against the girl. Even if his master attempted anything questionable, he was certain this old man would personally crush his skull. The statement caught Savun's attention. It revealed far more than it seemed. Soon, they stood facing each other within the fighting ring. Every eye followed their movements. Voices brushed against Savun's mind through telepathy, all asking the same thing. Did he truly like the girl? He did not even understand why they were asking. The master, however, understood perfectly. At the very least, he had no doubt about what his student was doing. With that, he gave Savun complete freedom to act as he saw fit. In that moment, despite every possible consequence, he trusted him fully. The witch raised her hand, signaling the start. They stood opposite one another, ready to decide whether Savun was worthy of her hand and her heart. And closed her eyes, cutting off the possibility of his technique taking hold. She guarded herself against the illusory eye, then moved. With a single, breathtaking motion of her sword, she seemed to vanish. In the next instant, she reappeared directly in front of his face. The strike was fierce, lightning fast, and overwhelming. Savun barely managed to dodge in time. She barely managed to graze his cheek with her fingernail. One heartbeat later, and the duel would have ended right there. Before he could steady himself, she struck again. A sharp blow landed, followed by a slap delivered cleanly in front of everyone. It happened so fast that he did not even register the movement. Only when he touched his cheek did the sting sink in, along with the shame. The crowd understood instantly. This fight was only going to escalate. Her attacks were precise and merciless, leaving almost no room to defend. The speed and weight behind each strike were terrifying. She looked thinner than before, her recent weight loss obvious, yet none of that weakened her. If anything, it made her sharper. Ruthlessness burned in her eyes as she moved flawlessly until she made a single mistake. That opening was enough. He seized it, twisted her balance, and launched a kick straight toward her head. Seo drove his sword into the ground to regain stability, then surged forward to counterattack. He survived that exchange only because he was quick enough to exploit the moment. She noticed immediately. He was no longer holding back. She could feel it clearly now. His intent was absolute. He was prepared to fight to the death for the young heir. For a fleeting moment, her thoughts drifted to the madness of the previous night, to how boldly young Seo had looked at her without restraint. The clash continued. The sixth star watched in silence, hoping he would not fall here. Near his eye, her finger began to glow red. He recognized it at once. A finger technique. She flicked her hand, and the attack shot toward him. Her index finger was covered in hardened calluses. Finger techniques were far more difficult than fists or palms. Fingers shattered countless times during training, Meridian's wrist being sealed, and few survived mastering them. This art was not one of the blood demonists. Even the black sword reacted, sending a warning to the boy. Both of them understood the truth. This was not merely a technique. It was demon blood. The assaults came relentlessly. He barely managed to deflect them. Her speed increased again, her finger slicing past his throat by a hair's breadth. Only the sword in his hand kept him alive. Blow after blow was narrowly repelled. He revealed then that he had trained his left hand as well, a choice that now proved invaluable as he brought a dagger into play. By the time they separated, both were breathing heavily. The duel had dragged them to the edge. Strength was nearly gone on both sides, yet neither showed any intention of stopping. She asked him calmly if he planned to use his blade. He told her the truth. He was only trying to properly block her finger technique, and he had assumed she would understand his intent without words. He had entered this duel fully aware that defeat was likely. Still, he wanted to clash head-on with someone who had truly inherited the martial arts of the blood demon. That alone was worth the risk. She responded by lowering into a fighting stance, clearly preparing to continue. The black sword reacted at once, warning him that what she was using was no ordinary technique and that he needed to be ready. Even standing still, the pressure from her stance was already suffocating. There was no choice anymore. If he wanted to survive, he would have to draw on the Shining Star sword. She did not hesitate. She rushed him. His blade swept out, sharp and decisive, but she slipped under it effortlessly. Dodging a strike like that at such speed was absurd. He followed up immediately, swinging again, the blade passing dangerously close to her body, yet once more it missed. The sword accelerated with every strike, growing faster, heavier, more relentless. She kicked off the ground and soared upward, ending directly above him. In that instant, he knew that if he raised the Sodom sword and cut upward, Bayek's attack could be stopped. That realization came with another. This was the moment to end it. He was already preparing himself to injure her, if that was what it took. But she twisted in midair, flipping cleanly as she continued her arc. The result of the duel was announced without ceremony. Victory, Bayek. Defeat, Seo. Reason, loss of consciousness. Darkness greeted him when he opened his eyes. A ceiling hovered above, unfamiliar and still. He stared at it, unable to remember when the day had ended. It felt impossible that night had already fallen. For a moment, he didn't even know where he was. Turning his head to the side, he noticed someone lying next to him. Only then did he recognize Ho Gimlin. His arm was back where it belonged. It seemed the divine doctor had stitched it on again. As soon as he tried to sit up, a splitting headache tore through him. During the fight, the finger technique must have gone deeper than he realized, suppressing his innate core energy far more effectively than expected. Voices reached his ears, familiar ones. Southern Paradise. Sodom. He couldn't see them. When he asked where they replied casually that they were hiding under the bed. He looked. They were really there. When he asked how long he had been out, they told him nearly 12 hours. Long enough for the divine physician to complete the operation. They added one last detail without restraint. Watching the doctor reconnect veins and flesh had been absolutely disgusting. Southern Paradise told him calmly that everything had unfolded exactly as predicted. Akian had sworn his allegiance to Bayek, sealing the outcome. From the outside, it all looked clean and successful. Yet only 12 hours had passed since the duel, and already far too many things had happened. When he finally stepped outside, the night air greeted him. It was already past midnight. He planned to return to the guest house, but something caught his attention. A lone figure stood ahead, sword in hand. It was the second disciple of Supreme Seo, the Break. The timing was wrong. The place was wrong. He was moving through heavily guarded areas, as if he had mastered stealth techniques. The more they watched, the more suspicious it became. Moonlight filtered through the trees, illuminating the man as he scanned his surroundings with care. After a moment, he crouched down and pulled out a small bag. With a casual motion, he scattered its contents into the air, where they dispersed like fine dust. That was when CO appeared behind him, sword drawn, demanding to know what he was doing out here at this hour. The man reacted instantly, raising his blade to block CO's sudden strike. Their swords met cleanly. CO narrowed his eyes and asked if what he had just scattered was the scent used for pursuit across 1,000 miles. Even his sword struggled to identify it. The name was no exaggeration. Once released, the scent spread far and wide, allowing trackers, tools, or trained beasts to follow it unerringly. At that point, the implication was obvious. This man could very well be a spy. After a brief exchange of questions, the man scoffed and told CO it was foolish to confront him alone. CO ignored the warning. He was no fool, and he had no intention of backing down. Sword in hand, he lunged forward, choosing to strike first. The gap between them became clear immediately. The opponent evaded the attack with ease, moving like a seasoned master. Their levels were nowhere near equal. CO adjusted at once, abandoning brute force. He pointed toward the man's nearby shoes and mocked him openly, accusing him of preparing an escape. The man sneered back, calling CO an idiot. He claimed Ho had only won because he relied on dark arts. That trick, he said, would never work on him. Such techniques only affected those with weaker internal energy than the user. As he spoke, it became clear he believed CO was tailing him for personal gain. CO listened without interrupting. Then he spoke a single word. Frog. By saying that single word, he deliberately highlighted the man's frog-like appearance. It worked instantly. Rage twisted the enemy's face as he lost all composure, roaring that he would kill him and charging forward without restraint. Their clash was dazzling. The green glow of the man's sword cut through the night, beautiful and vicious at the same time. Against it, the blue light of CO's blade burned even brighter, sharp and mesmerizing. Steel met steel in a violent storm. Their swords collided again and again, each strike repelled at blinding speed. The exchanges were so fast that evasion became nearly impossible. One blow slipped through. CO was struck and sent flying backward. The enemy sneered, declaring that he possessed far greater strength. Retreat was no longer an option. Only attack remained. CO surged forward. His opponent braced himself, sword raised to block. Chakra flooded his body, rising higher and higher until the energy around his blade shone like a star in the dark. Blue lines reflected in his eyes, proof of terrifying power. The shining star sword had been unleashed, the first technique of the tiger power sword. CO chose not to reveal everything yet. He layered technique after technique, striking from multiple angles, testing limits. Still, he failed to draw blood. That was when the enemy understood. CO had been holding back. This was what happened when someone decided too early that their opponent was weaker. CO released only a fraction more of his strength, and calmly asked if he knew the old Murin proverb. Even Sodom, watching closely, was shocked when CO openly implied he was still hiding half his power. The enemy only twisted his face into an ugly, frog-like sneer. He had no interest in wisdom. Instead, he turned and ran. For a moment, CO was stunned. Why was he fleeing? There was no answer, only instinct. CO gave chase. As they ran, the enemy suddenly drove his sword into the ground and began pouring energy into it. Green light exploded outward. The earth cracked and shattered, chunks of stone ripping free as if the land itself had been torn apart. He flung the earth backward like a storm. CO was forced to slash and deflect every piece of debris hurtling toward him. It looked absurd at first, almost reckless, and he could not immediately understand what the man was attempting. Then his swords warned him at once. This was not random destruction. It was a concealed weapon. He reacted on instinct, flipping backward just as the real attack shot straight toward his body. Blades pierced the ground where he had been standing moments earlier. CO landed hard but unharmed. Only then did he exhale, realizing how close he had come to being skewered by an attack he almost failed to see. Sodom told him to throw her forward. Gripping his sword, CO felt bright blue light surge through his body. The energy flooded every vein, every muscle, and they shot ahead together. The enemy did not understand why all sound seemed to vanish. He was certain of his direction, certain of his escape. Then blue flames erupted from the dust behind him. Carried by Sodom's sword, CO closed in fast, and the enemy's position was exposed in an instant. There was no need to hesitate anymore. It was time for the sixth technique of the Shining Star Sword. The call of the sword. Every technique he had used so far converged in his hands, fusing into a single flow. CO streaked forward like a falling meteor, his body radiating power so intense that chakra spilled out uncontrollably. The enemy's face twisted under the pressure as he struggled to withstand the assault. When the collision came, the explosion of energy was violent enough to shake the ground and knock the breath from anyone nearby. Both fighters were hurled backward by the shockwave. Only CO remained standing. He steadied himself, and looked down at his opponent, who lay pinned to the ground, unable to rise. Co did not rush to finish him. Instead, a strained voice reached his ears, demanding to know who he was and how he had managed to avoid the hidden weapon concealed within all that dust. Co raised a hand to his forehead and answered calmly. He said he had a third eye. They faced each other again, tension thick in the air, both waiting for the next move. The black sword spoke inside his mind, warning him not to hesitate. He should strike first. A man like this would try to escape the moment he saw an opening. Co understood perfectly. He had once lived as a spy himself. A spy always had only two choices: run or die. The enemy chose death. Rather than continue the fight, he discarded his blade. In the middle of combat, such a move made no sense. But when cornered, it meant only one thing. Co was already prepared. All it would take was a brief moment of eye contact to activate the illusory eye. Before the man could act, Co moved. He struck straight at his back, refusing to let him escape so easily. His hand shot forward and plunged directly into the enemy's mouth. Co knew exactly what he was looking for. When he withdrew his hand, saliva dripped down his fingers. He searched carefully and found it. A small poisonous sphere, tied to a molar with a thin string and hidden deep in the throat. Every spy carried one. As expected, spies always carried two ways to end their own lives, and most chose to slit their throats. If the poisonous sphere dissolved inside the body, every organ would melt away. That was true martyrdom. Instead of asking who the man was, Co answered with his fist. He struck him in the face again and again, without hesitation. The battle, which had seemed dangerous at first, ended far too easily. Co had already seen several steps ahead. That was when a sound broke the silence. Guards from the Valley of the Six Bloods had noticed something. It was likely because of the frog. Using a 1,000-mile scent meant he wanted someone else to find this place. In his previous life, the location of the valley had already been exposed, but not yet in this one. The Emperor of Blades of Chaos, the Break, would never have come here without that information. Perhaps it was because of what Co himself had leaked. Yet if Ho had not come, he would have been defeated eventually anyway. Ho Gimlin's fate had also shifted. If Co's judgment was correct, he would still die at the hands of EJ, no matter what changed. Too many things were moving too fast. There was no room for careless conclusions. He needed to move. In the main hall of the Valley of the Six Bloods, everyone gathered in chaos, preparing to burn the buildings and flee. The brothers reported that they could not find the man they were searching for. Even the master could not understand how he had vanished in the middle of treatment. Young Master Inga was missing as well. Where had the two of them gone? Then footsteps echoed. Co appeared before the master, and every head turned toward him. He apologized for being late and asked them to allow him to place the person on his shoulder first before continuing. He said he only needed to speak briefly. Several blades were already pressed near his neck, and he could see his own reflection in their steel. She realized at once what this meant. Hundreds of armed groups surrounded the mountain. Scouts who did not belong to the cult had already infiltrated the area. Turning to Co, she demanded to know where he had been and what he had been doing in secret, especially now that the bells had rung. She added one final warning. The sudden return of the Second Supreme's disciple left them with only one option. If he could not explain himself, he would be arrested on the spot. Co answered calmly, without raising his voice, and asked for only one thing. He told them to tear open the sole of the Supreme's left boot. The request stunned everyone. No one understood what he was trying to prove. Then a hand reached down, the boot was cut open, and what appeared inside said more than words ever could. A small bag of white powder slid out. Co picked it up, tore it open, and brought it close to his nose. After a brief pause, he spoke with certainty. This was the scent of a 1,000-mile pursuit. Only then did everyone understand how the location of the valley had been exposed. The brothers listened closely, yet the meaning still escaped them. They had never even heard of such a scent. But Co was not finished. He reached into his inner pocket and pulled out another object, holding it up directly in front of the man's face. A poisonous sphere. He explained calmly that it had been tied to the man's left molar with a thin string, hidden deep in his mouth. It was safe to assume the rest of his teeth were still prepared the same way. He knew this because he himself had once served as a spy for the Merm Alliance for 6 months. That revelation surprised even him. He had not expected Gasong want to have experience in espionage. Yet because of this explanation, doubt disappeared from the women's eyes. Trust replaced suspicion. They immediately ordered the armed men to lower their weapons. Still, the captain was not satisfied. He stepped forward and asked Co directly how he could know such things, when both the 1,000-mile pursuit scent and the poison sphere were virtually unknown. Experience was the real answer, but Co chose a different explanation. He said that he had woken before dawn and was returning to the guest house when he saw the man sneak out, deliberately avoiding every patrol. That alone was suspicious, so he followed him. That was when he detected the pursuit scent. The captain pressed further. Why didn't he call for help using internal energy? Co answered without hesitation. If he had done that, the man would have escaped immediately or killed someone before help arrived. The opponent was far stronger. The only way was to eliminate him quietly. If CEO had not ambushed him by throwing a dagger while he was distracted putting on his shoes, he would have lost the fight entirely. He added that the dagger wound itself was intentional. It was proof, evidence that the encounter had unfolded exactly as he described. The captain placed a firm hand on CEO's shoulder and praised him openly. He believed him completely. In that situation, CEO truly could have lost his life. In the captain's eyes, CEO had taken a reckless risk driven by ambition, yet his tone had softened compared to before. There was pride there now. Without CEO, they might never have uncovered the spy, and their escape routes would have been exposed. Ms. Hyen also thanked him openly. Even Jong acknowledged his courage. In truth, it had been coincidence more than calculation, but the result was undeniable. CEO bowed before everyone and said he had only done what needed to be done. The captured man dropped to his knees before the hostess and apologized repeatedly. He believed everything had happened because he had misjudged CEO's character. The lady cut him off calmly. There was no time for blame. Responsibility could be discussed later. Right now, they had to move. She turned to CEO's master and stood before him, waiting. The master placed a hand on CEO's head, praised his actions, and said plainly that without him, the spy would have escaped. They had been trapped here precisely because CEO and that rascal spy were present. At that moment, a violent surge of chakra gathered around the spy's body. His energy core was destroyed on the spot. It was a cruel and agonizing punishment, but that was the fate of traitors. Even the spy had not expected it to happen immediately. This was done to demonstrate the complete renunciation of the disciple. Afterward, the girl ordered the root veins in his arms and legs to be severed. There was no hesitation. She was unmistakably of blood demon lineage. In the past, she herself had lost hands, feet, even a finger to the blood end demons. Mercy was not part of this moment. Flames rose everywhere. From the cliff, they watched as the buildings burned, the fire swallowing the valley behind them. Only one of the brothers looked genuinely saddened. He liked sleeping in the guest house. Once the spy was dealt with, they finalized their route. It was clear this had been discussed in advance. They would not flee together. They would split into 3 paths. Galma would lead the elite forces and guard the all-healing divine doctor. Hanbeka would escort the false Baek Rayong to mislead their enemies. And the commander of the bloody extermination squad, Heek Chan, would personally guard the Real Baek Rang Ho. Half of the Valley of the Six Bloods forces moved with them, but most were low-rank escorts or mid-level trainees. In truth, only a handful were capable of real combat. That was why the most dangerous task fell to the youngest and most hot-headed commander of the bloody extermination squad, the one unrivaled in stealth and speed. He carried the scent of a 1,000-mile pursuit on his body. If fate turned against him, death was almost guaranteed. It was a mission that demanded sacrifice, yet there was no alternative. No one knew who the enemy truly was, nor how many were coming. If even one expert stronger than a supreme appeared, the balance would collapse instantly. When Sodom heard the plan, she understood at once. Some people were being sent out to die. CEO told her calmly that even if everyone stayed together and fought, they would still lose. Akon understood it as well. All he could hope for now was to survive long enough to escape the Valley of the Six Bloods. Quietly, he ordered Suk Wonhwa to bring 2 detachment commanders. They stared into the depths of the forest, uncertain whether the enemy would truly come from that direction. Information could be wrong. What they did know was that the opposing side possessed several extremely experienced martial artists. As they watched the valley burn, it became clear that the enemy had already noticed their movement and set the buildings ablaze to cover their escape. Their eyes turned to the people standing with them, lingering on one man in particular. He was considered a valuable asset, someone who had reached peak level. Rumor said he was strong enough to qualify as a candidate among the 8 great martial arts masters of the Central District. His senses were sharper than a hound's, able to detect the presence of others with frightening accuracy. Hearing the praise, he waved it off, saying they thought too highly of him. Yet he still promised he would not disappoint. He admitted that only a true great expert could pass through what awaited them, and even then, the chances were slim. She understood the situation clearly. With Uncle Hay, the squad leader, and CO together, they could only be considered a small reconnaissance unit. Staying here any longer would be courting disaster. No one knew what information might leak at any moment. Behind her, the only sounds were quiet complaints about hunger. Uncle He and Mr. CO needed to return as quickly as possible. That was when the boys heard a noise ahead. Before any of them could react, a sword pierced straight through one man's head. A figure dropped down from above, appearing as if from nowhere. In an instant, he moved through them, fists crashing in a chest with brutal precision. One man was seized by the neck and lifted off the ground, fingers tightening until blood spilled from his mouth. Calmly, the attacker told them they would answer his questions honestly. If they did, he would grant them a painless death. If not, their end would be slow and unbearable. At the same time, the rest of the team surged forward. CO immediately sensed that their numbers were larger than expected. This was not a simple scouting party. Moments earlier, CO had been running ahead, and even now he could hear the voices of swords reacting. At least 5 fighters were responding to blade sounds alone. If heavier weapons or more seasoned warriors were involved, there could be even more hiding nearby. Ajong assessed the situation quickly. He identified 2 fighters using different weapons. One of them was clearly a top-tier martial artist, while the others hovered around the first or second level. He said he would handle the strongest and the highest-ranked opponent himself, and told CEO to deal with the rest. There was no time to hesitate. In the past, during the regression period, CEO would have struggled against enemies of this level. His martial skill then barely matched the second tier. Now it was different. He moved without hesitation, driving his blade straight into an enemy's neck. The man screamed, begging him to stop, but there was no mercy. The sword went through cleanly. CEO acted immediately, sealing the man's action points before he could die. He picked up the fallen man's sword and spoke to it, asking if it could hear him. A voice answered from within the blade, shocked and confused. How could a human speak to a sword? CEO told it simply that he could hear it, and asked whether it wanted its master to die. The sword panicked and begged him not to kill its master. If the man died, it would lose him forever. CEO pressed further, demanding to know who the master was and where the rest of his companions were. The sword hesitated, then asked a single question of its own. Was he a member of the blood cult? It went on, saying it had heard that blood cult members were cruel, evil beings who deserved to be destroyed for the sake of Junggu. Hearing this, CEO understood there was no longer any choice left to him. Without another word, he swung his blade down toward the man lying helpless on the ground. Mech panicked instantly and demanded to know what he was doing. CEO answered in a calm, even tone. He said he just cut off the man's arm, and that the neck would be next. The blade slid closer to the exposed throat. Mech broke at once, shouting that he would tell everything, begging him to stop. Sodom frowned at the scene. For a sword, this was a deep humiliation. But CEO had no room for mercy. If he hesitated now, everyone else would pay the price. This was not the time for generosity. It was the time to act cleanly and decisively. While this was happening, Ajong moved like a shadow, killing everyone he encountered without pause. When he regrouped with the others, he asked if anyone else had been found. The answer was no. One of the captains added that a particularly strong-willed man had bitten off his own tongue. That seemed to be the end of it. Ajong suggested hiding the bodies in the tall grass and moving on immediately. Before they could leave, CEO appeared beside him and said he had learned something important. The enemies were martial artists from the Heavenly Earth sect and the Sea Lotus faction. That alone confirmed it. They were from the Orthodox side. Ajong frowned, thinking CEO had hesitated because he could not bring himself to kill. He asked how CEO had figured it out so quickly. CEO explained that he had used the time whisper technique to interrogate the man, just in case allies were nearby. After hearing that, the captain placed a hand on CEO's shoulder again. He had told the captive that hundreds of them were nearby. If he wanted his companions to live, he had better talk. And in the end, he did. The man admitted that he was only a minor swordsman and knew little. Still, what he revealed was enough. 7 organizations were on the move, and scouts had already spread throughout the area. The real danger was ahead. The patriarch of one faction was personally sweeping the region with nearly 100 experts. The captain realized then that they could have escaped earlier. Now, their path was effectively sealed. Ajong suggested forcing their way through by stealth and speed, but the captain rejected it at once. It was too dangerous. If they were exposed, the young lady's location would be revealed. As tension grew, another man stepped forward. It was the unit commander, Gene Hunnell. He proposed taking the road along the cliff to descend into the valley. The captain shut it down immediately. The path ran between sheer cliffs on both sides. One mistake, one ambush, and there would be no escape. The most dangerous part was that once they chose this route, they would be trapped between 2 directions, forward or backward. In an emergency like this, that was deadly. Jumping into the water below was no safer. The current was violent, the water level high, and anyone swept away would not survive. Still, Yin Hangel raised a question. If they chose such a path, could they catch the enemy off guard? Even as the commander grabbed him by the collar, Yin Hangel kept insisting. No one would ever expect them to take this road. The commander's voice rose as he turned on John, demanding to know whether he intended to gamble not only his own life, but the life of the young lady as well. CEO watched in silence. He agreed that Jan Hangel's plan was dangerous, but their choices were running out. They had gone too far to retreat. Either they forced their way through the enemy lines, or they followed the valley path. No matter what they chose, the risk was extreme. Staying in one place was not an option. The girl stood quietly, gazing toward the mountains under the pale moonlight. Then a sharp whistle cut through the night. She recognized it instantly. This was where Uncle had gone. Ajong reacted faster than anyone. He seized the whistling man by the throat so hard that the whistle dropped from his mouth. He demanded to know if anyone else was still alive. Someone had made a mistake, worsening the situation before enemy reinforcements arrived. Now that the signal had been sent, there was no turning back. Ajong said he would handle it himself. At that moment, CEO heard something close to his ear. The sound of swords. He counted instinctively. 1, 8, 14, 32. Too many. Far more than before. There was no time to think. The enemy was already rushing toward them. Zhang turned to the young mistress and spoke quickly. They would have a split up. They were being hunted by numerous enemies, some of them extremely strong. He suggested taking half the men and drawing the pursuers away. Among the enemy ranks were powerful martial artists, possibly even the patriarch of the Sea Lotus faction himself. She listened and said she hoped they would all return alive. Zhang assured her there was no need to worry. Once they dealt with the enemy, they would regroup. He ordered the remaining forces to protect their mistress at all costs. Then he reminded everyone of the rendezvous point, a hidden base discovered earlier by Detachment Commander Chong Moon, known as Home. Every person present listened carefully. They understood the plan, and once the words were spoken, there was no time left to hesitate. Using the frequency whisper technique, he instructed CO Wan Hui to take command of the unit in his absence. Among all of them, he considered CO Wan Hui the sharpest mind. That was why he entrusted him with this responsibility, expecting him to properly support Commander Zhang. His trust was not based on a handful of achievements alone, but on CO Wan Hui's ability to make correct decisions when circumstances turn chaotic. After bowing respectfully to the hostess, Zhang personally escorted her toward the exit. It was difficult to believe that the once mad old man now trusted him enough to treat him as a true disciple. Before leaving, the commander addressed the remaining group, stating clearly that aside from himself, CO Wan Hui was the strongest among them. With that, he entrusted the protection of the young mistress to him. Soon after, the group began their ascent, scaling the mountain by clinging to an almost vertical cliff. With half the unit gone, their strength was visibly reduced. Squad leader Yang Gongil took the lead alongside CO, as Yang knew the terrain better than anyone. Despite their caution, unease lingered. This formation was meant to protect Baek Rei Ho, yet Hyak Zhang seemed to be moving freely, with no pursuers in sight. Then, voices surfaced in CO's mind again. They came from below, following the same path. There were fewer than those chasing the other group, especially among those carrying swords. CO raised his hand and signaled an immediate halt. Everyone froze. Moving further was too dangerous. He explained calmly that he sensed enemies nearby. One man disagreed, saying he felt nothing. That was expected. He lacked the ability to sense threats from a distance. Sodom understood immediately. If the man knew CO was hearing voices, he would think him insane. CO then stated firmly that the squad leader, Hu Zong, should take the front. The man refused outright. He argued that the commander's duty was to protect the young hostess, not to charge into danger. They should be the ones to face the enemy. CO had not anticipated such resistance. He adjusted instantly and told them to prepare at the very least. He ordered swords to be drawn and passed a silent signal through the group. As he raised his blade and looked over every member, CO understood one thing clearly. Even if Baek Rei Anga was their priority, confronting enemies on a narrow mountain path would be lethal. That was exactly why the strongest martial artist had to strike first. He lifted his sword higher, making sure everyone could see it. The man insisted that they had to move at once, warning that any delay would only increase the danger. He turned and took a step forward. In that instant, CO drove his sword straight into the man's back. The blade pierced cleanly, and the man collapsed to his knees without even a scream. CO did not rush. He asked an experienced warrior behind him whether there was anything on the tip of his sword that looked like white powder. The answer came immediately. Yes. Using the frequency whisper technique, CO spoke directly into the man's mind and told him plainly that he would die if he did not explain himself. At first, the man was confused. Then CO asked a single question. Why was the scent of a 1,000-mile pursuit lingering on his sword? Understanding dawned instantly. When CO picked up the Southern Heaven Iron Sword, the truth was already there. The sword itself told him what Yang Gongil had done. Without the ability to hear the voices of swords, this deception would have passed unnoticed. CO told the man that he had already confirmed everything with the blades behind him. There was no point hiding anymore. The scent clinging to the steel exposed everything. The man finally confessed. He had done it so that the commander of the Bloody Extermination Squad and the Fourth Supreme could track them and catch up. Even then, CO did not fully accept his explanation. He pressed further, asking why it had been done secretly. He also pointed out that Guojie's scent was different from the one this man had used. Even allies could carry different pursuit markers, but that only raised more questions. With enemies already closing in, there was no time left to untangle every detail. CO chose the only remaining path. The enemy was already blocking the way ahead, weapons drawn and waiting. The whistle they had heard earlier was no accident. One enemy had survived, and the signal had been intentional. Now it was clear. This man had been the one behind it all. A traitor. CO did not hesitate. He cut off the man's head. One obstruction after another. One trap layered atop the next. In that moment, CO understood that there was no one else who could lead them. He had to take command himself. Zhang demanded to know what was happening. CO told him calmly that enemies were waiting ahead. Zhang asked how he knew, and why Co had killed Yang Gil, the squad leader. The answer was simple. Yang Gil had been a spy. The young mistress stared at the severed head in silence, unable to comprehend that the man she had trusted had been a traitor all along. After that, Co explained everything to the group. The scoundrel had smeared the scent of a 1,000-mile pursuit onto his sword scabbard. The man had assumed that if enemies were already lying in wait, no one would bother listening for whispers, especially if Co himself could not sense them directly. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Co made a quick decision and threw the scabbard away. The stench of the pursuit scent still clung to it. There was no time to hesitate. They had to move. He informed the young hostess of what he had done. She was still struggling to accept that the squad leader had truly been a spy. At that moment, Co heard the voices of swords again. This time, even John felt it. Enemy presence. Close. Too close to ignore. Co immediately ordered the young hostess to move to the center of the formation. The whispering sounds grew sharper, louder. The enemy was almost upon them. Zhang reacted at once. He ordered the experienced warriors to halt and secure the rear, while the young mistress was pushed forward without delay. The enemy had already chosen targets. Spears were being readied. Orders were passed down in silence. Everyone prepared to strike. Meanwhile, near the creek, a different conversation was unfolding. The man calmly explained to Pak that he was merely carrying out the young mistress's will, or rather, acting on the plan she hoped existed. He reminded her that he supported her openly, along with the First Supreme and the other Blood Stars. On the opposite side, only the Third and Sixth Blood Stars stood with her. The idea that they could be removed easily was something she herself had once voiced. Once the cult was restored, they could simply be eliminated. But he had warned her before. Even the smallest chance could not be ignored. Since she carried his blood as well, there was always the possibility that things could turn against her. The Second Supreme was friendly for now, but alliances were never permanent. If the Fourth Supreme also chose her side, the balance would shift. Support would be equal on both ends. That was exactly what he wanted to prevent. She listened, then replied calmly. It would be even better, she said, if they could draw the Fourth Supreme to their side instead. She held little hope that this would work. It was hard to believe that the irritated old man would suddenly cross over, just because she asked, especially after he had already rejected every message they sent. Still, he pointed out that this was precisely the moment when the Fourth Supreme had nothing left to lose. At the same time, Co was already swinging his sword, forcing the advancing enemies back. The detachment commander barely stayed on his feet after taking a spear through the body. The force behind that throw was terrifying. Co saw clearly. A single spear had knocked down squad leader Chan along with several captains. One throw, multiple top-tier martial artists crushed. The power was abnormal. The one who had thrown it stood calmly at the rear. To possess such strength, he had to be at the Bloodstar level, or even a Supreme. The question struck Co immediately. Should he risk his life here? If he did, he could buy enough time for Beck to escape. Sodom kept urging him to run, telling him that no one cared what happened to the others. He should stop thinking like a loyal hound of the blood cult. Survival came first. The self came before the cult. Co glanced to the side and noticed the cliff. If he fell from here, the impact would be brutal. Survival was unlikely, but not impossible. There was still a sliver of hope. Then the enemy spoke. He asked if there was a woman named Beck Ryanga among them. The attackers stepped closer, closing the distance until they stood face to face. The threat was clear. If there was no such woman, they would slaughter everyone here and end it. Co followed the enemy's gaze and understood instantly. Beck Ryanga was indeed among them. The man demanded they hand her over. In exchange, he promised to spare everyone else. That was when John moved. He rose slowly, gripping the spear embedded in his back and ripping it free with his bare hand. Blood poured out. He pressed his index finger against the wound to seal it and stared straight at the enemy, his eyes unshaken. His will was unmistakable. Squad leader Chan also straightened, radiating the resolve of someone prepared to die fighting. Everyone felt it. Death was close. Co turned to the squad leader and spoke quickly. He said he was buying time. Chan had to take the young hostess and escape. Neither the commander nor Sodom could understand why Co was choosing this path. He had already taken several steps forward, and retreat was no longer an option. His second plan was crude but final. If things truly went wrong, he would simply throw himself off the cliff, and the conversation would end there. The enemy showed no patience, warning that they would begin killing everyone if this dragged on any longer. Co calmly turned toward them, and said the man before him did not look like someone from the Murim Alliance. He asked why they were being pursued in the first place. Neither the commander nor his men understood what Co was trying to do. To them, it made no sense to doubt the Murim Alliance. Even the enemy looked confused and asked what nonsense he was talking about, clearly stating that they were part of that very alliance. But Co focused on one detail they could not erase. The enemy had said that if they handed over the young mistress, everyone else would be spared. Locking eyes with him, Co stated that the Murim Alliance existed for one purpose alone: the complete destruction of the blood cult. The man rejected that claim outright. He said the alliance had people scattered across the entire mountain and asked if Co truly valued his life. Then came the question Co did not answer immediately. If they were truly on the same side, why was there no time to talk? The enemy continued, explaining that one person had strongly recommended this route. That was when they realized the truth. The man had spread a 1,000-mile chase scent, one subtly different from the one used by the mountain patrols. Co told them plainly that this man was a spy sent by their side. The enemy protested, saying there was no reason to hide it, since everyone already suspected a spy among them. He claimed they were well aware of the possibility of finding Baek Rang Ho, and spoke with confidence. In response, Co smiled inwardly. Thanks to them, he had just confirmed there was no spy among his own group. The enemy finally noticed what was happening. Co was stalling, weaving words to buy time. Gathering his killing intent, the man declared he would kill Co himself. At that moment, Co raised a finger and pointed straight at him, asking whether any of his subordinates had been hired. The presence of the young hostess, Baek Hoyong, had already proven one thing. There were traitors among them. The twins began to suspect that these people were tied to the blood cult, but the enemies had no intention of explaining anything. With cold voices, they gave the order to kill him. A spear shot straight toward him. Co caught it barehanded, using the innate energy of his central core, then twisted his body and hurled it back at the enemy without hesitation. At the same time, he shouted for his men to flee. There was no other path left. Survival now meant running. The enemy barely caught the returning spear as it skimmed past his ear. It was impressive, but it only hardened his resolve. Co could not be allowed to live. The next throw came with everything he had, far stronger than before, packed with killing intent. Damn it. Perhaps he had made a mistake. Perhaps he should have run the moment he had the chance. Then something impossible happened. The spear stopped inches from Co's forehead. A figure appeared, calmly remarking that the child's performance had been quite good. The supreme seal break had saved Co's life. The young hostess thanked him as well, but Co still could not understand why she had not run. She explained that thanks to him, she had confirmed there were no other spies on their side. Demon's bloody hand stood behind her, and Han was there too. They had been hiding, deceiving even their own allies. Co never expected the plan to split into 3 squads, to fail so completely. Shock spread through everyone as they realized they had been played. No one imagined the Second Supreme would side with Baek Hyung Ho. The enemy was caught off guard. He admitted that victory was no longer guaranteed with the Blood Star and a Supreme standing against them, and he ordered a retreat. But before they could move, a voice echoed from above, asking where they thought they were going. A man descended from the cliff, his hair whipping in the wind, his speed terrifying. In the next moment, he stood before them, his presence openly hostile. Before the enemies could even react, he grabbed the old man by the head and asked if they truly believed they could waste time with someone like him. When he released his grip, there was nothing left but a severed head, already falling into the depths below. Rage consumed him, his power surging as if it had doubled in an instant. His anger was pure and overwhelming. If they wanted to pass, they would have to gamble their lives. He stepped toward the enemy and stared straight into his eyes. The man was already gripping his sword, fully aware that there was no turning back. Could a sword have helped defend against him? It never had a chance. The man seized the blade with his bare hand, shocking everyone who witnessed it. In his entire life, the enemy had never seen someone step forward, grab a sword directly, and crush it so tightly that the force sent its owner flying backward. But that was only the beginning. He grabbed the enemy and hurled him from side to side like a rag doll, leaving no room for survival. Then, gripping the man by the head, he swung once and smashed the body straight into the ground. The impact was so violent it felt as if the mark would remain for thousands of years. The earth cracked under the force, unable to endure it, and the enemy's body certainly could not. He threw him again, sending the corpse flying far away. Despite witnessing the death of their comrade, none of them dared to interfere. If anything, they were more afraid now. The man before them looked like a wild beast, like a tiger that had lost everything. Still, one of them forced himself forward, telling the others to step back. He declared he would fight alone. He knew Axon and asked whether he truly lived up to his name. Axon hated being compared to anyone. In the next instant, he exploded forward, his fist moving at terrifying speed, only to have it caught mid-strike. The enemy staggered, needing both hands just to restrain that single blow. Chakra gathered around Axon's fist, dramatically amplifying its power. Their attacks followed one after another until their fists collided head-on, speed and force clashing violently. The energy from the collision merged like 2 raging elements. The enemy admitted that Axon was far stronger than him, but he knew the limits of Axon's physical strength. He began attacking as if he had 6 arms instead of 2, strikes raining down without pause. Axon barely managed to deflect them one by one. Yet the enemy's anger only intensified. He pushed off the ground, launching himself forward. His hand slammed directly onto Axon's fist. It was a technique no one recognized. Keeping his palm open for a split second, he clenched it into a fist. Chakra surged even more violently. Speed, power, pressure. Everything increased at once. Even his blocks had grown far stronger, each one rebounding the enemy's attacks with crushing force. It was at that moment the enemy finally realized the truth. This was a fist technique, one designed to strike directly at the core, shattering the opponent's power from the inside. His eyes widened in shock, but it was already too late. His clenched fist was on its way, smashing straight into Axon's cheek. The masked man possessed refined martial arts of his own, yet beside Axon, he was clearly inferior. Instead of faltering, Axon's excitement only grew. This was the kind of battle he had been waiting for. Co watched without blinking. In his mind, the Southern swordsman had never lost to Axon. The black sword spoke calmly, explaining that the technique Axon had just used looked simple, but its mass increased endlessly with each exchange. Everyone could feel it. Axon was becoming stronger right before their eyes. Even the second supreme, Shugal, expressed admiration. When asked why, the boy could not immediately put the reason into words. The fight went on, and Axon's advantage became undeniable. Panic spread through the enemy ranks, something the young hostess noticed at once. She stepped forward and proposed a solution. They should surrender, reveal their identities, and in return, be allowed to live. Suggesting surrender in such a moment was unexpectedly sharp. It led Co to suspect that Bekrianga herself had laid this trap. Sodam caught on to the idea and asked what she had done. She explained that the trap was designed to deceive even their own allies, forcing everyone into chaos so no one could tell who the spies truly were. She knew Peck would act this way, so she moved first. Truly, a dangerous pair of sisters. Lisa, by contrast, seemed like someone who avoided such games of the mind. As the pieces fell into place, Co realized someone was scheming against her, and Beck was trying to uncover who it was. It made sense that the culprit might not belong to a family where intrigue ran in the blood. Co handled the situation well, keeping his focus sharp. Sodam even praised his judgment. At the same time, the young hostess issued her final warning. This was their last chance. If they refused, only death awaited them. One man stepped forward, sneering as he called them bastards, and declared he would fight to the end. In that instant, everyone understood. The enemy had no intention of surrendering. They chose to end it quickly, deciding to eliminate the rest and capture whoever survived. The enemy surged forward at once. The old man turned to the sixth Bloodstar and ordered him to protect the young lady, while he himself stepped out to deal with the enemy leader. Returning to his men, he asked for a sword. When it was placed in his hand, the blade gleamed with killing intent, ready to cut down anything in its path. Yet something felt off. He clearly did not like the weapon. The sensation was different from his usual longsword, and Co could tell just by watching. Still, a true swordsman never blames his tools. He addressed the gathered martial artists and told them to follow him. Kill the enemy. Show them no mercy. Face death head-on. Co tightened his grip around the black sword. This was it. The moment had come. A swordmaster's lesson, delivered through blood. In the next instant, the two sides crashed into each other like fire meeting water. Swords, maces, and blades of every kind filled the battlefield. Metal struck metal, sparks bursting in every direction. Ko noticed that the enemy was launching more than 10 attacks in a single breath. This was how true martial artists fought. There was no time to stand back and observe. An enemy charged at him, screaming. Co could have watched the battle unfold, but reality forced his hand. He moved decisively, ending his opponent in a single exchange. He adjusted his stance, positioning his blade for maximum efficiency. Blood sprayed into the air as the first enemy fell. Chaos was his ally. In this disorder, his skills shone brightest. He deliberately targeted weaker opponents first. They were easier to cut down. He moved through them as if they barely existed, shifting from one to the next without pause. Different attacks flowed naturally as his blade pierced anyone who stood in his way. The enemies began to notice a pattern. He was hunting those below the second rank. John, meanwhile, cut down everyone he encountered, his sword ending lives one after another. Fear spread through the enemy ranks. They shouted warnings to watch out for the scarred man, unable to understand how someone so injured could be so terrifying. Co knew the truth. Chan Won Bubo was so skilled that even among top-tier martial artists, he could dominate without relying on weapons. But the enemies pointed at Co instead, barking orders to kill the bastard wielding the rusty sword. 3 of them closed in on him at once. He had no intention of drawing attention, but there was no other option left. The Shining Star sword technique flared to life. The fourth form followed instantly, and the Rising Dragon strike ended it. All 3 enemies were cut down before they even understood what had happened. They never expected such a sudden counterattack. As their bodies fell, he warned the others to stay alert and pay attention to everything around them. The battlefield did not allow even a moment of carelessness. A flash of danger came from behind. A bald man launched himself forward like a falling meteor. The girl met him head-on, driving a piercing strike straight into him. Blood burst from his mouth. One clean sword strike would be enough to finish him and put an end to that bastard. They were here to fight as one, to support each other, and to destroy their enemies. That was exactly what she had said to Co earlier. Switching seamlessly into hand-to-hand combat, she unleashed blows as heavy as a mace, each strike shaking the air. A quick glance around revealed that only about 10 enemies remained. Even so, no one relaxed. Vigilance was mandatory. The ones still standing were all first-class warriors. At that moment, Co's attention shifted to the Supreme's battle. It was obvious why he carried that title. Every movement was flawless, every strike precise. The enemy could do nothing but defend, locked into survival alone. Suddenly, one of the enemies broke away and hurled a spear straight toward their leader, aiming for the Supreme. The weapon flew with lethal speed. The Supreme could not disengage, his sword still locked against his opponent. Just as the spear was about to strike, Co appeared and cleaved it cleanly in half. The enemy stared at him, unaware of what was happening behind his own back. The clash between the Supremes continued, each exchange growing heavier as their strength slowly drained away. The enemy felt something pass over his head, but failed to understand it at first. Only when he looked down did realization strike. His palm was gone. That was all it took. He dropped to his knees, staring at the Supreme in disbelief. Yet he still refused to surrender. Gathering the last of his chakra, he launched another attack. Varavni brushed it aside with ease. Then the enemy struck the young lady in the side as he passed her. Looking at her, he spoke through clenched teeth. Even if he was going to die, he would not fall quietly. The sixth star suddenly appeared in front of the girl, standing between her and death, clearly intending to face the enemy himself. Seeing there was no escape, the man lunged forward. Why did he have to appear now, at this exact moment? Co knew something had to be done immediately. Even at his peak, blocking this barehanded was impossible. The shining star sword technique fused with the sixth form, pouring everything into the blade. Like a flash of lightning, the strike tore across the enemy's face, carving a deep mark straight through his head. Instead of retreating, the enemy deliberately threw himself onto the sword. He stared Co directly in the eyes and spoke calmly. He was a disciple of the eccentric Axon, and he would make Co pay for interfering. It was never about choosing Co over Bei. Co had been his target from the very beginning. Standing at the edge of the cliff, he dragged Co with him and leapt. The young lady reached out, trying to grab him, but her hand closed on nothing. All she could do was scream, calling out, "Young master," as both figures vanished into the abyss. They crashed into the water below. Co's head burst back to the surface, coughing violently as water flooded his lungs. The current was terrifyingly strong. His sword struggled to help him stay afloat, urging him not to let go, but his body kept sinking. At that speed, the current could drag him away and kill him without effort. Suddenly, a glowing blue thread wrapped around his arm and yanked him upward, lifting him above the surface. He could not tell what had happened. The same thread flung him onto the shore with overwhelming force. An advanced martial arts master had pulled him from the current, yet remained hidden, nothing more than a shadow in the darkness. When Co finally saw his savior, his breath froze in his throat. What stood before him was a terrifying monstrosity, its long tongue flicking through the air, its form utterly unnatural. Even so, he thanked it. Lowering his gaze at the black sword's urging, he saw a mountain of human bones beneath his feet. When the creature began to growl, Co understood instantly. This was his warning to leave. He picked up his sword and pointed it at the monster. It was an ambush, or so he thought. The creature simply grabbed the blade with ease, and its eyes burned a single, unmistakable desire. It wanted to eat him. The monster possessed a 9th-level central energy core. That blue thread was something it could only use at that level, and now it proved it. The thread snapped back around Co's arm, binding him tightly. The sword warned him to cut it immediately. He brought his blade down without hesitation, but nothing happened. Even with no space to swing properly, he forced the strike again and again. The thread did not even tremble. He pulled with all his strength, but that only angered the creature further. Its growls deepened, thick with hunger. In the next instant, the monster seized his arm near the bicep and sank its teeth in. Pain exploded through his body. It wrapped itself around him, crushing him with terrifying strength. One hand pinned Co's sword arm, preventing any counterattack. Its grip tightened around his wrist until the sword slipped from his fingers and fell. The creature's eyes made it clear. To it, Co was nothing more than prey. Was this where he would end, devoured by some nameless horror? A voice suddenly echoed from the side, calling his name. A crazed old man burst out from the rock itself. It was Kashka. He was outside, fighting, while Co was trapped deep inside the cave. Co had to let him know where he was, somehow, no matter the cost. Not long after, darkness took him. When he regained fragments of awareness, he was lying unconscious inside the cave as voices tried to wake him. The swords urged him to keep his eyes closed. Since Co lost consciousness, the monster had begun acting strangely. It dragged him deeper into the cave and kept him there, restless and agitated. Time slipped by. Nearly half a day passed. Co lay still with his eyes shut while the creature sat nearby, trembling. Looking closer, he realized the monster only had a left arm. Yet even so, it was undeniably a martial artist. If its body were complete, it could rival Hayek Chayon himself. Later, Co quietly asked Sukam whether the old man was still searching for him. The Black Sword replied that there was no need for concern. For nearly 4 hours, screams echoed through the area, then abruptly stopped. That told Co everything he needed to know. He had to escape the situation on his own. He had survived worse than this. He had faced death itself and walked away. Compared to that, this was just another trial, and he was certain he would endure it. Given the circumstances, it was clear the monster's mind was unstable. His speech was broken, and screams from outside seemed to frighten him deeply. More importantly, a martial artist of his level should have sealed Co's pressure points as a precaution, yet he never did. That mistake alone spoke volumes. Suddenly, the Black Sword screamed a warning. The monster began to move. Co saw him rise and let out a hunger-filled scream. At first, one might think it was clumsiness caused by missing limbs, but Co could clearly hear movement behind him. The sensation sent chills through his entire body. He had never felt terror like this, neither in his past life nor in this one. He forced himself to focus, gathering every fragment of innate core energy he possessed. There was only one path left. He would stab the monster straight through the chest. Putting everything into a single strike, he lunged forward. Before his fist could reach its target, the monster seized him mid-attack. That was exactly what Co wanted. In that instant, he redirected his force and struck the monster's celestial pressure point. The impact sent the creature flying backward. The Black Sword shouted again, revealing its position. It was lodged in the rock above him. Co leapt upward, grabbing the hilt with both hands and tearing it free. Man and sword became one as he turned and struck. But it did not end there. The monster raised its thread and blocked the blade. The resistance was overwhelming. Drawing the sword, even an inch farther felt nearly impossible. Then the monster spoke, asking who Co was and how he could control his innate inner energy. His gaze shifted to the sword, and recognition flashed across his face. He said it was the sword of the southern sky. That made no sense. How could this creature know that? Just who was he? Co chose to speak instead of attack. He declared that he was the heir of the southern sky swordsman. The monster froze. Shock spread across his distorted face as he asked if that was truly the case. Co needed to know the answer quickly. If this monster was an enemy of the southern sky swordsman, this cave would become his grave. Then something completely unexpected happened. Tears welled up in the monster's eyes and streamed down his cheeks. The sight was surreal. A horrifying being, missing an arm and both legs, crying like a broken man. He muttered about fate, about how strange everything was. Co could not understand his words and pressed him for his name. After a pause, the monster finally spoke. My name is Hanji. Co immediately searched his memory, trying to recall where he had heard that name before. At the same time, the Black Sword reacted with shock. It was astonished that this monster was still alive. The sword revealed the truth. This man was the king of assassins with a flying blade, a legendary figure. Once, he had ruled the shadows. He was the assassin who had stolen a martial arts text from the former owner of the Southern Sky Sword. That incident happened after he was defeated by a man with golden eyes. The moment the truth surfaced, the monster dropped to his knees before Co. He begged for forgiveness and asked for a chance to repay his debt. Behind Co, the Black Sword's warning rang sharply. This was the same man who had made a career of stabbing others in the back. He cannot be trusted. Almost as if responding to those words, blue threads began to spread through the air. Co understood at once. This was the monster's real plan. Repaying his debt did not mean what it sounded like. Before Co could react, a hand seized his hair. The monster declared that he would repay his debt whether Co accepted it or not. He began explaining calmly, almost obsessively, that the celestial pressure point was also known as the hundredfold fusion point, the most efficient point for absorbing innate core energy. His voice was steady, as if he were discussing something ordinary. Then pain exploded inside Co's head. A crushing headache pierced through him as energy began to gather violently around his skull. Blue energy flooded his body completely, and the pain intensified with every breath. The king of assassins with the flying blade, known as Shi, was no ordinary killer. He was a legend said to have surpassed all known assassins. His martial arts were abnormal, even by Miram standards. The incident that made him famous was also his only failure. Ji-sen had once dared to assassinate Jinkying, one of the 8 great martial artists of the Central Plains. He survived that confrontation, and that survival alone crowned him as the king of assassins. A man like that, knowing the celestial pressure point, did not surprise Co. What surprised him was something else entirely. He had expected death. Instead, she was channeling innate inner energy directly into him. The sensation was eerily familiar. It was almost identical to Co's own innate core energy. Hanji knew the technique for cultivating innate energy. And because they practiced the same method, the loss during the transfer was minimal. Inside Seo's mind, the mystical art of the shining star collapsed into a single, refined form. It purified his body and caused his innate inner energy to surge. The black sword informed him that he had stepped into the 5th level of mastery through enlightenment. From the start of the 4th level, further progress was impossible without it. Thanks to the words spoken by the king of assassins with the flying blade, enlightenment had finally descended upon Seo. The innate energy within his central core condensed into an entity that had been maturing for 16 long years. To reach the 6th level of the shining star's mystical art, he now needed only another moment of enlightenment. That alone was enough to mark this achievement as extraordinary. He was now just one step behind where the Southern Sky Swordsman had stood in his previous life. By any measure, Hanji deserved gratitude for this. Seo wondered if Hanji had truly been like this all along. Was it possible that he had already died, having poured out all of his innate energy? The Black Sword, however, showed no sympathy. Given what Hanji had become, it believed he deserved such an end. Punishment was inevitable. Then the sword spoke of the past, revealing what had happened 15 years ago. Back then, the king of assassins with the flying blade had attempted to kill the Black Sword's former master. He never learned who was pulling the strings, only that killing that man was nearly impossible. Not long after, the former master of the Black Sword was defeated by a man with golden eyes and left gravely injured. His life hung by a thread. That was when the flying blade assassin king appeared before him. The former master was so weak that even a single finger could have ended his life. Instead, the assassin issued a warning and demanded to see his martial arts, knowing full well the man had no chance of survival anyway. Cornered and desperate, the former master agreed. He had always longed for a successor. He told the assassin that if he promised to pass his martial arts on someone worthy, he would teach him everything. That was how Hanji learned both the method of cultivating innate energy and the shining star sword technique. But the moment he obtained them, he revealed his true nature. To ensure the former master could never escape, Hanji shattered his legs, leaving him alive but broken. Not long after, the man with golden eyes arrived. He paid no attention to Hanji at all. His gaze fell only on the former master of the Black Sword, lying there with his legs crushed. Han had feared nothing back then. He had mastered the martial arts of the Southern Sky Swordsman, and had even crossed blades with Goon. He truly believed he would survive. Yet reality crushed that belief in an instant. With a single strike, both his legs were severed. Then the man with the golden eyes destroyed Han's energy core and hurled him off a cliff. That was why the Southern Sword had dreamed of Han still being alive. Life was cruelly ironic. At the time, the Southern Sword was convinced Han was dead, and part of it had even wished for that ending. After hearing everything, Seo finally understood. Han was the man the Southern Sword resented most, the one responsible for its previous owner's death. And yet, that same man had just saved Seo, its current master. Not long after, Han slowly regained his senses and asked how long he had been in that state. Seo immediately bowed and thanked him, but Han stopped him. Gratitude was unnecessary. He was merely repaying a debt. Still, Seo could not suppress his curiosity. Why was Han here? Han brushed the question aside, saying it was not worth explaining. It was simply the result of greed. Then he asked Seo something in return. As the successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman, Seo was likely walking the orthodox path. Han asked whether Seo knew the Divine Doctor. He said it was nothing complicated. He had been trapped here for a long time, and surviving in this cave without legs had been pure torment. Hunger eventually broke him. He had eaten his own hand. The pain of loneliness and starvation was beyond description. It eroded the mind, twisting it into something ugly. Han had endured as long as he could, but the longer it dragged on, the more unstable he became. At first, the madness came in brief flashes. Then those moments stretched into hours. Days passed. 2 days. 5 days. Now, Han no longer knew whether he was still sane or if he had already lost himself completely. He did not know when he might finally lose control. That was why he wanted to ask Seo for something. In exchange, he would teach him everything he knew, starting with the flying blade technique that could destroy even heroes. The staircase appeared beside Seo and quietly asked whether he believed Han was merely testing him, testing whether he was truly worthy as the successor of the Southern Sky Swordsman. Perhaps it was to see whether Seo would make the same choice Han once made. That was Staircase's thought. Even if it was a test, Seo did not need to overthink it. Right now, it could help him survive. Still, he refused to let Han justify his past. Above all else, Seo wanted to protect the honor of his master, the Southern Sky Swordsman. He told the monster that he had already learned much from him, and that if Han taught him everything, he would one day pass it on to his son. That was Han's true desire all along, for his martial arts to be inherited. The monster squeezed Seo's hand in gratitude. Han was ready. He would teach him everything he knew. The essence of the flying blade technique lay in the silver thread. To destroy a hero, one must use a blade or a throwing knife. If Seo used his innate energy here and now, the silver thread could weave around him and carry his body all the way back to the cliff. Just as Co prepared to do so, Han's voice stopped him from behind. There was one more thing he had to say. Han admitted the truth. He did not have a child. He only wanted to confirm one thing before dying. Now, everything would belong to Co, as there was no rightful owner left. If Co rejected it, Han believed that outcome would simply be his punishment. Standing before the roaring waterfall, Co said he heard nothing, even though he had heard every word. He chose to leave. Han was still a monster, one who had tried to eat him, harmed his master, and stolen his martial arts. Yet Co treated him with restraint and respect for one reason alone. Han had saved his life. The monster watched him quietly and thought that the Southern Heaven warrior had chosen a worthy successor. Co's eyes reminded him of something he had once seen in himself. Until the very end, Han suffered. Each cough brought blood from his mouth. Even so, he was grateful. Grateful that his final moments were lived as a human being. Co now possessed a new technique, a powerful art that allowed him to control a blue thread of immense strength. He could tie it to the hilt of Soatum and throw it, making the blade spin through the air. If Han still had his limbs, he could have escaped the cliff at any moment. But that no longer mattered. When Co finally left the cave, he could climb back the usual way. This path was no longer necessary. With his new technique, distance meant nothing anymore. He could go anywhere. Staircase would simply have to get used to flying alongside him. There was no time to linger. Co needed to reach his destination immediately. Near the raging river, the situation was spiraling. The bald man with a scarred head was growing increasingly irritated. He believed the man he was questioning belonged to an unorthodox faction, yet he could not understand why the fox would even care. They were supposed to be enemies. Why chase him this far? The answer was simple. Any connection to the blood cult made someone a common enemy of Mirim. When asked who decided such things, the bald man answered without hesitation. The Mirim Alliance. The exchange dragged on, fueling his anger. Even if the other side was a newcomer, they were not weak enough to be ignored. Seeing that bold attitude, the bald man lost patience. He drew his sword and ordered his men to seize him. That was exactly what the other man had been waiting for. Then everything froze. A figure flew between the rocks. Shock rippled through the group. He was not running or jumping. He was flying, stepping through the air itself. No one could understand what kind of technique this was. Some nearby martial artists were known to use Qigong, but this was different. Far faster, far cleaner. The silver thread moved with a speed no foot technique could match. To them, Co could only be a seasoned blood cult expert. Co had no intention of fighting. He wanted to escape, to disappear, to live quietly. But recent events had made that impossible. His existence was already known to the blood cult. If danger was inevitable, then there was only one solution. They had to fear him. Co would have to become stronger than all of them. Before he could move on, a shout rang out. A young boy screamed toward the sky, calling him the Flying Master and begging for help. The title sounded ridiculous, but the Southern Sword reacted sharply. That call mattered. The moment Co was addressed, every eye turned toward him. There was no leaving now. Co descended and landed directly in front of them. Lissi immediately ordered his men to retreat. Then he stared at Co and asked a question that made the air go still. Are you one of the Four Supremes? The words hung there, heavy and absurd, yet no one dared laugh. With his central core sealed, his aura should have felt no stronger than that of a beginner. That was exactly why the sword in the enemy's hand grew furious. Co had not used any airborne leap or Qigong. He had simply clung to a thread, to the sword, that made him a foolish master. Co immediately understood the misunderstanding. They had taken the silver thread for some legendary movement technique. In their eyes, only one explanation made sense. Co was one of the Four Supremes, the peak existences of the blood cult. That mistake was useful. Co Onwi was known as the high priest of the blood cult, though in truth he hid behind another identity. Co did not know who the man before him truly was. But since help had been requested, he had no reason to refuse. The man's sword scoffed, claiming Co was no seasoned blood cult martial artist, and that this was a waste of time. From the way it spoke, Co realized the sword carried the tone of an old man. And more importantly, it did not belong to the blood cult. Why they needed a veteran blood cult martial artist no longer mattered. First, these people had to be dealt with. Co addressed them directly. They all knew who he was, yet they still dared to keep their weapons raised. The absurdity of it nearly made him laugh. Lissi replied that not all Alliance masters were present, and that even if Co were a supreme, this would not be easy. The bluff had worked, but fear alone was not enough to make them retreat. Then, through mental transmission, the young man spoke again. These were the only enemies here. Another group stood a kilometer away, but their horn had already been destroyed. No reinforcements would come. The boy was clearly trying to earn Co's favor. Co turned his attention back to the bald man and calmly accused him of lying. The man denied it immediately. Co's voice sharpened as he pressed further, demanding to know whether he truly believed there was no spy among them. Someone planted from the very beginning. The effect was instant. The enemies stiffened, gripping their swords as their hands trembled. Fear spread through their ranks. They were lying. When the enemy started babbling about lies, Seo's face darkened, his rage turning sharp and cold. He snapped back at them, asking if they truly believed he was lying, his voice cutting straight through the noise. He stated with certainty that one of them had already recognized him. Yet when he glanced back, confusion flickered across his mind. The words being thrown around made no sense. Before he could fully grasp it, a sword suddenly swung at one of their own, the attacker convinced he had found a spy. Seo had only been searching for a single person. He never expected 3 of them to fall into the snare. It wasn't deliberate. Even he hadn't anticipated that the illusory eye would spread so easily, wrapping multiple minds at once. The effect was immediate. They turned on each other, blades flashing, injuring their own allies while shouting accusations they didn't even understand. Chaos followed naturally. Their sword formation collapsed, discipline shattered in an instant. At that moment, Seo issued a silent command. The boy responded without hesitation. This was the moment he had waited for, the one carved into his patience and restraint. He seized his weapon and burst forward, sprinting straight at the enemy lines. Purple robes snapped violently behind him, torn by the speed of his charge. The enemy commander stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend why his own men were fighting among themselves. Enraged, he shouted orders to eliminate this charging figure at once, but his commands dissolved into nothing. Turning his head, he caught sight of the boy already upon him, soaring forward with the shining star sword technique, layered with the first sword and the ferocious tiger power sword. The speed alone left the enemy stunned. How could someone so young close the distance this fast? Seo had hoped to widen the gap, to retreat and reset, but that hope vanished the moment he felt it. A blue thread had already wrapped around his leg. It was Seo's thread. With a sharp pull, the trap tightened, and the enemy was ripped off balance and slammed against the rocks below. Any dream of escape dissolved like mist at dawn. Sprawled across the stones, the fallen man began shouting accusations, cursing Seo for using dirty tricks. Seo didn't even glance his way. He simply pulled the thread harder. The strength behind it allowed no resistance, and the enemy's life ended there. Dirty tricks meant nothing. This was not a duel bound by courtesy. This was a battlefield, and only fools forgot that. Seo believed the most troublesome opponent was finally dealt with. Then Sodom appeared beside him and calmly informed him otherwise. It turned out there was no longer any need for concern. That man had already slaughtered the rest on his own. His sword technique was savage, unrestrained, and cruelly efficient. Whoever had created such a style had been a born killer. The blade of the southern sword was suddenly aimed at the boy. Without fear, the boy reached out, brushed it aside with his hand, and bowed his head in gratitude. He addressed Seo as master, his voice steady. Seo accepted the sword, weighing it in his grip, and finally asked the one question that mattered. He wanted to know who this boy truly was. If he had asked for help while already suspecting that Seo came from the blood cult, then there was no way he could belong to Miram's alliance. And the man confirmed it himself. He admitted that he had expected Seo to be from the blood cult from the very beginning. Calling him master once more, he placed a hand over his chest and spoke with open reverence, saying that he had always admired the blood cult and wished to join it. Seo replied calmly that he had indeed been searching for a martial artist from the blood cult, but not because he wanted to enter the sect himself. At that, the man dropped to one knee without hesitation. He claimed he had heard rumors of blood cult traces in this area, and had come prepared to dedicate both his life and body to it. Seo, however, couldn't simply turn his back and leave. The moment he did, he would be recognized. Something about the man felt wrong. His voice carried an unsettling tone, and his small frame made Seo suspicious. It almost seemed as if the man was deliberately lowering his voice. That led to an uncomfortable conclusion. Either this was someone disguising their age, or a woman hiding beneath men's clothing. Recruiting someone with an unknown identity was impossible. Seo had no authority to recommend anyone to the blood cult, let alone someone whose background was a complete mystery. Meanwhile, the boy actively stopped the nearby martial artist from calling for reinforcements, constantly trying to leave a favorable impression on Seo. Everything about his behavior showed a clear fixation on the blood cult. When Seo finally demanded his name, the man brushed it aside, claiming it wasn't important. He added that the blood cult valued talent above all else. Seo waved his hand dismissively. Talent only mattered when trust existed, and right now, they didn't even know who he was. Then it happened. A voice called out from behind, shouting Seo's name. Seo Wonwei. At the same time, he sensed movement closing in. Many people were approaching fast. From the sound of blades and footsteps, there had to be more than 10 of them. The presence alone pointed toward the Miram alliance. The kneeling man suddenly asked what was wrong. Seo had frozen, silent for several breaths. He then answered quietly that people were coming and told him to lower his voice. The man frowned, claiming he couldn't hear anything at all, but then spoke directly into Seo's mind. Even if it didn't sound like many, he said, there could easily be 20 or 30 approaching. They had to leave immediately. He straightened, confidence radiating from him, clearly believing he was strong enough to deal with whatever came next. Co remained still. He couldn't use the silver thread. Not now. He couldn't afford to pretend to be something greater than what he truly was. As they ran, Co glanced back more than once to make sure the boy was still behind him. There was no need to worry. He wasn't lagging in the slightest. In fact, he kept pace effortlessly, his footwork smooth and precise. His movement was impressive enough to make one thing clear. His cultivation had to be above first class. The question of who he truly was refused to leave Co's mind. Only when the pursuers drew much closer did the boy finally sense them as well. At once, his expression tightened. There was someone dangerous among the enemies, someone exceptionally strong. He conveyed this not aloud, but directly through thought, which only deepened Co's curiosity. Being able to judge an opponent's strength like that was no simple skill. The distance closed too fast. Escape was no longer an option. They had no choice but to turn and fight. Both of them halted, shifting into combat stances, silently agreeing to strike at Co's signal. The moment passed in a blink. The enemy was suddenly right in front of them. Steel flashed. The sword in the boy's hand was extraordinary. Yet the instant he clashed with the enemy, Co felt it. His palm was shredded by the shock of the impact, a sharp and unpleasant sensation tearing through him. Still, the fight couldn't continue. Co abruptly raised his hand, signaling for the boy to stop. He had seen the face, a face he could not bring himself to fight. The man standing before them was a supreme, one who looked just as stunned. Varavni stepped forward, eyes wide, then reached out and tapped Co on the shoulder, remarking that he had been certain Co was already dead. The boy stared at Co in silence, realization dawning at last. So he wasn't a supreme after all. Not that Co had ever claimed to be one. Suddenly, a sword tip appeared inches from the boy's face. The supreme raised his blade, studying him closely. He remarked that the boy bore the face of a man but the voice of a woman, adding that it looked as though he was wearing a mask. Co explained calmly that the boy had helped him remain unnoticed by the enemy. He added that the boy claimed to have come here to join the sect, though his identity remained unclear. Turning his head, Co told him to answer the old man truthfully. This was no ordinary elder. He truly was a supreme. After a brief pause, the boy finally spoke. His name was Yin Sama, and he came from Autumn Valley. The moment Co heard it, his expression shifted. Realization struck hard. A member of the Sama clan. From Autumn Valley. The revelation left him genuinely impressed. The Supreme questioned her again, asking if she truly belonged to the Sama clan and whether she seriously intended to join their sect, especially given her origins in a renowned martial family. Yin Sama answered without hesitation. She had nothing to do with that clan. The Sama clan, she said, was her mother's enemy. She added that she could do nothing against them on her own. They were under the protection of the Murim Alliance, and that was precisely why she wanted to join the blood cult. Co listened in silence, his expression dark and unsettled. Sodom appeared beside him and quietly asked if her words reminded him of his own past. Co answered after a moment. There were many people in the Central Plains with the surname Sama, but only one Sama came from the Autumn Valley of Sichuan, the first of the four evils, the wielder of the evil moon sword, Samachuk. The four evils were transcendental martial artists, standing on the same level as the 8 great martial artists of the Central Plains. Samachuk's blade, the evil moon sword, was infamous across the land. Years ago, in the southeastern region of Sichuan, an entire sect had been wiped out in a single night. More than 200 people, slaughtered without mercy. Enraged, the allied sects gathered their forces and launched a retaliatory raid on Autumn Valley, where Samachuk resided. 400 martial artists marched together. Not a single one returned alive. It was believed that Samachuk had killed them all by himself. Someone like her, someone seeking to enter the blood cult, showing interest in the Southern Sword made sense. Yet something refused to align in Co's mind. He remembered this clearly. Before his regression, when he had been sent as a spy into the Murim Alliance, Samachuk had personally confronted a powerful faction that was flourishing at the time. The Alliance had hoped that faction would be crushed. Instead, Samachuk exceeded all expectations and joined the unrivaled faction. Later, the truth surfaced. His disciple belonged to that faction. If that was the case, then Sama Yin should have been part of the unrivaled faction, not seeking refuge with a blood cult. The realization struck hard. This was before the faction massacre, before everything collapsed, and Co was the only one who knew the truth. He alone knew that she was Samachuk's disciple. He alone knew what Samachuk was about to do. With that knowledge, he could shape the future, push Baek Rayong Hai toward the same heights as Baek Hyun. This child was a trump card. The Supreme finally spoke again, asking why she was hiding her face if she truly wished to join the blood cult. If she had resolved herself, then there was nothing she needed to conceal. Slowly, his hand reached out and caught the edge of her skin. With a steady pull, he peeled it away. Beneath the disguise was a gentle-looking girl with deep purple eyes. Her expression was calm, almost fragile. She wanted to be acknowledged for her skill alone, not her gender, not her face. For a moment, no one could say a single word. He simply stared at her and said nothing. Within his mind, the Supreme turned to Co and quietly asked for his judgment. Since CEO had met this child first, could she be trusted? CEO understood the weight behind that question. If it was revealed that she was the daughter of one of the four evils, the Supreme would never allow her into the blood cult. She looked at CEO with eyes burning with longing. The desire to join the blood cult was written plainly on her face. When CEO finally turned toward her, her expression lit up. She mistook his movement for approval, her lips already stretching into a smile. But all he did was call her name. Then he asked her, calmly and without emotion, what she could offer him in return if he helped her enter the cult. Beneath the Valley of the Six Bloods, within the outer buildings near the temple, lay a hidden chamber belonging to the blood cult. Akon knew there was only 1 hour left before the agreed time expired. The commander behind him remarked that they would have no choice but to leave once that hour passed. A young lady stepped forward, lightly patting Akon on the shoulder, telling him to leave everything to her. She approached Axon, sat down in front of him, and explained that her uncle was still searching despite the danger. She urged him to trust them and wait a little longer. Axon eventually stood up, deciding that it was time to move. At that moment, the commander suddenly pointed toward the entrance. The Supreme and CEO had returned. Laughter filled the room as they entered together, their shoulders brushing, their expressions relaxed. Akon's face lit up the instant he saw them alive. Overcome with relief, he cursed them loudly for making him worry and rushed toward them without hesitation. The old man's face trembled with emotion. He was genuinely happy, joy washing over him as he took in the scene. The first person he went was CEO. He sat down beside him and greeted him warmly. Jaw and the commander stood behind, but the old man soon turned his attention to the boy. His words were harsh, accusing him of being a foolish bastard who had ended up in such danger because he let his guard down. Even Sodom noticed the scolding, yet it was obvious the old man was delighted. Understanding the situation, the boy played his part. He dropped to his knees and admitted his fault, saying he had fallen for the enemy's trick due to his lack of vigilance. He apologized sincerely. The old man then told him to thank the young mistress for ordering the search. She stopped him at once, asking him not to bow before her. To her, this was insignificant compared to everything he had already done for them. She made it clear that he had uncovered 2 spies and even bought them time, risking his own life in the process. For that alone, she said, she was sincerely grateful. Rewarding him wasn't just a formality. It was something she wanted to do, something that would put her mind at ease. She acknowledged his recent achievements and announced her decision to promote him, instructing him to carry out his duties faithfully as the newly appointed deputy commander of the detachment. Sodom drifted close to his ear and whispered the meaning behind it all. He confirmed her words and reminded him of the past. Before the regression, he had been nothing more than a disposable spy. Now, he stood as a vice commander, assisting the captain directly. A double promotion, by any measure. He dropped to one knee before the young mistress, bowing deeply as he accepted her command. As deputy squad leader, he would stand second in authority, with 3 independent squads placed under his control. If Akon chose not to assign CO beneath someone else, that meant he would directly command 3 squad captains. The matter was already settled, though it was clear Akon wasn't pleased with the idea of answering to CO. Still, he had alternatives in mind. The first was Jo Sung-won. His skill already qualified him as a team captain, and his potential hinted that he could soon surpass the first level. The second was Sam Yun, the daughter of one of the 4 evils. Saying she was ready to command a squad would be an exaggeration, but CO needed her close. Keeping her by his side would allow him to influence the events that were yet to unfold. The elder then explained her identity to everyone present. She was the one who had helped Mr. CO escape, and she sought vengeance against the Myram Alliance. The young mistress froze in surprise when she realized the truth. The boy was not a boy at all. She asked her to remove the mask. The girl reached up and peeled away the false skin. Gasps spread through the room. No one could hide their shock. Her true face left them stunned, her beauty almost unreal, as if she didn't belong to the mortal world. She bowed respectfully before the young mistress, thanking her for allowing her to join the blood cult. Yet CO's gaze lingered on the young hostess. Something about her felt off. The same unsettling aura he had sensed during their last duel surfaced again. The southern sword leaned closer and explained it simply. It was jealousy. He continued, saying his former master used to claim that when a woman notices a man, her eyes are drawn first to any prettier girl nearby. The warmth drains from her mood, as if ice water has been poured over her head. From the way the southern sword put it, Beck Rienga was jealous. It was an odd thought, feeling jealousy over a girl, especially when the object wasn't even another woman but a man, felt strange for someone being groomed as a future leader of the blood cult. Within his thoughts, the old man turned to the boy and remarked how amusing it was. When fate finally placed a girl like that in front of him, he still couldn't take advantage of it. He admitted that he liked the girl and asked CO to tell him more. CO agreed, but only if the truth stayed with him alone. Then he revealed it. Her father was the evil moon sword, Samak. The old man froze. He couldn't believe what he had just heard and demanded to know what CO was talking about. CO explained calmly. In the past, several small eastern sects had come to the So clan seeking help. Nearly 100 corpses had been discovered between Gujo and Hanam, and they wanted the killer found. The trail led to Autumn Valley, and the man they discovered there was none other than the evil moon sword, Samak. After identifying the culprit, Seo's father and warriors from those small sects launched an ambush in Autumn Valley. The four evils were not given that title without reason. He told Axon that after the battle, they all died with dignity. Every last one of them. Only a single person survived, purely by chance. Axon guessed that Seo's father must have carried deep shame afterward, especially since the incident was never made public. What shocked him most was that the boy had managed to uncover the girl's true identity. As the story ended, the two swords burst into laughter, mocking Seo for being such a convincing liar. Then the tone shifted. One of them warned that the girl was a ticking time bomb. Bringing someone like her into the cult was extremely dangerous. The boy answered that he saw things differently. If they kept her close, there was a chance they could draw the evil moon sword to their side. Axon shook his head and replied that if it were truly that simple, someone would have done it long ago. Axon might have a foul temper, but he was far from foolish. He was already weighing the risks. And that was something Seo had learned clearly over the past year working alongside him. He continued, saying that at this point, there was no easy way out. He asked directly whether Seo intended to reveal her identity and force her to leave. Axon answered without hesitation. He couldn't do that. No matter the situation, he had no desire to make an enemy out of one of the four evils. That much was obvious, and Seo pressed on. He asked whether it truly made sense to shoulder such a risk and suggested transferring her to another Supreme instead. When Seo noticed Akon's glance shifting toward the Supreme, he understood immediately. The plan had worked exactly as intended. The old man despised losing. Akon turned back and asked Seo if he was prepared to take responsibility himself. Seo replied that they should decide who would take Miss Sama and move on. At that moment, the Supreme stepped forward and declared that since everyone was already present, he was willing to take responsibility for her. Almost immediately, another voice followed. He too was willing. The old man admitted that he hoped the boy's judgment was correct and said he was prepared to accept her as well. The scene became absurd. Even during the selection ceremony, nothing like this had ever happened. A blood star and multiple Supremes, all stepping forward to take responsibility for a single person. The young hostess stood there, stunned. She hadn't expected this outcome at all. After a brief pause, she announced that she would leave the decision to Miss Sama herself. That meant one thing. If permitted, she could choose who would command her. There was no hesitation. She ran straight to Seo and grabbed his hand tightly. Her choice was unmistakable. She declared that she wished to serve under the deputy commander of the detachment. Then she looked up at him and asked if she had done well. Seo answered immediately, yes. By then, the entire situation had spiraled into chaos. Seo felt that he should be happy, yet the atmosphere was completely off. The young hostess, unable to process her emotions, spoke again in an icy tone. Everything was already decided. The girl would go with the deputy commander of the detachment. Sodom floated near Seo, calmly telling him to accept his fate. Seo didn't think it was too late to fix things, but the moment slipped past him. Words failed him. He didn't even know how to justify himself anymore. Preparations to leave began at once. From that moment on, he was officially addressed as the deputy commander of the detachment. Yin stayed close at his side, running around him endlessly, asking again and again if she was doing well. Sodom drifted up beside him and asked, almost lazily, whether he was a eunuch. She had to be extraordinarily beautiful, judging by how everyone around reacted. Yet Seo showed no reaction at all. Watching this, Sodom grew convinced that something was wrong with him and quietly decided he must be a eunuch. One of the twins soon approached her. He introduced himself as Sun Jabek, loudly declaring that he was a fellow disciple of that bastard, the deputy commander of Seo's unit. It was obvious he was trying to look impressive. Seo didn't laugh. In his past life, men that age had tried the same thing. He already understood something important. In Miram, beauty alone meant nothing. Truly sincere women were rare, and the more beautiful or influential they were, the more calculating they became. When choosing who to associate with, they weighed benefits first. Appearances mattered far less than people believed. The young man continued showing off, flexing his arms as if that would settle everything. He bluntly asked her why she chose Seo instead of him, pointing at Seo's insignia and mocking the fact that his rank was the lowest possible here. She answered calmly. Seo was the only person she knew. From the very beginning, he had treated her with respect. The boy frowned, claiming that if she had ambition, she should have chosen a Supreme instead. She shook her head. They frightened her. One in particular terrified her. Her father had been the same way. She had no desire to live under that kind of pressure ever again. It made sense. She was, after all, the daughter of one of the four evils. The boy scoffed and told her that their master was terrifying as well. As if summoned by the words, the master appeared at that exact moment. He demanded to know what the boy was doing, told him to stop wasting time, and ordered him to prepare to leave. The boy bolted immediately, like a startled dog. Yin glanced at Co and nodded. It seemed the boy was right. Then she smiled faintly and added that he wasn't. So who exactly was scary? 2 weeks later, at Peak G, the base of the Flower Moon Trade Association, the screams echoed endlessly. The man had completed his mission, but at the cost of every subordinate he had brought with him. The pain he endured was far worse than he had imagined. He howled until his voice cracked. The man before him listened coldly and stated that he only answered questions that were asked properly. He accused him of failing his mission and turned away. His index and middle fingers were already burned black. As if deciding that this punishment was insufficient, the man drove 2 fingers straight into his shoulder. The red-haired girl stood nearby, watching in silence, listening to his desperate pleas without a single change in her expression. She had heard him claim that his subordinate had truly killed that bastard, Co, but the words died in his throat. They were lies, and everyone knew it. His body collapsed to the floor as a thin red line appeared beside his face. A sword had pierced the ground just behind him, its presence silent but absolute. The red-haired girl spoke calmly, explaining that this was an entirely different situation. He hurried to insist that it had all been a misunderstanding. She frowned, unable to follow his reasoning, and asked him what he was even talking about. Sweating, he confessed that his goal had been to force the Fourth Supreme, the eccentric Aeon, to kneel at her feet. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she asked what exactly had gone wrong. He apologized again, words failing him, silently wondering if everything had collapsed because of that bastard. Instead of anger, the young hostess looked intrigued, more interested than disappointed. A year ago, she had shown the same curiosity toward the man who had managed to block her attack. From his perspective, it made sense. Someone as talented as her would naturally want capable people at her side. That misjudgment was his fatal error. His orders had been simple: kill one of the students if necessary, prove that they could take something valuable at any time. He never imagined that this particular student would draw the attention of the young mistress herself. After a brief silence, she spoke again, her tone sharpening. It wasn't amusing anymore. Things had been different before, but 6 months ago, she had already surpassed him. He lifted his sword, pressed it against his own throat, and offered his life if she wished to repay him. She told him to stop spouting nonsense and ordered him to lower the blade. At that moment, a man rushed in with urgent news. The unrivaled faction had officially announced the dissolution of its alliance with the Murim Alliance. The man froze in shock, but the red-haired woman merely asked why he looked so surprised. This outcome had been inevitable for a long time. She rose, gripping her sword, and said the time had finally come. 1 month after leaving the Valley of the Six Bloods, southeastern Guizhou region, Jiao County. This land had originally been prepared as a foundation for Aeon's forces, but after deciding to support Bayak Ryonghai, it became their temporary base instead. With the alliance between the unrivaled faction and the Murim Alliance collapsing far sooner than expected, the struggle for dominance within the blood cult accelerated rapidly. For the past 10 years, Bayak Ryonghai had wandered the Central Plains, deliberately avoiding Bayak Hua. With the backing of 2 Supremes and the 6th Bloodstar, she began building her own force. Letters were sent to the 3rd Supreme and the 2nd Bloodstar, setting things into motion. While all of that unfolded, Co was occupied elsewhere. He focused entirely on training the martial artists placed under his tutelage. They climbed to the peak and descended again, repeating the cycle exactly as he commanded. The training was brutal. He made it clear that exhaustion was not an excuse. They were not allowed to slow down. He told them plainly that he once survived by climbing those same slopes day after day just to find food. Compared to that, this was nothing. Then his brothers arrived, urgency written all over their faces. Co was needed immediately. He turned to Yun, who stood ready, listening intently. He told her to continue the training while he was gone. He trusted her. More than that, he asked her to take responsibility for everyone else. That single word, trust, struck her deeply. The moment he left, she faced the group and said they had rested long enough. It was time to climb again. Her next words were chilling. If they couldn't do it, then everyone would die. Around the same time, replies arrived from the 3rd Supreme and the 2nd Bloodstar. The messages were different in tone, yet strangely aligned in meaning. The 2nd Bloodstar stated that he would not acknowledge someone unqualified taking over authority. The 3rd Supreme said he would only recognize someone who inherited the position of cult leader properly. That was when the pieces finally came together in Co's mind. He understood why they had been summoned. They were being sent to the Murim Alliance base to steal the Blood Demon Sword. The Blood Demon Sword was not just a weapon. It was a relic of the blood cult, the symbol of its leader. Known as the Long Sword of Rarity, it had always drawn blood wherever it appeared. 20 years ago, during the Great War between the Orthodox and unorthodox factions, the 15th Blood Demon lost the sword. Since then, the Murim Alliance had displayed it at the very center of their base. Even before Co's regression, the blood cult had attempted countless times to reclaim it. Every attempt ended in failure. Sodom questioned why the sword mattered so much. The answer was simple. It was history made tangible. a symbol of authority, just as the Shaolin Buddha's jade staff, the bamboo staff of the lower sect, and the illuminated sword of Yadanatai Chi embodied their respective sects. The blood demon sword embodied the blood cult itself. By losing it and allowing the Murim Alliance to possess it, the blood cult had lost more than a weapon. It had lost its symbol. In other words, reclaiming the blood demon sword meant reclaiming their symbol. CO understood that if they launched a direct invasion against the Murim Alliance, none of them would survive long enough to see the outcome. Jan clarified that they would proceed by an entirely different method. Akon grew curious. He asked why those two had made such specific requests. All eyes immediately shifted to CO. They believed he was the only one sharp enough to piece it together. CO said he had a rough idea. First, because of his request, the straightforward routes had already been abandoned. The young hostess watched him closely, waiting for more. CO continued. Second, this created an opportunity for the young lady herself. Then he explained the third point. The third Supreme had already made his stance clear to the second Supreme. A single message would not change that resolve. Finally, CO voiced the most dangerous possibility. A trap. It cannot be dismissed. There was a real chance that both of them were already aligned with the young lady Baek Hoayan. If you're on her side, CO said, he would use this exact situation to set a snare. He would force an unnecessary concentration of forces, then strike at the moment they split up to search for the blood demon sword. Or he would exploit the inevitable weakening that followed a failed search. Jan nodded in approval, telling CO that drawing such conclusions showed real insight. He added that there was even a third path they might have missed had there been no additional clues. Then he produced a letter. It was a message the third Supreme had sent to the second Supreme. The contents were clear. He would remain neutral until mid-autumn. But if Peck obtained the blood demon sword, neutrality would no longer be possible. That meant only one thing. She was hunting for the blood demon sword as well. They were certain of it, thanks to information from an embedded spy. Everything lined up. The ceremony had been postponed deliberately. Now that CO reconsidered it, the reason became obvious. She had delayed the ceremony by 3 months for this very purpose. Before the regression, Bakryanga had likely been eliminated much earlier, which explained why she had so easily gathered support back then. But now things were different. She had her own power, the backing of the second and fourth Supreme Counselors. With that foundation, she had no reason to rush in a direct confrontation, and she would never let an opportunity like this slip by. Not when the unity between the Murim Alliance and the faction had already collapsed. The only way to prevent that outcome was to unite the forces of the cult. There was one absolute rule within the blood cult. Whoever wielded the blood demon sword would become the new blood demon. CO finally grasped the full weight of the situation. When Zhang noticed the shift in his expression, he told him to focus on something else. It was an official announcement from the Murim Alliance. A martial arts competition. The winner would inherit the position of Master of the Blue Dragon Hall. As a reward, they would be allowed to choose any weapon from the Murim Alliance's arsenal. Zhang immediately gathered the two brothers along with CO and told them they would be participating. Only then did CO understand the source of the unease he had been feeling. That strange anxiety finally made sense. There was a reason the three of them had been selected. 8 days later, in the northern region of Yulon County, Hunan Province, they arrived at the Sakhalin estate in Yan. The heat there was suffocating. The guards barely dared step out of the shadows, counting each passing moment until their shift ended. It was already noon. At least another hour remained, possibly more. Then 3 figures appeared before them. The guards straightened at once, asking for their names and stating that this was the Sakhalin estate of Yan. If they had business here, they were to identify themselves. CO stepped forward first and calmly introduced himself as the third son. The reaction was immediate. Irritation mixed with shock as recognition spread across the guards' faces. They knew the young master. At least it was fortunate that none of the Orthodox sects knew the truth. Even their own families were unaware. Participation came with a single, critical condition. To enter the competition, one had to act as a representative of their family. That was non-negotiable. As usual, it was a strange situation. CO thought that once he returned here, it would mark the end of this family. The man who had broken the water pot couldn't understand why he had been born a year earlier. Was it really fair that he had to give up the position of representative without even a duel? The others sitting with him at the table tried to calm him down. They told him he was no worse than the other one. This decision was only meant to keep him alive because he was the eldest son. Still, the anger burned inside him. Was he being treated like some kind of disposable sacrifice? That man was the second son of the CO clan. His name was CO Chu Jiangyan. He drank heavily, and on that day, he drank even more than usual. Sitting beside him was the eldest daughter of the Song Yanghua clan. She watched him with thinly veiled disdain, unable to understand how two people from the same family could turn out so differently, even if they were born of different mothers. If he hadn't been her fiancé, she would have left long ago. She would never have agreed to marry him if he hadn't belonged to the Yang clan. Suddenly, a guard rushed in. The man turned his head irritably and demanded to know what the commotion was about. The guard reported that young Master Soe had returned. The room stirred. Some had thought he'd been driven out for good. The man sneered, saying he already felt miserable, but that Soi's return made things even better. What he really meant became clear as he tipped back his glass and kept drinking. He announced loudly that there would be a fine show tonight. Elsewhere, Seo approached the guards and asked permission to question them. He calmly asked whether a certain servant had visited recently. The guards hesitated, asking if he meant an ordinary servant or someone specific. Seo clarified. It was the servant involved in the kidnapping incident. One of the few reasons Seo had been glad to return at all. The guard nodded slowly. He remembered, though it had been some time. The servant had caused a disturbance, insisting on seeing the patriarch. He smelled terrible. They had beaten him and thrown him out. Seo's expression changed instantly. His voice hardened as he demanded the guard repeat himself. It was the first time anyone there had seen Seo truly furious. He stepped forward aggressively and asked whether they had beaten the man simply because he had asked for help. How could they throw someone out for that? The former master of the outer hall of the Seo clan, Ian, a senior warrior from the Wang escort, was the reason Seo had been allowed back into the main residence at all after exile. That had only been possible because the patriarch was absent, and because Vong believed Seo might have trained in martial arts. After learning of Seo's connection to Song, Vong decided to treat him, at least outwardly, as a junior master, believing his standing might change in the future. Remembering all this, Seo came to a single conclusion. They hadn't just chased the servant away. They had beaten him with a baton. The guard hurried to explain himself to the young master, but Yin moved first. She stepped in without warning, seized him by the throat, and cut his words short. Her tone shifted completely as she told him to take responsibility for every word he had spoken and every action he had taken. It was hard to watch. In the end, she dragged him away and threw him into the latrine without hesitation. In her eyes, people like him only learn through pain. He had raised a baton earlier, ready to show who held power and how others should behave. Yen's response was swift and merciless. It was brutal, but no one could deny how impressive she was. Her retaliation made sense. Even so, it had gone far enough. The mood around her changed quickly. People began to like her more, not less. Even Sodom started clapping, openly praising her actions. Eventually, one of the men stepped forward and told her to put the baton down. It was an order from the unit commander. As always, the responsibility fell to Seo. He turned to her and told her plainly that he had no choice but to stop her. He asked why she had acted on her own without waiting for orders. Yin answered honestly. She couldn't stand seeing him looked down upon. And when she heard what had been done to Seo's friend, she decided the man needed to be taught a lesson. Sodom immediately came to her defense, insisting that she had done nothing wrong. He tried to sound serious for once, pointing out that she often acted independently during missions anyway. More importantly, she hadn't killed the guard. She had only crippled him. Seo listened, then spoke calmly. He told her that if the situation had been more serious, she would have been punished. He asked if she understood him clearly. From that moment on, she was to ask permission before taking action. Her only concern was whether he was angry with her. When he told her that he wasn't, and that he was even pleased, she let out a soft laugh, light and innocent, like that of a small child. Afterward, Seo turned to the others and explained that Yin was the type who could never ignore injustice. He then asked if they knew where he had gone. They shook their heads. They hadn't seen him anywhere, not even in the village. They were still furious over what had been done to their friend. Moments later, a man came running with news. The damaged ones had already left. Of course, they had destroyed him before going. Seo frowned. It had been a long time since he had last seen that man. He asked quietly who had been foolish enough to let a scumbag like that inside in the first place. Seo didn't bother choosing his words carefully. The man in front of him was already pitiful enough. Stepping closer, Seo asked quietly whether he had forgotten something. The answer came lazily. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. That was all. In Yulong County, this man was known as nothing more than a shameless loafer. The moment Yin heard that tone, she was ready to step in and settle everything her own way. Seo stopped her, not because he intended to play the Buddha, but because there was something he needed to confirm himself. He looked straight at the man and asked what had happened to his mother's memorial plaque in the records hall. The response was casual, almost amused. Did Seo want to see the small wooden plaque? He added that it had probably already been burned as firewood. That kind of atmosphere had never suited Seo before. Yet now, he stood there like an arrogant child, speaking only from himself, without restraint. He said that everyone here was the same and expressed surprise that they still had time to sit around drinking in the middle of the day. His words didn't just target one man. They struck everyone nearby. The reaction was instant. His companions bristled with anger. The blue-haired fool staggered closer, his words slurred by alcohol. He mocked Seo, saying that back when he lived here, he hadn't even been worthy of speaking to them. That was enough. Seo's fist clenched and drove straight into the man's chest. The impact was heavy. Still, Seo pulled back at the last moment. He didn't want things to spiral out of control before meeting the patriarch. But restraint only lasted so long. The blue-haired idiot lunged first, shouting that he had no brother like Seo. As the blows were exchanged, confusion crept into his mind. How was someone with a shattered energy core blocking his attacks. His friends scoffed from aside. They couldn't understand why he was trying so hard against someone they considered weak. They thought he was merely toying with them. Co realized it wasn't enough. He needed to push further. He spoke again, his voice cold, calling him a bastard. He said he was talking as if he still believed himself to be some kind of righteous man. Maybe he never even had a brother at all. Then he added the final spark. He had been born 3 months earlier, so Co should address him properly. Young Nim. The moment those words landed, restraint vanished completely. Co rushed forward, drew his sword, and prepared to strike. A hand grabbed his arm from behind. His fiancée had appeared, her voice urgent as she begged him to stop. The patriarch was about to arrive. He twisted away from her, cursed her openly, and told her to stay out of it. She collapsed to the ground. In his mind, it didn't matter. No one would mourn the death of useless trash. The tension, however, thickened instead of breaking. And at that moment, Co released his power. A green hue spread outward, washing over everything around him. His eyes lit up the same color, cold and sharp. He straightened, sheathed his killing intent, lifted his sword properly, and bowed. He apologized for his harsh words. He apologized for attempting to kill him. Co accepted the apology at once, calmly, as if nothing strange had happened. The girl was completely lost. Just moments ago, he had rejected her, pushed her aside, and now he was apologizing to the very man he had tried to kill. Around them, the tension eased. Everyone felt relieved. They had been certain a sword fight was about to erupt. Co even apologized for causing trouble. But the moment the man recovered his breath, he spat curses again, calling Co a son of a bastard and demanding to know what he had just done. His sword swung wildly, meaningless and desperate. That was when Yin appeared. She caught his arm effortlessly. Her eyes shifted to Co, asking without words whether she should act. Co nodded. That was enough. She understood immediately. No one would be upset if someone like this disappeared. With a single, precise movement, the man's strength vanished. His body crumpled to the ground. North of Yulon County, not far from the village outskirts, travelers moved along the road, some on foot, others on horseback. Among them was Zhou Zhong-un, the finest swordsman of Mount Han School. He turned to Ian, the head of the Saklan, who was overseeing the reception of their guests. Zhou Il, a disciple of Mount Han, stepped forward and expressed her gratitude. She said that when she first saw her, she thought she was a true heroine and hoped she would become a role model for her own daughter. The eldest daughter of the Co clan, Co Yun, stood quietly and listened. She watched her father speak warmly, wearing the face of a caring parent for all to see. But she knew better. Soon, she would leave Mount Han School. When the year ended, she would be summoned back to the main residence. She would be married off to someone chosen by the clan head. That was a daughter's duty in a martial family. Her father had reminded her of it countless times. If she hadn't been so talented, she would have been married away long ago. That was why she was entering the tournament. She had to win. If she won the women's bracket, or even placed second and obtained the title of Phoenix Hall Master or Deputy Master, she would be allowed to remain within the sect. With enough luck, she could delay the marriage, perhaps even cancel it entirely. That was why winning was not optional. It was necessary, no matter the cost. A man suddenly rushed over and greeted the master of the finest sword and the warrior of Mount Han. When asked what had happened, he hesitated. That brief silence was enough to make everyone uneasy. Before he could answer, her father stepped in, calmly explaining that a minor issue had occurred at the main residence. He asked if the children could be sent ahead first. No one objected. They agreed immediately. She still didn't understand what was going on. Only later did it become clear that she was being sent away deliberately. They had realized that Zhang Yun would cause trouble if he failed to enter the residence, just as the eldest son of the family had warned. Without wasting another second, they began to run. As they moved, she asked what had truly happened. He told her that the donkey from Luyang had returned. He was certain that man intended to ruin everything. He couldn't bear the thought of his brother being crushed by those bastards again. At the same time, she stared ahead, unable to believe the scene unfolding before her. She saw him fall, overwhelmed by a thin, almost fragile-looking man. Then suddenly, someone arrived and shouted with all his strength that enough was enough. The chaos froze instantly. Co looked at the newcomer and realized he must have been with the clan head, returning far too quickly. His sister was here as well. That led to only one conclusion. If they had arrived after entering Mount Hun School, then the clan head was currently occupied with guests. Co told the girl to block the man's acupuncture points. At first, she misunderstood, thinking she needed to break bones or tear flesh. He corrected her. Just block the points. She stepped forward and tapped several precise locations on his body with her fingers. The man froze, utterly confused, unable to understand who he was or what had just happened to him. When he finally regained his footing, he tried to introduce himself. He said he was a disciple of Co's elder brother, and that his name was Mayun. The older man stared at Co in disbelief, unable to accept that she was truly his student. It turned out they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The man demanded an explanation, offended that they would dare treat him this way. Sodom, watching closely, immediately realized one thing. This man was nothing like Jang Yun. Unlike Jang Yun, this one cared about how others saw him. He watched his words, guarded his image, and understood appearances. That was exactly why what had happened made sense. A drunken fool deserved to be treated as one. Yin stated plainly that she would never stand by and watch her teacher be cut down by a sword. She warned him to think carefully about what he had said. In her eyes, her brother was a noble man, and everything she had done was for her teacher's sake. CEO interrupted her calmly and asked why he was speaking through the power of thought when he clearly had a mouth. Was he trying to hide something, or hoping to say something secret? That was when CEO noticed movement behind him. Several people were standing there, listening. The man immediately realized he could accuse the student of rudeness. CEO, however, remained composed. He said the rudeness came only from urgency. Then he added something that no one could deny. Breaking an arm within the territory of the same residence, especially between participants of that residence, was unacceptable. He spoke deliberately, knowing people would agree, and they did. By doing so, he pulled everyone to his side, presenting himself as calm, reasonable, and in the right. At the same time, he noticed something else. Everyone here had seen how the others behaved. His sister, standing there quietly, suddenly wondered why she had ever been afraid of these people. Realizing she had a voice of her own, she asked them to wait. She said she already knew everything. The second brother had been drunk. He had crossed a line. He had tried to kill the third brother. The third brother? The man froze, confused, and demanded to know who she was talking about. Then his tone shifted. He demanded to know how she dared call and exile her brother, even if they shared the same mother. He grabbed her wrist and spat an insult, calling her mudblood. Tears welled in her eyes. He had insulted her mother. His grip tightened, harder and harder. That was when CO stepped forward and told him to let her go. She herself tried to stop him, asking him not to interfere, but CO recognized that look in her eyes. He had seen it before. He used to think she hated him. Now he understood the truth. She had only been cold because she didn't want to be hurt again. She cared about him. Warmth spread through his chest, a feeling entirely different from anger. He spoke her name and said quietly that from now on, he would protect her. She stared at him, confused by his words, and told him not to interfere any further where he had not been asked. It turned out her brother was gripping her wrist for nothing. Energy gathered instantly around CO's hand, dense and violent. With a single motion, he struck. The force slammed into the bastard holding his sister, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact was brutal. Blood spilled from his mouth as his body rolled. For a brief moment, no one even understood what had happened. CO stepped closer and crouched beside him, his voice low and clear. He told him to listen carefully. He was no longer the donkey from Luyang, and he warned him never to even think about touching his sister again. The man's body trembled, yet he forced himself upright. Staring straight into CO's eyes, he came to a conclusion. His energy core had recovered. That assumption wasn't wrong, but no one intended to reveal the truth. CO wasn't finished. Not even close. He had almost brought Yin to tears, and that alone was reason enough. This man was the eldest son, far more experienced than Jang Yun. To maintain the illusion, Yin released a trace of her inner energy, just enough to make it seem as if CO stood somewhere between the first and second levels. Confidence surged through the man. He reached for his sword and began to draw it, convinced now that he had the upper hand. Yin warned CO to be careful. This one was dangerous. Others believed he lacked experience and wasn't much of a threat. CO turned to his sister and told her there was nothing to worry about. The next instant, the man launched himself forward, sword slashing through the air. It was a fatal mistake. He attacked too quickly, pouring all his inner energy into a single strike without thinking it through. The counter came immediately. He was sent flying back. He didn't even understand what had happened. The moment his feet touched the ground, blood poured from his mouth. The backlash tore through him. This was the price of raising his hand against his sister. One of the 3 techniques the CO clan prided itself on was their sword art. CO knew it well. Too well. Using it here would be foolish. Facing someone who knew the form meant exposing every weakness. It was better to use something unfamiliar, something CO had never shown before. CO was stronger, far stronger, and now, the boy before him had given him the perfect excuse. This was his chance. A chance to repay every insult, a chance to answer every sin, and a chance to strike down the one who dared humiliate the younger brother who had once saved his life. Yin only watched in silence, almost admiring the squad leader, until the man beside her muttered that she should not make that expression while wearing a mask. No one around truly understood what was happening anymore, but the people of Yulong had already decided it no longer mattered. New voices brushed against CO's senses, heavy and numerous. Around 100 presences. The patriarch had returned. Alongside him were 3 powerful auras, unmistakable, likely the patriarch himself, and experts from Mount Hen. The timing was perfect. Harvest time. CO realized at the moment he looked at his brother. His body should not have moved, yet he forced himself upright and declared, with reckless certainty, that CO would die today. His stance shifted. The sword in his hands grew sharper, heavier, driven by desperation and pride. This was no ordinary move. It was a sword technique reserved for the patriarch's line, something only the young head of the family was allowed to learn. Everyone recognized it at once. The clan's highest sword art. What followed shattered that belief. Before their eyes, the idol sword was knocked clean from his hands. Against an equal, it might have worked. Against Seo, it meant nothing. He crashed to the ground, unable to understand how someone like Seo could overwhelm him so completely. While his body was still airborne, more strikes landed, precise and merciless. Then Seo stepped forward, intent clear. The next strike was for the insult to his mother. It was decisive, brutal, aimed straight at the head. Even the black sword offered no comment. The silence itself confirmed how ruthless the blow was. That was when Seo understood who had arrived. The patriarch and his followers stood frozen, unable to make sense of the scene before them. Sodam recognized the patriarch at once, but frowned at the others, and asked who they were. Seo answered calmly. He had seen them before, back when he served as a spy for the Miram Alliance. The best sword of Mount Hang, and the female warrior of Mount Hang. Both were top-level martial artists. The swordsman was far more dangerous. He lacked a Chong's oppressive presence, but his cultivation had clearly reached its peak. Seo straightened and greeted them. Behind him, the defeated man began babbling, insisting it was all a trick, a hoax, as if words could erase his loss. If Seo had been anyone else, he would have snapped the man's neck and ended it there. Instead, he closed the distance in an instant and asked one simple thing. Was it an evil technique, or something he'd learned elsewhere? The boy knew the Mount Hen sect was infamous for its sharp tongues and ruthless slander, but even this went beyond what he expected. Being falsely accused in front of Mount Hen was not a small matter. It was dangerous. Yin asked him why it mattered so much, and Seo explained calmly that many within the orthodox factions harbored deep hatred toward anything related to evil techniques. The best sword of Mount Hen was one of the most extreme cases. Mention evil arts in his presence, and his temperament would flip completely. Seo stated clearly that what he used was not an evil technique. The young woman immediately added that the man being questioned was her brother. Seo then placed a hand at the boy's waist and spoke about the damage to his energy core, something he had heard rumors about. The boy stiffened and demanded to know what that was supposed to mean. Seo already had his answer. No one with a truly damaged core could stand at this level. It was impossible. He did not allow the Mount Hen swordsman to inspect his energy field. Instead, he asked for a moment to explain everything properly. Without waiting, he drew his sword and said that in combat, the truth would reveal itself. Whether evil techniques were involved would be obvious the moment blades crossed. He lunged without warning. The sudden attack caught the man completely off guard. He never expected such decisiveness. Inside Seo's mind, the southern sword spoke calmly, telling him it might be simpler than it appeared. There was no need for tricks. Just use the strongest sword technique available. Seo did exactly that, unleashing the very best he had. The clash was violent. This man was clearly second only to monsters of the highest tier. Each time their swords met, it felt as if the opponent's palms would split apart from the force. Seo quickly realized that closing the distance was a mistake. Space was needed. Others watching also sensed something strange. This sword art was not ordinary. The Mount Hen swordsman spoke through clenched teeth, explaining that what Seo used was different. It was not evil, but it carried traces of something deeper. A branch of void flow. In that instant, recognition struck them both. So you recognize it immediately, Seo said calmly. Then my introduction came too late. Father and son stared at him, shot plain in their eyes, unsettled by the boy's audacity. When everyone realized that the Southern Heaven sword technique being used belonged to his master, disbelief rippled through the crowd. Mouths fell open. Then Seo spoke again, and the air itself seemed to freeze. I'm the swordsman of the Southern Sky, he said, a disciple of Ho Chongdae. It is a pleasure to meet you. Roughly 20 years ago, Joan had once received invaluable aid from the legendary Iron Sword Master of the Southern Heavens. Today, he was known as a seasoned martial artist. But back then, he had been nothing more than a beginner chasing dreams of glory. That was why, when he finally met the disciple before him, he spoke with open enthusiasm, admitting that he had heard countless stories about Joan from his own master, and that meeting such a figure was an honor beyond words. He even recalled how his teacher had once spoken of his first encounter with Joan 20 years ago, praising his sword skills again and again. Joan could not hide his joy. To know that the master he revered had spoken so highly of him filled his chest with pride. Still, he apologized for his quick temper, explaining that it was the reason he had flushed with anger when he heard accusations of dark arts. The other disciple stepped in, telling him that if his teacher truly was the Iron Sword of the Southern Heavens, then Joan deserved the same respect they offered their own seniors. Hearing this, Joan finally understood. His former teacher had known their master as well. The disciples laughed as they recalled how young martial artists of the Mount Hen sect used to call him senior master, a title earned purely through strength and reputation. That alone was enough to spark a small, harmless contest of pride among them. Not long after, the disciple turned toward Joan and casually called him elder brother. Joan simply smiled back. It was one of those rare days that felt genuinely good. Yet his thoughts soon drifted to the man he suspected of trying to frame the inheritor of the iron sword of the southern heavens. Before he could speak further, the conversation was cut short. CEO lifted his gaze and felt rage surge through him. This was the man who had never treated him like a human being, the one who had cast him out of the family without hesitation. If he had possessed even a shred of responsibility, his mother would never have suffered as she did. But emotion could not dictate action here. CEO bowed deeply and offered a formal greeting. He stated calmly that he had heard about what had been done to his brother and pointed out, without raising his voice, how rude such actions were. He then apologized and explained the situation in full. When he finished, he lowered his eyes and waited in silence. The reply was cold. Punishment would come later. For now, there were guests to attend to. The fact that his father did not even ask why he had returned felt strange, but there was no time to dwell on it. As everyone began to move on, CEO seized the moment. He called out to him, as his father, and requested permission to take part in the upcoming fighting as a representative of the family. About an hour later, inside the guest house of the main residence of the Soklin and Ian, CEO tore into a piece of meat with barely concealed hunger. He kept shoving the food into his mouth one piece after another, while Yin clicked her tongue and mocked him for being so well-mannered. She told him to stop chewing so loudly. When she spoke like that, she would suddenly call him Big Brother, blush slightly, and tell him to eat more. Then, without warning, she would turn back to the other guy, grab his head, and slam it against the table. Watching this mess, CEO had no choice but to think ahead. His father had deliberately avoided giving a clear answer, but the position would have to be passed on. Two of them were already injured and would not be able to participate in the tournament. That much was certain. Even Sodam could see it clearly. He was not being treated like a son at all. The servants in the guest house were also strange. They did not look like elite guards, yet every one of them had martial training. It was subtle, but to trained eyes, it was obvious. This was a warning from the patriarch. He wanted CEO to understand that this was still Soklin territory. Being a disciple of the Iron Sword of the Southern Heavens did not grant him freedom here. Rash actions like before would not be tolerated. The patriarch was watching him closely. A woman soon arrived with a message for the young gentleman. Madame was inviting him to her residence. He had not expected it, but he rose without hesitation. Wishing everyone a good appetite, he said he would return shortly and left. The peony hall lay within the patriarch's residence, where Madame Yang of the Soklin kept her garden. Red peonies bloomed everywhere, forming a flawless, elegant scene. It was the season for flowers, yet the sight filled him with disgust. They reminded him of Madame Yang. For a brief moment, he felt like burning the entire garden to ash. Before the thought could take shape, a woman opened the door and instructed him to enter. Ms. Zong was waiting inside. She dismissed all the servants at once, leaving only the two of them. That alone was unsettling. CEO said nothing, only that he was listening. She began by saying she had heard of his status as the heir to the Iron Sword of the Southern Heavens and offered her congratulations. He knew immediately that this was not why she had summoned him. She did not waste time pretending otherwise. Admitting that their relationship had never been good, she said she would speak plainly. Then, to his surprise, she knelt before him. She said she could beg for forgiveness hundreds, even thousands of times, and pleaded with him not to try to take Younghoon's place. Just as CEO had expected, no matter what she was still a mother in the end. This, __, spoke of apology, claiming she was ready to beg him, even though he still remembered clearly how she had once insulted him and struck his face without hesitation. Then came the offers. As much money as he wanted, even help in building his own family, as long as he stayed away from her son's position. The name of the Iron Sword of the Southern Heavens truly carried weight. Her attitude had turned completely upside down. He told her he would act as if he had heard nothing. She panicked, grabbed his clothes, and begged him to name his price, swearing she would do anything within her power. That was when he finally spoke. Restore his mother's tombstone. Make her his official wife. Kneel before her grave and bow an apology 3 times a day, for 10 full years. Her face collapsed. She stared at him, as if she could not comprehend the words. They were too cruel, too humiliating. Apologizing before that grave, again and again for a decade, wounded her more deeply than any insult. Still, she forced herself to ask if doing all this would truly keep him from claiming her son's place. He sat down casually on her lap and spoke as if moved, praising the strength of a mother's love for her child. For a moment, it almost sounded sincere. Then he leaned close to her ear and whispered that this was exactly what she wanted to hear. He asked whether she would have said the same if their positions were reversed, and then called her an animal. Her rage exploded. She seized his collar and shook him violently. He calmly reminded her of what had happened 12 years ago, when his energy had been blocked and her servant delivered his medicine, assuming he would never notice. Everyone had looked away. Everyone knew who stood behind it. He laughed softly, saying it was almost amusing that she still thought giving up her son's position was enough. He told her never to seek him out again over something so foolish. Even then, She clung to his hands, begging him to stay a little longer. He already knew a man was hiding upstairs. He spoke aloud, saying he had no intention of harming the mistress, and advising him to remain where he was. The guard leapt down anyway. Even she seemed unprepared for his appearance. With a faint smile, he congratulated the heir of the iron sword of the southern heavens. The man answered coldly that there was nothing left to discuss, and turned away. The guard followed him immediately and spoke before he could leave, saying that the servant sent that day had not acted on Madame Yang's orders. The one who sent the medicine was him. He admitted it openly, standing behind her back. Theo remembered that day clearly. He had been 8 years old, unable to swallow solid pills, forced to take the medicine dissolved in liquid. It weakened the effect. The elixir triggered a violent storm of internal energy, and his dantian collapsed. For a child born into a martial family, unable to cultivate, that meant exile in everything but name. An outcast. A future cut short. He had blamed Madame Yang for all of it. Yet now the truth stood before him. The guard bowed his head and explained. He had served his mistress even before her marriage. She had given his life purpose. To him, she was a precious sister. Watching her grow anxious simply because CO existed was unbearable. That was why he acted. He made it clear that everything had been his own decision. He planned it. He carried it out. Madame Yang had nothing to do with it. She lunged forward at once, shouting that it had all been her doing, screaming for CO not to listen to the guard trying to protect her. They turned on each other, arguing over blame, each insisting they were responsible. The scene was almost absurd, as if CO were some thief being pitted by two guilty accomplices. He sat down and told them calmly that their closeness had unsettled him, that it almost made him feel like a terrible person for harming them. It sounded gentle, almost kind. Then came the butt. The butt arrived as a fist crashing across her face. The impact was clean, satisfying. He watched her fall and felt no regret. The guard moved after her, and in that moment it became clear that they had both known about the poison from the beginning. She struggled to her feet and shouted that after this, he would no longer be allowed to represent the family in the tournament. It meant nothing to him. He told her to do as she pleased. If she wanted to report to the clan head, she was free to do so. He added one final thing, spoken without emotion. If she spoke, he would reveal that the wife of the clan head had poisoned her 8-year-old stepson. She was stunned that he dared to threaten her at all. Then she saw what he did next, and she froze. In a single move, he shattered the guard's dantian and left him collapsed on the floor. Her mind went blank. She could not speak. She only crossed her arms as if that could protect her. In her hand was poison, a small round pill, the one he forced her to swallow. He did the same to the guard, tossing the pill straight into his mouth without hesitation. She called him a traitor, accused him of trying to destroy his own family. In truth, he felt nothing but satisfaction. He hated them. He hated her deceitful smile and her venomous face more than anything else. Even he had not expected it to go this far, forcing both the guard and Madame Yang to write formal confessions, watching them press their personal seals onto the documents. Those papers were now his guarantee, his insurance. From this point on, she would think carefully before speaking his name again. They had no choice. Refuse, and there would be no antidote. With that settled, all that remained was to wait for the tournament. But the estate did not slow down, and neither could he. The masters had already gathered. The courtyard was full. The meeting hall buzzed with restrained tension. Inside, they spoke among themselves about the so-called renegade who had become a disciple of the swordsman of the southern heavens. Someone questioned whether there was any real proof. That was when 3 figures appeared in the open doorway. It's been a long time, masters. A very long time. The words carried calmly into the hall. No one answered. Only their gazes pressed down on him. The 4th master was the first to speak, offering congratulations to the 3rd young master. The 5th master followed immediately. Those below them lowered their heads at once. The top 3 did not move at all. They questioned how he had entered. Guards were stationed at the entrance. Only the clan head, the young head, and the masters were permitted to attend. His father confirmed it coldly. The senior master was correct. Even as a young master, this was crossing the line. If he had something to say, he was told to return later. He smiled faintly and played along, asking the man why he no longer shouted at him like he used to. Did he remember those days, back when he was small? CO calmly recalled the moments when he had been struck across the face, slammed to the floor, and finally kicked out of the house with orders never to return. The man grabbed his own head, scratching it in confusion, and asked whether CO was truly speaking to him. He laughed awkwardly, claiming his memory had grown unreliable with age, and apologized if he had hurt him in any way. Then he asked whether CO was doing well now. CO answered by reminding him that he had said the exact same words on the day he threw him out of the family, asking if he had forgotten that too. The man sighed and continued to excuse himself, saying his memory was poor and that he was no longer suited for the role of state master. He then turned the tables, asking what CO hoped to gain by dragging up the past. Was this meant to satisfy his ego? He called it nothing more than pathetic revenge, and questioned whether such behavior suited a disciple of the swordsman of the southern heavens. Yin immediately chimed in. agreeing that clinging to past insults was indeed pathetic, and adding that the upper ranks of the CO clan had never been known for respecting their superiors. Instead of calming the situation, her words only fueled his anger. He could not accept that some outsider would dare lecture his family. Yin was already poised, waiting for a single signal from CO to crush the fool where he stood. Sensing the shift, the man hurried to apologize. He realized that the words of a Southern Heaven disciple carried real weight. Suggesting that the discussion continue after the clan had arrived, he declared the meeting over and dismissed the masters. But he had no intention of ending things so easily. He ordered the doors shut. His men moved at once, sealing the hall. Confusion rippled through the room as the others failed to grasp what was happening. He raised his hand and told them not to react so violently. He claimed he only wanted to talk. One of the men stood anyway, suspicion clear on his face, and reached for his sword. The man stopped him with a single sentence. He said he had an offer, not a request. An offer. There would have been no reason to come here if this were about the tournament. He stated plainly that he was giving them a chance to change sides. At those words, the man recalled one of the core rules of their family. The masters of the estate held the right to challenge the family head's decision regarding the young head, provided a majority agreed. CO spoke calmly, asking whether they were now discussing the position of the family's acting parent. It was almost laughable. Just a year ago, he had been shocked and disgusted by these people, drifting through life like drunks. Now, with more than 18 years of experience as a spy, facing them directly felt trivial. The man warned him that if he kept provoking conflict, he would not be able to remain uninvolved. CO laughed lightly, apologized, and admitted that his conduct had indeed been rude. He then spoke of his intentions, saying his doors were always open and that they were welcome to visit whenever they wished. With that, he turned and left, taking his men with him. Those left behind could only sit in silence, replaying every word. None of them truly understood what he had meant or what he was aiming for. One of the men suddenly dropped to his knees, declaring his deep disappointment in everyone present. Something about the conversation had felt off. His strange behavior raised alarms. Another master noticed a subtle vibration in his throat, a telltale sign of the frequency whispering technique. He immediately turned to the first young master and declared that no one would leave the room until they found the person he had been communicating with. Confusion spread. Eyes darted around the hall. Someone asked the great master why he was certain the culprit was among them. The man coldly suggested that it might even be him, accusing him of trying to corner everyone else while keeping himself clean. What followed was chaos. The shouting grew loud, accusations overlapping. As the argument spiraled, CO cut in sharply. He said he had not used that technique at all. He had only pretended to. That was when understanding finally struck. This had been his intention from the start, to toss them a bone and let them tear each other apart. It was a tactic CO had relied on countless times as a spy. Once suspicion took root within a group, it never truly faded. Amid the tension, Yin tugged at his sleeve and casually asked when they were going to have dinner. CO replied that they had already eaten. She frowned and pointed to the side, asking him to look. Wasn't that his sister? She stood nearby, speaking to her husband. Her voice was calm as she told him she had nothing more to say, that she would never become his wife. The talk of marriage ended the moment the patriarch spoke. That should have been the end of it. Yet the man kept pressing until she finally understood that the patriarch was right. He wanted it finished. They told the man, righteous wind, that they had nothing more to say to him. He refused to accept it. Instead, he reached out and grabbed her hand. To him, her resistance only made her seem more appealing, as if playing fragile made her charming. Fear flickered across her face, and for CO, the sight became unbearable. Yin demanded to know why he continued humiliating himself when the girl had clearly rejected him. Righteous Wind straightened, introduced himself proudly, named his clan, and demanded to know why Yun was interfering. The more he spoke of some supposed bond between them, the more irritated the girl became. In her eyes, there was no such relationship. Yun's instinct was simple: protect her. But the man told Yin to stay out of it, saying he could no longer restrain himself. He tightened his grip on the girl's hand and declared that this was their relationship. Her expression shattered. It was as if the world around her had collapsed in an instant. He convinced himself that she was rejecting him because another man existed and announced that he would be magnanimous, that he would still marry her despite her low background. Yun's palm struck his face cleanly and without hesitation. Shock froze him. He could not believe he had been hit by someone like her. His hand moved toward his sword, a fatal mistake. At that moment, a presence emerged behind him. Patriarch Seo, the girl's father. He calmly invited young Master Cho to attend the evening banquet and advised him to rest instead of lingering there. Cho bowed stiffly and obeyed at once. Murmurs spread as everyone realized who had appeared. Righteous Wind left without another word. The patriarch then turned his gaze on Seo and asked how much longer he intended to disgrace the family name. Without waiting for an answer, he motioned for Seo to follow him. In that instant, Seo understood. There was no reason to wait for the banquet. A decision had to be made now. They went straight to the Seo clan's patriarchal training room. a place meant only for the patriarch himself. The question was clear. Why had he brought Co here? The patriarch spoke coldly, saying that Co had ignored every warning, throwing the household into chaos. First, his position as a representative in the tournament. Now, even his place as a young leader was being called into question. He turned his head and asked the boy if he truly believed the patriarch could not see through his intentions. The patriarch's voice hardened as he added that if Co chose not to be honest, he would die on the spot. Co answered calmly that he understood he was hated. His father continued, saying he could not trust someone who vanished for a year and a half, only to return and stir unrest throughout the family. As a father, he claimed he had watched him since childhood. After his mother's death, Co had lived like a failure. And now, suddenly, he stood before him as a disciple of the iron sword of the southern heavens. His energy core had once been destroyed, yet not only had he recovered, he had even surpassed the first level. None of it made sense. His father admitted as much, but insisted that Co was standing here only because he allowed it. Even so, he refused to believe that a person could change so completely. He suggested another possibility. Perhaps his son had become a puppet of the blood cult. He spoke with confidence, declaring that Co was one of them, pointing to the moment he had revealed his sword as proof. Co looked at him and asked whether he truly believed that. The question itself seemed to shock the patriarch. He told Co to stop pretending to be ignorant. Someone kidnapped by the blood cult did not simply return and shake the family to its core. He spoke as if he already knew that the twin fools had been captured. It had happened so quickly that not even a full day had passed for information to circulate. Redhead might be aware something was wrong, but she did not even know yet that Co was alive. Hearing this, Co frowned and asked what his father was talking about. Who had said he was kidnapped by the blood cult? The answer came unexpectedly. Asung. Everyone believed Asung had been expelled, but in truth, he had been acting under the patriarch's orders. Co froze. He could not accept it. Asung had cared for him and his mother with genuine devotion. He had chased after Co, even after the patriarch cast him out. For a moment, Co thought this was nothing more than a test. He asked where Asung was now. The patriarch cut him off, demanding a direct answer. He said he already possessed clear evidence that Co belonged to the blood cult. Appearing right before the Murim tournament and immediately demanding the position of representative was no coincidence. Then he asked another question. Did Co even know why the Murim tournament was being held? Co looked at him and asked quietly what he meant. The patriarch explained that the blood cult was active once again. It had never disappeared. It had only hidden itself, patiently accumulating strength. Did Co truly believe such power appeared out of nowhere? There was no mystery to their methods. They kidnapped boys just like him and raised them as tools. And this tournament was the perfect opportunity. Co almost laughed at how sharp his father was, despite being the head of nothing more than a fighting family. Then another thought struck him. Did they also know about the attempt to recover the bloody demon's sword? At that moment, something else fell into place. Asung was alive, not dead, and his father knew he had been taken by the blood cult. Before his regression, Co had been cast out once more upon his return. He never imagined that saving Asung's life would lead to this chain of suspicion. He told his father plainly that he seemed to be the only one convinced Co had entered the Murim tournament to spy for the blood cult. He did not hide his dissatisfaction with the way his father was framing him. His father answered coldly. If Co wanted to prove his innocence, everything had to return to how it was before. Co replied that by that logic, the only way to prove his innocence was to give up everything and do nothing at all. He asked whether his father would simply deny him the position of representative if he failed to prove himself. The patriarch cut him off. Enough. It was clear now. His father was not seeking the truth. He was pushing him away, calling it his final warning. The patriarch drew his sword and demanded that Co surrender if he truly was who he claimed to be. Co asked calmly what would happen if he did. The answer was simple. His energy core would be inspected to see whether he had been brainwashed. Co understood then. Even if he proved his innocence, the outcome would not change. He would never be allowed to stand as a representative. His hand moved to his sword. Inspecting the energy core of someone who practiced a different martial art was forbidden. That alone left him no choice. The air shifted instantly. Killing intent flooded the room. His father's presence swelled, crushing and absolute. The patriarch did not believe Co could defeat him, regardless of whether he relied on dark techniques. His confidence was unshaken. Internal energy erupted as he launched the first strike, charging forward with peak power, unleashed without restraint. Co made his decision in that instant. He activated the energy of his lower core. The technique relied on body weight, and in the hands of someone so experienced, it carried terrifying speed. The gap between them was undeniable. Co was barely standing at his peak, while the patriarch stood at the very summit of his own. The difference was overwhelming. The patriarch's strike sent Co flying backward, yet he refused to fall, forcing himself to stay upright, even as his footing wavered. Co tried to counter, but his father was already waiting, sword raised and ready. He knew it was pointless, yet he still gathered everything he had and struck again and again. Most of his effort went into dodging rather than attacking. That was the pressure of facing the Patriarch's blade. It felt as if an entire mountain crashed down on him. The Patriarch's sword pinned Seo's body toward the ground with merciless force. Even his father acknowledged it openly. From the start, the difference had been clear. No matter how sharp the sword, the result would not change. Seo understood then why his father was called the wise sword of On. When he said it aloud, his father asked whether that meant he was surrendering. Seo answered that his father was far too strong for him to hold back. As the words left his mouth, power surged around him. His father stared in disbelief. He could not comprehend where this energy was coming from. What Seo was using was a sword technique inherited from his master, a method known long ago, refined to overcome its original flaws. This was the true sword of the Holy Star. The Patriarch did not grasp what Seo meant. He only felt his body shaking under the relentless blows, yet he still swung his sword in response. The sixth form was unleashed. The wall of sword chase. The energy exploded outward, so intense it was painful to witness. The space flooded with blue light, crushing everything within it. The Patriarch's body was driven straight into the wall. Blood spilled from his throat as the force continued to press him back. His sword remained embedded in the ground, unmoving. He could not believe it. His son had become this strong. If Seo had followed through with a direct strike, his father would have died on the spot. In his past life, even dreaming of defeating the Patriarch had been impossible. Even the Southern Sword manifested and declared that Seo was already twice as strong as its former owner. Still, Hatem noticed something was wrong. There was no satisfaction in him, no relief, no pride. Victory meant nothing when his own father had never truly acknowledged him as family. Seo walked up to him and asked a question that had been buried for years. If he hated him that much, then why had he been born at all? He stood there without answers. Too many things had collapsed at once. That was when the sword's voice echoed again, addressing the Patriarch directly. It said that the resentment this boy carried was far deeper than he had imagined. Mek followed, explaining coldly that if the Patriarch had shown even a little kindness, even a little honesty, none of this would have spiraled into chaos. Then Mek asked a single question, sharp and unavoidable. Would it not be better to finally tell him the truth? That Seo was not his biological son. The boy's hand clenched around the sword hilt until his knuckles turned white. He asked whether it was true, whether he was really not Seo's son. Mek froze. He could not believe those words were directed at him. But Seo did not ask again. He did not demand explanations. He only demanded confirmation. And if the truth was denied, he said calmly, his father would die. Mek understood then. Words would not be enough. Any explanation would sound like a lie. But the sword could not lie, and so it chose to show him everything it had witnessed. The union of sword and mind was invoked. The unlocking effecta. The third fact star awakened. In an instant, Seo was dragged into the past. He stood inside a memory, watching a woman being begged to at least think of the child she carried. The pain crashed into him so violently that his legs gave out, and he dropped to one knee. Hatem panicked, unable to understand what was happening to her owner. Seo stared at the woman in disbelief. The face was unmistakable. That woman was his mother. The sensation was no illusion. These were sword memories. Somehow, the blade was letting him see what it had seen. This was the power of the third star, awakened when he received the merc. The second star had allowed him to hear swords from vast distances. Now, he could see their memories as well. Breathing heavily, Seo tightened his grip on the hilt and focused on one final thing. He searched his memories for a single image. The face of the Patriarch at the moment he was born. He told the woman that he would acknowledge the boy as his own and asked her to focus only on recovery and taking care of herself. It was his lawful wife who, instead of saving her, leaned on him emotionally. Aeon's devotion eventually won her over. That was how his younger sister was born. When the child came into the world, they smiled without restraint, genuinely happy. And that was when the truth became unavoidable. He was the only one who did not share the family's blood. When Seo was born, Aeon truly tried to treat him well, but it was never simple. Dealing with Madame Yang's irritation was exhausting. Every time he showed even a hint of kindness towards Seo, her anger flared. Because of that, Aeon gradually stopped being gentle with any of his children. Even so, he carried his responsibility towards Seo to the very end. That was when someone informed him that Seo was connected to the blood cult. The Patriarch handed over a notebook, a precaution in case something happened to the young owner. He immediately sent a man to Mangakri with specific instructions. Find a brothel called Dark Intimacy. On the second floor, there would be an old man who used black keys. Give him the code meant for the lower district sect, one of the 3 great intelligence networks. He tried to track Seo's whereabouts quietly. When that failed, he chose to act directly. Seo confronted the man and warned him that nothing good would come from revealing that the Wise Sword was purchasing information from unorthodox factions. The man replied that he had heard the boy was a child the Patriarch had abandoned. The words cut deeper than a bite. That was when Seo understood the true nature of the blood cult. Perhaps that was why his father believed Seo had joined them. By nature, he had never been affectionate. The mystery surrounding Sio's birth made it impossible for him to be a warm father. Yet he never abandoned his duty. He did everything he could to protect him. After his mother's death, Sio lived as __ and a drunk. Rumors spread freely, each worse than the last. If someone had killed him then, no one would have cared. His father believed it was only a matter of time before Madame Yang or someone else finished the job. That was why he sent him away. His sister had been placed in the same position. The reason he sent her to Mount Hen at such a young age was simple. Despite her talent, he did not want Madame Yang to have the chance to bully her. And the reason he had rushed into that mistake back then was just as clear. Once she returned from Mount Hen, she might have ended up like Sio. Even the sword understood why Sio hated his father. Still, it wanted the boy to understand the feelings on the other side. But instead of easing, Sio felt torn apart. If his father had truly been responsible, he would have kept both him and his sister close and protected them himself. Sio had never stopped believing that his father was a man who always chose what was most comfortable for himself. Even after hearing the sword's explanation, even knowing the sword could do nothing more here, it still wished to help him in any way it could. That was when Mek told him to wait. It seemed the boy needed one thing above all else: the position of representative of the main family. Mek said there might still be a way. If Sio gave Ion what he desired most, the situation could change. What Ion wanted was clear: the second half of the sword of unrestrained destruction, a technique mastered by the patriarch and passed down only through oral teaching. Because Ion's father and the previous owner of the sword had died during the Great War between the Orthodox and unorthodox factions, he had never been able to properly learn the latter half. The sword asked Sio directly whether he could teach it to him. The patriarch forced himself to stand and asked why Sio had spared him at such a moment. Sio answered calmly. He knew Ion was not his biological father. Even so, he believed Ion had been using that truth as an excuse for his own selfishness. If he truly wanted to protect him, then he should have done so decisively. Acting half-heartedly was nothing more than evasion. If Ion considered it his duty, then he should act like a man. Sending him into the streets was not protection. It was abandonment. Sio threw something into his hands. Ion caught it instinctively and stared at it in disbelief. A tablet. The mark of the all-healing divine physician. It was because of this that Sio had been able to restore his energy core. That was the truth. Even if Ion had believed the recovery was the result of evil techniques, this was the reality. At last, the words Sio had waited to hear were spoken. His father admitted that he was eligible to hold the position of representative, even though the patriarch himself did not fully understand how things had come to this point. After that, the boy settled into the original stance of the sword of unrestrained destruction, and a man could only stare in disbelief. What he was witnessing was not something he had ever seen before. It was the sword of unrestrained destruction itself. The 10th form. High press, sword striking. Just moments earlier, Sio had been watching the memories of the blue ghost sword, and now those very movements flowed through his own body. Every motion, every stance felt natural, as if they had always belonged to him. They engraved themselves directly into his memory. Mek asked whether he had already learned the technique. In truth, he had not learned it in the conventional sense. He had made the memories his own. His foundational movements were already fast, but this heavy sword differed greatly from what he usually wielded. They chose a simple sign to decide. Flip the coin upward, and he would dive back into training. The sword agreed. There was no need for hesitation. He did not even have time to blink. When martial arts reached a certain level, imagine training surpassed physical repetition. All he had to do was think. He could clearly picture himself repeating every movement. Seeing it, feeling it in his mind again and again was enough to engrave the foundation, as if he had practiced it in reality. After repeating it around 20 times in his thoughts, his body responded as though it had already performed the technique countless times. With the sword's memories, learning took seconds. This was the true ability of the third star. That was when he was informed that the man had regained consciousness. And now, they stood in the present. After unleashing the sword of unrestrained destruction, Sio asked calmly whether it still seemed useless. The patriarch could not answer. He could barely comprehend what he had just seen. Sio continued, explaining that the divine physician never healed without equal compensation. In exchange, he demanded ancient manuscripts or records of secret techniques. Hearing this, Patriarch Sio finally understood. His father had never known the truth of Sio's recovery. People cling to lies because they are easier to accept, shaping them into versions they can live with. Now it was clear who should be asking and who should be answering. In the Een family's banquet hall, the tables overflowed with food. Laughter filled the air as everyone shared drinks and expressed gratitude for one another's presence. Sio watched the man who was no longer his father and noticed that his wounds had yet to heal, yet he laughed easily, relaxed as if nothing had happened. Someone addressed Sio as Junior. He turned and saw a familiar face, asking for permission to sit beside him. Sio did not mind, but it clearly put the head of the family in an awkward position. Before anything more could happen, attendants stepped in and guided the man away, saying a place had already been arranged for him. There would be time to talk later. Still, the warning was clear. Drinking in company always carried the risk of loose words. Now it was time. Through a silent thought, CEO told his father that the moment had come to make the announcement. The patriarch rose and addressed the hall, thanking all the honored guests of Muram for attending. Before the banquet officially began, he asked for their attention. First, he apologized to the head of the Righteous Wind clan, Cho, and announced that his daughter was not suitable to become his son's second wife. CEO's sister nearly glowed. She had waited her entire life to hear those words. Cho's expression darkened, and Yin lowered her head. Then Yan's name was spoken. CEO's voice reached her mind, calm but sharp, asking whether she had been the one who started all of this. He explained everything in brief, warned her never to try something like that again, and reminded her that he could say the wrong thing at any moment if pushed. She needed to be ready for that reality. Yin said nothing. She only bowed her head. That was what the weak always did. The patriarch stood again. There was one more announcement to make. This one concerned the upcoming tournament. More precisely, the person who would represent their family. He declared that the representative would be his son, Unhai. The hall froze. No one had expected that name. Shock rippled across the tables. The girl jumped to her feet and turned toward her brother, ready to question him. But his seat was empty. Only a clean bowl remained where he had been sitting. Outside, night had already fallen. Everything he needed to do here was finished. As he left, his friends asked why he was departing so early when the banquet was still ongoing. CEO answered simply that there were still matters he had to take care of. Someone muttered something at CEO, and Yin knocked him down without hesitation. At the same time, his sister came running toward them, shouting his name. She stopped in front of him, breathless, and asked if he was really leaving already. CEO told her that his master had ordered it, and that he had already informed the family head. She suggested they go to the tournament together, but that was exactly why he needed to leave early. The best sort of Mount Han was being overly friendly, and that alone was enough to invite trouble. Sooner or later, she would have to understand that they could not leave side by side. CEO had promised his master that he would depart early. She glanced at Yin, remembering the moment Yin had taken her hand before. Yin stepped forward and gently told her not to be too upset. She said they would see her older brother again very soon, at the tournament itself. After that, the girl insisted on walking them to the gate. She truly wanted to say goodbye, and along the way, they finally had time to talk. CEO smiled and told her of course. For the first time since his childhood, he spoke with his younger sister at length. Little by little, the distance that had formed after their mother's death began to ease. She asked how he had lived all these years. He could not tell her everything. If she learned the truth, she might be dragged into the blood cult as well. She seemed to sense that he was holding back and quietly handed him a bag, saying their father had asked her to give it to him. She did not know what was inside. At the gate, she said goodbye, hoping to see him again at the tournament. CEO bowed and returned the farewell. If he wanted to keep Yin Yong away from the blood cult, then he had to become stronger than anyone who might target her. Strength alone was not the answer. Losing balance meant losing control. Power was only a tool, not an anchor. He had to remain his own center of gravity. As they left, his disciple asked what was happening and why they were in such a rush. CEO answered simply that the plan was to meet Jia and Xiongwu first, and then move together. They had finished nearly half a month earlier than planned, which meant Sherman would be empty if they went now. There would be no one to meet. CEO decided they had to head to Dark Intimacy first. His disciple understood immediately. By that name, he meant the brothel in Mankokri. There was someone their CEO needed to find, someone precious to him in the same way his younger sister was. Under the night sky, bathed in gentle moonlight, the group spent the night in a cave, a campfire crackling softly between them. They were exhausted, yet the beauty of the night refused to let them sleep. For the first time in a long while, they could rest without fear. One of the boys wondered aloud how CEO managed to look so neat and composed beneath his mask. Taking it in his hands and stretching it slightly, he realized it was no ordinary item. It had been made specially by her father. Then the ghost of her father appeared. The moment his figure formed, everyone froze. No one could speak. He was one of the 4 great criminals, a name that carried terror across Muram. As silence lingered, CEO unfolded the cloth Yun Yong had given him on her father's behalf. Inside was a medallion. His breath caught. It was the same one his mother had carried when they first met. To him, it was beyond value. His mother had entered the family with this medallion and the image of a crane spreading its wings. No one in Yunnan province had ever seen such a symbol. Even CEO, who had spent 10 years as a spy traveling endlessly in search of cures, had never encountered it. Martial families favored fierce beasts, tigers and wolves, symbols of strength and dominance. The crane was different. It stood for longevity and elegance, a rare choice for martial artists, one usually tied to families of ancient lineage. For CEO, this medallion was a thread to the most precious thing he had ever lost, his mother. At the same time, it concealed everything tied to his father and raised questions he was not ready to answer. The girl noticed the medallion and gasped softly, stepping closer in awe. CEO stopped her with a look, not allowing her near. He sat there for a long time, staring at it, his expression so heavy that it hurt to see. She hesitated, knowing his boundaries, yet she could not leave him alone like that, not even if he was angry with her. Though the owl disliked the way she rested her chin on his shoulder, he said nothing. She moved even closer until their eyes met, the distance between them shrinking until their lips were almost touching. So froze when he looked at her. The firelight danced across her face, sharpening every delicate line, turning her calm presence into something dangerously captivating. They were close, close enough that one more breath, one careless step, and their lips would meet. The moment stretched, heavy and fragile at the same time. Then the servant ruined it. With the timing of a curse, he muttered that he hoped they would sleep in proper beds tonight, instead of another cold cave. The girl's eyes flickered with clear disappointment. The air between them collapsed. So exhaled, steadied himself, and said they should rest. Tomorrow's road would be long, and exhaustion was a luxury they could not afford. The servant sprawled across the floor, squinting and shifting as he tried to convince himself that stone could pass for a bed. The girl walked over slowly. Then she started hitting him without mercy. Her fists landed hard, one after another, loud enough to echo. She called it friendship, but the force behind each strike carried her anger for the stolen moment. So watched without intervening. He already knew the truth. His colleague provoked her on purpose, fully aware of what would follow. After the beating, the servant fell asleep instantly, peaceful at last. Silence returned. So glanced at the girl and felt something tighten in his chest. It was dangerously close to affection. She leaned nearer and asked softly what was troubling him, calling him senior with a gentle smile. That smile unsettled him more than the darkness ever could. He couldn't decide whether it was sincere warmth or the calm expression of someone capable of crushing her enemies without a word. He had learned that such composure often concealed sharp edges. Trust did not come easily. When he finally lay down, sleep refused him. His thoughts circled an old discussion. How a true master must recognize intention, especially when it hides behind beauty. His friend had dismissed that idea as a path to solitude, so wasn't convinced. Sometime past midnight, he found himself standing before a place called Dark Intimacy. From the outside, it was nothing more than a common brothel. In truth, it was one of the 3 core bases of the house sect. Sodom joked under his breath, wondering where the branches were, since the sect had 3 main bases and not a single true leader. They passed a group of powerfully built men. The assistant hesitated and quietly asked his deputy if this confidence was justified. The answer came not in words, but in pressure. Cold, stern gazes swept over them, heavy with chi, sharp enough to kill. The assistant felt fear crawl up his spine, even if he refused to admit it. Then he reminded himself of the plan. Fear was pointless when the path was already chosen. They moved forward. Inside, they held their posture and took a seat. A charming woman approached with practiced ease, smiling as she welcomed them, and invited them to share a cup of sake. Without wasting time, So decided to head for the second floor. Rumors claimed the liquor personally brewed by the chairman was exceptional, rare enough to draw crowds on its name alone. As he lifted his gaze, the girl guiding them glanced upward as well, and her eyes met the stern stare of the man watching from above. Though he was surrounded by beautiful women, his presence felt sharp and deliberate, as if he were measuring the room rather than enjoying it. The man seemed unsure who exactly was meant to face him tonight. The girl raised her finger and shook her head. Only one could go up. This was a test, and it had to be taken alone. His companions understood without protest. They remained downstairs, ordering noodles and whatever else caught their interest. The assistant even urged the girl to choose something filling while their commander was busy. Opportunities to eat properly were rare, and none of them wasted such chances. So climbed the stairs, and soon noticed an old man seated calmly ahead. At first glance, he thought this might be the one who had once shown him the blue, ghostly sword. But as he drew closer, the feeling fell apart. The memory tied to the sword did not align. This was someone else entirely. The old man spoke first. He said that nets woven from words could sweep worries away like a broom. Then he gestured for the young guest to sit. 2 bowls rested on the table between them. Their placement alone carried meaning, reflecting the weight and complexity of one's desires. So understood immediately and chose the lower-ranked bowl without hesitation. The old man nodded and began to pour liquor. So stated that he had 2 simple requests. The old man listened, expression unchanged, and allowed him to continue. So spoke of an incident from a year and 3 months ago, when the old man might have been asked to locate the 3rd son of the Sun clone. The atmosphere shifted. The old man replied that he could not reveal information about his clients. So pressed on, asking only whether he knew who the person was. The old man studied him, curious now, wondering what kind of reason could justify such a question. What could this boy possibly offer that made this matter so important? So revealed the truth. That missing son was his servant. The balance of the room tilted instantly. The old man reached for his mustache, twirling it as a slow smile formed. He called it an interesting coincidence. A servant and a father searching for the young master. And now the young master, believed to be lost, searching for the servant. So met his gaze and understood. One clue was all it took. He now knew exactly who the old man was. Everything was proceeding exactly as planned. CO Ikong had already visited them and told his version of the story. He claimed he had been kidnapped by the blood cult. From that moment on, suspicion became certainty in their minds. In their eyes, the hero had crossed the line and become a cultist. That belief had to be shaken. Making them doubt it was the first task, the core of Suhi's plan. The second step was quieter but just as important, spreading information that directly denied any connection to the cult, lowering the risk of exposure before the upcoming tournament. The old man was clearly pleased to finally meet the boy. Still, he knew this meeting wasn't coincidence. Without the boy's master moving pieces from the shadows, none of this would have happened. Calling it luck would have been an insult to intelligence. The old man proposed an exchange, information about the servant in return for information about the boy's master. So consider it carefully. The offer was tempting, but there was no reason to pay for something that would soon fall into his hands anyway. The way he responded made the old man think agreement was inevitable, but so calmly reminded him that he still had 2 remaining requests. The old man accepted without hesitation, then casually promised to reveal the master's name afterward. So didn't pause. He spoke the name. Hojongdae. The reaction was immediate. The table flipped, bowls and cups flying apart as pressure exploded outward. Suvin's energy surged on instinct, diverting the attack away from himself. In the same instant, the old man struck, his killing intent sharp and sudden, demanding answers from his faithful Southern Sky Sword. Did it recognize this boy? The sword had nothing to say. It had never met him. So narrowed his eyes and removed his mask. He asked calmly whether this was how the house sect treated its customers. The old man stared as if reality itself had cracked. The Southern Sky Swordsman had vanished 16 years ago. Now this young man stood before him, claiming to be his disciple. It made no sense. The house sect, unorthodox as it was, had always maintained neutrality. The old man had never seen them act with such naked hostility, and so hadn't expected it either. As he took in his surroundings, the truth became unavoidable. He was encircled. Soldiers had already drawn their swords, sealing every path. Even with his growth, breaking out would not be easy. Then it happened. A presence brushed against his mind. The dragon's eye ignited, flooding his thoughts with sharp clarity. This energy did not belong to the old man. Someone nearby, behind the wall, in the next room, had established a connection. One thought rose above all others, clear and absolute. Do not let him know who you are. He was told to say that he had been taught by someone with hands strong enough to tame a tiger. The moment those words were spoken, the Southern Sky Swordsman's expression shifted. A memory surfaced. Lon, a man from a provincial family known for his martial traditions. Without hesitation, the young man repeated the phrase exactly as instructed. The old man studied him closely. What he saw was not panic, but resolve. There was courage there, and something familiar, a shadow of the Southern Sky Swordsman's true disciple. That was what unsettled him. He had underestimated how much this boy knew about their clan. Still, if the boy chose to reveal the truth of his own will, mercy was possible. Then the presence from the next room intervened. A name was quietly passed into his mind, one he was meant to speak aloud. Yukon of the Pan clan. The name carried weight. Yukon was infamous not only for his martial prowess, but for a temperament soaked in cruelty. Very few could rival him in brutality, and even fewer survived once his anger was roused. The Southern Sky Swordsman immediately warned his master to tread carefully. His thoughts returned to an old battle, one that had cost him an eye. If that man was involved, this situation was far more dangerous than it appeared. Trouble layered itself endlessly around the boy. In such a moment, resistance would only tighten the noose. He chose another path. He acted as though he had fallen completely into their trap. With measured movements, he showed respect, acknowledging that dark intimacy truly lived up to its reputation. When a soldier seized his arms, he did not struggle. He made it clear that he was surrendering, that this was not the time for selfish pride. But he also drew a line. If anyone dared to touch his sword, there would be consequences. Their eyes told him enough. Their intentions were anything but clean. Trust would not come freely. If they wanted him disarmed, they would need to offer proof worthy of that demand. In the end, they took him together with his sword, escorting him toward an unknown destination. Downstairs, his companions watched in silence as he was led away, his hands restrained. The girl instinctively reached for her blade, ready to move. He caught her eye and sent a quiet warning. Use vibration techniques. Keep everything calm. This was an act. He told her not to make a sound, not to interfere, and to follow at a distance. As they descended, the air grew heavier. He realized he had been here before, 3 times, in a past life, but never this far. He had never stepped onto the underground level. Whatever awaited him now was uncharted territory. When they passed the lower basement, Suvin caught the stench. It looked like a prison, and it smelled of blood. So had always known this clan as informants from the unorthodox faction, people who operated under the harmless cover of a brothel. That understanding shattered the moment he saw the basement. This place was no longer just a nest of information. It was being used for something far darker. As he walked between the soldiers, the weight of the situation settled in. Control had slipped from his hands. Whatever was unfolding here was no longer predictable. Caution was no longer a choice, but a necessity. They descended for a long time, deeper than he expected, until they finally reached their destination. Standing before the head, Suvin inclined his head and expressed his gratitude for their so-called understanding. The reply came cold and sharp. They had only postponed the trouble. Someone like Owl could never deceive him. He gestured toward a passage and explained that following it would lead to the surface, roughly 150 meters away from dark intimacy. That made sense. An organization like this would naturally prepare multiple escape routes. But the logic ended there. Moments later, a massive steel cage slammed shut behind them, sealing the exit. No one present liked the sound of it. When So asked what this meant, the head answered plainly. He had never believed him. Not from the first word. The situation was urgent, and he was not convinced that Suvin was truly a disciple of the Southern Sky Swordsman. The Southern Sky Sword stirred. Before him stood Lon, the man with arms strong enough to tame tigers. Yet the boy himself failed to recognize him. Southern Sky knew instantly. The dark silver armor gave him away, an alloy designed to block piercing strikes almost perfectly. According to what So knew, Lon should have belonged to the Orthodox faction. But memory surfaced. Southern Sky recalled that his previous owner had known Lon 20 years ago. After Lan's entire family was slaughtered, he vanished without a trace. His disappearance had shaken his previous owner deeply. Perhaps that tragedy was what pushed Lon toward an unorthodox path. Everything aligned. Southern Sky had not recognized him at first, because Lon had hidden his face beneath a mask and altered his voice. The old man spoke again, noting that the Southern Sky Swordsman had vanished long ago. Yet during his time here, this was already the sixth person to claim they had seen him. That alone was dangerous. Every fool chasing those rumors was hunting for techniques, for legacy, for inheritance. At first, the old man assumed the boy had come for the same reason. Then he looked again. Something was different. His gaze dropped to the boy's wrist, lingering on the old dark silver band wrapped around it. A spark flashed in his eyes. In that instant, the old man stepped forward, breaking into the confrontation himself. His expectations of the boy rose sharply. If he truly was a disciple, then he would know the Shining Star technique. That was the test. Without warning, the head launched an attack, his energy surging forward with crushing force. So remained calm. He met the strike head-on, his Southern Heaven sword flashing as he deflected the blow and redirected its force straight back at the old man, making it clear he was far from ordinary. The old man received the counterattack with his iron-like grip, his silver arms absorbing the impact with ease. Still, he did not retreat. One silver hand shot forward, aimed directly at So's face. Claws followed, sharp and precise, trying to seize him. But So slipped away, his body light and fluid. The old man's eyes narrowed. The boy's footwork was soft, smooth, as though he were gliding through clouds. Each step carried the rhythm of a shining star. Then came the sudden ferocity, a tiger lunging for its prey. Their energies collided, filling the space with pressure. There was no room for hesitation. So drew his Southern Heaven sword fully and poured his chi into it. To face the old man properly, he activated the Shining Star technique. The first formation burst forth, striking like a tiger's punch. The impact landed solidly. The head staggered back, eyes widening. This boy was not simple at all. Something about him was unmistakable. In that instant, he saw the silhouette of the Southern Sky Swordsman. The sensation dragged him back decades, to the last time he had faced this technique. The same presence, the same pressure, yet now it flowed from this young man who called himself a disciple. The blow tore into the old man's shoulder. Blood spilled freely. He stared at the wound in disbelief. The technique was familiar, yet the sword's path was different. The form had been altered. Clutching his shoulder, he understood that the boy had reshaped the technique beyond expectation. There was no reason to continue doubting. The proof stood before him. The head straightened and formally acknowledged the boy as the one with hands strong enough to tame tigers. Lock-in. He apologized for his earlier rudeness. So returned the gesture, offering his own apology. Their brief silence shattered as a body slammed into the wall with brutal force and collapsed at their feet. It was Lon. From the drifting smoke, Owl's companions stepped forward. Young, sharp-eyed warriors, their skill immediately apparent. Lacan greeted them with open surprise, clearly not expecting to see so many young disciples standing together. After showing proper respect, Mayan stepped forward and introduced himself. For a long time, Lon had carried a quiet worry in his heart, fearing that the Southern Sky Swordsman's legacy had vanished forever. Seeing these youths erase that fear, the art had not disappeared. It had been passed down to worthy hands, and that alone eased something deep within him. If not for Yukin's presence, Lekin would have liked to speak with him longer. But time was no longer a luxury. The children needed to move quickly. He promised that if their organization uncovered anything about the servant, he would personally ensure the information reached Owl, wherever he might be. After all, there had been 2 requests. The second concerned a medallion. So asked what it was and whether Lacan had seen it before. When the old man examined it, an image of a flying crane set against the moon, his expression grew serious. He immediately understood that the boy had no idea what the symbol meant. If his judgment was correct, it could be tied to the dark sect of the flying moon. Long ago, that sect had stood equal to the 4th sect, the one responsible for pacifying unorthodox factions. Now, almost nothing remained of them but whispers. The boys leaned in, drawn by the implication. But when it came to the crane, Lacan raised his iron hand and stopped them. He was not certain this was something they should rush into. Those days were buried deep in the past, and truths like these demanded patience. Understanding would come, but only with time. This request was of a higher rank, and it carried an additional price. Suvin caught the meaning immediately. He decided he would pay whatever was required. He had hoped that invoking the swordsman's name might soften Lacan's stance, but there was no sense in lingering. Once the information was obtained, Lacan would pass it along. That was enough. They departed through winding caves that seemed endless, twisting until direction lost meaning. Then, at last, light appeared ahead. They emerged from a well, unscathed, surprised by how cleanly they had escaped. Their next destination was Shiman Province, where the twins awaited. Yet unease followed them. Al felt at first the sense of unseen eyes. The others noticed it soon after. As they climbed out through the ruins, they saw them. Nearly 20 figures stood ahead, blocking the forest path. They carried no swords, and not a single movement had betrayed their approach. They were masters of concealment. The thought crossed their minds. Could they really defeat everyone blocking their path? The answer didn't matter. There was no time to waste on meaningless battles, and hesitation would only tighten the trap. Before any decision was made, one man stepped out from the shadows, his voice loud and deliberate. If the house had gone out of its way to secretly escort these people, then they were clearly disciples. That much was obvious to him. So felt a chill. This man was dangerous. Red chi rolled off him in waves, thick and violent. An eye patch covered one side of his face, while the exposed eye glowed with a cold, blood-colored light. He cared about only one thing. Where was Ho Jong-dai? That question alone told so enough. So decided to speak first. If there was old resentment tied to the Southern Sky swordsman, it was better to defuse it now. He stepped forward, introduced himself, and apologized for any misunderstanding. He didn't even finish the sentence. The man attacked. Suvin barely raised his guard in time. The force behind the strike was terrifying. Another instant, and his arm would have been torn apart. A whip snapped through the air, its path unpredictable, its power brutal. The man sneered. He had no interest in someone as young as Suvin. If this boy truly was the swordsman's disciple, then they were not walking the same path. Their energies were fundamentally different. Suvin's companions moved to intervene, but he stopped them immediately. Stay back. A glance around revealed the truth. Hundreds of soldiers were no longer hiding. They had surrounded the area completely, weapons ready. The result of this clash would be decided by speed. So gave his orders without hesitation. His friends were to handle the warriors. He would take the strongest one himself. The man burst out laughing. Even if all 3 attacked together, he believed they would struggle to block him. So stepping forward alone made him look insane. A reckless fool in the eyes of a monster. Words meant nothing now. So didn't argue. He let his actions speak. The southern sky soared filled with energy, humming violently as chi surged through it. He struck. The structure beneath his opponent shattered, the rack exploding apart under the force. The man leapt away effortlessly, landing with a grin. He mocked the attack, declaring that such techniques were useless against him. Even if the boy's master stood here now, he claimed, the result would be the same. A master swordsman would still fall before his power. Suvin felt it then. Energy flooded every cell of his body, dense and overwhelming. Strength gathered without resistance, absolute and unquestionable. His opponent radiated confidence, convinced of victory. So was calm. There was no doubt left in his heart. Mayun drew his sword the moment he understood there was no more time to hesitate. The vice commander was right. Fixating on a single enemy would be foolish. Even if they managed to bring him down, they would be left with nothing to face the rest. The only choice was to spread their strength, thin the enemy ranks, and then support the vice commander. The soldiers laughed inwardly. To them, Mayun looked like a reckless fool charging in without knowing who he faced. They raised their whips, confident they could crush him instantly. They didn't expect resistance. They didn't expect skill. They were wrong. The instant Mayun's blade flashed, superiority revealed itself. One of the scoundrels fell before he even understood what had happened. Death came clean and final, sending him straight to hell. The confidence on the warriors' faces shattered. The first disciple of Panlon had died in a single breath. During sparring, they had seen Mayun's calm gaze and sensed he knew killing techniques, but witnessing that level of lethality was something else entirely. Compared to this, even gouging out an eye felt like a joke. Mayan paused for a fraction of a second, surprised at himself for stopping. That hesitation vanished immediately. The vice commander was still in danger. There was no time for reflection. He moved again, cutting through the fools and rushing to her side. Watching her tear through enemies without mercy, he realized with grim certainty that one day, she would drag him straight into the grave with her. Even so, he followed without hesitation. Elsewhere, the real clash continued. Sven faced a monster. The difference in chi between them was overwhelming, but now that he had seen the enemy's techniques, resistance was possible. Southern Heaven urged him on, warning that his body would not endure this technique for long. Against such brutal attacks, hesitation meant death. He had to act while his chi still held. The whip screamed through the air. A steel strike aimed directly at his head. The moment it reached the space where Sven stood, the ground erupted in a violent explosion. He blocked the blow with his sword, proving that he was not so easily crushed. The eye-patched commander narrowed his gaze. This opponent was no longer simple. When the whip coiled around the blade, Sven moved. He activated the shining sword technique, releasing the second formation. The force surged outward, sharp and decisive. But the enemy's grip did not loosen. The whip held firm, wrapping tighter and tighter. Only then did Sven realize it. Without noticing, he had been completely ensnared. To continue the fight, the first thing he had to do was free his hand. He leapt upward, twisting his body and tearing himself out of the whip's hold. His opponent roared that the game was over and swore to destroy him. So knew he had driven himself into a corner. He also knew that, under normal circumstances, this scoundrel could be killed by his left hand and the short sword he wielded to erase enemies. But against this man, that power meant nothing. The villain laughed, mocking him as a mere child who would never learn anything worth mastering. Then the sword slipped from So's left hand. Instead of falling uselessly, it was swallowed by chi in midair. The boy's control did not break. From a distance, he guided it. The moment his opponent's vigilance wavered, the sword slammed into the ground and struck upward, catching him off guard. The enemy's expression changed. Anyone capable of such control was rare. He demanded to know who So was. Left-handed sword techniques were almost unheard of, but there was no reason to answer. This fight would only end one way. So activated the Shining Star technique again. He aimed to finish it, directing the rotating sword of his chi straight at his opponent. The strike carried terrifying force. Before it could land, the whip flashed. It struck his back like a falling mountain. Blood burst from his mouth as his body was hurled forward. This man was stronger than anyone Sven had ever faced. He shattered the technique, almost playfully, cutting it apart with a casual flick of the whip. Thanks to his metal transformation, the blow did not cripple him. Still, none of his efforts had left so much as a mark on the enemy. The eye-patch commander studied him carefully. The boy was reaching his limit. He had shown techniques of the Southern Sky Swordsman, yet something felt off. Was he truly a disciple? The commander spoke coldly, saying that what he saw resembled metal transformation more than sword arts. And yet, the boy somehow knew techniques belonging to two martial artists who had vanished years ago. So did not answer. He had no need to. He would consider explaining, if the commander ended up kneeling. The commander scoffed. Answers could be forced out by tearing out lungs if necessary. Then his gaze shifted. All around them, his soldiers lay dead, bodies soaked in blood. His teeth clenched as realization hit him. Every one of his disciples had been slaughtered by this same boy. How had he allowed this to happen? What had he been doing all this time? One thought echoed clearly. A single youth had forced an overwhelmingly powerful man to reveal his hidden technique. A vast surge of chi erupted, flooding the entire space. An overwhelming sea of chi surged into the sky. The whip ignited, its flames spinning faster and faster, compressing terrifying amounts of energy as it expanded at a monstrous pace. The man became so fast, so dense with power, that his form blurred and vanished from sight. If he touched Al even once, he would tear him apart. One mistake here meant death. So tightened his grip on the bloodstained sword. When the attack crashed toward him with killing force, he abandoned restraint. He poured everything he had into resistance, flooding his body with chi. Amid the chaos, his perception sharpened. His sword hand trembled, not from fear, but from contact with something different. This energy was not the same. For a fleeting instant, the Southern Sky Swordsman reached him through the third star. The connection lasted only a breath. Al's pupil contracted sharply as memories surged back. He saw it clearly. The moment the Southern Sky Swordsman had once faced this very warrior. Using that vision, he pushed off the ground and struck straight for the man's eye. It was a phantom of a swordsman long dead, yet the technique lived on. And in this moment, it was enough. So I understood immediately. That vision carried immense power. He had to cling to it, focus on it completely. The man roared in fury, swearing to kill him on the spot, disciple or not. But the Southern Sky Swordsman will cut through the noise. Stay focused. Endure. Observe everything. So analyzed every movement in real time, searching relentlessly for an opening. He had to survive long enough for Yukuin to close in, compiling movements, patterns, fragments of past battles into something usable. What he was doing now would silence this opponent forever, or carve fear into him like the mark of a savage wolf. The man stared at him, disbelief flickering across his face. It was happening. Even within the raging torrent of chi, this boy was dismantling his secret technique. Just like that cursed swordsman from the past. It didn't matter, the man told himself. Over the years, he had repaired every flaw. Nothing could touch him now. He lashed out again. The whip moved, but the chi betrayed him. It wrapped around his arm, binding it completely, locking it in place. In the same instant, so moved, using his left arm, he guided his chi like a thread, winding it tighter and tighter, sealing the opening he had been waiting for. He lunged to strike, and in that instant something terrifying opened between them. So understood immediately, he had to close the distance. The steps of the shining star were made for evasion, not for pressing an enemy head-on. The axe and movement technique worked on broken terrain, not for pure speed. To reach this scoundrel, he needed something else. Something he had seen years ago. Han had given him that technique with a single condition. Use it only when you are prepared to die. So had never once used it since then. Not until now. Remembering it clearly, he felt no hesitation. Thanks to the young hostess, his resolve was complete. This technique would end the fight. In a flash, his sword shot forward like an arrow, aimed at the enemy's weakest point. He had wanted to pierce the skull, but it didn't go deep enough. The enemy caught him. Rage exploded in his eyes. He could not forgive such humiliation. The whip lashed out as he roared insults, binding so tightly as hatred poured from him. He refused to accept defeat. If you don't die here, then die to the disciple of the southern sky, he snarled. Raising his hand, he prepared the final strike, aiming straight for So's head. For a moment, it seemed nothing could stop it. Then lightning cut through the battlefield. Mayun burst in, her sword flashing as she struck cleanly and decisively. The enemy collapsed, neutralized in a single motion. She stood behind him, silent proof that she had arrived. So met her eyes and felt the tension drain from his body. She had nearly been too late, but nearly was enough. With the enemy down and his army scattered across the ground, defeated, So was pulled back to his senses. He had nothing. There was no need. Mayun adjusted his shoulder with practiced ease, fitting of an heir who had mastered the dragon palm. As So looked once more at the fallen Yonghang of the Pan clan, he understood what this meant. News of this battle would spread across the world without delay. He had survived by fortune, but not by chance alone. Mayun said as much, reminding him that opponents like this were never defeated by luck. So knew she was right. The gap in power had been overwhelming. Without the third star ability, he would already be dead. Staring at his hand, he fell silent, thinking. Mayun frowned when she noticed him staring at her. She asked if he was in pain, if he needed help. But strangely enough, everything felt fine. If not for her, he would already be dead. That much was undeniable. She had saved his life, arriving at the exact moment fate demanded it. When he told her that, her expression brightened. She laughed and said she would gladly kill 100 more of those enemies if her brother only gave the order. The assistant cleared his throat loudly. He had fought as well and clearly expected some acknowledgement. Seven almost smiled. Every one of them was utterly exhausted. As expected, there had been no fewer than 20 masters opposing them, and now all of them lay scattered on the ground, broken, immobilized, and never rising again. Only then did he truly realize how terrifying his companions were. Time was no longer on their side. They had stayed here too long. The bodies had to be dealt with, and their chi restored, even if only a little. But the moment he tried to stand, the backlash of the metal transformation surged through him. His body gave out. Mayun caught him as he collapsed, her arms tightening instinctively. She looked down at him, alarmed, wanting to help, but unsure how. She told the commander to rest. They would handle the bodies themselves. Seven understood. They didn't need his help, and as her elder, it would have been strange to insist. Between them, support was natural. It didn't need to be spoken. The assistant from the poor clan complained that his leg hurt and that he needed rest as well. Mayun didn't even look at him. She said that if he didn't work, she would bury him along with the corpses so he could rest forever. Watching the exchange, Seven couldn't quite grasp the dynamics of their team, but he found it oddly amusing. He sat down in the lotus position, forcing his chi circulation to stabilize so they could leave quickly. Then he felt it. Something subtle, but unmistakable. His core felt denser, stronger. Every battle that pushed him to the edge of death had refined it, allowing him to store more chi. The realization struck him hard. This was no coincidence. It was an ability in itself. As he remained still, faint vibrations rippled through him. While his team erased traces of the fight and dealt with the bodies, Seven's senses sharpened. He could feel swords. And with that, he knew they were not alone. There were others nearby. Not long after, Mayun rushed toward the vice commander to warn him. At that very moment, Seven hadn't even sensed the danger closing in. A whip cut through the air, aimed straight for Owl, but Mayun intercepted it cleanly, her movement sharp and precise. She barely spared the attack a thought. All she cared about was whether the commander was still standing. Seeing that he was alive, relief flickered across her face. The boy from the poor clan was still trying to understand where they even were. From the moment they entered this place, the enemies hadn't given them a single chance to breathe. It was clear now. There were two separate groups, each guarding a different zone. This wasn't bad timing. It was deliberate. Enemies never waited for you to be ready. The man leading the new group stared in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how his master had been harmed at all. Rage consumed him as he swore revenge, declaring that he and his army would tear these scoundrels apart for daring to kill their master. Then the sky cracked. Something enormous slammed down from above, shattering the ground on impact. A deep, amused voice echoed through the chaos, telling them to slow down. The giant grinned broadly, clearly entertained. He spoke casually, almost cheerfully, asking how they had managed to kill the Pan clan's rascal and cause this many problems. Seven stiffened. That laugh. He had heard it before. One of the squad screamed at the newcomer to get out of the way. Another cursed him outright, calling him a pig, and hurled his whip to restrain him. The whip didn't even slow him down. The giant caught it effortlessly with one massive hand and smiled. With a simple tug, he ripped it from its owner's grasp. The man froze, staring in shock, unable to understand where such strength came from. The giant began to remove his mask, his voice dropping as anger surfaced. "How dare you," he said. "How dare you bite into the life of my students?" The name followed immediately. A.K. Jong. Before anyone could react, his fist moved. The blow erased the enemy completely, smashing him into the ground with such force that nothing recognizable remained. The remaining soldiers faltered, watching their commander die in an instant, unsure whether to flee or kneel. The eccentric A.K. Jong had arrived. The fourth elder of the blood cult stood there in perfect condition, overflowing with vitality. He was smiling because he was bored. Life back home had been suffocating, and he had come looking for something worth breaking, and he found it. Elsewhere, in the northeast of the province, the blood cult's hideout stirred. A tavern crowded with famous figures buzzed with quiet tension as the twins, accompanied by their assistants, made their way toward the agreed meeting place. One of the twins, Beck, walked through the tavern with a light heart. Seven was nowhere near this place yet. That alone lifted his mood. They had been given 2 weeks to prove themselves as representatives of their family, and only 4 days had passed. Beck was convinced that this time the teacher would finally praise him. Once that happened, his standing within the cult would rise, and Mayun would be the one begging to become his disciple. Just imagining it was enough to satisfy him. The guard stopped them and demanded confirmation. Beck presented their insignia without hesitation. The inspection ended instantly, and they were allowed inside. He assumed Vice Commander Seven Hui had not arrived yet. After all, they had come early. Then someone casually asked whether the commander was already here. The answer stunned him. He was. Not only had he arrived, but his arrival had shaken the entire place. Commander Seven and his subordinates had not come empty-handed. They had brought proof. The severed head of Yonghang of the Pan clan. The moment Beck heard this, his vision darkened. He nearly collapsed on the spot. The news spread like wildfire. By nightfall, the entire Guizhou province was buzzing. Rumors claimed that the twins had successfully secured their positions as clan representatives. The witch and the master were pleased. By all accounts, the mission had been a success. Then new rumors surfaced. When talk of Commander Sui's actions reached higher ears, the Yang clan formally demanded an investigation into the events at Dar proximity. That single request threatened everything. If they accepted it, too much would be exposed. Action was needed immediately. Their spies soon uncovered the source of the request. Conan. As the pieces came together, more details emerged. On the way to the shelter, Vice Commander Seven had encountered Yonghang of the Pan clan. The masters were stunned. Yonghang was known as a peerless warrior, someone without equal. Why would a man like that confront them when there was no prior conflict? Han pondered the possibilities. Perhaps it was connected to the Muram tournament. Perhaps Seven had deliberately presented himself as a disciple of the Southern Sky Swordsman. Everyone knew that Yunhan had lost an eye in that battle, struck down by someone even high-level masters could not defeat. Did Seven truly defeat such a monster? It sounded impossible, and yet the head lay there, undeniable. Despite the overwhelming difference in strength, Seven had killed him. The question was how. At first, the old man suspected interference from the fourth elder. But the truth surfaced soon enough. By the time reinforcements arrived, Yunhan and his students were already dead. Seven had done himself. According to what they learned, the vice commander had outplayed Yonghang at the precise moment his defenses weakened. He risked his life, and somehow dragged himself out of the battle victorious. The news spread fast, and it sounded unreal even to those who heard it firsthand. The witch understood immediately that this man was a fool, someone who would gamble everything without hesitation. To her, it was madness disguised as courage. The masters, hearing fragments of the report, assumed the worst. They believed Seven had been gravely wounded and that his entire unit had been wiped out. No one would have been surprised if that had been the truth. Then a servant returned alive. He reported that everyone had escaped, battered but breathing, their injuries minor enough to heal. That single report changed everything. If the fourth elder had not arrived when he did, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Even now, the margin between survival and annihilation was uncomfortably thin. The fourth elder made his stance clear soon after. He would spend the remaining days before the tournament in seclusion, recovering and restoring himself. No one argued. Entering the tournament in anything less than peak condition would be reckless, especially after what had just happened. No matter how reluctant they were, the advisors had no choice but to acknowledge the truth. Seven was not just lucky. He was competent, resilient, and far more dangerous than they had previously judged. Han calmly stated that if the servant had finished the necessary confirmations, he should retrieve the head and bring it back. The counselors exchanged looks, then agreed. Removing Yang's head was no small feat. Permission was granted, and the servant left with the proof of victory. Before the matter could be closed, the fourth elder delivered one final message, one that carried weight. The council should officially recognize the execution of the Pan Clan's leader as Seven Huey's personal achievement. More than that, they should promote him from commander to senior commander without delay. Hearing this, the council was visibly shaken. Such direct endorsement was rare, almost unheard of, especially coming from Master A.K. Zhang himself. Far away, in an Yin province, Wuhou County, the town of Tai had already fallen into chaos. The temple entrance was soaked in blood. Soldiers lay dead across the steps, cut down with ruthless efficiency. The red-haired girl stood beneath an unusually bright moon, gazing up at it with a faint smile. She called it a perfect night to die and casually asked her enemies if they agreed. Only then did she remember the man bound before her could not answer. She decided that was unacceptable. Grabbing him by the head, she lifted his face and spoke again. He was strong enough to challenge even her, and that made him useful. She wanted him to accomplish something for her, just as she had demanded the last time they met. When he hesitated, her demonic energy pierced into his left side, sharp and deliberate. She told him calmly that agreeing earlier would have spared him the pain. Before leaving, she gave him 3 days to complete her order. Moments later, one of her warriors returned. She asked if it was done. All 5 targets had been erased. Looking ahead into the darkness, the red-haired craftswoman narrowed her eyes, already wondering how many run he had brought with him. But the warrior was confident the number was far smaller than she feared. Even if the enemy managed to control a handful of strong fighters, they would never be enough to challenge her warriors. Her aide spoke with certainty, telling her not to concern herself. He promised that he would personally see to it that the sword was delivered into her hands, no matter what it took. 35 days later, Seven finally fell whole again. His body responded cleanly, his strength returning almost completely. With his recovery nearing its end, he returned to the city where he had once lived through 8 years of silent espionage, every day shadowed by the fear of exposure. This place was no ordinary city. It was the very heart of the Murim Orthodox factions, their sacred stronghold. He arrived in HBE province, Wuhan. Sodom, sensing his thoughts, questioned what made this province so important. Seven explained calmly. The area was guarded by 2 of the 8 great masters of the Central Plain. Because of their presence, no unorthodox faction dared to leave even a trace here. One was the head of the Emperor's Swordstrike sect. The other was the leader of the Murim Alliance, the Eternal Supreme, Sword himself. Hearing this, Sodom was impressed. These massive factions ruled through fear alone, and that fear was the only reason the city remained peaceful. Still, rumors were already spreading that this calm would not last. In 6 months, the structure of the 8 masters would change, and everything would collapse. The leader of the Yuden sect would die, falling on his own land atop Mount Yuden, slain by the brutal Killer Jalam, one of the 4 of the calling. The collapse of the alliance between the Unbound faction and the Murim Alliance, combined with the death of Sword Emperor Tan, would drag the once tranquil Murim into complete chaos. Seven did not slow his pace. He had an important task to complete here. They arrived at the inn where they were meant to meet a spy who had infiltrated the Murim Alliance. The city itself was overflowing with people. The heat was unbearable, yet no one cared. With the tournament drawing near, everyone wanted to be here. Once inside the inn, it became clear there were no available seats. They would have to wait. The master kept his mask on the entire time. Naturally, he still managed to secure a table. He casually blamed Al for not having a seat, saying he had dragged his feet for too long. She and the twins would sit there, and so could find somewhere else. Walking off with his boys, one of them complained endlessly about having to stand in this heat. Seven already had an answer. If he circulated his inner energy, the discomfort would fade away entirely. He still had energy left, which in itself was absurd. Who would waste inner energy just to cool their body? Mayun had once done exactly that, only to think the man was a complete idiot for even suggesting it. Annoyed, she lashed out and knocked a poor disciple from a minor sect unconscious with a single kick, venting her irritation without restraint. As one of the men approached Seven, he glanced around and realized there were no empty tables left. Instead of leaving, he offered to share his seat. Seven accepted with polite gratitude. But the moment he sat down, his expression hardened. He recognized the man immediately. His swordsman sensed the shift and grew uneasy, asking who the stranger was. Standing just behind him, Suvin finally confirmed it for himself. This was no ordinary person. It was the burning king of the Supreme Blade, one of the 8 great masters. Jinkying. His chi pressure alone was overwhelming, dense, and refined to an almost frightening degree. Of all places, of all moments, they had crossed paths here. Jinkying did not belong to any orthodox sect or unorthodox faction. He stood apart from them all, known across Murim as a man of absolute principle and authority. He tolerated no injustice and bowed to no alliance. What troubled Suvin was not who he was, but why he was here. According to everything he knew, Jinkying had never cared for celebrations or gatherings. Yet here he was, sitting calmly on the eve of the tournament. The look in Owl's eyes gave it away. Jinkying noticed at once. He rose from his seat and stared directly at Suvin, his gaze sharp and probing, as if trying to peel away layers of truth. Even his companions grew tense and quietly asked who the boy was. Suvin answered carefully, saying they had never met in person, only that he had once seen Jinkying from afar. The words did not sit well. If they had never met, there was no reason for recognition. Suvin could feel suspicion settling in. A master of Jinkying's level could read the flow of chi around him as easily as breathing. Any inconsistency would stand out instantly. Cornered by the situation, Suvin focused on one thing only: ensuring the Burning King did not interfere. If force was invoked here, nothing good would come of it. The memory surfaced unbidden. Long ago, Jinkying had crossed blades with Chan and severed his arm without hesitation. The pain of that moment still lingered in Murim's collective memory. Knowing that such power stood within arm's reach made Suvin uneasy. Worse still, any conflict here would almost certainly lead to the total collapse of his mission. If things went wrong here, they could be killed or exposed, and the situation would turn lethal in an instant. Suvin forced his mind to work faster, pushing past the pressure. At last, he spoke. He said Jinkying could not recognize him because he had only seen him once, at Lake Daunting, lost among a sea of people. Remembering a single face from that crowd would have been impossible, even for the Burning King. The name Lake Daunting struck something. About 5 years ago, Jinkying had indeed been there with his family. Unorthodox madmen had tried to assassinate them, and he had personally taught those fools a lesson. Suvin had been there as well, standing beside his father, watching the clash from a distance. At the time, the Burning King had only asked for his name. Back then, Suvin had hoped to pass unnoticed, introducing himself as the young head of the Shay family from Yen. The name he gave was Seo Ikong. Hearing it now, the old man paused. If that was truly his name, then he would belong to a renowned clan. In Jinkying's mind, a mistake quietly corrected itself. Perhaps this boy was not a disciple of the man seated at the far table after all. As he looked around, Suvin felt it clearly. Jinkying's perception was sharp, frighteningly so. He had already sensed Hikajong among the guests. This was not a man to joke with. So Suvin layered another lie on top of the first. He claimed to be a friend of his father, a man once known as the Golden Boar. Such a person had truly existed, a well-known figure who had already met his end. Now, A.K. Jong was using that abandoned identity. The old man accepted it without pressing further. Een village was far away, and anyone traveling such a distance would almost certainly be here for the tournament. Suvin smiled and confirmed it. Then the Burning King casually mentioned that Suvin might end up facing his grandson in the arena. That detail was not public knowledge. Jinkying's grandson would be participating, and he had just arrived. As the young man stepped in, he wore a satisfied smile, pleased that he had fulfilled his grandfather's request by settling the bill for the meal. This was Jin Yang, grandson of the Burning King of the Supreme Blade. Finding the innkeeper in such a packed hall had not been easy. Al studied him closely. Jinkying's reputation had been forged by his sword, and there was no doubt his grandson had inherited that legacy. This would not be an easy opponent. The aura radiating from Jin Yang was dense and controlled, the unmistakable presence of someone standing at the peak of great skill. If our hero were to defeat him, he would have to rely on the enemy's core energy. That much was unavoidable. Still, he expected nothing less from someone who carried the blood of one of the 8 strongest masters in Murim. When the grandson finally sat down, he casually asked the old man who the people beside him were. The boy responded first, introducing himself as the 3rd son of the Unfai family. In return, Zhang Yun introduced himself politely and expressed proper respect. His gaze then shifted to our hero's companion. Noticing her presence, he asked for her name. The girl clearly disliked him and had no desire to speak, but etiquette left her no choice. Stepping closer, she introduced herself as Mo Yun. Our beauty answered flatly and turned away at once, directing her attention elsewhere. After a few brief exchanges, Zhang Yun decided her manners were dreadful. Still, he restrained himself. Looking down on her brother would be even worse. The situation was painfully awkward. Neither side made eye contact. Both turned their backs as if the other did not exist. He wished she had even a basic sense of the atmosphere. Then it happened. A sudden, brutal impact struck the Burning King's grandson without warning. No one understood what had occurred or why he had been sent flying. Even our hero froze, unsure whether what he had just seen was real. The master, however, remained calm. He sighed lightly and admitted that he must have raised his grandson too gently, accepting the blame himself. As his only grandson, he apologized on his behalf, hoping no one had been offended. Only then did the true weight of his power become clear. With nothing more than a splash of alcohol, he had unleashed enough inner energy to send a man flying. Just a few drops in his hand were enough to generate an explosive force. His stern gaze fell upon his grandson. He ordered him to apologize to Axon for his disrespect. Axon complied immediately, bowing and offering an apology. Watching him, it was obvious he did not mean it. The words were forced out by fear of his grandfather, not regret for his actions. Our hero saw the opening and decided to make use of it. He calmly stated that he understood everything. The boy simply lacked the intelligence to deserve serious attention. He was not offended, only concerned. To outsiders, such behavior reflected poorly on the family's honor. With measured words, he reproached Zhang Yun for bringing disgrace upon his grandfather's name. Hearing those words, the grandfather decided it was time to teach his grandson a proper lesson before the tournament began. Our hero watched closely, curious to see how that rigid, intolerant nature would be put to use. As Master J's grandson prepared to leave, Al calmly wished him luck and reminded him to take care of himself if he was going. The boy responded stiffly, muttering that he would achieve good results, then hurried after his grandfather, clearly shaken and already simmering with anger. Moments later, a familiar pressure rippled through the air. The master felt it immediately and asked who it was. The answer came quietly. The Burning King had already left. He waved it off, calling it nothing unusual, apologizing for how suddenly it happened, and telling them not to dwell on it. There was no need to take it to heart. He understood everything, including the tension that had been building and the fear that a clash might erupt. They could not forget why they had come here in the first place. Before the atmosphere could settle, a man entered the tavern, surrounded by companions. His name was Du, a first-class spy who had been embedded within the cult for 9 long years. He knew this place well, knew the currents beneath the surface, and understood every movement happening around him. A conversation with him could uncover more than most would dare to imagine. He approached our hero and invited him to sit, noting that the table was now free. Of course he recognized him. In his past life, some of the most valuable advice he had ever received came from this very man. Du spoke again, saying his training as a spy was complete, but before stepping away, he wanted to leave one final lesson. No matter how skilled or insignificant a spy might be, the end is the same for everyone. One should never expect something extraordinary at the final moment. Those words had stayed with him ever since, because they were painfully accurate. Sitting at the table, the spy finally delivered his last line. Through him, the details of the mission would now be revealed. But there was a problem. One of the men was growing nervous, constantly glancing around. If Beck did not stop, he would draw attention. Exposure would be inevitable. Our hero understood at once. Anyone actively searching for a spy would notice such behavior immediately. Beck alone could ruin everything. Far away, deep in the mountains, John trained his grandson beneath a moonlit sky. The cold light followed every movement. The old man's voice thundered through the night, demanding to know who had allowed him to lose his footing. He ordered him to stand and fight. The boy's body trembled, his legs giving out as he collapsed again, unable to rise. The sight only fueled John's anger. Then another old man stepped forward, telling him not to judge the boy too harshly. He was certain the failure had not been intentional. He could not understand it. The boy standing behind him was clearly far stronger than the so-called third son of the family, yet he chose to remain in the shadows. In that case, the failure was even more unforgivable. The old man stated calmly that he had never once doubted his ability to perceive an opponent's true strength. Was he truly the only one among the three who had seen through it, who realized that the young man carried power far beyond what he showed on the surface? John folded his arms and spoke coldly. If both he and his grandson were to hide their swords, he would not even dare to say which of them would win. The scene shifted to the outskirts of the district, where the one responsible for coordinating the plan had selected a discreet meeting place. Every room in an unremarkable hotel had been reserved in advance. Beneath one of the beds, a message containing intelligence on the Murim Alliance was carefully hidden. Several masters could identify Axon instantly just by sensing his aura, and this area was under the watch of 2 of the 8 great masters. If Axon stayed too close, no disguise would deceive them. Because of that, for the entire duration of the tournament until its final day, the master would remain away from the crowds, stationed on the edge of the city. The situation was delicate, and everyone understood their role. That left his brothers as the only ones free to move without restraint. They would gather every piece of information the spy delivered. The group would split into 2 teams. One would be led by our hero, the other by Sojek. If both teams somehow reached the finals together, Sojabek would deliberately yield victory to our hero. Preparations continued in silence, including a specially crafted scabbard designed to conceal an additional sword. 10 days before the tournament, Al had his own task to complete. On the outskirts of the city, a place known as the heart of the Mima Alliance, craftsmen from every path gathered together. Any artisan would feel at home here. Sin walked these streets with confidence. Anyone who had ever witnessed the Southern Sky Iron Sword Tournament would recognize it instantly. Those who had known the Southern Sky Swordsman personally would identify his technique the moment they saw his blade. He had not yet taken on the look of a follower hiding in damp caves. The man was polishing a sword, and only a seasoned blacksmith could restore the distinct, cold sheen to the steel. As Sin passed through the village streets, he counted nearly 40 blacksmiths, each surrounded by customers, their forges alive with sound and heat. Our hero needed a place no one cared about, somewhere overlooked. His request would take time, and a popular forge would never wait. A mediocre blacksmith would also be useless. Cold steel demanded real skill. He needed a specific place, a name half lost to time, and he was not even sure it still existed. Somewhere in these forgotten streets, there had to be a blacksmith of rare talent, one who had once risen to fame after repairing a sword for Bakenmook himself, only to fade back into obscurity. That meant searching the slums for someone who had not yet been discovered. This part of the city felt abandoned. There was no ringing of hammers, no roar of furnaces. It had not yet earned a reputation. The former owner of the Southern Sky Sword used to say that the greater your skill, the easier it was for others to find you. He compared it to food. Many restaurants look terrible, yet their dishes are unforgettable. That belief had guided him for years. Saddam disagreed with that logic, and so did his fellow blacksmith. If such a person truly existed and they found him, there would be no doubt. They entered a warehouse that looked ready to collapse. Inside was nothing but scattered junk, and an unrecognized blacksmith passed out in a drunken stupor. At first glance, Saddam dismissed him as a worthless drunk. Nothing would come of this. Yet something was wrong. There were no broken sword fragments anywhere near him. After a moment, a familiar sensation crept in. Voices. Swords were crying. They begged for their lives. They carried the weight of endless suffering. And our hero had heard this sound before. From one blade, he sensed a desire for death itself, a plea to stop existing. It was not just one or two swords. This place was filled with them. Whatever had happened here had crushed their will so completely that their cries were unbearable. He stepped past the sleeping blacksmith and pushed open the inner door. Inside, objects calling themselves swords were scattered everywhere, piled into a massive vessel. The sight burned itself into his mind. They resembled copies of Beck Hunmuk's sword. Dozens of them. Why would anyone forge so many blades for the head of the Muram Alliance? Did they break that easily? Or was there another reason entirely? There was only one way to find the truth. He would have to take one in his hand and sink into its memories. As the warrior blindfolded himself, the vision surfaced. An old man raised a sword. His face was unmistakable. No one who had seen it could ever forget it. It was the face of the head of the Muram Alliance, the Eternal High Sword. The moment that man appeared, a chill ran through his body. One glance was enough. The swing, the posture, the sword path itself felt as if it came from an entirely different realm. He had watched the Southern Sky Swordsman countless times, a man who sharpened his skills day after day, pushing himself without rest. Yet even compared to him, this was different. Becky Hyangmuk stood on another plane altogether. His swordsmanship was not refinement or experience alone. It was dominance. When the blade was placed in his hands, the head of Muram tested it briefly and declared it excellent. The blacksmith, tense and hopeful, asked if it suited him now. The answer was calm and merciless. Not yet. 2 fingers rested on the blade, and fire erupted. An overwhelming heat flooded the steel, corroding it instantly. The sword burned in his grasp, saturated with scorching energy. The blade screamed as they collapsed, breaking apart under the flames. He destroyed them without hesitation, without mercy. And yet, it still was not enough. Again and again, he forced the blacksmith to remake them, each time condemning the swords to the same fate. Only then did our hero understand. Becky Hyangmuk's aura was soaked in bloodlust. Whatever had happened to him had twisted his chi itself. The moment his power touched the swords, they were doomed. Crippled from birth, their existence became unbearable pain. They were broken the instant they were created. Holding the ruined stump of a blade, barely more than a hilt, he gently stroked it and told it not to blame itself. This suffering was not its fault. The sword thanked him, its presence faint but sincere. Saddam stood frozen, unable to grasp what was happening, when the sword suddenly crumbled into dust. A presence formed behind him. He spun around sharply, reacting on instinct, defensive and tense. The blacksmith stood there silently. Before accusations could be made, the man spoke first. He said he would pay for the sword that had turned to dust. Then he asked him to do the same for all of them. He gestured toward a massive container, overflowing with blades. These swords were his life's work. He had poured everything into them, but now they could no longer be used. He could not bring himself to destroy them. He wanted the boy to give them release. Only then did it become clear. This crude incense vessel was not decoration. It was meant to purify the souls of the broken swords he had forged with devotion. As Seven studied the blacksmith more closely, he realized something else. This man did not look like a craftsman alone. He carried the bearing of a swordsman. Perhaps payment did not have to be coin. He drew his own sword and presented it. The blacksmith's eyes lit up as he felt the cold steel in his hands. It was a fine piece of work, intricate and demanding. The blacksmith said it would take 5 days. The scabbard was not properly suited to the sword, and that alone made the task delicate. Such a beautiful blade, yet in its current state, it looked as though it had been left to rot in damp darkness for decades. There were reasons for that, reasons better left untouched for now. Leaving the sword behind, the boy went on his way, satisfied. Everything had gone smoothly. He had not expected the blacksmith to notice the hidden trick within the scabbard, but that hardly mattered. What truly mattered was what he had gained. He had witnessed the martial art of Baek Hyunmuk with his own eyes. Something he had dreamed of for years, something he never believed he would actually see. One of the 4 greatest sword techniques in Mima. An opportunity like this would never come twice. With enough time and enough broken swords, he would study it carefully and carve it into his memory. Yet one thing continued to trouble him. The moment the head of Muram poured his energy into the blade, it turned red. That blinding light, that overwhelming bloodlust, did not belong to a righteous sword. Seeing such savagery radiating from the great and revered blade of the Orthodox leader was deeply unsettling. Anyone witnessing it might question whether that man truly belonged among the Orthodox at all. As Seven walked through the streets, the question kept echoing in his mind. What was wrong with that old man? Why would someone like him order copies of his own sword from an ordinary blacksmith? Then it happened. Someone pushed through the crowd and reached for him. Seven twisted away, but a second hand came at him instantly. This time his wrist was caught. The grip was far stronger than he had expected. An unknown assailant attacked him openly, pressing him through the crowd, hurting him like prey. Before he realized it, he was forced into a narrow corner of the slums. He pulled off his hat and stared at the one who had stopped him. That voice. He could never forget it. She said she had heard he drowned in the throat of the river. How, then, was he standing here? It was Baek Yang. Her eyes burned with curiosity as she demanded to know how he survived and why he chose to do so. Her grip remained firm. He did not like her rudeness. If she had no intention of killing him, then why was she holding him like this? He told her to let go. The red-haired which studied him closely. He was different now. Calmer. Steadier. Stronger. She could tell immediately. It was obvious from the start that the woman had no intention of revealing her appearance or her true identity in this place. That alone made Anki steadier than usual. His confidence was not arrogance, but calculation. The situation itself protected him. In a quiet city, things would have unfolded very differently. Here, in the middle of Blacksmith Street, surrounded by noise, heat, and people, her options were limited. Any reckless move would draw attention she clearly did not want. No matter how bold she was, causing chaos here would expose her far too much. After listening to him speak, her interest in Anki only deepened. She openly remarked that someone like him had no business staying near that child. Her tone carried both dismissal and temptation. She extended an offer without hesitation, telling him to come to her side. She promised power, rapid growth, and a future far greater than the one waiting for him if he chose to remain with that girl. If he refused, she claimed, his path would only darken from here. As Anki met her gaze, he understood that this invitation was not made lightly. She had a reason for wanting him. If not for what happened in the Valley of the Six Bloods, he would have accepted without much thought. At the time, standing beside her would have seemed like the smarter choice. But trust does not survive attempted murder. Someone who tries to kill you once can always justify doing it again. More importantly, Anki could sense that he was never her true target. In Un's view, she had been hunting the fourth all along, and Anki was simply an unexpected prize. He considered her words carefully, then thanked her and refused. The answer came instantly. A red surge of energy shot straight toward his head. Anki twisted away just in time, a fraction of a second slower, and his face would have taken the full force of the strike. Instead of anger, her expression lit up with delight. His escape only made him more desirable in her eyes. That strange feeling she had about him returned stronger than before. Someone who had reached the level of a first-ranked master in such a short time calmly read her attack and avoided it. She grabbed his face, openly pleased, as if admiring a rare artifact. In her mind, his growth was absurd. Reaching this height in a single year defied everything she knew. She had never seen anyone surpass expectations so violently, not even herself, and the thought thrilled her. Anki found her excitement misplaced, but she did not stop. Her hand lingered as she spoke of sacrifice, claiming she would even abandon her own family for the sake of raising the strongest child the cult had ever known. The words were heavy, almost unreal. She admitted that she once saw him as useless, someone unfit to be a warrior or even a guard. Now, she looked at him differently, not as a tool, but as a man worthy of standing beside her as a husband. She took his hand and spoke as if stating a simple fact. Marrying her would make him the second most respected man in the cult. Anki looked straight into her eyes and immediately saw the flaw in her words. No matter what she promised, she had forgotten one thing. She was still in disguise. She had no intention of exposing herself or her true goals here. Because of that, he had nothing to fear. The moment he made that clear, she flung his hand away and slammed her fist into the wall. Then she turned back as if nothing had happened, acting as though she had heard nothing at all. She gave him another chance. Why would he reject her? Perhaps he preferred Beck Renha. The thought amused her. She was certain that one night with her would eclipse anything Beck could offer. Opportunities like this did not come often. A woman like her did not make such offers twice. She told him to reconsider. They could do it right here. She was convinced the situation protected them both, just as he believed it did. Unhai, meanwhile, focused on one thing alone: how she could afford to waste time on him. She showed no concern. The sword would be hers sooner or later. He should not worry about that. That confidence was dangerous. She could only speak so boldly because she believed he would never expose her identity here. He would not be foolish enough to drag the cult's internal struggle into the open in front of so many orthodox eyes. She was sure of it, and with that certainty, she decided she would have him no matter what, even if she had to strip his power away. She liked him too much to let him walk away. She struck. Anki blocked her first blow with his fists, but her intent was no longer playful. She aimed to suppress him completely. For a brief instant, he misjudged her, and her energy-charged punch slammed into his side. Pain flared. To survive, he activated his skill and flipped backward, barely escaping the worst of it. Her laughter followed. His movement only proved her right. Exactly as she thought. Holding back was no longer an option. If he hesitated again, she would drag him away by force. He had to show his value. Chi surged through him as he counterattacked. The result made her stop. Calmly, she caught the sword with 2 fingers, effortless and precise. She examined the blade, unimpressed, and questioned him with mild curiosity, wondering why someone like him insisted on using such a broken weapon. He had no intention of answering her. Instead, he drove his foot into her and sent her flying. The kick landed cleanly, throwing her aside and forcing her to expose an opening. Even so, she released the blade at the last instant and managed to block his follow-up strike. Unhai immediately understood that she was anything but an easy opponent. Still, the impact pushed her back several steps, and that was enough. Those few steps bought him space, pulling him out of her immediate attack range. She chased him without hesitation, her voice making it clear that she was done playing. The bloodlust pouring from her was overwhelming. It pressed against his senses like a physical force. People filled the street, yet she showed no concern at all. The thought cut through him sharply. Without his prized Southern Sky Sword, his strongest weapon, could he really hold her off with skill alone? There was nothing left to do but trust himself. Then the air split open with a streak of violet chi. Yun Hui froze, stunned by the speed of the newcomer. The woman who had just arrived had crossed the distance in an instant, her presence sharp and decisive. It was Maze. She stood between them, sword raised, its tip aimed directly at the masked woman. For a brief moment, the woman hesitated, clearly trying to place her. Maze struck first. Her blade sliced through the air, severing several strands of hair and carving a deep gash across the woman's face, tearing through the mask. Blood spilled as the disguise broke. Facing her now, Maze felt it clearly. That hunger, that thirst for blood. She realized she had never stood before an enemy like this. The woman ordered her to step aside. Maze answered coldly, telling her to abandon the thought. If she wanted to force her way through, she was welcome to try. That arrogance only fueled the woman's rage. She moved to crush it. The two collided in a violent rhythm, a brutal dance of exchanged energy strikes that shook the corner of the street. Power crashed against power, building into something monstrous. The pressure alone threatened to tear everything apart. Unhai saw it immediately. Maze had no idea what she was facing. He released his chi without hesitation, shaping it into a barrier just as the woman unleashed a massive explosion of energy. The blast roared outward, ripping through the area and drawing every nearby eye. Soldiers were thrown through the air like broken dolls. He grabbed Maze and moved with her, twisting away at the last second and slamming into cover near a solid block of stone. There was no pride left in him now. This fight could not be won here. Retreat was the only option. Behind them, the woman straightened slowly, brushing dust from her clothes. In front of her lay the aftermath of a single punch, buildings shattered and the street torn apart, silent proof of the power she had just unleashed. Seeing the aftermath of her own attack, she realized she had underestimated him. She had not expected her prey to slip away so cleanly. Instead of frustration, joy crept in. This was exactly the kind of man she needed. Letting him escape this once did not bother her. In her mind, he would bend eventually. A block away, Suvin and Moan hid in silence, having barely escaped that unhinged woman. Moyen turned toward the vice commander, warmth spreading through her chest. Only then did she notice his arm around her waist. He did it without thinking, unaware that she did not dislike it at all. His thoughts were elsewhere. Baek Hyang appearing in person meant the worst possible outcome. There was no time to waste. His master had to be informed immediately. They were fortunate. The elder was staying at the hotel. They found him quickly and reported everything. Before responding, the elders sank into thought. If that woman appeared again without restraint, unleashing her energy fully, he would sense it instantly and arrive himself. Master A.K. Jang reached a firm conclusion. With his current abilities, the boy would not be able to escape her. Unhai knew this was true. Even when he drew on his innate energy, her aura and bloodlust still pressed down on him like a weight. Later, as they rested in the training ground, a reminder came to always move with an escort. The warning felt excessive to some. Nothing had happened for 4 days, and the tension seemed to be fading. His friends lounged on benches under the sun, complaining about the heat and idly wondering what food awaited them. When Moyen was asked for her thoughts, she barely responded. Her mind was elsewhere. She could not forget the way he had pulled her close, the warmth of his touch. The memory lingered, leaving her strangely distracted. During this time, Unhai focused solely on his training. He continued liberating swords, one after another. This was the 75th blade. With it, he realized how vast his accumulated experience had become. A massive reservoir of insight now existed within him, enough to begin applying the Baek Hyangmu technique. Sodam, his loyal sword, praised him. One of the great techniques was now within his grasp. Unhai did not deceive himself. What he possessed was still incomplete. It was an imitation, lacking true mastery. He had yet to understand how to properly channel his inner energy into it. Even so, he pressed on. After testing the blade, he meditated, replaying everything in his mind. As his thoughts settled, a quiet certainty formed. He had moved one step closer to true enlightenment. He turned to Moyen, who was sitting among the swords waiting to be put to rest, and calmly asked her to move aside. It was time to test something. Slowly circulating his chi, he began activating the Shining Star Sword technique. Power flooded his body, dense and overwhelming, far beyond what it used to be. He stood still, breathing steadily, as if the space before him had gone dark and was holding its breath along with him. When he exhaled, the energy surged through every vein and meridian. Then he pushed the technique further. Nothing happened. No flash, no explosion, no response at all. It failed completely. This outcome was not unexpected. He had hoped for at least a visible reaction, but reality remained unmoved. Still, as his gaze drifted, he noticed something strange. The jug nearby had split cleanly in half. A moment later, the tree behind it began to tilt before collapsing, its trunk neatly severed. Only then did he realize what had happened. The energy he had unconsciously directed through his fingers had already done the work. Those around him stared, unable to understand what they had just witnessed. He understood immediately. He had stepped into the 6th level of mastery of the Shining Star technique. The realization was staggering. Later, they gathered at Denfen, a place famous for one thing above all else: its incomparable pork and chicken breast, prepared using a recipe known only to the restaurant. The legendary stewed pork finally sat before them, a dish spoken of as if it were divine. One bite nearly overwhelmed them. The taste was so rich, it bordered on dangerous. For a brief time, they forgot the threats closing in from every direction and simply ate. Tomorrow morning, the iron sword of the southern sky would be ready. He would collect it from the blacksmith, and immediately after, they would head for the castle. There would be no time to rest once that happened. Eating now was the only sensible choice. Despite having arrived in this region long ago, they had never managed to secure seats here. Every table was reserved day after day. This was their first real chance. He tried to relax and enjoy the moment. It did not last. He felt at the instant they entered. 5 or 6 masters stepped into the restaurant, their presence crushing compared to everyone else inside. 2 of them carried swords of remarkable quality. He heard them before he fully saw them. Since awakening the 3rd star, his sensitivity to swords had sharpened dramatically. He could now recognize their strength and even their voices. As his eyes settled on them, recognition followed. He had seen these sword owners before. In his previous life, they had stood among Muram's alliance. They were not villains. Their families had long followed orthodox rules and traditions without deviation. From the distinct presence carried by their swords, it was easy to tell that they were acting as representatives of their clans in the tournament. That was the only reason they would be entrusted with family swords of that caliber. Still, the question remained, what were people like them doing here? As they moved through the restaurant, they spoke among themselves, relaxed and unguarded, until one of them noticed a familiar face. The green-haired troublemaker burst out laughing the moment he saw the so-called donkey from Liang. He came from Hainan province, the heir of a family affiliated with the Muram alliance. Almost immediately, they recalled a story one of them had recently shared about a man who had been expelled from Saklan. That man was standing right in front of them. Sayo had expected this reaction long before it happened. Instead of bristling, he greeted them calmly. When he addressed them by name, their expressions shifted in disbelief. They were stunned that he recognized them. In truth, it would have been strange if he did not. After all, they were the ones who used to mock him openly. But this time, he would not give them that satisfaction. Ching-chong thought the young man was laying it on too thick with his compliments. Sayo knew better. Praise, when used correctly, was a weapon. These people were simple at their core, their emotions written plainly on their faces. Sunin joined in as well, greeting them properly and introducing himself by clan, genuinely pleased to encounter familiar figures so far from home. One by one, the others followed suit, stating their names and backgrounds. When they asked how he knew them, Sayo casually rested his hand on the shoulder of the heavier man and said it had simply been too long since they last met. The reaction was immediate. The man bristled, anger flashing in his eyes, offended that Sayo would dare treat them as old friends. Sayo, however, looked genuinely pleased, smiling as if reunited with someone dear. Keeping his hand on the man's shoulder, he leaned in and whispered through a subtle vibration technique. Smile, or enter the tournament with a broken neck. The message was delivered without sound, without emotion. The green-haired man noticed the sudden silence and frowned, asking why his companion had stopped talking so abruptly, wondering if he had swallowed his tongue. Before he could say more, a sharp vibration pierced his senses as well. He froze. The warning was clear. If he caused trouble, there would be consequences. No further explanation was needed. Sayo calmly continued, saying that joining the tournament was a rare opportunity to meet such renowned figures, adding that his brothers were not feeling particularly well today, so he would represent his clan in the tournament. When his friends asked about his brothers, he brushed it aside, telling them not to worry. If they wished, they could visit his sister instead. He openly admitted that his sister was considered a disgrace to the So clan, and that there was no chance she could represent them. Even though his brothers had the ability to perform well, the girls still harbored doubts about Son. Laughter suddenly erupted from the nearby table. Emoyin could not hold it in. When asked what amused her so much, she answered honestly. She found it ridiculous to hear a complete stranger judging her older brother without ever witnessing his skills. Her younger sister, Kang Hyun, still immature and easily driven by emotion, took offense immediately. Anger flared in her eyes as she demanded that her brother from the Merm Association teach this rude girl a lesson. Outwardly, Kang Hyun maintained proper manners, but her husband, Jin Moon, remained silent, refusing to get involved. Using a vibration technique, he warned her to calm down. This was not someone they should provoke. His caution only fueled her irritation. She accused him of standing by while his fiancée was being humiliated in public. Jin Moon struggled to respond, unable to find the right words. Like a cat and a dog, the two bickered endlessly, and the noise grated on Sayo's nerves. He glanced at them again, briefly considering whether these children needed to be put in their place. Before that thought could settle, a new figure arrived. Jong Jong-un appeared, clearly shocked to find Seo-won here. He was a disciple of a renowned swordsman. That realization alone changed the atmosphere. There were students like this present now, including Yun. Yet Sayo felt no urge to exploit the situation. Everything had unfolded exactly as it should. Jong Jong-un introduced John Y to the group, stating plainly that he was a disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. Sayo calmly added that, if they had not realized it before, they should now understand the connection between their sect and the great master Hojo Day. The people who once laughed at him froze, mouths hanging open. None of them understood how things had turned out this way. Whispers spread through the restaurant. Someone muttered that he was a disciple of the Southern Sky Swordsman. The claim alone made people uneasy. Shock turned into respect. One by one, they introduced themselves properly and apologized for their earlier behavior. Watching their sudden change, sensing the weight of his newfound reputation, Sayo calmly asked them why they had looked down on him earlier, especially after speaking so boldly about teaching him a lesson. Addressing them calmly, he asked which one of them planned to do it. Silence followed. Their earlier confidence evaporated, replaced by fear. No one dared answer. One of them, Jack, finally muttered that people were waiting for him and that he had to leave, awkwardly adding that they could talk later. Seo nodded, telling him to pass his greetings to their squad. With that, he turned to leave the restaurant with his now fully satisfied group. His companions, however, were reluctant to go empty-handed. They asked for takeout, wanting more of the food they had just tasted. Son agreed without hesitation, even telling them to pack portions for the teacher and the twins as well. Moments later, they rushed off in high spirits, clearly delighted. The food truly was exceptional. He had never tasted anything like it in his previous life, and now that he had the chance, he did not intend to waste it. He enjoyed it. As he stepped outside, a small boy suddenly ran into him, hurriedly apologizing. The child slipped a piece of paper into his hand and urged him to take it. Seo frowned. Who sent this? For a moment, he suspected it might concern their mission. Once he steadied himself and unfolded the note, he realized it was something else entirely. If you don't want to lose your sword, come to Forge number 1 tonight. That night, Seo arrived at a darkened forge where flames still burned faintly inside. The furnace was hot, ready for work, which immediately felt wrong. Tools lay scattered across the ground. A fight had taken place here. Before he could examine further, figures emerged from the shadows. Ninjas clad in red kimonos stepped forward. One of them commented on the beauty of the blade in question. It was the Southern Sky sword. In the corner, a blacksmith lay cut down. Siowen's body tensed at the sight. Who would dare do this? Before he could act, one of the strangers spoke, saying he was only here to deliver a message from a young lady. Siowen was to withdraw from the upcoming tournament. He was also told to inform Lady Bria that surrender would earn her mercy. If Siowen believed he understood the situation, then he was mistaken. Defiance would only lead to greater loss. Keeping his movements slow, Siowen raised one hand, pretending calm, as if unarmed. He asked the man to relax and not do anything foolish. In that instant, his energy surged. His sword responded. The blade coiled toward him, ripping free from the man's grasp before the fool even realized what had happened. The sword returned to Siowen's hand, solid and familiar. At once, he understood. This was not Bekhai's doing, and the man's initiative, bold as it was, had sealed his own fate. With the Southern Sky sword back where it belonged, Siowen's confidence settled in fully. He straightened, looking at them evenly, and suggested they continue the discussion, starting with everything they had just said about his sword. With the sword once again under his control, the tone of the exchange shifted completely. Yunhai studied the man and concluded that he could not see her at all, protected by a secret technique and a mask. His opponent tightened his grip on his weapon, clearly preparing to fight. His intention was obvious. Sio withdrew from the tournament. If he refused, the price would be paid immediately for ignoring the warning. The moment hostility surfaced, Sio moved. A massive surge of energy erupted through the man's red aura and crushed down on his face. In the next instant, he was slammed into the ground. Sio pinned him effortlessly, striking precise acupuncture points and sealing his energy flow on the spot. It was almost laughable. Someone this weak, someone who did not even need to open a central core, dared to threaten him. Pinned to the ground, the man begged for his points to be released. He warned that it would be a mistake to think he had come alone. His people were everywhere. The words had barely left his mouth when Siowen's team dropped down from above. They casually asked if he meant those people, explaining that they had already dealt with everyone nearby and had reported the situation to their vice commander. These were not amateurs. They were high-ranking soldiers. The man fell silent, frustration twisting his face. At that point, persuasion was no longer necessary. Torture began. After enduring more than enough, the boy finally broke. He introduced himself as Yo, the second disciple of the fifth blood star. Given the circumstances, he was ready to answer anything. He only begged them to stop tearing his legs apart, mentioning that Mo Yun was particularly skilled at it. Mo Yun did not stop. She enjoyed it far too much. Sio, however, was already piecing things together. Something did not add up. He did not believe this man was acting on her direct will. Earlier, she had clearly said he was not her opponent in the tournament. She had even gone as far as proposing marriage. Why demand his withdrawal now? The answer was obvious. Someone else was pulling the strings. Someone who saw him as a threat and stood to gain if he stepped aside. Fixing his gaze on Yo, Sio asked coldly whether Bikiang had sent him. The answer was yes. Yo explained that the order came from an elder, delivered in secrecy, specifically hidden from the young mistress. She was only observing and did not wish him harm. The moment those words were spoken, Mo Yun's fury exploded. How could someone dare target the vice commander for such a pathetic reason? Mo Yun snapped completely and began tearing into him without restraint. Even Sodam fell silent, analyzing the situation, because none of them had ever heard of this so-called elder before. It became clear that this man had acted on the elder's orders, openly defying the direct will of the young mistress. That alone explained why the first disciple had been deliberately sent away. The pieces were finally lining up. They did not waste time with complicated methods. He still had a few nails left. That was enough. Under pressure, the boy finally spoke. He confessed that the guarantor had panicked the moment he heard that Sio might become the young lady's husband. Hearing this, Sio immediately understood. The elder had acted based on a false assumption, believing marriage was inevitable. In reality, the young mistress would rather die than bind herself to someone she did not choose. They had stumbled onto the schemes of a madman. Mo Yun ripped out another nail. The pain was unbearable, and her anger burned hotter than ever. She was furious that the vice commander had kept something like this from her. But he hadn't, because it was all fiction, delusion, absolute nonsense. A sword pressed against the man's head. Was this really the reason they had been hunted so persistently? Mo Yun could not endure it. Someone had set their sights on what she considered hers, and rage consumed her to the point she offered to kill him on the spot. Son sensed something off immediately and moved to restrain her. Even the Southern Sky sword noted calmly that women tended to lose reason when hearing such things. Sio stopped her. Killing him now would solve nothing. In fact, it would hand the senior Blood Star disciple a perfect excuse to come after them openly. That was likely the goal from the start. Sio decided to let them go. There was no need to stain their hands here. If their assumptions were correct, those four would not live much longer anyway. Mo Yun demanded to know how he could be so certain. Sio answered simply, He already understood the young lady's nature. People who dare to act behind her back would be punished. That was inevitable, given her temperament and her strength. And indeed, when those soldiers returned, they collapsed before their mistress, kneeling and begging for forgiveness. The elder froze when he saw them. He could not believe those idiots were still alive. They should have died at the hands of the fourth elder. Their return ruined everything. If they had died, the plan would have succeeded perfectly. He would have had a perfect excuse. One word of high hicken, one push in the right direction, and the young man would have been punished. Maybe the elder would not even have been able to kill him afterward. The mistress turned this over in her mind for a long time. In her eyes, they were nothing but complete fools. In the end, she made a simple decision. She ordered them to keep watching him. Nothing more. The soldiers dropped to their knees and begged for forgiveness again and again. One of them secretly contacted the elder through vibration, reminding him of his promise to handle the consequences. He begged the elder to intervene. The answer was cold and sharp. Sit still. Stay quiet. Don't anger her further. Then the lady stepped forward. Her gaze swept over them, calm and terrifying. She asked what was done to dogs that disobey orders. Everyone already knew the answer. There was only one solution. In a single breath, heads fell to the ground. Her movements were clean, precise, merciless. One man survived. Shaking, he crawled forward and begged the young lady for mercy, swearing that he never meant any harm. Words spilled out of him in panic. And just as he was about to reveal everything, just as he was about to speak the elder's name, the elder rushed in and struck him down, knocking him unconscious. If he had kept his mouth shut, he would have lived. The elder dropped to his knees before the mistress. She demanded to know who had ordered the man to be killed. Instead of obeying, he tried to justify himself. He spoke excuses. He spoke explanations. That betrayal cut deeper than any blade. Her kick came without warning. The impact sent the elder flying aside, rage exploding through him. Blood filled his mouth. If it were not for the upcoming tournament, she would not have stopped at a single blow. As she turned to leave, she reminded him that she would not forget what he had done. The elder wiped the blood from his lips and swore quietly that he would never allow Son to become the young mistress's husband. The next day, crowds flooded the front of the Mima Alliance Castle. Orthodox sects and powerful clans arrived one after another, each sending warriors to the tournament along with long lines of attendants. Watching the flow of people, Sayo realized how massive this gathering truly was. Fighters from all across Miram had come. His only goal was to make it inside. Brother Beck observed the scene and understood immediately that patience was necessary. Their clans, Yeonsong and Anong, were respected, but that respect meant little when compared to the fifth great clan. Beck stayed close to Mo Young, quietly suggesting that they stick together. He promised to look after her, to make sure she did not feel lonely. As they spoke, members of even greater clans passed by. One representative walked so close to Mo Yun that their shoulders nearly brushed. He slowed, met her eyes directly, and held her gaze for a brief, deliberate moment before moving on. He not only met her eyes, he smiled as he walked past, slow and deliberate. Mo Yun's blood boiled instantly. For a moment, she was ready to draw her blade and end him right there. Voices rose around them, people complaining, telling them to stop blocking the path and move aside. The man kept walking, but then his gaze shifted. He noticed the young master of the Yengu clan, standing beside Mistress Mo Yun. He stopped, introduced himself as Mo, and casually greeted the disciples of Southern Heaven. With a relaxed tone, he told them to follow him as well. He had orders to bring them in without standing in line. Watching him laugh, as if nothing mattered, Mo Yun felt a surge of superiority. The moment she turned her eyes on him again, his cheerfulness faltered. Their gazes clashed, each answering the other with a cold, sneering smile that only deepened the irritation between them. Our hero felt uncomfortable under this sudden attention. Worse still, someone nearby whispered about who they were, and soon an order was given to escort them immediately. An order like that could only come from someone at the very top. They had barely taken a few steps when a shout came from behind, telling them to wait. Two figures hurried over. They were twins, Song Jabek and Sun Hyun from the Johansong clan. Their name carried little weight among the nobles, and there was no order to let them skip the line. They would have to wait. The news clearly displeased Joe Beck. Trying to keep his pride intact, the bull turned back toward the line. He hid his face well, but the deep sigh he let out betrayed his frustration. Watching him return, Saddam spoke quietly, telling him not to leave them behind. He was right. Support mattered, especially here. Turning to their guide, the boy stated firmly that they would go together. He would not move an inch without them. The resolve in his voice surprised the guide. After a brief pause, he nodded and agreed to bring them all along. Minutes later, they arrived at the Azora Heavenly Pavilion of the Morm Alliance. The guide instructed them to wait for a short while. The place was breathtaking. No matter how many times one visited, its beauty never failed to draw the eye. At that moment, Ponganunjin of the Habuk Pulon approached and greeted them politely, asking how they were doing. Soundwee then introduced himself by name, a name many had already heard rumors about. Most whispered that he was the heir of the Southern Sword. Pang On Jin studied him closely, anticipation rising in his chest. In his mind, he was already looking forward to a great battle with Soundwee. He greeted them, of course, but the question lingered. Why approach them at all? Perhaps it was nothing more than a need to be noticed, a desire to leave an impression, to prove his own worth. The soldiers standing behind Commander Pongyan looked away in quiet embarrassment, clearly uncomfortable with his behavior. The boy noticed it immediately and understood their shame. Beck, however, did not miss the chance. To him, meeting someone from the Habukpang clan was an honor. He stepped forward, introduced himself properly, and expressed sincere respect. The response was cold. Pongyan glanced at him once, said nothing, and then turned away, walking back toward his brigade as if Beck did not exist. His subordinates were clearly displeased, but Beck burned with anger. Being ignored like that was the height of rudeness. Owen, on the other hand, understood the situation clearly. It was Beck's own mistake. One should never insert themselves into a conversation when people with swollen egos were measuring each other. Moyu quickly adapted to the surroundings, and soon discovered that the place even had its own garden. The thought crossed his mind. Was this special treatment because they were heirs of the Southern Sky Swordsman? He had expected privileges, but not an entire building. Jabek and his brother were given only a single room, though it was spacious. Still, it could not compare to what had been assigned to our hero. If they saw it for themselves, they would understand just how generous this treatment truly was. But when things looked this good, someone was always pulling strings from behind the scenes. The question was who? Not long after, a man approached and asked whether they had finished settling in, offering his help. Everything was already done, but together they made sure nothing was overlooked. Then the man requested some private time with him. The first strategist general wished to meet the newcomers personally. This was no ordinary figure. The strategist general was one of only 3 in the Murim Alliance, known as the Supreme Strategist General. He stood second only to the head of the Murim Alliance himself. His name was Chi Galon Man. A servant led them toward the Supreme General's residence. One thought echoed in Al's mind. Why him? As they drew closer, the Southern Skyblade felt it clearly. A powerful weapon was hidden inside. If even he could sense it, then its owner was anything but ordinary. Chi Galon Man was famous as a master of fist combat, which meant one thing was certain. Behind that door, another important figure was waiting for them as well. As they stepped into the hall, they were greeted at once. His group introduced themselves properly, the way warriors should when facing someone of such standing. Chi Galon Man remained seated, his gaze turned slightly aside. He told them not to take it as disrespect. Then his eyes shifted to the boy, and he asked him to show the sword carried on his back. All this time, the Southern Skyblade had felt a strange familiarity from that weapon. Now he understood why. It was the Northern Skyblade. At the general's signal, a man stepped forward. Guo Hyunjin, an extraordinary master, once considered a candidate among the 8 great masters. His fame was immense, so much so that many believed he would eventually dominate the northeastern region. The same was said of his counterpart, the Southern Sky Swordsman, who had earned recognition across the southeast, not through conquest of land, but through influence and acknowledgement. Yet Guo Hyunjin's path had ended abruptly. In a duel with the Southern Sky Swordsman, he lost an arm and was forced to abandon his journey with the blade. One thought echoed in Al's mind. Why were all these people gathered here? He handed over the sword. As far as he knew, the unshakable North Star blade had no ties to the Mima Alliance. Guo Hyunjin took it in his remaining hand and examined it closely. There was no hesitation in his eyes. No doubt at all. This was the true Iron Sword of the Southern Sky. He offered his congratulations, though they came late. Even so, it was a great honor for Owl to stand before a master like Guo Hyunjin. After inspecting it, the sword was returned. It seemed the examination itself had been a test of authenticity. Nothing more was said at that moment. But soon after, Jean was handed an object. Without explanation, it was carried away to an unknown location. Their movements were deliberate. Clearly, something else was underway. The general spoke again, calmly asking them not to misunderstand. Over the past 10 years, almost every year, people had appeared claiming to be the master's heirs. The so-called hand that tames the tiger had heard such claims countless times. Just as many had declared themselves disciples of the Southern Sky Swordsman. Hendrik was different. He had met the swordsman personally. More than that, he had crossed fists with him many times. He had seen his techniques with his own eyes. That made him the most qualified to judge whether the boy before them was truly the heir. This, too, was a test. The elders intended to be absolutely certain. From a bowl, they poured out several unknown objects and placed them before him. Then, without ceremony, they told him to pass one final trial. They needed to set an example for January. The task was simple in form but cruel in meaning. The boy had to cut white stones. One of the masters moved first, flicking his arm as the stones were thrown in different directions. As they scattered, they were redirected toward the next man, who stood waiting with his weapon already drawn. The moment his energy aligned, he moved. In a blink, every stone flying at him was split cleanly apart. Then came the second wave. Larger, faster, more violent. Yet the result was the same. His blade flashed, and the stones were cut in half before they could reach him, fragments bursting outward in all directions. That alone was enough to demonstrate the technique. If the boy truly understood what he was seeing, he should replicate it using the shining star technique. If that proved too difficult, even a basic sword technique would suffice. Watching their expressions, he realized the truth. They were provoking him on purpose. In a situation like this, performing worse than Yin Man would stain the honor of Southern Heaven swordsman. He steadied himself and decided not just to pass, but to make a statement. With a calm motion, he drew a circle around himself using the tip of his sword. He would complete the test without stepping outside it. The elders exchanged looks. It was difficult. They were not sure he could succeed. The first stone struck. Using a Southern Sky technique, he sliced it apart cleanly. Then the next wave came, far larger and rushing toward him at frightening speed. His sword moved again and again, impossibly fast. Every stone was cut midair. Not a single fragment touched the ground untouched. Unlike the others, nothing slipped past his blade. The elders watched in silence, then with open amazement. It was incredible. He never stepped outside the circle. The task was completed perfectly. The successor wanted his master to let him try as well, but he misunderstood the lesson. Instead of cutting the stones, he threw them back. Al caught every stone with one hand, and in the same instant, cut all the black stones at once. The master asked calmly if he could control his left hand while using the technique. The answer was yes. A smile crossed the master's face, mixed with regret. He had always hoped he might teach him even better than the Southern Sky swordsman had. The heir lowered his head and apologized for failing to reach the same level as Southern. The master shook his head. There was nothing absolute in this world. There would always be someone stronger, and that, above all else, was the lesson he wanted his student to learn. So felt that this was exactly how a bond between a student and a mentor should be. Natural, not suffocating, nothing like the rigid relationship he had endured with a master who seemed ready to crush him for every mistake. The master apologized for questioning his identity during their first meeting, admitting it had been necessary. The boy accepted it calmly. He had no right to judge someone who knew his teacher, and the master noticed that the way he spoke was almost identical to his own mentor's manner. Hearing that was strangely pleasant. Soon, the general entered the room. He had been informed that the boy had been gone for an entire year. The idea that someone with a damaged core could vanish and then return as a disciple of the Southern Heaven swordsman sounded absurd to him, and he openly doubted it. Even so, the best sword of Mount Hen chose to trust the boy's words, though he insisted on confirming the truth himself. As the conversation continued, it became clear that even Mount Hen's finest swordsmen had been receiving information from the general. In turn, the general apologized for his earlier rudeness. The boy felt relieved. He had not embarrassed himself, nor had he disgraced his teacher. In the general's eyes, it was good that things had unfolded this way, something they could later laugh about over tea. The boy realized that suspicion no longer followed him. Inside the general's office, questions were raised about how he had become a disciple of Mayun. Mayun answered with a carefully prepared lie. They had met by chance while gathering medicinal herbs in the mountains. Despite being unwell himself, the boy had tried to help. Moved by that sincerity, the master had accepted him. The general then asked about the condition of the Southern Sky swordsman. The response came smoothly. He was recovering well. There was no need for concern. Soon after, the general and the master began communicating through chi techniques, ordering the soldiers to leave the room for a short while. As the soldiers filed out, unease settled in the air. Unhai assumed this was a conversation meant for no other ears. The general made it clear that no one else should hear what followed. The boy tried to reach Ennui, sensing that if this discussion was tied to their mission, trouble was close. Yet he still wondered what could be so important to discuss behind closed doors, knowing the general rarely spoke without a firm purpose. If they failed, then the blame would fall on his teacher. If he refused to hear them out, he was free to leave. The boy immediately understood the trap. Walking away now would only deepen suspicion. He was bound by his status as a disciple of the Southern Sky swordsman, whether he liked it or not. So he agreed. First, he would listen. Only then would he decide whether to step away. The general asked if he had heard about the battle between his master and the man with the golden eye. The question hit him like a blow. That was the man who had beaten the Southern Sky swordsman mercilessly, the one who kicked the assassin king, the flying blade, and hurled him straight into the river. A stranger with a golden eye, and they clearly knew exactly who he was. Should he stay and hear more? At that moment, the Southern Sky swordsman told him to ignore it. He did not want his disciple dragged into danger because of personal feelings. The boy understood, yet his resolve only hardened. He valued his two swords as family. More than anyone, he wanted the truth. Gathering himself, he asked them to continue. Gripping the edge of the table, his fist clenched, he said that his master had already told him everything. The general suggested that this might be the result of poor health. Hearing that answer, one of the seniors realized there was no need to fabricate anything further. The response alone confirmed what they needed. Exchanging glances, The general and the master understood that events had unfolded exactly as predicted. Their assumption was correct. But what assumption was that? The young master could not tell. Only the elders of the Murim Alliance were aware of what was truly being discussed. The reason he was being told now was simple. It concerned the Southern Sky swordsmen directly. They demanded secrecy. The boy gave his word without hesitation. Then the general spoke again, and the words froze him in place. He suggested that the King of Blood had been reborn. Saddam, meanwhile, laughed lightly, as if it were a joke meant for the spy seated to the left. But this was no moment for humor. The question pressed down on everyone in the room. Was the man with the golden eye connected to the blood cult? The young master asked directly, naming Undu and Jonch. The general turned to him and asked if he knew those names. He did. Of course he did. They were martial artists from the orthodox factions, figures acknowledged across Murim as true great masters. But all of them were dead, each killed in a different year. That was the undeniable truth. What kind of connection could that possibly point to? These were not ordinary masters. Every one of them, not just the Blade of the North Star, had been an existence of overwhelming strength. They were pillars of the orthodox Murim, men who carried its future on their shoulders. And yet, all of them had fallen to a single person who erased them one by one and walked away with every secret they possessed. Did the general know about the man with the golden eye? The boy asked directly. The answer was calm. When his master disappeared, it had only been a suspicion, nothing more. But now, the boy confirmed it himself. If such a perfect opportunity existed, the blood cult would naturally seek to weaken the orthodox factions to prepare for a complete revival. From that angle, the man with the golden eye appeared deeply suspicious. That had been their initial assumption as well. Yet the boy sensed something was off. The blood cult's involvement was far from certain, and the clues were scarce. Someone pointed out that the possibility of the four evils being behind it could not be dismissed. Still, the Council of Elders and the general were about 70% confident in their conclusion. A different question followed immediately. If the man with the golden eye was not connected to the blood cult, then what was he truly after? They had pursued his trail since the day one of the masters lost his hand, but he had vanished without a trace. Catching him was important, but it was not the priority. The larger picture mattered more. After the Great War between the orthodox and unorthodox factions, they had gathered intelligence piece by piece. The general drew aside the curtain and revealed a map. He hoped the boy's heart would not waver when he saw the red dots scattered across it. Every single mark represented a blood cult base. The boy was stunned. He had never imagined they occupied such a vast area. Then came another question. Did he know how many of those nests they had actually managed to uncover? The answer was grim. No more than 3. The blood cult was hidden flawlessly, operating far beyond their sight. And did he understand what that meant for them and for the entire faction? From the boy's perspective, it felt unreal, but its importance was undeniable. He asked whether information was leaking, whether high-ranking spies existed within the Murim Alliance itself. The response came without hesitation. The general was not surprised. Such thoughts were exactly what he expected from a disciple of the Southern Sky. Of course there were spies. They had already identified around a dozen, possibly more. Just like in their previous lives, this truth had been apparent from the start. Unlike the secluded and secretive blood cult, the Alliance was far easier for infiltrators to penetrate. The general's advisor admitted that catching every spy was nearly impossible. Even if they succeeded, replacements would appear soon after. That was why new tactics were needed. The boy casually suggested feeding false information into the network, letting the spies spread lies that would distort the blood cult's plans. The moment he said it, the room went quiet. The general stared at him in a way that felt unsettling. He had only spoken to sound useful, to avoid suspicion. Yet that look lingered. After a brief pause, the general made a decision. He offered the boy a position within the department itself. Someone sharp and perceptive like him would be welcome. Why not become an apprentice under a strategist general? The proposal hit harder than expected. Before the boy could even respond, the general laughed loudly, clearly pleased that such capable young talents still existed. Then his tone shifted. There was one more thing he wanted to ask. They had already questioned him relentlessly today, but the survival of Orthodox Murim came first. At that moment, Moyen reached out to him through telepathy. Her emotions were restless and strained. He reassured her quietly, telling her everything was fine and that they would decide after hearing the full request. The general echoed that reassurance aloud. There was no intention of sending him after the man with the golden eye. Instead, the matter concerned the tournament he was about to enter. There was a strong chance that a blood cult spy would also participate. If that happened, the tournament would cease to be a contest of skill and turn into a fight for survival. None of the elders suspected the truth, that the spy was already standing before them. The general continued, saying that a high placement in the tournament could grant him an important role within the Murim Alliance. He was confident this was precisely what the cult spies were aiming for. The way he spoke carried an intensity that even stirred excitement in the boy. But then the general added one final point. In his view, the true objective was likely the sword of the blood demon. Those words left the boy frozen. In that instant, He understood how absurd the situation had become. They were already trapped in a mission bordering on the impossible, and now it had grown even more dangerous. The mission grew heavier by the moment. If the Miram Alliance discovered that the Blood Cult was hunting the Blood Demon Sword, reclaiming it would become far more difficult than anyone anticipated. Being here at least allowed him to gather information. He advised the general not to lower security and said that if there was anything he was meant to do, it should be stated now. The general dismissed the concern, saying there was nothing to worry about yet. What he meant soon became clear. In the general's view, even if a Blood Cult spy won the tournament, fate would not favor them. The Blood Demon Sword was scheduled to be handed over in 5 days. Because of that, there was no need for panic. Jeanine had already agreed to take responsibility. Until then, the competition would continue as planned. Only then did it click. The Blood Demon Sword would be redirected from the Miram Duality Secret Vault. As long as it remained in the hands of the Taizi Sword Emperor Jeanine, its safety was guaranteed. The heir standing in a room still did not fully grasp what the general wanted from him, but the task was finally revealed. He was to identify suspicious participants in the tournament. These individuals were expected to perform well, and isolating them early would help prevent Blood Cult spies from infiltrating the alliance. For him, this mission carried real weight. He vowed not to disgrace his master or the orthodox faction he represented. He accepted the task, knowing refusal was not an option. Consequences would follow. Now he understood the trap clearly. He was bound on both sides, and that tension stirred something deep inside him. After he left, only the general and his advisor remained. The elder asked whether the statement about the sword had been true or a lie. Earlier, the general had claimed that the Blood Demon Sword would be moved to Mount Yuden. The strategist general laughed softly. It had been a complete fabrication. Although the advisor had already identified the young man and largely trusted him, the general admitted he was only 90% certain that the boy was truly the heir of the Southern Sky Swordsman. 10% doubt remained. Others had disappeared a year ago and returned as well. Not just him. That uncertainty demanded a test. This had been the test, and the general already had a plan. If the Blood Cult moved toward Mount Wuong to seize the Blood Demon Sword, the spy would expose himself immediately. It was false information, a deliberate lure. Only now did everything make sense to him. That was why the general had never rushed to eliminate the spies. The realization stunned everyone who grasped it. Watching the general, the heir understood just how dangerous a man he was. His strength did not end with martial arts. His mind was sharper still. Every hope had been placed on him, and the general was confident he would succeed. As the heir turned away, his gaze drifted to the seat where the boy had been earlier. Something caught his eye. A dagger. It belonged to Sanhai. The moment it was returned, the woman who had been quietly listening noticed it as well and immediately informed the boy. He had left the blade behind on purpose, just in case. In the end, that single decision saved his life. A few more minutes, and he would have been completely trapped. Jigen Wan proved to be exactly what his reputation claimed, a true strategist of the Miram Alliance. Even so, despite his brilliance, he never imagined that a sword could listen in on a conversation. That had been the boy's hidden card. Everything worked, though it would have been faster had he used decoys instead. The southern sky was beginning to dawn, and from now on, that was the path he would walk. The woman clearly disliked that phrase. She felt it damaged her image and decided she would repay him for his efforts sooner or later. Not long after, a tense discussion unfolded in the guest house where they were staying. Given everything that had happened, his companion suggested reporting everything to the Fourth Supreme and altering the plan entirely, calling it a trap. The situation itself felt strange. Why would the Alliance reveal something so critical to people who were not even part of the Miram Alliance? Because of that, Moyne believed the boy's judgment was correct. There had been no need to reveal the sword's location if their only goal was to identify spies. That alone raised suspicion. Perhaps the Alliance had already leaked information without realizing it. With the information network controlled by the first strategist general, numerous suspicious figures had already come into view. Baek Hyang and her group were among them. This, too, might have been part of the bait. But in Saddam's mind, this was the perfect way to defeat her. Even without the Blood Demon Sword, the Blood Cult could still be unified if that existence was eliminated. Southern Sky, despite Suda's objections, noticed that she had grown sharper. She was right, but the matter went deeper. If Ba Hyang truly walked into this trap, the Miram Alliance could use it to further consolidate the orthodox factions. In that moment, the Blood Demon Sword would cease to matter, reduced to nothing more than a symbol. It could be destroyed without hesitation. In a worst-case scenario, if supporters rushed in to save it, the Blood Cult would suffer a decisive blow before it could ever regain its influence in Jiang. From another angle, Ba Hyang and Ba Renha were essentially the same. Their conflict was internal, and it needed to be resolved with minimal losses if the Blood Cult hoped to revive. That was why they were willing to risk everything for the Blood Demon Sword. Judging by his expression, the vice commander intended to make contact with Baek Hyang herself. His team was stunned. It sounded insane. Finding one person in such a vast region was nearly impossible. Yet he only smiled. Why search on his own when he had such a capable friend? He gave him 5 days. That was all. The task was simple on the surface. Carry whatever medicine could be found. But the meaning beneath it was far heavier. Mayun wandered around during all this, unable to settle down. Hours passed before she finally turned to Owl, thinking he was late. She still needed to visit the blacksmith, but there was something else she wanted to ask first. She wanted to know what kind of women he liked. Maybe passionate ones. The question caught him off guard. He wasn't embarrassed, just confused. He couldn't understand why she cared. The girl had already removed her headscarf, watching him closely as if the answer mattered. His companions smiled knowingly. They understood far more than he did. He excused himself awkwardly, saying he had never really thought about it and didn't know what to say. After a pause, he added that he probably preferred calm, noble women. Then, almost reflexively, he told her to stay away from him. Moyen smiled. She was clearly pleased. Her reaction was strange, almost unsettling. After adjusting her hair, she looked away and spoke softly, as if dropping a hint. He wouldn't like it if his future father-in-law turned out to be someone terrifying. But when he thought about her father, he realized there was no one more terrifying. Saddam warned him not to corner himself, but he snapped back, telling her to shut up. She didn't understand anything. He had known for a long time that Mayan liked him. Her reactions made it obvious, and this wasn't something new. Southern Sky spoke calmly, saying that if fear of her father ruled him, then he should not step forward at all. He recalled advice from his former master, given to a disciple forced into a difficult marriage. Even if a father-in-law truly despised his son-in-law, he would not kill him, at least not while respecting his daughter. Strangely, those words brought no comfort at all. Maya noticed his face turning pale and asked if he was all right, genuine concern in her voice. At the same time, the spy they were waiting for was watching them from the shadows, so said nothing, sensing that whatever answer he gave would only worsen things. Soon their companion returned, and the boy suggested stopping by to order some meat dishes on the way back from the smithy. It sounded harmless, even pleasant. The moment he stepped closer, Mayan suddenly stomped down on his foot with brutal force, nearly breaking his toes. He collapsed, and she calmly declared that she would handle him, saying they could head to the smithy now. As they walked through the night streets, his friend asked why Mayun had been tormenting him all this time. He didn't respond. Something far more troubling had caught his attention. Every furnace was cold. The forges, active during the day, were lifeless at night. No heat, no energy. The feeling crawling up his spine was unmistakable. Inside, the sight was horrifying. The walls were bare. Every weapon and tool had been taken, as if the place had been emptied in a single sweep. Even the replica swords were gone. The clothes were missing too, as though the blacksmith had fled in a hurry. Nothing made sense. Where could everything have vanished to? As he turned a corner, 2 fingers suddenly pressed against his forehead. Energy surged instantly. His companion dropped to the ground, unconscious. From behind, a hidden figure wearing a beret stepped forward, moving toward Suvan, who still had no idea that death was standing right behind him. Owl peered into the jug and immediately realized that every inscription on the sword was still intact. Only 5 copies were missing. A quiet suspicion surfaced in his mind. The head of the Murim Alliance had likely taken them. But why? If secrecy was the goal, there would have been no reason to employ a blacksmith here in the first place. A faint presence brushed against his senses. Someone was behind him. He turned and saw his companion collapsed on the ground. Strangely, he had neither heard nor felt the moment it happened. A calm voice spoke from behind, warning him not to turn around. That alone was terrifying. Someone was standing right there, yet their presence felt like nothing at all. What kind of master could suppress himself so completely? The man, his face covered, slowly surveyed the room. Al understood instantly that if this person wished to kill him, he would die without resistance. Still, the order not to turn around held him in place. He could escape by forcibly opening his central core, but then what would happen to his fallen partner? That hesitation sealed his choice. It was all or nothing. He swung his sword. The instant he turned, the enemy vanished, reappearing at his side. A voice remarked calmly that Suvan clearly did not value his own life. He struck again, but the man moved faster than sight itself. In a blink, Owl was spun around like a toy, his balance shattered. The voice continued, almost amused, saying that at his level, he was not even worthy of seeing his face. Yet in that chaos, Owl found an opening. Using the polished surface of his blade, he caught the warrior's silhouette reflected within it. For the first time, his opponent reacted with surprise. Where did he get that sword? A surge of overwhelming energy exploded outward. Al felt hope ignite. If he kept pushing, he could reach the roof and call for help. His teacher had to be nearby. He poured everything into a single strike, unleashing his strength without restraint. 2 fingers stopped the blade. The impact died instantly, caught between light, effortless fingers. Al froze. How could such power be halted so casually? In the darkness stood an existence far deeper and more terrifying than he had imagined. This was not a battle. It was a game. With those same 2 fingers, the man plucked the sword from his grasp mid-fight. The humiliation cut deeper than any wound. The boy dropped to his knees, chest heaving as he struggled to breathe after that single exchange. The man glanced at the sword in his hand and immediately recognized it. A disciple of the Southern Heaven. When he said it aloud, the boy froze in surprise. Before he could ask how, the man explained that he had wanted to see him with his own eyes. Then he casually tossed the sword back. It struck the ground without cracking it, despite the violent tremor running through the blade. That alone revealed how terrifying his control truly was. By the way he commanded the situation so effortlessly, it was obvious he stood a level above even his mentor. The man ordered him to pick up the sword and attack, telling him to test himself. In the boy's mind, images of 12 monstrous figures surfaced at once. He could not read this man's intentions. Was this nothing more than a test? Compared to him, he was a child with an exposed central core. There was no realistic chance of victory. He wondered if combining the golden body with the silver thread was even possible here, but such thoughts felt meaningless. He had no idea how far this could go. The man bent down, lifted a wooden board from the ground, and sliced it cleanly into a diamond-shaped strip. With a few movements, he shaped it into a crude sword and held it, as if it were natural. He was truly going to face him using nothing but a piece of wood. That meant only one thing. He had to give everything. This man might be a master, but the South Sky Iron Sword was still forged of cold steel. Yet even then, the words of the Southern Heaven echoed in his mind. To beings of this level, weapons meant nothing. He could not afford to relax. There was no retreat. The only path forward was to pass this trial through combat. The man watched closely, clearly surprised as the boy forced powerful energy through his body. With a violent push against the ground, he launched himself forward. In that instant, he understood the truth. He could not match this opponent in strength, in energy, or in technique. And this was nothing more than a demonstration. Still, he chose to go all in, summoning his strongest technique, Seven Charged, unleashing an attack capable of destroying almost anyone. His energy roared outward, swallowing the space around him, wrapping even his own sword in its flow. Then he stopped, frozen inches from the wooden blade. He felt the world twist. With nothing more than a slight adjustment, his opponent had redirected the entire vortex of his energy. If this continued, his arm would be torn backward, shattered by his own power, and ripped from his body. If this continued, he would lose. He felt it clearly. Then a second vector of force emerged. The attack twisted mid-flow, reversing direction as if it had always been meant to. He could sense the method, even understood it, but his body refused to follow. This man looked at him the way one looks at an insect already condemned. Still, he charged. With his legendary sword, he rushed the master head-on, only to collide once more with that thin wooden sliver. The impact sent him flying, as if he had been struck by an explosion. As he tumbled, something felt wrong. The tip of his sword trembled unnaturally. He understood it instantly. He had failed, yet the master did not seem displeased. From his perspective, the attempt had not been bad. The boy forced himself up and realized something unsettling. He was using his power correctly, even if the technique itself was flawed. And even now, he had failed to break even a fragment of wood. Holding the sliver between his fingers, the masked man spoke calmly. His offense was decent, but what about his defense? The words hit home. Al steadied himself. Defense was where this would be decided. He needed surprise. Too many thoughts could sharpen the mind, or dull it completely. His teacher must have warned him of that. The master clearly believed so. Without warning, the wooden sliver vanished from sight and reappeared in front of his face. Too fast. Far too fast. He had not expected it to reach him from that distance. There was no time to evade. Instinct took over. He gathered everything: strength, chi, will, and raised his guard. Even then, he knew it was hopeless. Stopping a master like this should have been impossible. Then the blows came. They were familiar. Terrifyingly familiar. He had seen them before. No, he had practiced them himself. This was a shining star technique. Not his version, but something refined far beyond it. An evolved form. In an instant, the master found the flaw, stepped through it, and ended everything with 3 precise strikes. The wooden blade rested against Owl's neck. Only then did he understand. From the beginning, this man had never intended to kill him. This was a test. Nothing more. He only wanted to see what the boy could truly do. And in that moment, when the wooden sliver had moved, he had seen it. A shining eye. He had seen it once before. That glow could belong to only one master. He had felt that energy hundreds of times. The great way of the silent sword. A technique said to erase everything in its path. And only one person in the world was known to have mastered it. This was the great legendary warrior himself. The eternal supreme sword. Baek Hyangmuk. And yet the question burned in his mind. Why was he here? A master of this level could wield any sword technique without moving his feet at all, leaving behind 2 blade paths, as if the world itself had been cut. This was the natural sword, and right now, the boy was standing directly before it. The old man had deliberately stripped away the most distinctive traces of the technique so the child would not immediately recognize him. At least, that was what he believed. But the boy had seen this sword many times before. That alone was enough. He understood where the blade would go, where it would pass, and where he needed to strike. Yet he could not let it show. That ignorance, or the illusion of it, was his only advantage. The problem was how to use it. The master spoke again, saying that using one's head was useful, but thinking too much in battle was deadly. Those words struck deeper than expected. The boy made a decision. No more guessing. No more calculations. No more branching paths in his mind. He would trust his body. If this skill was real, it would carry him forward. After all, this man was attacking seriously now. There would be no mercy. He slipped past the incoming strike and surged forward, locking onto his target. Every movement was clean, precise, and unwavering. The old man did not even bother to remove his beret. Instead, he watched with open surprise. The boy had taken his words to heart. His posture, his gaze, the absence of hesitation, everything spoke clearly. All unnecessary thoughts had been cast aside. The boy struck again, landing a heavy blow. It meant nothing. 2 fingers caught the blade. As if to finish the exchange, the boy twisted and kicked from the side. This time, the old man had to react. He released the wooden stick to deflect the kick, his body finally shifting. Like a spinning top, the boy slipped past him, rotating through the air with flawless control. His skill was undeniable. Still, the old man remained unmoved. The next strike was different. Stronger. It was aimed not at the body, but at the head. The boy invoked the true Shining Star Sword technique and unleashed it fully. The 5th formation, the falling meteor sword, descended, a blow said to split even the hardest stone. When the dust settled and he opened his eyes, disbelief washed over him. Once again, the old man was holding the sword between 2 fingers. It felt absurd. That was the strongest formation he could unleash, the peak of what he had to offer. Yet with nothing more than 2 fingers, the old man stopped it, as if it were meaningless. The next instant, darkness took him. The old man was satisfied. Southern Sky had raised a fine disciple. Stepping outside, he let the moonlight wash over the courtyard. His men approached and reported that the blacksmith, Shim, had vanished. He ordered them to investigate immediately, but one warrior hesitated, pointing out something strange. Blood was seeping from the elder's arm. A sword wound. The warriors froze. Shock rippled through them as they realized what kind of opponent their master had faced. At a single word from him, they were ready to slaughter everyone present. The old man glanced at the wound and shook his head. There was no need. He had not come to kill. He had merely shown the boy his place, and in doing so, given him a lesson that would become a strength. He told him to stand down. With a faint smile, he remarked that at this rate, the winner of the tournament was far from certain. The warriors had sensed it already, but hearing it from him made it undeniable. Whoever that boy was, they would have to give everything. Not long after, Chuan approached the vice commander and asked what had happened. Nearby, the boy stirred, clutching his head as consciousness returned. He quickly tried to put himself together. Sodom informed him that he had been out for nearly half an hour, though his companion had also awakened safely. Baek Hyangmuk had never intended to harm them. When his friend pressed for answers, he waved it off, warning that explaining now might make him pass out again. The truth was simple enough. The head of the Murim Alliance, the Supreme Sword Hyangmuk, had tested them. Looking around the forge, he realized something else. Even Hyangmuk had been inspecting the place. That meant he did not know what had happened here either. The blacksmith could not have vanished on his own, and the head of Murim had nothing to do with it. This pointed to a third party, someone who knew about the replicas of the Sword of Silence. Aside from the blacksmith himself, only a handful of people had ever seen those replicas. Him, the Murim head, and one outsider. The second disciple of the 5th Bloodstar. Another voice added a different suspicion. A red-haired girl. Moments later, Moang arrived, and with her came the red-haired Baek Hyang. Moang immediately sensed that something unusual was going on with the boys, yet she offered no explanation for why this woman had arrived with her. Why were the 2 of them together? Baek Hyang caught the boys' attention for only one reason. Moyen had brought this scoundrel along openly, without a mask. The scene shifted back in time, to Fundong's restaurant. The place was crowded, voices overlapping as dishes were ordered nonstop. After requesting 3 meat dishes, Moyen was told she would need to wait a few hours. Standing in the lobby, she noticed people staring at her. It made no sense. She did not stand out at all. A sudden unease crept in. Was something wrong with her mask? The thought unsettled her enough that she decided to move upstairs. As she climbed, she noticed several men already gathered on the 2nd floor. Unlike the noisy first level, this space was quiet and wide. The people seated as if they belonged to the same clan. She chose a table by herself. The atmosphere was heavy, unfamiliar. While eating, she tried to calm herself. The food was good, but something felt off. Then she saw her. The woman raised her hand. Moyen froze mid-bite. It was a signal. In that instant, she understood. An ambush. Men closed in from all sides, swords pressing against her throat. They had identified her as one of Unhai's subordinates. Memory struck like lightning. The woman sitting opposite her was Baek Hyang. One of the soldiers, enraged that Mayun dared speak the name of his mistress, swung his blade down to deliver punishment. Before it could fall, a single command stopped him. Baek Hyang ordered the sword lowered. The man hesitated, unwilling to obey after such disrespect, but the order was repeated. Seeing the expression on their mistress's face, every soldier immediately bowed. Mayun noticed something else then. The scent drifting from Baek Hyang was wrong. Not the scent of a man. Baek Hyang caught her reaction and narrowed her eyes, realizing that Mayun could recognize smells, that her senses were sharp. In that moment, Mayun understood. This person could not be male. Beneath the faint fragrance lay something unmistakable, something she would never confuse with anything else. The smell of blood. Baek Hyang met her gaze and agreed quietly. That conclusion was only natural. The stench was impossible to ignore. Blocking it out was no longer an option, so she removed her mask. There was no point pretending anymore. Mo had already understood everything, and Hyang clearly had the situation under control. A faint smile curved her lips. She did not dislike this type of opponent. Without warning, Hyang lashed out, her strike vicious and drenched in killing intent. Blood followed the blow. Her eyes burned with hatred toward Mayun, a desire so raw it bordered on madness. She wanted her dead. Yet the attack was stopped effortlessly, blocked by a simple movement of Mayun's hand. Shock rippled through the room. Mayun calmly questioned why she had not blocked it properly or countered cleanly. That single remark ignited fury. Hyang was enraged that she had failed to kill her with the first strike. She surged forward again, claws tearing through the air. This time, Mayun answered back. Her counter was sharp and decisive, a powerful kick that smashed into Hyang's arm. The force was real. Hyang had no choice but to dodge. The Witch of the Blood Cult had not expected resistance like this. Even so, she was convinced the outcome would not change. Play or not, Mayun would eventually die by her hands. Blow after blow rained down, each one meant to crush. Mayun endured them all, standing firm, refusing to fall. Hyang's warriors watched in disbelief. They could not understand how this miserable creature was still standing against their mistress. Finally, the red-haired woman closed in and tore away Mayun's mask, curiosity overcoming her restraint. She froze. Beneath it was a breathtakingly beautiful girl. Hyang stared, stunned that someone had been dragging such beauty around in silence all this time. Her soldiers were equally spellbound, their gazes locked on Mayun. It made no sense to them. How could someone like her exist in a place like this? Why would she ever hide her face? Mayun smiled. Looking directly at the witch, she warned her calmly. If she valued what she possessed, she should stay away. Mayun did not like it when someone tried to take what she already considered hers. Those words struck deep. Baek Hyang understood her perfectly. She lived by the same rule. Whatever she claimed was hers, she took without hesitation. In that moment, she decided Mayun must have more than one life to speak so boldly and still breathe. Very few could challenge her and survive. Mayun would be one of them. Their laughter echoed through the room. The witch was pleased. Confidence backed by skill was rare. Rare enough to stir interest. Enough to make waves. And if the girl wanted to test herself, then she was welcome to try. It would have been amusing, but the fact that the witch had not attacked yet meant one thing. She had no intention of fighting seriously. Hyang licked her lips when she heard those words, clearly enjoying the situation. The little slip from Moyong earned a laugh, joking that the witch was even interested in girls, but that was nonsense. She had no intention of playing along with the witch's games. Still, Beong could not stay silent. No one came this far, taking such risks without a reason. The witch lifted a jug of alcohol and drank openly while watching her. Moyen judged her to be reckless, the type to follow her impulses, yet not entirely without caution. The vice commander wanted to speak with the witch about something, and that alone was enough to spark her interest. That was why she appeared before him now. She briefly wondered if he had finally decided to reject her earlier offer. Sun Ung Hui waved his hands, making it clear that was not the case. Then what was it? He would not have called her over for nothing. He went straight to the point, saying she might already know that the sword from the Alliance had been moved into the mountains. The witch said nothing, but her reaction betrayed her knowledge. She knew something, most likely exactly that. Even as she turned her gaze away, she lived up to her title as the first general strategist of the Murim Alliance. The boy had no doubt she would use this chance to observe anyone she considered suspicious. He asked whether she believed the information was reliable. To her, it had been 50-50. After hearing it directly from Sunwei, her confidence dropped to 10%. Watching her response, it was clear that the Blood Demon's granddaughter never once claimed it was a trap. Yet the moment she learned that the boyfriend also knew, she immediately dismissed it as disinformation. Was at the end of their exchange. Despite standing on opposite sides, they were clearly caught in the same current. That was precisely why the witch liked this young man, why she wanted to tame him. The traces around them made one thing obvious. A fierce battle had taken place here, and the identity of his opponent was something no one present could ignore. His companions nearly collapsed when they realized the truth. After all, the one he had fought was none other than the head of Miram himself. Even the witch herself was impressed that the boy had managed to fight him. He wondered if it was because of her schemes that he had been dragged into that battle in the first place. She simply looked at him without answering, a trace of envy flickering in her eyes. That reaction only confused him further. What was she implying? Her silence gave no clear answer. His opponent had been one of the 8 great masters, a figure revered throughout Mima. Judging by the destruction left behind, the fight had lasted far longer than anyone would expect. The witch found herself imagining how that battle would have unfolded if she had taken his place. Watching the aftermath stirred something in her, even awakening a desire to test him herself. But that raised another question. Why did the boy believe this whole mess was her doing? A local blacksmith had been brutally robbed and vanished along with his work. She asked why he was so certain it involved her. What connection did that have to her? Was he relying on instinct alone, letting out a slow breath? The boy explained his reasoning. It was not intuition, but circumstance. The one who had seen the sword replicas here was a subordinate disciple of the 5th Bloodstar, hers. Moreover, no one knew that the local blacksmith worked under secret orders from the head of the Alliance, except that man and the blacksmith himself. Ba Qiang admitted, without even trying to deny it, that he had seen through her. The head of the Alliance was already searching for the blacksmith, but not openly, and she had no need to say more. The boy still hoped to draw something useful from her. He examined the lingering sword memories, sensing the ominous aura that had shattered those blades, suspecting it was all connected. After several moments of silence, the witch finally spoke, pointing casually at Mayun. She said she liked her very much and would be happy to see her again. That was hardly the kind of information anyone was waiting for. Moyun's temper flared instantly. What was that supposed to mean? How could she say something like that so casually? There was only one way to take it. The witch liked the girl. Too much. Her words hinted at a relationship that crossed all boundaries, spoken as if it were nothing more than a joke. Mayun froze on the spot. To her, the witch's humor had already gone too far. And the worst part was this. Mayun did not believe it was a joke at all. And who decided that she would ever agree to something like that? According to the witch, Mayun was only pretending to be innocent, because she clearly was not. Mayun insisted she was pure, but innocence bored witches more than anything. She disliked it. Seo watched as the witch deliberately teased Mayun, enjoying it only because the girl reacted so strongly to such words. Still, this nonsense could not continue. They could not remain here any longer. After apologizing for interrupting, he stated plainly that staying in this place was dangerous, and they needed to move on. Only then did the witch seem to remember something important. She had not yet asked what the boy himself thought about the idea she proposed. He carefully glanced at the 2 women before him, and, after a brief pause, answered that before the 3 of them died here, they should focus on getting out alive. Though he instinctively averted his gaze while an image crossed his mind, Ba Qiang noticed something else. The boy was always tense, always calculating a way out of danger. But what choice did he have if all he wanted was to survive? She appreciated the honesty. With that, she handed him a scroll wrapped around several objects, the very item he had asked the blacksmith to make. That alone confirmed she had indeed taken the blacksmith away. As for the people following him, she would deal with them herself. He did not need to worry about that. What he should worry about was the person who had fed him information about the sword. In his place, she would suspect everyone, especially if no one had fallen into her trap. Having returned the item, she declared that her debt was settled. If they met again, she would not be so lenient. With those words, Ba Qiang vanished from the scene. Under these conditions, the boy's mission had become a tangled nightmare. The head of Miram, the first strategist, all had stepped into the same chaos. Before, Ba Qiang alone had been more than enough to deal with. Now everything was spiraling. The only question left was whether he could endure it all and still seize the sword amid the storm that continued to grow. They sprinted across rooftops, slate clattering beneath their feet. Eventually, they shook off their pursuers. But the moment they leapt down to the ground, they were surrounded. A cold warning followed, telling them to abandon any thoughts of victory. Then a question was thrown at them without hesitation. Was Shim the blacksmith? Without waiting for an answer he never expected to hear, the order was given to neutralize them. Their final words rang out with forced pride, claiming the unrivaled faction would never forget this insult. Those words ended there. Before anyone could act, they slit each other's throats, denying their enemies even the chance to touch them. They remembered their faction's creed and chose death by their own hands. Watching it all, he wondered whether their last declaration held any truth. He turned his head to the right and noticed people staring at them in confusion. No one understood what they had just witnessed. Words like resentment were thrown around, but nothing made sense to the onlookers. By morning, the entire town was already buzzing with rumors about the events of the previous night. He repeated everything to his companions when they asked if the gossip was worth hearing. Then, without warning, he led them into a crowded restaurant, even though they ate there often. Where people gathered, information flowed faster. In his hands was a sword Kausnetz had reforged from a broken short blade. After 77 long chapters, It was finally restored, enough to make her cry with relief. Even without instructions, he had chosen to gather information first thing in the morning, a clear sign of his sharp instincts. But her methods lingered in his mind. He had wondered how she planned to erase the Alliance's attention, yet he never imagined it would be done this way. It was undeniably Beck's style. Her aim was not to make the Alliance believe the story, but to make them doubt it. She redirected suspicion from those chasing Kausnets toward a third party. Even if the Alliance dismissed it, the smallest chance of truth would force hesitation and investigation. He knew this tactic well. Spies used it when exposure loomed, and it worked as long as proof was missing. The Alliance could no longer be certain who stood behind Kausnets' kidnapping, and that uncertainty compelled them to examine every possibility. To cast that bait, she sacrificed her own subordinates, treating their lives as disposable pieces. She broke them without hesitation. A terrifying woman. During her escape from the Valley of the Six Bloods, she had done the same, abandoning lives to mislead pursuers. That was the nature of blood cults and unorthodox factions. No matter how sick it made him feel, he understood the truth. In her position, he might not have had a choice. One day, he too would be forced to sacrifice someone. So he chose to go straight to the general strategist. Just as Beck had said, suspicion had to be lifted from him first. That was why he now stood on the steps of the residence belonging to the Murim Alliance's top strategist, General Murm. The general wasted no time. He remarked that the tournament was approaching too quickly and that there was an overwhelming amount of work to finish before it began. He was busy, extremely so, and suggested they get to the point immediately. As he spoke, he recalled their previous conversation and the request he had made days ago. He had asked them to help determine whether members of the blood cult would infiltrate the tournament. After bringing this up, the strategist looked directly at him and hesitated. He admitted he was unsure whether he was even permitted to speak so openly, since CO was not formally part of the Murim Alliance. The hesitation betrayed his awareness of how insecure his words might sound. It was fine, he said. He told him to speak freely and not hold back. The general explained that he valued the opinion of someone destined to become part of the future Orthodox faction. CO then asked whether he had already mentioned that they had come for the sword. The strategist answered yes, but his gaze sharpened, as if it could pierce straight through him. The danger was unmistakable. This man was wise, alert, and frighteningly perceptive. One careless word would be enough for him to grasp everything. Then CO spoke again, saying he had an idea to expose the spies. He laid it out plainly. Find someone suspicious and deliberately feed them information about the sword. Announce a time and place for its transport, both of them false, and wait. There would be no need to risk the actual sword. If cult spies heard that the sword was being moved, they would not ignore it. They would send someone to investigate. That would be the moment to capture them, and with luck, seize them all at once. Every word he spoke carried the structure of a strategist's scheme. From beyond the gate came laughter. The general laughed openly, then laughed even harder, praising it as an excellent idea. He added that he had always been jealous of Master Ho Jongda, before calmly stating that he had arrived at the very same conclusion. CO immediately bowed his head and apologized, admitting his shame at failing to realize the strategist had already thought of it. The general waved it away. He said it did not matter. With people like CO, the future of the Orthodox faction would only grow stronger. Leaving the strategist behind, CO realized he could no longer confidently label him a spy, especially when no one had fallen into the trap. He could not even imagine that the sword itself might have overheard their conversation. Yet the strategist, left alone, reached a different conclusion. He noted that the security of his residence needed to be rebuilt from the ground up. CO's proposal had mirrored his own thoughts too precisely for comfort. Coincidences like that were hard to trust. Information leakage became the obvious concern. He could not rule out the possibility that the traitor was one of their own. With that in mind, he ordered the replacement of the entire staff, sparing only security and upper management. At the same time, he commanded that the unyielding North Star Blade and his disciple be observed closely. Only a handful of people knew of his plan, and those two were among them. There was a chance that one of them had spoken to CO Manhwa. He then ordered someone to keep an eye on CO Manhwa as well. When asked whether this meant distrust, the strategist replied that it was not suspicion, but concern over naivety. If CO had truly devised the plan on his own, then perhaps it really was coincidence, however unlikely. And if CO Uni truly stood on their side, then he would have to be considered as a future successor to the head of the alliance. Talent like that could not be ignored. Later, at Uno's guest house, CO arrived to find Yunyong already waiting for him. When he asked why she was there, she flared up, offended that after all the effort it took her to arrive, that was his reaction. She said she still had time to spare and suggested a walk if he was not busy. Then she added, almost casually, that he was one of her 3 favorites. The word caught him off guard, and he asked what she meant. She explained that he was one of the 3 most discussed candidates to win the tournament. The others were Jin Yan, the grandson of the king of the Supreme Blade, and Jiang Mong Yun, disciple of the unyielding North Star Blade. CO, on high. After all, was the apprentice of the Southern Sky swordsman. But she had not come just to flatter him. She had something important to tell him. The rules of the second qualifying round had changed. This had never happened in his previous life. He immediately asked what was different, and was told that the change was, frankly, absurd. The next morning, at the Miram Alliance's main arena, CO was greeted by a splitting headache, overwhelmed by the endless clamor of clashing swords. Although he had expected it, knowing that 70 masters wielded the sword here, the place was still hailed as the king of battles. Even so, this was CO's first time standing amid such a crowd, and he had not imagined it would feel this overwhelming. Then someone approached him, asking whether he was here to make a name for himself, telling him not to feel ashamed if he lost in the first round. It was the second elder of the Miram Alliance, the white sword of the blossoming plum from Manhwa, Hoyin. The first qualifying round of the Rising Star tournament was announced. The audience erupted, hands raised high as voices thundered together, shouting for the tournament to begin. A century ago, this event had been known as the most famous tournament in the world, back when the boundary between orthodox and unorthodox factions had not yet hardened. In those days, it was called the Clash of Swords of Manhwa. Martial artists gathered there to prove who stood at the peak, in an era when the sword was seen as the truest symbol of martial arts itself. Swordplay defined strength, and martial arts were understood through the blade. That era was gone. No weapon now stood above the rest. Because of that, the clash had become merely a martial arts tournament, stripped of its former meaning, though the organizers still clung obsessively to tradition. Sodom explained it bluntly. The orthodox factions had changed, and so had the tournament. It was no longer about competition, but about uniting orthodox forces. When the victor was decided in advance, calling it a tournament was little more than a formality. The announcement for the first qualifying round followed. Each participant had to step into the arena and strike a stone, leaving a visible mark. They would be judged by the depth and nature of that strike. This year, more than 4,000 had entered, yet only 500 would advance. One man stepped forward and swung his sword so fast that no one noticed it at all. The crowd assumed he was merely preparing. He turned away and began to leave. Shouts followed, telling him he still had time to try again. Then they looked back at the stone. It had been split cleanly in two. The man's name was Lai Zhonggam, a candidate to succeed 2 of the 8 great masters. The Tai Chi Sword Emperor, head of the Wuong sect, and the Eternal Supreme Sword, leader of the Miram Alliance. It was widely expected that this tournament would mark his grand debut, a moment destined to spread his name across the world. Calling him a grandmaster was no exaggeration. If CO truly intended to win, then a clash with this man was inevitable. Those thoughts were cut short when a massive figure stepped in from behind. The man mocked him, calling him a donkey from Loyang, sneering that he had heard how lucky CO was to become the disciple of a Southern Heaven swordsman. There was no courtesy in his tone. He bluntly asked whether CO felt no shame, living off his master's reputation. Then came another jab, demanding to know why he had stayed silent when his so-called friends from the Hanan Association insulted him. Yet the moment Huang Bo-hyun of the great Hango clan stood nearby, the man immediately shrank back. Here we go again, CO thought. He could hardly believe how rotten these people were, still trying to provoke him at every chance. But causing a scene here was impossible. The brute lost his temper and swung at him without restraint. CO reacted instantly, slipping under the attack and moving behind him, defusing the situation before it could explode. Because of that single move, Dong was disqualified, and CO's name was called, ordering him to step into the arena. Yun believed in her brother without question. She sat beside him, ready to support him no matter what, and she had questions she wanted to ask. At that moment, CO stepped forward, lost in thought. Then he turned his head and saw it. True to his title, the ever-flowing sword of the Moyen clan, Mo Yinsu, had cleanly split the stone in two. The Moyen clan's representative pointed straight at CO and openly challenged him. The announcement boomed across the arena. A match between 2 rising contenders. One of the faces CO had seen just before dying in his previous life. The man who had once laughed as he shattered his hopes and cut him down now wanted to flaunt himself before the crowd. CO felt no hesitation. If Mo Yinsu wanted a stage, he would give him one. He accepted the challenge. Yin Yong shouted at him to tear that bastard apart, but the boy beside her asked calmly whether she knew him. Her answer came instantly. She had seen him countless times at the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, always insulting her brother, always trying to humiliate him. He deserved to be gutted and torn apart. The boy jumped to his feet, roaring that it was time to show that piece of trash his place. Given the nature of the second stage Yin Yong had already described, going all out in the first qualifying round would be a mistake. As the apprentice of a Southern Heaven swordsman, CO had no need to flaunt his strength. Everyone already had a rough idea of his level. To earn deeper trust from the Miram Alliance and the Orthodox forces, he could not cheat, nor could he deliberately underperform. And there was no universe in which he would lose to Mo Yen. Stepping up to the massive stone, CO lightly touched it with the tip of his sword. Driving a blade into stone was nothing special. Even a low-ranked master could manage that. or so his opponent thought while watching. Then Seo's presence changed. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from him, his body glowing with a deep blue light. An explosive force burst forth, and the energy drilled straight through the stone, leaving a perfectly clean hole behind. The commentators froze for a moment before reacting. Creating a hole like that, they said, was far more difficult than simply splitting stone. The crowd erupted. The South Sky Sword Spirit asked whether it was a sword dance, but Co corrected him. This was sword essence. He had activated the rotating Chu Jie sword without a single visible movement. Memories of countless training sessions flashed through his mind, watching Baekhyangmuk use this technique again and again. After witnessing it in real combat, he had finally grasped it himself. For now, it was unsuitable for actual battle, especially against a moving enemy, but as a demonstration, it was flawless. Even so, Co understood the gap between himself and Mo Yin. Their difference in sword skill, energy control, and overall martial ability was absolute. Revenge could wait. What mattered now was the path ahead. As the next contestant stepped forward and split the stone with ease, Co's eyes narrowed. This one would be dangerous. Not on the level of Lai Zhonggam, but close enough to be taken seriously. The stands buzzed with discussion, voices murmuring that the Wind sect still hid talents no one had expected to see. Where had they been hiding someone like this until now? The crowd whispered among themselves, calling him another candidate for victory, on the same level as Lai Zhon of the Wind sect. Co frowned. He had never heard of such a person in his past life. This name had never appeared at the tournament. That meant only one thing. A spy sent by Baekhyang, and likely her most capable subordinate. The man stepped closer from behind and quietly warned Co not to turn around. The two stone pillars nearby were watching them. Then, as if discussing the weather, he said he had heard a lot about him and had now personally confirmed that Co was perfectly suited to become the lady's husband. Co found it absurd. No one had bothered to ask his opinion, yet they spoke as if the decision was already made. Huan Yinha, Beck's follower, recalled his conversation with Beck herself. He had once asked whether it was true that Co had blocked her attack. Beck had answered calmly that Co was likely hiding his real abilities, and that his true strength might rival her own. Quan already knew the rumors, that Co was the fourth elder's disciple, the one who had defeated both disciples of the second elder. Quan had also asked what would happen once the sword was recovered and the cult reunited. Beck had replied without hesitation that she would make Co her husband and accept his seed. Quan had nearly spat out his drink. Beck, puzzled, asked what displeased him. He had answered that nothing was wrong. He was simply surprised. Since then, Quan had been watching Co carefully, trying to understand what made him so special, why Beck had chosen him. If Co could manifest sword essence at such an age, then his future was obvious. And if they crossed paths in the tournament, he would be an extremely troublesome opponent. He finally introduced himself, claiming to be a disciple of the first elder, Yinha. Co already knew the truth. He was Beck's subordinate, though most did not know that the first elder's disciple was present here. The first elder was Tan, the emperor of the blood-destroying sword, widely regarded as the strongest figure in the cult. His disciple's appearance at this tournament alone showed how critical the sword's return truly was. Quan dropped all pretense and spoke directly. Co should join them. If he did, the internal conflict within the cult would become meaningless and resolve itself. He added that Co should bring his master as well, because otherwise, their faction stood no chance of winning. Hearing this, Co sensed their confidence. Quan reinforced it without hesitation, saying they would definitely obtain the sword. Co understood, then, that provoking on Hui with a few sharp words would lead nowhere. He turned away, wished him luck, and walked off as if nothing had happened. The crowd's attention shifted to the next contestant. It was Humble Jia, a representative of a minor sect, demonstrating the 18 hands subduing the dragon technique. Co waited for him. When Humble Jia approached, Co casually asked whether he had found anyone like him. Humble Jia replied that there was indeed someone, and was about to point him out, but suddenly his foot caught on a raised stone. He stumbled and fell straight towards Co. Co steadied him and told him to be careful, remarking that the ground was uneven and he clearly had not been watching his step. Then a quiet question reached his ears. Was it because of Humble Jia? Co immediately understood. He told him to focus on the task at hand and save revenge for later, reminding him that a promise had already been made. The boy stared at him, convinced Co was playing tricks. He said he could do the same and decided it was a brilliant idea. Pretending to trip, he deliberately fell toward her. But the moment he asked if she was all right, the unexpected happened. Her palm slammed into his face, sending him flying so far it felt as if he vanished beyond the horizon. After that, Co finally saw the person he had been waiting for. The tournament had begun earlier than in his previous life, leaving him uncertain, so he chose to confirm his instincts. It proved to be the right decision. Mongyong spoke freely, and Sodam asked who he was. Co explained calmly that during the Great War between the Orthodox and unorthodox factions, countless clans and sects had been wiped out. The Kunlun sect was among them. Manhwa was the last surviving heir of the fallen Kunlun sect. She pitied him at first, but failed to understand why he mattered and questioned Seo about it. Seo replied that she would have learned the reason if she had not interrupted him. He went on, explaining that according to his memories, Manhwa entered the tournament to rebuild his name and draw the attention of the alliance, hoping to restore the Kunlun sect. From the very beginning, his goal had been victory. That was why he concealed his identity until the very end. However, in the quarterfinals, he ran into Li Jian and was defeated. That alone was not the real problem. During the match, his mask was torn away, exposing his face and revealing that he had been hiding his identity all along. What made it even worse was that he openly displayed the martial arts of the long-destroyed Kunlun sect. No one listened to his explanations. Instead, they branded him a spy from an unorthodox faction who had somehow learned the techniques of a vanished sect. Because of that single incident, the tournament was suspended for 3 days. Seo did not need delays like this. They would only disrupt his plans. When he finally met Manhwa, he greeted him casually, saying it had been a long time, as if they were old acquaintances. Then he added, almost offhandedly, that he had not expected to see him participating at his age. That remark alone was enough to draw attention. Manhwa laughed, stepped forward, and hugged Seo tightly, loudly exclaiming how long it had been since they last met. It was a performance for the crowd. As his lips neared Seo's ear, his tone changed. He asked quietly who Seo really was and what he knew. Seo answered just as softly. One watcher was on the wall. 2 more were among the participants, and another was standing right behind them at that very moment. All 4 were watching closely. Manhwa's expression shifted as understanding crept in. Seo told him to stay calm and act naturally. He explained that someone was being observed, but not Manhwa. It was Seo himself. Mong asked why he was being told any of this, pointing out that he had no reason to trust or help a stranger. Seo apologized for the delayed introduction and identified himself as Seo Uni, a disciple of the Southern Sky Swordsman. He said there was no time to explain everything, so he would be brief. If Mong truly believed he could restore Kunlun through the tournament, then he needed to rethink his goal. Mong did not understand at first, but Seo continued, telling him not to be so short-sighted. Even Mong himself knew he was the last survivor of the Kunlun sect. Did he really think the leaders of the Murim Alliance were unaware of that? Everyone knew that the unorthodox factions had slaughtered his entire family that night. And yet, the Murim Alliance had remained silent. Do they know about me? Mong wondered. Seo closed his eyes and admitted, with visible reluctance, that they did. The truth ignited Mong's anger. He slammed his hand against the wall, fury spilling out. The Kunlun sect had always supported righteousness. Again and again, they had aided the orthodox factions and upheld justice within Murim. Mong admitted he could not understand what the Kunlun sect had done to deserve abandonment by the Murim Alliance. Seo understood that much himself. It was likely politics. In times of war, neutrality did not exist. You were either an ally or an enemy. There was no middle ground. He said this was only his personal conclusion, not something he could prove. He did not know what truly guided the alliance's leadership. Then he said there was something more important. Seo reached for his sword and suddenly hurled it into the asphalt in front of a man nearby. In an instant, he closed the distance and demanded to know whether he had been following them. The man looked genuinely confused and asked what he was talking about. Seo warned him not to play dumb. Leaning closer, he gestured toward Mong and said that Mong had claimed 4 people were tailing him. Seo added that it appeared Mong was right. He asked him directly whether he was a blood cult spy. The man recoiled in shock, telling him not to throw such accusations around. He insisted he was a master of the alliance. Mayo covered her mouth in disbelief, asking how blood cult members could even be present here. Seo pressed further, demanding to know why he was following them and how he intended to prove his affiliation with the alliance. The man ignored the accusations, continued walking, and warned Seo not to attack innocent people without cause. When Seo returned to Mong, he said the matter had been handled. He added that Mong now owed him a favor. After Seo swore solemnly in the name of the Southern Heaven Swordsman and made his intentions clear, Mong chose to withdraw from the tournament, displaying a dignity few could match. Even the guards realized what Seo had accomplished. He had eliminated a serious threat to the cult, done a righteous deed, and gained a valuable card for the future, all at once. In his past life, Seo had never needed such goodwill. But this time, the Murim Alliance learned the truth of Kunlun's fate and promised its restoration. Seo joined them without hesitation. On the front lines, he fought relentlessly against unorthodox factions and the blood cult, eventually earning the title Poisonous Eye of Cohen. By being the first to extend his hand, he rose within the Murim Alliance, preserving both his honor and his dignity. The sword told him not to be so modest. Without Seo's interference, the Kunlun sect might have been forced to abandon its long-held stance of non-interference. She pointed out that Seo always acted with profit in mind. Yet even so, it was clear he respected others and cared about their feelings. That balance was rare. At the same time, inside the residence of the Alliance's first strategist, General Murm burst into laughter. He openly admitted that he had not expected to be outplayed so cleanly. Still, he waved it off, saying everything was fine. There was no need to continue monitoring CO. They had been led around perfectly. The blood cult spies were already watching closely, and if CO had noticed anything suspicious, he would have reported it immediately. The strategist was certain of that. Either CO would come straight to him, or he would handle the spies himself. A young man then asked whether the strategist believed CO had already figured out who was watching him. The answer was yes, though it had completely exceeded expectations. That realization alone proved that the boy was both intelligent and bold. When asked if suspicion towards CO remained, the strategist replied that it was still too early to decide. The truth would reveal itself during the second stage of the selection. Morning arrived, and with it, the second stage began. 16 platforms had been erected across the arena. The rules were slightly different this time. All participants were divided into 16 groups, each assigned to a platform. Only the last person left standing on each platform would advance. Those who performed best in the previous round would take the platforms first. This ensured that the strongest could not hide or avoid confrontation. They would have to defend their place against everyone else. The explanation dragged on, sounding tedious to CO. He asked what would happen if participants joined forces. The answer was simple. Teams of more than 2 were forbidden. That meant pairs were allowed. Strong fighters would be restricted, while weaker ones gained an opening. Anyone hoping to advance had to prove they could remain dominant even under disadvantageous conditions. At the same time, newcomers could seize this opportunity to make a name for themselves through real combat. That, at least, was how the rules were presented. Listening to the polished words echoing from the loudspeaker, CO understood the truth. They were nothing more than beautifully packaged phrases. In truth, it was nothing more than a way to burden the stronger participants. Soon after, the loudspeaker rang out again, instructing those who had received plaques to stand by their assigned platforms. CO's plaque bore the symbol of fire. The platforms themselves were divided into 4 groups, each aligned with a heavenly element. To his right, CO noticed several familiar figures. First place in the opening stage belonged to Li Zhan, the student and heir of 2 of the 8 great masters. Second was Quan, representing the Wind Sect. Third stood Jin Yong, grandson of the Burning King of the Supreme Blade. Fourth was CO Uni himself, the apprentice of the Southern Sky Swordsman. No matter how much he tried to pace himself, CO knew one truth well. No one could defeat 30 opponents in succession without rest. As the rules were reiterated, the organizers confirmed that once the round began, remaining participants would enter the platforms in descending order of strength. With that, the second qualifying round officially began, and everyone was ordered onto their platforms. The host announced the overseer of the fire platform, the white sword of the blossoming plum of Manhwa, second elder of the Murim Alliance. His gaze settled on CO. He greeted him openly, calling him the disciple of the Southern Sky Swordsman, then corrected himself, suggesting perhaps the disciple of the fourth elder, CO on Y, would be more accurate. Another member of the fire platform stepped forward at once. Dobby. She asked CO if he planned to stay on the defensive. CO decided this suited him perfectly. If so, he could simply eliminate all of her followers in one sweep. The third participant of the fire platform was Song Jaebek of the Yeonsong clan, a disciple of the fourth elder of the blood cult. Seeing CO here was the last thing he expected. CO had already ruined too many of their arrangements. Looking around, it became clear that most of the people on this platform were either confirmed spies or those CO and Chosang one had already suspected to be Beck's agents. Was it coincidence? CO doubted it. That doubt vanished when one of the participants quietly warned him that many spies had been deliberately placed in his group. Then everything aligned. The majority of infiltrators were concentrated on the fire and wood platforms. This was no accident. Someone had manipulated the lists, and only one person had the authority to do so. The first strategist, General Siegel Unman. CO understood the risk immediately. If he showed mercy to even one person on this platform, the consequences would be far greater than they appeared. In a situation like this, there was nothing to be done, even if the list of participants on the platform had been known in advance. No matter what, he would have to personally eliminate every spy and suspicious figure until only 2 contestants remained. CO had to admit it. This plan was sharp. The strategist general would have enjoyed arranging such a scenario himself, but the rules restricted how many fighters could be grouped together. Soon, an announcement rang out, ordering all participants to take their seats. It might have dealt a blow to the hostess, but the young man dismissed it as none of his concern. His objective was clear now: remove the obstacles standing before him and claim the position of the young hostess's future husband. That was all that mattered. He also understood that an open attempt to kill would immediately put the others on alert. So he set a limit for himself: 10 blows. Only 10. That was how he would end it. The moment arrived. He charged at CO with a twisted expression, launching himself off the ground with full force. Yet behind that rush hid another intention. He planned to strike first, then deliver the remaining 10 blows in succession. But CO stood there, unshaken, his posture calm to the point it was unsettling. It became difficult even to approach him. The enemy noticed it at once. The instant he sensed CEO's true strength, his confidence shattered, and the idea of 10 punches suddenly felt ridiculous. In that moment, he understood his opponent was far beyond the beginner stage. Around them, the other participants watched in silence, the scene seeming to take on a bluish haze before their eyes. That was when they realized it too. CEO had been hiding his real abilities all along. Before a single sequence of 10 strikes could be completed, the voice of the next contestant echoed as he stepped toward the ring. Rage boiled inside the defeated man. He snarled at CEO, warning him not to get carried away after landing just one successful blow, swearing they would meet again. CEO simply told him to look down. Only then did the man realize the platform beneath his feet was gone. Just like that, he was eliminated, without unleashing his full strength, defeated by a single punch. CEO claimed the first victory, 1 down out of 30. There was no time to slow down. He couldn't allow another opponent to linger beside him on the platform. A pairing could complicate everything. The next challenger was already stepping forward. Thick, scarred arms flexed as the man prepared himself, a single thought repeating in his mind. Jabek only hoped he could last a little while before being eliminated. These thoughts surfaced as he glanced at the previous contestant who had been crushed without resistance. It was obvious. This man in front of him would not go easy. High above, the tournament organizers sat on the balcony, watching closely. They had expected CEO to conserve his strength, knowing he still had 30 opponents to face. Yet it looked as if he had chosen a fight at full power from the very first moment. His platform was filled with those suspected of having ties to the blood cult, and the organizers wanted to see whether he would show them any mercy. But judging by how ruthlessly he dealt with his opponents, it was difficult to believe they were on the same side. Maybe he was hiding it, or maybe he truly wasn't a spy at all. Either way, it was far too early to decide. This was only the first match out of 30, so they chose to keep watching. The second opponent was Song Jaebek of the Johans clan. Like the Yan Seo clan, they belonged to the Hunan province division of the Alliance. Their origins were similar, and they had appeared around the same time, which meant there was a chance they were either both clean or both compromised. Still, the organizers knew Jaebek was a straightforward man, a walking mountain of muscle, and that his nature would reveal itself clearly once the fight began. One of them muttered that no one had expected this kind of start. All 4 favorites of the tournament were fighting seriously from the very first bout, holding nothing back. Soon, the call went out for the next fighter to step forward. CEO knew he couldn't slow down. If he wanted to wipe them out in one sweep, he had to leave the organizers no time to test their suspicions. Nearby, another contestant rested a massive sword across his shoulders, having already finished opponent after opponent as he waited for his next match. The others bristled with irritation, unhappy that he was making himself stand out so clearly. The rivalry between them was impossible to miss. They also noticed that neither Sayo, Unhui, nor anyone else was rushing headlong into an obvious trap. To the strategists, it was beginning to look like CEO wasn't the only one worthy of carrying the future of the Murim Alliance. Then it ended in an instant. With a single punch, CEO erased his opponent. The impact was so violent that the man was sent flying straight into the wall. No one could tell whether it was deliberate, but that single act set the tone for the entire tournament, leaving a deep impression on everyone who witnessed it. Sodom asked why he was deliberately adding fuel to the fire. He answered that this was the only correct strategy in the current situation, even if it brought him no personal benefit. Even the enemy lying on the ground seemed to hope he would be treated more gently. Someone addressed him as vice commander, but he immediately told him not to use that title, unwilling to draw unnecessary suspicion. Then he quietly informed Park of the real problem: explosives. Gunpowder had been spread throughout the stands. While the fight continued, CEO kept observing his surroundings. At some point, an unfamiliar scent reached his nose, something that clearly did not belong there. Tracing it carefully, he confirmed his suspicion. It was gunpowder. An unremarkable man was slipping through the crowd, scattering it while everyone's attention remained fixed on the arena. CEO followed him and dealt with him quickly. As expected, the man turned out to be one of Beck's subordinates. There was no time to dwell on it. The gunpowder could be ignited at any moment, and if that happened, no one would survive. Another participant had already stepped onto the platform, yet CEO couldn't understand what Becky Hyang intended to achieve with such an arrangement. Then it clicked. She might be planning to stage an attack. CEO looked at his opponent and apologized. The man didn't understand what he was apologizing for. Even the South Heaven sword spirit thought CEO had lost his senses when he calmly returned his sword to its sheath. He apologized once more, then openly declared his surrender. Turning away, he leapt down to the edge of the arena. Someone was waiting there. CEO asked for the scabbard, which turned out to be filled with gunpowder. He asked where she was now, and the answer came that she had gone to track down the others who were spreading it. CEO ordered her to find them as quickly as possible and bring them to him. He left the tournament without a second thought about the sword. This was not the moment for such concerns. If he failed to act before the explosion, it would appear as though he were working with Beck. The strategists had already realized that gunpowder had been scattered among the stands. One of them lifted a sample, brought it to his nose, and frowned, unable to confirm whether it was genuine. At the same moment, Ko was already forcing his way past the guards, declaring that he urgently needed to see the first general strategist. The general frowned, puzzled as to why Ko was here instead of standing on the platform. Then he noticed that Ko was already holding a scabbard packed with gunpowder. The general immediately ordered the guards to let him through. Ko reported that his escort had confirmed the presence of explosives and that the man who scattered the powder had not acted alone. Someone had brought the gunpowder into the stands, hiding it inside scabbards. The general placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and said he was relieved not to have been mistaken about him. He added that it mattered even more now, especially since he still wanted to witness a student's performance with his own eyes. Still, he urged CO to return to the arena. No matter how tight their security was, the absence of the Alliance head greatly weakened their defenses. CO barely had time to react before a figure appeared before him. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether it was the head of the Alliance himself or the Grand High Sword, Pek Hyangmuk, who had likely come in secret to watch his disciple. That realization hit hard. If so, then the strongest master of the Murim Alliance was no longer guarding the sword. Now Beck's calculation became obvious. The general asked whether the boy could help. It was clear he had finally placed his trust in CO. If CO had done nothing, everything would have unfolded very differently. CO asked what kind of help was needed. Announcing the gunpowder and stopping the tournament would throw everything into chaos. Yet doing nothing and allowing the explosion would create even greater disorder. In that confusion, those involved could simply escape. The general planned to gather all the masters and seal off the exits of the arena. CO was ordered to assist the elders of Hoyong and the Hom in arresting those they suspected of being spies. Who would have thought he would be asked to confront Beck's people at this very moment? There was even a chance he would face her directly, and if they clashed, the general would order her arrest without hesitation. Beck's plan was now perfectly clear to CO. She never intended to win the tournament. Her goal was chaos. Enough confusion to slip into the secret vault where the sword was kept. She aimed to deceive not only the Alliance, but even her own allies, and she had succeeded, going so far as to use the first Elder's apprentice. Shouts suddenly erupted from the crowd. Someone was yelling that there was something strange on a man's belt. CO turned his gaze and saw a chilling sight. Spybeck was standing there, a belt pack full of gunpowder wrapped tightly around his waist. People tried to stop him, shouting in panic, but he only laughed and roared that the unrivaled faction would never forget this humiliation. Then he pressed the switch. A red glow washed over every face, the reflection of a fire mushroom blooming in the stands as the first explosion erupted. Others carrying explosives were already scattered among the spectators. It was pure madness. They screamed that the unrivaled faction would remember this insult, and that everyone would pay for it in blood. One blast followed another, and the arena was swallowed by fire. The stage had been prepared. The moment had come. Deep inside the secret vault of the Murim Alliance, she stood before an enormous sealed door. The tournament meant nothing to her. She despised playing by rules set by others. Placing her hand against the door, she released her power, and it shattered into fragments. Taking the prize directly was far better than fighting for the right to receive it. Inside, bodies lay scattered, torn apart, and soaked in blood. She found the sight amusing. They had all died to the traps laid along the path. To counter those traps, the Alliance had prepared countless fake swords. A man standing behind her explained that the seals on the scabbards were meant to suppress the ominous aura of the real blade, so it wouldn't stand out among the decoys. There wasn't enough time to inspect each one, he said, but he doubted such a trick would stop her from recognizing the real thing. A deeper, heavier aura surged from her body, dyed in crimson. She invoked the art of the blood demon, flooding the hall with red light. The swords began to tremble in response. She leapt up, clung to the wall, and seized one of them. Landing smoothly, she declared that she had finally found it. But even as she spoke, she sensed it. They were too late to flee. Someone powerful was already rushing toward them from the arena. The head of the Murim Alliance, Pek Hyangmuk. One of the wounded men struggled to rise, clutching his body as he claimed he had a way to avoid meeting the Alliance head. Her foot came down on his neck, forcing him back to the floor. In that instant, she understood. The wounded, the corpses, even the fakes scattered around her, all of it could be used. Turning whatever lay at her feet into a weapon had always been her greatest strength. Before anyone entered the secret hideout, those who could still move were already fleeing from the spreading poison. It filled the space, blocking entry, making pursuit impossible. Behind the second strategist general, the head of the Alliance stepped forward and demanded to know what had happened. He was told at once that the enemy had used poison. Elder Tang Wujun had already entered the vault and was neutralizing it. Tangwan was unrivaled when it came to poison, the general explained, which was why they had turned to them immediately. When the head asked whether the perpetrators had been captured, the answer was grim. Elders and hall masters were already in pursuit, doing everything they could, But the enemy had arrived with a carefully prepared plan. Reports came in that dozens of people had fled in different directions, each carrying a sword wrapped in yellow seals, moving at full speed with no clear destination. Among them were not only the kidnappers, but also guards from the storage facility itself. That alone made the situation far more complicated, though the strategists did not believe they were working together. Most likely, they had been forced to take the swords to escape the vault without hesitation. One assumption was that the kidnappers had told them this was their only chance to survive, threatening death to anyone who refused. When asked for numbers, the estimate was at least 40. The head immediately grasped how critical the situation was. The real culprit was likely hiding among them, and all of this had happened in the middle of the tournament. If word spread among the distinguished guests of the Orthodox factions that the vault had been breached and the symbol of victory stolen right under their eyes, the Alliance's reputation would be crushed. The sword had to be recovered at all costs. The marks on the shattered door made it clear an explosion had been used. The head ordered an emergency decree to be issued at once. The strategist warned that such a move could damage their image, but there was no alternative. Losing the greatest symbol of the Orthodox faction's triumph would undermine the Alliance far more severely. With no room for hesitation, the order was given to mobilize everyone and send them toward the arena. The strategist did not question it, and moved immediately to carry out the command. Silently, the head reminded himself that this was not the moment to chase military glory. Elsewhere, in the northwest of the Alliance, Murim issued its own orders. All bodies killed by poison were to be removed from the vault, and everything contaminated was to be burned. The successor of the Tang clan looked around and realized the truth. Their work was far from over. Burning bodies in a furnace was never a simple task. At one point, someone thought they heard a cough from among the corpses. In the same instant, long blue braids soaked in blood whipped through the air as their owner suddenly sprang up. People rushed toward him, shouting, asking how he felt, trying to confirm whether he was alive. Before anyone could finish the question, a hand moved. A single strike ended a life. One blow was all it took. As he rose to his feet, a thought flashed through his mind. He never wanted to use the turtle breathing technique again. It allowed its user to mimic death by halting breathing and suppressing bodily movement. He had succeeded, yet now swords were pointed at him from every direction. He had fooled them all. Every body had been checked, and still no one understood how he had done it. Then a voice spoke. From its tone alone, he knew it was a woman. She wore a mask, but she removed it herself, revealing her face as she held a particular sword in her hands. She wasn't alone. Another man stood up as well, resurrecting before their eyes. She prepared to draw the blade, but he shouted that it was fake. Still, his gaze fixed on the scabbard. The talismans were intact. That made no sense. Had someone involved in the cleanup also been a spy, secretly switching the sword? He barked orders, telling everyone to seize it immediately. She cannot be allowed to expose that blade. But they were too slow. In a heartbeat, the sword was already drawn, and they hadn't even closed half the distance. The way she wielded it was unreal. She looked as if she and the sword were a single being. He had seen the blood demon blade with his own eyes during the Great War. He remembered it clearly. That sword was unmistakable, its flames burning a brilliant red. Yet what she held appeared ordinary. As he stared at the discarded scabbard on the ground, a realization struck him. He had misunderstood something fundamental. The demon's sword was not red. The moment he sensed the aura surrounding it, disbelief turned into terror. The radiance exploded outward, tearing apart anyone who tried to resist. Bodies were blown to pieces. A beam of energy surged straight into the sky, visible even from a nearby mansion. Inside that mansion stood Seo, feeling the violent pressure crash against his back. Kill. Kill everyone. Kill. I will kill everyone and everything here. That voice kept echoing inside the boy's head. It was the sword's voice, cold and merciless, enough to make sweat break out across his back. The moment he heard it, Seo understood. There was no doubt left. It could only be the blood demon sword. He had to go there immediately. His mission had changed. Now, it was about retrieving that blade at all costs. The atmosphere inside the Alliance's seaside evening pavilion was heavy with tension. Seo never expected anyone to even know about this place. Yet news had already spread that a sealed sword had escaped from here. The strategist raised his voice and ordered everyone to listen carefully. He said he would go downstairs himself. No one else was to follow until he returned. Everyone was commanded to stay where they were and remain on full alert. The strategist had personally hidden the real blade in a location no one would ever think to search. He alone knew of that room. As he descended, he silently prayed this was all a misunderstanding, that the fleeing spies had only taken fakes from the vault. If the real sword had truly been stolen, it would be an unbearable loss. The symbol of a great victory, gone under his watch, would disgrace both the Alliance head and himself as the first general strategist. The blood demon sword was supposed to be inside the box before him. As he opened it, he hoped with everything he had that nothing had gone wrong. Elsewhere, the battle raged on. She slammed the sword into the ground beside him and ordered him to pick it up. Just take it. Take the sword soaked in blood. The man hesitated. He doubted the sword would acknowledge him. This was a unique blade, one that possessed its own will. If someone unrecognized touched it, the curse would descend instantly, driving the bearer mad and destroying their body. Even so, he steeled himself and grasped the hilt. At that moment, a voice rang out. PC declared that the sword was fake, an excellent replica, but a replica nonetheless. She immediately realized it was the work of the same blacksmith, combined with the strategist general's design. She couldn't confirm it completely, but there was no time left and no clue where the real sword could be hidden. Anyone she suspected of being a decoy carrier should have already been captured by now. She assumed the chaos in the arena had likely been suppressed and brought under control. Mori's alliance was far too vast to be shaken by a handful of petty tricks, or so she believed, but her thoughts were cut off by Han's voice. If this sword could withstand the great heavenly blood art, didn't that mean it was good enough to replace the original? As he spoke, the red aura of the unique blood demon technique, passed down only through its lineage, flared around him. He stared straight into her eyes and said calmly that even a fake could stand in for the real blade. At the same time, the strategist general opened the box and froze. The original sword was still there. For a brief moment, confusion crossed his mind. Then blood splashed across the blade. Pain tore through him as a strike pierced his body. The attack came from the one person he had never suspected. He had never imagined that the traitor had been at his side all along. The blow drove into his stomach, and the strategist general was sent flying back into the wall. The traitor picked up the sword and carefully inspected the seals on the scabbard and the blade, convinced that this was the true difference between a replica and the original. He had heard that an ordinary man could not even lift this sword. Now he understood it was no exaggeration. The energy pouring from it was unmistakable. Reeling from betrayal, the strategist general asked if this was the work of the peerless faction. The traitor questioned why he thought so. The general answered that if the blood cult had known the sword was here, they would never have needed an elaborate scheme involving gunpowder. The traitor laughed and praised his insight before kicking him in the head. He said that someone so clever should have taken better care of his people. For 20 years, he had served at the general's side and gained nothing. Then a stranger appeared, someone known for barely 5 minutes, and was already being spoken of as a future heir. He spat a few words about the Mori alliance, saying that as long as it was led by people like the strategist general, its reputation would only rot, forcing the alliance to constantly rebuild its name. The general steadied himself and replied that he was curious to see how the traitor intended to secure a comfortable place among them after this. He raised his sword and asked a single question, whether the man had learned anything at all during the 20 years they had spent together. He pressed further, asking whether the traitor truly believed any faction would accept him after such betrayal, and whether he thought people would not unite when facing the blood cult. Calmly, the general said he had never seen him as more than an escort, someone whose role only highlighted the limits of his own ability. The traitor repeated that the general would die soon and kicked him in the head once more. Then a light flared without warning, shining straight into his eyes. It blinded him completely. He froze, unable to understand what kind of light it was, his body trembling in shock. It was a small trump card given to the strategist general by the Tang clan, a device that used gunpowder to launch poison needles. He wondered how many of those needles the traitor could endure without an antidote. Panic set in, and the traitor turned and fled at full speed. The general almost laughed inwardly, thinking the man a fool. If such a weapon could be fired repeatedly, it would have been adopted in a military strategy long ago. But luck was cruel. A sword suddenly pierced into the strategist general's spine. He needed to report the situation of the blood demon sword, yet he could no longer feel his legs. As his vision blurred, something unexpected caught his eye on the stairs. A body was tumbling downward, lifeless. For a brief moment, the general believed the heavens were truly aiding him. The one who appeared next had never disappointed him before, but then doubt surfaced. How did he know to come here? The answer struck him like ice. The only reason someone who was supposed to be hunting spies could appear here was simple. He was a spy as well. The heavens had not saved him. The sword rested coldly against the strategist general's throat. The traitor offered a polite apology, explaining that the general had simply been in the way of their plans. Then he turned and walked calmly down the stairs toward the exit. Thus ended the life of the first general strategist, a man who had devoted everything to his duty. In his final moments, he thought about the one who killed him. Whoever that man truly was, he would have deceived anyone, not just me. To the outside world, it appeared as though the strategist general and the soldiers of his escort had slaughtered one another in an internal clash. All of it stemmed from his belief that Seo was not a spy. A 10% doubt had turned into a gamble far greater than he ever imagined. In the shadows of the Murim Alliance, the young man could hardly believe it. He was holding the real blood demon sword. The strategist general had tried to protect it, even at the cost of his own life, and that alone was proof enough of its authenticity. As if to confirm it, the sword's voice kept echoing relentlessly, whispering and screaming at the same time, demanding blood, repeating that it would kill everyone. The spirit of the South Heaven Sword was clearly displeased. Sharing a scabbard with such a terrifying presence made him deeply uncomfortable. As compensation, CO promised he would polish him properly later. He quickly told everyone that they were heading toward the rendezvous point. The situation was unstable, but their master would be there in case of an emergency, and once they met, the sword would be handed over immediately. Then the ground trembled beside them. CO's heart sank. Not him, but it was already too late. A figure appeared right in front of them. The former candidate for the 8 great masters of the Central Plains, the invincible blade of the North Star, Guak Hyunjik. How strange, Guak said as his voice echoed. What are you doing here? Running into the unstoppable blade of the North Star at a moment like this was pure misfortune. CO immediately began searching for a way to resolve the situation without fighting, especially with the sword's voice roaring inside his head, shouting that it wanted to kill everyone. The words coming from Guak barely reached him through the noise. Sodom reacted at once, demanding that they isolate themselves from the sword's voice. As long as it remained sealed inside the sheath, there was no reason to listen to its mad cries. Inside the scabbard, the spirit of the South Heaven Sword watched the blood demon sword closely. He could hear the dissatisfaction, the overwhelming bloodlust pouring from it. Then he noticed something alarming. The seals were beginning to glow. Realizing the danger, he shouted that something had to be done immediately, throwing the space inside the sheath in a panic. Outside, CO spoke calmly with Guak. He explained that on the orders of the first general strategist, he had been tracking suspicious individuals in order to arrest them, and during that pursuit, he had noticed something unusual. Guak replied that he had seen CO and his group trying to blend into the crowd before suddenly rushing off. He wanted to know where they were going and why. CO understood at once that this encounter was no coincidence. Even at full concentration, he hadn't sensed Guak's presence at all. That alone proved his strength. Guak stood on the same level as a Southern Heaven swordsman and claimed a place among the 8 great warriors. Pointing a finger at CO, Guak voiced his suspicions, then added that he still trusted him. Finally, he asked a single question: how CO intended to strengthen that trust. To test him, Guak asked to see the scabbard on the boy's back. At first glance, it seemed like a casual request, but he had already noticed something odd. CO's scabbard was wider and longer than what a Southern Heaven swordsman would normally carry. Catching the hesitation in Guak's tone, CO wondered if he could still sway him. He remarked that such a thought was rather bold and asked whether Guak was suggesting there were 2 swords hidden inside the same scabbard. Guak replied that this was no mere assumption. To prove it, he revealed that his own scabbard was constructed in the same way. Then he asked again, calmly, to be allowed to inspect CO's. After a brief examination, Guak let out a faint, bitter smile. What a tragedy, he said. Ho's successor, Young Dae, had turned out to be a spy after all. That conclusion became unavoidable the moment he saw CO holding the sword. Guak admitted that he truly wished to resolve the matter without bloodshed, and that it was still possible if CO surrendered right now. As his words faded, more figures appeared, gathering behind Guak in silent support. CO did not hesitate. He rushed forward. Even though they outnumbered him and were physically superior, he crushed their momentum in an instant and made his position clear. Guak continued speaking as if nothing had changed, saying that he could not ignore those who strayed from the orthodox path. Drawing his sword, he allowed CO to strike first. CO accepted without hesitation. He knew there was only one way out of this. He would have to defeat Guak. Their swords collided, and a fierce battle erupted. The exchange was breathtaking. CO couldn't help but notice how perfectly Guak maintained his balance. The loss of an arm did not weaken him at all. If anything, it seemed to have refined his strength even further. A lingering unease gripped CO, the sense that this could end far worse than the clash with the Pan clan. At one moment, he failed to evade a strike aimed directly at his head. A sharp pain flashed across his face as redness spread over his skin. It was a metal transformation technique. Without it, his skull would have been split open. Only then did the reason for Guak's strange blade become clear. Its design allowed it to be controlled with the foot. Handling 2 swords at once was already difficult, but extending one through the foot dramatically widened the attack range. When CO blocked the blade in Guak's hand, the sword guided by his foot inevitably followed through and struck its mark. Once more, Guak questioned CO, asking why he should not return to the Orthodox faction. He added that he would not even ask how CO was connected to them. He explained that he couldn't believe someone like CO would remain among them without a compelling reason. Such a choice required a serious motive. Still, he said, it wasn't too late. There was yet a chance to step away from the unorthodox path. Even after CO had been exposed as a spy, Guak showed no haste to turn his back on him. He never doubted that CO was truly a disciple of the Southern Heaven swordsman, and he was willing to accept that there was meaning behind his actions. If, in a past life, CO had chosen to confide in Guak instead of others, Guak would have extended his hand without hesitation. Guak was not like Mo or Elderbeck. He genuinely lived by the principles of the orthodox path. Because of that, CO had no desire to fight him. let alone kill him. But if Guak lived, he would report everything. Co would be branded a traitor to the Orthodox faction, and that stain would reach his sister as well. Guak swore on his honor that he would protect Co and his companions, offering to go with him. He asked whether Co trusted him. Co answered that he did. Then he added that he did not trust the others, those who hid behind the name of the Orthodox faction, while using the same despicable methods as the evil sects they condemned, all under the excuse of friendship. Co laid out his reasoning plainly. There were just as many thieves within the Orthodox factions as there were good people among the unorthodox. There was no real difference. That was why he chose to remain where he was. Guak listened and said he understood. Co was right. The world was not divided into pure good and pure evil. It was built of countless shades of gray. But in Mima, people were judged by the banners they stood under, whether orthodox or evil. That was how their society functioned. Guak admitted that he, too, was bound by those rules. Because of that, this battle could not simply end. They had no choice but to continue. Once again, their swords clashed in a violent exchange. Co managed to deflect Choi's revolving blade, but the fight was brutally difficult. His opponent was spinning a sword with his leg as well, turning every movement into a layered assault. This was Guak, a man who had once fought the swordsmen of the southern sky on equal footing. With each exchange, his energy only seemed to grow, his excitement sharpening. As he surged forward again, Guak spoke with a faint smile. "So you really do have it after all," he said, his gaze fixed on the blood demon sword. The blow sent him flying. The impact was so violent that the scabbard, with the sword still inside, tore free from his back and spun through the air. Co twisted mid-flight, flipped backward, and landed on his feet. 10 meters away, he looked up and saw Guak holding the scabbard. Guak declared that Co would never get it back. He could not allow the blood cult to claim the blood demon sword. Co reacted instantly. His left hand moved, activating a technique as a thread shot out and wrapped around the sword, yanking it toward him. Impressive, Guak thought, but there was no time to admire it. He lunged forward. As he moved, his foot struck the scabbard, and the sword slipped free. "Oh shit," Co muttered. He spun sharply and kicked the sword away toward his men, shouting that it was the blood demon sword and ordering them to grab it. At the same time, he was already clashing with Guak's subordinates. The race was set. Whoever reached the sword first would decide everything. Co sprinted as well, knowing that losing it meant the end. He shouted for one not to touch the sword, not to lay a hand on it. Too late. Guak's disciple reached it first, stepping on Juan's face as he surged ahead. The talismans meant to restrain the blade vanished instantly, peeling away like smoke. The disciple grasped the sword, and in that moment, everything went wrong. The power inside it crushed down on him. Escape became impossible. His hand locked onto the hilt, veins bulging grotesquely as the sword seized control. The seal was broken. The madness within the blade burst free. The large, dull-witted man standing behind Jung asked if the disciple was all right. Red energy exploded outward. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the disciple's body split cleanly in two. Everyone standing nearby died with him. Those who survived stared in horror, unable to understand what they were seeing or what kind of power had been unleashed. Co understood perfectly. This sword had rules. If an unprepared person touched the blood demon's sword, its spirit would immediately suppress their mind and seize their body. Guak realized there was no one else he could turn to. Still, he chose to ask the boy for help. Co was already moving. He had intended to help anyway. He understood the situation better than anyone. Yin was the first to be placed in danger. The moment the disciple lost control, he lunged straight for her. She didn't even consider retreating. Her mind focused on one thing only, getting the sword back. Several options flashed through her thoughts, and the simplest was to sever the arm holding the blade. But the opponent was far too strong. Yin was forced to block instead. Co moved instantly, planting his foot against her back to support her balance. His disguise as a boy still intact. He's a monster. How am I supposed to fight this? The thought crossed his mind, as every attack they launched was brushed aside with terrifying ease. The man had just crushed a blade infused with the inner energy of a candidate for the 8 great masters, using nothing but his bare hands. It's all or nothing. Van made his decision. He aimed for the opponent's acupuncture points, hoping to force his fist to loosen. Is he really made of iron? The strike only fueled the madness. The sword slid dangerously close to Van's neck, the failed attempt enraging the monster even further. At that critical moment, Guak appeared behind Jung and smashed a kick into his legs, sending him crashing onto his back. The opening was enough. One slipped behind the fallen body. Guilt weighed heavily on Guak's heart. He had put Jung Mong in this state with his own hands. Still, he told himself to endure and swung his sword, believing that since he had caused this madness, he was the one who had to end it and save Mang. Each of Guak's strikes carried overwhelming power and aura, and with them came memories he could not suppress. The day he'd asked, "What is your dream?" The question had confused Mang. Guak had spoken of his own dream, of becoming one of the 8 great masters of the Central Plains. He had always warned that power and fame should never be the goal. Mang had nodded in agreement, at least on the surface. He said he was driven by something else, though he couldn't put it into words. He had told Guok that he believed his master was the greatest martial artist in Mima, that his sword techniques were unmatched, and that he wanted everyone who came to Jonhang to witness them. Those words echoed through Guok's mind as blades clashed. His sword slipped from his hand. He couldn't bring himself to strike down his own disciple. Mang seized the moment. He raised the blade, ready to deliver the final blow. For someone enslaved by the blood demon sword, killing was effortless. Control was already gone. Then at the very last instant, blue energy surged between them. The fatal strike was stopped. Unhoe appeared like a shadow drawn by fate itself, arriving just in time to save Guok. For a brief moment, CEO forgot that it wasn't just the teacher's life hanging by a thread, but the lives of those children as well. The teacher apologized, saying he could only decide now, and hurled his sword into the air. As it fell, terrifying energy surged around his body. Guok lashed out, kicking the sword and sending it straight toward Meng. The force behind the kick carried the blade like a projectile. It slammed into Meng's stomach, yet failed to pierce his flesh. It was obvious Guok had held back, as expected from one of Murim's strongest masters, once said, rejoicing along with the girl. Guok had used the penetrating palm, a technique where internal energy invades the body and disrupts the flow of qi, causing severe internal damage. Meng's circulation was now in chaos, and the sword would no longer be able to move his body freely for a while. Guok suggested cutting off Meng's arm once he regained consciousness, warning CEO that this would end his life as a martial artist. CEO answered calmly. He himself had lost an arm and still continued his sword path, reaching great heights. He believed his disciple could do the same. Guok apologized again and asked CEO for help one more time. If nothing else, he wanted his student to live. CEO said there was no need to sever the arm. There was another way. Try his plan first, and if it failed, then cut it off. Guok was startled by what CEO had devised in such a short time, but he agreed to trust him immediately. CEO named one condition. If this worked, Guok would owe him a favor. He explained that he would create an opening, and Guok only needed to seize it and suppress Young. CEO added that his two comrades would also take part. Meng's chi flow had long since gone berserk, yet the blood demon's sword continued to force his body forward. If this continued, his meridians would burst, leaving him crippled, but at least he would survive. With that resolve, CEO moved. He closed in on Meng and began striking with his sword. And with every clash, a single thought echoed in his mind. What is this? His arms were already going numb from the impact. It was unbearable for him, and he could barely keep his sword raised. Guok noticed immediately. There was no way not to. CEO was at his absolute limit, clinging to consciousness as his strength peaked and began to slip. What is he thinking? Can he really endure this? Guok watched as CEO did nothing but replace his blade again and again, barely suppressing the storm of attacks. The ground beneath his feet started to fracture under the pressure. One mistake here meant death. CEO was laid on a block, and Guok saw it clearly. He was already preparing himself for the moment CEO would fall, and every plan would collapse. Then something impossible happened. The Shining Star Sword technique held the enemy's blade in place. To achieve that, CEO poured every remaining ounce of power he possessed into that single moment. Without pause, he shifted into the reflecting clam sword technique, attempting to twist the weapon from Meng's grip. Just as expected, it failed. Still, it wasn't meaningless. Meng lost his footing, and that alone was enough. The opening arrived the instant CEO roared. Now. They swarmed him. One grabbed his neck, another seized an arm, another clung to the other side. Holding him was torture. His strength was monstrous. With his bare hands, Meng hurled one of them to the ground. At the same time, the child was torn from someone's grasp. Before she could hit the floor, CEO appeared behind her and caught her just in time. Behind Meng, Guok locked him down with everything he had. All that remained was the sword. Someone had to tear it from his hand. When the others saw CEO reaching for it, they thought he had lost his mind. That was exactly why he had never told them. If he had, they would have stopped him without hesitation. The blood demon sword had to release its hold on Meng's body. Thanks to CEO's ability to control swords, the plan was not as reckless as it looked. First, he had to reach the blade. Then he had to speak to it. That was when the South Heaven sword spirit issued a warning. Inside the blood demon sword, there was something beyond a sword spirit, something obsessed solely with killing. It cannot even be called a spirit. This thing devoured the souls of anyone who dared to interact with it. In that instant, everything went silent. The question arose whether the blood demon sword's influence had truly been suppressed. For a brief moment, it felt as if they had escaped without further bloodshed. But when CEO turned his head, he saw Jiang Meng lying unconscious on the ground. What happened? How did this happen? I must have blacked out at some point. What the hell? He looked around, and his thoughts shattered. Bodies were everywhere. A heap of people lay motionless across the ground. He couldn't understand it. He couldn't accept it. Near his feet, the sword slipped from his hand and fell, but he no longer had the strength to hold it anyway. Then he saw her. Beneath the tree lay the blood-soaked body of a girl he believed to be his sister. It was impossible. No matter how dangerous the plan was, this was never supposed to happen. He was prepared to risk himself, not them, until the very last moment. He had believed they were all alive. He had never once allowed himself to imagine this ending. His scream tore through the silence. How could I let this happen? Where did I go wrong? He blamed himself for dragging them into this, for letting them follow him on such a mission. Then his thoughts twisted. No, it wasn't his fault. It was the Murim Alliance. They were responsible. He would make them pay with blood. He would slaughter everyone involved. That was the resolve that filled him as he picked the sword back up. His entire body trembled. Guak rushed to him at once, checking on his student. A girl ran up, asking if he was all right. Suddenly, the world around Co was dyed red. A violent crimson glow erupted from his body. His energy surged explosively, throwing the girl far away. This was wrong, completely unlike him. Guak froze. Co's hair had turned red. His heart sank. He had seen this before. The red hair, the blood-colored sword, even the way he spoke. It was a face Guak could never mistake. A blood demon. Co answered in a cold voice. Are you telling me to put down my sword? He invited Guak to try and force him if he could. His presence was overwhelming, terrifying. Nearby, the girl coughed violently, clearly suffering from internal injuries. However, to one observer it looked as if she had simply hit her head, because her eyes sparkled with hearts as she stared at the older man, completely mesmerized by his presence. Guak did not hesitate. He rushed straight at Co with his sword, trying to stop him. Even as he charged, he shouted for the boy not to let the sword control him, warning that the consequences would be irreversible. Co did not respond. His eyes were drowned in red, and reason no longer existed. With a single swing, he sent Guak flying back, overpowering a master of his level with terrifying ease. Guak struggled to regain his footing, barely managing to block one strike from the blood demon. The impact nearly shattered his palm. At that same instant, a crimson blade flashed before his face, moving with lightning speed. By sheer instinct, Guak dodged, but his sword slipped from his grasp. The red blade shot toward his leg, and he forced himself to counter, landing a strike that slowed Co for just a moment. Even so, it wasn't enough to stop him. Guak refused to retreat. He attacked again, swinging with everything he had. The blow was so powerful that dust exploded across the ground, swallowing the area whole. In his heart, Guak prayed that Co would suffer, even if it meant giving up his own life to pull him free from the demon's grip. From within the dust, Co's foot emerged. The kick slammed into Guak's neck with brutal force, blood spraying from his mouth as his body was sent crashing away. The red-haired Co barely seemed affected by the attack. Calmly, almost mockingly, he asked Guak how he had lost his arm, and how he still managed to walk the sword path afterward. Before Guak could answer, another presence appeared behind Co. She couldn't stay away. Co glanced at her and remarked how strange it was that she carried a sword for more than decoration. The blood demon's energy surged into her blade, then flooded her hands. Instantly, the sword was blown from her grasp. Another rushed in from the side to help, throwing a powerful punch, but it was caught effortlessly with one hand. As that man froze, the girl lunged for Co's sword arm. Her struggle only amused him. He casually tossed the sword to the ground and told her to pick it up if she could. In that same moment, someone was struck from behind, the blow landing with devastating force. The girl begged Co to stop. Guak couldn't understand it. The sword was no longer in Co's hands, so why hadn't he come back to his senses? Co only looked at them with contempt and said they were all fools. Even if they gathered all their strength, they would never be able to stop him. As he spoke, his hand closed around the girl's throat. He explained calmly that the owner of this body could not be brought back, whether the sword was in his grasp or not. Who are you? The girl asked in terror, staring at his face. I was once called a ghost, he replied. Zhang M, the sword-obsessed man, had been nothing more than a puppet, a vessel for the sword's lust for slaughter. But Co's case was different. The sword had not merely taken control as it had before. It had completely incarnated an alien while inside him. This was not Co possessed by a monster. This was a monster wearing Co's face. Do you feel pain? He asked her softly, telling her to take her time and savor the moment, because she would die soon. The girl begged him to stop, desperately kicking toward his head. Her resistance irritated him. He reached for his sword. Seeing this, Guak shouted for him to stop, but the blade was already moving closer to her body. Suddenly, a massive hand seized the girl's leg. A figure stepped in front of her, placing himself between the boy and his prey. Guak looked at the newcomer and demanded to know who he was, while a thought surfaced in his mind. Could Co be connected to the fourth elder of the blood cult? The children who had come with the man rushed forward and helped him steady himself. They were twins. The blood demon, wearing Co's body, glanced at the man and remarked that he seemed useful. He studied his face, found it strangely familiar, and demanded his name. Without hesitation, the man dropped to one knee. He introduced himself as Hayakon, the fourth elder of the blood cult. and added that the girl Co had been strangling was also a member of the cult. At those words, Co casually flung the girl into the arms of one of the twins. When asked if he had anything else to say, Hyakon continued. The young man whose body Co now occupied was his disciple. It was an honor to possess such a fine vessel. He even addressed the fourth elder, saying he could take pride in his disciple. Then Hyakon's tone changed. He asked him to release the young man. They might soon be in danger. They were now standing at the very heart of the Murim alliance, and the enemies were already moving. Tens of thousands were on their way. Co spoke with open disdain. Tens of thousands meant nothing to him. If anything, it was the perfect chance to repay those who had condemned him to 20 years of imprisonment with their own blood. When Ajong called him a ghost, Co's rage flared. He said he would no longer tolerate such insolence. Ajong answered calmly that he obeyed only the blood demon of his era and had no intention of bowing to a ghost. He added that even if Co had once been a blood demon, he no longer cared about the fate of his own people. Ajong repeated his demand, ordering the ghost to release his disciple. The ghost laughed and accepted the challenge. He leapt forward instantly, shouting for Ajong to try and force him, and swung his sword straight toward Akan's head. Just in time, Akan raised his guard, stopping the blade short of its mark. Realizing he couldn't break through, the ghost twisted midair and followed with a kick. The twins moved to help, calling out to their master, but he raised his hand and stopped them. He told them to remain where they were and watch carefully. This was something they needed to see. He was about to show them the peak they should strive for, the highest form of accelerated circulation, a complete metallic body transformation, the blood diamond body. The scene shifted far back in time, to the day Baek Muang and Hakshin first sat at the same table. It was so long ago that their meeting had already turned into legend. Baek Muang poured a cup of alcohol for the young Hakshin and urged him to drink, just as they always did on such occasions. Hakshin joked, asking if Baek Muang truly feared offending him with his strange temperament. Across from him sat the 15th head of the blood cult, Muan. Zhang wondered why Bach concerned himself with such dangerous matters. Yet there they were, drinking together like old friends, despite how much the world had changed. After another cup, Zhang found himself agreeing with his companion's words. He remembered a day in the mountains, when they had discussed a battle the cult leader himself was meant to enter. Chan had questioned whether he truly intended to fight that man. Had he not always been the loudest voice against retreat? But this time was different. This was no longer just a clash between factions. Everything was at stake. Under these circumstances, the faction itself could become a threat. Heck understood that one day he would have to defeat the Flying Moonshadow sect. Looking at Baekming, he pleaded with him to step aside while he was still alive, clinging to the hope that the blood cult could someday be reunited. He believed himself to be the face and backbone of the cult, convinced that those who held power were the ones who had to shoulder responsibility. Even with the battle looking hopeless, he chose to prioritize his duty as a member of the cult. Faith had to remain, even when hope was gone. Young Heck tried to reason with him again, but the leader refused to listen and went to retrieve the sword, intending to borrow its power. He knew the consequences would be severe. He knew the price would be enormous. Still, he believed he had to use everything available to him. A.K. Chung warned him that he would become nothing more than a vengeful ghost. No matter how much blood he spilled, that kind of glory was meaningless. But the spirit of the clan leader's teacher was sealed within the sword, and for the sake of the cult, he was ready to pay with his own life. Raising his finger toward the sky, he believed that his sacrifice would carry his soul to the heavens. Yet how could the soul of the first blood demon ever be called pure when it was born from hatred itself? Such a being would never care for the fate of the cult. A true ancestor would never slaughter his own descendants. Ignoring all warnings, the head of the blood cult seized the sword and shouted that the presence within it was not a blood demon, but merely a ghost. His laughter echoed with something deeply unsettling. The scene returned to the battlefield. Co and Hui, both bound by the sword's obsession, clashed violently with mentor and disciple exchanging blow after blow. They separated, creating distance, and stood facing one another, eyes locked. To the watching students, their strength seemed evenly matched, but something was off. Even though everything looked balanced at first glance, the demon-possessed man stepped back and studied his opponent. He spoke calmly, noting that Master Ajong had struck him with ease and that blood was already leaking from his mouth. That alone was troubling. Then his gaze felt his arm. Alarm flickered across his face. His right arm was injured, and fighting in this condition would no longer be easy. A.K. Chung raised his right hand and flooded it with chi, preparing to tear the demon out of his disciple's body. A terrifying explosion of energy rippled across the battlefield. Everything caught in the wave was thrown into chaos. Yet the blood demon slipped aside effortlessly. He dodged the strike with ease and even praised the master, calling it a respectable technique. But praise was all it was. Everything A.K. Chung had shown so far fell short of the blood demon's level. The demon had already analyzed his weakness, and now it was his turn. He struck without hesitation. The master watched in shock as the sword flew straight toward him. He could not believe it. Dodging all his attacks should have been impossible. Only a miracle saved him. His assistant slammed the sword away at the last instant, knocking it aside and pulling the master from the edge of death. The blood demon glared at the one who had ruined his strike. In the same breath, Master A.K. Chung countered with a lightning blow from his left hand. The opening cost him. A brutal counterattack followed, strong enough to force him back into clarity and caution. Co Uni's body was hurled into a violent vortex, the explosion ripping through everything in its path. A.K. Chung ordered the Northern Sword not to interfere, but stopping him was impossible. Every word from the Northern Sword sounded like nonsense, spoken by someone trapped in delusion. He believed Master Action was abandoning him, when in truth the opposite was happening. Long ago, the Master had made a promise to his disciple, and now he intended to repay that debt. From the outside, the situation almost looked absurd. Even if the disciple released the sword, the Northern Sword would still force its way into the plan, breaking free from all restraint. If there was any chance to restore things to how they once were, it had to be taken immediately. Co Uni, his gaze crazed and consumed by the blood demon, surveyed the battlefield. Raising his overwhelmingly powerful blade, he summoned a whirlwind of destruction, gathering chaos as he prepared to unleash a devastating strike on everyone before him. A.K. Chung saw the crimson demon sword approaching from the horizon. He did not hesitate. The instant he caught the sword with his bare hand, the demon drove through it. No one could understand why he chose to do so. All they could see was the master using his already injured hand to absorb the full force of the blows. As the rascal activated the great blood demon technique, the heavenly blood network, he placed himself in a posture that looked almost like an invitation to be killed. His blows rained down on the master, striking straight into muscle and bone, yet they caused no real damage. Only then did the demonic sword realize the truth. The master's body was strong enough to endure such attacks head-on. Even with the sword trapped in his hand, the master kept it under control. He stared at his opponent and declared that without a sword, he was nothing more than an ordinary ghost. Those words ignited the sword-obsessed disciple's fury. He swore that he would crush the one who dared to insult him. At that moment, the North Star sword appeared on the horizon and lunged at the villain without hesitation. Ajong shouted a reminder to his ally. They had to strike together at the same instant, aiming for 2 vital points on the head. The master's hand moved to the heavenly blood point and pressed down. At the same time, the North Star sword pierced the brain blood point. Their movements were flawless and impossibly fast. These attacks had to succeed. With his strength, the enemy would never allow a second chance. That was why both sides struck at once, targeting the 2 points simultaneously. There was no room for error. If their calculations were wrong, Co Unhoi's disciple would die on the spot. Time seemed to freeze. The impact locked all of them in place, including the disciple. His face twisted violently, his tongue jutting out as his body convulsed beyond his control. When it stopped, the master remained beside him, waiting. No one knew whether it had worked. This method had been created by the blood demon cult to subdue those possessed by the blood demon sword, but there was no certainty it would succeed here. Then a demonic roar erupted from the disciple's throat. The possessed man screamed in rage, accusing them of daring to oppose him, swearing that he would slaughter them all. The master understood immediately. It had failed. There was no time left. Everyone had to escape at once. An overwhelming torrent of power burst from the young man's body, blinding everything around him. The blood demon revealed itself fully, its presence flooding the battlefield with red and black lightning. It had tried to restrain its power until the body adapted, but their actions had forced it to release everything at once. After the explosion, Ajong's disciples lay scattered across the ground, helpless and stunned. At the center of it all, the villain rampaged freely, smashing everything around him with devastating punches. As he passed Amiyun, he glanced back at her and smiled coldly. He called her a beautiful girl and said she would be the first name on his list to be erased. The demonic sword arced through the air and flew straight toward her. She couldn't move. She couldn't react. All she could do was close her eyes, certain that this was the end. When she opened them, she was still alive. Standing before her was the vice commander, sword in hand. Something unbelievable had happened. Something she could not see, yet felt deeply. Ajong was fighting the demonic existence itself. The sword could not comprehend it. His body and soul should have already been devoured. But young Master Ajang was resisting, fighting for the body that belonged to him and demanding that the cursed ghost leave forever. For a long time, Co and Hui saw nothing but blood. An endless crimson sea stretched in all directions. He drifted within it, weightless, unable to remember anything from his past. There was no pain, no fear, only emptiness. Then, a faint light pierced the bloody haze. He didn't understand what it was, but instinctively turned toward it, searching for meaning. Figures emerged from the glow. Their shapes were unclear, yet strangely familiar. Suddenly, Saddam burst out of the void and punched him without warning, shouting for him to wake up and calling him an idiot. Cao Sky stood nearby, watching in silence, while Saddam roared that the man who once defeated death was now losing to a mere ghost. CEO Onyuni stared at Saddam, who was ordering him to regain control immediately. In that moment, he understood. A rogue ghost was controlling his body, hurting others in his place. But he didn't know how to stop it. Then a shard of glass flashed past his eye, and clarity struck. He began to see the truth of what was happening. A vast, violent rage was moving his body, acting freely through him. Yet beneath it, he felt something else. A force responding to his own will. It wasn't internal energy. It wasn't innate power. It was something different altogether. Only one question remained. Did everything truly depend on his will? He raised his hands and chose to resist. To take control. To reclaim what had been stolen. Could he undo what the cursed ghost had done and seize his body back? This power was unlike the energy of a lower core, and unlike the innate force of the central core. It was something else entirely. It was not internal force, nor innate energy. It was the power of thought itself, the force of the mind that resided in the upper realm of the body, the domain of awakened consciousness. Because of the strikes to the heavenly blood and brain blood points, he could now clearly sense those currents. They wrapped around him constantly, filled with the wills of others invading his body. And that meant one thing. He could interfere. He could disrupt the ghost's flow of desire. The moment he did, the ghost panicked and ordered him to retreat, declaring that this body already belonged to him. Fear crept in instantly. CO Uni felt as if countless demonic hands were crawling over him from every direction, tightening their grip. But instead of yielding, he resisted. When the demonic arms closed in, we realized something crucial. Their power no longer worked on him. Even a most overwhelming oppressive will could be shattered if the mind stood firm and the gate of heavenly power was open. His soul flooded with an immense force pouring down from above. Wrapped in that light, he tore the shackles apart and drove the rascal out of his body. A crushing force descended on the demon, who begged him in vain to stop. The demonic curse fused with the energy of the young master, who began to seize control of that very power. Above them, a blazing red sun appeared, as if it belonged to the demon gazing upon it. It was a blood demon from the past, manifesting once more. No one understood what was happening inside him, but from the outside, everyone could see it clearly. The blood demon had stopped. It no longer moved. Some of the masters thought this was their chance to strike, but Master Akong raised his hand and stopped them. From the look in his eyes, it was impossible to tell whether the ghost still ruled the body or whether the disciple had returned. It seemed as though he was fighting himself, prepared to sacrifice everything to reclaim his soul. The state of his shattered hand confirmed it. Slowly, the young master's face softened and returned to normal. He smiled faintly and said that he had regained control. His master rushed to him at once, pulling him into a tight embrace, calling him an idiot with obvious relief. At the same time, he scolded him harshly for speaking instead of standing still like a pillar when he arrived. Everything had worked out, but the cost of this battle was severe. The North Star Master knelt beside one of the warriors crushed against a rock. His condition was critical. The meridians throughout his body had been torn apart by unbearable strain. After wounds like these, even standing would be a struggle, let alone practicing martial arts. When CO Uni approached the North Star Master, he told him to leave and not worry, promising that he would handle everything himself. The boy spoke calmly, adding that he would not hide any future encounters with them. There were many unanswered questions about the warrior's condition, but he had no intention of covering anything up. He placed the responsibility squarely on his master, Akon, and made one thing clear. No one should claim that these deaths were caused by an obsession with the demon sword. The blame belonged to the blood cult elder, and it should be acknowledged as such. No matter how carefully the truth was buried, it would eventually surface. At least one thing was certain. CO Uni had saved Song's disciple, and because of that, the master no longer needed to fear the worst. There was no point in hiding their meeting. Without him, stopping the demon would have been impossible. There was no reason to lie. Still, the regret over losing the sword was obvious. The boy grew serious, sensing something he did not fully understand. He took the master's hand and pressed something into his palm. A tablet. He told him to come to his side immediately and assured him that he was ready to accept his situation and make it known to others. The tablet was like a physician's seal. With it, things that once seemed impossible could now be done. It was one of the divine amplification tablets, capable of healing his disciple. When the North Star Master asked why he would help, despite not walking the orthodox path, the answer was simple. He had no desire to follow the orthodox way, but that did not mean he would dedicate his life to darkness either. He intended to walk between the two, a wrong path, chosen by oneself. As absurd as it sounded, it was the middle path. In Murim, such a path was seen as heretical and incomprehensible. Even so, his choice, and his invitation for others to accept it, would decide who was willing to stand with him. Master Akong could only hope that his disciples' words carried no hidden intent. The North Star sword stated plainly that the blood cult would not aid him on this road. Yet if he truly chose to walk his own way, the middle path, he would still have this man's support in the future. As Zhang looked at his apprentice, he questioned whether giving him the divine physician's tablet had truly been the right choice. For the young master, however, this was enough for now. Doubts remained, but there was no turning back. They had to keep moving forward. They withdrew into a cave to recover in seclusion after the brutal battle. As his body began to stabilize, the young master sensed something was off. Saddam noticed it as well and grew uneasy, fearing that Jiang Ming's body had been damaged by excessive strain. Yet the result was the opposite of what they expected. His physical condition had improved. More than that, his innate energy reserves and his central dantian had increased by nearly a third. South Sky immediately understood what this meant. The power of desire was terrifying. Even the young master's appearance was changing. His eyes and hair were turning red. That phenomenon only occurred upon reaching the 5th level of the Blood Demon Great Art. But then a strange thought surfaced. How do you know this? At that moment, a familiar presence appeared behind him. The demonic sword spirit mocked him, calling him a fool and explaining that he still hadn't realized he had absorbed the blood demon ghost. Seo Wuhi instantly recognized the voice. The sword noticed it too, clearly surprised. The young master turned and questioned it. Why did it speak of itself in the third person, and why was it so arrogant? The blood demon's sword answered coldly, asking how he dared speak to this body in such a manner. If he wished, the sword could sever his meridians and kill him without effort. Still, it claimed to be in a good mood today. It would spare Seo Wuhi and even show him something, now that the irritating mass of resentment and madness had been expelled from his body. The demon added that Seo Wuhi was interesting. Even that ghost had failed to dominate him. For the sword, this was astonishing. A human who could hear it clearly. That alone made him special. In a sense, this body owed him for its liberation. There was likely no one else with such ability. As an exception, the demonic sword would grant him a great favor. It would accept him as a subordinate, an honor not only for him, but for the entire world. The young master responded with indifference, clearly sensing the naked arrogance behind those words. Sodam could not restrain himself and scoffed at the sword. Who did it think it was, imposing authority and demanding submission? If anything, it should honor its savior and address him properly. At the very least, as a master. The demon sword took it as an insult. Its voice turned sharp. What was that squeaking? To it, Saddam was nothing more than a short blade, utterly unqualified to interrupt a superior existence. The words ignited Saddam's fury. She lunged violently, trying to strike him, but the difference was absolute. The demon's sword restrained her with ease, not even bothering to release its energy. Seo Unhui watched the scene in silence, realizing how quickly the two swords had begun circling each other, like old rivals destined to clash again and again. 3 days later, not far from Hongho City, Master Zhang and his disciples moved through the forest. They had spent more than 3 days sleeping in their saddles, and Sanjabek finally complained that his backside was about to die completely. Hearing this, the master glanced at him and casually asked if he had heard anything unusual. Throughout the journey, the master had been traveling on foot. No horse could endure his weight, yet he ran with the same ease as one. Without warning, he grabbed Sanjabek by the face, squeezing so hard that snot flew out. He knew exactly what the brat was thinking and threatened to ride him instead if he kept spouting nonsense. Young Master Sion watched the exchange and sighed inwardly. This fellow truly had a talent for inviting trouble. Behind him, Miss Samyun sat astride a horse. She held tightly to the young master from behind and asked softly whether she was sitting comfortably. She answered herself with a bright smile, saying she felt very happy and at ease. She found it strange that he hadn't protested even once. Normally, he went out his way to keep his distance. Seo explained calmly that he could no longer pretend to be heartless. Deep inside, he understood why. The illusion created by the blood demon spirit, where Samyun had died before his eyes, had shaken him deeply. It had softened him. Without realizing it, he had begun paying closer attention to her words and movements. What he still couldn't understand was why he had been shown that illusion in particular. Pushing the thought aside, he told her firmly that no matter what, she couldn't ride alone. Her internal injuries had not yet healed. Hearing this, Samyun hugged him even tighter. His body stiffened instantly. He told himself it was only concern, insisting she hold on properly, so she wouldn't fall. Yun, however, was simply happy. Holding onto the young master felt warm and reassuring, and, as long as she didn't slip, she intended to enjoy the moment. Watching all of this, Saddam felt the urge to say honestly that she was enjoying it as well, but Soen silently warned her not to say too much. By evening, they finally reached their destination. The owner came out personally to greet them and showed respect to the fourth elder. The elder ignored formalities and asked only one thing, whether the ship was ready. He was told it was not. As night fell, thick fog swallowed the river, making descent extremely dangerous. Even during the day, the river was treacherous, and at night it became outright hostile. The master advised waiting until morning, when it would be safer to depart. Sunja added that no one was chasing them and suggested resting until dawn. The master agreed. He had expected Becky Hiang's men to appear by now, but since no one had shown up, this was the perfect chance to recover. Permission was given to stay the night and sail once the fog lifted. With that settled, everyone relaxed. The elder went inside for dinner, though food clearly wasn't his priority. He asked for something stronger instead. Of course, there was alcohol. In a place tied to rivers and trade, there was never a shortage of drink. A lavish table was prepared, filled with fine dishes and even finer liquor. At last, they could eat properly, and judging by the mood, indulge far beyond that. Glasses were poured, and the evening turned into a true feast. They drank, laughed, and enjoyed every moment the night offered. By the end of the meal, everyone was so full that even breathing felt heavy. The master quietly observed them, then shifted his gaze to the young master. Without ceremony or emotion, he spoke a single request. Hand over the sword. When the young master asked if he was certain, he still reached for it and offered it forward. But the master wanted confirmation for himself. He took the sword into his own hands. The instant he felt its overwhelming power, he channeled it into his massive palm. A terrifying force wrapped around his body. It was too much. Unable to contain it, he hurled the blazing sword onto the table. He could not control it. Now, it was the young master's turn. He would have to take the sword himself and test it on his own body. No one present could understand why Seo Hui was now able to touch the sword without suffering backlash. The demonic blade whispered quietly that it was because it had already been subdued by his body. Seo immediately told the sword to stop talking to him, stating that he now walked the righteous path. That single reaction planted doubt in the master's mind. He sensed that his disciple was hiding something. When pressed about it, Jiang grew visibly tense, and the master suddenly asked whether he truly came from the Nyango family. Suspicion crept in. Why now? Songji tried to interject, reminding everyone that the boy had once been mocked as a donkey in his own family. But Jiang shut him down at once. The master continued, explaining that the blood demon sword was a sacred relic of the blood cult, something known throughout the martial world. What made it special was not its sharpness, but its will. It was one of the rare swords that possessed its own consciousness, and it only allowed itself to be wielded by those carrying the blood of the blood demon's descendants. That realization led the master to repeat his earlier question. Was Seo's mother truly just a maid? Seo understood that this was a misunderstanding, yet part of him wanted clarity. His mother belonged to the Flying Moon Shadow sect, a respected lineage, and he could not see how she could be tied to the blood cult. Still, he held the sword calmly. The truth was simple. He had absorbed the consciousness of the blood demon itself. Because of that alone, the sword spirit acknowledged him and submitted. The demonic sword, however, found the situation amusing and laughed, calling it a misunderstanding. A random body would never have been accepted by the blade. Locking eyes with Seo, it laughed again, pointing at him and mocking him as a man who did not even know his own blood. Seo could not grasp what that was supposed to mean. Before he could think further, a servant burst in, shouting incoherently about Dantian and inner energy. Confusion spread. Seo suddenly felt something shift inside him, an unfamiliar change in the flow of his inner energy. Around him, the other disciples realized their internal energy had stopped accumulating altogether, and unease filled the room. They had clearly been poisoned. It was a refined toxin that dispersed Kuei, temporarily cutting off their ability to manipulate internal energy. They had relaxed too early and walked straight into an insidious trap. Yet young Miss Song spoke calmly, saying she was fine. When asked why she was unharmed, she lifted her cup and explained that she never drank the alcohol because it carried a strange smell. That was when a master understood. The poison was not in the food, but in the alcohol. He immediately asked who else had been drinking. The disciples turned pale. Every single one of them had been pouring cup after cup. The question only deepened the tension. Seo Uni suddenly began to hear the resonance of swords echoing around them, and warned the master that they needed to leave immediately. By his estimation, at least 20 armed individuals were already closing in, and that number was still rising. Miss Yin sensed it too, and realized it was likely too late. They were surrounded from all directions. Soldiers had sealed off the building, and it was obvious they were not here for a casual evening patrol. The disciples cursed, calling them damned dogs of the Murim Alliance. But Seo immediately rejected that conclusion. If it were the Alliance, they would have used a far deadlier poison. This left only one possibility. Before that thought could settle, the door burst open. The identity of their guest was obvious. A young man stepped inside and politely apologized to the fourth elder, explaining that Miss Becky Hiang had ordered them to be brought in. Since cooperation was unlikely, they had chosen this method instead. He introduced himself as Unyuzin, leader of the Mad Demon Squad, and greeted the elder with formal restraint. At the sound of that name, Seo remarked that he knew of him, which made Saddam pause in confusion. Perhaps it was knowledge from a past life. Among elders and bloodstars alike, this commander was infamous. Yin Buzin earned the title Mad Demon after slaughtering his way through the Junknam sect, defeating 20 swordsmen on his own. His strength was far beyond that of an ordinary commander. Without wasting a breath, he asked which one of them was Co Uni. His gaze moved across Master Zhang's disciples until it locked onto the one who stood apart. In that instant, Co understood. Once again, he had become a target. He could not understand why he was always the center of attention. Yin Busong's expression darkened when no one answered him. Losing patience, he decided to seize everyone, whether or not they had identified Co on high. He ordered his men to move at once, stressing that the boy was to be taken alive. The room erupted into chaos. Tables lifted off the ground, shattered, and crashed across the hall. Elder Akon ripped up a table and slammed several charging soldiers into the floor, pinning them down with brute force. They could not comprehend why the poison had failed on him, nor how he still possessed such overwhelming strength. The old man, furious, forced the soldiers back and made them scatter. He turned to Miss Samyun, telling her to take command, carve a path forward, and escape while he held the enemies at bay. The master immediately objected, calling it foolish to leave him behind. From all sides, soldiers shouted that there was nowhere to run. They were completely surrounded. Even so, the master could not hold back every attacker alone. His disciple Song Xiaobei chose to stay and fight beside him, and Sung Hong prepared to do the same. He urged Miss Samyun and young Master Co Unwai to leave at once. If they failed to reach safety, it would all be over, especially since Co Unwai carried the blood demon sword, making the danger far greater. One of the enemies overheard them, noticed Co on high, and rushed toward him at terrifying speed. The young master stood still, offering no immediate reaction. Seeing this, the master thought Co Uni was truly a fool. Then everything changed. The boy drew his sword and unleashed a single, overwhelming strike. A violent whirlwind exploded outward, tearing through the room and spinning everything in its path. The soldiers were stunned. Co Uni had taken the poison. How could this be possible? Was he resisting it with some forbidden art? Inwardly, Co hoped that whatever made him different would be enough. He had indeed consumed the poison and could not access his lower energy core. But that did not mean his central core was sealed. Standing firm, he faced the enemy leader, whose expression twisted in horror as he finally recognized him. The master watched his disciple and felt relief. The boy had always kept a hidden card. One after another, soldiers were hurled out of the tavern like broken toys, swept away by the raging whirlwind of his blows. When the master asked whether he could handle so many enemies, the boy gave no reply. Instead, A.K. Chong calmly stated that he would focus on circulating his ki and expelling the toxins from his body, but he needed complete calm to do so. Co immediately understood what that meant. He could give him the protection he needed. He ordered Song Jabuk and Song Wahuk to stand guard, protect the master, and ensure that no one came near him. Running away was no longer an option. They would fight together. It was the only way to see the mission through. At that moment, the leader of the enemy force stepped forward and declared that blood would have to be spilled, as they had been forced into this situation. Co corrected him coldly, reminding him that their orders were bring him back alive and unharmed. The leader answered without hesitation. As long as Co survived, nothing else mattered. Co replied that he would try not to kill him, but he was under no obligation to show the same mercy. He drew the Southern Sky Sword, its blade shining brilliantly beneath the lamps of the establishment. Facing the warrior again, Co warned him one last time that he was serious about killing him. Far away, beneath towering mountains, a boat drifted quietly along a river. The man aboard asked for another drink for the woman accompanying him, pleased that she had come to see him in person. He was Munyal, commander of destruction and subordinate of the 5th Blood Star, Bak Hai Hiang. He wondered what had driven her to appear here, then realized she must have heard a name long forgotten and decided to see its owner with her own eyes. If she was weighing who truly deserved attention, the boys could have gone with the others. After all, even their opponent was only a 4th elder, and safety lay in numbers. Munyal felt no concern. The poison had already been tested on the elder. Their forces were elite, refined for slaughter. He could not imagine a scenario where the mad demon blade itself, its subordinate high-ranking warriors, and dozens of mid-ranking fighters would be defeated and wiped out. Soon after, a man hurried toward Munyal and delivered the news. The mad demon blade had been defeated. It had been completely destroyed. The plan had failed. And now, only one question remained. Why hadn't the poison worked on the elder? That question lingered, unanswered, but there was no time to dwell on it. His disciples were now standing in the way, and a man rose sharply, intending to resolve everything himself. He was stopped at once, reminded to think before acting. No matter the circumstances, they would have to move together now. On the battlefield, Co Uni fought side by side with Miss Samyun. Wounded soldiers littered the ground, yet more kept coming, forcing their way forward. He knew that individually, none of them were a match for him, but their numbers far exceeded what he could handle alone. He was bound to the entrance, forced to defend it, while his enemies moved freely without restraint. All he could do was hope that the master would not take too long. Then a sudden unease washed over him. He sensed danger and realized it was coming from behind. When he turned, He saw the figure approaching, sword already drawn. The man spoke calmly, praising how impressive it was to become an elder's disciple in just 2 years and raise one's skill to this level. In that moment, Co Uni understood why the lady wanted him so badly. Standing before him was the fourth blood star, Dachango. Co Uni bowed in respect, even though he felt undeserving of such acknowledgement. He knew that if Dachango joined the battle properly, survival would be impossible. The fourth blood star calmly ordered him to be left alone and instructed the others to deal with the elder. Commander Moon moved immediately. Co's fears were confirmed. Even if he could somehow endure a clash with a blood star, the rest would break through elsewhere, and everything would collapse. The master still needed time. That much was clear. Co Hui knew he had to delay them all, no matter the cost. Watching silently, the demonic sword seemed amused by the situation. Then Sion remembered it. The blade he had completely neglected. He drew the demon sword and raised it for all to see, declaring that anyone who wished to live should think carefully before taking another step. Confusion rippled through the soldiers. Commander Bake scoffed, assuming it was a childish bluff. In his eyes, the real blood demon sword was already in the lady's possession, making this one an obvious fake. Co Uni corrected him coldly. Everyone had been deceived. The sword the lady held was the fake. Commander Beck burst into laughter, dismissing it as pure nonsense. If the sword were truly in Co Huey's hands, there was no way he could wield it. Without hesitation, Son answered that doubt by extending the blade toward him. The moment the commander touched it, his expression changed. Demonic energy surged into him, violent and invasive, making his body tremble. His hand burned as if set ablaze from within, and in that instant, all doubt vanished. This was real. The demonic sword, furious at being called fake, decided to educate the fool personally. Chi exploded through the commander's meridians, swelling beyond control. With a cry, he flung his own sword away, unable to endure it any longer. Co Uni calmly reached out and took the blade back, leaving the commander staring at him in disbelief, unable to understand what he had just witnessed. Co Uni spoke evenly, stating that this was no trick. This was power. He had earned the right to say, so the moment he was acknowledged by the real blood demon sword. He reminded everyone to look carefully at what it meant that he could hold such a weapon freely. Then he turned to the fourth blood star and asked him to explain it to the others himself. At that moment, the demonic sword spoke directly into Co's mind, warning him that if he handed it to another again, it would destroy him. Co Uni replied without concern, reminding the sword that it had enjoyed the first time. The blade answered coldly that this time was different. The fourth blood star stood frozen, shock and disbelief written across his face. Even now, he tried to rationalize it away, convincing himself it had to be a trick, a drug, or some elaborate deception. Co Uni decided to end that doubt. He released his power. Demonic energy erupted from his body. His presence ignited, and his hair slowly turned crimson. In that moment, he resembled the blood demon itself. The sword blazed in response, recognizing the blood it had inherited along with its will. Co Uni's red hair mirrored that of their mistress, and the warriors around him began to tremble. Saddam, his loyal sword, asked if he was all right, if he had not surrendered his soul once more. Co assured her calmly that he was fine. This transformation came only because he had already mastered the blood demon sword, perhaps because he had absorbed the blood demon's power long ago. The hall fell silent. Shock, fear, humiliation. None of it mattered anymore. The outcome was already decided. He could not rely on the demon sword at all times, especially not with the fourth blood star standing before him. He had drawn it only to make a point. What mattered more was Changho's reaction. As the fourth blood star, Changho now appeared to hold command over the situation, yet the slight tremor in his gaze betrayed his excitement. Co Uni noticed it immediately and pressed further, hinting that Changho of all people should understand what this truly meant. Commander Bayak barked orders, telling his men not to be shaken. He insisted that the only true inheritor of the blood demon sword was their mistress, Bekuren. But how certain was he of that claim? And did he truly believe his own words? The sword defect was right in front of his eyes. Either he could not see it, or he was deliberately ignoring the laws of the blood cult. Those laws were absolute. Whoever wielded the blood demon sword became the next cult leader and the next blood demon. At that moment, the demonic sword laughed, clearly pleased, treating Co Uni as if he were already beneath it. Yet Co Uni was not fully convinced. The sword's words felt false, at least in the eyes of the cult's followers. Then the fourth blood star spoke, his voice heavy with admiration. He admitted that Co's talent shocked him every time they met. What if Co truly claimed to be another heir of the demon's blood? Then he should prove it. The sixth blood star had already raised his sword. They chose to test him through a duel. Co Uni understood that there was no avoiding it now. He would have to reveal what he could truly do. He had long wanted to measure his strength, but never imagined it would happen under these circumstances. Power surged through his upper energy core. He had never formally trained with the blood demon sword, never relied on it in battle. Yet now he faced a decisive clash for rank and recognition. He He steadied his breathing and tightened his grip. The sixth blood star moved first. In that instant, the sword responded on its own. It was as if Manhwa had wielded it for his entire life. As if this blade had always been part of him, from the very beginning. The techniques of the six stars were rendered meaningless. The sixth star watched in disbelief as his attack was effortlessly deflected. In the next heartbeat, the blade was already near his eyes. Had he not retreated at the last possible moment, he would have died right there, in front of all the soldiers. He leapt back to a safe distance, buying himself a moment to assess the situation. The surrounding warriors stared in disbelief. Manhwa had just forced the fourth star back with ease. Not only that, he had completed the exchange cleanly, and even left a wound across the enemy's shoulder. Before the shock could settle, another strike slipped past the fourth star's sword. He was relieved he had halted it in time, yet the pressure was undeniable. No ordinary force could breach that defense. What stood before him was the third form of the blood demon sword. With fluid precision, Manhwa executed a bloodless point attack, his sword formation flawless. Still, the fourth star refused to yield. He lowered his blade, preparing something dangerous. When the sword tip touched the ground, energy began to pool inside it. A violent surge erupted outward, blasting towards Manhwa without warning. At the same time, the six star's eyes burned with demonic light. He raised his sword overhead, and streams of condensed energy tore through the air towards Manhwa's back at terrifying speed. The watching warriors were convinced this was the end. The fourth star would crush him here. Yet Manhwa did not move at all. He stood calmly as the demonic sword laughed, praising the opponent's strength. Then Manhwa revealed another card. A technique surfaced in his mind, vast and overwhelming. Dark power wrapped around him as he invoked the fifth formation of the blood demon sword. Blood rain piercing 10,000. Demonic energy flooded the space. The explosion of that dense, crushing force surged straight toward the fourth star. Red and black consumed the battlefield, warping the air itself. The stench of demonic power spread everywhere as space cracked and collapsed under the pressure. When the smoke finally rose, devastation marked the ground, scars left behind by that single strike. The fourth blood star stared ahead, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The demonic sword whispered that it was still not enough. Manhwa understood. He had never fully refined this technique. Improvisation was his only choice. Dango realized then that his attacks no longer mattered. But even so, he knew one thing clearly. This was already enough. He lowered his sword and bowed, introducing himself as the fourth star, Changho, and then paid his respects to the master as well. Manhwa stood frozen, unable to believe that it had actually worked. Commander Bay stared in shock at the sight of a blood star bowing. His voice rang out in disbelief. How could this be possible? If this man truly wielded the blood demon sword, then he was a genuine descendant of the Blood Clan. Yet even that did not settle it for him. What about their oath to Theok? He asked them directly whether they were prepared to go against the laws of the cult itself. Raising the gleaming sword, he reminded them that if this blade was real, then the one holding it was now the blood demon and the rightful leader of the cult. Silence spread. The warriors hesitated, and even the fourth star said nothing. Commander Peak clenched his teeth, unable to accept it. He insisted the sword must be tested, declaring that to them, the only blood demon was their lady. Before anyone could respond, a terrifying explosion tore through the area. The entire structure shook violently as debris scattered and the ground trembled beneath their feet. Manhwa lifted his head and saw his mentor. Relief washed over him. The fourth elder had purged the poison and arrived the moment he regained consciousness, his presence alone sending fear through the surrounding soldiers. Commander Peak faced him and found himself unable to speak. Manhwa only remarked that things had been difficult, but now it was time for the master to handle what came next. Master Akong looked at his disciple and said he understood his intentions. Drawing in a deep breath, he swung his sword, then turned his back on the enemies before him. His voice thundered across the battlefield as he ordered the soldiers to kneel, accusing them of daring to raise their heads against the true leader. He declared that the great blood demon stood before them, their rightful master. Manhwa was stunned by his mentor's actions and hurriedly told him not to do this. Though he understood what his master meant, confusion still churned within him. Commander Peck saw it clearly. The soldiers had already changed sides. Even as he ordered them to stand, claiming their legs would grow tired, no one obeyed him. They remained kneeling. The fourth star stepped forward and greeted the elder. There was relief in his voice. It had been many years. Ajung acknowledged that time had indeed passed, then calmly asked why he himself had not knelt. The fourth star answered that he was trusting his judgment, that perhaps this outcome was fate. He then turned to Commander Beck and asked directly whether he intended to serve Manhwa as the new blood demon. Beck erupted in fury, accusing him of betrayal and shouting Becky Hiang's name. The fourth star cut him off without hesitation. Ajong and the newly acknowledged blood demon watched in silence, concealing their shock. The squad leader collapsed to the ground, finally powerless to interfere. The fourth star asked for orders and pledged to remove any obstacle the young master desired. The warriors saw this and followed without hesitation. Their allegiance shifted completely. In that moment, Xiao felt a weight settle onto his shoulders. Authority over dozens of lives had been placed in his hands. Nearly 40 people now lived or died by his word. The realization unsettled him. As he looked at them, a memory surfaced, a gaze he had once felt, heavy and piercing, measuring him, testing whether he possessed the qualities of a true leader. A faint smile appeared as he recalled it. The demonic sword whispered mockingly, accusing him of pretending to be righteous after enjoying slaughter with his own hands. Xiao answered inwardly that he did not kill for pleasure. He acted out of necessity, not desire. Whether it had truly been necessary was another matter entirely. These people had shown loyalty. Yet the sword reminded him that doubt could only be erased through blood. Since he had spared them, it asked whether he was prepared to walk the path of blood regardless. Fear must be conquered. Loyalty must be seized. That, the sword declared, was the only true path forward. Xiao answered only once, just to silence the sword, calling it a true madman. After that, the demonic blade fell quiet. Its voice faded, and even its presence seemed to withdraw. But another voice stepped in. The southern sky sword addressed Xiao directly, stating that they no longer had any other path forward. The demon sword sneered, questioning why the southern sky sword would side with Xiao when the law of strength had always ruled. History itself proved that the strongest had always become the leader. To the southern sky sword, that view is narrow. It replied calmly that the young man standing before them was not simple at all. He was far more complex than either blade could fully grasp. Hearing this, Xiao turned toward the soldiers who had chosen his side and thanked them sincerely for their support. He promised to give them a chance. That single sentence stirred the ranks, whispers spreading as the soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. Xiao stepped forward and stopped in front of one man. Locking eyes with him, he asked whether he was a follower of the blood cult and whether he supported Miss Bayang. The soldier answered honestly that he was indeed a follower of the cult. Xiao pressed further, asking why he did not follow the cult's leader instead. Or did he truly wish for his mistress to remain the leader? His gaze was sharp, cutting straight through the man. Xiao moved among them, placing a hand on another soldier's shoulder, and asked a simple question. What was a blood demon? The warrior answered in a trembling voice, reciting the law. According to doctrine, the blood demon was the core of the cult itself. Xiao continued, stating that he now embodied the cult, and that rejecting him meant rejecting the cult entirely. The answer he received was firm. No, these men, having lived within the cult for so long, could not abandon it so easily. Their entire lives had been built around serving it. One soldier finally voiced what many were thinking. Were they truly ready to give everything up for a single lady? The same doubt echoed silently through the others. They understood that those who abandoned their lord were destined to die. And if doubt spread among the followers, what would become of the cult itself? Xiao asked them one last time whether they were prepared to lay down their lives just to remain loyal to the lady. His voice was steady as he added that he did not wish for them to die. He reminded them that every one of them was part of the cult, and together, they were the blood cult itself. Xiao had started from the very bottom, just like them. That was why he understood their fear so clearly. He had felt the same pressure they were feeling now, the constant knowledge that they could be used as bargaining pieces and discarded at any moment. As grim as it sounded, he understood the weight of those consequences. Memories from his previous life surfaced, reminding him how suffocating that burden was and how people learned to survive under it. He had once been no different from them. He too had lived as part of a cult. When his words ended, most of the masked soldiers slowly knelt and pledged their allegiance. Those who remained standing were not condemned. Xiao gave them a choice. If they wished to defend their honor, they could do so. As a sign of respect for their loyalty, even if they refused to recognize him, their bodies would be buried with honor. At those words, the gazes hidden behind the mask softened. The blood demon was the cult, yes, but the new blood demon declared that the cult was not just him. It was all of them. For those who had believed themselves powerless or disposable, a new era had begun. Xiao turned to the fourth blood star and said that this was his answer. This was his way. By the laws of the cult, De Changho knelt before Xiao Hui and acknowledged him as the new blood demon. A young man nearby remarked coldly that if Changho truly intended to serve him, he should never test his power again. The word struck like thunder. The fourth star answered at once, calling him elder. The next instant, Master Akong's fist tore through the air and smashed into Changho's face, sending him flying aside. The fourth star felt the full weight of the blow and realized that even he could not afford to be careless before an elder still wielding such terrifying strength. Akong shouted furiously, ordering him to shut his mouth. This man had once been his disciple before becoming a blood demon, who had given him permission to test him at all. Changho apologized, but still asked if a newly appointed blood demon should not be tested. Did the elder truly believe that if he had harbored ambitions to become the blood demon himself, he would not have declared them from the very beginning? The elder, still surprised, asked what the fourth star had gained from this test. Chang Ho had meant to judge whether it was worth accepting, yet he had not expected Co Uni to sway him at all. The young man had climbed to this position not only through strength, but through insight and words sharp enough to cut just as deeply. Watching from the side, both ladies reached the same conclusion. A purge would have been the simplest answer. Kill everyone who disobeyed. Erase all internal conflict and blood. That was the usual way. But Co Uni chose something else. He showed no mercy that could be mistaken for hesitation. Yet he also did not butcher blindly. Those who could become threats were forced to remove themselves. And in doing so, he gained the favor of those who remained. None of it was accidental. Perhaps this was how a different kind of blood demon would be born. One unlike the previous ones. A blood demon was something they never had before. A soul. The scene shifted to Hei Province, Yabori County, where a violent explosion tore through a lady's residence. She stared at the man who had come to visit her, never imagining that the reign of the blood demon was still unfolding elsewhere. What shocked her even more was his strength. At his age, such power should not have been possible. She demanded to know whether he truly believed he could evade her and establish his own order here. In the end, she chose to kill him outright. Her sword moved, releasing a crushing aura meant to erase him. Yet every strike missed. He slipped between her attacks, as if guided by instinct alone, weaving through them without effort. She had never seen anyone evade every single blow. In the next moment, he was already in front of her. His hand moved, directing chakra straight toward her head. The impact shattered her completely, leaving her broken and collapsing as he passed by without a glance. He approached the other owner. The man, stunned, asked who this lunatic was and how he had done it, but quickly decided that the answer no longer mattered. He revealed a poster. On it was a man with an appearance that defied description. That was the only reason this visitor had come. He wanted to know whether the owner had seen this person. Before dawn could arrive, sails were raised. The ship departed at once, cutting through the darkness toward its destination. Co Unhui reflected quietly. Life rarely moved according to plan. One rat had thrown everything into chaos, and now the future was harder than ever to predict. Using the inner strength he had learned from the secret records of the Immortal Sword, he defeated the seemingly invincible Evo and brought the entire situation to an end by declaring himself the Blood Demon. Only after it was over did he grab his head, wondering if he had finally lost his mind. He had never imagined that relying on wit alone could keep him under such relentless pressure. Saddam could not tell what he was thinking, but he knew one thing clearly. Co Unhui had once had a plan. Originally, he intended to hand the Blood Demon's sword to Byakuya, make her the next leader of the cult, and use her achievements to strengthen his own position. Through that, he would gain the power he sought. When the time came to leave the cult and stand on his own, he would even have an excuse, an indulgence granted by circumstance. But everything collapsed. Not only did he draw the wrath of Miss Becky Hyang, he also provoked Bekrna herself. The thought of it still felt unreal. Suddenly, Samyun interrupted his thoughts. Co Unhui actually flinched at her sudden appearance beside him. Saddam laughed, teasing that he must have been thinking about other women. What was wrong with that? Co snapped back at her to shut up, brushing it off by saying he was just thinking. He quickly noticed that Samyun was in an unusually good mood, and she truly was. She felt that she had finally obtained something she had wanted for a long time. Her words sounded strange to him, just like Saddam's warning echoing in his mind. Saddam was convinced that this girl was trying to charm him and take advantage of the situation. Co Unhui told her not to interfere. Samyun asked if he was nervous. He immediately denied it, making excuses, insisting that he had never been nervous in his life, not even once. Samyun smiled and looked straight into his eyes. She could tell it was a lie. She saw how hard he was trying to hide it and understood that he was, in fact, nervous. Her hand slowly moved closer to him. When Co Uni looked at her, she noticed his reaction and teased him for it. She rested her hand on his arm and asked why he reacted that way whenever he looked at her. Stepping even closer, she remembered her father's words, that anyone would fall in love with her if she stood that close. Co Unhui felt embarrassed. In that moment, he realized her father might have been right, and that he had overlooked something important in all of this. Co Unhui wondered if there would ever be someone brave enough to try building a relationship with her, knowing who her father was. Unfortunately, he knew that person was definitely not him. Behind them, the sword stirred, and the demon's sword asked Saddam who her father even was if the boy was this frightened. Saddam answered that her father was not one of the four great evils. But to the demon's sword, he was nothing more than a pitiful weakling unworthy of attention. It could not understand why such a remarkable girl was being pushed away. Co Unhui was already under enough pressure, yet the demon's sword still offered advice. If he wanted her, he should just kiss her neck. Co immediately wished the sword would shut up. At that moment, he asked Samyun what she was doing as her hand rested on his neck. Before he could finish the thought, she leaned in and kissed him. He was completely unprepared for it, but he did not resist. Their faces were close. She looked straight into his eyes and asked if he was in love with her. Behind them, the swords nearly burst with laughter. This girl was far bolder than they had expected. Even the Southern Sky Sword noted that proactive women were not a bad thing. His previous master would have been impressed. Seon stood there, stunned, touching his lips. Samyun suddenly raised her voice, half flustered. She complained that she could not hear anything and asked why he was not answering. Seo looked at her and realized she had acted on impulse. To be honest, even he was shocked. He had never been kissed so suddenly in his life. It was obvious that she was embarrassed now. Seo tried to ask why she had done it if she felt embarrassed, but when Samyun saw the faint smile on his face, her embarrassment only deepened. She jumped up from the bench, pointed at him, and snapped that it was unfair to smile like that. That did not mean she disliked it. She told him to go on. Seo cleared his throat, struggling to find the right words. Watching them, Saddam realized something clearly. Seo did like Samyun, even if he would never admit it. Turning his head, Seo suddenly noticed someone behind the deck. Sun Jabek was standing there, quietly crying. The sight stunned him. He had not even realized how close the boy was. Sun Jabek sobbed, complaining that he was tired of this selfish rascal Seo, who always taking all the good things for himself. When Seo asked what he wanted, Sun Jabek wiped his face and replied that the master wanted to speak with him in private and had asked him to come inside. When Seo stepped into his master's cabin, a strange feeling washed over him. Akjong was calmly brewing tea and pouring a cup for him. Seo had never seen such a scene before. The master invited him to sit with a simple please, and that alone made Seo feel unbearably awkward. He had never imagined his mentor treating him with such formality. Akjong admitted that he had been rude to him in the past, though back then, when the boy was merely training, it could hardly even be called rudeness. Saddam recalled all of those moments and jokingly suggested revenge, hanging the master on a rock, tearing him apart, then politely asking him to finish the job with venison. Seo dismissed it at once. Since when did he think about revenge? He wasn't even certain whether the blood of the Demon King truly flowed within him. He asked his master to treat him as before, but Akjong refused, saying he could not be careless when it came to the future blood demon. He did not want a student to feel uneasy. Ironically, that respect only made Seo feel more embarrassed. He asked him to speak as they used to when they were alone. Watching his master's face, Seo realized that despite everything, Akjong still saw him as a disciple. Without hesitation, the master lifted his cup and said he would speak plainly. He asked which of Seo's parents had been connected to the shadow of the Flying Moon sect. The question caught Seo completely off guard. He had expected talk of the blood demon, not a sect he barely understood. Was it related to the blood cult? Seeing his confusion, Akjong guessed the answer might indeed involve that sect. Truthfully, even the master did not know whether there was a real connection, but he felt it was something that had to be asked. Seo did not hesitate. He took out a medallion and handed it over, explaining that when he returned to Ian after completing his mission, the head of the family had given him his mother's belongings. That was when he learned that the man he believed to be his father was not his true blood parent. Holding the medallion, Akjong recognized the emblem at once. It bore the mark of the shadow of the flying crane. In that moment, it became clear that Seo's mother had hidden many secrets from her son. Yet even now, the medallion itself remained an unresolved mystery. The master already knew the medallion's history, while the young man knew nothing of it. Seo admitted he could not even guess its importance. So the master explained that nowhere in the Murim world could such a moon-shaped medallion be made. It was an object crafted as a gift from the emperor himself. Those words struck Seo hard. An imperial gift meant a direct tie to the imperial family. The master dipped 2 fingers into his tea, infused them with Sari energy, and spoke slowly, saying the tale was long and bound to the uniqueness of the Flying Moon Shadow sect. He knew the blood demon was once again drawing near, and that the blood demon lineage had long been divided into 2 branches, a truth known only to a few. One branch was Bak Jong-un, the other Bikjun. Bikju-un had been a great blood demon who may have already awakened the full power of his blood. By then, the young master understood that Bak Jong-un had been the firstborn, and the master confirmed it. By tradition, the eldest should inherit leadership. Yet Bak Jong-un refused that path. He devoted himself to scholarship, passed the civil service examinations, and entered officialdom. His talent and learning impressed the emperor, who granted him the title of Flying Crane along with this medallion. His bloodline merged into another clan, and as long as he served as an official, no conflict arose. Everything changed when Kim Sanj ascended the throne. That reign marked the beginning of calamity. War was declared upon Murim, and persecution spread without restraint. Even the people of the Flying Crane Shadow were swept away that same night. Kim Jai sought to erase them entirely. When imperial warriors encircled the clan, the sect could not abandon those who share their blood. They sacrificed everything to help them flee beyond Kim Jai's grasp. Later, Sahui learned that the Flying Cranes did not return to the cult. They chose another road, rejecting all factions and walking a neutral path, severed from direct influence. The revelation made Saddam lean close and whisper that it was unsettling for those of the same blood to end up so far apart. Why hadn't they joined the cult? Their return would have only increased its power. Co turned this over in his mind, thinking about how those who shared the same roots inevitably competed for authority and for the right to inherit the title of cult leader. If the flying cranes had returned, they would have fallen into the same struggle they once escaped, so avoiding it made sense. That was why the ancestors of the Flying Moon Shadow sect had been flying cranes who once served in the imperial court. From that lineage, the very cult in which the young master now lived had been born. And now it was clear that the Shadow Flying Moon sect itself descended from the blood cult. That meant if his mother or biological father had belonged to that sect, then he too carried the blood demon lineage. Ajong immediately grasped the implication. Co Huey's blood could be acknowledged, and he would be able to face the former cult leader in the other world without shame. But recognition alone was not enough. How could the boy prove his right to inherit? If his mother truly came from the Shadow Flying Moon sect, then there was one test the master proposed. Strengthen the blood bond by marriage. Marry one of the two ladies. When the master asked this, addressing him as the new blood demon, the words sounded ridiculous to Co. He laughed, convinced it was a joke. Even if demon blood flowed in him, it was distant at best. What difference could it make? Yet the master remained calm. Since ancient times, marriages between distant relatives have been used to reinforce bloodlines. Even the imperial family arranged such unions for power and stability. Through them, new clans were born and blood was preserved. What puzzled the master was not the logic, but Co.'s anxiety. Why was he taking it so seriously? To him, the situation was anything but pleasant. Before speaking of strengthening blood, he wanted to argue they should consider whether anyone would even accept the fact that he now wielded the blood demon sword. The master answered simply that laws existed for a reason. Still, the girls involved had their own wills, especially Miss Beckenha. There was no guarantee things would go smoothly. Co. could not see how they ever would. From the very start, he was likely to become an enemy of the militant faction, and Baki Haeong, who had once sworn loyalty to Miss Beckenha, was unlikely to accept this outcome at all. She had been stabbed in the back by someone she trusted, and Co. knew with certainty that Bak Renha would not remain silent in such a situation. Yet the master had chosen him because his trust was absolute. He believed in Co. without reservation. The master recalled Co.'s own words, how he had once declared that he would walk the path of the blood demon, and asked him plainly whether he truly thought he would abandon everything for the sake of a woman. Saddam, perched on Co.'s shoulder, was startled when he heard the master say that he was watching over him. Co. had always assumed the master cared only about reviving the cult, but now he realized that his faith lay in his disciples themselves. The sincerity in the master's voice struck deep, touching something within him. At that moment, Co. resolved to live up to those expectations. The master tightened his grip around a bottle of alcohol and continued, shifting the talk of marriage beyond bloodline reinforcement. There were forces around them that had served the cult for a long time, yet even laws could be overturned. If that happened, they would be placed at a severe disadvantage. Under BK Hyang's banner stood the 1st and 5th blood stars. The 3rd and 6th followed Brennanha. On their side remained only the 4th elder, meaning only the 4th star stood with them. Nothing more. At this rate, they risked losing all influence, as most power was already gathering around Bak Renha. The balance had to be corrected. The master understood that caution was now essential. The 3rd elder, the blood serpent king Gujiang, and Yub, the 2nd blood star, needed to be brought into the fold. They themselves had sworn to follow whoever wielded the blood demon sword. The real question was how to secure their loyalty without tearing the cult apart. Perhaps, once everything settled, the confusion would fade on its own. The master was confident that clarity would come soon, and that more news would follow. This would not become a three-sided struggle. If the cult could unite without bloodshed, it would signal everyone to gather around the young master and his faction. That was the only way for Co. to gain an edge over all others. And if he truly had no better answer than the elders, then perhaps the simplest solution remained. Accept it, and marry Miss Bek Renha. He smacked his own head, thinking how everything had somehow led back to this ridiculous idea of marriage. Bek Renha was the only blood relative of the former cult leader and the legitimate heir, so in a crisis, joining with her was the most advantageous choice they had. Still, Co. asked what made it so beneficial, because something about it felt wrong. The master sensed that the boy was concealing his real thoughts, perhaps even a buried intent to kill. He asked how Co. and Bek Renha truly felt about one another, how they looked at each other, because no one could be that blind to a woman's feelings. Co. answered with biting sarcasm, asking why a man as wise and experienced with women as Ajong was still unmarried. The reply came instantly, in the form of a sharp knock to his head. The master said that if Miss Bek Renha rejected him, then the discussion would end there. Co. understood, then, just how stubborn his teacher was. He doubted he could escape this path, and if Beckenha agreed, marriage would be unavoidable. Yet another problem surfaced in his mind. Saddam thought of Samyun. She was beautiful, and it made no sense that she would remain alone. But perhaps there was another solution. Silence stretched between them as the master waited for Seo Unwise answer. The boy hesitated, then admitted that he liked Sam Yun. The master responded calmly that if the relationship mattered to him, he could simply take Sam Yun as a concubine, since such arrangements were easy and common. The realization hit Seo Unwise like lightning when the master finally understood who Sam Yun truly was. His eyes went blank with shock. The master grabbed him and shook him violently, shouting if he had lost his mind. She was the daughter of one of the four evils. This was no small matter. He glanced around quickly, making sure Sam Yun had not overheard them or followed them. Grabbing Seo Unwise by the collar, he leaned in and whispered harshly that she was the daughter of one of the four evils, and if he harmed her in any way, the consequences would be catastrophic. He warned him to stay away from her. The master could not understand why such a girl would show him kindness at all, and Seo Unwise himself found that he had no words to answer. How could he have known? The master wondered if they had crossed paths before and warned Seo Unwise not to give her false hope by clinging to that thought. Seo Unwise answered honestly, saying they had already kissed and that he had feelings for her as well. But feelings alone meant nothing in a situation like this. He realized, with a quiet sense of guilt, that he had used her as a shield, and that weighed on him. Still, he was not someone who surrendered without resistance. The master, stunned by this revelation, seemed to age in an instant. Fear crept into his eyes as he imagined the consequences that could follow. Their tense exchange was cut short when a woman suddenly entered. The elder asked what had happened, and she replied that explanations would have to wait. 3 large ships were approaching. As they looked out, the massive silhouettes cutting through the fog felt ominous, dangerous enough to be mistaken for SRO, the masters of the Yangtze River waterways. That martial organization controlled one of the greatest forces in the region, rivaled only by the Norkrim. They had expected an encounter while crossing the Yangtze River, but this was too sudden. Though the fog had thinned, visibility remained poor, and caution was necessary. Orders rang out. Soldiers armed themselves, and drums were struck to raise the alarm. Yin stepped forward herself, prepared for whatever danger might come, her eyes lingering on her young master, as if she could not bear to be apart from him. When their gazes met, she immediately looked away, flustered and ashamed. She had been the one to kiss him first, so her reaction was only natural. Seo Unwise felt the same discomfort twist inside him. The situation between them was tangled and heavy, yet there was no time to dwell on it. The threat of collision grew more real by the second, forcing both of them to steady themselves. The drums thundered louder across the water, signaling that everyone was bracing for something significant. Saddam asked why the drums were sounding, and the answer was simple. In such dense fog, the noise prevented ships from crashing into one another. If these vessels had belonged to the Sura, horns would have echoed instead of drums. The 3 ships continued to draw nearer. Soon enough, it became clear they were not Surakai, and a collective breath of relief followed. Even so, another question surfaced. Why were these ships heading straight toward them? The commanders gave new orders at once, directing all routes to converge on their position. Master Chong couldn't understand why these people were so frightened of them, but he chose caution over pride. Avoiding trouble seemed wiser. That thought barely settled before he looked ahead and sensed something was seriously wrong. Without hesitation, he barked orders, commanding his soldiers and the blood demon troops to prepare for battle. The young master was caught off guard by the sudden shift. These weren't Surash, so why this level of alarm? Yet the tension crawling up his spine told him the danger was real. The ships crashed together, cutting off their escape. From every direction, soldiers closed in, boarding without explanation. No one knew what they wanted. It was their ship, yet these strangers acted as if a fight was inevitable. What began as dull routine twisted into open conflict. The young master understood there was no longer room for negotiation. Force was the only answer. And then, at the edge of the horizon, a familiar figure appeared, sailing straight toward them. It was Baek Renha. One look was enough to tell she had changed. She looked younger, sharper, almost reborn. Beside her stood her witch teacher, and the severity in that woman's eyes made it clear something was deeply wrong. As the scene shifts back to her ship, buried truths from the past begin to surface. Baek Renha silently prayed she wasn't too late, that her sister hadn't already claimed the opportunity. She wanted to see the sword, the one that promised power beyond measure. The witch soothed her, saying everything was under control. Seo Unwise was clever, she reminded her, and the 4th elder was with him. There was no reason to panic. Still, safety was never guaranteed. Before long, another ship appeared on the horizon. They slowed, watching carefully, checking for pirates. The witch dismissed the concern. Pirate strongholds never traveled alone. They announced themselves with a blare of trumpets, and this ship was silent. Ordinary vessels, most likely. But as they drew closer, the witch's expression hardened. What she saw made no sense. Seo Unhai was there, standing beside his master, but he wasn't alone. The 6th star was with them. Her pulse quickened. That man never moved without reason. Baek Renha also spotted Sundali on board, and the sheer number of people gathered there shattered any illusion of coincidence. When she clearly recognized the sixth star, unease turned into dread. He did not act independently, and he did not obey without cause. Her gaze sharpened as she turned to the witch and asked why her uncle was with them. She had always believed he served her sister without exception. That was the truth everyone accepted. So seeing an influential fighter like Marima, accompanied by such a large force, standing beside Master Song, made no sense. The witch sensed Lady Beck's unease and quietly urged her to steady herself. The situation could collapse at any moment. There was even a chance that the fourth star had aligned with them, a possibility so unexpected it unsettled everyone. Without delay, the witch ordered her warriors to board the ship, bring Uncle and Mr. Sun over, and prepare for combat. The scene snaps back to the present, where all of this has already come to pass. Ms. Bayek confronted her uncle directly, demanding clarity, demanding to know why the fourth star was traveling with them. The elder lowered his head and apologized, admitting that what he was about to say would be difficult to accept. She refused to waver. Everyone knew the sixth star had always served her sister. Something drastic must have happened to pull him to their side. The fourth star only smiled, finding it absurd that they thought he had defected on a whim. He wanted to explain everything and lay the truth bare, but the master cut him off. There was no time. A blood demon was now present on the ship. The weight of those words sent a ripple of shock through the elders. Rage flared instantly. They suspected betrayal, believing this was an attempt to abandon Lady Beccahan and switch allegiances. Before the accusations could deepen, the young master stepped forward. In his hands, he revealed the clan's blood sword and declared that betrayal was impossible, forbidden by their laws. The moment the elder saw the blade, his breath caught. Shock froze his expression. The same reaction spread through everyone present, including the young lady and her attendants. This was no imitation. It was real. The blood demon blood sword itself now rested in the young master's grasp. A stunned silence followed. Such a sight defied all reason. Anyone who claimed that sword was supposed to be consumed by its power and die. Yet Master A.K. Young suddenly burst into laughter, his voice echoing across the deck. He said they were all about to be shaken to their core, because this young man was now the new blood demon. The declaration felt unreal. It violated everything the clan believed to be absolute. Still, the legend was clear. The one chosen by the sword became the blood demon. Birena stepped forward at last, her instinct screaming that something was being misunderstood. The title of blood demon could belong to only one person, and that fate, as far as she knew, had already been decided. What would happen to Muram if everything they believed suddenly changed? The witch voiced a possibility, suggesting that the sword in the boy's hands might be a fake. The moment those words left her mouth, the young master responded without hesitation, tossing the sword straight toward Lady Beck. She caught it sharply, gripping it with confidence, and coldly declared that whoever made this replica had done impressive work. The master immediately questioned the young man, asking what this meant and why her hand wasn't burning. If she could truly hold it, then what did that imply? The young master answered calmly, saying there was no need to worry. Nothing would happen. Only seconds passed before the witch suddenly flung the sword away, her palms burning as pain surged through her hands. Her expression twisted in disbelief. This wasn't a copy. It was real. The legendary sword. The sixth star watched silently, clearly understanding more than he let on. The witch turned serious, warning the young mistress that this blade was indeed the true blood demon sword. At that realization, the girl understood something was terribly wrong. If this was genuine, then there was a force at play they didn't yet comprehend. Something unseen. Without warning, the elder dropped to his knees before the young master. Acknowledging his authority, he asked Lady Beck to take the sword herself and test it. The young master supported the idea, telling her to try. Everything would be fine. He wouldn't take offense. When questioned about his confidence, he only replied that she should trust him. Beck stepped forward and picked up the sword, overflowing with demonic energy, the very blade she had waited for all this time. She was certain that once she touched it, it would acknowledge her as its master. But in the next instant, she screamed and hurled it away, clutching her hand as the sword hit the deck. Burning pain tore through her palm. The elder stared at her in shock and asked how she felt, unable to believe what he was seeing. Beck stood frozen, realization crashing down on her. She was no longer the leader of the cult. Desperate, she tried to reach for the sword again, but the young master moved faster. Strands of his chi bound the blade instantly. He reached out calmly, grasped the sword, and it submitted to him without resistance. Beck screamed in disbelief, demanding to know why. She had been certain the sword belonged to her. In response, the demonic blade surged with power, pouring its energy into its chosen master. The proof was undeniable. The young man's hair turned blood red as the sword accepted him completely. In that moment, everyone saw the truth clearly. The sword and its master were now one. The demon sword hovering nearby leaned close and whispered into the young master's ear. It set like the girl too, but it liked Shunhui more. It even mocked her, thanking her for personally delivering herself into his hands. The boy understood better than anyone how swords behaved once they gained will, but he had no intention of letting something that shameless go unchecked. The witch stepped forward at once, staring at Mr. So and declaring that this was impossible. He was not a son of their clan. The young master answered calmly, reminding her that she already knew how the sword chose its owner. He raised his hand and revealed the medallion of the clan patriarch. Then he spoke plainly. The man he called father was not his biological parent. His mother had entered the clan already pregnant. She had belonged to the Flying Shadow Moon sect. The moment the elders saw the medallion, disbelief washed over their faces. This revelation shook the very foundation of the blood cult. Such a twist felt unreal. The witch, still stunned, pressed further and asked whether he believed his mother or father truly deserved to belong to the Flying Shadow Moon sect. The young master understood immediately. She was probing his lineage, searching for weakness. He met her gaze and asked whether any of that truly mattered. The sword had chosen him. Was bloodline more important than undeniable authority? He continued, pointing out that Lady Beck had declared herself the leader of the cult, yet she failed to claim the blood demon sword. His blood might not be perfectly pure, but possession of the sword made him the rightful leader. Turning to the fourth star, he asked whether he knew Lady Beck possessed a legitimate bloodline. The fourth star confirmed it without hesitation. Then came the real question. If that was the case, why hadn't he chosen her side? The fourth star answered honestly. He had believed Lady Beck had the qualifications to become the blood demon. Supporting her seemed reasonable at the time. But in his eyes, the young master's talent far surpassed Lady Beck Hyang's. The old man listening could barely comprehend it. He was lost, unable to accept such a comparison. He didn't realize that the young master had been concealing his true strength all along. The master suddenly burst into laughter. He declared that the blood demon always stood with the strongest. If anyone doubted it, they were free to test the boy themselves. The challenge hung heavy in the air. If strength decided everything, then why should she fight him to claim the title of Demon Queen? The witch tried to intervene, sensing disaster. But Lady Beck stepped forward instead. Her voice was steady when she spoke. She accepted the challenge. All she wanted was to fight for the position of Blood Demon Queen. Deep down, she never wished for leadership to be decided through violence. Yet reality gave them no other path. Their duel would decide everything. Whoever won would become the Blood Demon. If he emerged victorious, she would stand with him, just like the rest. The young master understood the weight of that condition. Losing wasn't merely personal defeat. It would determine whether the entire cult accepted him or turned away. Lady Beck laid out the wager without hesitation, and he accepted just as calmly. She lowered into a fighting stance, every muscle tightening as her intent sharpened. Locking eyes with him, she made her resolve clear. If he believed himself stronger, then he would have to prove it. There would be no restraint, no mercy. She would unleash every ounce of her power. Beck Hyang burned with energy as she stared at him, her gaze fierce and unwavering. The moment arrived. The tension snapped. She charged first, striking without pause, her attack fierce and direct. Yanhai didn't move. He stood still, waiting, as if measuring her resolve. Then, with a simple motion, he released a sharp wave of pure energy. Her formation shattered instantly. The ease of it made her heart sink. Doubt crept in before she could stop it. In that instant, she understood the truth. He had been hiding his real strength all along. Dark energy surged before her eyes, heavy and oppressive, sending fear racing through her veins. His power seized the space itself, nearly ending the fight in a single move. Beck Ryanha recognized the technique immediately. It was one she had once taught him herself. Circling to his side, she convinced herself that those techniques alone couldn't defeat her. Yet before she could complete her move, he struck, interrupting her flow without even shifting his stance. The master watched in silence, pride evident in his eyes. This blade existed for destruction, and its wielder embodied that truth. Beck Ryanha lost control of her body. Overwhelmed by an inexorable force she couldn't resist. Drawing on the Blood Demon sword and activating the Blood Demon technique, she tore herself free from his grasp and crashed onto the deck. She pushed herself up at once, preparing to move again. She barely had time. The young master was already upon her, his eyes blazing with intent. A lightning-fast strike flashed past, nearly taking her head. The violent mist of energy slammed into the ship's side, scorching it so fiercely it almost melted the hull. The sword was embedded beside her head, close enough to promise death, yet held back just enough to spare her life. That alone told her everything. Beck Ryongha surrendered without another word. Standing on the edge of execution, she acknowledged the boy as Demon Blood and the new leader of the clan. The moment the truth settled, his followers erupted in celebration, their voices crashing together as they rallied behind the victor. For the elders who had devoted their lives to Beck Ryongha, the result was devastating. Accepting it felt like tearing out their own hearts. But the era had already shifted. A new blood demon had risen, and all of them were forced to bow. Baek Ryongha turned toward him, her expression composed, and asked how he had mastered such a technique. The hero answered simply. The sword had taught him. It whispered its secrets, and through it he absorbed the blood demon's power. To him, that explanation was enough. She listened, unconvinced, suspicion flickering in her eyes. Still, she asked to speak with him later, away from prying ears. Once things calmed down, there were matters she wanted to discuss in private. As she left, the hero couldn't understand the faint relief on her face. It lingered in his mind. Before long, the ships reached land, and a new phase of their journey began. Demon blood murmured to him, amused by how easily the girl had conceded. It felt wrong. The hero shared the feeling. Demon blood couldn't grasp why she had retreated so smoothly. Southern Heaven offered a possibility. Perhaps she had helped him on purpose. The moment she realized she was outmatched, she chose to step aside and push the others toward recognizing the new leader. Yet the hero sensed it went deeper. The second elder and the sixth star had also noticed that he hadn't fought at full strength, and still they accepted him without resistance. That silence spoke volumes. Soon, a woman appeared on the horizon, calling out to the new leader. The elders wanted to confront her, but hesitation held them back. In the end, they agreed to settle everything inside one of the cabins. Ion was convinced the woman harbored resentment toward Co and Hai. The master, however, was troubled by a different thought. How could someone accept defeat so easily, even for the sake of reviving the clan and the cult? The idea was hard to swallow. This new blood demon was nothing like the two young ladies before him. He didn't carry even a trace of the former leader's blood. As the master met Jung's gaze, memories surfaced of how they had once served the previous leader with unwavering loyalty. The past felt distant now, and the future stood before them, shaped by a blood demon no one had expected. Yet the lawful recognition of a new blood demon stirred a quiet sense of betrayal. The guilt of failing to protect the former leader still gnawed at Jung's soul, refusing to fade. Did he truly understand the weight now pressing down on them? The master chose honesty. Not a single one of them was free from regret over the previous leader's death. And even if they managed to stabilize the present, doubt would follow them. There would always be those who questioned their choices. Acceptance of a new blood demon was secondary. Trust among the disciples could be maintained, but as the lady herself had said, a blood demon could not descend from the shadow of the flying crane. If Beck's faction raised this point, what option would remain but retreat? Still, the master revealed a solution meant to quiet every concern. If the current blood demon was not a direct descendant, then he could marry Miss Byron. The sword had chosen him, and she was the legitimate heir. Their union would reinforce authority and silence opposition. It was an elegant answer. Jung felt both shock and admiration, wondering how such a sharp idea had formed so quickly. As they exchanged glances, satisfaction settled between them, though uncertainty lingered. They couldn't confirm whether Sohee was truly a direct descendant. Their roots were shared, but the family had split centuries ago. And even if Co on High carried the true blood of the flying crane shadow, there were still reasons he and the lady could never stand together. Jung grew excited, already imagining the marriage arranged without resistance, leaving the two of them to sort out their own affairs afterward. Only the sixth star watched in silence, realizing the elders had lost all restraint. They celebrated their scheme as if marriage alone could solve everything. It was convenient, yes, and alliances were easily forged that way, but another obstacle loomed. Having served Miss Bakerin since childhood, the sixth star knew she would not openly oppose such a union. Still, the truth had to come from the leader himself. She cornered the hero without hesitation and forced him to listen. Her words struck him cold and direct. He must marry Miss Baker. To him, it felt like an unexpected trial. He understood the sixth star had already decided, yet Miss Beckon herself remained unaware. Then the witch spoke, invoking ancient law. Anyone who threatened authority, no matter their status, had to be eliminated. There could be no ambiguity. She demanded a clear contract. The leader, CONY, was ordered to swear an oath. He had a promise to protect Ms. Baikin and never abandon her for the rest of his life. If he refused, the witch declared she was ready to stake her own life and drag both of them to heaven with her. Those words never should have been heard. Yet Bakerin, standing just beyond the corner, caught every one of them. Rage surged through her. The witch had no right to stain her honor like that. She stepped forward, demanding an explanation, accusing the witch of defiling her name, and swore that such words would be paid for with blood. The witch remained unmoved and repeated her demand, insisting that the hero take Beccarin as his wife. CONY answered calmly, but firmly. Was marriage nothing more than a tool for protection? Even without it, Beckin was strong enough to stand on her own. How could they discuss her future so casually without ever asking her will? If help truly mattered, then her choice mattered most. She alone had the right to decide. The witch scoffed, saying that wasn't an issue for her. Then, without hesitation, she added that she genuinely liked the hero. The words struck him like a blow. Beckin flushed, stunned and embarrassed, and immediately rejected the idea, insisting she wanted nothing of the sort. Still, the confusion was written all over her face. She apologized quietly, admitting she had wanted to speak for herself, not have someone else force the matter into the open. Seo On-Y recalled Master Akong's old jokes about this very situation, and now, faced with it in reality, he had no idea how to respond. A sharp cry suddenly shattered the tension. Yoon stepped forward, her face twisted with fury, fists clenched tight. She shouted that it was absurd to discuss the young master's marriage without her presence. Ripping off her mask, she declared that demon blood already belonged to her. She said she had liked him the moment she saw him, that he perfectly matched her ideal. Seo On-Y stood frozen, unable to speak. One problem after another piled up, leaving him questioning what step he could possibly take next. Much later, after the long swim, exhaustion weighed heavily on the soldier's standing guard. Fighting sleep became its own battle. One muttered that the other should pinch his thighs to stay awake, warning him that he hadn't rested in days and would collapse if this continued. Still, they stayed alert. Pirates could appear at any moment, from any direction. Then, on the distant horizon, a strange silhouette emerged, shaped like a lone stone. Suspicion immediately crept in as they strained their eyes toward the unknown figure. One of the guards rubbed his eyes, convinced exhaustion was playing tricks on him. The silhouette shouldn't have been there, yet it moved, slowly, deliberately. Human. He looked again, telling himself it was nothing more than a ghost born from fatigue. The next instant shattered that hope. The shadow leapt forward and a blade flashed. One guard's head fell before he could even scream. The killer's hand shot out, seized another warrior, and hurled him into the sea with effortless force. As the man struggled in the water, the stranger leaned close and demanded the truth. He asked only one thing, his voice cold and direct. Was the fourth elder, Co Uni, on the ship? The scene cut back to the brewing clash among the women aboard. Yin stepped into the dispute, unwavering, determined to defend her right to stand beside the hero. Her words carried the weight of an old saying. If the water is clear on the surface, then the filth lies beneath. Her gaze turned toward the sixth star as she implied he was unworthy of standing beside the blood demon, let alone guiding the cult. The witch bristled at the insult, fury flaring in her eyes. Yin raised her sword and pointed it straight at Baekran. Baekran answered calmly, saying she understood the situation, but first the blade had to be lowered. She demanded an apology from a sixth star as well. Baekran felt mocked. To her, this was more than provocation. It was an open insult. How could anyone laugh while claiming to defend demon blood? That was the final spark. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Baekran chose to punish Yun's arrogance herself. Yin tightened her grip on the sword. Her stance showed no hesitation, no fear. Every line of her posture said she was ready. Baekran struck first, unleashing a crushing blow filled with overwhelming energy, enough to destroy an opponent in a heartbeat. Yun slipped aside at the last moment. When Baekran missed, momentum shifted instantly. Yun's blade swept past Baekran's face, so close it grazed the air beside her skin. Like a gust of wind, Yun flowed away from the counterattack, escaping the violent surge with elegant precision. But Baekran refused to retreat. She pressed forward, resolved to fight to the end. Yun, too, revealed the strength she had long concealed, letting her true skills surface at last. Even as weapons clashed, Yin called for restraint, insisting that the real issue was the six star's audacity toward the blood demon, and that he should be punished. Those words only enraged Baekran further. This was not Yun's place to interfere. Yun, however, did not argue. She asked a single question, letting it hang in the air like a drawn blade. Why, then, did it not apply to her? Her voice trembled with raw fury as she demanded an answer. She declared openly that she served the blood demon alone, not Baekran, not anyone else. For Baekran, that was the final insult. Her patience snapped. Yin had crossed every boundary, trampling on respect and tradition alike. Consumed by rage, Baekran swore to destroy her for daring to disrespect the Blood Eyes. A violent aura erupted across the deck, like a storm breaking loose, choking the air with tension. The young master moved instinctively, raising his sword to put an end to the chaos. But the witch caught his hand mid-motion. She urged him to stop, warning that such an act would wound the mistress's devotion beyond repair. The hero noticed Baekran's gaze fixed on him, filled with fierce pride. Though he still did not acknowledge her as a blood demon, he spoke plainly. If she stepped back now and let this end, punishment could be avoided. To the witch, the meaning was clear. He would never accept Baekran as his wife, and this incident would be buried and forgotten. But she refused to retreat. She swore she would remain by his side, even if it meant fighting to the bitter end. Her defiance left him no choice. The hero released the sword's power, striking without mercy. The blow sent the witch flying, slamming her into the cabin wall. Pain twisted her expression, yet her strength was undeniable. She rose again, stepping between Yun and Baekran. The witch stopped them both, declaring that the hero would not marry anyone. Feelings meant nothing here. Even if marriage could reinforce his authority as blood demon, he saw no need for it. Yin couldn't understand why they were forcing such a choice. To her, it was wrong. Trust and morality could not be dictated. Marriage was a private bond between two people, not a political tool shaped by others. Betkin paused, then quietly asked Yin if she truly liked demon blood. The question caught her off guard. Her arrogance cracked, embarrassment flooding her face as she struggled for an answer. The tension broke. Laughter followed, soft at first, then clearer, as they realized Yun's bravado had only been a mask. To the witch, it all seemed absurd. She couldn't imagine someone like Yin ever becoming the blood demon's wife. Then everything changed. A crushing presence surged behind her. An overwhelming aura pressed down on the deck, freezing everyone in place. A cold voice cut through the silence, asking calmly about someone like her. In that instant, every soul aboard understood. Someone terrifying had just stepped onto their territory. Betkin recognized him instantly. The legendary warrior spoken of only in whispers. At the same moment, Een froze in horror, realization tearing through her. The man standing before them was her own father. The witch, burning with fury, swung her hand to stop him, unable to comprehend how he had appeared here at all. She never finished the motion. In the blink of an eye, her arm was severed at the shoulder. The witch crashed to the deck, screaming as pain overwhelmed her, while the man calmly held her torn arm, as if it were nothing more than scrap. Akyong stared in disbelief, his mind struggling to grasp who would dare mutilate the sixth star so brutally. The stranger's gaze remained cold and detached, as if he were merely confirming that events were unfolding exactly as planned. He had arrived at the perfect moment, absolute control radiating from him. Watching him, Akyong felt a chill crawl up his spine. This guest was not just dangerous. He was merciless. The master, too, understood now, and that realization confirmed their worst fears. This was Samok, one of the 4 legendary evil swords of Moon Mountain, standing before them in the flesh. Betkin turned toward the witch, writhing in agony, terror breaking through her composure. Samok stepped closer and coldly asked Betkin why she had taken the witch out of his hands. Betkin didn't understand his hostility, but she answered calmly, urging him to restrain himself. The warning came too late. His strike was already aimed straight at her. The hero reacted instantly, bringing his sword up to intercept the blow meant for Betkin. The impact rattled him to the core. The opponent's blade was impossibly sharp, overwhelmingly powerful. Samok glanced at him with clear disdain, unable to understand why this boy had interfered at all. He despised weakness, despised those beneath him. And yet, here stood the blood demon. He wondered what he would think of this young man had he simply stood by and watched. The hero greeted him respectfully, calling Samok a great senior, declaring that as the blood demon, he was willing to assist him if ever needed. Samok studied him in silence, his gaze cutting deep as he assessed him from head to toe. He had heard rumors, but the reality did not match his expectations. Hatred flickered in his eyes as he realized this boy had not only entangled his daughter's heart, but was also rumored to be planning marriage with another woman. The hero tried to explain, insisting it was a misunderstanding. Samok answered with violence. He unleashed his technique without warning, forcing silence upon him. A sphere of purple energy erupted, roaring forward and annihilating everything in its path. Before it could strike true, Akyong lunged ahead and caught the attack with his bare hand, halting the destruction and pulling the hero back from the edge of death. He addressed Samchuk coldly, warning him that such disrespect toward the new blood demon was unacceptable. He urged him to calm down first and resolve everything without resorting to slaughter. Yin rushed forward, pleading with her father to stop at once. She begged him to hold back, if only to refrain from killing anyone on the spot. Instead, her father pulled her into his arms and declared that he had come to take her home, back to her small and quiet room. Yin resisted, accusing him of imprisoning her for years, saying that was the reason she had fled. Only then did the hero and master of Zheng realize the truth. She hadn't merely escaped. She had stolen her father's sword as well. Yin used the vibration technique to speak directly to the young master, her plea urgent and desperate. She asked him not to interfere. She wanted to handle this herself, to persuade her father and end it without bloodshed. Turning to him, she said she wanted to introduce him to the people she had met. She began with Demon Blood, the one who had helped her. She told him she had taken up martial arts, that living this way made her happy, that she no longer felt alone. Her father's expression did not change. He declared there would be no introductions. Everyone present would soon be dead. His words carried a clear threat. If she chose to remain beside Demon Blood, he would kill them all, including her. Before Yin could finish speaking, her father struck. Her acupuncture points were sealed instantly, robbing her of movement. He held her limp body in his arms and stated calmly that he had known everything from the beginning. That was why he had come fully prepared. Betkin scanned the deck, reading the fear etched onto every face. The hero's companions stood frozen, terror and confusion plain in their eyes. Co Unhai understood then that the situation had crossed into true crisis and demanded an immediate answer. Yun's father raised his voice, declaring that there was no one present whom he could not kill. The clash that followed shook the ship. A battle erupted between monsters of the martial world. The warriors could only watch, their thoughts reduced to a single wish: survival. Each strike from Samchuk thundered like a cannon blast, overwhelming in force. His technique stunned everyone. Rumor claimed he possessed the most powerful metal transformation art, able to turn any attack into pure devastation. As the fight escalated, it became painfully clear that the legends surrounding Samchuk were no exaggeration. He had completely mastered his sword. The impossible was now reality. He began to use remote sword control, a technique few believe could truly exist. Seeing this, Akyong turned urgently to the blood demon and shouted for him to retreat. Samchuk would not stop. He would fight until nothing was left. Taking responsibility upon himself, Akyong tried to buy time, urging the hero to jump from the ship and escape. Demon Blood refused without hesitation. He declared that he would never abandon his teacher, even if the end was already written. Whatever awaited them, he would face it together with him, even death. With a trace of dry humor, he added that a disciple should at least show proper respect to his master. Akyong laughed, excitement burning through him, and accepted his student's resolve. He stepped forward, ready to fight. Samchuk sensed danger approaching from behind and realized that these martial artists knew exactly how to uphold the authority of Demon Blood. Attacks meant for him were diverted again and again, striking nothing but air. Those fighting beside him understood there was no choice but to follow Demon Blood's command. Samchuk stood surrounded, utterly calm, fully prepared to kill every one of them if needed. Demon Blood spoke firmly, promising that he would not fall so easily and that his followers would stand against this enemy. The challenge was answered instantly. Dark matter surged forward like a blade, tearing straight towards Samchuk. The strike carried such force that even he had to react in a flash, moving like lightning. At that moment, Akyong attacked from the side, laughing wildly as his massive fist crashed toward the enemy. But Samchuk's sword was faster than any assault that dared approach it. The blade sliced through the air, and the counterstrike landed squarely on Akyong. Blood sprayed as the old master was sent reeling, gravely wounded. Still, he did not fall back. He forced himself upright, refusing to yield. Samchuk decided then that Akyong had to die first. The killing strike flew toward the old man, unstoppable, inevitable. Yet Akyong endured, gambling everything on Samchuk's arrogance. At the final instant, he deflected the blow and lunged in low, pouring every remaining ounce of strength into a desperate attempt to sever his opponent's leg. Thousands of rapid strikes crashed into Samchuk like a raging storm. Blood scattered through the air, tension tightening around the battlefield. But it was clear that Akyong had reached his limit. He staggered back, gasping for breath, his body barely holding together. Samchuk looked at him with contempt, scoffing at such resistance. What kind of level was this? What a pathetic attempt. His sword descended mercilessly, ready to end it. Then the wind split. From behind, another fighter rushed in. In a novice's hands, a sword burned with blue chi, blazing fiercely as he charged forward, desperate to land even the smallest wound on the enemy. The hero struck from above, trying to catch Samchuk off guard, but a surge of purple chakra slammed into the deck beside his feet, shattering the surface and tearing apart his balance. In the next instant, Samchuk moved like chaos itself, smashing through the boards ahead and rushing forward without pause. Then he vanished, sinking downward as if swallowed by the earth. Just as the hero thought he had lost him, a chill ran down his spine. Samchuk was already behind him, standing there as though the space itself had bent to his will. The hero couldn't comprehend such speed, such impossible movement. Before that thought could settle, a blow far heavier than anything before crashed into him. The impact was merciless, forcing his body to absorb power beyond reason. Samchuk sensed their intent at once. They were trying to coordinate, to strike together. To him, it was laughable, a waste of effort. His aura shifted violently, purple bleeding into white and black, becoming even more oppressive. Akyong watched in silent horror, realizing just how monstrous this power truly was. A violent explosion followed. Akyong was hurled backward, smashed off his feet like a broken doll. Baekhyun stared in terror as a single man overwhelmed the three strongest masters of the cult. He didn't merely defeat them, he scattered them apart, breaking their formation so completely that even the bravest warriors trembled. The gap between his strength and theirs was like the divide between heaven and earth. Samchuk, one of the four legendary evil swords, stood as the embodiment of absolute dominance. His superiority was undeniable. Calmly, he observed the young hero press forward once more. The hero knew the truth. There was no chance. Still, he did not hesitate. Drawing on everything he had, he activated a forbidden move. Power gathered from the 10 stars, pouring into his body as he unleashed the true Shining Star technique in its fifth formation. His strike descended like a falling meteor, every fragment of his strength focused on a single point. Samchuk stopped it with 2 fingers. The sight defied belief. This was no longer fear. It was pure horror given form. Without delay, Samchu countered. His punch detonated on impact, an explosive wave tearing through the air. The blow sent the blood demon flying, his body thrown aside with such force that any hope of victory seemed erased. Seeing the end approach, Saddam shouted for him to flee if he wished to live. The hero heard the plea, but he already knew the answer. To escape now would be the same as betrayal. Being someone others trusted, he could not betray that faith. Once, he had chosen distance. No bonds, no trust, not in others, not even in himself. Back then, he believed that detachment was the only way to survive. Now, standing on the edge of death, he understood how wrong he had been. That choice had stripped him of his true strength. Faces surfaced in his mind. Companions who had stood beside him, allies who believed in him, people ready to die for his sake. And Yoon, even now, he could not erase her from his thoughts, the girl who had fallen for him despite everything. He wiped the blood from his lips and exhaled slowly. Caution no longer mattered. He had already nearly died here. If this life was going to end, then at least he would live it on his own terms, without fear of consequence. Samchuk turned toward him, his voice calm, cruelly assured. Did he have any last words before death? The hero lifted his head and met his gaze. A faint smile crossed his bloodied face. He answered simply that he liked his daughter. For a moment, Samchuk froze. Shock cracked his composure, rage boiling just beneath the surface. The deck beneath his feet began to melt as he gathered terrifying power, his killing intent flooding the space around him like a nightmare made real. The very idea of his daughter being claimed by a blood demon was beyond unacceptable. It was blasphemy. There was no retreat left now. The hero drew his sword, standing firm against the crushing force pressing down on him. He braced himself, determined to fight to the end. Pain stabbed through his body as if countless needles were piercing his flesh. Yet he refused to fall. He raised his blade and blocked the strike meant to end his life. The impact was devastating. Though he survived by a miracle, the ship itself groaned and splintered under the force. Samchuk studied him closely, eyes cold and calculating. He said he could not understand why this boy clung so desperately to life. Then he spoke again, staring straight into his eyes. If the blood demon wished to die so badly, he would grant that wish. With that, Samchuk hurled his dagger. The blood demon watched it fly toward him, cutting through the air without mercy. In that instant, it felt as if death itself was rushing forward, and the battle was finally reaching its end. Bleeding out, he understands in a single heartbeat that he cannot die like this. Refusing that ending, he awakens the power of the great blood demon. Choosing to fight until his final breath, the seventh formation expands outward, swallowing the space around him and flooding it with crushing energy. The blood sword of conquest screams as a torrent of red chi bursts forth, drowning the battlefield. A raging sea of crimson power erupts from his blade, tearing apart everything in its path. Yet to Chuck, that devastation is nothing more than another obstacle, something incapable of stopping him. When the chaos finally settles, Samachak pulls her sword back in her grasp, her eyes fixed on the hero. He knows this was not the limit of his strength. In that instant, standing on the edge of death, the young man attains enlightenment. It is a beautiful moment, but one destined to remain only a memory for Chuck, who still intends to kill demon blood without hesitation. Watching closely, he acknowledges the hero's rare and exceptional abilities, even if he refuses to voice it. Still, no matter how legendary that display was, it does nothing to alter his resolve to destroy him. Amidst this, the young master speaks quietly to his sword. The sword demon is confused, unable to grasp what truly happened or where such power was born. It asks whether this was the true might of the blood demon or something entirely different. The hero answers honestly, saying his energy is already exhausted because he went far beyond his limits. The technique he used came to him instinctively, born from nothing but an overwhelming will to live. Drawing together the last fragments of his strength, he forces himself back onto his feet, staring straight at death. Jack, seeing that Seo and Hui are still alive, begins to doubt her earlier judgment. She had always believed the blood demon cult to be nothing more than despicable fanatics who relied on dirty methods. Yet they never laid a hand on her daughter, who still lies unconscious. That single fact plants uncertainty in her heart. She recalls Chong Ren's words and wonders if she should truly hear the cult side of the story. As Akyong regains consciousness, she lets out a laugh, remarking that she now has a reason to keep the hero alive. Back in the arena, Akjung steps forward once more, re-entering the fight with unwavering resolve. Cha notices his strange persistence and sighs in open disdain. Annoyed more than anything, he casts an energy trap around him, intending to halt his movements. But Akjung shatters the spell without effort, breaking free as if it were nothing at all. Chuck is shaken by how this scoundrel managed to break through his defenses. Before she can fully react, Akjung, surging with terrifying strength, charges straight at him. A violent gust slices through the air as Akjung's deadly fists crash down with overwhelming force. Samika's sword flashes in response, carving deep and drawing a spray of blood from Akjung's body. Even so, Akjung does not slow. He keeps advancing, both fists flying like a raging storm. Samik stands firm, unmoving like a wall. He knows this opponent will not fall quickly. Akjung's presence feels like an obstacle that must be crushed no matter the cost. With cold precision, CH blocks Akjung's killing blow, leaving him no opening at all. The impact is catastrophic. The ship splits apart under the force, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Warriors lose their footing as the deck collapses, bodies tumbling into the water while the shattered vessel can no longer support them. The witch rushes to the mistress, urging her to escape at once and move to the boat. The mistress refuses without hesitation. Leaving demon blood behind would be betrayal. At that moment, her eyes catch sight of Yun falling unconscious into the water. Demon blood reacts instantly. He dives in without a second thought, wrapping both arms around her and forcing her above the surface. Holding her close, he swims toward the remaining wreckage. He lifts her onto a broken plank, desperately trying to wake her. His voice trembles as he begs her to come back to him. Suddenly, Yin coughs, water spilling from her lips. She is alive. Relief crashes over him as he realizes how close he came to losing her, stirring emotions he cannot suppress. But his strength is gone. Slipping deeper into the water, his body begins to sink, exhaustion dragging him down. Just before he drowns, a hand seizes his wrist. Samachak pulls him out effortlessly, as if lifting something weightless. He stares at the boy in silence, fully aware that this young man saved his daughter. One thought lingers in his mind. What should be done with this boy now? 17 days later, in Crescent Valley of Sichin Province, an elder's furious cry echoes through the halls. Akyong, visibly shaken, demands to know what is happening. Demon blood has vanished. He argues that the search should be stopped, that the danger has grown too great. For over half a month, they scoured every possible place, yet not a single trace was found. Expanding the search into the Central Plains would almost certainly provoke the Murim Alliance or Bekhan. Master Akjong, worn down by frustration, insists on searching for him personally, but the elder stops him, warning that reckless movement would only worsen the situation. If the blood demon's location were exposed too soon, Beck would gain the upper hand. Until he is found, his whereabouts must remain buried in secrecy. Their attention should instead turn to Madame Bayek Rain, who may hold the key to untangling everything. Bayek Rain, confident and unshaken, declares that the priority now is securing the third elder and the second star on her side. She accepts the current state of affairs and has no intention of making drastic moves until demon blood is recovered. Bryn backs her stance, stating that she has fulfilled her duty and deserves leniency given how tangled the situation has become. Akyong voices a grim hope that demon blood is still alive. If he dies, I will never forgive him, he says, bitterness seeping into his words. Far away, the young master who had been imprisoned in a cage in Shanxi province finds himself taken to an unknown location. Yet Saddam has always known exactly where they are. Cha appears before the hero herself, her resolve unmistakable. At first, I intended to kill you, she admits. I've lived freely my entire life, but I still understand gratitude, Sama Chuk continues. She witnessed how the hero risked everything to save her daughter. Because of that, he grants him a chance to stay by his daughter's side. Will you take it? He asks, coming from someone who once sought to slaughter without mercy. Those words feel utterly unreal to him. Elsewhere, Yun and her companion move through the canyon between the Guangdong provinces, a wanted poster clenched in hand. This land still bears the scars of an attack on the Murim Alliance. Their trail leads them to a place where the local sheriff proves far simpler than expected. He betrayed every cultist, handing them over to humans, all under the guidance of an exceptionally cunning martial artist. When the boy lays eyes on one of the 4 evil swords, disbelief washes over him. It feels like a living nightmare. Chuck herself finally declares that if they continue hiding the girl's location, she will leave them no choice. She seizes Beck Hyang by the throat, her grip merciless, and demands they find the girl at once or their mistress will die. Crushing Beck without restraint, she orders them to move faster, making it clear that her patience has already run dry. The man who had fallen under suspicion hurriedly explains that he does not know who the boy is, and that this is the first time he has ever seen him. He admits he has no idea how to prove his innocence, and silently wonders what he did to earn the wrath of one of the 4 evil swords. As his thoughts race, he realizes that Samachak intends to find the girl personally and punish her himself. Regaining his composure, he points out that heading toward the Valley of the Six Bloods does not automatically mean allegiance to them. He insists there has been a misunderstanding. He explains that after the Great War, the cult splintered long ago. If Samachuk were to find traces in the Valley of the Six Bloods, then those people could never be considered allies. If needed, he can even reveal their location. Perhaps the one Samachak is searching for is hiding there. The mistress is in immediate danger, and her loyal warrior dares not lie, knowing her life depends on his words. Chuck reacts brutally, throwing him to the ground and demanding once more that he reveal her location. The man urges haste, warning that those people seize anyone useful and erase their minds through brainwashing. In the end, the plan succeeds. It was difficult, but he gives up everything he knows to one of the 4 evil swords. Chuck then turns his attention to the hero, who has remained unconscious for a long time. He checks his daughter carefully, confirming there are no wounds, no marks, no signs of manipulation on her body. Only then does he realize he was deceived so that he would leave in a hurry. The hero, regaining awareness, understands something as well. Samachak has always been calculating and controlled, never reckless. Yet his feelings for his daughter pushed him into acting impulsively this time. That contradiction alone explains why he stands among the 4 evil swords. Chuck speaks plainly and gives the hero 2 paths. Take the risk, or stay and forget about his daughter entirely. The choice is clear: freedom, or the denial of it. If he chooses freedom, he will never see Yun again. Samachak forces Seo on Hui to swear on her life, while locking eyes with Yun. The hero feels drained, his body heavy and unresponsive. His energy will not stir. Southern Sky whispers the truth into his ear. While he was unconscious, countless needles were driven into his veins. His energy is sealed, unable to awaken, leaving his body frozen, hard, and powerless like stone. The question lingered in the air. Would the hero accept this chance, or would he refuse and walk a different path? Seo answered without hesitation. Giving up was not his way. He accepted. The certainty in his voice was so firm, so unwavering, that Yin felt a quiet shame rise in her chest. She lowered her gaze as Chuck accepted his decision with calm dignity, remarking that this young man clearly did not lack courage. Chuck led him onward, through narrow gorges and across a long, perilous bridge. The depth below was immeasurable, the bottom swallowed by darkness, as though they were standing at the very edge of an abyss. Chuck asked whether he knew where they were. When it was clear he did not, he explained that this city, long forgotten, had once been sacred to martial artists. After the fall of the martial path, it was destroyed, abandoned, and later turned into a prison by the authorities. This was Panram Valley, the Valley of the Sealed Forest. In ancient times, martial prisoners were confined here, especially during the persecution of Kim Sajai. Seo realized at once that this was one of the forbidden places. According to legend, no master had ever left this valley alive. Those imprisoned here were never released. Chuck observed the hero closely, noting the unique method of energy circulation he used. He found it difficult to believe that someone so young could master such a technique. It was clear the boy had trained relentlessly, though it was easy to overlook. Those born with innate energy often fail to control it properly, and in such an unstable state, breaking one's limits was impossible. Chuck ordered him not to move, warning that even slight motion could cripple him. As 2 needles were pulled from his body, the hero felt a wave of relief. Yet his inner energy still refused to respond. Only 8 of the 36 needles were removed. Chuck warned him plainly. His internal energy would remain sealed, and for an entire month, he would be unable to use it. This was the trial Samachak had chosen personally. The hero must survive here for 1 full month, without relying on his internal energy. Yin was stunned by her father's harshness. To her, sealing his energy and abandoning him in this place was no different from condemning him to death. She begged him to give the hero a chance, not to cast him into such a deadly land. Chuck answered coldly. If she had asked for a chance for him, then she had no right to regret it now. If he cannot survive here for a full month, then he does not deserve this chance. Samachak's words were cold and absolute. Chuck made it clear that the hero was free to refuse. He did not have to take this path. But if he endured 1 month, Yun's father promised that he would no longer interfere, no longer care whether they met or not. The young master chose to believe those words. With calm confidence, the hero accepted the chance placed before him. Yun, however, clutched at him desperately, begging him not to risk his life like this. He only smiled in response, telling her that everything would be fine. Then, without hesitation, he pushed off from the bridge and plunged into the darkness below, calling out for her to wait for him. Yun screamed, struggling in her father's arms, pleading for him to bring the hero back. Samachak did not waver. He stated flatly that he had already shown immense mercy by throwing the boy in alive, and not empty-handed. The hero still had 2 swords and a dagger. What more does he need? He said coldly. As he fell, time itself seemed to stretch and distort. The unknown opened beneath him like a devouring abyss. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if waiting longer for information or resources would have been wiser. But that doubt faded quickly. If Samachak truly intended to kill him, it would have been done cleanly and without ceremony. This was not an execution. It was a trial, one set by one of the 4 evil swords. And it was a trial he had overcome. The demon sword spoke, its voice thick with irritation, cursing Samachak's arrogance. When the hero asked what it meant, The sword revealed what had happened while he was unconscious. Samachak had carried him in her arms without the slightest hesitation. Worse, she had grasped the sword itself, showing neither fear nor restraint. She even tried to crush it outright. Yet her strength was so overwhelming that even a demonic sword could not injure her. Samachak had studied the blade afterward, trying to understand what kind of existence it was, yet failing to fully grasp its essence. The hero was stunned by how effortlessly she had resisted the sword's will. That's impressive, he thought. The sword snapped back immediately. There was nothing impressive about it. It still trembled at Samachak's words. If a sword spirit must be that strong, then it only means the sword itself is weak. Those words ignited the demonic sword's fury. To be called weak, a sacred relic of the blood cult, was an insult beyond tolerance. Its rage surged as Southern Sky calmly informed the hero that they were close now. The bottom of the sealed valley was no longer far away. The darkness was so dense that nothing could be seen, and without his energy, the hero could not even sharpen his vision. After falling for what felt like an eternity, his body slammed into cold water. Gasping, he fought his way to the surface and struggled toward the shore. Completely drenched and drained, he barely managed to pull himself onto solid ground. Watching in silence, the demon sword let out a grim sigh. It realized the hero had fallen into the worst possible fate, reserved for blood demons. By now, there was no turning back. Suddenly, voices echoed through the darkness. Rough laughter followed. Here comes the newbie. New clothes, new weapons. A fresh one. Figures emerged from below. Ragged masters and prisoners surrounded him, their eyes sharp and hungry. Spears, stone axes, and crude weapons were raised as they closed in. They shouted for him to drop his weapons if he wanted to live and leave this place alive. The hero glanced at their primitive arms and finally understood. This was why Samachak had left him his swords before throwing him down here. This was not abandonment. It was a test. Even if Samachak was cruel, he was never reckless. If he truly wanted him dead, he would have sent him down unarmed. That meant one thing. There was still a chance. A spark ignited in the hero's mind. He tightened his grip on the sword and spoke calmly. He would rather die than strip himself in such freezing darkness. Deep within, he still possessed a fragment of lower central core energy. That was his last reserve. Using it, he ignited a small fire in the cave. Warmth finally spread through the gloom. One by one, those who dared to attack were beaten back until silence returned. The space was his now. The hero asked Saddam how he looked. Like a wet puppy, she replied with a smile. That was not what he meant. She pointed out something stranger. He was clearly using energy, yet his hair did not turn red, even though his powers were activated. The demon sword explained coldly. A weak body could not fully draw out the blood demon's power. The energy only adjusted itself to what the body could endure. The sword warned him sharply. This was all the power he had now, and it must be protected. Even the sword did not wish to remain trapped in this place. The advice was sound. In his current condition, conserving energy was the only way to survive. His task was simple and merciless. Survive 1 month here. Just 1 month in this deadly pit. The young master stepped toward one of the cave's brutes and slowly pressed the sword against the man's face. He orders the man to stand up. There are questions that need answers. Poorly dressed and clearly broken by this place, the man accepts his situation and obeys without resistance. He tells CEO Unhui that everyone trapped here falls into 2 groups. Most were forcibly driven out of Musa province. The rest came here by choice, though there are very few of them, barely 44 in total. Nearly half of those who arrived never survived. They were swallowed by violent currents or killed by the harsh conditions. Those who lived were reduced to eating snake roots and mice just to stay alive. Hearing this, the hero immediately understands that food here must be desperately scarce. The man nods and admits there's only one reliable way to eat. There is a place where fish can be caught. That single piece of information feels priceless. The hero's stomach twists painfully, hunger pushing every other concern aside. Smiling faintly, the cave dweller offers to guide him there, claiming the fish here tastes surprisingly good. They reach a narrow gorge, and, at a glance, the hero can tell it truly is a promising spot. As he studies the area, something else catches his attention. There may be more than just fish hidden here. Still, one thought bothers him. There is no reason for him to walk ahead while this slime man lingers behind. His suspicion sharpens when he notices fear flicker across the man's face. The hero raises his sword and forces the truth out of him. The gorge is infested with poisonous insects. Even a single bite can spell disaster. The hero notes calmly that this man only speaks honestly when steel is at his throat. Entering the gorge, he senses no immediate danger. The space inside is wider than expected. He orders the man to follow, knowing this is the only place where food can be secured. Suddenly, a fish leaps from the water, its silver body flashing in the dim light. The sight fills the hero with genuine relief. Cooked properly, that fish could make survival far easier. For the first time since arriving, food and water no longer seem like impossible problems. He already has fire. Everything appears to be falling into place. Then he notices something beneath the water surface. Bones scattered along the riverbed. Kneeling closer, his expression hardens. These are not animal remains. A closer look confirms it. They're human bones. They are unmistakably human remains. At that moment, the cave dweller suddenly bolts, fleeing as if he has seen something unspeakable. Only then does the hero realize he was led by the words of a cunning vagrant who seized the chance to escape. A violent gust sweeps through the cave, snuffing out the fire and plunging everything into darkness. Soon, the blackness grows so dense that nothing can be seen at all. Southern Heaven urges Seo Unhui to activate his power. The danger is no longer distant. Something enormous is approaching from behind, and there is no time left to hesitate. Mocking laughter echoes through the cave. One of the residents brags that he recently tossed a newcomer straight into the monster's mouth. If that is true, then the beast has already devoured him, and the fool will never return. They add that no one has tasted the local fish in a long time, because the monster has kept everyone away from the water. The vagabond who lured the hero here steps forward, demanding his reward. 3 bundles of mosquito nets. The so-called authority assures him the deal will be honored. Together, they head toward the gorge where Seo Unhui was supposed to be, convinced that the monster has already eaten him. Their plan is simple. Grab a fish quickly and disappear before drawing attention. The vagabond smiles to himself, imagining how everyone will praise his cleverness before the spoils are divided. Then a bloody strike tears through the darkness. His companion collapses, dead before he can even scream. Torches are raised in panic, and the truth is revealed. They were lied to. The monster, the massive snake, is still here. Terror takes hold, and they scatter in all directions. In their confusion, they lose all sense of direction, unable to find the way out. When they try to flee, their path is suddenly blocked. Cowering in a corner, the vagabond looks up and freezes. Seo Unhui is standing right in front of him, alive. Shock twists his face. Behind the hero lies the enormous snake, no longer attacking, stretched out and silent. The hero has survived. Calmly, he runs his hand over the creature's scales and asks whether they truly believe the monster would eat him. Only then is it revealed what happened. Southern Heaven advised him to observe rather than fight, because the beast collapsed the moment it appeared. In the darkness, the hero adjusts his breathing and studies the scene. The monster remains completely motionless, and in that stillness, he realizes the truth. He has already figured it out. The snake recognized him. It sensed the one who had once killed a creature of its own kind, and chose not to fight. When the hero slowly placed his hand on the serpent's head, it looked like true sorcery, as if he were taming it. He could feel it clearly. The monster had acknowledged him, and now submitted to his presence. Suddenly, the snake reared up, its massive body twisting through the air, making his heart jump for a brief instant. But a closer look erased that fear. The creature had truly accepted him as its master. Even more unsettling, it began to obey his commands without hesitation, an unnatural and unsettling sight. Nearby, the trembling vagrant collapsed to his knees, begging the hero to spare his life. He swore that everyone here was only trying to survive and promised to reveal everything he knew. He even offered to serve the hero, calling him his master, though he warned that many other starving people still lurked in the cave, all fighting desperately to live. The hero showed no mercy. With a calm voice, he ordered the monster to devour those who opposed him. Blood sprayed across the cave as the serpent obeyed, its movements echoing violently against the stone walls. Turning to the last man still standing, the hero asked coldly whether he was ready to calm down, because his turn to die was approaching. Watching the monster, still driven by hunger, the hero began to consider a different path. If survival was the goal, then honest cooperation with the remaining people in this cursed place might be necessary. Soon, shock spread through the ranks of the soldiers and their leader. They could not understand where the fish had come from, nor who this newcomer was who appeared alongside the vagrant. The young master walked toward a figure hidden in the shadows, assuming it was the leader. One warrior scoffed, questioning whether this outsider even knew where he had ended up. A fish slammed straight into his face, silencing him instantly. Koi had come with a purpose. He wanted to make a deal. He needed enough roots to last an entire month. The leader quickly understood the offer. Fish in exchange for roots. He named his price without hesitation. 1 bundle of fish for 10 roots. If that was unacceptable, the hero was free to leave and find another place. Wang Hui frowned, judging the price far too steep, and weighed the situation carefully. Only 3 of the strongest bandits remained in the valley, hoarding all the roots from a single tree. That monopoly gave them power and forced everyone else to submit. The leader of this gang was an external martial artist named Ping Yun, a man who ruled the entire valley through sheer force. One of his subordinates bristled with anger when the newcomer dared to speak to their master as an equal. Before he could say more, Seo Unhui silenced him by pressing a sword to his throat. The shift was instant. The hero's intent was clear, and the dagger in his other hand erased any lingering defiance. Watching this, Pingyun realized something was wrong. This young man was not ordinary. He was a genuine threat to the valley. What confused Pingyun most was how Seo Unhui could still circulate internal energy in such a condition. The hero ignored the thought entirely, deeming it unworthy of explanation. Pingyun sneered and declared that if Unhui could truly use internal energy, then he should be able to remove the needles embedded in his body. He proposed his terms. Unhui must remove every needle from Pingyun's body. In return, he would give him as many roots as he desired. Declaring himself the king of the hidden forest valley, Pingyun warned that survival here required absolute obedience. The threats did not last long. Seo Unhui hurled his sword. Pingyun's words ended forever. Shock rippled through the warriors as they watched their leader fall. They could not comprehend how easily the newcomer had crushed him. In that instant, everything changed. Seo Unhui became the new king of the valley. If anyone disagreed, he calmly offered them the chance to challenge him in a duel. He waited, curious to see if even one of them was willing to die opposing the new ruler. No one stepped forward. His authority settled heavily over the cave, undeniable and final. One by one, the warriors dropped to their knees, shouting praises to the new king. Many openly admitted they had despised Pingyun from the beginning. The demonic sword observed the scene with contempt, mocking how quickly these people bent their backs. The hero found no reason to argue. Rumors spread rapidly through the cave. People whispered that Pingyun had finally fallen, that the new master did not live in a mere cave, but in a hidden hollow with a pond, and that he was powerful enough to subdue a monstrous snake. It sounded unreal, yet it ignited something long absent from this place. Hope. When these rumors reached one of the valley's inhabitants, he made his decision. He would go and see this new king with his own eyes. The man arrived at the gorge where Seo Unhui was said to reside and began searching cautiously. No sign of the new master appeared at first. Then, far ahead, the silhouette of a massive creature emerged. His body went rigid with fear as the thought struck him that he could be killed in an instant. Before panic took over, Seo Unhui's voice cut through the darkness, stopping the snake in its tracks. From the shadows, the new master himself stepped forward. The sight forced the man to hold his breath. He could not comprehend how this young man commanded such a monster, yet he steadied himself and explained his purpose. The person he served was growing weaker with each passing day. Her condition was worsening, and she needed real nourishment, not rats or insects. If the new king truly possessed fish, it could save her life. He added that he had heard only a handful of people stood behind Seo Unhui, yet that alone was enough to keep the entire valley in check. Without hesitation, the hero handed him a bag of fish, saying it should be enough. The man was stunned by such generosity and struggled to understand what he could possibly offer in return. Seo Unhui dismissed the thought calmly, telling him everything would be fine and allowing him to leave. As he faded back into the darkness, the hero made his stance clear. He demanded no payment from someone acting for the sake of another rather than personal gain. If questioned about the fish, he should say it was purchased at a high price. He also asked that his wishes for a swift recovery be passed on to the host. The man stood frozen, overwhelmed by King Seo's mercy. Words failed him. In the end, he could only bow deeply, thanking him with all sincerity. 5 days passed in the valley. During that time, the hero never once stopped training. Perhaps even Samachak could not have imagined such an outcome. Not only did he survive, he ruled the entire gorge through fear and strength alone. Having endured countless trials in the Valley of the Six Bloods, the hero understood that his days were now shaped by challenges of a different kind. Survival was no longer the issue. The local king was dead. Food was secured. Now he faced a far stranger problem: how to avoid dying of boredom for the remaining 25 days. Before long, another figure appeared on the horizon, asking for King Seo. The hero casually asked whether he had come for more fish. The man shook his head and explained that Master Volno was on his deathbed and wished to meet his benefactor in person. Acting as a guide, he led the hero away so the two could finally speak face to face. The people gathered around King Seo Unhui watch him with open respect. Yet their condition is disturbing. Their faces are pale and exhausted, their bodies marked with fresh wounds that have not yet stopped bleeding. It is clear they have recently endured brutal injuries. As the hero approaches, he sees the host lying down, forcing himself to rise in order to greet him. The old man apologizes at once, bowing his head in respect and explaining that his weakened body did not allow him to come earlier. He expresses regret for making the young king walk all the way to such a filthy place. Despite everything, Volno sincerely thanks him for the fish. He knows his life is nearing its end, but Seo Unhui responds calmly, saying that gratitude is unnecessary. When people are starving, refusing them food is not an option. Moments later, Volno begins coughing violently, blood staining his lips. The hero immediately understands how severe his condition is. His body is ravaged by illness and close to collapse. Sitting beside him on the cold stone, the hero asks whether he wishes to pass on a message to his family. Volno gives a bitter smile and says it is meaningless. No one ever leaves this place. He admits openly that his family died long ago, and there is no one left to avenge them. After a pause, he speaks again. He once had a daughter, Heron. Her fate is unknown to him. If there is even the smallest chance that his words could reach her, he wishes to leave her a message. He regrets the suffering she endured because of his choices and the cruel circumstances of his life. If she is still alive, he vows that after death, he will watch over her as her guardian spirit. Southern Sky quietly addresses the hero, suggesting that he might recognize this man, or at least know of him. Studying Volno's gray hair, hollow voice, and deathly pale complexion, the hero's thoughts align. A realization forms. This old man is the main swordsman of the shadow of the Flying Moon sect. Volno notices the change in his expression and asks what is wrong. Taking a slow breath, the hero speaks. He says that Volno's daughter has a distinctive trait. The middle and ring fingers on one hand are the same length. In her left eye has a double eyelid. The old man stiffens. He understands instantly who the hero is describing. His voice trembles as he asks how the hero knows his daughter. In response, Seo Unhui reaches into his clothes and takes out a medallion, holding it up for the old man to see. Volno's eyes widen in shock as recognition floods his face. He knows that medallion. The hero explains quietly that the locket once belonged to his mother. In that instant, the truth becomes clear. Heron did not disappear. She ran away and lived on with her child. The old man's eyes widen as understanding crashes over him, shock and joy colliding at once. The young master standing before him is his only grandson. Fate's cruelty feels almost unbearable. He pulls the hero into a tight embrace, his body trembling, regretting that their reunion had to happen in such a bleak, cursed place. With tears clinging to his lashes, he asks about Heron. Is she well? How is she living now? The hero struggles to answer, words catching in his throat. Pang-un, hope flickering weakly in his eyes, asks if his daughter is still alive. Theo answers softly that she was fine the last time he left home. He recalls their exchanged letters and says he hopes she is not too sad, remembering how she always kept to herself, complaining about small things. Saddam watches in silence. He knows the hero is lying. His mother died long ago. Still, he accepts it. In this moment, the lie is mercy. The truth would only shatter a man already standing at death's edge. The hero cannot reunite him with his daughter, but he can at least ease his heart. In this dark place, their blood bond is confirmed. The hero understands it fully now. This man is truly his grandfather. Hearing this, Pang-un finally relaxes. A faint smile appears, as if all burdens have lifted at once. Then his body suddenly goes limp. His breath falters, and he collapses into his grandson's arms. Seo Unhui calls out to him, desperately trying to wake him, but there is no response. No pulse. Panic tightens his chest. He refuses to accept this. Not now. Not after finding him. He pours every remaining trace of strength into the old man, but the heart does not answer. If only his inner energy were whole, he could have done something. Instead, the moment he finds family, he loses it again. A voice cuts through the darkness. Put the sword on his chest. Now, the hero freezes, confused, but instinct takes over. He draws his blade. The people around stare in shock, unable to grasp what he intends to do. Then they see it. Hands rise to cover mouths as disbelief spreads. Seo Unhui places the sword flat against his grandfather's chest, and something changes. He begins circulating blood through the old man's body, forcing it to move with heavenly sword energy. His grandfather's heart begins to beat again, weak and unsteady. The hero immediately understands the truth. This is only temporary. The moment he stops feeding energy into him, death will return without mercy. The cruelty of fate hits him hard. They were allowed to meet only to be torn apart again. Yet even so, Pang-un was reunited with his family before the end, and that fleeting moment became the most precious thing he carried with him. With bitterness in his voice, the young master says that if only they had found the four-flowered grass, Volno could have been saved. This rare healing herb can restore life, but it grows only in the deepest parts of the valley. Going there is no different from walking willingly toward death. The moment the hero hears this, he demands to be shown the path to where the grass grows. The people around him try to stop him. Many have attempted to reach it before and all failed, suffering terrible injuries along the way. The dangers are countless, but the greatest threat is the monster that guards that region, a being just as terrifying as the giant serpent of the valley. They urge him to abandon this madness and accept his grandfather's death. They swear that no one in his position would take such a risk. Then one man steps forward, lighting a torch. He says he will guide the hero. Without a guide, the paths will only lead him in circles, and he himself does not even know what the grass truly looks like. Volno was like a father to him, and he refuses to walk away now. As they move deeper inside, the guide explains how they once searched for a route along the river, believing that an exit must exist at its end. They followed the cave until it abruptly ended. Behind that end, they found something unnatural. A wall, artificial in nature, shaped like hardened clay. sealing off the natural passage. They believed a river might lie beyond it. When they broke it down, what they discovered shocked them. Beyond the wall lay traces of an ancient civilization, long vanished. The cave opened into dozens of chambers divided by walls, and in one of those rooms grew the very grass they sought, glowing endlessly with its own light. The guide adds that Samachak himself once spoke of this place, saying it had been sacred in ancient times before being forgotten. Perhaps these ruins are all that remains of that lost civilization. Reaching into his pocket, the man takes out a softly glowing stone and hands it to the hero. It is a luminous gem he once found in the cave, and now he places it into the hero's hand. He explains that by swimming through the stagnant water while holding this stone, the same cave can be reached. The glow of the gem will prevent them from losing their way. Without hesitation, the hero and the guide plunge into the icy water, fully aware that harsh trials await them below. The darkness presses in from all sides, heavy and suffocating, yet the gem's radiance carves a clear path forward, steadying the hero's resolve. With every dive, the tension tightens, but they continue onward, knowing there is no alternative. As they sink deeper, the hero fixes his eyes on the gem's light, following it without wavering. A strange sense of familiarity creeps over him, as if he has passed through this tunnel before, its shape etched somewhere in his memory. The destination is close now. He stays close to the guide, alert to every shift in the water around them. Then he sees it. Blood spreads ahead, staining the water in a slow, horrifying bloom. A monstrous figure lunges forward, its sharp blade piercing the guide. It is the very creature they were warned about. With his dying breath, the guide screams for the hero to flee. But retreat never crosses the young master's mind. In a single, decisive motion, his sword flashes. The strike forces the monster to loosen its grip, and the hero shoves the guide down, ordering him to ignore the pain and keep moving forward. Only then does he see the truth. The monster is human, yet devoid of internal energy. Its technique is refined and lethal, explaining why no one else could overcome it. Even those far stronger, even his own grandfather, would have struggled against such a foe. The creature roars in fury, desperate to erase anyone who trespasses upon its domain. Co Uni understands that this madness is more than instinct. One precise strike ends the battle, stealing the creature's life. As the silence settles, the hero realizes how utterly different this being is from anything he has faced before. A single thought dominates his mind, centered on the creature's true nature. He lifts the gem and approaches, drawn closer despite himself. The stench of decay assaults his senses, overwhelming and vile. Before him lies a corpse twisted beyond humanity, its rotting flesh confirming every rumor whispered about the monster. Even in death, its eyes burn with a bright yellow glow, like demonic fire refusing to fade. At that moment, the hero never expected the monster to strike back, even after being brought down. Its claws lashed out, tearing through the water toward him. He twisted his body to evade, but the blow still caught him, leaving sharp pain behind. Even with his sword buried deep in its flesh, the creature refused to die. Seeing this, Saddam could not hide his concern, but the wounds proved to be little more than shallow gashes. To reach the healing herb, the monster had to be destroyed completely. That was the real problem. The creature endured crushing blows to the head without slowing down. The hero tested every vital point he knew: shoulders, solar plexus, heart, even the neck. Yet nothing worked. Each strike was either blocked or simply absorbed. Stranger still, when he attacked other parts of the body, the monster did not even bother to defend itself, as if those areas meant nothing at all. That could only mean one thing. The weakness still lay in the neck. The hero focused his mind, knowing that no being, no matter how strong, could survive with its throat severed. Blood demon energy surged into his blade. He compressed all of that power into a single point, aiming his sword like an arrow drawn to its limit. The gathered storm of crimson energy burst forward, slamming straight into the monster's neck. The impact was devastating, yet still not enough. The cut was shallow by a fraction, and that fraction mattered. The creature's resilience was absurd. Even the blade struggled to pierce its body fully. With raw strength, the monster shoved the sword aside with its claws, proving just how terrifying it truly was. Then, someone appeared in the distance. It was the guide. Barely able to stand, he forced himself back into the fight. This was not bravery, but gratitude. He could offer nothing more than support, yet he still returned. Together, they finally brought the creature down. As it fell, the guide stared in disbelief, admitting that he never thought he would witness someone defeat this monster. Even then, no one truly knew what it was. One fallen comrade had once claimed it might be a zombie. The hero listened in silence, his thoughts turning heavy. He recalled his former mentor mentioning such beings long ago, and with it, the terrifying idea that there might exist a sect capable of controlling the dead. If his memory served him right, this might be connected to the Muzana clan. But if that were true, it made no sense. That clan had been wiped out long ago. During the last Great War, The Musanna had sided with the Emperor, and after the defeat, they were erased without mercy. Still, another possibility remained. These creatures were usually controlled through seals, yet this one bore no trace of any markings. That contradiction made the hero sink deeper into thought. The guide noticed his silence and urged him to focus. There was no time to dwell on theories. They had to keep moving. The hero asked if there were more monsters in this place. The guide answered with certainty that it was unlikely, since only one had been pursuing them. That certainty shattered in the next breath. From the darkness came voices, many of them. Shapes emerged one after another, forming a dense mass of fresh monsters rushing forward. Their numbers were overwhelming. Faced with this sight, there was no room for hesitation. The only option left was to flee. The earlier assumption proved false. There was not just one monster. There were countless. Time tightened around them like a noose. The hero demanded to know where the healing herb was. They both understood that fighting such a horde head-on was impossible. The guide proposed drawing the monsters away so the hero could reach the grass. The hero rejected it instantly. With a sharp motion, he kicked the guide forward, ordering him to find the herb while he stayed behind. Saddam could not grasp what the hero was doing. It looked like a deliberate sacrifice, yet running together would only lead to the same end. Someone had to draw the monsters away. The hero chose himself. Power surged through him as he cut down several creatures in rapid succession, making sure their attention fixed solely on him. The horde responded immediately, abandoning all else and charging after him in a frenzy. Their rage locked onto a single target. He led them deeper into the shadows, pulling them farther and farther from the guide's path. Hidden from sight, the guide understood the meaning of that choice. The young master was buying him time with his own life. Clenching his teeth, he swore that he would find the herb no matter what. If he failed, he would never be able to return to Volno. There was no room for hesitation now. Behind him, the hero measured the threat closing in. Southern Sky counted 15, then stopped. Counting had become meaningless. There were simply too many. Suddenly, Saddam warns that the monsters have begun attacking from above. The hero reacts instantly, his sword flashing as he deflects the strikes with lightning speed. Yet their numbers keep growing, closing in until even retreat becomes impossible. The creatures surround him, tightening the circle like crushing pincers. Drawing on every reserve of strength, the hero prepares for a decisive strike. He unleashes the flying dragon sword technique, a violent surge that forces the monsters back and tears open a brief gap. He pours in half of his power, but even then, it is nowhere near enough to wipe them all out. Before the enemies can recover, Saddam shouts that there is another cave nearby where he can hide. The hero does not hesitate. He rushes toward it while the monsters are still reeling. As he races through the gorges, something bright and warm catches his eye. Drawing closer, he recognizes clusters of gems and finally understands where they have been mined from. Then his gaze drops to something strange on the ground. A sarcophagus lies there, its lid slightly ajar, as if something had once rested inside. With the monsters closing in, the hero makes a split-second decision and slips into the sarcophagus, pulling himself inside to hide. The monsters search frantically, passing back and forth, yet none of them check the sarcophagus. From within, he listens as their noises gradually fade into the distance. A breath of relief escapes him. He survived, but that relief vanishes almost immediately. No matter how hard he tries, the lid will not open. Panic begins to creep in as he struggles in the confined space. With every passing moment, the fear grows heavier, the thought forming that he may be trapped forever. Worse still, filthy water begins to seep inside, slowly rising around him. Helplessness washes over his mind. Anger at his own recklessness mixes with the terror of imminent death. He swears that he will not die here like a fool, sealed in this stinking grave. The water keeps rising, forcing him to fight desperately for any chance to live. After countless attempts, he finally forces the sarcophagus open. Water bursts out violently, and the hero coughs and chokes, nearly losing consciousness. For a long time, he cannot steady his breathing, hovering on the edge of suffocation. When his senses return, confusion follows. He has no idea where he is. Thick, poisonous fog suddenly spreads in all directions, swallowing everything around him. What the hell is this place? The hero thinks as Southern Sky urges him to break through the wall and escape immediately. Without delay, he channels his strength, activates the spinning sword technique, and sends a powerful wave of energy crashing straight into the wall. However, not even a single scratch appears on the wall. The hero collapses to his knees, his sword slipping from his grasp as despair crashes down on him. A strange itch spreads across his body, and when he voices it, Saddam cannot understand what he means. The sensation worsens by the second, turning into unbearable pain that engulfs him completely. Then it happens. The needles embedded in his back erupt outward with terrifying force. They tear free from his flesh and slam into the walls, each impact echoing like a gunshot. In the next instant, a violent surge of energy floods through him. as if his body is being torn open and reborn at the same time. Power pours in without restraint. One by one, the remaining needles burst out of the young master's body, leaving him stunned. He cannot comprehend what kind of effect this is. His inner energy explodes from his chest, while the inborn energy within his lower core awakens in response. When the last needle leaves his body, the restriction placed by Chuck herself shatters completely. Seeing this, Saddam's concern deepens, but it quickly becomes clear that this release has restored the hero to his true strength. Riding the surge, the hero settles into a lotus position and turns inward, examining the flow of power through his meridians. Warm energy spreads from his heart, coursing through every part of his body. Yet something is different. The innate energy of the middle core and the inner energy of the lower core grow stronger together, moving at the same time instead of resisting each other. He does not understand why this is happening, but he refuses to waste the opportunity. A dark liquid seeps from the cracks in his skin, as if his body itself is splitting open under the strain. Elsewhere, the guide finally reaches the healing herb after pushing through countless dangers. The relief lasts only a moment. A massive horde of monsters is already closing in behind him, and he knows his chances are slim. Even with the precious herb in his grasp, death could still render everything meaningless. The exit is close, and he clings to the hope that he might reach it in time. Turning the corner, that hope dies instantly. Monsters surround him from every direction. Sharp claws rise, poised to strike. In that frozen moment, the guide bids farewell to Seo Anhui in his heart, convinced that he has failed him. All he can do now is pray that the hero will find his body and claim the herb. With his final thoughts, he prayed that his sacrifice would not be meaningless. Just as the guide lost all hope, severed heads suddenly flew past his vision. One after another, monsters fell before they could even reach him. On the horizon stood Master Seo Anhui. Against all odds, he had returned. The savior the guide believed dead now stood before him. Yet something was undeniably different. Seo Anhui's hair burned a vivid red, and his very presence exuded a chilling blood demon aura. With the four-flowered grass finally secured in their hands, hope returned. Volno could still be saved. The guide urged them to deliver the grass immediately, knowing every second mattered. As they moved, the guide noticed that Master Seo kept his right eye covered. Inside his mind, the hero reflected on the change within himself. His innate energy and internal energy had fused, granting him the power to shatter the wall and escape. Yet his right eye never healed. Each attempt to open it sent stabbing pain through his skull, as if a needle had pierced straight into it, forcing him to shut it again. Before another word could be spoken, a strange sound echoed through the cave. Something heavy was being dragged across stone. The noise came from deep within the darkness, growing closer with every breath. When they focused their gaze, they saw a warrior approaching. His arms and legs were bound by massive iron spheres, each one dragging along the ground. Who was this? He was nothing like the monsters they had faced so far. Their hearts quickened, the familiar warning that came whenever a truly dangerous opponent appeared. As the distance closed, it became clear that this warrior was ready to attack at any moment. The masked figure stared at them with cold intent, as if they were already his prey. With a sudden leap, the warrior swung the iron spheres through the air, hurling them toward the heroes. Seo Anhui reacted instantly, throwing the guide aside just before impact. The iron mass smashed into the rock, unleashing a thunderous roar. The creature rose again as if nothing had happened, displaying terrifying resilience. Like a gust of wind, the hero surged forward, sword aimed straight at his enemy, intent on ending him in a single strike. But the attack was stopped cold. The monster raised one iron-bound arm and blocked the blade effortlessly. Seo Anhui froze, disbelief flashing through his mind. How was that possible? The creature's arms were not merely strong. They felt unnatural, as if forged from something beyond flesh, unmoved by even the full force of his strike. The demon sword's voice urges him to sever the wrist first and stop the iron layer from moving. Yet the hero quickly realizes that freeing this creature could make it far more dangerous. The iron spheres are massive and heavy, but their swings are predictable, even easy to evade. After a brief hesitation, he takes the risk. His blade flashes, slicing cleanly through the monster's wrist. The iron ball crashes to the ground with a dull thud and rolls away. In the same motion, the hero drives his sword toward the creature's neck. But the strike is halted instantly. The monster catches the blade with his bare hand. For a moment, the hero can only stare, unable to comprehend what he is seeing. Then the counterattack comes. The monster swings the remaining iron ball in a blazing arc, releasing a wave of heat and force. The impact lands hard. The hero is hurled aside and slammed into the ground. He knows at once that he lost his composure, and that single lapse allowed the monster to strike him cleanly. Blood runs into his eyes, blurring his vision. The creature does not stop. With one arm already free, it turns on the other restraint and cuts through its own wrist. The movement is precise and deliberate. The second iron ball drops, and now the monster stands completely unbound, rolling its shoulders as it prepares to attack again. It becomes clear that it had been trying to free itself all along, even if that meant severing its own limbs. A chilling laugh echoes from beneath the mask. Slowly, the creature reaches up and tears it away. The sight freezes the young master in place. This is no ordinary being. Two golden eyes burn beneath the torn mask, radiating terrifying power. The hero recalls Saddam once mentioning a swordsman of the southern sky who possessed a single golden eye. This one is different. This one feels far stronger. Unexpectedly, the warrior turns to him and asks for his sword, saying he needs it to break the chains still binding his legs. Seo Unhoi hesitates. A creature like this should already possess the strength to free itself. The warrior scoffs and calls him an idiot, explaining that rapid regeneration does not mean the absence of pain. His tone sharpens as he warns that his patience is limited, and he has no intention of wasting time on pointless talk. Still, the hero does not release his sword. Every instinct screams danger. The creature tilts its head slightly and reminds him calmly that not everyone reacts to refusal as gently as it is doing now. He states it plainly. If necessary, he will kill the hero and take the sword himself. That gaze, heavy with intent and menace, presses down on him, and anxiety finally takes hold. This opponent is no ordinary threat. He is overwhelmingly dangerous. Standing face to face with him, the hero asks why he threatened someone who saved him, though it is clear the man barely understands the concept. Yinshi then asks if he could at least free his hands. The answer comes sharp and dismissive. He tells him to understand one thing clearly. He is not killing him now. If he had wanted to, it would have already been done. There would have been no conversation at all. Yinshi understands the truth immediately. This man is far stronger than him, but he does not mistake this for kindness. He knows that despite all the words, this person follows only his own will. Help will mean one thing and one thing only: removing the amulet bound to the iron mask. But that amulet was never there to begin with. Realizing this, Yinshi replies that he has no idea what he is talking about. The man laughs it off, waving his hand. He says he is in a good mood today, so he will be generous. He will even say that his release happened thanks to Yinshi. Then his eyes drop to the sword. He asks to borrow it. Yinshi hesitates and asks for a promise, making it clear there is no reason for hostility between them. The man agrees, stating that he has his own moral code and will not harm him. Yinshi hands over the sword. In the next instant, fragments scatter through the air. The chains shatter as if they were nothing. It is hard to believe how easily it was done. The sword moves smoothly, precisely, without the slightest strain. The technique is flawless, frighteningly so. Yinshi watches closely, trying to grasp who this man truly is. It becomes clear that he needed the sword only for that single purpose. Once the chains are severed, he tosses the blade back without a second thought. At the same moment, one of the sword spirits whispers a warning. This man is dangerous. Yinshi already knows. Someone like this can change his mind without warning. There is no room to relax, not even for a breath. Suddenly, the man steps closer and places a hand on Yinshi's shoulder. With skills like yours, he says calmly, you could become a famous martial artist. Yinshi does not understand what is happening. Wasn't there a promise? Then he feels it. The weight on his shoulder is unreal. Absolute. There is no way to resist it. Then the beast spoke again. He said that Junshi was interesting, and that very fact troubled him. He mentioned a scent, faint but unmistakable, traces left behind by the surgery of the golden body. Hearing this, Junshi felt a stir of unease. He answered honestly that he had no idea what the man was talking about. You don't know, the man replied with a strange smile. Of course you don't. That smile only deepened the mystery, and Junshi could no longer endure the uncertainty. The man then asked casually whether he had once entered a chamber filled with gems. The question caught Junshi off guard, but he admitted that he had. The man placed a hand on his own chest, sensing something familiar, and calmly stated that Junshi possessed the same body as that person. Junshi could not understand how this connected to the energy within his heart, but as he listened more carefully, he realized that this very energy was acting as a shield, protecting it. The man smiled again and called him lucky. He then said there was no point in passing through this cave. The next moment came too fast to react. A strike landed. Pain flashed through Junshi's body. Yet the man explained that he had not broken his promise. He had only acted to help the energy within him flow freely. Their accounts were now settled. Before leaving, the man added one final warning. If Junshi ever encountered someone with a single golden eye, he must flee immediately, unless he wished to face the same fate. With those words, the stranger vanished. Nausea surged through Junshi once more. This time, however, the pain in his left eye was gone. His first decision was to return to his grandfather. 3 days had passed. The medicinal herbs had done their work. The convulsions ceased, and the pale complexion gradually returned to normal. Yet his grandfather still had not awakened. After stabilizing his own energy, Junshi continued to help, carefully transferring small portions of power into his grandfather's body. He understood that opening the central energy core required extreme concentration and asked to be left alone. The truth, however, was different. He could not allow anyone to see what had changed. When the central energy core fully revealed itself, his left eye turned gold. And with that transformation, his vision opened onto an entirely unknown world. Everything became painfully clear. He could see the flow of energy moving through every person, and he realized that all humans possessed an innate inner power, even if it was weak. The golden transformation and the gains forced upon him by that mysterious stranger were only fragments of something far greater. They were merely the beginning of a terrifying new arsenal now taking shape within him. As his abilities continued to grow, he reached a level that could only be called extraordinary. Even without drawing on the power of the central core, he could display strength equal to what he possessed before being trapped in the dungeon. Such progress should have brought joy, yet it fell hollow. What meaning did this power hold if he could not save even a single native person? What value did strength have if it failed to protect even one life, leaving him alone with helplessness and disappointment? It felt less like a gift and more like a curse. His grandfather needed proper treatment from a truly skilled healer to escape this calamity. The hero could not endure waiting until the end of the moon to see whether the treatment would succeed. Each passing day crushed him further. He felt utterly powerless, trapped in a cycle of failure that gnawed relentlessly at his soul. Just as the weight of that helplessness overwhelmed his thoughts, a gentle hand touched his cheek. Warmth spread through him, and a quiet voice echoed as if rising from his own heart. He said he did not understand what had happened, but that he was still alive. His grandfather had awakened. It was a moment worthy of celebration, a true victory over death itself. Yet the hero felt no relief. He believed that risking one's life like that was never justified, not even for an old man, not even if it was the only chance at survival. His grandfather spoke, but the words slipped past him, unheard, leaving him sealed in his own pain and disappointment. Later, his grandfather learned the full truth, and the realization struck him with deep, aching regret. He had always known that the truth would surface one day. Now, it was time to atone for past mistakes. Taking the hero's hand, he spoke gently, saying he held no resentment at all. Everything that had happened was his fault. How could anyone fail to understand the desire of an old man, sensing death's approach, to ease the burden weighing on his soul and mourn what he had lost? Pulling the hero into an embrace, his grandfather confessed with a trembling voice that he was the one who needed to apologize, that all these troubles stemmed from him. Tears filled the hero's eyes as he clutched the old man tightly, trying to share even a fragment of his own strength and warmth. His grandfather then spoke of the past. If his father had held such a powerful position back then, if his mother had not been lost, none of these hardships would have been necessary. Those words struck deep. After that, everything inside the hero's mind fell into chaos. He asked whether the man he called father was truly related by blood, and if not, whether his grandfather knew who his real father was. The question clearly caught the old man off guard. He did not understand where it came from, nor why Yinshur suddenly referred to himself by the name of the Jan clan. Yinshur then revealed the truth. His mother had married the head of the Jan clan, and that was why he carried the name. In reality, that man was not his biological father. His mother chose that marriage deliberately, trusting the clan's honor, so she could give birth to Yinshur and raise him safely. Even knowing she might be branded as a disgraced concubine, she still dared to do it. The grandfather was stunned. He had no idea his daughter had endured such suffering. Only now did everything fall into place. Their understanding of the past had never been the same. Yet there was one thing the old man did know. He knew the truth about Yunshur's real father, Dream, the invincible god of the wind, a name that once shook the martial world. He had led the sect of the 8 schools of the Assault Shadow and stood among the 8 great warriors. Even one of the sword spirits understood what it meant to be born with such blood. The grandfather looked at his grandson and saw the shock written across his face. He asked quietly whether Yinshur felt resentment toward his father. Yinshur could not answer. His thoughts were tangled. If his father possessed such overwhelming power, why had he not protected his mother? Why had he not saved her? Had he lived only for himself? Your father was not that kind of man, the grandfather said gently, resting a hand on his shoulder. At that time, even his strength was not enough. He did everything he could to protect his family, but there was nothing he could do against the brand of a descendant of the blood cult. Only now did the old man admit the truth. Even he himself had been bound by that curse for all these years. Did you not come here through the Musen Palace? Or because of the sword of the ominous moon? Yinshur asked. The grandfather nodded. In the past, the Marine Alliance had proposed an alliance with the Musen Palace. One of the conditions was the complete destruction of his entire family. When he fled the castle, arrows rained down on him, and his body was swept away by the violent river. In that moment, he was certain he would die. Who saved me back then? The answer was simple and cruel. The one who saved him had been dead for a very long time. How great must this man have been to heal fatal wounds without a single tool? From KBA and the others, The grandfather later learned that Muzin was believed to have died in the palace, along with the vassals expelled from the sect. With injuries that severe, he had fallen into the river and been carried away by the current. No one imagined survival was possible. Even the grandfather could not believe it. He thought such a miracle could happen only to his daughter. He had considered her dead as well, until the day he met Junshi. If he had known Yinshur was alive, he would have searched for him at any cost. He also learned that Yinshur's father had never remarried. He lived alone. Wouldn't he be overjoyed if he learned his son still lived? Even Yinshur's mother had married again, yet he had not. It became clear that he truly loved her. He was an honest man. One of the sword spirits spoke quietly, suggesting that Yinshur reconsider his feelings. Beck's dream was a rare example of integrity, someone who had continued to believe in his son-in-law even after 20 years. The voice echoed in Junshi's mind, asking whether he could trust his father at least once. After thinking it through, Junshi realized he had to meet him. Only then could the full truth be known. Had his father truly known nothing about him, or his mother all these years? What had really happened during the exile of the Ice Crane Shadow? Yet there was a serious problem. The memories of his past life weighed heavily on him. Soon, the Muzin Palace would formally announce the death of Jinrin Beck. The situation was deteriorating fast. Yinshur had originally planned to remain here for a month, but now there was no time at all. Several urgent matters demanded immediate action. First, he had to rush to confirm the death of his father, Jin's son Beck. Kana's condition was still unstable and required urgent treatment. The same was true for his grandfather. That was why Yinshur finally spoke, saying there was something important he needed to discuss, something he had delayed, because his absence was not without reason. Even as he said it, Junshi hesitated. He was unsure whether he should reveal the truth about the trial he had endured. Before he could decide, a man suddenly burst in, his voice sharp with alarm. Trouble had arrived. They were relieved to see the grandfather conscious, but there was no time for explanations. Not now. He reminded them of what had happened 3 days earlier, when a terrifying roar echoed through the cave and the walls trembled as if they were about to collapse. After that, everything seemed calm, almost normal, but the truth slowly revealed itself. Water had begun seeping in, rising little by little. If this continued, the cave would be completely flooded within 3 days, perhaps even sooner. 2 days, or less. The situation was far worse than they had imagined. She searched his mind for a solution and found nothing. There was no clear path out, no hidden passage, no miracle waiting to reveal itself. He immediately told his grandfather to move to the highest point of the cave. Sitting still was not an option. There were rumors that if one displayed the special mark of the divine healer, it might be possible to restore Tian's tribute. That was why his grandfather had always insisted that the plate be preserved, no matter how powerful Jun became or what he could accomplish on his own. Yinshi, however, believed differently. If there had been a promise, then it must be honored, and the plate should remain restrained. At that moment, his grandfather learned another crucial truth. Jun had once lost his power, yet the elder of the divine healer had intervened. That meant Tian's tribute could be restored. Hearing this, the old man made a solemn vow to protect the plate with his life. With that decided, everyone began searching desperately for a way out of the cave. Then his grandfather suddenly froze. He heard a woman's voice. Clear, sharp, angry. Yet no one else reacted. He muttered under his breath, insisting this was the right path, that he would not be deceived again. The voice answered back furiously, threatening punishment if he dared try another trick. Yinshi felt a jolt in his chest. He knew that voice. It carried a familiar sting, sharp enough to ache. A moment later, a girl peeked out from behind a rock, cautiously scanning the surroundings. When her eyes landed on him, her expression lit up instantly. She rushed toward him without hesitation. She stopped short when she noticed the old man standing behind Yinshi. Confusion crossed her face. His grandfather, equally puzzled, turned and asked where she had met such a beauty. Yinshi opened his mouth to explain, deciding to introduce her properly. Before he could finish, the girl spoke first. Grandfather. Everything fell into place. The old man stiffened as soon as he heard her name. In an instant, he understood. She was Chuck's daughter, which meant he was standing before the owner of the Sword of the Sinister Moon. The realization struck him like a hammer. The girl smiled brightly, greeted him with warmth, and then, without the slightest hesitation, introduced herself as the bride of his grandson. His grandfather's mouth fell open, his shock deepening by the second. Yinshur only smiled and shook his head. He said calmly that they were not even in such a relationship. They had barely met. How could she already call herself his bride? The words did not bother her in the slightest. She had already asked her father for permission, and in her mind, that was enough. Yinshur quickly clarified the misunderstanding. He had only asked for a chance to meet her, nothing more. Whatever might happen afterward was not something he had promised. At that moment, one of the sword spirits whispered urgently, telling him to look at his grandfather. The old man had gone pale. From sheer shock, he nearly lost consciousness. The idea that such a relative could exist was simply too much for him to process. Yinshur briefly explained everything that had happened since he entered the valley. The grandfather could hardly believe it. To think that his grandson had been sent to this place simply because he asked for permission to meet Chuck's daughter. Yinshur immediately corrected him. It had been his own decision. The grandfather was right about one thing. The girl suddenly dropped to her knees and admitted that her father had gone too far in his excessive care. She apologized sincerely for his actions and even offered to accept punishment herself. I was never meant to be kept here forever, Yinshur added. I only agreed because he promised to let me leave after 1 month. Then he mentioned the real problem. The cave was flooding. Water was rising from within, and, at this pace, the entire place would be submerged in just a few days. They would likely have to leave far earlier than promised. Instead of fear, the news seemed to delight her. Since this was a natural disaster, there was no reason to remain in the valley. Her father had ordered her to stay only as long as the place was safe. Now that it was sinking, the restriction no longer applied. But there was still the question of escape. Everyone turned toward her, waiting. She answered casually that there was, of course, a way out. All they had to do was follow her. If she had managed to enter the valley, then she obviously knew how to leave it. They began moving, to climb ahead no longer far. Yet one thing continued to trouble Yinshur. Why had she come here in the first place? Her answer was simple. She had come to see him. Her father had left on a business trip, and she had seized the chance to sneak in on her own. Then she mentioned something else. A man had emerged from the valley. That was the real reason her father had left so suddenly. Leaning closer, she whispered that she wanted to know more about this person. She asked quietly whether both his eyes were golden. Yinshur answered yes. At that moment, all doubt vanished. It was him, for certain. The cave had begun to flood because of his actions. The shattered wall during the escape had disrupted everything. Given that man's power, it was entirely possible. There was no doubt left. Yinshur had already faced him once, and because of that encounter, he asked the girl whether her father was safe. She answered without hesitation. Her father was unimaginably strong. Compared to him, the man with golden eyes was easy to deal with. Still, something did not add up. During their clash, her father had cut off that man's hand. Yet it regenerated instantly, like a lizard growing back a limb, and he fled immediately afterward. That was why her father had given chase. Yinshur frowned inwardly. If that creature had not chosen to retreat, even scratching him would have been nearly impossible. Could Chuck truly be that strong, capable of severing such a limb? Or were all four great enemies on the same level as Chuck? Or was Chuck alone an exception? The questions tangled endlessly in his mind. Seeing him lost in thought, the girl leaned closer and asked what troubled him so deeply. He waved it off, saying it was nothing. All he could do was hope her father would not encounter any trouble. Before long, they reached Vervka spread out before them. She pointed upward, reminding them of the hanging bridge above. She herself had woven it before descending into the valley. To make it, she had borrowed so much rope from a nearby village that it took nearly half a day to gather enough. One glance upward made everything clear. Someone else was already clinging to the rope. One of them joked about who would be the first to climb up for the herbs. They were finally about to escape this cursed valley. It should have been relief, but it was not. Too many people were already hanging from the rope, and it clearly could not bear that weight. That alone was bad enough. Worse still, someone shameless tried to cut the rope. The most infuriating part was that two people were hanging below him, and he showed no concern at all. He even shouted something absurd, saying that if he felt like it, he would throw down another rope, telling them not to worry. No one believed that empty assurance. Then it happened. The rope snapped. All of them fell at once. By sheer luck, they plunged into the water pool below. The rope had not been completely severed yet. Yinshur immediately pulled the girl behind him, shielding her. She protested angrily, saying she did not understand what was happening. At that exact moment, something massive crashed into the water with a deafening roar. The bridge finally gave way. It collapsed entirely and disappeared beneath the surface. Yinshur then asked the girl if there was any other way out of this place. To his surprise, she answered calmly that there was. Before he could question her further, something else happened, leaving everyone frozen in place. From the dark water, a massive, eerie snake slowly emerged. The girl reacted at once, telling everyone not to panic. It would not attack. She immediately understood and added his own explanation. This was no ordinary snake, but a time beast. He even suggested that they touch it, though both the girl and his grandfather firmly refused, shaking their heads. She stepped closer, confusion clear on his face, and asked why a time beast would appear now. At that moment, the snake shifted its head and stared toward a single point. Yinshur followed its gaze and noticed a hole below, a deep opening where water poured downward. That was the passage they had used to enter. A thought struck him. Had the time beast appear to guide them out? Yinshur did not hesitate and asked directly. The creature responded with a simple nod. There was nothing more to say. Gratitude filled him. It seemed he already owed this being a debt from before. There was no time for doubt. Yinshur told everyone to trust him. This time, they had no choice but to follow. Together, they plunged back into the water. Moments later, a brilliant radiance enveloped them. It felt as if they were riding upon the body of the majestic beast itself. Then, suddenly, the scent of fresh air reached them. Freedom. They emerged from the water, blinded by intense sunlight. Yinshur could barely keep his eyes open. He turned back and thanked the time beast for saving them. He wished he could come with them, but that was impossible. Creatures like this despised bright light. Their scales were too sensitive, and prolonged exposure would weaken them. In the end, Yinshur could only express his gratitude and promise to return one day. Now he knew exactly where they were. Beyond the forest lay a village. That was where the rope had been borrowed from. There was also a doctor there, the very one they had been searching for. They needed to go immediately. At the same time, news spread through the castle. Muzin had made an announcement. Anyone who challenged the invincible god of wind, regardless of status, would be trained in all martial arts of the 8 schools of the Storm Shadow and named their heir. What did that mean? Had they not sought freedom? This was no longer Penity Valley. It was no longer a prison. After hearing the explanation, the grandfather quietly asked not to be followed. He turned to everyone and told them they were free to go their own way. They bowed to him in silence, promising that if he ever called for them, they would come without hesitation. He accepted their pledge with a nod and waved them off, ending the matter there. Then a frantic voice broke the calm. Hey, wake up. Mi was shaking KBA, who had collapsed without warning. His body burned with unnatural heat, as if fire were eating him from the inside. One look was enough to tell the truth. He was getting worse, dying, if they delayed even a little longer. Yinshur reacted instantly, ordering everyone to follow him. They had to move northwest. Without stopping, they passed through a village in Fuan County, desperately searching for a hospital. As they moved deeper inside, his grandfather suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on a flag fluttering above a building. A black banner, crossed swords embroidered at its center. Muzin Palace. The palace itself was supposed to be far northwest, in Xinyao province. Yet here it was, its authority already wrapped around this village. Yinshur noticed his grandfather's reaction and asked quietly if he was all right. What if someone recognized him? Hadn't his relationship with Muzin Palace once been hostile? The old man only sighed. 20 years had passed. Most people believed he had been dead for a long time. That no longer mattered. What mattered was that Kbei's life was hanging by a thread. They had to reach the eastern side of the village immediately. Fortunately, his grandfather had once lived within Muzin Palace. Even after 2 decades, he still remembered where the best hospital had been. 3 generations of doctors might have passed since then, but the place itself should still exist. Not long after, they arrived at the hospital's entrance. Is it normal to seize an entire medical institution like this? One of the workers protested angrily at the man blocking the way. The answer came in steel. A sword slid close to his neck, its cold edge silencing him instantly. He was warned to leave if he did not want trouble, but he made a fatal mistake. He raised his weapon. In the next instant, his hand shattered. He had assumed the man before him was nothing more than a weak worker. Then several more figures appeared. When he tried to strike one of them, the world flipped. A single blow sent him flying through the air. One attacker collapsed to his knees. Another lay unconscious on the ground. The one who looked like an ordinary worker stood calmly amid the chaos, having scattered them as if they were nothing more than trash. After that, he stepped inside quietly, but in the very next moment he was sent flying back through the doorway. Even so, the blow did not knock him unconscious. He forced himself to stay upright. A piercing cold spread through his entire body, so sharp it felt unnatural, yet he could not understand its source. The woman standing before him looked as though she had walked straight out of frozen lands. With gray fox fur draped over her shoulders and white hair flowing freely, her presence alone radiated killing frost. She spoke calmly, asking if he was the one who had dealt with her subordinates. She introduced herself as a guardian of the palace, a martial master of cold. There was no doubt about her identity. A silver tiger. To encounter someone like her meant disaster. And yet, she coldly remarked that it was already too late. He had not even been given time to defend himself. Everything happened too fast. He raised his arms instinctively, but something else intervened. June stepped forward. He placed himself directly in front of him and caught the silver tiger's strike with one hand. Calmly, almost casually, he asked if she could grant them passage. The man behind him froze in disbelief. Who was this? How could anyone block her attack so effortlessly? The silver tigress clicked her tongue and violently knocked June's hand aside. She declared that she would personally arrange his funeral and asked if he was prepared. Her voice carried no emotion, only ice. Yinshur met her gaze without flinching. He took a slow breath, closed his eyes, and thought that it would be better to end this quickly. That single act pushed her to the edge of fury. Someone dared to close his eyes before her. She tried to explain that it was not arrogance, only deep concentration, but his words meant nothing. She attacked again, her strikes sharp and relentless. Yinshur evaded them smoothly, stepping through the gaps with frightening precision. In the next instant, he was already behind her. Before she could react, a crushing force struck her body and sent her flying. She smashed into the fence behind her with brutal force and lost consciousness from that single impact. One of the men, still sitting on the ground, asked weakly if the master would at least reveal his name. No one answered. There was no time. They rushed forward. Ka's life came first. Inside the hospital, the doctor examined them and asked whether the two had ever received treatment before. The fact that they were still alive was already a miracle. The old man's heart was weak from age, and his eyesight had deteriorated from years spent in darkness. Still, the doctor said that with continued treatment, there was hope that his condition could improve. However, with the one-armed man, the situation was far more serious. His flesh had already begun to die and rot. Medicine could only slow the decay, not reverse it. Whether he would survive now depended entirely on heaven. Junshi asked if that was truly all. Was there no other method left? The doctor shook his head. Everything that could be done had already been done. All that remained was to hope the man endured as long as possible. He then mentioned a small inn nearby that served excellent noodles and advised them to rest. Outside, Junshi met June immediately. She asked what the doctor had said. He answered flatly that the doctor recommended eating delicious noodles. Her eyes lit up at once. She admitted she was starving. On the way, they encountered the man from the hospital entrance. He thanked June, she sincerely. Thanks to him, he had avoided further trouble and managed to receive treatment. He openly admired Yunshi's combat skill and said it was strength worthy of respect. Then the man spoke more seriously. He said he had originally come prepared to take the test. If he failed, he would be expelled from Muzan Palace and forbidden from returning. But when the time truly came, fear overtook him, and he chose to calm himself and seek a doctor instead. Junshi became curious. The man quickly realized his confusion and explained. He had assumed she was a disciple of Muzan Palace. After all, only someone tied to the invincible god of wind would move so freely. About 15 days earlier, Muzan Palace had announced that anyone who passed the test would be taught all martial arts of the 8 schools of Storm Shadow and named the heir. That announcement drew countless masters to the village. To become the heir of the invincible god of wind meant gaining the right to contend for the position of the next Caesarean. But failure came at a terrifying cost. 8 needles would be driven into the body, sealing internal energy completely. The one who failed would be bound forever to the 8 schools. Junshi could not understand why such a test existed. The man lowered his voice and said the test itself was only a pretext. The true purpose was power expansion. He glanced around cautiously, then leaned closer and whispered that these were only rumors. They say the invincible god of wind has no children and can no longer have any. Yunshu immediately understood that this was false. The true child of the invincible god of wind was standing right there. Himself. That realization answered many questions at once. The man before him clearly believed Yunshu to be a true master, someone worthy of taking the test, and he said so openly, without hesitation. Then he extended his hand and offered something, asking Yunshu to accept it. At first, Yunshu refused, but once he saw what it was, the man smiled and urged him again, calling it a token of goodwill and telling him to simply take it. His name was Ju-E, a nickname earned because he was always smiling. He was a young master destined to become famous within a new faction someday. Yet what truly set him apart were the black and white demons. Twin brothers, well known throughout the martial world. It was Ju-E, not Schwab Beck's dream, nor the dream of Kian, who was considered their true rival. After a brief pause, Yunshu accepted the gift. Life had a habit of circling back in unexpected ways. Judging by their current strength, Schwa dreams still held a slight edge, but Ju-E was without question a worthy opponent. When Ju-E learned Yunshu's name, he exclaimed in disbelief. He could not believe he had encountered one of the 2 holy martial artists in person. The atmosphere turned awkward for a moment, but Ju-E showed no sign of stopping. He continued, praising Yunshu with growing excitement. According to him, events had unfolded like this. During the martial tournaments organized by the Alliance of the Bridge, remnants of the Blood Cult had been executing a hidden plan. That plan was exposed by Yunshu, the swordsman of the Southern Sky. At the same time, Li Jian, a disciple under 2 of the Great 8, saved numerous masters within the Alliance walls. Because of these deeds, Yunshu and Li Jian were declared the 2 saints destined to lead the next generation of Mura masters. One of the sword spirits could barely accept it. Blood demons being called saints sounded absurd, yet all eyes had clearly turned toward Yunshu. By the original design of the tournament, Li Jian was meant to emerge as the unquestioned victor. But who had elevated Yunshu's reputation to such heights? Master Quack, the unlikely hero of the Northern Crevasse. A man known for his unwavering righteousness. Someone who would rather remain silent than fabricate glory for another. As Yunshu ate the noodles, he pondered it all. There was only one conclusion that made sense. Behind everything stood the military administration of the Alliance. After all, the first commander of Murim, Zhao, had died by his hand. So it was entirely possible that the second commander, Sama, had done it, or that the whole idea of turning the situation upside down belonged to the third commander, Beck. But the real question was not who acted, it was why they acted at all. The answer was painfully simple. They had no other option. The alliance had suffered a devastating blow to its reputation. Losing a blood demon in its own sacred territory and allowing a blood cult to fill that void was a disgrace that could not be ignored. From their perspective, this was a desperate attempt to salvage what little honor and trust they had left. They needed a distraction, a symbol, anything that could bury this humiliation under a new narrative. That was when the original purpose of the adventure competition became clear. From the very beginning, it had been designed as a stage, an arena crafted for the unquestioned victory of Lai Chan, the chief contender. The plan was simple and elegant. Crown him, elevate him, and present a new central figure for the righteous sects to rally behind. But the plan collapsed the moment another figure stepped into the light. Someone completely unaccounted for. Someone who drew all eyes without effort. Lai Chan was meant to be the inevitable winner. Instead, everything became complicated because of one unexpected presence. A disciple revered by all orthodox factions. The heir of the southern heavenly swordsman, Hongware. A successor who had truly inherited his master's skill and will. He was living proof of that legacy. And for the alliance, a reason for both pride and unease. Now, there was only one thing left to consider. Had refusing to participate in the competition and informing the chief officer about the powder been the move that shifted everything? The thought lingered, unfinished, before it was cut off by June herself. She found him at last, complaining that she had been searching for him for ages and that standing alone in front of others was awkward. He sighed and admitted the truth. Master Ji had learned about him, and that knowledge unsettled him. What if others knew as well? June dismissed it with a casual wave. It was nothing worth worrying about. Anyone who caused him trouble would simply be dealt with. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, she suggested visiting a clothing store after lunch. His grandfather's clothes were worn out, and so were the others. Everyone deserved an update. The idea itself made sense. Still, the competition was only one of many things he needed to figure out. There were threads everywhere, all tangled together. Yet Uni understood one thing clearly. If he was going to be tested, this was the fastest way to reach Jin again. The carriage continued forward, wheels rolling steadily. He lay inside while another sat beside him in silence. The more he thought about everything, the more absurd it all felt. Yes. Conscience, he muttered inwardly, his sarcasm sharp even as his thoughts drifted on. Did you really follow the teachings of two great masters and still think it isn't enough? He muttered, turning his gaze toward the student while recalling the advice of those two venerable figures, now resting inside the carriage. He had been told to go, so he went. He had no desire to keep running back and forth, but the old man insisted it was necessary for maintaining relations with the Musen Palace. All he could do was sigh and answer honestly that for someone not belonging to any faction, things worked very differently. The second man in the carriage was no ordinary companion. He was Jin Jun, the grandson of Jin Yun, the feared desperate of the Ten Kings. He had inherited his grandfather's sorcery, along with sword techniques passed down from Jin Aina, the emperor of the sword Ta, and Helan, the eternal sword. Calling Lai Chan greedy would have been far too gentle. Even so, Jin Jun made it clear that neither the Alliance nor the Musen Palace truly interested him. His goal was simple. He wanted strength, nothing more. The conversation with Lai Chan slowly grated on his nerves. His hand had already reached for his sword when he suddenly shouted, only to be sharply interrupted by a voice coming from behind. At the same time, Lai Chan calmly reminded him that Musen had already been handed over to the palace. There was no reason to waste all his strength before facing the trial of the invincible god of wind. The words settled him slightly. He still flicked a small pellet toward Lai Chan in irritation, but Lai Chan ignored it completely and casually asked if he wanted dried beef. Jin Jun waved him off in anger and refused. He tossed a piece toward Visa instead, producing an annoyingly loud crunch as Chong crushed it, only to grab another piece and promise he would stay quiet. A few more pieces were pulled out and offered, but Jin Jun turned away, insisting he wasn't hungry. He had a difficult temperament, but it hardly mattered. Settling back comfortably, he continued eating his dried beef with satisfaction, already sensing that wherever they were headed, boredom would not be part of the journey. He found himself hoping they would run into Yu Yun Covey again, the southern law enforcer, who at that very moment happened to be trying on new clothes. Later, Yuni went to the hospital to see his grandfather. The old man was recovering well, and Yuni brought him fresh clothes to replace the worn garments that had drawn too much attention. His grandfather thanked John sincerely for the help he had given, his gratitude clear and unguarded. However, he soon noticed that Yunishi seemed to be hiding something. His grandson agreed without hesitation. He said he would never deceive him and asked his grandfather to listen carefully. That was the moment Yuni finally spoke about his past, leaving nothing hidden except Yusuza. He started from the beginning, how he had been tested in Ian, how he was abducted by the blood cult, and how he was trained as a low-rank warrior. He spoke of becoming the disciple of the eccentric He, one of the four elders, and how he eventually inherited the Southern Sky Iron Sword along with the legacy of the King Palace. He continued, explaining his participation in the martial tournament organized by the Alliance, and how he ultimately took possession of the Blood Demon Sword. Becoming its chosen owner had pushed him into the position of head of the Blood Cult. His grandfather listened in silence, absorbing everything except the tale of degeneration and the title of deity. For a long while, he said nothing, calmly accepting the weight of what he had heard. Even Yuni briefly wondered if he should reveal everything. He did not speak of how he met the daughter of one of the four golds, nor how that connection led him further down the path of the Blood Demon. Those truths would come out eventually, but for now, he did not want to deceive his family. As the silence stretched on, doubt crept into Yuni's heart. Had he said too much? Then his grandfather finally spoke. Perhaps this was fate, a fate the first generation had avoided, only for it to return in Yuni's era. If it truly was fate, then he would accept it. The head of their lineage had always feared that his descendants would inherit the blood and hatred of the first blood demon. After that pause, his grandfather spoke again, his tone firm. Fate may have made him a blood demon, but that did not mean he was destined to walk that road forever. The path he followed should be one he chose and cut for himself. He declared that he was ready to devote the rest of his life to protecting his grandson. Hearing this, Yuni felt genuine gratitude. Trusting his grandfather had been the right decision, just as he had thought. 3 days later, in front of the tower of Peng Gong Gong, a bald man stood staring ahead, unable to believe what he was seeing. 2 figures stood before him. Were they really the only ones prepared to face the trials? Had everyone else already given up? The others nearby clearly did not welcome their arrival. Murmurs spread through the crowd as people openly discussed them. One thing was obvious to all. They were far stronger than the rest. Competing against the heir of the 8 masters while facing such a monster made victory feel nearly impossible. At that moment, Liu Chong understood everything clearly. They were playing the role of villains flawlessly. And honestly, he was glad everyone else understood their own limits. If they did not want to compete, it was better for them to come back another time. That thought alone made a faint smile spread across his face. The bald man began leading them forward, carefully confirming that no other participants remained. Then a voice suddenly rang out from behind. Wait, I'll participate too. The timing was almost comical. A newcomer stepping in now. It sounded ridiculous. But the man introduced himself as Jan Shi. He had glued on a foolish-looking mustache, altered his hairstyle slightly, and even wore a ridiculous pirate-style eye patch to appear one-eyed. One of the men confidently addressed him, asking if he truly intended to participate. It was obvious he assumed this strange fellow had no idea who stood before him or who was on whose side. He, however, recognized him instantly from their last encounter. He had not changed at all. The only problem was that no one else realized who was hiding beneath that disguise. Seeing this, Yinshu decided to have a little fun. He asked loudly if there was really anyone here who did not recognize one of the deities. The young master Lichon Jun, she even bowed solemnly as he spoke those words. Jin Zhan, the grandson of the 10 kings, immediately grew furious. How could he not recognize him? Even the name alone was enough to make it obvious. To everyone else, the scene looked absurd and strangely entertaining. The bald man sharply ordered them to stop. All participants were subject to the same rules, no exceptions. Jing Zhang quietly stepped forward. With no more arrivals, the trials would proceed with only 3 participants. Lichon remained silent. Unlike Jin, he did not waste words, but his calm gaze revealed everything. He had likely already guessed who was hiding beneath Jan Shi's mask. Even the spirits warned Jan Shi that Lichon was watching him closely. There were 8 schools within the Fungango: fist, palm, foot, finger, claw, blade, sword, and spear. If a participant could endure or defeat the masters of these schools for 50 seconds, they would earn the right to advance. The first test was the ascent of the tower itself. The bald man led them to the ground floor and opened a door behind them. Several figures stood waiting inside. So this was only the beginning. Yinshu narrowed his eyes, wondering whether anyone at all could truly pass this trial. Scanning the spectators, he immediately understood that every master present had reached the peak of their respective arts. One of them stepped forward without hesitation. He introduced himself as Junja, the guardian of the first floor, and declared that his specialization was claw techniques. He made it clear that force would be regulated according to the participants' level, so there would be no talk of unfairness. Then he offered them a choice. They could surrender now, but anyone who failed the test would be forced to remain in the main temple for 3 years. Li calmly asked whether passing meant he could move on. The answer was indifferent. It would not matter anymore. Li shook his head lightly and said he had only been worried about having to wait for other participants. Stepping forward, he announced the start of the test. At that same moment, the martial master realized that this young man was frighteningly sharp, carrying the true refinement of 2 great masters within him. Li had no intention of missing a chance to clash with the strongest opponents present. Jin chose another challenger, selecting him for a duel, then glanced back at Jan Shi as if warning him that he might get hurt. Junja finally invited them to begin. Junshi could hardly believe that anyone would refuse a chance to compete against the finest of the 8 masters. At that moment, it seemed as though everything would end on this very floor. as if none of them would be able to advance. All three masters wore faint, knowing smiles. Then Yinshur struck first, shocking everyone. One of the masters instantly realized that he had been hit, because Yinshur had been concealing his true strength. With a sly smile beneath his fake mustache, Jianshu declared in a rough voice that he would be the first to move on to the next floor. It soon became clear that two successors of the 8 great masters were aiming to become followers of Funinpal, a position considered extremely prestigious. Yet one among them was not driven by ambition or greed. Although there was competition between the heirs of the 8 masters, the outcome was not hard to predict. It was said that the grandson of the 10 kings could surpass them all. Still, a warrior reported to the elders that there was another young man undergoing the test, someone truly extraordinary. This mysterious figure had passed the trial at a speed rivaling Li Jian himself. It was strange that someone with such ability remained unknown. The thought lingered in the old man's mind as he moved his thick brush with confident strokes, carefully recording what he had witnessed. The young man's sudden actions left even his observer quietly captivated. Across a massive canvas, bold and deliberate hieroglyphs appeared, records tied to a young man no one had ever heard of. The old man paused and asked whether this mysterious youth had used a sword. At that very moment, the boy was already undergoing the test on the 8th floor. Even the head of the spear school, Mung Gig, admitted that the boy's abilities were astonishing. The unknown warrior had endured attacks from 6 masters of their school alone. His skill closely resembled that of Li Jian, who had passed the test first, and perhaps even surpassed him. The trial exhausted the swordsman more than expected. He was forced to rely purely on his body, carefully hiding who he truly was. He sealed the shining star sword technique, restrained the flying sword art, and even coated the southern heavenly iron sword in graphite so no one could recognize it. Only in a true emergency would he call upon the blood demon sword. Even with such heavy restraints, he advanced faster than Jin Jian. At the beginning, he had deliberately lagged behind Li Jian, possessing more than enough ability to clear the first trial without effort. The instructor congratulated him on passing the initial exam and announced that preparation for the second test was required before the next day. He ordered the young man to appear on the 8th floor by noon. Failure to do so would be treated as a withdrawal. That short exchange led Brunetta to a single conclusion as he returned home. He had been the first to test the lower floor, yet afterward, Li Jian had vanished and climbed higher. When the hero finally reached the 8th floor, Li Jian was nowhere to be found. That absence confirmed certain suspicions. It was believed that Li Jian had met the head of Funan Palace, Jin's Beck. Yet the hero sensed no residual energy at all. His spiritual companion grew curious. Whether this mysterious competitor had existed in a previous life connected to Musen Palace was unclear. What was certain was that Li Jian was regarded as the next leader, yet none of the factions seemed eager to welcome him. His true intentions were difficult to read. Most likely, everything he did was an attempt to restore relations between the Musen Palace and the Murim Alliance. After all, it was through the alliance that the First Union had collapsed in the past. And at the center of that collapse stood Pekinmuka's younger cousin, the alliance leader himself, Pekshkol. After the Murim Alliance and the Musen Palace formed their pact and joined forces, they succeeded in erasing their common enemy, the Blood Cult. With that victory, the martial world was divided cleanly between the Murim Alliance and the Musen Palace, and for a time, everyone celebrated, believing that a long era of peace had finally arrived. To further solidify this union, Pekshkol, cousin of the alliance leader Pekanmuka, married Vanjanha, the daughter of Vancho Ilya, leader of the Sea King sect, one of the 4 great sects of the Musen Palace. On the surface, it was a perfect union. In reality, the two powers pursued different ambitions, and those differences led to frequent clashes, both great and small. The alliance stood on unstable ground from the beginning. Then came an incident that shattered what little balance remained. One day, Hans Flower rushed in, pale-faced, urgently calling for the master to see something. That same day, Vanjanha died, by her own request. In her testament, she wrote that she had failed to win her husband's heart due to her own shortcomings. She insisted that no blame fall on him. But the truth was far crueler. The real reason for her death was Pekshkol's betrayal. Even on the day she died, he was not by her side. When informed of her death, he showed no concern, no grief, not even hesitation. Pekanmuka was furious. He had believed this marriage would bind the two powers more tightly. Yet his nephew had only created greater turmoil. In a surge of rage, the alliance leader severed Pekshkol's right hand and sent him to the Musen Palace as an apology. But such an offering meant nothing. The emperor of the palace was deeply insulted. To him, offering a severed hand in exchange for his daughter's life was an unforgivable mockery. Nothing could compensate for her death. Nothing could soothe the grief of her sect. He demanded the alliance deliver Pekshkol's head. Tears streamed down his face as his anger nearly choked him. The Murim Alliance refused. From that moment on, relations between the Sea King sect and the Murim Alliance grew dangerously tense. The southern sky spoke then, stating that there must have been one final event that truly sealed the collapse of the Union. The Northern Sky questioned him, asking why he believed so. After all, Musen Palace was ruled by 4 great sects, each led by a powerful master, and none of them stood above the others. Decisions within the palace were made collectively, and among the 4 sects, Funimple had long argued for cutting ties with the alliance. Another sect firmly opposed that stance. The result was a split inside the Musen Palace itself, dividing it into 2 opposing factions and igniting open conflict. In the end, the alliance between the Musen Palace and the Murim Alliance was torn apart. Most believed Lai John had been sent precisely because he was expected to become Funimple's successor. If that happened, 3 sects would once again lean toward reconciliation with the alliance, making it possible to rebuild the Union. But one critical factor had been overlooked: the death of Jin Dream Beck, the invincible god of wind and leader of Funimple. The moment that news reached the palace, everything would change. Bound by the restrictions of the system, the palace would proclaim a new authority: the Emperor of the Heavenly Sword. Chan's son, the central figure of Musen Palace, would rise as its supreme leader. And once that happened, it was highly likely that the Emperor would move to kill Father Unwit. One thing about the Tower's trial was clear: it could be challenged regardless of origin, and rumors spread that it existed to expand influence and power. Drawing on knowledge from a past life, Uni concluded that the struggle for control inside the palace had already reached its peak. His father still had a little time left, and Uni had to act. If his father died, the truth he sought would disappear forever. He decided to rest, but before he could leave, a broad-shouldered master stopped him. Uni tried to refuse politely and move on, but the man stated calmly that the Sword Emperor of Manjan personally wished to see the young master. That was the last thing he expected. It felt as if a powerful shock ran through his body. Still, he followed the warrior toward the palace without protest. On the way, the man introduced himself. He was the leader of the Star Beginning sect. Hearing that name alone was unexpected. As it turned out, he was also an official observer. Since sects could only take formal action in the presence of witnesses from other sects, the Southern Sky concluded that the palace was indeed split into 2 forces, each restraining the other. The Heavenly Sword sect and the Star Beginning sect were most likely aligned, standing on the same side of this silent war. Contrary to his expectations, he was not taken to the tower of Musen Castle, but led instead to a small, secluded building. The ribbons tied to the tree on its roof made its purpose obvious. It was a temple. The guide said the one waiting inside was already there, and quickly turned back toward the tower. The excuse felt forced and suspicious. From the very start, it was clear they wanted only him to enter. Whatever the reason, Uni stepped inside without resistance. The scent of incense confirmed his guess. This was indeed a temple. His eyes immediately fell on Chan's son, seated with his back turned, while a young man nearby remained deep in meditation. That youth's level matched Uni's own from the time he had first opened his lower energy core. Then the clan leader spoke. He already knew Uni had passed the first examination of the Funimple sect, and asked for his master's name. Without hesitation, Uni answered that his name was Ha and that he came from the south. The Ha clan was a well-known lineage of hereditary warriors, but their whereabouts had been unknown for more than a century, so the old man showed no surprise at hearing an unfamiliar name. Then the Sword Emperor asked an unexpected question. He wanted Uni to explain what a sword truly was. The question carried weight, but Uni replied calmly that the sword was the king of all weapons. The next question was sharper. Had he really spent 10,000 days learning such indecent things as wielding multiple weapons? The Emperor's displeasure was clear. Instead of following the traditional path, Uni had chosen a more progressive one. Even the sword spirits bristled at the old man's rigid views and harsh words. The Emperor stated that a young beast needed someone to guide it to greater heights, and he was willing to take on that role himself. Uni thanked him sincerely, but refused. If he withdrew from the exam now, he would be confined to Funimple for 3 years. In response, the Emperor revealed that the invincible god of wind had no intention of choosing a disciple or successor. None of the masters who had come before had passed the trial, and sooner or later, all would be expelled from the competition. According to Musen's perspective, the invincible god was merely expanding his own influence. Uni remained unconcerned. His true purpose had never been the exam itself. All he wanted was to meet Jezenbeck. So he thanked the elder once again for his goodwill, but chose to continue with the exam. He said he would not turn back halfway, and that he trusted his own path. The old man stared at him in disbelief. To refuse such an offer was nothing short of stubbornness. He called the boy foolish, convinced that this resolve would lead nowhere. Then, without warning, the floor beneath Uni collapsed. It happened so suddenly that he had no time to react. A hidden hatch opened, swallowing him whole. The elder sighed, almost regretfully, remarking that perhaps this would give the boy time to reconsider. When one is cornered and forced to rely on another's mercy, stubborn choices often crumble. The hatch sealed shut. The Emperor intended to leave him imprisoned for a few days, certain that desperation would eventually force agreement. One of Chan's son's disciples spoke up. saying it was a waste of time to bother with such a youth. But the emperor knew better. This boy had awakened the energy of the spirit of life and carried the bloodline of the South. That alone made him valuable. It was no surprise that the disciple, who had yet to complete divine energy training, failed to sense it. In his mind, the emperor saw the boy as a beast mistaken for a tiger, when in truth, he was closer to a dragon. Yuni found himself in a cold, gloomy underground chamber, suspended by a magical rope nearly 10 meters above the ground. The situation left him momentarily stunned. His sword spirits, however, were furious, seething at the sheer arrogance of it all. The floor below was coated with mountain poison mixed with sleeping agents, meant to weaken him slowly and make endurance unbearable. The southern sky urged him to shatter the ceiling and escape immediately, but Yuni restrained himself. The risk was too high, and he could still sense the emperor's presence retreating above. He did not want to imagine what would happen if that man were still nearby. With no reckless moves to make, he waited. 2 hours passed. The poisonous smoke and sedatives finally dispersed. Believing the prisoner should be helpless by now, one of the emperor's attendants descended to inspect the cell. He peered into the darkness, confused by the emptiness, never realizing that a terrifying shadow had already moved behind him. In an instant, Yuni struck. Several sharp, precise blows landed squarely on the man's back, enhanced by subtle techniques and the element of surprise. He fell without a sound. Yuni did not linger. He had already learned long ago how to prevent toxins from binding his inner energy. Compared to that, this trap was crude. He pinned the immobilized caretaker to the floor and calmly said he had a few questions. The unfortunate man tried to put on a brave front, but Yuni's presence alone was terrifyingly persuasive. First, he demanded to know how to get out of this place. Even after every finger was broken, the man refused to speak. Yuni slammed him into the wall, but it was obvious that no amount of brute force would pry the answer loose. If he could not be made to talk, then this man was already condemned to silence. Then everything went wrong in an instant. Yuni himself was struck down without mercy. A sword flashed, precise and merciless, cutting him down without wasted movement. The one who appeared was none other than Emperor Chan. The old man cast a cold glance at the fallen servant and ordered Myahek, his disciple, to be brought immediately. His tone carried pressure, sharp and urgent. Without another word, he turned and headed for the exit, vanishing beyond the doorway. What followed was not a true dream, but the lingering effect of third-stage hypnosis Yuni had planted earlier. The influence was brief, fragile, but it was enough. The moment the emperor left, Yuni surged to his feet and dashed forward, determined to escape this suffocating place. He rushed ahead, only to crash into what looked like an ordinary wall. It was an illusion. He reached out, activating the hidden mechanism of the structure. That was when danger struck again. Yuen appeared behind him without a sound. Several heavy blows landed in rapid succession, and darkness swallowed him before he could react. One of the sword spirits whispered, asking if he could hear anything. Barely conscious, Yuni answered yes. What he heard was steel, dozens of swords moving together. Around 50, perhaps more. The sound came from above. Most likely the Sky Sword War Sect's tower forces were already mobilizing. If he forced his way out now, he would have to face them head-on. And if that happened, any chance of meeting Ka or the Sword Emperor of Muon would be lost forever. There was no safe path, only a reckless one. He prepared to gamble and break through anyway. But the spirit stopped him. She had another idea. She asked if he was willing to try it. The tension made his pulse spike. This moment decided everything. Then she led him to a set of massive iron doors, so solid they looked more like a cliff face than an entrance. Her plan was simple. Open these doors and pass through. The moment they began to open, someone rushed out from the other side. The man who emerged felt familiar. Chaos bloomed in an instant. Using that chaos to escape would be perfect. For now, it was only a plan, but it was the only one they had. The key was making sure the one inside would truly cause chaos. If he was already sealed behind that door and had still managed to reach it, then his temperament was exactly what they needed. Sodom was already losing patience, her irritation spilling over. Yuni tried to steady her. He had no certainty that the plan would unfold cleanly, but it was a chance. And if a fighter of that caliber attempted an escape, attention would be unavoidable. The priority was simple: get out of this place first. That much was clear. He pushed the heavy door open, and what emerged was nothing short of a monster. At first, he felt nothing and assumed the figure was merely unconscious. Then a hand shot out and seized his wrist. Instinct took over. There was no room for hesitation. Defense came first, and then realization struck. Black hair, dark eyes. Beck 11 Hyen. What's she doing here? Just weeks earlier, back in Liku of Shini province, she had entered a secluded residence. A man was already waiting inside, greeting her with the words that he never expected her to come. Beck merely smiled, dismissing formalities and urging him to get straight to the point. The man was Guan, the third elder of the blood cult, known as the King of the Bloody Snake. She asked whether he was prepared to move under her banner. His answer was firm. He had already stated his stance clearly in his letter. She asked only one thing in return. Did he truly believe the blood cult had a future by placing all its hopes on that child? Personal will meant nothing before circumstance. As a member of the cult, he chose to obey its laws and asked her to understand. He even added a polite plea before warning her to be cautious. That meant 3 of the 4 elders had already shifted to Beckon's side. Absurd. A blood demon was recognized only by the one chosen by the blood demon's sword? Ridiculous. Power alone defined the true blood demon, not some blade or hollow title. And right now, her strength was sealed. She was in no position to preach authority. After her defeat, she had tried to break the restrictions through solitary training, only to realize the seal was far more complex than she imagined. Following the teachings of the 8 great masters, those who had already reached higher realms, was the only path she saw to shatter the block and overturn everything. Then fate twisted again. Her path crossed with her husband, and now, standing before him in this dark place, she finally asked why he was here. Was it really so amusing to her that the 3rd elder had rejected her? He only answered that he would try to persuade him again. At first, she planned to seek out the 1st elder and extract information directly. Then another path surfaced in her mind. Dangerous, reckless, but possibly her only chance. 3 days before crossing paths with Uni, she had been congratulated on passing the first trial. That was when the bald man asked for her attention and informed her that the Sword Emperor of Manhwa wished to see her. When she stood before him, he unexpectedly offered to take her as his disciple. She refused without hesitation, repeating that she had no interest. In response, he simply had her confined, claiming she could rest there until her interest changed. Trapped, her fury erupted. She attacked the iron doors relentlessly, pouring everything she had into each strike. How foolish. The thought repeated endlessly in her mind. On the other side of the door stood a man, watching as the metal warped under her desperate assault. He mocked her openly, asking whether she had really infiltrated Triple Man only to reject a master who had not even judged her past. Opportunities like that did not come freely. Her reply was cold and sharp. She said she would offer him a chance as well. If the doors opened now, she would spare his life. The man only laughed. He found it amusing that she dared to threaten him without understanding what awaited her. He even praised her courage, assuring her that she would eventually be grateful for being released from this place. She did not stop. Her blows grew heavier, more violent. Then a voice echoed inside her head. A woman's voice, cruel and piercing, telling her she needed no one, that she never should have existed in this world. Tears filled her eyes as she whispered that it was not her fault, that she had simply failed to meet expectations. The expectations placed on a woman born in the street of red lanterns. The voice only sneered in response. Who else but me could call myself your mother? It was her mother's voice. Yini stood frozen. Coincidence no longer explained this. Something was deeply wrong. Her gaze turned empty, her movements erratic and uncontrolled. In the next instant, she struck him without warning. Sodom flared in outrage, calling her insane. Who attacked like that without reason? But Yuni understood. This was poison. Hallucinations had taken hold of her mind. Then she spoke again, and the words that came out her mouth were terrifying. In her distorted vision, she did not see Yuni's face at all. She saw her mother, the same woman who had once spoken those unforgivable words to her. Her scream tore through the space as she shouted that they should just watch her from heaven. She swore she would take everything she desired with her own hands. In the same breath, she lunged straight at Yuni. For a split second, he hesitated. Who did she see standing before her? Her mother? There was no time to search for another answer. If this continued, he would have to break her. Inside her mind, a battle raged without pause. But in reality, her fists and blade were crashing down on him. Her attacks were far stronger than he expected. If this dragged on, it would end badly. He had to pull her back to her senses while still fighting. Then he remembered the way he himself had once been awakened after being consumed. In the next moment, he led her into a carefully set trap. It worked only because she was not truly herself. Otherwise, she would never have fallen for something as crude as binding threads. Killing her was never an option, and Yuni had no intention of doing so. He redirected her movements instead, dismantling her offense piece by piece. When the opening appeared, he placed his hand against her head. Her struggle slowed. He sent controlled streams of inner energy into her blood points. Sodom immediately recognized the location. A vital point. She reacted sharply, asking if he planned to eliminate his rival that way. Yuni dismissed it with a wave, calling it nonsense. He explained that his energy was under perfect control. Then it happened. Beck attacked again. Somehow, she had seized her sword. In that instant, clarity returned to her eyes. She finally realized who stood before her beneath that ridiculous mustache and false ornaments. It was Yuni. The fog lifted. Her head still throbbed, but her awareness was back. She did not even ask him to untie her hands. Instead, she smiled faintly and joked that perhaps they should be alone. This was not the time. To him, it sounded like an ill-timed joke, but she followed it with a serious tone. She said it was only fair to reward someone who had gone through so much just to save her. Yuni brushed it off, explaining that saving her had been pure coincidence. He had fallen into the Heavenly Sword Emperor's trap as well. Only then did she seem to understand. In this entire situation, she had behaved like a foolish, naive child. Her expression changed, and she spoke again, this time with weight. Or rather, she asked him to face the truth directly. It would have been the perfect chance if he had not already removed her from the list of candidates for the next blood demon. And honestly, what exactly had he been thinking when he chose to save her? But circumstances had shifted. Right now, there was no room for regrets. That was when Yuni told her directly that they would have to work together. The only exit from this dungeon led straight into the tower of the Battlesword sect. Escaping alone would be reckless. Cooperation was the only rational option. He reminded her of a simple truth: the enemy of your enemy is not always your enemy. She agreed that the logic was sound, but calmly pointed out one flaw. He had never been her enemy to begin with. There was no need to dwell on it. Long conversations were useless at a moment like this. Yuni already had a plan and was about to explain it when another thought crossed his mind. What about the man who had claimed he would handle everything himself? There had been no sound from him since. His expression tightened. They moved forward and soon found a man slumped against the wall, unconscious. He was still breathing, but his collapse was clearly caused by precise strikes to critical points. There was no time to waste. Yuni was about to shout when the man suddenly jerked awake, lifting his head sharply. His eyes immediately locked onto the iron dungeon door. It was open. That alone shattered all his expectations. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. Focusing his senses, he felt the surroundings carefully. Nothing. Aside from the four of them, there was no one else nearby. Had they hidden? Escaped? His jaw clenched as he ordered his subordinates to search every corner and leave no stone unturned. What he did not know was that directly above them, Yuni and Beck were suspended from a thin thread, holding their breath as they listened. The commander, already seething, snarled that he would not repeat himself. He could already picture the punishment awaiting him from his master if he failed here. He was wrong. The punishment arrived sooner than expected. Yuni and Beck dropped silently behind him. He spun around, drawing his sword in a single motion. Beck had been waiting for this moment. Her eyes burned as she told Yuni to let her handle it. She extended her hand without hesitation. "Give me the sword." Yuni placed the weapon into her palm without a word. At that same instant, the commander's men rushed in from behind, weapons raised. Whatever was happening could no longer be concealed. Not anymore. And with so many eyes already on them, killing everyone here outright was no longer the smartest move. Yuni understood the situation perfectly and chose a simpler solution. Lock down their movements using technique alone. What intrigued him, however, was Beck. Now that the sword rested in her hands, she was holding herself back. Would she truly restrain herself? This was the same scum who had driven her to the brink not long ago, the one she had sworn would not leave alive. He defended himself desperately against her strikes. With forced bravado, he asked whether she was certain of her actions and if she feared the consequences. The word fear sounded almost laughable to her. She answered calmly, saying she would not kill him. He burst out laughing, mocking her restraint, sneering at the cheap iron sword in her hands, and questioning what she could possibly do with it. That was when something stirred within the blade. It was more than enough. She did not need a divine weapon. She possessed the blood demon sword technique, cutting bloody blade. An attack like that left no room for survival. Moments earlier, he had been laughing. Now his expression twisted in terror. His body stiffened as the blade crept closer to his neck. He could not hold his ground. Instinct took over, and he stumbled back, barely keeping his balance. In his eyes, she was no longer human. A fraction of a second slower, and his head would have already fallen. And that was only the beginning. Blood stained her hand. Something wet and small was clenched in her palm. What else could it be if not his eye? She had decided to take one first. Realization shattered him. He collapsed to his knees, trembling, but she coldly told him not to pretend. This was far from over. What she had done so far was nowhere near enough to ease what burned inside her. Yuni stepped in then, placing a firm hand on her shoulder, telling her to calm down. It barely tempered the scene, but it was enough. Everything had unfolded quickly, almost too quickly for him to finish dealing with the others. The wounded man crawled on his knees, swearing obedience, desperately insisting that escape was impossible. They were directly beneath the tower of the Battlesword sect, in a joint zone where no one could flee unseen. He was told again to speak. If he valued his life, he would tell them everything. When it became clear that breaking him outright would take time, they shifted tactics and spoke of another route, one he never expected to hear mentioned. His reaction betrayed him instantly. The second path existed. Seeing that, they pressed further, skillfully leading him on, guiding his fear until the truth had nowhere left to hide. Then Yuni leaned closer and spoke softly, asking for help, reminding him that his life had already been spared once. The man suddenly raised his voice, shouting that there was nothing more to discuss. He claimed there were only two outcomes left. Either he surrendered, or they killed him and were hunted down by his master. He insisted there was no third option. For a moment, Yuni considered letting it end there. If this was useless, he could simply leave him to Beck. That thought alone was enough. Beck immediately rejected any idea of mercy. She said surrender was unnecessary. She calmly stated that she would cut out his tongue first, then break every finger one by one. The moment she described it, his resolve shattered. Tears, mucus, and panic poured out as he begged them to stop, swearing that he would tell them everything. Not long after, other doors were opened. More precisely, he opened them himself. He explained that this route would lead them out and urged them to follow closely. It felt wrong. Too smooth. Sodom, perched lightly, pointed out what stood out immediately. Why were there surveillance devices inside a supposedly secret passage? And why were all the doors already open? That alone was reason enough to question him again. Was this really an escape route? The man panicked and hurried to justify himself, insisting that his life was on the line and that he had no reason to lie. It felt excessive, almost rehearsed, but they continued forward until Beck suddenly stopped. She pointed to a single door that remained sealed. That was strange. The man waved it off, claiming it was just a prison. In a place like this, such doors were normal. He told them not to worry about pointless details and urged them to keep moving, speaking as if it never crossed his mind that Beck might open it anyway. His reaction betrayed him instantly. Beck asked calmly if there was a reason they could not look inside. Yini still did not understand why she was doing this, but she only told him to watch. The door opened. Inside stood a man in chains, a living corpse. His body was emaciated, bones pressing against skin, yet recognition came instantly. Yini had never heard of a twin brother of the Heavenly Sword War Emperor, but when Beck explained in brief, cold words, realization struck him like a blade. Shock froze him for a heartbeat. Then instinct took over. Without hesitation, Yini seized his sword and swung. A dry, hoarse cough echoed through the chamber, followed by an old, calm voice. Now you've seen me. The word sent a chill through the air. It really was him. A living nightmare, standing before them. Confusion hit at once. What was happening? Why was he here? The Heavenly Sword Emperor and the one bound in the dungeon. Two identical existences, like reflections staring at each other from opposite sides of a broken mirror. Chan's gaze lifted slowly until it met his disciple's eyes. Shame trembled through his voice as he whispered that he was sorry. There was no time to respond. No time to question. He was powerless. They had threatened to kill him, just as they would kill the Emperor of the Mighty Sword. Beck stared, disbelief tightening her chest. Was this real, or was it another illusion? But doubt faded quickly. The presence before them was overwhelming. A monster of pure force, unquestionably worthy of the title of one of the 8 great masters. His energy surged forward, sharp and crushing, striking like a blade straight through the senses. The Sword Emperor spoke again, his tone almost amused. If you want to kill me, then say it plainly. Beck and Yuni exchanged hurried whispers. One of them had to escape and find the truth. Which one was real? The broken man in chains, or the one standing here claiming to be the Emperor? There was no time to think further. Words were abandoned. They moved as one. What followed was not a simple clash, but a violent collision of energies. Power tore through the chamber, splitting stone, cracking walls, shaking the ground above them. The ceiling groaned as the earth weakened. Yuni realized it instantly. This terrain could be used. Beck caught on at the same time. If they brought the ceiling down, they could buy precious time. Beck charged first. The Sword Emperor's eyes sharpened the moment he sensed her blood. A descendant of the Blood Demon. She attacked head-on, but it was a feint. While his attention shifted, Yuni was already moving, racing toward the ceiling. He gathered everything into a single strike, ready to shatter the vault. Then it happened. The Sword Emperor appeared beside him. Impossible. The barrier had already been crossed. A single devastating blow landed. Beck was sent flying, her body torn apart by the force as she crashed forward. It happened too fast to process. He had struck faster than Yuni could destroy the ceiling. Still, Yuni forced his technique through. The true Radiant Star Sword, 5th formation. His power surged, and was stopped by 2 fingers. The Emperor did not even draw his sword. Energy alone answered. A blade formed from pure force. The falling meteor sword, summoned without steel. The strike landed cleanly. Yuni felt a violent surge tear through him as the technique of Muko's sword smashed directly into his stomach. In that instant, Yuni gathered every trace of inner energy and forced it into his abdomen, circulating it through the golden circulation technique. The moment the opposing force collided with it, all resistance proved meaningless. His stomach tore open as if it were paper. The impact hurled him backward, and he slammed into the ground with a dull, crushing sound. Even then, the Sword Emperor praised him. He said it was impressive that Yuni had prevented his body from completely rupturing. Everything was under his control. Everything. Even his own disciple, who tried to strike from behind. Earlier, the Emperor had allowed him to live. Now, he pierced straight through him. But it was nothing more than a calculated sacrifice, a decoy meant to divert attention. The man lifted his head just in time to see the ceiling collapse. Massive slabs of stone broke loose, and came crashing down, carrying certain death with them. This was not something the Sword Emperor had anticipated. For the first time, his composure cracked. Beck had used a corpse as bait, drawing his focus away, and in that opening she shattered the ceiling. It was flawless, brutal, perfect. At the same moment, she grabbed Yuni's body and pulled him free. The plan had unraveled, yet she had succeeded, and that success bought them time. She looked down at him and felt her breath catch. He was gravely wounded. Blood spilled freely as her eyes fixed on his torn abdomen. "Hold on," she whispered, her voice breaking. "Just a little longer." She pressed her hands to his wound. Red energy surged out, searing flesh with unbearable pain. She cauterized the wound to stop the bleeding. It was crude, temporary, but it kept him alive. For a moment, he felt certain he would die. Instead, she dragged him back from that edge. Then the stones behind them began to shift. The Sword Emperor was not finished. "Do not think you can escape with such tricks," his voice echoed, calm and merciless. He smiled as he spoke again, promising that when the walls burst open, he would make them suffer far worse than death. Beck did not answer. She hoisted Yuni on her back and leaned close to his ear. "Wake up," she ordered. "Don't you dare lose consciousness." His lips were soaked in blood, but he still forced out a breathless reply. "I wasn't planning to die, and I won't allow it," she snapped. "I never let my people die." She called them her own now, her cubs. Ahead of them stood doors that had been sealed moments earlier. Slowly, they began to open, or at least it seemed that way. Beck planted her feet and drove forward. The doors shattered with a thunderous roar, metal and stone flying apart. She looked inside and knew at once. Her instincts were right. Then another thought struck her. This wasn't an exit. It was a setup. Did this place really lead outside? Beck scanned the room when a violent surge of energy erupted behind her. There was no mistaking it. The Sword Emperor was already tearing through the walls. He did not even allow them a moment to breathe. Carrying Yuni in that condition made escape impossible. There was no choice left. She had to hide him. She dropped him into a large chest and forced herself to think fast. Before closing it, she struck several points on his body, steadying his breath. Her palm rested against his cheek as she whispered softly that everything was fine, that she would not let anything happen to him. It was a hidden breathing technique. She told him to stay concealed while she drew the enemy away. By then, the Sword Emperor had already followed their trail. He knew perfectly well that in their current state, escape was nearly impossible. His voice rang out calmly, telling them they could struggle all they wanted. He stopped beside the large chest, eyes narrowing as a thought crossed his mind. "Is it here?" His hand slowly reached toward the lid. Then a voice rang out. "Hey, catch me if you can." The Emperor snapped his hand back and lunged forward. At the same time, Beck exploded in emotion, plunging the area into chaos as she cut down the guards rushing in. Even as she fought, a question burned inside her. Had she truly gone mad, risking her life to act as bait for someone else? Anyone could see it. Her chances of survival were now frighteningly low. Who was Yuni to her? Why was she willing to protect him at the cost of her own life? She had meant to toy with him once, to use him. Somewhere along the way, that intention twisted into obsession. Now she was ready to pay any price for it. The next day, the Pungong sect was in uproar. Crowds gathered, furious and incredulous that only 3 people had passed the first trial. Everyone wanted answers. The bald man merely smiled, silently mocking their ignorance. They did not understand anything. In his mind, the outcome was already decided. That boy had no chance of passing the second trial. Then it happened. A figure appeared before them, drenched in blood. It was Yuni. The crowd froze. Shock rippled through everyone, most of all the bald man. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? How? He could not comprehend it. What the hell was taken away? No, it had already happened. He rushed to Yuna at once, grabbing her and demanding to know what had happened. At first, only one thought crossed his mind, but then the image of that mustache man surfaced. He understood immediately. This was not someone who could be stopped casually. Provoking him would only expose everything, and that meant serious trouble. One conclusion became clear. If Un was not restrained, he would have no choice but to report him to the Emperor of the Heavenly Sword. The bald man suggested going inside, but Un suddenly asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" "I still have a few things to handle," came the dry reply. The next instant, his expression changed. Confusion crept in, then fear. He looked around, unable to grasp how he had been taken away at all. One moment he was outside, and the next, inside. How? When? The question barely formed before a crushing blow slammed into his body. "Don't try to use weakness to delay your destiny," a cold voice said. The grip tightened, pressing him down. "Don't act. This is nothing compared to the pain I endured." A curse slipped out with a bitter laugh. Was the leader of one of the courtyard sects really behaving like a common accomplice? Un stared straight into his eyes as he spoke. The answer came as a simple strike to the face. At that moment, everything became clear. He did not beg. He did not plead for mercy. He only spat out a threat, saying this would not end well for him. Declaring himself an examiner, he insisted Un would never dare to touch him. Then Leader Yun appeared, visibly pleased to see the examination in progress. He immediately began voicing complaints about this man, but the truth was revealed just as quickly. Fighters under Zhong Quan's command moved in, surrounding the area. Nothing had happened yet. There was no need to make a scene. Yin spoke calmly, stating that force was strictly forbidden outside the designated territory. The examiner felt joy surge through him, convinced this meant Yuan would be disqualified for attacking him. Then a single sentence shattered that confidence. "You seem to have missed something. Look up." No explanation was demanded. Yin only added briefly that there was no need for further clarification. One had already been cleared and told to leave. What the hell is going on? The examiner could not comprehend it. Rage boiled inside him. This man had arrived only today, asked a few questions, and suddenly became the main suspect. And yet Yin had simply let him go. As realization finally struck, fear followed. His body began to shake. He collapsed, trembling, muttering incoherent words under his breath as the true threat finally sank in. 7 days ago, those who passed the first trial were recorded, and among them, one showed the most outstanding result. Yet the very next day, he vanished without a trace. Not long after, the girl who arrived 3 days ago disappeared as well. Now, out of the 3 who cleared the first exam, one nearly failed to appear today, and the examiner behaved as if none of this meant anything. Yun just spoke calmly, but every word cut deep. This was an extreme failure on his part. Did he really think the one who had just climbed up would give him the same answer again? The examiner had nothing to say. With an empty, foolish smile, he muttered that in the end, all of this would be meaningless once that man rose higher. He tried to add something more, but his words were cut off instantly. His body hit the ground hard, and Yin gave a short order to his men to throw him into the dungeon. Fun Gong Gantao were no fools. Suspicion had already piled up, even if there was still no direct evidence. What the Emperor of the Heavenly Sword was plotting, and the fact that the true sect leader was sealed away, made Muzanyuan a dangerous place. Inside the castle, he was still an outsider. One careless move could lead to death. In a situation like this, there was only one path: to deliver information and proof to the only person capable of resolving the matter. It was only because of Beck that a way forward had been found. Now the question remained whether she managed to escape without incident. At that moment, Un finally pushed open the doors he had rushed toward. 3 figures were already inside. Jean sneered inwardly, convinced Yuan had finally given in, but he was not late. All 3 had arrived on time. The second test was ready to begin. Elsewhere, Yin stood before an important figure and reported that the Emperor of the Heavenly Sword had crossed the border, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Yin added that if things continued this way, the conflict would never end. All members of the sect needed to be gathered and given a strict warning. There were more than enough serious reasons for it. By now, Un had become a genuine threat. It was obvious how much attention he drew. He had not only caught the eye of the Emperor of the Sword, but also possessed the strength to rival the successor of the 8 Great Masters. That was the judgment of the sect leader himself, the invincible god of the wind, Jindre Beck. Even so, he still could not say with certainty that he had found a better candidate to inherit that position. Lai Zhan hesitated over whether to give this confident, almost brazen young man a chance. After the first exam, his self-assurance had stood out too clearly. He spoke without hesitation or confusion, and now the reason became obvious. It was clear why Pekin Muk and Master Yin had accepted him as a disciple. Only then did Yin realize that Lai Chang's interest in the leader was genuine. The leader himself stated that if Yin spoke of Un this way, he wished to see him personally. If every examination simply turned a blind eye, it would eventually become a problem. The principle of the second exam was simple. One had to endure until the incense burned to the red mark. No one had ever succeeded. Eyes were to be closed, combat relying solely on hearing and touch. This was not merely a fight against an opponent. One had to remain within the circle, never crossing its boundary, and never allowing step beyond it. Jin, his eyes bandaged, retreated slightly. Since no signal was given, he knew he was still inside the circle. This was a true trial. Since the day he began studying the foundations of martial arts, he had trained like this countless times. For others, it was torment. For him, it was no different from fighting with open eyes. Yet his opponents were far from ordinary. They far surpassed those from the first test. Everyone here had reached the peak of martial arts, and it became obvious why no one had ever passed this stage. Jan to the Ban, head of the Sun Style School among the 8 schools, stood as Gina's rival. Unfaced Kaven, head of the Kachafungak School. They fought as if blindness was natural to them. Only now did Yun truly understand why the leader favored Lai Chan. His skill was exceptional and immediately apparent. Against Cho Rosen, whose experience was far greater, he never strayed more than 2 steps away. Yuan, by contrast, appeared steady yet showed nothing remarkable. Yin had to admit that Yuan lagged behind Lai Khan. The leader standing nearby, however, saw something else. Yuan was clearly concealing his strength. His voice thundered across the hall, warning everyone undergoing the test that anyone who continued to hide their abilities would be expelled. Jin was taken aback. Concealing strength against opponents of this level was unthinkable, and Lai Zhan continued to observe them all from above, calm and distant, bearing the confidence of a disciple raised by great masters. If he truly was hiding his strength, then he deserved to be called a real master. Cho Ryan, head of the unified sword among the 8 schools, understood this better than anyone. Lai Chan voiced it openly, almost casually, saying no. He was not the only one who thought so. Un gave no reply, but he understood everything without a single word. For a brief instant, even he failed to notice where his complete focus had gone. Yet that moment was enough. He evaded the incoming kick with ease, without strain, calmly catching his opponent's leg in his palm. In that instant, the enemy realized something was terribly wrong. Jun was stunned as well. A full strike had been stopped with one hand. The leader watched with cold eyes, already aware of the outcome. He knew how terrifying it was to face Khan as an opponent. There was no point in hiding anymore. If concealment meant disqualification, then Un chose to fight in earnest. One clean kick was all it took. The enemy was sent flying several meters away. At last, it was clear who had truly been hiding their abilities. At first, many believed the warning was aimed at Lai Chan, mistaking his confidence for arrogance. Then the words came calmly from Ona, announcing that the test had been passed. Standing behind him was one of the 8 great masters, one of the 4 great leaders of the creators, Mousen. Yuan looked at him and instantly understood. This man was Saddam's father. The resemblance was unmistakable. The leader turned to the young man beside him and whispered that he finally understood why he liked him so much. He admitted honestly that he never expected such a result and stepped forward to speak with him. A sudden warning rang out. One of the fighters reminded them that the exam was not yet over and that nothing could proceed without the leader's order. Yuan intended to speak further, unaware that everything was about to conclude. A sword suddenly fell to the ground behind him. The man raised his hands and declared defeat, congratulating him on passing the exam. It was Lai Zhan who had defeated his opponent, and he acknowledged the loss without hesitation. One glance at him was enough to understand that his reputation was well earned. Lai Zhan possessed astonishing talent, as the spirit of Eunuch V observed. He defeated his enemy without retreating even 2 steps. Soon after, Gina was also declared successful. Yin found it unbelievable. All 3 had passed the exam. Yet Gina looked different from the others. His body was drained, his strength spent. The world swayed before his eyes, and through a blurred veil, he barely made out his comrades standing ahead of him. All 3 were acknowledged for clearing the second test, this time by the leader himself. He told them to rest briefly, warning that the 3rd test would begin soon. Before the atmosphere could settle, a voice echoed through the hall. The leader of the Battle Sword sect stepped forward, first offering an apology for his earlier rudeness. The leader's expression hardened at once. He warned that this could just as easily be taken as disrespect toward him and his sect. He asked plainly what Chan had come for. Chan did not hesitate. He said he wanted only one thing. The entire hall grew tense, as every gaze locked onto him. Chan suddenly raised his hand and pointed straight at one of the students, demanding that this scum be handed over. His finger was aimed directly at Un, as he accused him of murdering a disciple. Un turned coldly, recognizing the excuse for what it was, the trick of a cunning fox. He immediately denied the accusation and addressed Jin's leader, calling it a lie. The leader's anger flared instantly. Without rising from his seat, he ordered Un to shut his mouth if he valued his life. Was he truly prepared to endanger everyone for the sake of a single person? He warned him to act wisely if he wished to survive. Everyone understood the meaning behind those words. The man was afraid his true nature would be exposed. Even as he threatened death, he knew that this scum never intended to leave unalive. Their exchange shifted beyond spoken words, carried by intent alone. The old man finally asked whether this was a threat. The reply came without hesitation. If he made even the slightest move or spoke another word, he would be crushed on the spot. Un answered calmly, telling him to try, warning that things might not unfold as he expected. As he began to reach for something, the enemy's focus sharpened, unsure of what was happening. Un barely moved before the man lashed out, extending a finger to strike. He was stopped instantly. Jin intervened, asking the old man whether he truly claimed that Un had killed his disciple. Jin demanded the truth. He did not want to hear it from the accuser, but from Un himself. When Un produced a medallion, Jin's eyes narrowed as he asked where it came from. Un answered that it was a family relic inherited from his mother. In that instant, Jin understood. Un was Hernier's son. Behind Jin's back, the old scum did not relent. He continued pressing the question, again and again, demanding to know if Jin truly intended to protect him, and what kind of jade pendant could possibly shield him. Jin replied with a single cold question, asking what jade pendant he was even talking about. That response only deepened the old man's confusion. Then Jin turned and asked directly whether he truly did not know what the jade suspension that man carried was. At that moment, everything became clear to him. The old man had never known. He had not forgotten it. He had simply been ignorant. Jin decided it was time to reveal the truth. Most people could not know. After all, 20 years had passed. But Dream, the greatest sword master of Musing Castle, had no excuse for such ignorance. That medallion was the symbol of the shadow of the flying moon. And now the only question that mattered could no longer be avoided. Jin looked straight at the old scum and asked who he really was. For a brief instant, the old man lost his voice. Then he threw his head back and burst into laughter. Still smiling, he spoke, saying that Jin's dream had truly grown up Beck. He admitted that he never dared to act openly once Beck became the leader. His plan had been to resolve everything quietly, but matters had unraveled too quickly, all because of that damn brat. His glare snapped toward Un, burning with hatred. And then he struck. His power was overwhelming. With only a slight movement, an entire tower segment was blasted aside as if it weighed nothing. Gwyn asked calmly whether he intended to start a war right there. The old man smiled and answered that the war had already begun, and it would end only when everyone inside this cursed tower lay dead. That was when his people appeared. They attacked without hesitation. It was a signal. Un understood it instantly. Jin Beck gave her command, ordering him not to leave her side. Brilliant purple energy surged outward, thickening until it weighed on the air itself. Its presence alone was terrifying. Yuan felt a cold tremor run through his entire body. One of the 8 great masters had personally entered the battlefield. One thing was obvious. Jin Beck would not allow events to follow the wishes of this old scum. Enraged at being restrained, his power erupted even further. Forcing his way past Jin, he charged straight at Un, intent on killing him first. He mocked him, saying not to worry, that the girl would soon follow. He asked whether Un truly believed the signal was only meant to start the attack. The implication was clear. Had Baekhan failed to escape and been captured? Was the signal meant to announce her execution? The old man threatened that any reckless move from Un would only hasten her death. In his arrogance, he forgot one thing. Jean Beck stood directly behind him. That single oversight was fatal. Sodom herself felt fear when 3 figures appeared before Un. His father looked at him and said he did not know which woman Un was trying to save, but he would help with everything he had. He understood better than anyone that there was nothing more painful than losing someone dear. He urged Un not to hesitate and to act at once. Un did not waste a single breath. He turned and rushed off immediately. Moments later, he came face to face with the old scum. The man sneered, threatening to tear him apart, striking straight for his body without hesitation. But he never realized the truth. This was not the real Un. It was not even a shadow clone, but a layered illusion. In the same instant, the real Beck appeared below, striking upward with a single kick, his hand still calmly clasped behind his back, as if to show how effortless it was. Blood sprayed through the old man's decayed teeth. He tried to retaliate, pouring out his fury, but again struck nothing but illusion. Then the real Beck appeared behind him and slammed a blow into his head. The old man gathered his strength, roaring in rage, shouting that he would not be humiliated by such cheap tricks. At that moment, Jin finally understood how this man truly viewed her sect. She asked for permission to show him the difference between pathetic tricks and true power. What followed was overwhelming. Fun On had 8 styles, and the leader was not merely the strongest fighter. The leader was the one who had perfected every single style. Only someone capable of wielding all 8 at once could bear that title. Now the old scum felt it fully, the weight, the precision, the terrifying beauty of each strike crashing down on him. He shouted that Jin was pitiful, yet his own body betrayed him, twisted in misery under Jin's hands. At the same time, Yuan focused on something else. He needed to know where Beck was being held. She would be somewhere close enough to hear the Emperor of the Sword signal. The real Cha Dream was imprisoned in the basement of her own tower, not beyond the outer grounds. Mousen, the Lord, was likely hidden somewhere inside the tower as well, though the exact location remained unknown. In the Celestial Battle Sword sect, the sword itself was everything. Its followers carried it at all times, and several of them were surely guarding Beck. That was why Yuan chose a different approach. He quieted himself, sharpened his senses, and began to listen, not for voices, but for the sound of the sword. He listened to the whisper of the swords. After a short moment, he pinpointed the source somewhere inside the tower. There, a group of scum sat by a window, discussing how today would likely mark the sect's end. Every one of them stood on the old scum side. They were waiting for the battle to finish, waiting for time to pass. When death arrived without warning, a thin thread flashed, and one of them was already dead, unmoved instantly to the next. His style, mixed with that strange mustache technique, was far more brutal, far more vicious to witness. Panic spread at once. They shouted, cursed him as a mad dog, and ordered everyone to kill him. But they never even came close. Un was already moving again. He understood clearly that sparing potential enemies was foolish. These were foes he might have to face again one day. Yet he did not stop. Beck had risked her life to save him. He could not allow her to die meaninglessly. He simply would not accept it. Giving himself fully to his weapons, he became ruthless and decisive. His blades answered him in kind, cutting down everything that stood in his path. When you walk straight into evil, there's one thing you must remember. At any moment, some mustache scum can appear and kill you. And as he advanced, another obstacle emerged. A bald man with earrings stepped forward and introduced himself as a disciple of the Emperor of the Heavenly Battle Sword. A worthy opponent. Though he had not reached the level of the False Sword Emperor, he could easily rival a Bloodstar, perhaps even an Elder. Dozens of techniques would be needed to defeat him. There was no time for words. This fight had to end quickly. Before he could act, Li John appeared. He spoke to Un calmly, telling him to leave this old man behind and go save his lover. Unfroze. Lover. For a brief second, the word itself stunned him. Wu Wai calmly clarified that there had been a misunderstanding, explaining that the person he meant to save was not his lover, which caused Mr. Li to pause in mild surprise as he realized his assumption had been wrong. However, that realization quickly gave way to suspicion, as he began to wonder what kind of individual could compel Wu Wai to risk his life, if not someone he loved, prompting Wu Wai to answer that his actions were driven by reasons rooted deep within, after which Mr. Li acknowledged that saving a life was significant regardless of motive, and Wu Wai responded by expressing his gratitude for that understanding. Their composed conversation only enraged their opponent, who felt completely disregarded, and, interpreting their calmness as mockery, his anger flared as his eyes turned bloodshot and he lunged forward without hesitation, unleashing a sharp sword strike meant to cut down both men at once. Yet the attack was stopped with ease as another blade intercepted it, and with a relaxed, almost effortless motion, Mr. Li swung his sword, sending both the attacker and his momentum recoiling backward, which made the opponent's eyes widen in shock as he grew wary of the young man before him. Recognizing that such a smooth and casual defense was far from ordinary, still unbothered, Mr. Li regarded the assassin as no real threat and simply told Wu Wai to leave everything to him and go at once, leaving Wu Wai briefly at a loss for words as he watched, unable to grasp Mr. Li's intentions, yet understanding that this was not the moment to reject such help, the gesture carrying a sense of warmth amid the tension that he could not refuse. So he chose to withdraw while stating that he would remember this favor and repay it in the future. Once Wu Wai had gone, Mr. Li calmly remarked that repayment would not be necessary, and the opponent admitted that Mr. Li was clearly no ordinary martial artist. Maintaining the same composed demeanor, Mr. Li suggested that the man surrender, but the assassin had no such intention and instead readied himself to release his full strength, mocking Mr. Li for becoming arrogant after deflecting a single strike as his aura shifted completely, and he charged again with the confidence that he would end Li's life. Even as that full-powered assault came rushing toward him, Mr. Li remained steady and unmoved, calmly stating that such a result would never come to pass. Without the slightest shift in his calm expression, Mr. Li formed a hand seal while remarking that he still needed to prepare for the upcoming third examination. And at that very moment the assassin's attacks rushed in from every direction. Yet the instant the seal was completed, each incoming strike warped and collapsed, rendered completely ineffective. Once more having his assault broken, the opponent's eyes widened in disbelief. But before he could respond, Mr. Li closed the distance in a flash and delivered a simple downward slash that forced the man into a frantic defense, only for the resulting shockwave to send him flying far back before he finally came to a stop. Overwhelmed, he could only think that while Ha Woon had seemed remarkable, this young man surpassed even that, and after that brief clash, he could regard him as nothing less than a monster, unable to suppress his curiosity about his identity, to which the young man answered calmly, revealing his name as Li Zhongjiam. Elsewhere, inside the prison where Lady Baek Hai Hyang was held captive, an executioner entered and flatly declared that her life would end there, and as he approached, he seemed to notice something, lifting her chin as he commented on what she must have expected, mocking her attempt to bite her tongue and take her own life. With a twisted smile, he showed a cruel satisfaction, thinking that such an end suited someone like her. Yet in his agitation, he failed to notice the strike aimed at his neck. The executioner was hit in an instant and coughed violently as his entire body trembled, panic setting in as he realized his internal energy had been thrown into disarray and the seal on his pressure points had been released. And in that same instant Baek Hai Hyang had already taken the sword from his waist, using it without hesitation to end his life before wiping the blood from her mouth and leaving him to the very fate he had just declared. Stepping out from the cell, Baek Hai Hyang let out a quiet sigh, remarking that she had grown sick of that place, only to be immediately confronted by a group of guards. As their gazes met, both sides froze for a brief moment, the guards whispering among themselves as they recognized her as the blood demon's descendant, while another questioned how she had escaped, and one sharper than the rest noticed the sword in her hand and found it suspicious. Before he could act on that suspicion, he was cut down, and in the span of a moment Baek Hai Hyang struck with swift, precise movements, eliminating the leading guards, while the remaining ones, faced with her cold and piercing stare, were overtaken by fear as the realization set in that she had broken free. Trying to restore order, One of the guards shouted a command for everyone to attack at once and kill her on the spot. And in response, Lady Baek Hai-hyang rushed forward without the slightest hesitation, cutting through her enemies one after another, while inwardly cursing the seemingly endless stream of opponents. And without allowing herself to dwell on anything, she resolved to cut down everyone in her way and escape, refusing to let her life rot away in such a wretched dungeon. As the fight dragged toward its end, her sword finally failed and shattered, leaving her with only the hilt, which she used desperately to block an incoming strike. Even so, her determination to survive surged to its peak as she reminded herself that this ordeal was nothing compared to what she had already endured, and forcing herself to steady her body, she prepared to keep fighting with the firm belief that she would make it out alive. But in the next instant, a sharp pain tore through her chest, causing her to cough up a large amount of blood as all strength drained from her body, and she collapsed onto the ground. With 2 guards closing in, despair set in as she realized she no longer had the strength to rise, much less continue fighting. And in that moment, she gave a faint smile, slowly closed her eyes, and accepted the end, finding it almost ironic that after everything she had survived, her life would end here, and that she would die in the process of saving another man's life. As a blade moved in to finish her, the sound of flesh being cut rang out, yet no pain followed, and then a familiar voice reached her ears, prompting her eyes to snap open in shock, where she saw a figure already standing over the fallen guard. Woon Wai had arrived. He immediately checked her condition, and she stared at him in clear surprise, unable to understand how he was still alive or how he had found his way to her, while Woon Wai knelt beside her and explained that he had come to save her, calmly adding that this time it was no coincidence. Words that left her stunned before a faint smile appeared on her lips as relief set in at seeing him safe. Exhaustion overtook her, and Baek Hai-hyang slumped weakly into his arms, drawing a concerned reaction from Woon Wai, though she reassured him that she was simply resting. And as she lay there, she explained that she had reversed the flow of her chi to break the restraints, which had caused severe internal injuries. Hearing this, Woon Wai was visibly startled by the recklessness of such a method, knowing it could easily result in chi deviation. Yet she brushed off his concern by pointing out that no such consequence had occurred, leaving him momentarily without words. She then remarked that Woon Wai did not appear to be in any better shape, pointing out the heavy scent of blood and sweat clinging to him as proof of the ordeal he must have gone through to reach her, while he stayed silent, acknowledging inwardly that her condition was just as severe. Resting in his arms, she softly murmured something about warmth, but when he failed to catch it and asked her to repeat herself, she brushed it aside and instead changed the subject, bringing up another person. Woon Wai immediately understood who she was referring to and explained that the false divine martial sword emperor was currently locked in battle with the ruthless divine wind, and as he considered the situation, he reasoned that after being exposed as an imposter, the man had incited conflict with the 8 flowing shadows of the wind sect, and was now likely fighting with everything he had to keep his true identity hidden. By that point, Baek Hai-hyang had recovered slightly, and she slowly rose to her feet, calmly stating that this was good, as she intended to repay what had been done for her. When Woon Wai asked how she planned to do that, she made it clear that she would reveal the man's true identity to the world, a declaration that caught him off guard. Yet she only responded with a faint, meaningful smile before adding that during her time in captivity, she had overheard certain conversations, hinting that something quite interesting was unfolding above. The scene shifted to the front of the 8 flowing shadows of the Wind Sect's tower, where countless streams of internal energy burst outward like a tangled web, violently tearing through the structure, and inside, 2 figures clashed relentlessly amid the chaotic surge of power. Jin Song-baek kept a calm and composed expression as he pressed his attacks without pause, while the imposter divine martial sword emperor was clearly losing ground, taking several heavy blows before being sent flying a great distance, coughing violently as he crashed. Before the man could recover, Jin Song-baek moved in and prepared a crushing kick, stating in a calm voice that he would not kill him right away, and then brought his foot down with overwhelming force, like a strike descending from the heavens. Moments later, Jin Song-baek narrowed his eyes as sect leader Ouyang questioned what was happening, prompting him to tell Ouyang to step aside and stating that the man before them was merely an imposter, though Ouyang could not comprehend what he meant. At that moment, Wang Chiolil, the leader of the Ocean and Heaven Castle sect, arrived and immediately questioned whether that claim was true, objecting to it as nonsense and demanding to know how a sect leader could be labeled an imposter, to which Jin Song-baek calmly explained that the man was not the real divine martial sword emperor and that the true one was being held captive. The injured man forced himself up and denied everything, arguing that the successor Jin Song-baek intended to accept had killed his disciple, which was why he had demanded the successor be handed over. Yet Jin Song-baek had instead protected him, insisting that he was the one being falsely accused and disgraced. Wang Chiolil then questioned Jin Song-baek in private, asking for a clear explanation, and Jin Song-baek confirmed that the man had failed to recognize the flying crane moon plaque entirely. which caused Wang Qiuliao to grow visibly irritated, though he accepted the reasoning and urged that the token be used to expose the impostor. However, Jinsong Beck revealed that he did not have the plaque with him and added that the impostor was already aware of it. And upon hearing this, Wang Qiuliao was left stunned as doubt crept in over how Jinsong Beck intended to prove the man's identity, while at the same time the impostor grew inwardly confident, calling him a fool and thinking that Jinsong Beck should never have sent Wen Wai to rescue the young lady. He was convinced that Wen Wai would never make it back, thinking to himself that no matter how talented the boy might be, there was no way he could overcome his junior disciple, who had already reached the supreme peak, along with the gathered elite martial artists of the Heavenless True Sect, and with that belief, he looked toward Jinsong Beck, certain that without Wen Wai present as a witness, his true identity would remain forever concealed. He then resumed defending himself, claiming that his earlier reaction had been excessive due to the grief of losing his disciple and arguing that there was not enough evidence to prove he was an impostor. But at that moment a voice cut in, declaring that the proof was already there, and the man immediately recognized it as Wen Wai appeared, carrying someone with him, a sight that shocked everyone present. The impostor froze in disbelief, unable to accept that Wen Wai had survived and returned. As fear crept in, and he realized that all those stationed there must have been defeated by that boy, a conclusion he inwardly rejected as absurd, while elsewhere Mr. Li turned away after mercilessly defeating his opponent, leaving the body lying motionless in a pool of blood. At the same time, murmurs spread through the crowd about the clash between sects, and one voice pointed out that this was not the only issue, adding that there were rumors the leader of the Heavenless True Sect was an impostor, and as confusion rippled outward, Wen Wai calmly set the real sect leader down. Upon seeing him, Wang Qiuliao emotionally confirmed that it was truly Muzong, while the rescued man recognized Wang Qiuliao's voice and remarked that it had been a long time, adding that he had thought his old friend might have changed, as one person in the crowd questioned whether the frail old man could really be the divine martial sword emperor, while another insisted that despite his appearance, it was undoubtedly him. Although many began to accept the truth, sect leader Ouyang still demanded proper verification, stepping forward and stating firmly that a few exchanged words were not enough, stressing that the honor of a sect leader was involved and that he needed to confirm it personally. Wen Wai took note of him, observing inwardly that he seemed to be the leader of another sect allied with the Heavenless True Sect, while Ouyang continued pressing the matter, declaring that he would check whether the old man was wearing a disguise and asking to see his face. And as permission was given, Wen Wai carefully watched, suspecting that the leader of the hidden illusion martial sect had long been working alongside the Heavenless True Sect. He inwardly acknowledged that he could not dismiss the possibility that this man had been working alongside the false divine martial emperor all along. Once the inspection was complete, Ouyang turned back and stated that he was finished, and when Wang Qiuliao asked whether he now trusted the result, Ouyang declared that there were no traces of a mask ever having been worn, concluding that the old man was indeed the true sect leader and that the other was a fraud, though this only deepened the confusion as he questioned who the impostor really was. At that moment, the fake Muzong burst into laughter and continued denying everything, ridiculing their fixation on a mask, while Wen Wai noticed that he still had not realized it, and when the impostor demanded an explanation, Wen Wai calmly pointed out that his actual flesh was already visible, exposing the disguise and revealing the truth. The impostor's expression twisted with rage as he cursed inwardly, wondering if it had been damaged during his clash with Jinsong Beck, even though he believed it had remained intact, and realizing he had been exposed, his anger intensified as he blamed Wen Wai for deceiving him. Wen Wai responded with a faint, knowing smile, remarking that the impostor himself had insisted it was not a mask, and questioning why he now looked so shocked, after which Jinsong Beck declared that there was no escape left and demanded that he reveal who he truly was. The impostor clicked his tongue in irritation, admitting he had not expected to be outwitted by someone like Wen Wai, and finding it humiliating. Yet he still refused to comply, and instead revealed that he had already planted spies within the unrivaled faction. Jinsong Beck cursed inwardly and immediately warned everyone to remain vigilant, announcing that spies were among them. But before any formation could be organized, the impostor declared it was already too late and ordered his hidden men to attack. Those concealed subordinates rushed forward, only to be wiped out instantly by an unseen force, leaving Wang Qiuliao visibly frustrated. Though Jinsong Beck stopped him and told him to stay calm, observing closely before concluding that only those who had responded to the impostor had died, and that none of them had struck them down. At that moment, an iron ball rolled across the ground and came to a stop at Wen Wai's feet, signaling the arrival of Sima Chuk, prompting Wen Wai to wonder inwardly why he had appeared there, as Sima Chuk mocked the situation and revealed that the impostor's true identity was Mu A.K. Wang Qiuliao immediately recognized the name, realizing that this was the 100-faced ghost man, and remarked that it made perfect sense, recalling that Mu A.K. was known for his exceptional talent, his mastery of disguise, and his past as one of the 5 great evils. And with that, the truth was laid bare. This was the man who had been impersonating Cheon Mu-zong the entire time. Mu AK quickly tried to halt the situation, saying that he had no desire to fight, and adding that no one had mentioned that title since their agreement in the past until now. Yet Sima Chuk paid him no attention and continued advancing, forcing Mu AK to barely evade the incoming strike, while the evil Moon Sword demanded to know who had restored his martial arts. As Mu AK attempted to respond, Sima Chuk ignored him again, drawing his blade and stating coldly that it did not matter since he would simply cripple him once more, which caused visible fear to appear on Mu AK's face as Sima Chuk unleashed a precise and lethal strike, leaving Mu AK struggling to defend before being completely overwhelmed, until Sima Chuk leveled his sword straight at him, ready to end his life. At that critical moment, Jin Song Baek stepped in and blocked the attack using his internal energy, and when the evil Moon Sword questioned his interference, Jin Song Baek expressed gratitude for the help in eliminating the spies and protecting their people, but asked him to step aside so they could resolve the matter themselves, explaining that it was their issue and involved a sensitive concern. However, Sima Chuk dismissed the request outright, stating that it was none of his concern, firmly refusing to back down as he added that he would not repeat himself and ordered Jin Song Baek to move aside. As the tension surged, Woon Wai stood at the center of it all while Sodom gasped in alarm and called out to him, pointing out that his father and father-in-law were on the verge of fighting. He acknowledged that he understood, yet admitted there was no way he could stop either of them, and like him, everyone else remained frozen in silence, not daring to intervene as the ruthless divine Wen Jin Song Baek, one of the 8 great martial masters of the Central Plains, and the evil Moon Sword, Sima Chuk, one of the 4 great evils, stood poised for a clash that could erupt at any second. In the end, it was Mu AK who broke the suffocating stillness, attempting to flee as frustration overtook him, realizing his plan had completely fallen apart and thinking that he should have at least tracked down what he had been searching for. But before he could escape, Jin Song Baek suddenly lashed out with a powerful kick that caught him off guard, sending him crashing hard into the ground as a pained groan escaped him. Cursing under his breath, Mu AK realized that his mask had deteriorated, while Sima Chuk mockingly pointed out that he seemed more worried about his disguise than his own life. And without hesitation, Sima Chuk launched a precise strike that landed perfectly, severing one of Mu AK's hands in a swift motion as he declared that it was time to end things, immediately following up by hurling an iron ball toward him. However, before it could connect, Jin Song Baek appeared in front and blocked the attack, prompting Sima Chuk to mutter his name. Though before he could continue, Jin Song Baek struck him with a crushing kick that drove him forcefully into the ground. Amid the chaos, Woon Wai watched calmly, noting inwardly that even among those who had surpassed human limits, there were still clear differences in strength, further reflecting that Mu AK, despite being one of the 5 great evils, had been defeated so easily that he could not even hold his ground, as Mu AK lay there groaning in agony from the brutal beating. Meanwhile, Jin Song Baek stood with a grim expression and declared that Sima Chuk could not kill him yet, explaining that there were still matters that needed to be clarified, making it clear that while he had no intention of sparing Mu AK's life, it was obvious he was connected to a larger force, and proposing that they allow Sima Chuk to finish him only after they had extracted the necessary information. Sima Chuk called out to Jin Song Baek, but his expression quickly hardened, and with bloodshot eyes, he declared that Jin Song Baek had taken his warning far too lightly, angrily demanding that Mu AK be handed over to him, and adding that if not, the unrivaled faction would disappear from Zhongyuan, a threat that left everyone present stunned as Sodom whispered to Woon Wai that the situation had turned truly dire. Woon Wai clenched his teeth in frustration, realizing he had to intervene before things spiraled further, and just as he was about to step forward, another voice called out to Sima Chuk, urging him not to lose his temper, a voice Woon Wai recognized immediately. Ouyang Jae stepped in to defuse the situation, calmly urging Sima Chuk to restrain himself and reminding him that there was no deep-seated enmity between them, questioning why they had even come to this point, to which Sima Chuk replied that their paths had diverged long ago. However, Ouyang Jae countered that despite walking different roads, they had once been sworn brothers and were still like family, asking whether he remembered the promise they had made to unite their children through marriage, a remark that caused Woon Wai to pause in mild surprise as he began to wonder about it. While Wang Chioliel called out to Ouyang and asked if he truly knew Sima Chuk personally, receiving confirmation that they had shared a long history. Sima Chuk questioned why such an old promise from their youth was being brought up now, while Ouyang insisted it should not be cast aside so easily. But Sima Chuk responded that the agreement had long since lost its meaning and revealed that his daughter had already given her heart to someone else, which immediately shifted everyone's gaze toward Woon Wai, leaving him visibly tense and unable to speak. At that moment, his father turned to him and said he had something to ask, and as Woon Wai wondered what it could be, the question came, whether the woman he had tried to save was his daughter, causing confusion to spread as Sima Chuk failed to grasp the situation. his aura surging violently as he demanded a clear explanation, while Woon-wai inwardly lamented being placed in such a difficult position and hesitantly prepared to answer, only for Sima-chuk to warn him to speak honestly without a single lie, threatening harsh consequences if he did not. Elsewhere, the sharp sound of a cup shattering echoed as it hit the ground, and Young bent down to gather the broken fragments while her grandfather asked if she had been hurt, to which she replied that she was fine, though he noticed her sigh and questioned what was troubling her, observing that her mind seemed burdened with many thoughts. At first, she held back, masking her unease and trying to brush it aside. Yet in the end, she confessed that something was weighing on her, though she could not bring herself to say what it was, all while thinking to herself how she could possibly explain that her father was currently in Fuan County. The moment shifted to several days earlier, when she had asked her father if he had been injured and whether he had taken care of that man, only for him to tell her not to involve herself too deeply, adding that he had already seen the cave submerged in water. She insisted she wanted to discuss that issue, but he cut her off, saying the decision was already settled, and that he could not acknowledge him as his son-in-law since he had failed to complete the required days. Shocked, she protested, asking how he could have done so when the cave had been flooding, adding bitterly that he might as well have ordered him to die, prompting her father to question if she was daring to talk back, while she responded coldly that he could act however he pleased since she was the evil Moonsword's daughter and would act as she wished. He grabbed his head in clear frustration, wondering inwardly who she had inherited that stubbornness from, only to realize it was from him. And after a pause, he softened slightly, saying he would consider another method before asking where that person was. She puffed her cheeks and asked if he truly meant it, warning that if anything happened to that person, she would sever ties with him forever, to which he replied that he understood and once again asked for the location, which was then revealed to be the unrivaled faction. The scene returned to the present, where Woon-wai said he would lay everything out clearly, explaining that he had once been imprisoned in an underground cell due to Muekei's scheme, where another captive had been held alongside him, the very woman he later rescued, and as they attempted to escape together, Muekei intercepted them. Despite joining forces, they could not overcome him, and Woon-wai was wounded in the clash. He continued, explaining that the woman could have fled alone, yet instead she carried him on her back as she escaped, hid him away, and even used herself as a decoy so he could get out safely, only for him to later discover that she had been captured and locked inside the heavenless True Sex Tower, and he admitted plainly that he had been afraid, because entering enemy territory without any knowledge was no different from walking straight into death. He had no way of knowing how strong the subordinates there might be, or how many stood in his path, leaving him with nothing but hope, and even as he recognized that the number of enemies was overwhelming and that death was a real possibility, he still chose to move forward because abandoning someone who had once saved his life was not something he could accept. Sima-chuk asked if he had truly been the one to save her, and Woon-wai confirmed that he had, prompting Sima-chuk to remark that he was not lying before secretly using the frequency whispering technique to ask whether the person in question was Baek Hai-hyang or Baek Ryeonha. Woon-wai was left completely stunned, unable to understand how Sima-chuk knew this, realizing at once that he had never mentioned anything related to the blood cult. Sima-chuk pointed out that Woon-wai must have assumed he would remain ignorant, and in that moment Woon-wai understood that he had been under scrutiny from the very beginning. So he steadied himself and openly confirmed that the one he had risked everything to save was Baek Hai-hyang. Sima-chuk pressed further, questioning why he would go so far as to save someone labeled an enemy, stating that life would have been far easier if he had simply allowed her die, and asking what kind of fool would throw away such a chance. As the exchange grew sharper with Sima-chuk, dismissing ideas of repaying debts or upholding morals as nothing more than foolish justifications. Off to the side, Wang Chiol-il commented on how quiet things had suddenly become, while Jin Song-baek noted that the two were most likely communicating through the frequency whispering technique. Sima-chuk then suggested that the truth was more likely tied to Woon-wai's personal feelings for her. But as Woon-wai recalled his past encounter with her, he firmly rejected that claim, stating that he simply could not accept a victory gained in such a passive way. Sima-chuk responded without emotion and demanded that he prove it, and when Woon-wai asked how he was supposed to do that, Sima-chuk declared that since they had already saved each other, there was no longer any debt between them, then coldly ordered him to kill her and bring back her head, leaving Woon-wai completely stunned as he froze in place upon hearing those words. Woon-wai could not understand why he had been told to kill her and return with her head, so he explained that she was in no condition to fight, and that taking a life immediately after saving it ran against moral principles. Yet Sima-chuk dismissed this outright, saying he simply could not do it, and was only disguising his inability with talk of convictions and morals, then questioning what he was truly capable of accomplishing. He continued, stating that Woon-wai was meant to be the blood demon of this era, yet he had not even managed to unite a minor organization, and he pointed out that Woon-wai had once accepted a challenge, only to withdraw in the end, using the rising water as justification, which led him to question whether he had truly passed the 8 flowing shadows of the Wind Sect and risen to the position of young sect master. Sima-chuk went on to denounce him as someone who could achieve nothing, asking what right he had to protect his daughter and whether she would truly be safer by his side, while Woon-wai, though aware he had his own reasons, found no words to respond and sank into silence, lost in heavy thought as the weight of it all pressed down on him. He came to realize that everyone carried their own burdens, and expecting others to understand them was no different from voicing complaints. And in Sima Chuk's gaze, he saw himself reduced to someone who spoke empty words without proof. At that point, Jin Song-baek stepped forward, cutting through the tense stillness as he said he did not fully understand what was being discussed, but that it had gone far enough, adding that repaying a debt was not a bad thing. Sima Chuk let out a sigh and chose to end the dispute, saying he only had one final thing to say, and that Jin Song-baek should listen carefully. He admitted that he had never been fond of Woon-wai, yet he lacked the confidence to overcome his daughter's fiery temperament, leaving him with little choice, and so he decided to grant Woon-wai one last opportunity. Woon-wai was taken aback by this, and Sima Chuk then instructed him to come to Fuan County within 3 days, where he would personally test him. Woon-wai brought his hands together respectfully and expressed sincere gratitude, but Sima Chuk turned away with a scoff full of resentment and warned Jin Song-baek not to interfere just because he was his son, adding that failure might even prove beneficial, which left Jin Song-baek confused as he questioned what he meant by referring to his son. Sima Chuk's body went rigid, his expression chilling as he stated that if the ruthless Divine Wind, one of the 8 martial masters, were to become in-laws with the evil moon sword, one of the 4 great evils, then the entire martial world would be thrown into endless gossip. Jin Song-baek answered just as coldly, saying he was mistaken, clarifying that although Woon-wai was his wife's son, he did not share his bloodline. Sima Chuk shifted his gaze to Woon-wai and hinted that the truth had still not been disclosed, prompting Woon-wai to admit with clear frustration that he had not spoken of it simply because the right moment had never come, which Sima Chuk criticized as nothing more than hesitation. With that, Sima Chuk turned and began to walk away at an unhurried pace, remarking that he had already provided a hint and that the rest should be figured out on his own. Ouyang quickly tried to stop him, asking if something was wrong since his business was finished, then earnestly requesting that he remain a while longer considering their relationship. Sima Chuk's voice turned icy as he addressed Ouyang Jae directly, revealing that he had already seen through his intentions and would not involve himself in the city's matters, telling him to deal with it personally. And with that he left by breaking straight through the ceiling. After he was gone, Jin Song-baek turned to Woon-wai and asked if what Sima Chuk had said was true, and Woon-wai, no longer intending to conceal anything, explained that he had been waiting for the proper time before openly admitting that he was his biological son, leaving Jin Song-baek visibly stunned. Woon-wai continued, explaining that his mother had already been carrying him when she escaped the cult, and that he had been raised by another clan that had taken her in and kept her hidden. And upon hearing this, Jin Song-baek fell in a complete shock, unable to process what he had just learned. Not long after, Ouyang stepped forward with a hardened expression and demanded confirmation, asking whether Woon-wai was truly Ha Ryung's son, stating that if he really was the child of Ha Ryung who carried the blood cult's lineage, then Jin Song-baek had committed a grave offense by helping her escape 2 decades ago. This struck Woon-wai as strange, and as the words settled, memories of the Great War between the righteous and the demonic resurfaced in his mind, recalling how the Murim Alliance had joined forces with the Unrivaled faction, and how, because of that alliance, the Unrivaled faction had eradicated the Flying Moonshadow sect. Woon-wai spoke evenly as he questioned whether the Flying Moonshadow sect had truly been wiped out because they had actually aided the blood cult during the Great War 20 years ago, or if it had merely been because they suggested offering help, and that question alone was enough to provoke Ouyang Jae's anger. Without stopping, Woon-wai continued, stating that the purge had been carried out purely to maintain the alliance with the Murim Alliance, then asking what purpose it served now when that alliance had already fallen apart, and his words stirred quiet murmurs through the crowd as some began to acknowledge the logic behind them. Ouyang Jae, however, reacted with open fury, accusing him of deliberately stirring unrest within the city while condemning his very bloodline. Woon-wai answered in a cold tone, warning him to be careful with his words, while inwardly noting that the Heavenless True sect, once an ally, had already declined in power, which made him question why Ouyang Jae continued to act so brazenly. Ouyang Jae replied grimly that he had said nothing incorrect, adding that Woon-wai was only marginally better since only half of his blood came from his mother. At that moment, Woon-wai began to suspect that Ouyang Jae had some hidden intention, perhaps something tied to the collapse of the opposing alliance. The atmosphere tightened further as harsh words and accusations flew back and forth, and no longer able to endure the insult directed at his mother, Woon-wai drew his sword and stepped forward, his eyes sharp and bloodshot as he resolved inwardly that everything else could wait, but such insults could not be overlooked. He unleashed a powerful strike, yet Ouyang Jae blocked it with his bare hand and immediately countered, claiming to reveal Woon-wai's true nature. Woon-wai followed with another attack, but it too was deflected, and under the crushing force of the exchange he was forced backward. Ouyang Jae raised his voice, declaring that this was the very nature of the unorthodox, insisting that this was precisely what had been feared 2 decades earlier when the decision was made to eliminate the Flying Moon Shadow sect. Then he turned and called out to sect leader Wang, asking him to confirm it since he had personally fought on the front lines during that purge. Wang Chiol paused briefly before ordering the Ocean and Heaven Castle sect to withdraw back into the tower, which immediately drew visible frustration from Ouyang Jie as he angrily demanded an explanation, questioning whether Wang intended to associate with the blood cult once again. Wang Chiol acknowledged that he had taken part in the purge and expressed deep remorse, admitting that the choice had been made to preserve the unrivaled faction's neutrality. Yet now he regretted it with all his heart. He then spoke in a grim tone, admitting that something had begun to trouble his thoughts, recalling that the unrivaled faction had originally been a neutral force made up of those who pursued martial strength. Yet the moment they aligned themselves with the Murim alliance, that neutrality had been lost. He went on to suggest that perhaps forming ties with the unorthodox Murim could serve as a way to restore that neutrality in another sense. And he further pointed out that Ouyang already treated the evil Moon Sword as a sworn brother, questioning where he truly stood, which only caused Ouyang Jie's anger to flare even more. At that moment, with the air growing heavier by the second, Jin Song Beck stepped in and urged them to look around, reminding them of the many outsiders watching and asking if none of them cared about that. Yet Ouyang Jie pressed on until, without warning, a strange force struck him, forcing him down to his knees as pain overtook him. Jin Song Beck then declared firmly that it was enough. Enraged, Ouyang Jie accused him of losing his mind and warned that sheltering someone with such a bloodline would bring consequences. But Jin Song Beck answered without hesitation, stating that he understood those consequences better than anyone, and that no one would be allowed to harm his son. And with that, he summoned the 8 flowing shadows of the Wind sect. Murmurs spread through the crowd as the suffocating tension began to ease, though the weight in the air did not fully lift. And Wen Wai observed inwardly that everyone was already unsettled after the clash with the Heavenless True sect. A man beside him asked if he was all right, while another commented that injuries were insignificant to a martial artist, which Wen Wai acknowledged. Jin Song Beck then turned his back to him and spoke in a softer voice, expressing regret for what had happened in the past, and saying that even if resentment remained, he would accept it, declaring that from this moment forward he would stand as his father and protect him. Wen Wai remained motionless, overcome by those words as a powerful emotion welled up inside him, a strange feeling rising from deep within his chest that he could not fully grasp. And in that instant Ouyang Jie shouted in anger, demanding to know if this was a declaration of war, to which Jin Song Beck calmly replied that if it came to that, he was ready. With that, the clash came to a temporary halt as the opposing side chose to withdraw, though their lingering resentment was clear, with Ouyang Jie making it known that he would not let this matter rest. While Jin Song Beck quietly acknowledged to himself that their retreat was a relief, as it had seemed only moments ago that an all-out war might erupt. As the noise slowly faded and a quiet calm took hold, Jin Song Beck turned toward Wen Wai and said that although there were still many things left to discuss, there was something more urgent that needed to be handled first. In that instant, the people gathered around Wen Wai dropped to their knees all at once and raised their voices in a unified declaration of loyalty, and he stood there motionless, completely stunned, as their words rang out from every direction, proclaiming their allegiance and respect for the young sect master. Wen Wai was still struggling to make sense of everything unfolding before him, as he had just been revealed to be the young sect master of the 8 flowing shadows of the Wind sect. Sodom peeked out with a bright expression and casually remarked that there was no reason for him to feel shy, since he was simply returning to the place that had always belonged to him. Yet Wen Wai could not accept that so easily, feeling that this was never the purpose that brought him here, and that he had never once imagined things would turn out this way. He lowered his gaze toward those kneeling and bowing before him, still unable to fully collect himself, and in the midst of it all he caught sight of a certain person who looked oddly self-satisfied. Feeling flustered and unsure of what to do under so many watching eyes, he told everyone to stand. Off to the side, Jin Song Beck cast a cold glance as others approached with clasped hands and open joy, congratulating him on finding his son, and while he accepted their words of goodwill, one man suddenly spoke up, leaving him briefly taken aback as he questioned what would become of the examination. The man's frustration was clear, as he argued that all their effort and training had been for nothing, and that they deserved at least some form of proper compensation. In response, Jin Song Beck rested a hand on his son's shoulder and acknowledged that even though circumstances had changed, their hard work should not go unrewarded. Then with a faintly mocking look he added in a teasing tone that while the position of successor could not be handed over, he could personally pass down one of the sect's techniques. The man's mind immediately drifted to stories of past feats, recalling that storm-like technique, and the idea of receiving instruction directly from the ruthless divine Wind himself. Inheriting one of the 8 flowing shadows of the Wind sect's arts was no small opportunity. He quickly clasped his hands and expressed his gratitude, saying it was more than enough, before closing his eyes as he sank into thought, feeling as though it was no different from being accepted as a disciple. Just then, Mr. Li abruptly stepped forward, startling the man behind him, and respectfully declined the offer, which left the person beside him confused and increasingly irritated, thinking that if Mr. Li refused, then he would have no choice but to follow suit. Jin Song-baek questioned the decision, and Mr. Li calmly explained that he had yet to fully master the techniques he already possessed and did not wish to overreach by seeking more. While Wenwei looked ahead with a serious expression, the idea of true mastery settling firmly in his mind. He looked back on the countless brutal battles he had endured and came to realize that, despite wielding numerous ultimate techniques, he had not truly mastered even one of them to completion. The Southern Heaven Iron Sword gave a faint flicker and cautioned him against overthinking, recalling how its former master had taught that exposure to many different martial arts could itself become a path toward enlightenment. After a short silence, it added quietly that the road of martial arts had no end, and that by laying a strong foundation through varied experience, the direction ahead would eventually reveal itself on its own. Mr. Li then spoke with an easy smile, expressing his hope that the unrivaled faction and the Murim alliance might one day restore a positive relationship, before politely asking if he could have a private conversation with Wen Wei, which left him slightly puzzled as he turned to look at him. The scene shifted to a spot behind the sacred tower of the 8 flowing shadows of the Wind Sect, where the surroundings were peaceful and still, fitting for a quiet exchange. Mr. Li smiled warmly and remarked that there might not be another chance like this in the future. When Wen Wei asked what he wished to discuss, Mr. Li's expression grew serious as he asked for his honest thoughts on the Murim alliance, and after considering it carefully, Wen Wei admitted that his impression of them was not favorable. Mr. Li responded with a tired tone, saying that such an answer was only natural, especially since they had been responsible for the destruction of his family, which made Wen Wei reflect on how pointless the question had been when the answer was already known. Though Mr. Li was briefly taken aback by what he heard next, Wen Wei revealed that he did not hold any hatred, and in response Mr. Li's demeanor softened as he said that he too bore no resentment, and even found Wen Wei somewhat agreeable. Although Wen Wei did not entirely share that sentiment, Mr. Li extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill, expressing his hope that their relationship could continue in that spirit. Wen Wei felt a faint chill at the uncertainty of maintaining such a connection, yet he accepted the gesture, and the two clasped hands, marking a fragile harmony between them, even as the possibility lingered that they could one day meet as enemies in a life-or-death clash during the unresolved final examination, a future Wen Wei quietly hoped would never come. As they parted and went their separate ways, a brief sense of unease passed through Wen Wei's chest, as though the hope for peace might not become reality, and he wondered if Mr. Li had felt it as well. Then he called out to him, casually pointing out that in the Western regions, proper etiquette dictated that one should shake hands with the right hand. Mr. Li responded with a bright, understanding smile and continued on his way, giving a light wave as he explained that he was left-handed and even used that hand to wield his sword. Wen Wei turned in the opposite direction and left without another word, while Mr. Li and his companion walked side by side, chatting casually as they went. Mr. Li sighed about returning empty-handed and worried about what he would say when they got back, only for the other man to remark that accepting the ruthless Divine Wind's offer would have been the wiser choice, which left Mr. Li momentarily stunned as he replied that the matter was not so simple. Their conversation drifted on in a relaxed manner, touching on mischances before they eventually brushed it aside. As night descended, within the upper chamber of the hidden illusion Martial Sect's tower, Ouyang Jie drank greedily like a man starved of water, then slammed his hand down on the table in frustration, unable to accept how everything had spiraled into chaos. Wiping wine from his lips, he replayed the events of the morning, and his anger surged as he realized that a scheme carefully prepared over a long period had been completely undone by a single unforeseen revelation. That Jin Song-baek had a biological son. He began to question what his next move should be and how he could possibly explain the situation, and as he reached out for the wine jug, he suddenly noticed it was gone, which only deepened his irritation. At that moment, a strange shadowy figure appeared beside him and coldly mocked his desperate state. Before Ouyang Jie could respond, the figure seized him by the neck and tightened its grip, signaling him to stay silent, then abruptly released him, leaving him coughing as he struggled to catch his breath. The figure commented that Ouyang Jie had played the role of an outsider quite convincingly, and, as Ouyang Jie thought back on what had happened, he demanded to know what else he could have done once the false identity of the Divine Martial Sword Emperor had been exposed, explaining that he had no option but to act like a sect leader desperate to secure alignment with the Murim Alliance, while also questioning why the truth had not been revealed sooner. The man answered with a grim look, saying he had long known the Sword Emperor was a fraud, but had only recently learned that he was Mu AK, adding that revealing it earlier would not have changed much. Ouyang Jie was left stunned by this, while the man continued, stating that given the circumstances, the sect leader had done what he could to survive, but bluntly concluded that this was also the limit of his capability. He tightened his grip until the wine bottle shattered in his hand, fragments scattering across the floor, and remarked that had he known earlier about such incompetence, things might have unfolded very differently, adding that the current circumstances would now make it difficult even for him to avoid suspicion. Ouyang Jie, thinking inwardly, suggested that the man should personally deal with the ruthless divine wind, but in response, the man tossed a heavy, bulging pouch onto the table and stated that this was what Ouyang Jie was to focus on from this point forward. Ouyang Jie pointed out that Mu AK was still alive and likely undergoing interrogation somewhere, warning that making a move now could place him in danger. Yet the man assured him that Mu AK would be handled personally and instructed him to simply carry out his role without fail. Though Ouyang Jie bowed his head in acknowledgement, he cursed him silently within. And as the man turned to leave, he suddenly stopped, remarking that he had nearly forgotten something before revealing that Qion Yuzong was still alive. The words sent a chill through Ouyang Jie as cold sweat formed, and he admitted that he had believed him dead. The man's eyes flickered with a red glint as he fell briefly silent, then answered in a cold tone. Ouyang Jie noted inwardly that it was fortunate the man had accepted that belief, though the thought still irritated him, and the man concluded that Mu AK had deceived them. Ouyang Jie scoffed, calling Mu AK a fool, and saying that if he had simply killed Qion Yuzong, none of this would have happened. But the man cut him off sharply, declaring that he was the true fool and pointing out that Mu AK must have had a reason for sparing him despite the risk of exposure and the importance of maintaining secrecy. His expression grew even darker as he questioned what it was about Qion Yuzong that had compelled Mu AK to keep him alive. The scene shifted to the tower of the Wind Spirit 8 Flow General Sect, where Wen Wai sat together with his father and asked whether he should not go and interrogate Mu AK. But as Jin Sung Beck poured tea, he calmly reassured him that there was no need to worry, explaining that the king of the Neptune Order had already stepped in to personally conduct the interrogation, which allowed him to remain here and spend time with his son instead. Wen Wai accepted the cup and remarked that the fragrance was pleasant, and his father then reminded him that no one else was around and told him to remove his mask. Wen Wai slowly took off his eye patch, revealing his true face, and Jin Sung Beck gazed at him quietly with a trace of admiration, as Wen Wai softly said that there was something he wanted to ask, questioning whether his father had known that his mother had once been part of the Ikiang So family. At those words, the sect leader fell silent for a brief moment before offering an apology, which caused Wen Wai to react sharply as anger surged through him, his hand striking the table as he realized the truth had been known all along. He wrestled with a surge of anguish, unable to understand why his father had not gone to her, thinking that if he had only arrived sooner, the tragedy might have been avoided, while Jin Sung Beck remained deep in thought and Wen Wai waited in silence for an answer. Tears slowly streamed down his father's face as he revealed that on the day the Flying Moon Spirit sect was driven out, he himself had already been confined within the basement of the tower, and he began recalling events from more than 20 years ago at Muzang Castle, where he had been locked inside a golden prison beneath the structure. Back then, he had shouted in anger, demanding to be freed and refusing to accept that the first young sect master, once so dignified, would be imprisoned like that, until a voice suddenly ordered him to calm himself and forbade him from stepping outside. Recognizing who it was, he immediately pleaded with his father, begging to be released, but the old man refused without hesitation and commanded him to remain where he was. Confused and growing desperate, Jin Sung Beck had asked what was happening outside, and not long after, two individuals arrived, expressing relief that the sect master had not faltered, to which the sect master replied with irritation that they had no need to come all this way if it was simply because they did not trust him. One of the sect leaders answered that he should not be offended, explaining that they were simply being cautious, and added that from this point forward, the relationship between the Wind Spirit 8 Flow sect and the Flying Moon Spirit sect was officially severed. At that moment, despite strict orders to keep everyone out, someone rushed in with urgent news, reporting that Ha Song Woon had led the members of the Flying Moon Spirit sect in an escape from Muzang Castle, which immediately caused alarm among those gathered. From within the prison, Jin Sung Beck overheard it all and realized that his in-laws had fled the city as well. One of the men urged the sect master that if they were lost, the alliance itself would fall apart, prompting Jin Sung Beck to demand an explanation, and his father revealed that Muzang Castle had chosen to ally with the Murim Alliance under the condition that the Flying Moon Spirit sect, bearers of the Blood Demon's lineage, be driven out. Hearing this, Jin Sung Beck was struck with shock and desperately begged to be released, fearing for his wife's safety and insisting that he had to protect her. Yet his father refused once more, warning that going out would only lead to death, and that he could not oppose the other sect leaders, though he still declared that he would protect his son no matter what. Jin Sung Beck continued to plead and shout, slamming his fists against the iron door until his hands bled, but it did not open. It was only a year later that he was finally released and returned to the young sect master's quarters, where it became known that during that entire time, he had neither spoken nor even drunk water, consumed by unbearable anguish. Those nearby spoke in hushed tones, aware of how grave the situation was, mentioning that the sect master had even given orders to have him dragged out if necessary. Then, all of a sudden, Another person rushed in with urgent news, calling out to him repeatedly as others tried to stop him, though he insisted it could not wait until permission was finally granted, and he announced that Lady Ha Ryong had been found alive. A few days later, at the Ikyang So residence, Ha Ryong was seen holding the infant Woon Wai in her arms, quietly watching him as he slept in peace. When the head of the household approached and commented that the child seemed to have recovered well, she asked what had brought him there, and he replied casually, asking whether he needed any particular reason to walk through his own home, after which she clarified her question, and he gently asked in return whether she had anywhere left to go. Back to. Ha Ryong hesitated before admitting that while she did have a place to return to, she feared that going back would only bring trouble upon the child's father and those around him. Hearing this, the head of the Ikyang So family offered to let both her and the child remain there, assuring her that he would look after them since she had nowhere else to go and could not possibly wander the Central Plains while caring for an infant. And although she did not refuse outright, she asked for time to consider it, to which he agreed. What neither of them realized was that their conversation was being overheard nearby by Jin Song-baek himself. And at that moment, a guard spotted him and demanded to know who he was, while another person approached and asked what was going on. The guard replied casually that a ragged man had been crying near the front gate and seemed suspicious, but when they looked again, he had already vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the family withdrew inside, leaving Ha Ryong standing alone as a strong wind swept through, lifting her hair while she let out a quiet sigh. Outside, a companion questioned Jin Song-baek, asking why he had not taken her with him and what reason he had for coming all that way, and Jin Song-baek answered that he could not bring her back at that time, revealing that he intended to enter closed-door training. He explained that taking Ha Ryong with him immediately would only lead to the same tragedy that had occurred a year earlier, and that he needed to gain enough strength to stand against everyone. So for now, he would withdraw. After returning to Muzang Castle, he committed himself to relentless solitary training. Yet by the time he finally attained the power he sought, everything had already passed beyond reach, and in his anguish, he wept. At that moment, Woon Wai stepped forward and wrapped his arms around him, and Jin Song-baek, overcome with sorrow, wondered aloud if his son harbored deep resentment toward him. Woon Wai admitted that he did feel hatred, but clarified that it was directed not at his father, but at himself for only now coming to understand the suffering his father had carried all those years. Hearing this, Jin Song-baek reached out and embraced him tightly, a faint smile of relief forming as he said that seeing him grow into someone strong and steadfast meant that his mother had raised him far better than he ever could. Elsewhere, inside the tower of the Heavenless True sect, two guards stood watch before a closed door when a voice suddenly called out from within, asking if anyone was present, and one of the guards immediately responded with respect to the sect leader. Inside, the sect leader remained quiet for a moment, his hands slowly moving through his robes as he gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself about Woon Wai, and realizing that he could no longer address him by that name. After a brief pause, he spoke again and ordered that someone be sent to the young sect master of the 8 flowing shadows of the Wind sect, as he wished to meet him. Returning to the father and son who had once stood as enemies, they continued to shed tears in silence for a long while before an awkward stillness settled between them again, leaving Woon Wai flustered and uncertain of how to behave, as although he now understood his father, the atmosphere remained strained and he could not find a way to break the silence. Eventually, Jin Song-baek spoke, mentioning that he had heard about Woon Wai meeting the cherished daughter of one of the 4 great evils, and wondered what kind of fate had brought them together. Then with a gentle smile said that he wanted to hear about his son's life. Woon Wai agreed, though he hesitated slightly and warned that it might be shocking, to which Jin Song-baek responded with a light laugh, saying there was nothing left that could truly surprise him anymore. Yet in the very next moment, a terrifying aura of blood burst forth as Woon Wai's hair turned crimson, revealing that he was the current blood demon. Seeing his father's reaction, Woon Wai calmly stopped and remarked that he had poured too much into the cup, which startled Jin Song-baek and made it clear that he had indeed been shaken. Under the warm glow of bright lantern light, Woon Wai, just as he had once done with his maternal grandfather Ha Song-woon, recounted the entirety of his life to his true father, while Jin Song-baek quickly steadied himself, recognizing that his son was both the successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman and the one chosen by the Blood Demon Sword, and he remarked that blood was thicker than water. With a serious look, he then asked whether Woon Wai had been forced into this path by circumstance, or had chosen it of his own will to become the Blood Demon. Woon Wai recalled how his grandfather had once posed a similar question, remembering his words about walking the path one truly desires, and he answered that it had been his own choice, adding that even a butcher could reach enlightenment once he set down the knife. To him, the title of Blood Demon and the entity known as the Blood Cult were not absolute definitions, because he believed that the way he conducted himself within the martial world could reshape how others perceived them, and with firm confidence, he resolved that he would be the one to change that perception according to his own will. As the image of his mother surfaced in his thoughts, he reflected that even though the Blood Demon's blood ran through him, it did not define who he was. and he believed that the Flying Moon Shadow sect would one day prove to the world that it stood apart from the Blood Cult, that the Murim Alliance had been wrong in seeking its destruction, and that in time, people would come to recognize that truth. Watching him, Jin Song-baek felt that his son's convictions and outlook bore a striking resemblance to his wife's, acknowledging inwardly that the child had truly taken after Haryong. He then stated that if this was the path Woon-wai had chosen, he would respect it and would not raise the matter again, which caught Woon-wai off guard. And his father continued, saying that there was only one thing he hoped his son would remember, that he now had a father. Though he had failed to protect his mother, he vowed that he would protect his son, and he declared with certainty that as long as he lived, the unrivaled faction would never stand in his way, urging him to live according to his own heart, whether as the young sect master or as the blood demon. A deep sense of relief and gratitude settled over Woon-wai, as he had braced himself for opposition, but instead received unwavering support. Yet the moment was abruptly broken when someone rushed in with an urgent report. Jin Song-baek ordered the person to remain outside and speak, while Woon-wai wondered what had happened, and the subordinate reported that an intruder had appeared at the Golden Prison, that every guard there had been defeated, and that the prisoner Mu-ak had been poisoned, and was now in critical condition. Jin Song-baek stepped outside and asked whether sect leader Wang was safe, and it was confirmed that he was unharmed, having left just in time. Woon-wai quickly disguised himself and asked for permission to go along, but his father refused, insisting that he remain behind, and although Woon-wai felt the gravity of the situation, Jin Song-baek asserted his authority firmly, leaving him no option but to comply. After Jin Song-baek left, silence filled the room, and Sodom appeared, complaining about how trouble never seemed to cease within the unrivaled faction. Woon-wai grew pensive, noting that Mu-ak's identity had only just been exposed, yet the enemy had already made a move, which implied that an accomplice existed somewhere within the city. He initially considered Ouyang the most suspicious, but then hesitated, recalling that Ouyang's reaction upon seeing the real Cheon Muzong had seemed genuinely shocked, suggesting that the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. Sodom asked what he meant, but before Woon-wai could answer, a knock echoed from the door. Woon-wai replied that the sect leader was not inside, yet the visitor introduced himself as a member of the Heavenless True sect and respectfully requested to meet the young sect master, which left Woon-wai momentarily stunned. When he opened the door, the guard bowed apologetically, explaining that he had been unable to properly express his gratitude earlier due to the circumstances. Woon-wai agreed to follow, and the man stated that he would guide him there, while Sodom questioned his choice in light of his earlier suspicions, though Woon-wai felt an urgent need to act without delay. As they passed through the towering structure, Woon-wai came to realize that the one truly at risk might not be himself, and before long, he stood before the sect master of the Heavenless True sect, who calmly expressed his thanks, admitting that without Woon-wai's help, he might have remained imprisoned until the end of his life. He then dismissed everyone else, leaving the room in complete silence. Cheon Muzong confessed that he felt too ashamed to face him, but before he could continue, Woon-wai politely asked him to stop, then immediately released his spiritual energy to confirm that no one was listening or hiding nearby, and once he was certain, he began to question him, saying there was something he could not understand. When Muzong asked what troubled him, Woon-wai explained that although Mu-ak had been exposed because of him, the situation did not add up, because if Mu-ak had killed him earlier, revealing the truth would have been far more difficult. Believing that Mu-ak would have understood this, he questioned why he would take such a risk by keeping him alive. At this, Muzong fell silent for a moment before reaching into his robes and saying that the answer lay within the very item he had called Woon-wai here to see, explaining that it was the reason Mu-ak had spared him all these years. And then he produced an old, worn sheet of paper, stating that it was something any swordsman would inevitably desire. As Woon-wai looked at it, it first appeared to be nothing more than chaotic scribbles, yet he quickly realized it was far more than that. A tremendous surge of power burst from the markings, prompting the sect leader to acknowledge Woon-wai's perception, pointing out that even from those crude drawings alone, he had already begun to grasp the intent hidden within the sword. Woon-wai tightened his fist as his pulse quickened and his palms turned damp, the realization striking him that what had seemed like meaningless scribbles were, in truth, a mapped sword path. After a brief hesitation, he slowly asked what it actually was. Muzong then disclosed that it was an ancient supreme treasure, a record left behind by a legendary figure once revered as the greatest swordsman, containing the entirety of his sword intent, known as the Secret Records of the Sword Immortal. Hearing the name Secret Records of the Sword Immortal, Woon-wai was shaken to the core, struggling to accept it because the authentic record was supposed to remain at Heavenly Mountain, the very reason behind his regression. Yet after witnessing that overwhelming force with his own eyes, he could not help but wonder who besides the Sword Immortal himself could imprint such a deep understanding of the blade onto a mere sheet of paper. Wanting clarity, he asked where such a treasure had been obtained, and the sect leader answered without hesitation that it had been discovered within Kunlun Mountain. Thinking back, The sect leader explained that he had come across it inside a cave in Kunlun Mountain, a place used to seal the remains of deceased Taoists. The moment Wen Wai heard this, he immediately grasped that such a find could only have happened after the Kunlun sect had already been destroyed, and he further considered that perhaps it was simply the will of heaven that Kunlun no longer existed. Sensing the implication behind those thoughts, the sect leader asked if it sounded as though he had taken advantage of Kunlun's downfall to claim the treasure, and Wen Wai calmly replied that if his words had caused any misunderstanding, he asked for forgiveness. Letting out a quiet sigh, the sect leader acknowledged his honesty and remarked that if he still retained his former power, such bold remarks might not have been spoken so lightly. A statement Wen Wai could not deny as he inwardly recognized that Qion Muzong, having lost most of his internal energy, now appeared no different from an ordinary old man. Muzong then folded the paper and stated that he spoke in this manner because he was its rightful owner, explaining that one of the 3 founding masters of the unrivaled faction, his own great-grandfather, had once been a Taoist of the Kunlun sect, a revelation that left Wen Wai stunned, as it meant the roots of the heavenless true sect were in fact tied to Kunlun. His tone turning cold, Muzong added that although those ties had long since been cut, the tragedy of Kunlun remained the origin of their sect, and was something he could not simply overlook. Because of that, he had resolved to hunt down those responsible for Kunlun's destruction, and, after years of searching, he finally encountered a witness who had seen the event. From that account, he learned that shortly after flames swallowed Kunlun Mountain, a heavy rain began to fall, and within that downpour, the witness saw dozens of masked figures moving under the command of a single leader. What stood out above all was the leader's single eye, which shone with a golden glow even in the darkness, an image so striking it could not be forgotten. The moment he heard this, Wen Wai was visibly shaken, recalling the man with that lone golden eye, never expecting to hear of him in this situation, and wondering if it could be the same figure who had once attacked the Southern Heaven swordsman. The sect leader continued, explaining that this detail had become a vital clue, pushing him to track down the golden-eyed man. Yet his movements did not remain hidden for long, and during that search he encountered Mu AK, ultimately falling victim to his attack, and ending up in his current weakened condition. Wen Wai sank into thought, feeling that the sect leader's account did not seem false, yet a trace of doubt lingered. In such heavy rain, if that golden-eyed individual truly possessed the ability to perceive the flow of energy, there would have been no reason to miss a witness. Sodom, puzzled, suggested that perhaps the downpour had allowed the witness to escape unnoticed, but Wen Wai considered a different possibility, that the witness had been deliberately spared as bait to draw out anyone investigating. Even so, he soon rejected that idea as well, reasoning that if it were truly a trap, there would have been no need to expose such a distinctive trait as the golden eye. Still unconvinced, Wen Wai questioned whether the heavy rain alone could explain it, while Muzong, on the other hand, found it strange that Wen Wai showed little interest in the secret records of the Sword Immortal itself, and instead focused on its origin and the circumstances surrounding it. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Wen Wai inwardly admitted that the matter of the golden-eyed figure had momentarily drawn his attention away, and he noted that since the item already belonged to someone else, he had no intention of coveting it. Even so, something about the entire situation continued to weigh on his mind. Speaking carefully, he warned that if such a golden-eyed individual truly existed behind Mu AK, and if that person were to learn that the real sect leader was still alive, then regardless of the treasure, he would not allow him to live. At that point, the sect leader finally revealed his true purpose, stating that this was exactly why he had called for him, and proposing that if the 8 flowing shadows of the Wind sect agreed to protect the heavenless true sect, he would offer to share the secret records of the Sword Immortal. Wen Wai gave no immediate response, fully aware that the old man had now exposed his real motive, and understanding at last why all subordinates had been dismissed beforehand. As Wen Wai reflected further, he came to the conclusion that the sect leader had likely found it far easier to seek help from him than to approach his father. Muzong shifted slightly before explaining that, at Wen Wai's current level, fully understanding the insights contained within the secret manual would not be easy. However, those very insights were already imprinted in his own mind, and he was willing to pass them on, adding that if Wen Wai could grasp the underlying principles, he would personally instruct him in the sword techniques of the Sword Immortal. Before he could finish, a sudden attack struck him with brutal force. Wen Wai reacted instantly, snapping his gaze upward toward the rafters as he realized someone had been concealed there from the very beginning. The assassin had carefully arranged traps throughout the area, blending so perfectly into the surroundings that his presence was nearly impossible to detect. Only by opening his central dantian could Wen Wai barely pick up a faint trace, revealing that the intruder had mastered an advanced level of stealth. The assassin remained silent, watching him. Without hesitation, Wen Wai drew his sword, gathered force, and leapt toward the hidden attacker. But the assassin had already shifted position, easily avoiding the strike before releasing a stream of spiritual energy. From it, threads spread outward, wrapping themselves around objects behind Wen Wai. Catching the movement, Woon Wai reacted at once as Sodom urgently warned him of an incoming attack from behind, prompting him to evade swiftly, which drew a clear look of amusement from the assassin at his sharp awareness. They both descended to the ground, where the assassin produced 2 daggers, acknowledging that Woon Wai was not someone to underestimate. Hidden weapons shot along the threads toward Woon Wai, forcing him into constant evasion and counterattacks as the pressure continued without pause. Observing closely, the Southern Heaven Iron Sword noted that the technique appeared familiar, and Woon Wai quickly recognized it as the hero annihilating blade technique being executed simultaneously with both daggers. While avoiding each strike, he flipped his body in a swift, fluid somersault. The assassin was clearly taken aback that Woon Wai had managed to evade attacks aimed at his blind spots time and again, sensing that it was not merely sharp vision, but something more, as if he could predict each movement. In the very next moment, Woon Wai's blade was already positioned right before the assassin's face, forcing him to narrowly avoid it. And in doing so, he realized that Woon Wai's familiarity with the technique was no coincidence. As their clash continued, the assassin barely slipped past another strike, questioning how Woon Wai knew this technique. But before he could press the thought further, Woon Wai advanced with a decisive attack, cutting across the assassin's shoulder, even as the assassin manipulated the threads to bind his arm. Irritation creeping into his voice, the assassin demanded to know whether Woon Wai had encountered Han Ji-song, and Woon Wai replied that he had only learned a small portion from him, which was enough to confirm a link. He then turned the question back, asking how the assassin knew the hero annihilating blade technique, only for the man to declare without hesitation that it was his own creation, arrogantly adding that if Woon Wai had learned from Han Ji-song, then he should be considered his grandmaster, even going so far as to suggest taking Woon Wai in as a disciple, claiming it would be a waste to kill someone who had inherited his technique. For a brief moment, Woon Wai entertained the possibility that this man might truly be Han Ji-song's master, but he quickly rejected the idea, calling it absurd and reasoning that if the man had actually taught the Flying Blade Assassin King, then he should be at least over 80 years old. He questioned how someone who appeared to be in his mid-30s could hold such a position unless he had mastered some form of rejuvenation technique. The assassin responded with a teasing tone, hinting that Woon Wai could achieve the same if he chose to follow him. But Woon Wai firmly declined, stating that he had no intention of being killed by someone who looked more like a disciple than a master. In response, the assassin commented on his bold nature before pulling aside his ragged clothing to reveal a wound on his body, suggesting that it might catch his interest, and Woon Wai could only stare in disbelief as he saw that the injury had already fully healed. Woon Wai felt his arm pulled tight, completely bound by the threads, and, as he struggled against them, a memory surfaced of someone who possessed an equally terrifying regenerative ability. Almost immediately, he connected it to the man with the golden eyes and the sealed forest valley, and began to wonder if it was because of the golden physique, a realization that made his body tense, as suspicion formed that this assassin might be tied to that very figure. After a brief moment of thought, he directly asked whether the assassin possessed the golden physique, but although the man showed a flicker of confusion, he quickly abandoned any hesitation and shifted his approach. Without giving Woon Wai time to react, the assassin manipulated the threads and yanked him violently at tremendous speed, sending him crashing into a wall. With his right arm still restrained, Woon Wai could not move properly, and the more he resisted, the tighter the threads dug in. The impact cracked the pillar behind him as the threads coiled fully around his body, and the assassin coldly declared that this would be where he died, tightening the threads further until they crushed down on his arm with brutal force. His face twisted into a dark scowl as he acknowledged Woon Wai's remarkable comprehension while condemning him for knowing things he should not, and with bloodshot eyes, he swung his arm to deliver what he intended as the finishing blow. In that instant, panic surged through Woon Wai as the pressure closed in, tightening to the point it felt as though his body might be torn apart. The assassin hurled him away with immense force, shattering the wall as he gripped his weapon. Yet in the very next moment, Woon Wai appeared behind him, his eyes bloodshot as he launched a counterattack. The assassin sensed it and spun around in shock, unable to understand how Woon Wai had broken free, while Woon Wai twisted his arm, snapping the threads and regaining control over the sword that had been restrained. The two faced each other in a taut standoff as the assassin once again drew together a mass of threads around Woon Wai, expressing surprise that he continued to defy expectations, while Woon Wai remained steady and composed. With curiosity, the assassin demanded to know how he had escaped, and at that moment, a blazing spiritual energy flared from Woon Wai's arm, stunning the assassin, who immediately recognized it as the golden blood body. As he pulled on the threads, confusion spread across his face, noting that Woon Wai was an enigma, and questioning how he could wield both orthodox Miram sword techniques and the strange martial arts of Hei action from the blood cult. And as he clenched his fist, he realized the truth. The silver threads were not being forcefully broken, but instead were being carefully unraveled. Woon Wai unleashed a powerful surge of energy, and the assassin immediately realized that he had reversed the flow of force, causing the threads to lose their grip. With his sword erupting in overwhelming power, Wu Wai pressed forward, driving the assassin back before seizing the opening to deliver a relentless assault. The tide of battle shifted rapidly in his favor. Yet the assassin suddenly curled his lips into a playful smile, lifting his foot to reveal a concealed blade before lunging ahead, convinced that Wu Wai had stepped into his trap. In the very next instant, however, his expression changed sharply as he understood the price of lowering his guard. Wu Wai narrowly evaded the strike, and at that moment, the assassin's eyes widened in shock as he noticed a slight cut across Wu Wai's face, exposing a golden eye. He froze for a split second, and Wu Wai immediately took advantage of that hesitation, launching another decisive attack and piercing him in one swift motion. Afterward, Wu Wai calmly removed his mask and explained that he had already sensed something when the assassin retreated earlier, though he had not expected a hidden dagger inside the shoe. He revealed that his golden vision allowed him to perceive the flow of energy gathering in the assassin's leg, which made it possible to counter the strike. Once he placed the eye patch back over his eye, he stood beside the fallen opponent and remarked that no matter how powerful a person's recovery might be, it would be meaningless if their head were split in two. Sodom raised a concern about whether the assassin could survive even such a fatal injury, which caused Wu Wai to hesitate briefly, but he soon shifted his attention and retrieved an old sheet of paper from the assassin's belongings. It was covered in disordered scribbles with a hole at its center, though traces of the technique still remained. Suddenly, a strange blue flame appeared and began spreading across the paper, consuming it in an instant, and before long, Wu Wai realized that the treasure had been reduced entirely to ash. He reacted with shock and frustration as the opportunity vanished, questioning where the fire had come from, then wondered whether the Southern Heaven Iron Sword had managed to observe its contents and if it could be reproduced from memory. At that moment, a mysterious scene unfolded before him, and he noted that what he was seeing did not feel real, questioning whether Sodom and the Southern Heaven Iron Sword could perceive it as well. Soon after, he found himself standing atop a calm surface of water within an unfamiliar space, unable to hear any response, which left him startled. A voice suddenly echoed, declaring that he had opened the heavenly fist. Wu Wai immediately judged that this must be an illusion, as the speaker appeared to know things that should have been impossible to know. The voice let out a quiet chuckle, clearly amused by his wariness, and in that moment, Wu Wai realized that his thoughts seemed to have been read. The elder commented that such caution was only natural, given the harsh life he had endured and how it had shaped his distrust of others, leaving Wu Wai with the unsettling sense that the old man could see straight through him. The elder then began speaking about the stages of sword cultivation, explaining that gaining true understanding of the sword would open the dubhi, and that now that Wu Wai had begun to hear the voices of the blade, a new path had revealed itself. He continued, stating that heavenly chi could be awakened through the bond between sword and wielder, and that even flames could be controlled with the proper state of mind, concluding that the heavenly fist had already been opened. As Wu Wai listened, the voice felt oddly familiar, and with a serious tone, he asked the elder to reveal his identity, to which the reply came calmly, that people called him the Sword Immortal. Meanwhile, near the tower of the Heavenless True Sect, another situation unfolded. After examining the area, a subordinate reported that everyone present had already been killed, and when asked who could have done it, he admitted he did not know, but considering that even the sect's martial masters had been slain without resistance, it had to be the work of someone extraordinarily powerful. He added that, judging by the wounds, it seemed a single individual was responsible for the ruthless slaughter. Hearing this, Ouyang immediately thought of a certain dangerous figure, realizing that this person was likely searching for the reason Mu AK had kept Cheon Muzong alive, which aligned with his own objective. After confirming there was no activity within the tower, they entered a dark chamber, where the subordinate panicked upon discovering sect leader Muzong's lifeless body, already cold, his posture suggesting he had tried to move despite suffering a fatal cut to the throat. Ouyang paused, reasoning that if the one responsible had killed the divine martial sword emperor, then he must have uncovered the truth behind Mu AK's earlier actions. Nearby, he spotted Wu Wai standing completely still and silent, and assuming that the culprit had left him paralyzed, he considered it a fortunate turn, as it meant there would be no need for a direct confrontation. He then ordered his subordinates to deal with Wu Wai, while he turned his attention to another corpse lying close by. Curious about the corpse's identity, Ouyang observed that the face was unrecognizable, the head split cleanly in two, making it impossible to distinguish. As he carefully pieced it back together, the assassin's face was revealed, his eyes completely black, and a wave of shock struck him as he struggled to process what he was seeing. At that exact moment, the subordinate standing behind him was suddenly ripped apart by a violent force erupting from Wu Wai. Stunned in his stillness, Ouyang grasped the implication that the assassin, whose skill had surpassed his own, had been killed by Wu Wai. Turning toward the young sect leader, he found it impossible to believe that Wu Wai possessed such strength and concluded that he must have concealed his true abilities the entire time. A fearsome surge of spiritual energy spread outward as Wu Wai opened his radiant eye, and in a calm yet chilling tone, He demanded to know what Ouyang Jie thought he was doing. The Sword Immortal was known as one of the rare legendary figures in all of Murim, and Woon Wai could not suppress his astonishment, as someone revered by countless martial artists now stood right before him, making the moment feel almost unreal. His mind swirled with confusion as he tried to make sense of what had just happened, since he had only held the paper for a brief instant, yet everything around him had suddenly shifted. The Sword Immortal calmly explained that the sheet he had touched contained a fragment of his soul, similar to the soul fragment of the Blood Demon, housed within the Blood Demon's sword, and added that even he had not anticipated such a result after reading the Fecta. He went on to reveal that he had split his soul into 3 separate fragments and sealed them within different treasures. Yet somehow 2 of those fragments had ended up with the same individual, meaning Woon Wai was the one fated to possess them. Woon Wai wondered if this division had been meant to prevent the treasures from ever falling into the hands of a single person, while also noting that he himself had never actively sought out the ones he carried. The Sword Immortal responded that treasures did not belong to those who merely desired them, but instead came to those bound by fate, just as they had come to Woon Wai, leaving him momentarily stunned by the weight of that connection. The Sword Immortal then remarked that Woon Wai was fortunate to have gathered multiple soul fragments and to be able to speak with him directly, but warned that continuing their conversation would slowly disperse the fragment, which would not be beneficial. As he took hold of Woon Wai's hand, Woon Wai was startled to feel it move on its own, while the old man calmly observed that his swordsmanship was upright and steady, wondering aloud whether his own teachings would even be necessary. Confused by the remark, Woon Wai tried to understand, and the Sword Immortal explained that he had already obtained the greatest treasure left behind, the ability to communicate with the sword itself, which embodied the essence of everything he had achieved, to the point that even the sword soul recorded in the scriptures could not be considered superior to what Woon Wai already possessed. This revelation left Woon Wai deeply shaken, unable to fully grasp how even the techniques of the Sword Immortal could fail to surpass what he already held, while the old man simply turned away and spoke of a principle, that all streams ultimately return to their source, before asking whether Woon Wai understood what it meant. He answered according to his own understanding, explaining that no matter how many techniques a person mastered, they would ultimately converge into a single form, even though many dismissed such an idea as unrealistic. Hearing this, the Sword Immortal let out a hearty laugh and admitted that he himself had once thought the same. He then asked Woon Wai to show the sword technique he was most skilled in, saying there was no better way to grasp it than through direct experience. Woon Wai agreed, drawing his sword while reflecting that he did not fully understand what the old man intended to convey, though his words carried a sense of truth. Taking his stance, he prepared to demonstrate his most refined technique and sought guidance. In the next instant, he leaped forward and unleashed a powerful strike that stirred the air as it surged toward the Sword Immortal. Yet his expression abruptly shifted to shock as the old man effortlessly deflected it with a single, simple motion. Woon Wai was left stunned, realizing that a chain of intricate techniques had been nullified so easily. His sword was knocked from his grasp and sent flying upward, and in that moment, he felt as though he had glimpsed a realm of martial mastery far beyond his reach, something he could not yet comprehend. Dropping to the ground, he struggled to make sense of what he had just witnessed, while the Sword Immortal calmly explained that all things would eventually return to nothingness, and that one day Woon Wai would come to understand this truth. Woon Wai respectfully admitted his shortcomings and asked for further instruction, but the Sword Immortal turned away, stating that upon reaching his current realm, he had forgotten all techniques bound by form, as nothing was ever perfect, and so he had erased them entirely from his mind. This left Woon Wai feeling hollow and unsettled, as if such insight could not be grasped through words alone, and he wondered whether he had just encountered a rare opportunity, yet failed to gain anything from it. Sensing this unease, the Sword Immortal reassured him not to lose heart, instead promising to help him forge his own path in the sword. Woon Wai lifted his gaze in surprise as the Sword Immortal explained that the path he currently followed was the lifelong culmination of another swordsman's journey, one that had been refined over time but remained incomplete. With a serious expression, he declared that he would guide Woon Wai in discovering a new path, one connected to the luminous star sword technique. The scene shifted to the heavenless True Sex Tower, where chaos had already taken hold as Ouyang Jie was blasted away and fled in desperation, repeatedly glancing back in shock as he realized that Woon Wai had become someone entirely different from what he had imagined, leaving him wondering what he could have possibly done to wield such refined chi at such a young age. Meanwhile, Woon Wai stood amidst the wreckage as multiple opponents charged at him like wild beasts. Yet despite their relentless assaults, he moved with astonishing speed, evading every strike with ease and cutting them down with single, decisive blows. Sodom spoke with concern, asking why Woon Wai had suddenly gone silent and remained motionless earlier, and Woon Wai explained that when he touched the scripture, it had ignited in blue flames and drawn him into another realm, where he encountered the Sword Immortal and received guidance. Unable to comprehend this, Sodom said she had seen nothing at all, prompting Woon Wai to clarify that it had been a mental space formed by a fragment of the Sword Immortal's soul, something visible only to him. Thinking back, Woon Wai recalled how the Sword Immortal had praised him, saying that even if a path were opened, it would mean nothing without true understanding. Woon Wai had expressed his gratitude for the guidance, but the old man had urged him to return. Wanting to stay longer and learn more, Woon Wai brought up the matter of enlightenment. While the Sword Immortal pointed out that time in that realm did not flow the same way and was not entirely still, Woon Wai tried to remain and ask further questions, even raising whether his regression to the past had been arranged by the Sword Immortal. But the old man offered no reply and departed without answering. Back in reality, Sodom asked whether he had attained enlightenment, and Woon Wai admitted that he had not yet reached such a level. Explaining that even with the Sword Immortal's guidance, his understanding was still incomplete. He added that he could not yet utilize Qin Shi through his hands and feet like the 8 martial masters of the Central Plains or the 4 great evils, though he felt he stood on the verge of breaking through the barrier before him. Sodom then shifted the topic, questioning why he had been searching the fallen assassin's body and wondering if it had been for another scripture. Woon Wai realized that Ouyang Jie had likely escaped during the chaos, but said that before chasing him, there was something he needed to take care of, noting that the man must have slipped away while his subordinates were engaging him. Sodom urged him to move quickly, warning that letting such a powerful enemy escape could lead to serious consequences. Woon Wai, however, showed no urgency, maintaining a calm confidence as he remarked that there was nowhere for the man to escape. As he spoke, he made use of the threads he had taken earlier, revealing that he now possessed 2 silver threads. Sodom reacted with surprise, while Woon Wai simply commented that throwing them away would have been a waste. His gaze sharpened as he concentrated, extending his senses outward in search of his target, and before long, he located the fleeing sect leader nearing the city gate. In the next instant, Woon Wai shot forward like a beam of light and cut off his path. Facing him directly, Woon Wai stated that while he had once been unsure, he was now certain that the sect leader was working with the enemy. In response, Ouyang Jie swiftly swallowed a pill, inwardly cursing as he realized that Woon Wai had no intention of letting him go. Suspecting it might be poison, Woon Wai moved to stop him from taking his own life. But the man's aura suddenly shifted drastically. He burst into laughter, ridiculing the situation before releasing a surge of power that forced Woon Wai to retreat, declaring that it was already too late. The man claimed that even if Woon Wai regretted confronting him now, it would change nothing, as the pill had greatly enhanced his strength, and he intended to tear him apart. Woon Wai assessed the sudden rise in power, considering whether it was the effect of the orb, yet his expression remained composed. With a faint, cold smile, he remarked that this fight would require some effort. His opponent sneered at the remark, dismissing it as arrogance, while Woon Wai, without hesitation, steadied his stance, drew his sword, and prepared to unleash a new move, the 4th form of the luminous star sword technique. Ouyang Jie immediately lunged forward, inwardly cursing Woon Wai as an insolent brat and declaring that he would pay dearly for interfering in his affairs, his eyes burning with killing intent as he charged without restraint. Woon Wai's expression hardened as he released his newly grasped technique, while Ouyang continued his advance, completely unaware that the gleaming tip of a sword was already poised to meet him. In the next instant, 2 swift slashes cut across him, stopping him in place, and even as blood poured out, confusion filled his face as he failed to understand what had just happened. Without pause, Woon Wai followed with a rising dragon slash, and as he passed by, his opponent collapsed, letting out agonized screams. The Southern Heaven Iron Sword immediately grew curious, and asked whether that had been the improved luminous star sword technique, and Woon Wai calmly confirmed it, noting that its trajectory was vastly different from before while admitting he had not expected to use it so soon. He observed that Ouyang might still be alive, though whether he would be able to speak after such a devastating strike remained uncertain as he lay unmoving on the ground. The Southern Heaven Iron Sword recalled how its former master had greatly admired the Sword Immortal, and remarked that he would have been overjoyed to see his sword art refined by Woon Wai, certain that he would have felt proud. Woon Wai asked what had caused the sword to smile, but it brushed the question aside, saying it was nothing. At that moment, sect leader Wang suddenly appeared, recognizing Woon Wai as the young sect master of the 8 flowing shadows of the Wind sect, while inwardly expressing surprise at the unfamiliar presence before him. Woon Wai remained calm and questioned Wang's reason for being there, but Wang immediately returned the question and pointed out that the mustache Woon Wai had earlier was now gone. Slightly caught off guard, Woon Wai explained that he had been wearing a human skin mask, which had since fallen off. A subordinate quickly stepped forward to report that the fallen man was indeed sect leader Ouyang of the hidden illusion martial sect, prompting Wang Qiol to cautiously confirm it himself, and after examining the body, he concluded that the bloodshot eyes, darkened veins, and disordered flow of vital energy were clear signs that a blood-burst pill had been used. Hearing this, Woon Wai grew curious about the pill, and the subordinate explained that it was a newly discovered medicinal substance, presenting the black pill and stating that it could instantly amplify one's internal energy, though it carried the severe risk of cultivation deviation. Woon Wai immediately grasped the situation, realizing that this had been the source of Ouyang's sudden increase in power, and that he had been willing to gamble everything just to eliminate him. A suspicion surfaced in Wu Wai's mind, and he questioned whether their pursuit of him was connected to those who used the explosive blood pill. The subordinate promptly confirmed this, admitting that they were all members of the hidden illusion martial sect. Wang Qiol stepped forward and added that numerous spies were still embedded within the faction, including Mu AK. Wu Wai agreed, stating that the ones eliminated earlier had not been the entirety of them, and Wang Qiol concurred, noting that they had even infiltrated the prison and attempted to assassinate Mu AK as well. Wu Wai reasoned that their goal had likely been to silence Mu AK, though it clearly extended beyond that, and after a moment of thought, he added that they were probably trying to incite internal conflict using the explosive blood pill. Wang Qiol then asked why Ouyang had been fighting him, prompting Wu Wai to shift the topic and reveal that sect leader Qion had been killed. At this, Wang Qiol was left stunned, and Wu Wai calmly explained that about an hour earlier, he had been summoned to the Heavenless True Sect's tower, and during their conversation, they had been ambushed by a masked attacker, in the midst of which sect leader Qion was assassinated. Wang Qiol covered his face in anguish and asked whether Wu Wai knew the reason behind the murder, but Wu Wai replied that he had not yet determined it and had intended to question sect leader Ouyang. He then asked if Wang Qiol could take over the matter instead. After a brief pause, Wang Qiol agreed, stating that he would first investigate the hidden illusion martial sect's tower, and asked whether Wu Wai would accompany him, but Wu Wai respectfully declined, and Wang Qiol accepted his decision without issue. Wu Wai then asked about his father's whereabouts, and Wang Qiol confirmed that sect leader Jin was currently at the prison, trying to keep the imposter Mu AK alive. At that moment, Jin Song Baek could be seen gripping Mu AK's head, sweat pouring down his face as a strange black energy emanated from the man's body. Jin Song Baek remarked with mild irritation that all the poison within Mu AK had already been neutralized, though it would take some time before he regained consciousness. Even so, a lingering unease remained as he questioned why the intruders had resorted to poison after infiltrating the prison, since killing Mu AK outright would have been far simpler, leading him to suspect that it might have been nothing more than a diversion or a calculated deception. At that moment, a faint sound came from outside, prompting Jin Song Baek to become alert as he briefly wondered whether sect leader Wang had returned, only to dismiss the thought upon recalling that Wang had gone to the hidden illusion martial sect and could not have come back so quickly. Sensing an aura comparable to that of top-tier masters, he concluded that whoever approached possessed similar strength and called out. Soon after, Wu Wai's voice answered, revealing his identity, and Jin Song Baek was momentarily startled before quickly expressing relief, noting that he had nearly struck him. As he observed his son more closely, he sensed a distinct change within such a short span of time, perceiving a flow of power surrounding him, and concluding that he had reached enlightenment. Wu Wai inwardly acknowledged his father's sharp perception and explained that his insight had come from the sword traces drawn on the paper shown to him by sect leader Qion, prompting Jin Song Baek to reflect that gaining such understanding from mere markings meant the creator must have been an extraordinary figure, ultimately concluding that it was likely a treasure left behind by the legendary sword immortal, a deduction that silently astonished Wu Wai. Just then, Mu AK let out a weak cough, showing signs of waking, and Wu Wai asked whether Wang Qiol had managed to extract any information. Jin Song Baek replied that despite various methods, Mu AK had remained silent, and that further, more patient questioning would be necessary. Mu AK lay trembling on the ground in a frail state, while Jin Song Baek added that they would need time, as the poison had weakened him and his dantian had been destroyed, leaving him no stronger than an ordinary old man with no martial training, and warned that if they were not careful, he could die at any moment. Understanding the situation, Wu Wai respectfully asked for permission to speak with him alone, and although slightly surprised, Jin Song Baek agreed and stepped outside, saying he would wait. Wu Wai immediately placed his hand on Mu AK's body, and as a surge of energy spread through him, the old man's eyes flew open in terror, his body trembling as he desperately groveled, begging for mercy while denying any responsibility for ruining the plan. Wu Wai quickly understood that the unnamed figure Mu AK referred to must be the true mastermind, noting inwardly that this person was deliberately keeping their identity hidden. Sodom, watching Mu AK shake in fear, questioned why he was so terrified, and Wu Wai explained that he was using the illusionary eye to force him to see the one he feared most. Sodom wondered if he might be mistaken and suggested it could be Samachuk, but Wu Wai rejected the idea, reasoning that if Samachuk were truly the one he feared above all, Mu AK would have completely concealed himself from Zheng, since he had not. It meant this unknown figure was the one he feared most, which was why he had obeyed his commands. Knowing the effect would not last long, Wu Wai quickly considered what he needed to ask in order to extract anything useful. He pressed for answers without delay, questioning whether Mu AK even remembered the orders he had been given and pointing out that despite failing, he was still desperately clinging to his life. Mu AK insisted that unforeseen complications had occurred and begged for another chance, claiming everything would have gone as planned if not for Wen Wai. He went on to say that he could have killed the ruthless divine wind and allowed the leader to manipulate the unrivaled faction. Hearing this, Wen Wai silently confirmed that the memories from before his regression had been accurate, where Mu AK had killed his father and seized control of the faction. As Mu AK continued, he mentioned that the blood demon sword had been taken, which shocked Wen Wai and brought back earlier events involving an attack tied to it. He began to suspect that this was part of a far larger scheme, possibly involving hidden operatives within the blood cult, and realized that while it had succeeded in his previous life, it had failed this time. Wen Wai coldly dismissed Mu AK's excuses and demanded what he could possibly do now after failing, and Mu AK pleaded to be sent to the blood cult, insisting that he would retrieve the blood demon sword. Wen Wai found this difficult to understand, and wondered whether the guard who had attacked earlier had been one of Mu AK's subordinates, ultimately concluding that the situation was far more extensive than he had expected, and that what had happened within the unrivaled faction was only a small piece of a much larger plot. Recalling Mu AK's plea to be sent to the blood cult, Wen Wai concluded that there must be infiltrators within the blood cult as well. He questioned how Mu AK intended to recover the sword after failing to protect it once, and Mu AK replied that the fault was not entirely his, placing the blame on the Bloodlord instead. He explained that both successors of the Blood Demon had been made to act, which ultimately led to the sword's loss, insisting that if only one had moved, the Blood Demon sword would have remained in their hands. The more Wen Wai listened, the more his confusion deepened, as he recalled the letters that had urged loyalty toward whoever obtained the sword, influencing both Baek Ryonha and Baek Haihyang. From this, he deduced that the ones behind those letters were the third Supreme Gu Jiang and the second Bloodstar Yu Baek, meaning that one of them had to be the Bloodlord while the other served as the unnamed subordinate. Realizing that time was running short, he understood that he needed to uncover the Bloodlord's identity without delay. As Mu AK continued to beg for another chance, Wen Wai asked whether he would be able to serve under the Bloodlord if granted a final opportunity, and as Mu AK lifted his head, he immediately pledged his loyalty. However, in the next instant, the illusion shattered, and Mu AK recognized the deception, reacting with both shock and fury. Wen Wai remained composed, remarking that he had fallen for it without resistance, and then coldly pressed him again, demanding that he reveal the identity of the Bloodlord at once. Mu AK suddenly burst into laughter, and the tension in the room escalated at once. Wen Wai pressed him again for the identity of the Bloodlord, and although Mu AK initially appeared to agree with unsettling calm, the abrupt change left Wen Wai momentarily caught off guard, wondering if he truly intended to speak. Yet in the next breath, Mu AK's expression twisted with hostility as he rejected the idea outright, declaring that nothing mattered anymore before suddenly launching a fierce attack toward him. Sodom was startled by the sudden shift and questioned what was happening, unable to believe that Mu AK still possessed internal energy, while Wen Wai calmly admitted that he had underestimated him, recalling that Mu AK had once been counted among the 5 great evils. Watching closely, he realized that although Mu AK's Dantian had been destroyed, he was now using his heart as a substitute to gather and circulate what remained of his energy, confirming this conclusion with certainty. Consumed by killing intent, Mu AK declared that he would die together with Wen Wai, blaming him for the failure of everything and insisting that he would pay with his life. As his fury surged, strange currents of power began to ripple through the air, forcing his remaining strength to its absolute limit. In response, Wen Wai simply raised his hand and observed that Mu AK's internal energy was already breaking apart, noting that his power was no longer what it once had been. Drawing the scattered energy inward, Wen Wai gathered a vast force and unleashed the 4th technique of the Great Blood Heavenly Finger together with the Blood Acupoint Finger form. The strike landed with precise accuracy, throwing Mu AK into panic and confusion as he demanded to know Wen Wai's identity and his connection to the Blood Demon's lineage. Struck head-on, he was driven down brutally and collapsed to his knees. Wen Wai then lowered his hand and stated that it was enough, observing that Mu AK's origin energy was rapidly dispersing and warning that continued resistance would only lead to death. He declared that he would spare him and demanded that he reveal the identity of the Bloodlord before it was too late. At that moment, Jin Song Baek stepped inside and immediately sensed that the situation had not unfolded smoothly, though Wen Wai calmly assured him that it was still under control. Even then, Mu AK refused to yield and launched another desperate strike. But Wen Wai swiftly gathered his energy once more and executed the 7th form of the Great Blood Heavenly Finger Art, countering with a powerful palm that sent Mu AK flying back. Jin Song Baek quietly observed the overwhelming gap in strength, thinking to himself that although Wen Wai was his son, his power was truly extraordinary, as he had managed to defeat someone who had once stood among the 5 great evils, even in a weakened state. Wen Wai then pressed Mu AK once more, demanding the truth about the Bloodlord. As the interrogation continued, Mu AK caught sight of Woon Wai's eyes and became visibly shaken, which made Woon Wai realize that his eye patch had slipped. Jin Sung Baek immediately questioned what he meant by those eyes, while Woon Wai grew flustered and hurried to explain. In that brief lapse of attention, neither of them noticed a snake silently emerging from Mu AK's body, and as Woon Wai turned and lowered his hand, his golden eye was fully exposed, leaving his father stunned. 2 days later, inside the office of the 8 Flowing Shadows of the Wind sect, Jin Sung Baek studied a portrait while speculating about the identity of the unnamed figure. Woon Wai remarked that he could not confirm whether the face in the portrait was genuine or simply a disguise, and Jin Sung Baek agreed, stating that it was only logical, given that the man operated from the shadows, suggesting that even that face could merely be a mask. He added that if Woon Wai's assumption was correct, then the individual was likely connected to a power similar to the golden eyes Woon Wai had encountered beneath the sealed forest valley, an assessment Woon Wai accepted. Jin Sung Baek then connected the matter to the Mount Mao sect, and Woon Wai noted that he had believed the sect had long since been wiped out, recalling that they were known for their sorcery and their ability to manipulate corpses. Jin Sung Baek responded that there was no need for further explanation since Woon Wai already understood, adding that the Mount Mao sect had been eradicated after attempting to aid the government in suppressing Murim. He speculated that if the unnamed individual was the lone survivor, then his actions might stem from resentment toward Murim, interpreting it as a form of vengeance. He went on to remark that they might have uncovered more clues if the sealed forest valley had not been submerged, expressing regret over the lost opportunity. Woon Wai considered this carefully and concluded that while the theory was plausible, it remained unproven, and it was still too early to accept it as fact. He then turned his thoughts to another unresolved question, wondering that if this individual possessed enough power to wipe out Kunlun in a single night, instill fear into someone who had once been among the 5 great evils, and stand on equal footing with the 4 great evils, or even the 8 martial masters, then why continue to act from the shadows instead of stepping forward directly? After letting out a quiet sigh, he admitted there was no way to answer it for now, though he remained certain that a clue would eventually reveal itself. His thoughts also shifted to the spies embedded within the blood cult by that same figure, realizing he would need to determine whether it was the 3rd Supreme or the 2nd Blood Star, and use them to uncover more about the hidden mastermind. Noticing his concern, Jin Sung Baek offered his help, but Woon Wai declined, saying he was fine and reminding him that he still had responsibilities within the unrivaled faction. Jin Sung Baek, however, reassured him that his priority was his son, not the sect, while Woon Wai voiced his concern about exposing his identity as the Blood Demon before unifying the blood cult. Jin Sung Baek firmly insisted that Woon Wai place his own safety above all else, then presented him with the sect leader's plaque of the 8 Flowing Shadows of the Wind sect as a form of support, which Woon Wai accepted. He explained that he had intended to give it to him long ago, but had not yet made one for the younger leader, adding that carrying it would allow him to contact the sect and call for assistance whenever needed. In return, Woon Wai handed over an item that had been entrusted to him, saying that he believed his mother would have wanted him to keep it as well, and Jin Sung Baek accepted it with gratitude, promising to protect it carefully. Woon Wai then made a request, asking that his younger sister, Young, be protected in the future, and his father agreed without hesitation. After expressing his thanks, Woon Wai added that there was one final matter to discuss, revealing his intention to undergo the Evil Moon Sword's test the following day. Jin Sung Baek was clearly taken aback and warned that the trial was nothing like ordinary tests, stressing that it was a matter of life and death, then asked seriously whether Woon Wai had feelings for the Evil Moon Sword's daughter, and whether it was truly worth risking everything. Woon Wai fell silent for a moment, recalling his memories of her before affirming his resolve, and Jin Sung Baek responded with a faint laugh, accepting his decision as he acknowledged that he could not stand in the way of the path his son had chosen. As night settled in, Jin Sung Baek reminded Woon Wai that he was a member of the Jin family before he was a son, and that he stood as the young leader of the 8 Flowing Shadows of the Wind sect before he was the Blood Demon, then declared that he would personally pass down the sect's ultimate technique. Hearing this, Woon Wai tensed visibly as the memory of that storm-like martial arts surfaced in his mind, while Jin Sung Baek explained that martial techniques could manifest differently depending on the practitioner's method of cultivation, warning that learning too many could cause internal conflict. As his aura rose with overwhelming force, he noted that Woon Wai had already studied a wide range of martial arts and questioned whether he could truly master the 8 Flowing Shadows technique, deciding to test him personally to see if he could endure the sect's ultimate art. Woon Wai immediately unleashed a rapid succession of slashes as father and son clashed in an intense sparring match. Sodom, watching from the side, grew visibly uneasy and urged him to try a different approach, pointing out that he seemed to be exhausting his techniques and suggesting that he make use of the Blood Demon's power or the Golden Blood Body. However, Woon Wai calmly explained that the purpose of this exchange was for his father to observe the martial arts he had already learned, adding that if he were to release his full strength, it would prevent Jin Sung Baek from properly assessing his current state. Sodom then noticed Jin Sung-baek's composed and indifferent expression and remarked that Woon Wai should exert more effort, as it did not appear to satisfy him. Woon Wai began to question whether he was indeed lacking and slightly withdrew his hand, concluding that his father needed to clearly see his shortcomings. With that in mind, he prepared to demonstrate the final move of the luminous star sword art. Yet before he could carry it out, Jin Sung-baek suddenly interrupted and stopped him, declaring that the demonstration should end there, then added that Woon Wai might no longer be suited to learn the martial arts of the 8 flowing shadows of the wind sect, leaving him completely stunned. Jin Sung-baek then explained that their sect possessed 8 distinct martial arts, all derived from a single divine origin, yet their internal energies could still clash with one another. The reason these 8 disciplines could coexist in harmony was due to a secret technique left by their founding ancestor, known as the creation and transformation realm. Pointing toward Woon Wai's chest, he stated that reaching this state required the opening of one's chi, noting that Woon Wai had already accomplished this and had become adept at handling innate core energy, which explained why the various martial arts he had learned were able to coexist without conflict. Hearing this, Woon Wai fell into deep contemplation. Jin Sung-baek let out a soft laugh and added that even after opening his own chi, he had not fully grasped the secret of the transformation realm, then remarked that the one who created the innate energy cultivation method and enabled Woon Wai to open his chi must have been an unparalleled martial artist. This caused Woon Wai to grow suspicious, as he recalled that the manual had not been created by the Southern Heaven Swordsman, but had only been discovered by chance. He then asked his father whether he was suited to absorbing multiple martial arts, and why he would not be able to accept the techniques of the 8 flowing shadows of the wind sect. Jin Sung-baek replied that he may not have explained himself clearly and clarified that the techniques Woon Wai had already learned were of an exceptionally high level, not inferior to the sect's own martial arts, a point Woon Wai inwardly acknowledged as true. His father then advised him to focus on advancing and stabilizing the creation realm rather than attempting to master all 8 styles, explaining that by doing so, any techniques he learned in the future could be brought into harmony under his control. He also stressed the importance of the flowing shadow steps, emphasizing that footwork formed the foundation of all martial arts. Woon Wai felt a trace of surprise, thinking that he might not gain anything new here after all. Yet he also understood that concentrating on the creation realm would be beneficial and might even lead him toward a level of enlightenment similar to what the Sword Immortal had described. Though he felt some regret at not being able to learn the 8 martial arts, he recognized that this path could lead to greater growth. He then asked his father whether he still possessed a sword he had once used. Jin Sung-baek, slightly taken aback, confirmed that he did and asked why, to which Woon Wai requested to borrow it, prompting Sodom to interpret that he intended to use fekta to comprehend the techniques contained within it. Woon Wai confirmed this, explaining that true understanding required experiential insight and that he needed to repeatedly observe and absorb martial arts through mental reconstruction using fekta, believing that this approach would allow him to progress further and possibly overcome many of his internal barriers. With firm determination, he resolved to do everything within his power to pass the upcoming test of the Evil Moon Sword. The next day, in Fuan County, Woon Wai appeared visibly fatigued when his father noticed him and asked about his condition. Woon Wai reassured him that he was fine, though Jin Sung-baek mentioned hearing that he had been sleeping on the ground with his sword, to which Woon Wai responded with an awkward laugh, while inwardly admitting that he had spent the entire night mentally reconstructing his father's sword techniques before collapsing from exhaustion. Sodom expressed concern that he was pushing himself too far and should have taken time to rest, but Woon Wai insisted it had been necessary, explaining that he had no other choice, especially since the precious sword could not be carried around freely as it was a gift from his mother to his father. Even so, he felt satisfied with the progress he had achieved in just a single day. Jin Sung-baek then asked why Woon Wai had brought him all the way to Fuan County. Upon arriving, Jin Sung-baek grew puzzled when he realized they had come to a physician's residence. Unable to understand the reason, since he was neither injured nor ill, but Woon Wai calmly urged him to go inside, offering a faint smile as he assured him that he would be surprised once again. Jin Sung-baek let out a sigh, remarking that he had not expected any more surprises, though he supposed one more would not hurt, and as he stepped forward, he wondered what awaited him within. Suddenly, he overheard voices speaking about going out for a walk, and when he turned toward the sound, he was left completely stunned to see Sima Young and her grandfather preparing to leave. In disbelief, Jin Sung-baek approached and called out to them, prompting both to react with equal shock. Ha Sung-woon questioned what his son-in-law was doing there, while Sima Young stood frozen in astonishment. At that moment, Woon Wai transmitted his voice to her, greeting her and confirming that Jin Sung-baek was indeed his father, while also expressing gratitude for how she had taken care of his grandfather. Sima Young modestly brushed aside the thanks and said she wished to properly greet his father. Overcome with emotion, Jin Sung-baek apologized, having believed that Ha Sung-woon had died during the earlier incident, but the old man explained that he had simply chosen to live as though he were dead. Filled with guilt, Jin Song-baek blamed himself for being too weak to protect Haryong and her father. Yet Ha Song-woon gently reassured him, saying it was not his fault and that this moment should be one of reunion rather than sorrow, adding that he had never held any resentment and urging him to forgive himself. Sima Young then led Woon-wai aside, suggesting that he could greet his father later, and although Woon-wai agreed, he added that there was still one matter that needed to be resolved immediately. He then asked about her father, setting the stage for what was to come. Samachuk was already waiting in the bamboo forest and acknowledged Woon-wai's arrival, noting that he had not run from the challenge, and Woon-wai responded by stating that he had come to undergo the test. Samachuk narrowed his eyes as he studied Woon-wai, asking whether his father had been the one to teach him, as he seemed noticeably different. Woon-wai admitted that he had learned a little, inwardly acknowledging that such perception was only to be expected. Samachuk remarked that he was fortunate, yet warned that it might not be enough for what lay ahead, then set his condition. Woon-wai must endure 10 full-powered strikes if he wished to earn the right to stand beside his daughter. Sima Young reacted in shock, protesting angrily as she declared the condition unreasonable, but Woon-wai calmly stopped her and reassured her, accepting the terms without hesitation despite her attempt to intervene. Samachuk then explained that he had lost her mother because of his position as one of the 4 great evils, reminding her that Woon-wai was the blood demon, a path that would inevitably be filled with hardship and danger. He pointed out that Woon-wai had not yet even taken control of the blood cult, and questioned whether he should not first prove his strength before leading her down such a road. He further stated that within Murim, those without power were always at the mercy of those who possessed it, expressing confidence that Woon-wai understood this truth. Woon-wai recalled the hardships he had endured and firmly acknowledged that reality, while Sima Young felt torn, realizing she had never seen this side of her father, yet still believing the test was too harsh, as if he did not truly want Woon-wai to succeed. Samachuk then turned back to Woon-wai and calmly declared that he would allow him to make the first move. Woon-wai released a fierce surge of energy and rushed forward, driving a powerful punch straight at him. The force behind it was immense, yet Samachuk blocked it effortlessly, remarking that Woon-wai had not drawn his sword and questioning whether he intended to hold back. In response, Woon-wai immediately followed with another technique, unleashing the 6th form of the 8 flowing shadows of the wind terrain fist combined with a shattering explosive strike, the impact pushing Samachuk slightly backward and leaving Sima Young stunned as she witnessed it. Remaining composed, Samachuk gave a faint, mocking remark that Woon-wai seemed to possess quite a few tricks and asked if there was more to show, while Woon-wai, his aura fierce and unwavering, calmly stated that 9 moves still remained before he could pass the test. Woon-wai asked for a moment to speak before continuing the test, and when Samachuk questioned what it was, a brief flicker of surprise crossed his face as Woon-wai slowly lowered his blindfold, revealing the golden eye beneath. He then explained that during his time in the caves of the sealed forest valley, while being chased through chambers filled with traps, his eye had transformed into something like one of those chambers. Samachuk remained silent for a moment before calmly accepting the explanation and declaring that the test would proceed. Without delay, Woon-wai surged forward, unleashing a barrage of rapid and unrelenting attacks, while Samachuk moved calmly, evading each strike as he observed that Woon-wai appeared intent on preventing him from drawing his sword. Feeling the mounting pressure, Woon-wai intensified his assault, fully aware that the moment Samachuk unsheathed his weapon, the balance would shift drastically, and so he focused on delivering as many blows as possible while his opponent remained unarmed. As the clash continued, Samachuk carefully measured his movements while Woon-wai countered with techniques such as the 7th form of the Great Blood Heavenly Art. In response, Samachuk released spheres of energy that struck Woon-wai's hand, freezing it mid-motion as he recognized the steel marble, and another iron sphere followed, forcing him to block directly, before a 3rd surge of force struck, spreading a chilling pressure that tore through the ground. Woon-wai steadied himself by channeling all his internal energy into his arm and activating the blood gold body to withstand the attack. Yet even then, he could not ignore the vast difference in their strength, struggling to maintain control as Samachuk finally grasped his sword. Samachuk stated that 2 exchanges had already passed, leaving 8 remaining, but his daughter interrupted, arguing that the steel marble strikes should also count since he had endured 3 attacks. After a brief pause, Samachuk accepted this and counted it as 3, then instructed Woon-wai to draw his sword. Woon-wai entered a heightened state of focus as the remaining exchanges unfolded within the bamboo forest, and in an instant, Samachuk vanished and launched a sword strike toward him, causing Sima Young to cry out in alarm. However, the attack cut through only an afterimage, as Woon-wai had already shifted behind him using the ruthless divine wind's flowing shadow step. Samachuk blocked the follow-up strike without even turning, making Woon-wai realize that his opponent had already anticipated his movement, while at the same time, a sharp strain spread through his palms as though they might tear apart. Woon-wai noticed the energy gathering in Samachuk's sword hand and immediately understood that an attack was about to come. In the next instant, Samachuk unleashed a cross-shaped sword strike that split apart in multiple directions, aiming for Woon Wai's blind spots and forcing him to evade narrowly to avoid being cut down. He instantly recognized how dangerous it was, realizing that even the slightest lapse would have resulted in his body being cleaved in two. Sima Young continued to count the exchanges, stating that 5 remained, while Samachuk calmly evaluated Woon Wai's ability and told him to use his strongest sword technique. Woon Wai focused deeply and complied, tightening his grip on the sword as he held his stance, while Samachuk watched closely, wondering if he was about to strike. Woon Wai steadied his breath and recalled the teachings of sword intent, understanding it as the will to cut and the shaping of sword chi through unwavering determination. He gathered that intent into his blade, entering a state where his body and sword moved as one, coating it in chi before surging forward with everything he had and unleashing a powerful attack, the 7th form of the luminous star sword technique. His strongest strike collided directly with Samachuk's defense, and while Samachuk showed interest in the state of body sword unity, he immediately recognized that it was not yet complete and countered with overwhelming sword strikes that dismantled Woon Wai's attack. Woon Wai struggled in disbelief, feeling as though such mastery went beyond human limits. As his techniques were broken apart with ease, he searched desperately for even the slightest opening, yet even his golden eye revealed nothing, making him realize that Samachuk's swordsmanship was too flawless, as if countless blades had merged into a single perfect form. Refusing to give in, Woon Wai gathered what remained of his strength and launched one final decisive strike, colliding head-on with Samachuk's counter. The impact shook the bamboo forest, creating a violent stalemate before Woon Wai ultimately collapsed from exhaustion, coughing as he tried to rise. Yet even then he noted that 4 exchanges still remained and declared that he would continue. At that point, Samachuk stated that it was enough. Woon Wai showed a hint of surprise as Samachuk calmly sheathed his sword and acknowledged that achieving body-sword unity in such a short time was something he had not expected. He concluded that Woon Wai had proven himself sufficient and gave a stern warning that if he ever caused harm to his daughter, he would face his sword again. Woon Wai remained silent, which in turn left Samachuk without words for a moment before he calmly stated that the situation was not as complicated as it seemed, confirming that Woon Wai had indeed passed the test. He further clarified that he had agreed to allow him to meet his daughter, and at those words, Woon Wai's expression brightened with unmistakable joy. Sama Young immediately rushed forward and embraced her father in gratitude, while Samachuk gently reminded her that if Woon Wai ever caused her distress, she should tell him without hesitation. She protested at the way he referred to her future husband, but Samachuk defended himself, pointing out that Woon Wai did not even appear to fully grasp the situation, making such a remark reasonable. Startled, Woon Wai realized that not only had he been granted permission to be with Young, but he was also being acknowledged as a future son-in-law, which surprised him, especially since there had been no hesitation. Young quickly urged him to address her father properly, warning that he might become displeased otherwise. Filled with gratitude, Woon Wai accepted everything at once, immediately kneeling as he expressed his sincere thanks and formally acknowledged Samachuk as his father-in-law, prompting Samachuk to grumble humorously that anyone listening might think he had gone deaf from all the shouting. Soon after, Samachuk excused himself and departed, leaving only the young couple alone in the forest. Young expressed her dissatisfaction, feeling that her father had been too harsh during the test, but Woon Wai defended him, explaining that he had actually held back. In response, Young praised Woon Wai's strength, noting that it was rare for her father to reveal so many techniques, and she blushed slightly as she admitted how impressive he looked. As she gazed at him, she openly expressed her feelings, and Woon Wai, moved by emotion, gently took her hand and said that he wanted to introduce her to his father. Though slightly surprised, Young smiled and agreed, following him without hesitation. Meanwhile, from above, Samachuk stood alongside another observer, quietly watching them. The observer remarked that Woon Wai's ambition was subtle and that his strength made him difficult to defeat, adding that although he had seen many geniuses, it was rare to encounter someone of Woon Wai's caliber at such a young age. Samachuk, however, remained unconvinced and questioned that judgment, while the observer insisted that he was being overly critical. He admitted that he had grown curious about Woon Wai, having heard Samachuk complain about him so often, and went on to say that Woon Wai possessed the potential to become the strongest martial artist in the world. Samachuk spoke in a grim tone, stating that reaching the pinnacle as the strongest martial artist was no simple matter. Yet the observer answered with a teasing edge, pointing out that such words sounded hollow when the strongest stood right in front of him, implying that Samachuk himself must hold that title since he still retained strength even after that fierce clash, which drew a faint smirk from Samachuk as he glanced down at the wound across his palm. The tone shifted as Samachuk asked whether the observer had heard Woon Wai's words, and the observer, thinking to himself that he ought to address him as his son-in-law, replied that if his guess was correct, then the matter likely involved the Mount Mao sect, just as Samachuk had anticipated. When Samachuk pressed further about any leads, he was told that the target had been tracked moving southeast from Shaanxi, and that unlike the one-eyed man, this individual lacked the skill to conceal. his path and continued to leave traces behind, prompting the observer to question why Samachuk would choose to chase this person rather than first aid his son-in-law. But instead of answering, Samachuk simply stepped off the cliff and began his departure, making the observer realize his intent at once as he called out for him to wait before hurrying after him. Meanwhile, on White Cloud Mountain, night had already settled when a group reached their destination, where a monk greeted them and introduced himself as Woon Beck, the one responsible for overseeing the safe house. One man immediately asked about a woman and whether her state was severe, only to be told that she was currently inside cultivating her energy, which caused him to curse inwardly and blame his earlier suggestion, convinced that his carelessness had led to this situation, after which he insisted on seeing her. Yet the monk gently blocked his way and apologized, explaining that she had given strict instructions that no one was to enter until she emerged on her own because she was in the midst of enlightenment, a revelation that left the man visibly startled. Not long after, a surge of crimson energy burst outward with overwhelming force, making the man question what this explosive power was, while the monk answered calmly that it seemed the wait would soon be over. As the aura gradually subsided, the door swung open on its own, revealing nothing but an empty interior, which confused the man as he wondered why she had not stepped out and noted that he could sense no presence inside at all, prompting him to rush in and call for her, only to be startled when her voice rang out from above, where she stood atop the roof, confirming that she had arrived and completed her enlightenment, while remarking in a composed manner that he had come rather quickly. The subordinate dropped to his knees at once, offering a respectful greeting along with his congratulations, then remarked that he could no longer sense even the slightest trace of her chi, and that unless she chose to release it on her own, no one would be able to detect it, a sign of remarkable advancement. And he added that at this pace, she might truly surpass the former blood demon. Lady Hai Hyang answered calmly that she still had far to go, explaining that she had only uncovered a fragment of the reverse flow great blood heaven art, which immediately alarmed the man as he reminded her that she already knew the dangers tied to that technique. Yet as she stepped down, she commented that he sounded just like someone else she knew and assured him she had already found a way to circumvent the risks, telling him not to be concerned before shifting the topic and asking for his report regarding the second blood star. He told her that he had successfully convinced the second blood star and that the first supreme had stepped in, news that stirred visible excitement in her as she asked whether he had come out of seclusion, recalling that the first supreme was regarded as the strongest within the blood cult and the only one to have neared a transcendental state. If he had indeed ended his closed training, then he must have achieved his goal. And with Woon Wai playing a role in persuading the second blood star, it meant that the most powerful figure in the blood cult now stood on her side. The subordinate then added that complications remained, and when she pressed him, he explained that one of their anticipated outcomes had come to pass, with the Murim Alliance formally declaring its intent to eradicate the blood cult, to which she replied that they must be in a frenzy after the fall of the unrivaled faction, before calmly assessing that the timing could not be better, as she had just reached enlightenment, while also securing the strongest possible ally. With a confident smile, she concluded that before anything else, she should swiftly seize the position of Blood Demon and ordered him to dispatch the Blood Demon record. The man then revealed that this was the second complication, presenting the Blood Demon record as he explained that Beck Ryonha had already sent them out, adding that there was no need for an immediate reply, and suggesting it would be more effective to send a single record instead. Yet rather than showing any concern, she simply laughed and remarked that Ryonha was not as foolish as she had initially believed. The subordinate pressed her, insisting this was no laughing matter. Yet she only let out a soft sigh and said she could not help it, explaining that the situation amounted to two sisters each posing as the true blood demon while wielding a counterfeit blood demon sword, remarking that it was only fitting since they were sisters after all. Alarmed, the man asked if she was implying that even her own sword was false and demanded to know how she could be so certain, but she answered evenly that he should simply wait, as she intended to unveil everything in front of everyone. Then, turning her back, she declared that they would accept the invitation because she had no intention of letting such a chance slip by, and posed the question that if both sides held a blood demon sword, who would ultimately claim the title of blood demon. The man hesitated before answering that it would be the stronger one, and at that, a chilling smile spread across her lips as she stated with certainty that she would be the one to become the blood demon. Meanwhile, in Fuan County, Ha Sung-woon remarked that destiny was governed by the heavens and could not be easily changed by human will, adding that Jin Song-beek understood this truth better than anyone, which made him question why he would try to prevent two young people from meeting and loving each other. Sama Young felt a quiet pang of sadness, thinking that although she had gained her father's approval, everything was not yet fully resolved, and she remembered how the so-called trial had driven the young master into repeated peril, leaving her to wonder whether her father would truly accept it in the end. Woon Wai gently took her hand and reassured her not to worry so much, and as Jin Song-beek watched them, he fell silent briefly before breaking into a smile and admitting that he could not stand in their way if their feelings were sincere, clarifying that he had never intended to refuse in the first place, and that their mutual love and support were reason enough. Hearing this, Sama Young grew emotional and thanked him, then suddenly wrapped her arms around Woon Wai and declared with joy that she would live happily together with him, which made Woon Wai ask if she was truly that happy as he noticed her delight. Jin Songbeek stepped forward again and stated that everything had now been resolved, asking whether Woon Wai intended to depart, and Woon Wai admitted that although he did not wish to leave, he had to continue his journey without delay, prompting Sama Young to show slight surprise as she asked where he was going, to which he gently explained that many people were likely searching for him, and that with the day growing late, he needed to return quickly. Upon hearing this, she acknowledged that the Fourth Supreme was waiting for him, then apologized to Jin Songbeek for leaving so soon without properly paying her respects, but he reassured her kindly that they would meet again another time. Ha Sung-woon then stepped forward to express his gratitude for her care and voiced his hope that they would cross paths again, and she responded with a soft smile, promising to visit in the future while reminding him to look after his health before taking her leave. Soon after, a subordinate arrived and called Woon Wai outside, and though surprised, he stepped out and was informed that his father had made arrangements to ease his journey, yet he shyly insisted he could handle things on his own, only for Jin Songbeek to smile and remind him that any parent would wish to give their child the best, urging him to travel safely and reach out whenever necessary, which led Woon Wai to express his thanks before quickly mounting his horse with his companion as she waved brightly in farewell. Meanwhile, in a quiet town beyond the mountain, Han Bika asked about the condition of the Fourth Supreme and was told that he had gone out searching alongside the twin disciples, but had largely abandoned the effort, prompting Dam Yewa to remark that it appeared the Second Supreme had successfully persuaded him. Elsewhere, Action sat lost in heavy thought as the old man tried to ease his mind, yet he remained weighed down by guilt over failing to protect the blood demon not once but twice, recalling what had happened and insisting that he still believed that person might be alive. The old man cautioned him that he could not afford a third failure, which led Action to ask when the blood cult competition would take place, and upon hearing it was about a month away, he judged that to be enough time, and resolved to train the twin disciples until then, after which the old man apologized, and said Action could curse him all he wanted for everything he had done, but Action responded only by patting his shoulder lightly before leaving without a word. At the same time, Han Bika reflected on everything that had happened, acknowledging the many losses and sacrifices along the way, and although she felt bitterness over losing her arm because of the evil moon sword, she admitted that she had ultimately gained something from it. She noted that losing the true blood demon sword was regrettable, yet everything was still unfolding according to her design. And while Baek Haihyang remained unaware of the full truth, even knowing it would change nothing since they still held the upper hand with Lady Ryonha at the center of it all, though she stayed wary, considering that an unforeseen variable might yet appear, and with that in mind, she prepared for every possible outcome within the time that remained. 2 weeks later, inside a dust-covered room, Sodom noticed strange scratches etched into a surface and questioned what had caused them, leading Woon Wai to conclude that someone had intentionally wiped away a coded message, which immediately troubled him as it meant he would be unable to return to the blood cult's headquarters. At that moment, Sama Young suddenly appeared, startling him as she reported that she had searched the entire area without finding anything and added that they normally left at least one person behind to maintain communication, pushing Woon Wai to analyze the situation more deeply as he found it increasingly suspicious and wondered who could have done this, eventually reasoning that the blood cult often relocated to evade the Murim alliance, leaving coded marks behind so members could find a new base, and that if an enemy had discovered the code, they would have taken the entire message in order to decipher it. The fact that the markings had been deliberately erased made the intent unmistakable, pointing to only one conclusion: that someone was actively blocking his return. When Sama Young asked what was on his mind, Woon Wai answered that he was thinking of a way back, and almost immediately decided on a course of action, stating that he had already come up with a plan. As they continued traveling, Woon Wai kept turning the situation over in his head, convinced that someone was intentionally backing Baek Ryona's rise to power, with his suspicions settling on Han Bika, and while he remained absorbed in these thoughts, Sama Young suddenly bit his shoulder in a playful manner, startling him into asking what she was doing, to which she replied that she was marking her territory, leaving him briefly flustered by her remark. When a young pair arrived in Suining County, located in the southwest of Hunan Province, they were met by a group of locals who confronted them and demanded to know their purpose, prompting Woon Wai to remark that they had not expected such a reception, as he calmly explained that he meant no harm, asked them to lower their weapons, and stated clearly that he was not their enemy. Yet they refused to trust him. He then clarified that he was only looking for an acquaintance and asked whether no Seonggu was there, which immediately startled one of the men, who rushed forward and attacked under the assumption that Woon Wai was tied to the Flower Moon Merchant Association. But Woon Wai effortlessly stopped the strike using just 2 fingers, leaving everyone present stunned, and as the group prepared to charge together, they suddenly dropped where they stood, having been knocked unconscious, causing the last remaining man to panic as he demanded to know what had been done to them. Woon Wai reassured him calmly that the others were merely asleep and explained that he had no ties to either the Flower Moon Merchant Association or the First Blood Star, instead revealing that he had previously given Mr. No information about his sister's location. Yet the man remained unconvinced and demanded proof, which prompted an irritated response from Sama Young as she pointed out that Woon Wai had been holding back because they were allies and warned that if he kept acting recklessly, things could turn bloody. To settle the matter, Woon Wai told the man to pass along a message, identifying himself as So Woon Wai, an intermediate trainee from the Sixth Blood Valley, who had come to meet No Seong-gu, the captain of the Blood Wolf Squad. And upon hearing this report, the captain of the Blood Wolf Squad was immediately taken aback by news of Woon Wai's arrival. The Blood Wolf Squad captain, No Song-go, had brought Woon Wai into a room, where he quietly poured a cup of wine and urged him a drink, and although Woon Wai's face flushed slightly, he accepted with thanks and emptied the cup in one motion. Song-go's expression then turned serious as he informed him that an order had arrived from the base assigning him to infiltrate the Miram Alliance as a spy, and Woon Wai, remaining composed, lowered his head in acknowledgement, accepting that he had no choice but to obey, after which Song-go offered him time to handle personal matters, mentioning that several weeks remained before the mission would begin and suggesting he could at least send a letter to his family in Yulon County. Woon Wai bowed his head and explained that the only family he had there was his younger sister, who likely already believed him dead. Yet he still expressed appreciation for the concern while thinking to himself that it was better this way, since someone like him would only weigh her down. Song-go commented that he must have cared deeply for his sister and admitted he once felt the same, then revealed that his entire family, including his own younger sister, had been killed by assassins, dispatched by the Miram Alliance. And although the pain had dulled over time, he confessed that he had recently found himself wondering what life might have been like if she had lived, and when asked about his hometown, he said it was Suaning County in the southwest of Hunan Province near Jiwang Mountain, a place known for its striking scenery. Before asking again whether Woon Wai truly would not send a letter, adding grimly that such an opportunity would vanish if either of them were to die. Woon Wai remained silent yet firm, stating that it was better for her to continue believing he was gone, and Song-go accepted this, offering him another drink, which Woon Wai took, and in that past life, though he had been mistreated everywhere else, Song-go had been the only one to treat him like an ordinary person, making him the only one Woon Wai had trusted and chosen to follow. Back in the present, Woon Wai stepped inside and greeted Song-go, remarking that it had been a long time while inwardly confirming what he had expected, and as a young woman moved as if to approach, Song-go raised his hand to stop her and ordered her to step back, while Woon Wai observed that she must be Song-go's younger sister, the one who had once been abducted by the Flower Moon Merchant Association. Noticing the scars etched across Song-go's face, Woon Wai concluded that he must have fought desperately to save her, which matched the man he remembered, and with a warm smile, he offered his congratulations on their reunion. Without warning, however, Song-go lunged forward and struck, catching Woon Wai off guard, though he reacted instantly by raising his hand to intercept the blow and forcing him back, as Song-go, his voice sharp, demanded to know who had brought such a person, prompting the man to answer in confusion that he had already reported the visitor as So Woon Wai of the Sixth Blood Valley. Song-go dismissed this outright, arguing that Woon Wai's Dantian had been destroyed and that reaching such a level in under 2 years was impossible, concluding that the figure before him had to be an imposter or someone using a disguise. Woon Wai remained composed, admitting that such doubt was understandable, and explained that through his master's assistance he had been treated by the all-healing divine physician, which made Song-go question what kind of master could arrange such a thing. Yet his disbelief shattered when he saw Woon Wai's body take on a rust-like hue, recognizing it as the golden body technique of the Fourth Supreme. Woon Wai then revealed that Elder Hei Action was his master and asked if he would now accept the truth, and upon realizing this, Song-go immediately dropped to his knees and paid respect to the young master, disciple of the Fourth Supreme. Sodom voiced confusion about this sudden shift in status, while Woon Wai inferred that something must have changed after Song-go rescued his sister, then asked if he still remembered the promise he had once made, to which Song-go answered firmly that he would never go back on his word. Though he questioned why the Fourth Supreme's disciple had come to him, Woon Wai explained that he had been cut off from the cult for more than a month, and discovered that the base had already relocated with all identifying codes erased, which led him to seek information about the new location and the current situation. Song-go nodded in understanding and explained that the Miram Alliance had recently declared war to wipe out the remaining forces of the Blood Cult, adding that the Blood Demon record had been issued under Lady Ryona's name and that a martial competition was set to occur in 2 weeks, news that made Woon Wai tense as he urged them to depart at once. Yet Song-go hesitated and revealed that after rescuing his sister, he had fallen out of favor with the First Blood Star, forcing him to abandon his position and live in hiding, warning that taking him along could place Woon Wai in greater danger. Woon Wai brushed aside the concern as a burst of crimson energy surged outward from his body, his hair shifting into a deep blood red as he declared with commanding force that Song-go should recognize this power, revealing the Blood Demon sword in his grasp. The moment Sango understood that the one holding that blade was the true blood demon, he immediately dropped into a kowtow and pledged his loyalty without hesitation. Wunwei stated that Sango had long shared the strongest bond with the Blood Wolf squad through years of leadership, and he granted them permission to return to their rightful roles, then went further by appointing them as his personal guards, explaining that this would shield them from retaliation while allowing Sango to continue protecting his sister, assuring them that he would personally handle the issue with the first Bloodstar. Sango accepted the order with respect, as those around them reacted in stunned silence, Sodom remarking that this outcome stemmed from the good karma he had built up, while the Southern Heaven Iron Sword commented on the teachings of his former master, which only irritated the Blood Demon Sword. And outside, the gathered members bowed deeply and swore their loyalty, as Wunwei declared that they would depart once preparations were complete, leading the Blood Wolf squad forward under his command. 2 weeks later, in Lingshan of Guangxi, over 10,000 members of the cult had assembled at what was once the sacred ground of the Blood Cult, where Baek Ryonha sat calmly as the wind brushed past her, watching her opponent with a detached gaze, while Baek Haihyang remarked that she had once thought her younger sister lacked talent, only for her to now surpass the 5th stage of the Great Blood Heavenly Art, to which Ryonha responded firmly that if her sister could reach that level, then there was no reason she could not do the same. Baek Haihyang dismissed this with scorn, calling it nothing more than a basic achievement, and Ryonha answered by expressing thanks for the acknowledgement. Then when questioned, pointed out that responding to the Blood Demon record meant recognizing her authority as the current Blood Demon, which made Haihyang laugh mockingly as she rejected the claim outright, stating that such feeble martial skill would be useless against the orthodox sects. Ryonha answered by arguing that if sheer strength alone determined leadership, then the disciples of the Four Supremes would be more qualified, insisting instead that authority must follow the laws of the cult, and she declared with certainty that whoever held the Blood Demon sword was the rightful Blood Demon. In response, Baek Haihyang immediately unsheathed her blade, unleashing a powerful crimson aura that stunned everyone present as she coolly questioned whether a counterfeit sword could endure the Great Blood Heavenly Art, her red eyes glinting with dark intent as she dismissed Ryona's words as meaningless and challenged her to draw her own weapon and prove whether it was real. The Blood Demon record was known as a summons issued to all members of the cult under the authority of the Blood Demon, yet it also carried a concealed detail, for the seal pressed into its corner was no ordinary imprint, but one that bore the unmistakable texture of the Blood Demon sword itself. Baek Haihyang knew this better than anyone, or rather, she could never forget it, having seen her mother value that single sheet of red paper more than her own child, and because of that, its appearance had remained etched in her memory, though it was only much later that she learned it was called the Blood Demon record. As Baek Haihyang examined the record in her hand with care, she determined that the seal was undeniably false and could not possibly be genuine. Yet she also understood that simply accusing Baek Ryonha of wielding a fake Blood Demon sword would not be enough. Her subordinate showed confusion and asked what she meant, but she gave no answer, leaving him to ponder it himself. She then shared her reasoning, pointing out that the Blood Hand Demoness was not the type to remain quiet or submissive, and the man agreed, acknowledging that she would certainly stir trouble whenever the chance arose. But Haihyang stressed that what mattered more was the stance of the Supreme Stars, who likely already recognized that the seal on the record was flawed. With a serious expression, she analyzed the situation and concluded that they had already chosen to elevate Ryonha as the Blood Demon regardless of whether the sword was authentic, adding that they were already in a precarious position, especially with the Murim Alliance having declared an impending assault. At that moment, she suddenly unsheathed her sword, startling her subordinate. Yet she remarked that this very situation had created an opportunity, and with a deliberate smile, she reasoned that if she infused the fake Blood Demon sword with red energy and raised it high, others would inevitably accept it as real. She declared that in this world there should exist only one blade capable of enduring the Great Blood Heavenly Art, then lifted her sword overhead and questioned why Ryonha had yet to draw hers, taunting that if she truly possessed the genuine weapon, she should have already turned it red through the technique, suggesting instead that Ryonha might either be unwilling or simply unable to do so. Just as she had anticipated, everything began to unfold according to Baek Haihyang's expectations. The blade in her grasp looked no different from the true Blood Demon sword, and the sight froze both the second Bloodstar, Yu Baek, and the third Supreme, the Blood Viper King Gu Jiang, in a stunned silence. Yet one person reacted differently, the fourth Supreme, whose thunderous voice broke out as he demanded to know what Haihyang had done, while she faltered for a brief instant under his relentless fury as he roared again and again, pressing her about what she had done to Wunwei. Action already understood that the weapon in Baek Ryona's hand was a counterfeit, and he also knew exactly who possessed the genuine blade, his missing disciple, Wunwei, the true master of the Blood Demon sword. So seeing someone like Baek Haihyang, infamous for her brutality, holding such a weapon could only signal something ominous, though the deeper problem was that she herself remained unaware of the truth. She shot back, asking what any of this had to do with him, but Action having completely lost his restraint, shouted at her to stop feigning ignorance. At that instant, others rushed in as well, since no one had anticipated such an outburst from him, and the sudden disruption shattered any hope of uniting the blood cult without bloodshed, driving both sides forward until they teetered on the brink of all-out collapse. Yet even then the turmoil did not conclude, because amid the chaos an abnormal phenomenon occurred. A crimson slash materialized between them. Baek Haihyang recognized it at once as the great blood heavenly sword flowing wave strike, and Baek Ryon has stood just as shocked as that blood-red arc carved across the battlefield, cleanly dividing the opposing forces and making it clear that beyond those gathered here, there existed another who could wield the great blood heavenly sword. And soon enough, a flickering silhouette emerged in the distance. The Fourth Supreme immediately sensed the familiar presence, relief flooding him as his eyes brightened, and he proclaimed that he had always believed his disciple still lived. Then, without hesitation, he dropped to his knees, offering his greeting as he warmly welcomed the return of the blood demon. Wu Wai had come back, far stronger than before, carrying an aura now edged with greater authority, while Action remained kneeling as he voiced gratitude for his survival and questioned what had happened to his eye. Yet Wu Wai gave no immediate reply, and instead told him to stand and take his place at his side, reminding him of his position as the master of the blood demon, prompting the Fourth Supreme to burst into hearty laughter as he acknowledged it, then folded his arms and urged everyone to stop wavering, declaring that the rightful heir to the blood demon's sword had finally appeared. A surge of excitement swept through those gathered, and one after another they began shifting sides, with Han Bika calling out first, and an elder stepping forward to declare his allegiance as well, a move that startled many until he clarified that his earlier choice had only been a substitute in the absence of the blood demon, and now that Wu Wai had returned, he would stand firmly with him. Baek Haihyang struggled to accept what was unfolding before her eyes, lifting her sword as she demanded an explanation for his sudden reappearance, while Wu Wai grasped the source of her confusion, knowing that unlike Baek Ryonha and the Supremes, she had no awareness that he carried the blood demon's lineage, and as he observed her reaction, he inwardly noted that it was only natural. With composed calm, he apologized for having concealed the truth until now and revealed that his mother had belonged to the Flying Moonshadow sect, meaning that the blood demon's blood flowed within him. Hearing this, she froze in shock as the meaning behind the sword he wielded began to settle in. And in response, Wu Wai raised his blade high, crimson energy spiraling around it with force as he made it clear that any courtesy had come to an end. Then in a steady, unyielding voice, he proclaimed himself the rightful successor of the blood demon's sword, and ordered everyone present to declare their allegiance according to the established laws. At that precise moment, a voice echoed directly into his mind, urging him to hold, and he immediately recognized it as Han Bika, who cautioned that his personal intervention would upset the balance of power within the cult and plunge it into disorder, advising instead that he lend his support to the young lady. But Wu Wai's expression hardened as he asked whether such concerns outweighed his safe return, then warned that everything must proceed step by step as he cast her a chilling look, leaving Han Bika shaken as she realized her scheme had fallen apart. Baek Haihyang spoke once more, noting that his blade looked no different from her own, and as she extended her weapon forward, she disclosed at last that the blood demon's sword in her possession was nothing but a counterfeit, an ordinary iron sword that could be reproduced with ease. She went on to question whether the past leaders of the blood cult who had been recognized by that sword had truly succeeded in drenching the world in blood, and though her argument struck others as unreasonable, she pressed on, rebuking them for clinging to lineage and legitimacy, while the Murim alliance had already begun advancing toward them, insisting that what truly mattered was the capability to restore the cult and confront their enemies. Wu Wai answered calmly, admitting that her words were not entirely without merit. Yet he pointed out that she had misunderstood one essential point. In that instant, a radiant crimson flare burst outward, catching Baek Haihyang off guard as a crushing wave of force rippled through the area, kicking up dust and smoke into the air, and with an imposing air he made it unmistakable that invoking the laws was not a sign of frailty, but a measure taken to avoid needless infighting, emphasizing that he held more than enough power to subdue both factions if it came to that. At those words, a chill ran through the crowd, cold sweat forming as silence fell, while the elder, visibly confused, turned to the Fourth Supreme for an explanation only to be met with a carefree laugh that showed he was not the least bit troubled. And as Wu Wai's return left everyone stunned, Baek Haihyang found herself questioning what had transpired over the past months, since his growth had surpassed all expectations, making it clear that his martial strength had risen dramatically, perhaps even reaching the level of the profound stage. Carrying that same unshakable authority, Wu Wai then declared that anyone who rejected his claim as the leader of the blood cult should step forward at once, stating without hesitation that he would accept any challenge. Several days earlier, before setting out for Guangxi Lingshan, Wu Wai had considered the need to display overwhelming strength so others could witness it with their own eyes, and Sango, bowing respectfully, supported this line of thought by explaining that the blood demon had always stood as the embodiment of law and authority. However, Wu Wai pointed out that revealing everything would be unwise, prompting Sango to elaborate that such a demonstration was intended to unite the blood cult, since no one would dare challenge someone vastly superior in power. Further adding that within the martial world, no fighter would recklessly raise a blade against figures like the 8 martial masters or the 4 great evils, and that many unnecessary disputes could be settled simply through an unmistakable display of dominance. Wu Wai stroked his chin in thought and acknowledged that the reasoning held merit. Yet he intended to proceed more cautiously and apply it in a more intricate way, believing that what he needed to present had to surpass mere, overwhelming strength in order to produce a different kind of effect. The Southern Heaven Iron Sword then admitted he had been mistaken, drawing a puzzled response from the Blood Demon Sword, who questioned what he meant, and in reply the Southern Heaven Iron Sword explained that there had been a time when he had disagreed with certain views, to which the Blood Demon Sword answered casually that there was no need for apologies before asking whether Wu Wai even seemed entirely sane, remarking on his cunning nature and how most people preferred to avoid needless bloodshed, then adding that in the past he had simply considered that approach the most efficient, and that the present situation was no different except for the fact that Wu Wai pursued a different objective. Hearing this, the Southern Heaven Iron Sword came to understand, while the Blood Demon Sword went on to mention that a hidden rat was stirring trouble within the cult, making it apparent that Wu Wai's real aim was to expose the concealed traitor. At that point, a man leaning on a staff dismissed the entire notion as absurd, revealing himself as the Third Supreme, the Blood Viper King Gu Jiang, who stated that although he could accept that the Blood Demon Sword alone should not determine qualification, if leadership were decided purely by strength, then anyone could claim the title of Blood Demon, stressing that legitimacy had always carried weight among the clans. Wu Wai responded by questioning this inconsistency, noting that it differed from what he had previously heard, even as his expression remained composed. Using the frequency whispering technique, Wu Wai quietly conveyed that the unnamed had directed him to seek the Bloodlord's help in bringing unity to the blood cult, then questioned whether Gu Jiang had truly heard nothing of this matter, which caused Gu Jiang to grow wary and perplexed, as such a development made no sense to him, especially considering that he himself had assigned that very mission. Yet in the next breath Wu Wai delivered a revelation that left him utterly shaken, stating that no such order had ever existed in the first place, before lifting his sword and aiming it straight at the Third Supreme. The abrupt turn stunned everyone present, with Baek Haihyang struggling to make sense of it, as she noted that Wu Wai was not someone who would behave this way, while Baek Ryonha was equally unable to grasp his intentions. Yet Wu Wai only smiled and voiced his appreciation, remarking that things had just become far simpler, which made the Blood Lord realize his secret had been uncovered, his anger surging as he understood he had been deliberately tested. At the mention of the Blood Lord, Ryonha grew confused, prompting Wu Wai to recount what had happened weeks earlier within the unrivaled faction, explaining that during his time there he had uncovered how Mu AK, one of the 5 great evils, had disguised himself as the Divine Martial Sword Emperor in an attempt to seize control of the faction under the command of a leader known as the Unnamed, who belonged to an organization called the Golden Eye. And although the scheme ultimately failed, Mu AK had revealed after his capture that there was someone known as the Blood Lord acting as a spy within the Blood Cult. The Blood Lord immediately tried to brush off the accusation as nothing more than imagination, denying any connection to such an organization or to acting under another's command, insisting that Wu Wai's claims were fabricated slander, and believing that if he continued to feign ignorance, no one would accept them. Yet Baek Haihyang calmly affirmed that Wu Wai's account was accurate, stating that she had personally witnessed those events in the unrivaled city while attempting to break into the transformation realm, clarifying that she was not siding with anyone, but simply presenting the truth, and adding that if such a claim proved real, it would disgrace the upper ranks, before turning her gaze toward Gu Jiang and openly raising the possibility that a cunning traitor seeking to overthrow the cult was hidden among them. Fury erupted from Gu Jiang as he released a killing intent and tightened his grip on his staff, declaring that his patience had limits. But Action stepped in at once, ordering him to take his hand off the weapon. When pressed, Action answered with calm composure, saying that if there was truly no issue, then there should be no problem in simply listening to the blood demon speak, questioning what harm could possibly come from that. And others quickly echoed his reasoning, urging restraint and telling Gu Jiang to steady himself. Though anger burned within him, Gu Jiang forced it down, maintaining an outward calm as he allowed Wu Wai to proceed. Wu Wai continued by explaining that through Mu AK, he had uncovered that the Blood Lord's ultimate objective was to seize complete control of the blood cult and bend it entirely to his will. Yet Gu Jiang responded with a cold, unsettling smile as he denied everything and demanded proof, arguing that sending a letter of support to whoever obtained the Blood Demon Sword proved nothing, only for Wu Wai to clarify that he had never claimed such a method, a response that visibly startled Gu Jiang. as Wen Wai went on to point out that there were countless ways to manipulate an organization and questioned why he himself had brought up the letter, before revealing that Mu AK had stated the Bloodlord's plan had failed because he had tried to involve both successors at once. Wen Wai reflected further that both young women had been pushed into rivalry over the Blood Demon Sword, and that the roots of this scheme led back to the Third Supreme and the Azura Blade Ubek, admitting that he had initially suspected Ubek, but abandoned that suspicion after witnessing his uneasy reaction, which confirmed that he was not the Bloodlord. As the pressure in the air mounted, Baek Ryonha demanded answers from the Third Supreme, yet he gave no reply, lost instead in recollection, while she herself remembered how Han Bika had warned her of an impending assault by the Murim Alliance and persuaded her to take on the role of the Blood Demon for the sake of stability, despite her hesitation and the sword's lack of acknowledgement, urging her to gain strength and accept the position to protect the cult, and how later Gu Jiang had appeared in person, offering advice along with the spiritual medicine, explaining that her failure to be recognized came from not yet reaching the fifth mastery of the great blood heavenly art, leading her to trust him and accept his assistance. Now faced with the truth, panic overtook her as she demanded an explanation, only for Gu Jiang to coldly reveal that he had chosen her precisely because she was easy to control, crushing her with that admission as Ryonha fell in despair, while he mocked her weakness and stated that her only worth had been her status, a level of cruelty that even Wen Wai had not anticipated, as he realized she had been reduced to nothing more than a puppet used to command the entire blood cult. Without the slightest pause, Gu Jiang made his move, issuing a sharp threat for everyone to stay where they were as he revealed that Baek Ryonha had been afflicted with illusory demon poison, explaining that he had laced it into the spiritual medicine she had taken without any suspicion, then declaring that her life now rested entirely in his hands, as he ordered them to step aside if they wished to obtain the antidote. The moment those words landed, Baek Haihyang was consumed by rage, a violent crimson aura erupting around her as she surged forward without restraint, her fury igniting as she rushed to strike the Third Supreme for daring to harm her sister. Baek Haihyang and the Third Supreme faced each other head-on, tension tightening the space between them as her fury erupted, and she demanded he hand over the antidote at once or lose every limb. While Wen Wai stood composed at her side, silently affirming her intent, Gu Jiang answered with a cold, mocking sneer, idly shaking a small bell in his hand as if unconcerned, showing no sign of yielding. Yet his expression gradually shifted into suspicion when nothing happened and the suffering he expected failed to appear. At that moment, the First Supreme, the destructive blood sword Emperor Tan Wigong, was revealed with his hand resting on Ryona's head, steadily channeling spiritual energy into her as her entire body trembled under the strain. Bika watching anxiously, while Tan Wigong calmly told her to endure, and soon Ryonha collapsed, coughing up blood as he carefully worked to draw out the poison spreading within her. He explained that forcibly removing what had already reached her head could cripple her, so he chose instead to confine it to a single area to stop its spread, while urging the others to secure the antidote. And realizing his plan had been disrupted, Gu Jiang ground his teeth in anger at Tan Wigang's interference. In that fleeting lapse, Gu Jiang was suddenly struck by two swift, precise sword slashes that sent him staggering back, as Wen Wai and Haihyang moved in perfect coordination with sharp, controlled strikes. Yet as Wen Wai assessed the impact, he found it unusual that his blade had not cut deeply into Gu Jiang's body, which felt unnaturally tough. And as Gu Jiang slowly straightened with the aid of his staff, he scoffed that they were underestimating him, then with a chilling grin declared that the title of Blood Viper King was not earned without cause, releasing a dark, oppressive aura as he announced he would show them the true nature of poison, prompting Wen Wai to immediately recall the poison physique, a forbidden art that turned the body itself into a living toxin through the absorption of countless poisons. The Third Supreme then demonstrated this transformation, becoming a poison man, and with a deep inhale released an immense cloud of toxic gas that spread rapidly outward, swallowing the surroundings in a dense, lethal haze, within which he stood confidently as he declared they would regret forcing him into this corner and challenged them to come closer if they dared, leaving Baek Haihyang no choice but to stop, unable to recklessly charge into such a deadly field. Inwardly cursing as she realized they could not even approach him, she called out to Wen Wai, urging him to find a solution. But as her gaze swept the area, she realized he had vanished without a trace, while Gu Jiang remained standing arrogantly within the ever-expanding mist, reflecting that his plans had collapsed and that far too many now knew both his identity and the organization behind him, leading him to conclude that the only option left was to eliminate everyone present. In the next instant, a streak of crimson shot toward him at blinding speed, and he scoffed, convinced they were rushing to their own deaths as he boasted of the absolute invulnerability of his poison physique, certain that no attack could even graze him. Yet as he turned, shock overtook him when he saw that his left hand had been completely severed, while Wen Wai landed calmly nearby, standing firmly within the toxic cloud without showing any sign of harm, leaving Gu Jiang groaning in pain and utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why the poison had no effect on him. Woon Wai remained composed as he explained that after undergoing metamorphosis in the sealed forest valley, his body's recovery had advanced drastically, rendering most poisons incapable of penetrating his skin, meaning that only a direct injection could affect him. And as he observed Gu Jiang's reliance on poison-based techniques, he fully grasped his opponent's approach and maintained constant vigilance, effortlessly blocking and deflecting each toxic strike with his spiritual power, which only caused Gu Jiang's anxiety to deepen as he failed to find even the slightest opening. As the poisonous fog thickened further, Woon Wai noted that Gu Jiang had hidden both his form and presence within it. Yet he understood such concealment could not deceive the golden eye, and upon activating it, he saw clearly through the dense haze and located Gu Jiang's exact position, sensing the violent surge of internal energy within him and quickly realizing that he was preparing something dangerous. Soon the mist intensified even more and began spreading uncontrollably, triggering panic among the crowd as some fled in terror, while others collapsed from the poison, plunging the entire area into chaos filled with desperate cries for help. Watching this unfold alongside Baek Haihyang, the Fourth Supreme cursed in anger and resolved to crush Gu Jiang. But just as he moved to intervene, he abruptly stopped in shock as the poisonous gas began to reverse its flow, as though drawn back by an unseen force. A phenomenon that stunned everyone present, including Baek Haihyang, and even Gu Jiang himself, who could not understand what was happening. At that moment, Woon Wai spoke with calm certainty, stating that he would not allow Gu Jiang to act as he pleased. He immediately unleashed the luminous star sword technique, sixth form, together with sword culling chase, a combination that left Gu Jiang completely stunned. And through the sheer force of his immense spiritual power, he formed a vortex that drew in the poisonous mist and erased it entirely, leaving the surrounding cult members in utter shock as they witnessed the overwhelming display and the complete dispersal of the toxin, signaling the downfall of the Blood Lord, while Gu Jiang, unable to endure the force, was decisively crushed and collapsed onto the ground. With the crisis clearly resolved, the crowd burst into cheers, praising the Blood Demon for saving them. Yet despite the flood of admiration directed at him, Woon Wai remained composed, feeling a faint sense of discomfort under such attention. At that point, the Blood Demon sword appeared with a smug look and remarked that even those who had once opposed him had now changed their stance and were filled with admiration, noting that this was the natural result of displaying overwhelming strength, then urging him to raise his sword again, suggesting that the people would welcome it. And following this, Woon Wai lifted his blade high into the air, prompting the cult members to erupt into unified cheers, their voices resounding with reverence and loyalty as they hailed him as the great Blood Demon. Meanwhile, Baek Haihyang stood in silence, her expression cold as she accepted the outcome, while action beside her let out a light laugh and acknowledged that the position of Blood Demon had effectively been decided, and she calmly accepted her complete defeat, recognizing there was no longer any possibility of reversing the situation. As with the battle now ended, Woon Wai remained standing quietly with his sword raised, and all members of the cult, regardless of their previous allegiance, were drawn toward him, captivated by the presence and authority of their newly acknowledged Blood Demon. Han Bika approached with clear and addressed the young master, reporting that she had searched Gu Jiang but failed to find any antidote, while Ryona's body was drenched in sweat as Bika explained that her condition had become critical since the illusory demon poison still lingered in her brain, then proposed that she immediately take Ryonha to a physician and asked for permission to bring Gu Jiang along so she could interrogate him for the cure. Woon Wai rejected her request without hesitation, and she questioned why, adding that they could not simply bring the entire situation to a halt. Yet in that instant a sword tip was leveled straight at her as Baek Haihyang spoke with cold finality, telling her she was gravely mistaken and implying she no longer held the right to question anything, reminding her that she had been the one closest to Ryonha, and fixing her with a sharp gaze as she pointed out that Bika would never dare offer an excuse like ignorance of the illusory poison. Even so, Han Bika continued to deny any involvement, insisting she knew nothing and even asking whether she was being accused of colluding with Gu Jiang. Before the exchange could continue, Action suddenly appeared behind her and seized her by the neck with force, drawing a cry of pain as the Fourth Supreme tightened his grip and lifted her into the air, while she struggled and protested desperately that she had done nothing wrong, her veins bulging and body trembling as she argued that the young master was wise enough to see the truth, claiming he knew better than anyone that she had no connection to the Third Supreme, prompting Woon Wai to pause briefly before stating that she was correct, explaining that if she had truly been working with the Blood Lord, she would have chosen to secure her own survival rather than seek out the antidote, which left Baek Haihyang visibly surprised as she fell silent behind him, inwardly noting that sparing her now could allow her to become a future obstacle. Woon Wai then spoke again with a seriousness, saying there was one matter that needed to be addressed, acknowledging that she had accepted his victory earlier yet pointing out that after his disappearance, she had removed all the passcodes that would have allowed his return, and even after he reappeared, she had not altered her stance, asking if there was anything she wished to deny, but she found herself unable to offer any explanation. And Nohan Bika hesitantly tried to plead, promising loyalty going forward. Her eyes abruptly widened, as if something had just occurred. Her eyes widened in horror as she looked down to see a hand thrust clean through her abdomen. And in that instant, she realized something had gone terribly wrong with her dantian. Action released her grip, and she dropped heavily to the ground, curling in agony, while Woon Wai stood there as the one who had struck her, coldly telling her to stop speaking empty words of loyalty. His expression unchanged as he declared with finality that there would no longer be a place for her within the blood. Culting outlet. Afterward, Gu Jiang, the Blood Lord, was taken away to be interrogated for both the antidote and information regarding the GoldenEye organization, his internal energy sealed in advance, while Baek Ryonha, though kept alive through the First Supreme's efforts, remained in critical condition and was escorted by the Bloodflower Squad to a physician. And once the immediate chaos settled, the assembly resumed as the majority of the cult members acknowledged Jin Wonhui as the Blood Demon while discussing the extent of his martial ability. Action then, with a grim tone, asked whether everything that had unfolded had been part of Woon Wai's design from the very beginning, to which Woon Wai responded by asking what exactly he meant, prompting the Fourth Supreme to smile gently as he referred to Woon Wai's earlier declaration about accepting any challenger, suggesting it had been a calculated trap to draw out the Blood Lord. Yet Woon Wai questioned whether it truly seemed that way, leaving his master momentarily speechless before. He stepped forward confidently before the gathered crowd and reaffirmed that his words still held, inviting anyone who doubted his position as cult leader to come forth and challenge him. No sooner had he finished than Tan Weigong appeared, expressing satisfaction at hearing those words, which caused Woon Wai to hesitate slightly as he wondered if Weigong truly intended to challenge him for the position of Blood Demon, and with a presence befitting the strongest figure in the blood cult. Weigong clasped his hands respectfully and stated his wish to test him. The two faced one another, as Tan Weigong explained that after witnessing the young master's remarkable skill in his battle against the Blood Lord, he believed a fight to the death would only bring needless bloodshed, and as he slowly drew his sword, he proposed that they settle the outcome in a single exchange, stating that a true swordsman could grasp everything about an opponent within one move, and with the terms set and fair. Woon Wai readied his blade and accepted without hesitation. From behind, Action voiced his confusion at this decision, questioning why Woon Wai would willingly take such a risk when both recognition and the rules were already in his favor. Even so, Woon Wai did not waver, stating firmly that a man who failed to honor his own words was not fit to lead, and upon hearing this, his master showed clear satisfaction, acknowledging that such conviction was worthy of the Blood Demon. At that moment, Tan Weigang's entire body surged with an overwhelming, almost miraculous spiritual force, causing Action to grow slightly uneasy as he reminded himself that this was the destructive Blood Sword Emperor, once the strongest figure in the blood cult before entering seclusion, and his reappearance suggested he had attained a realm he had long pursued. The sheer intensity of his aura made Action instinctively assess the depth of his cultivation, while the surrounding crowd fixed their attention on the impending clash, unable to look away. Woon Wai's expression remained unwavering as Action recognized Weigang's immense power and the fact that he had surpassed his former limits. And as the decisive moment arrived, Woon Wai gathered all his strength into a single strike, determined to measure himself against the greatest martial master of the cult. While both fighters released immense energy and charged forward, their collision erupting into a violent explosion that sent dust flying in every direction and veiled the battlefield from sight. When the dust settled, both men were still standing, and the Fourth Supreme observed that Tan Weigong had been forced back a single step, while So Wonhui had been driven back 3, prompting Woon Wai to sense the difference between them and acknowledge the gap, concluding it was a loss, as he had expected at least a draw had he employed his golden blood body sword unity, and blood demon form. Yet he quickly steadied himself. However, Tan Weigong had not emerged unscathed either, and as he glanced at his sword, he saw a crack running along its edge, confirming what he had anticipated, which caused a stir among the onlookers as they noticed the damaged blade, while Woon Wai, seeing this as well, questioned whether the outcome might be considered a draw and sought Weigang's judgment, only for Tan Weigong to lower his head and state calmly that a swordsman could not continue with a fractured weapon, and more importantly, he had no intention of competing for the role of cult leader, as he had always served under the Blood Demon, admitting that his purpose had simply been to test the young master's martial skill. At these words, Woon Wai was left briefly speechless, while Action voiced his confusion as to why this had not been said earlier, and Tan Weigong, sheathing his sword, respectfully clasped his hands as he explained that had he revealed his intentions in advance, he would not have been able to witness the young master's full capabilities, and he asked for their understanding. Woon Wai considered everything that had just unfolded and answered with a faint smile, saying there was nothing to forgive since he had already declared he would accept any challenger without exception. In response, Tan Weigong displayed deep respect by dropping to one knee and offering his formal greeting to the current blood demon, a gesture that left Wen Wai momentarily stunned as he reflected on how, before his regression, he had been nothing more than a third-rate spy within the blood cult. Yet now he was being recognized as its blood demon by its strongest figure. While Sodom appeared beside him and casually remarked on how unfortunate his past life had been, a thought he silently agreed with. At that moment, Baek Haihyang stepped forward, prompting Wen Wai to grow slightly puzzled as he wondered whether she intended to challenge him as well. But she only smirked and assured him that she had no such intention, pointing out that even the First Supreme had acknowledged him, and that opposing him now would be foolish, then explained that she had instead come to discuss her future and asked how he planned to deal with her. Wen Wai found himself briefly flustered, questioning her intentions inwardly as he recalled her earlier ambition to become the cult leader, while she maintained a teasing smile until he urged her to speak plainly, at which point she proposed that since she commanded many subordinates, if they were to sincerely submit to him, he should grant her a position appropriate to her standing, which caused him to pause in surprise as he asked whether she truly meant to abandon her ambitions, only for Baek Haihyang to follow with a bold suggestion, stating that if he were willing to relinquish the position of cult leader, she would take it instead and offer him considerable benefits in return. And when he asked what benefits she meant, she revealed her calculating nature by proposing a trade of authority for personal gain, to which Wen Wai responded with a faint, wry smile before dismissing her offer as though he had never heard it at all. Despite her status as an illegitimate child, Baek Haihyang possessed extraordinary martial talent along with outstanding leadership ability, which had allowed her to gather a large following within the cult, and her proven capacity to command and manage such numbers made her an asset of immense value, leading Wen Wai into deep contemplation as he weighed several positions that might suit her. At that moment, she spoke firmly, warning that if he intended to offer her anything trivial, such as making her his wife, they would fight to the death. And her words brought back his memory of her fierce resolve regarding her mother, recalling how she had once declared she would claim everything her mother had only been able to watch from afar, prompting him to study her expression and reflect that there was a deeper meaning behind her stance. Wen Wai answered calmly, assuring her that such a thought had never even crossed his mind, and that he would not dare consider it even if he wished to, which led Baek Haihyang to ask what he meant, and he replied that he had his own reasons, but promised that whatever position she would receive, it would stand above that of a supreme. This caught her interest, as the idea of a role surpassing a supreme intrigued her, and she questioned whether assigning such a position was truly so difficult, even bringing up the now vacant supreme seat left behind after a previous figure's removal. Yet Wen Wai hesitated slightly and stated that such decisions could not be made immediately. She soon grasped the situation, realizing that the limitation was tied to Ryona's faction, and concluded that if she were granted such a role, Ryonha would need to be given an equivalent standing. In accepting this, she remarked that he clearly disliked internal conflict, to which Wen Wai responded that he bore responsibility for everyone within the cult, prompting her to state that she would await his decision before lowering herself to her knees and offering a respectful bow, pledging her allegiance to the blood demon. Following her lead, others did the same, including the Supremes, Sami Young, and the surrounding members, all declaring their loyalty to the current blood demon. And as Wen Wai stood before them, he felt a complex and indescribable emotion rise within him. He thought back to his previous life, where he had existed as nothing more than a disposable spy, used and cast aside by others as he endured 10 long years without meaning. Yet in this life he had risen to stand as the blood demon, the highest authority within the blood cult, and his expression reflected both quiet satisfaction and a depth of complicated feeling. Within the sanctuary of the blood cult, the place where a blood demon was meant to emerge, 20 years after their defeat in the Orthodox and Orthodox Great War, that sacred ground once again welcomed the birth of a new blood demon. At that moment, a man burst in carrying urgent news, cutting through the celebratory atmosphere and drawing visible irritation from those gathered, as he reported that forces from the Murim Alliance's Guangxi branch, numbering roughly 2,000, were advancing swiftly toward Lingshan and would arrive within half a day. Baek Haihyang's expression lit with excitement as she declared that the situation was perfect for a ceremonial opening of blood, prompting Sodom to question what such a ritual meant, and Wen Wai explained that the blood cult traditionally began its opening ceremony with a massacre of its enemies, recalling how in his previous life Baek Haihyang had led that slaughter and proclaimed the cult's revival to the world. Another report arrived soon after, revealing that not only the Murim Alliance, but also government forces were approaching, with no fewer than 4,000 troops, and Wen Wai acknowledged that this matched his expectations, noting that the authorities would inevitably intervene, while Huang Kong, the fifth Bloodstar, dismissed them outright and insisted they would pay for meddling in martial affairs, a sentiment Yang Zhan supported as he mentioned their long-standing covert ties with the Murim Alliance. Wen Wai immediately rebuked them with a stern warning, pointing out that choosing to confront government forces would mean stepping directly into an enemy trap, precisely what the Miram alliance intended, which caused both men to fall silent. And at that point Tan Wigong stepped forward with respect, stating that although everyone understood the situation, retreating now would reduce their founding ceremony to a humiliation before the entire world. And he asked whether Wen Wai had a plan. Wen Wai did not answer at once, weighing the situation internally as he recognized that avoiding conflict with the government would be the wisest course. Yet retreating would allow the Miram alliance to spread rumors that the blood cult had fled in fear, damaging their standing, and Baek Haihyang, noting this, remarked that this was his first true trial as the blood demon, and asked what he would choose between practical advantage and honor, to which Wen Wai responded with quiet confidence that both could be secured, as he had already formed a suitable strategy. The following day, near Spirit Mountain, the Miram alliance forces arrived and looked upon the sacred grounds of the blood cult, where the leader of the Sword Liberation sect and the Guangxi branch head of the Miram alliance discussed their expectations, the sect leader questioning how the blood cult would respond, and the branch leader answering that they would either fight or retreat, though he admitted he would prefer the latter outcome. Even so, they made it clear that failure was not an option for the Miram alliance, especially in the aftermath of previous alliances collapsing and with Orthodox forces steadily strengthening their dominance. They reasoned that allowing the blood cult to rise again would plunge the martial world back into chaos, making it necessary to eliminate them before they could grow any stronger. Wu Jixu voiced concern for the soldiers, but the branch leader replied that this was precisely why they would die alongside them, and despite lingering unease about involving government troops, they accepted such sacrifices as unavoidable for the sake of victory, while Li Suk, a government official present among them, silently resented their cold resolve yet found himself unable to speak. His thoughts drifted to past experiences tied to his family and the political burdens of his position, understanding that refusal was not an option due to the authority backing the mission. And although his superior had promised to take responsibility for his family if he succeeded, Li Suk knew well that the man only sought to use the achievement for personal advancement, leaving him with neither power nor excuse to decline as he resigned himself to his fate. A centurion, noticing his unease, commented that he need not have come in person and asked if he was all right, to which Li Suk replied that it was an order beyond his control, explaining that someone from practical affairs had to accompany the operation, and though the man reassured him that he could withdraw if things turned dangerous, Li Suk could only lament inwardly, feeling as though death was drawing closer, until he noticed his heartbeat pounding loudly, only to realize that the sound was not his own pulse but the beating of war drums. Soon, reports confirmed that the blood cult's forces had formed up ahead, and two figures stepped forward as Songo raised a yellow flag and gave a signal, prompting the branch leader to question its meaning, while Jixu observed that it was not a white flag and wondered why it was yellow, and Li Suk explained that it signified a request for negotiation, adding that although he did not understand their intentions, it would be worth hearing them out, expressing slight surprise that they were familiar with official signaling. Before long, both sides met as representatives from the Miram alliance stepped forward, but Songo spoke bluntly, questioning their presence and stating that they intended to speak only with government officials, leading Li Suk to step forward and introduce himself as the one in charge of practical affairs, then ask what they wished to discuss. At that point, Wen Wai stepped forward, showing mild surprise at the presence of a sixth-rank official as he introduced himself as Squad Leader Jean, the representative of the current blood demon, and he stated plainly that there was no reason for the government to interfere and requested that they withdraw, which Li Suk inwardly recognized as the best news he had heard in a long time before catching himself and asking for the reasoning behind such a demand. Wen Wai explained that, unlike Taoist or Buddhist sects and the traditional clans, the blood cult placed martial arts above all else and had not forgotten the treaty it had established with the government. And at a signal, Songo stepped forward and presented the official document, clarifying that under the agreement, permission was required when assembling a force large enough to threaten the state, and that such approval had already been secured in anticipation of circumstances like these. The document formally recognized and permitted the existence of the blood cult as a martial organization, while also guaranteeing that as long as the current blood demon remained in power, civilians would not be harmed. And Li Suk examined it with care before confirming its authenticity based on the valid seal it bore, dismissing objections from others who suspected forgery as he refused to doubt a document stamped by a third-rank official, though Jixu continued to argue that the blood cult was inherently dangerous and would bring harm to the world if allowed to persist. In response, Wen Wai clarified that while such beliefs were widespread, they stemmed from a misunderstanding, explaining that the world referenced in their doctrine did not include innocent civilians, as they valued martial arts and would never turn their blades against them, and further emphasized that the world they intended to drench in blood referred solely to the Orthodox Miram, making it clear that their true adversaries were the Orthodox factions alone. The scene shifted to the Guangdong branch of the unrivaled faction, where the pressing issue was how Wen Wai would gather the necessary funds. And as he approached, a guard stopped him, stating he had never seen him before and asking which sect he belonged to which Wen Wai calmly replied that he was from the 8 flowing shadows of the Wind sect, a response that immediately made the guard realize his mistake, as he hastily handed over all the money they possessed, even including what was stored in the safe. Afterward, Woon Wai proceeded to the office of the Right Army Commander-in-Chief, where he required official authorization, but the officer present questioned why a martial organization would even need such permission and complained about the excessive workload, dismissively telling him to leave and return after a year. Yet the moment Woon Wai placed the money on the table, the man's attitude shifted completely as he became accommodating, remarking that such urgency should have been mentioned earlier, and without hesitation, he seized the stamp and swiftly approved the document. Woon Wai felt a sense of satisfaction, aware that bribing the assistant commissioner had secured the approval in advance. And although a faint trace of guilt lingered over taking money from the unrivaled faction for this purpose, he chose not to dwell on it. Meanwhile, back at Lingshan, Lee Suk began to understand that they could not oppose an order issued from the Right Army Commander-in-Chief's office. Realizing the situation had slipped beyond their control as he considered withdrawal, a decision the commander supported, though Jigsu questioned how they could retreat so easily after involving the government in the first place. Lee Suk then pointed out that 4,000 soldiers had been mobilized, all of them ordinary citizens, and emphasized that while the blood cult was known as a ruthless organization that deceived and manipulated others, the current circumstances suggested that such behavior was coming from the opposing side instead. And soon after, Deputy Commander Lee Suk departed from the area where the general strategist had been, prompting the government forces to withdraw swiftly, leaving everyone with the clear understanding that they had narrowly avoided death. The deputy commander felt a deep sense of indebtedness, a sentiment shared by the entire government army, who now felt a strong obligation toward the Blood Demon. And once the situation had fully settled, Woon Wai turned his attention to the Murim Alliance representatives and asked what course they intended to take now that their attempt to involve the government had failed. At that moment, the leaders froze in visible shock as a violent crimson aura surged from Woon Wai and his hair glowed red, and he questioned their reaction, reminding them that they were the ones who had wished to witness the Blood Demon. He then declared that he would grant them a chance to save themselves, stating that if they chose to flee, he would allow one among them to live. Yet Jigsu answered by drawing his sword and ridiculing him, claiming that he had grown arrogant merely because his numbers had increased, while insisting that the 2,000 present were not the entirety of their strength. Woon Wai replied that they were mistaken, asserting that these truly were all the forces they had left, and continued to mock them for always believing they were one step ahead of their enemies, even as, at that very moment, the opening ceremony had already begun. At the Murim Alliance's Guangxi branch, battle was already underway, as the Fourth Supreme displayed overwhelming might, crushing opponents within the compound while loudly calling them out to face him. Yet those who saw him recoiled in fear, recognizing him as a monster, identifying him as the eccentric Hei Action, and warning others to stay away. At the same time, an old man fighting alongside Woon Wai advanced relentlessly, cutting down anyone in his path, and turning the battlefield into a complete bloodbath, while from a nearby building, an observing officer grew increasingly alarmed as he realized that the enemy had deliberately used themselves as bait to lure this assault, and this man was OJCO, the leader of the Murim Alliance's Guangxi branch. Soon, a subordinate rushed in with urgent news regarding the enemy's numbers, and when asked how many had infiltrated, he revealed that there were only 9, yet each possessed overwhelming strength. And not long after, a figure burst into the room and openly mocked JCO, who responded by recalling that he believed this person had died 20 years earlier, acknowledging that while they might be cursed, they still carried the Blood Demon's bloodline. And as he drew his sword, he believed that everything would end once they were defeated, assuming that the one before him was the Blood Demon. However, the figure corrected him, stating that they also wished to be called that, which caused a brief flicker of surprise in JCO, as the person standing before him was Baek Hai-hyang, who immediately rushed forward with her sword aimed straight at him. Back on the battlefield, Jigsu continued to accuse the Blood Demon of boundless arrogance, declaring that if his earlier words were true, then a grave mistake had already been made, and convinced that killing him would stop the resurrection of the blood cult. They surged forward with the resolve to sacrifice themselves for the future of Orthodox Murim. Yet with a single, swift motion, Woon Wai cut Jigsu cleanly in half, and in the same breath, branch leader Guak rushed in to strike, only for his attack to be effortlessly blocked, leaving him completely stunned as he realized that his ultimate technique, poured with all his strength, had achieved nothing. And in that instant he finally understood why Woon Wai was called the Blood Demon, concluding that their only remaining option was to die alongside him. But before he could act further, Woon Wai moved again and slit his throat without hesitation. The remaining soldiers, witnessing their leader fall almost instantly, were left in utter shock as fear spread through their ranks and voices rose in panic, calling the Blood Demon a monster, while in contrast the blood cult members laughed openly at their enemies, declaring that they stood no chance against them. And at that moment, the Blood Demon gave the command to begin the opening ceremony of blood, ordering his forces to advance, and they obeyed without hesitation as they charged directly into the opposing army. Both sides quickly formed their battle lines as the Orthodox Murim forces shouted curses and swore to eliminate the Blood Demon's army. Yet despite their fierce words, fear was evident among them, with some already crying out their desire to flee, while the Blood Cult's warriors showed no trace of hesitation, mocking their opponent's cowardice even as the enemy desperately clung to the hope of survival. Meanwhile, branch leader Gwak, now on the brink of death, reflected on his failure to involve the government, yet still believed that if nearly 2,000 alliance members were to fall here, it would eventually force the Orthodox Murim to unite. And as Wen Wai approached him, he pointed out that Gwak had led all his subordinates to their deaths for a foolish cause, questioning how he could still carry himself with pride, even remarking that such thinking seemed to define the Orthodox Murim. The dying leader insisted that it was a noble sacrifice made for the greater good, and that Wen Wai could never understand such reasoning, then accepted his end and urged him to finish it. Yet Wen Wai chose not to deliver the final blow, and Gwak interpreted this restraint as hesitation, believing that Wen Wai had begun to fear the consequences of his actions. Wen Wai then explained that a living person held far greater value than a dead one, and because of that, he would spare not only him, but also half of the remaining subordinates, leaving the leader confused as he struggled to understand what he intended to do. Wen Wai made it clear that circumstances had changed, that the blood cult was no longer what it once had been, and that as long as he stood as its leader, its methods and decisions would no longer follow the path of the past. At the same time, Baek Haihyang pressed her assault without pause, cutting into his hand in one swift motion and denying him even a moment to recover or react, then continuing to dominate him completely as her power bore down on him, and her attacks flowed one after another without the slightest hesitation, each blow landing with brutal force until he coughed up blood violently and his body reached a critical state, after which she seized him and hurled his shattered form off the building with overwhelming strength. Even after suffering injuries that severe, the leader forced himself to lift his head, his body drained as his gaze swept across the surroundings, taking in the gruesome sight before him, where blood covered the ground and every one of his subordinates lay dead, the entire area reduced to a battlefield marked by devastation and loss. Baek Haihyang descended calmly to where he lay and, with a composed expression, openly showed her satisfaction, making it clear she had enjoyed everything that had just unfolded now that it was over. Yet the leader, refusing to yield, questioned her way of thinking and reflected aloud that assuming the blood cult would rise again because of this was nothing but foolishness, pointing out that their actions had not only provoked the Murim alliance, but had also drawn the government's attention. She answered with clear amusement, brushing aside his claim as a misunderstanding on his part, stating that they had never interfered with the government, and implying that his conclusion came from a lack of awareness, while further stressing that he should not assume they were the only ones capable of influencing the government. Still firm in his belief, the leader responded with mockery, telling her to enjoy her confidence while it lasted, since even gaining government support would not truly change anything. Then, accepting what awaited him, he declared that he would wait for them in death, and told her to end his life at once. Baek Haihyang, however, revealed that had it been solely her choice, she would have already killed him, but the blood demon had given explicit orders that individuals of higher rank were to be kept alive, and upon hearing this, the leader showed disbelief, unable to accept that the blood demon would act in such a way, which prompted her to grab him firmly by the head and insist that he see it for himself. At that moment, his eyes fell upon numerous soldiers who had previously gone into battle but were now captured and brought there under the blood demon's command, and Baek Haihyang explained that many of them were still alive, leaving the leader confused and questioning the reason, to which she clarified that the blood demon had chosen to spare them because they could be used as valuable assets in negotiations. The leader fell silent for a moment as he considered the idea of negotiation, aware that while using captives as leverage was nothing unusual in war, it felt strangely out of place for the blood cult, a faction long defined by its absolute ruthlessness. Jaso had once anticipated a full-scale clash between the orthodox and unorthodox factions, and understood well the merciless reputation of the blood cult, which historically spared no one who refused to submit, with the blood demon himself, once standing as the very embodiment of evil. Yet the methods now being used by this new blood demon stood in stark contrast to everything the cult had been known for. JCO voiced his thoughts, stating that keeping them alive only served to humiliate them, and that it would be more fitting to simply kill them. But the blood demon answered calmly that he had no intention of doing so, as they were important pieces for negotiation. JCO argued back that taking hostages would not change anything, since those who had chosen to fight had already cast aside their will to live, prompting the blood demon to ask whether that meant their deaths would ultimately amount to nothing. JCO explained that such sacrifices were made for the sake of Murim's future, and that if their deaths could prevent further bloodshed, then those deaths would carry meaning. Yet the blood demon criticized this line of thinking, stating that calling something honor or justice did not automatically turn a meaningless death into a noble sacrifice, before directing attention toward the captives and questioning whether they truly shared such beliefs. JCO defended them, insisting that the martial artist of the alliance should not be insulted and that they held the same resolve as he did. But the blood demon pointed out the simple reality that they were still alive, asking why, if they were truly willing to sacrifice themselves, they had not chosen death, adding that if their resolve had been so firm, they could have taken their own lives after losing, yet none of them had done so. When JCO demanded to know what had been done to them, the blood demon replied that he had merely reminded them of reality, explaining that he had asked each of them whether their families would be able to live well if they died, and though their circumstances differed, they had all arrived at the same conclusion. They wanted to live. The captured soldiers, overcome with emotion, began to speak, expressing their desire to return to the children waiting for them, while others spoke of the wives who prayed each night for their safe return, and some thought of their aging parents who relied on them for support. One by one, the captives lowered their heads and apologized to their branch leader, admitting that they did not have the resolve to choose death, and JCO, hearing this, questioned whether the blood demon truly believed such emotional manipulation could shake his will. In response, the blood demon acknowledged that JCO's resolve was indeed strong, worthy of someone in his position, before stating that if JCO were to die there, his remains would be returned to his family in pieces, leaving those closest to him to endure unbearable grief, describing how such a loss would bring endless sorrow and leave behind a shattered family forced to live each day with pain and resentment, then revealing that he understood those feelings all too well, and that it was precisely because of that understanding that he sought to bring an end to the unbroken cycle of hatred consuming everyone. Affected by these words, JCO began to question whether the blood demon was speaking sincerely and asked what his true goal was, to which the blood demon responded that JCO had finally started to grasp the meaning behind their exchange. Several days later, at the Hunan branch of the Murim Alliance, a servant rushed in with urgent news, reporting that the Guangxi branch had failed to properly utilize the government's military forces and had retreated together with the Sichuan army, leading the higher-ranking members to initially assume that the blood cult must have withdrawn from the battlefield. YG Song, the Hunan branch leader, suggested taking advantage of the situation by pursuing the scattered enemy, but the servant quickly corrected him, stating that the blood cult had not retreated at all. This revelation left the branch leader stunned, and further clarification followed, explaining that the government forces had not pulled back because the enemy had fled, but rather due to a discussion that had taken place, though the specifics of that conversation remained unknown. The servant then delivered even more troubling news, reporting that close to 1,000 martial artists from the Guangxi branch had been ambushed and taken captive by the blood cult. The leader was left in shock upon hearing that they were still alive, and shortly afterward, a letter sent by the blood cult was presented, stating that thousands of prisoners, including JCO of the Guangxi branch, were being held, and that if their safety was to be ensured, negotiations would be required. The higher-ups dismissed the proposal outright as foolish, reasoning that the martial artists of the Guangxi branch had already accepted the possibility of sacrifice for their cause, and that agreeing to such terms would not only dishonor that resolve, but also damage the reputation of the Murim Alliance, leading them to firmly reject any form of negotiation while ordering the chief strategists from each branch to assemble at the base near Guangxi. YG Song carefully urged them to reconsider, warning that launching an attack in this situation might provoke betrayal from other Murim factions. Yet the higher-ups showed no hesitation, expressing full confidence that such a scenario would never come to pass and reaffirming that they would continue to stand as the very symbol of the Orthodox Murim. When he asked if a plan had already been set in motion, one of the higher-ups answered with composed certainty, explaining that hostages only retain value while they were still alive, a principle attributed to the Murim Alliance's third general strategist, Elder Baek Wahayang. That night in Guangxi, the Supremes of the Blood Cult assembled for a crucial meeting, where the discussion opened with concern over Baek Ryona's condition. It was reported that those within the cult skilled in medical arts had taken charge of her treatment, yet none of them were able to cure the poison affecting her brain, leaving them with no option but to use inner core energy to protect her mind and prevent further deterioration for the time being, while making it clear that a proper recovery would ultimately require the antidote. At the same time, Gu Jiang was enduring increasingly severe torture as they attempted to force information from him, but despite the escalating methods, he continued to refuse to confess or reveal anything. Shifting focus, the blood demon addressed the third blood star, the bloodthirsty demon Yang Zhang, and asked about the all-healing divine physician, to which it was reported that people had already been dispatched to Zhujiang, the last known location of the physician. The blood demon considered the possibility that the all-healing divine physician might be capable of treating Baek Ryonha, even without obtaining the antidote from Gu Jiang. Yet the situation remained troubling, as a round trip to Zhujiang would take no less than a month, and time was running short, while the second and fourth Supremes were likely already growing anxious, given that Baek Ryonha was not only someone they had previously supported as a candidate, but also a direct descendant of the former blood demon. Even so, one of the Supremes admitted that there was simply no time to waste, and that an alternative solution had to be found immediately. Action then reminded the First Bloodstar that their plan had already been to stall for time, questioning what more was needed beyond that. But he also pointed out that no response had come from the Murim alliance agreeing to negotiations, which led to rising uncertainty among them as doubts formed about whether they could proceed under such unclear conditions. At that moment, Zhang Riyong, the First Bloodstar known as the Lightning Bloodsword, spoke up, expressing his lingering doubts and questioning whether they truly believed the plan would succeed, prompting the Fourth Supreme to react with anger and nearly resort to violence before the Blood Demon stepped in, stopping him and stating that the First Bloodstar must have a valid reason for voicing such concerns. Wen Wei then asked what justified such doubt, prompting the First Bloodstar to explain that over the years he had embedded numerous spies across the branches of the Murim alliance and, with quiet confidence, considered himself the most capable in intelligence gathering within the Blood Cult, after which he produced a document sent by one of those spies and handed it to the Blood Demon, urging him to examine it closely. The contents revealed that forces from Guizhou, Jiangxi, Guangdong, and Yunnan were already advancing toward them, yet nowhere in any of the reports was there mention of negotiation. And as those present reviewed the information, the mood grew heavy with tension, a shared realization forming that the situation was turning increasingly unfavorable, while the likelihood of the intelligence being falsified seemed extremely low. The First Bloodstar continued, explaining that if he were in the Murim alliance's position and intended to strike, he would intentionally leak false claims about being open to negotiation in order to create an opening for sudden ambush, and this reasoning caused others to waver as well, making it apparent that what they truly faced was a war against 4 separate branches of the Murim alliance. The Blood Demon acknowledged the severity of the situation, and when asked whether he had a solution, the First Bloodstar proposed adhering to their usual methods, suggesting that all captives who refused to submit and join the cult should be executed, after which their forces should split and scatter before the enemy arrived, stressing that the disparity in numbers made a direct large-scale confrontation impossible, especially if they remained concentrated in one location. The Blood Demon considered this proposal carefully and recognized its logic, and neither the Supremes nor the other Bloodstars voiced any opposition, leading him to reflect on how the approach he had taken until now differed from the traditional practices of the Blood Cult. The First Bloodstar then added that it was only natural for the Blood Demon to make mistakes given his youth and lack of experience despite holding the highest authority, reminding him that every decision carried consequences for countless members, and urging him not to squander 20 years of effort through stubbornness, but instead to lead with sound judgment. Even so, the Blood Demon declared with certainty that they would proceed with the negotiations, and then, turning to the First Bloodstar, he proposed a wager, stating that if the negotiations with the Murim alliance were to fail, he would grant him any wish, a statement that left everyone present wondering what he intended to do next. The First Bloodstar replied that if the Blood Demon was truly that confident, then there was nothing more for him to argue. But the Blood Demon immediately added a condition, stating that if the negotiation succeeded, the First Bloodstar would instead have to grant him a wish, and he made it specific. He would be required to publicly apologize for injuring No Siongo's father during the succession ceremony, and also hand over 1/3 of the wealth he had accumulated through the Flower Moon Merchant Association, a demand that visibly shook the First Bloodstar as he questioned how such a deeply concealed matter had come to light. It brought to mind the earlier incident where a man had pleaded before the Blood Demon, making it clear that the First Bloodstar had orchestrated events by feeding false information to lure the evil Moon Sword while he himself had been the true culprit all along. And with that exposed, he asked whether the Blood Demon was truly willing to endanger himself, Baek Ryonha, the other Supremes, and the Bloodstars over something like this. The Blood Demon answered calmly that the only reason he had not acted sooner was because everyone there had fought for the Blood Cult, explaining that while he would not demand loyalty from the First Bloodstar, he did expect him to uphold basic decorum, and upon realizing the weight of the situation, the First Bloodstar quickly apologized, insisting that everything he had done was out of concern for the Blood Cult's future. Before the tension could ease, Baek Haihyang suddenly stepped in and severed his hand, her anger unmistakable as she expressed disbelief that she was only now hearing of his actions, questioning why such a grave matter had been concealed, and refusing to overlook the fact that someone who had once served under her had disregarded the cult hierarchy, after which she turned to the Blood Demon, apologized for drawing her blade in his presence, and stated that if he intended to hold the First Bloodstar accountable, then she too should bear responsibility. The Blood Demon appeared slightly surprised, as he had not intended for things to escalate to the loss of an arm, and told Baek Haihyang that he would take her words into consideration before bringing the meeting to a close, declaring that they would move forward with the negotiations, and instructing everyone to focus on handling the captives. Once the meeting ended and the others departed, Baek Haihyang remained behind and confronted the First Bloodstar directly, questioning whether he had lost his senses and warning him that his behavior was no different from that of the Bloodhand Demoness, who had ultimately met a tragic end. She told him he should consider himself fortunate to still be alive, and warned him to act more cautiously from now on before turning and leaving the room, and, as the others filtered out after her, Many were left thinking that Baek Haihyang's decisiveness made her highly effective at maintaining order, while the blood demon himself reflected on her bold nature, and concluded that she was worthy of being given an appropriate position in the future. Not long after, a guard approached the blood demon with a response, and he showed clear satisfaction at how quickly it had arrived. The message stated that the debt would be repaid, no matter the cost, and pleased with this reply, he ordered that the individual in question be treated well. Later that same night, several suspicious figures infiltrated the area and moved straight toward the captives, searching specifically for the branch leader, prompting JCO to ask whether they were from the Murim Alliance, but the men immediately signaled for silence and explained that the alliance had no intention of negotiating with the blood cult, only holding back because the captives were being used as leverage. They then dropped a pouch filled with pills and instructed the prisoners to take their own lives at once, and the branch leader, accepting this grim situation, requested that his family be looked after his death, only for the infiltrator to reinforce his resolve by claiming that the general strategist had already promised to take responsibility. Turning to the other captives, the branch leader told them to listen closely, explaining that if they truly wished to bring down the blood cult, then they would have to die there for the sake of peace and the safety of the Orthodox Murim. And although despair weighed heavily on them, the captives reluctantly agreed to follow through. The infiltrators then feigned sorrow, declaring that they would remember their fallen brothers of Guangxi and ensure their sacrifice would not be meaningless, vowing to avenge them by spilling the blood of the blood cult. But before anything could continue, a figure suddenly appeared and killed every one of them in an instant. That figure was the blood demon himself, and the captives, still bound in chains, immediately asked whether what they had just heard was true and if the Murim Alliance had truly abandoned them, to which the blood demon confirmed that the alliance had indeed arrived, but not to save them. Instead, their objective was to destroy the blood cult, with the captives merely standing in the way, and he revealed that poison had been sent to ensure all of them would die, before telling the prisoners not to take the pills and assuring them that as long as they remained alive, the Murim Alliance would be forced to enter negotiations. Woon Wai stood in silence atop the fortress wall, his gaze stretching across the wide expanse below, and after a brief stillness, he stepped right to the edge and calmly placed his mask over his face, his presence steady and unshaken as he observed the large force approaching from the front and noted to himself that they had finally arrived. Every one of them belonged to the Murim Alliance, representing its 3 branches, and at their head rode the 3rd general strategist, Baek Haihyang. As Baek Haihyang advanced, he inwardly scoffed at the blood cult, convinced their foolish scheme could never overcome him, reflecting that the hostages they had taken only held value so long as they remained alive, yet remembering how, just the night before, thousands of those captives had taken their own lives, an event that must have thrown the enemy into disarray and one he believed he could now exploit. Dismounting his horse, he stepped forward with measured confidence, sensing that every element had fallen into place and wondering if this was the moment to begin. Lifting his sword high, Baek Haihyang called out to the Murim Alliance and ordered them to listen closely, declaring that whether under sun or darkness they had pushed forward without rest to reach this stronghold and save their brothers who had been seized by the vile blood sect, but that circumstances had shifted as those very brothers could not withstand the torment inflicted upon them and had perished during the previous night. He proclaimed that the enemy had scorned them even as they attempted negotiation on their own terms, then urged every member of the alliance to raise their weapons, eradicate the treacherous evil before them, and restore justice to Murim so the spirits of their fallen comrades might finally rest. Yet as his fervent speech continued, his subordinates abruptly reacted in alarm, their attention snapping toward the fortress gate, where the massive doors began to open. In the next instant, even Baek Haihyang's composure faltered as he saw hostages being led, and among them he clearly recognized the Guangxi branch leader, OJCO, a sight that struck him with shock because the man was supposed to have died after taking a poison pill. Unable to accept what he was seeing, Baek Haihyang questioned how such a thing could occur and immediately sent a telepathic message to the subordinate behind him, accusing him of falsifying his report and daring to deceive a strategist, while the man firmly insisted he had witnessed everything himself, explaining that each hostage had swallowed the poison pills one after another and died right before his eyes. Still unable to resolve the contradiction, Baek Haihyang remained deeply unsettled, struggling to grasp the truth and beginning to suspect that the figures before him might somehow be wearing counterfeit faces. At that moment, a voice rose from behind the gathered ranks, calling out for the Murim Alliance to listen, and Woon Wai, concealed behind his mask, stepped forward to declare that the captives had neither been abused nor subjected to torture, and that every single one of them was still alive and breathing. He added that although a minor incident had occurred the previous night, it would be disregarded, then continued by stating their intent to proceed with negotiations without complication, and, as proof of their sincerity, ordered the release of the Guangxi branch leader first, who walked straight toward the strategist. As the man approached, Baek Haihyang halted him and reached out to examine his face with care, confirming there was no disguise. Using the frequency whispering technique, the strategist quietly questioned how he could possibly be alive and whether he had not received the command to take the poison pill, to which the branch leader answered that the message had indeed reached them, but they had chosen not to carry it out. Hearing this, the strategist was left shaken, realizing in an instant that his entire scheme had fallen apart, and he inwardly cursed that because of Ojcio, everything had collapsed, leaving him trapped in a dangerous position, since he had already declared them all dead and now had no alternative but to proceed with negotiations. He then turned to address the Alliance, expressing relief that they were alive and stating that, as the Alliance's strategist, he would guarantee their safe return, before formally announcing his agreement to negotiate with the Blood Demon. Upon hearing this, Wunwei accepted with calm composure, while elsewhere Sango cautioned the First Blood Star not to take the situation lightly, leaving him unable to respond. Wunwei then moved beyond the fortress gates and seated himself on an elevated wooden chair carried by attendants, and as they carefully set it in place his posture remained firm and composed, his quiet authority tightening the atmosphere around him. Observing this, the general strategist asked if he was the current Blood Demon, and Wunwei confirmed it without hesitation, prompting the strategist to dismiss formalities and demand that he state his terms for releasing the captives. In the very next instant, Wunwei pictured himself surging forward and cutting the strategist's throat, though the image remained confined to his thoughts as he forced it down, reminding himself that anger could not be allowed to destroy everything, and recalling how, in his previous life, he had been killed to preserve the secret of the Sword Immortal's record. He resolved that when the moment came, he would repay it with a far more brutal death. With that restraint in place, Wunwei calmly laid out his demands, explaining that they were simple and instructing the strategist to withdraw from this place with all of his forces. The strategist regarded the demand as something he had anticipated and gave his agreement, stating that if every hostage were released, they would comply. Yet before he could finish, Wunwei added another condition, declaring that in the name of the Murim Alliance they must recognize the blood cult as the ruler of Guangxi. And as he spread his arms with quiet confidence, he further required that they publicly offer congratulations for the resurrection ceremony. At these words, anger surged through everyone present, and even the strategist issued a warning not to push too far, arguing that withdrawing their forces in exchange for the captives was already more than enough. Wunwei answered that such a view was merely the strategist's perspective and not his own, then pointed out that refusal would place the strategist at a disadvantage, prompting the general strategist to scoff that they clearly did not understand common sense, and to question whether Wunwei had considered the possibility that they might simply abandon the hostages and launch an attack instead. He went further, threatening that if they killed every prisoner themselves and blamed the blood cult for treachery, there would be nothing Wunwei could do to stop it. At this, the branch leader was visibly shaken by what he heard, but the strategist immediately gestured to his subordinates and ordered them to silence him, and they carried out the command without hesitation as the branch leader struggled and protested. The strategist then justified his actions, claiming that those who had once been prepared to give their lives were now pleading for survival under the blood sect, which he deemed an act of betrayal, and he continued to insult them, declaring that no one from that branch deserved recognition. Raising his sword, he declared that negotiations were over and announced that those taken by the blood cult would no longer be considered part of the alliance, asserting that they had once been proud brothers willing to sacrifice themselves to destroy the blood cult for the future of Murim, yet had now abandoned that resolve and turned into traitors. He went on to state that for 20 years he had fought against such people and eliminated anyone who failed to uphold their doctrine, concluding that everyone in Guangxi was effectively aligned with the blood cult, and since those traitors had already sworn to give their lives, he would make certain they honored that vow. Having listened in silence, Wunwei shifted his gaze behind him and asked how it sounded, and in response a man stepped forward, removed his mask, and revealed that he had come only because the blood demon had courteously requested his presence. When the strategist demanded to know who he was, and then saw him clearly, sweat broke across his face as he recognized him in shock as the deputy commander, Li Suk. Li Suk voiced his deep disappointment in the Murim Alliance, questioning whether this was truly how they conducted themselves despite claiming to uphold justice. And, at his words, the strategist hurried toward him in haste, trying to explain that it was all a misunderstanding and merely part of the negotiation process. Yet before he could complete his excuse, Li Suk lifted a hand to cut him off and stated that it was enough, making it clear he had heard all he needed. He then declared that everything would be reported to higher authorities and that their relationship with the alliance would have to be reconsidered. As this unfolded, Wunwei stepped closer to the deputy commander and advised him to move back, warning that the strategist was not someone predictable, and Li Suk accepted the caution, while the strategist continued to protest and deny the situation. Even as the deputy commander turned away, believing he had settled his obligation, leaving the strategist scrambling in an attempt to stop him, Wunwei then addressed the strategist, stating that the 20 years he had devoted to this cause had now been rendered meaningless, which provoked an immediate outburst as the strategist lashed back, accusing Wunwei of relying on cheap and underhanded methods. But in response, Wunwei unleashed a vast surge of crimson energy, demonstrating unmistakably that he stood far beyond such trivial tactics. As the strategist beheld this overwhelming power, fear began to take hold, and he realized that Wen Wai had reached a level equal to that of the 8 great martial masters. With cold finality, Wen Wai declared that if the strategist held no regard for the hostage's safety, then he too had no reason to restrain himself, and he implied that they could proceed to see which side would be the first to be utterly annihilated. The first strategist was struck with disbelief as he grasped that Wen Wai's strength stood equal to that of the 8 great martial masters, and with that realization came a surge of anxiety, as he understood that even if they resisted with the forces currently at their disposal, the cost would be devastating and victory would still not be guaranteed. Watching Wen Wai, the general strategist was overcome with despair, concluding inwardly that death at his hands was all but certain. His composure broke without warning as sweat poured from him, and in a sudden shift he lowered his head, brought his hands together in a respectful gesture, and formally offered congratulations for the opening ceremony of Wen Wai's sect. The scene then shifted to Hubei, Wuhan, inside the Murim Alliance headquarters, where the first strategist issued an apology for his failure, stating that he had learned for what had happened and insisting that he alone truly understood the current blood demon, as he earnestly requested another opportunity with the confidence that he would succeed this time. However, he was cut off by Sama Junghian, the second general strategist, who remarked on his shamelessness and pointed out that the gravity of his mistakes was enough to justify immediate resignation. In response, General Strategist Beck challenged whether the responsibility truly fell entirely on him, arguing that it was not entirely accurate to assign all blame in his direction, explaining that the circumstances had been affected by the absence of the supreme general strategist, and further countering by pointing out that Sama Junghian himself had been responsible for losing the blood demon sword, which had contributed to their current situation. Sama Junghian fired back, asserting that at the very least he had taken responsibility to contain the crisis, while accusing General Strategist Beck of accomplishing nothing and instead surrendering Guangxi province, even going so far as to endorse the blood sect's opening ceremony in the name of the alliance. In turn, General Strategist Beck defended his actions, maintaining that everything he had done was for the sake of saving their fellow alliance members. At that moment, the Murim Alliance leader, Beck Hyang Mook, intervened and silenced their dispute, reminding them that the situation was a shared responsibility and that no single individual should bear the entire burden. Although they attempted to respond, he did not continue the exchange, instead reflecting inwardly that they were too occupied with tearing one another down when they should have been united. He lamented the absence of the supreme general strategist and thought about how long it had been since they had last been manipulated by their enemies, noting that within the span of a single year, they had faced entanglement with the unrivaled faction, the incident involving the blood demon sword, and now the resurgence of the blood sect, and he quietly questioned whether the 20 years of peace had finally come to an end, and if chaos was once again descending upon Murim. Admitting he had grown complacent, he felt a tremor run through his hands as a surge of morale overtook him, leaving him unable to steady the shaking, and though the gathered strategists quickly picked up on his odd state, he brushed off their concern as nothing before clearing his throat and declaring that the time had finally come to settle a long-postponed matter, noting that the seat of Supreme General Strategist had stood empty for far too long. Hearing this, Sama Junghian froze as the purpose of their summons became clear. They were here to appoint a new Supreme General Strategist, and convinced that General Strategist Beck had disqualified himself through a serious mistake, he assumed the position would fall to him. Yet just as Beck Hyang Mook was about to name the successor, a loud noise rang through the hall, drawing every gaze to the entrance where a man stepped inside. And Sama Junghian was left shaken as he recognized the elderly figure with long, braided gray hair as his own master, the former Supreme General Strategist of the Murim Alliance, who then remarked that although he had wished to spend his remaining years quietly with his great-grandson, it seemed the Alliance leader intended to have him work until his final days. Meanwhile, at the Blood Cult's temporary base in Guangxi, Yang Zhan, the third Blood Star, known as the Bloodthirsty Demon, earnestly pleaded with the Blood Demon to allow Lady Beck Ryonha to become his consort, catching Wen Wai off guard with the abrupt request and prompting him to ask what exactly Yang Zhan meant, to which Yang Zhan replied that someone as perceptive as the Blood Demon should already understand, a response that irritated Wen Wai as he questioned whether this meeting had truly been arranged just for that. Then leaning back in his chair while admitting inwardly that he did grasp the implication, reflecting that the internal factional conflicts within the Blood Cult were still unresolved, having believed they would settle after the removal of the sixth Blood Star, Han Bika, only to realize that was not the case as he silently acknowledged the situation as troublesome and considered his next move. At that moment, Beck Haihyang approached, noticed his deep sigh, and asked what was wrong, and, though her sudden appearance annoyed him, Wen Wai reminded her she was not allowed to enter without requesting an audience, which she casually dismissed by saying no one else was present, and that she had effectively just asked, and when he pressed how she had gotten inside, she simply answered that she came through the window. Seated on the table before him, she asked why he continued to address her as young lady, in private when he had spoken far more casually in public. And though Wen insisted it was simply proper etiquette, she pushed back, pointing out that such a title no longer suited her now, that he was the Blood Demon, as it only reinforced past factional divisions. Recognizing the truth in her words, he conceded and corrected himself by calling her by name, which she accepted before asking why he did not go further and use her first name, prompting him to agree before turning the conversation back by asking if that had been her only reason for coming, to which she replied that she wanted to know what position he intended to assign her. Before he could respond, a knock sounded at the door, and when he asked who it was, a guard announced that the First Supreme was requesting a private audience. Baek Haihyang leaned in once more, pressing him again about her role, but Wen told her the decision would be revealed during the appointment ceremony, and as she slipped out through the window, she left him with a warning not to give her anything strange. The First Supreme entered soon after, offering his respects to the Blood Demon, which Wen returned, and though the First Supreme advised him to adopt a more formal manner befitting his station, Wen brushed it aside, saying he would be formal when required, but preferred to treat him as a senior martial master in private. This response led the First Supreme to remark that Wen was different, a comment that caught him slightly off guard, and when asked to elaborate, the First Supreme explained that he had served 3 blood demons, all of whom had been alike in nature, drawing a faint smile from Wen as he suggested that the difference might stem from being raised in a different environment, before asking the reason for the visit. The First Supreme then stated that he wished to understand how Wen intended to lead the blood cult, noting that its fundamental doctrine had always been to drench the world in blood, yet Wen's recent actions seemed to contradict that path. Inwardly, Wen acknowledged that resistance had been unavoidable, though he had not expected it from the First Supreme, and realizing that authority alone would not settle the matter, he chose his response carefully, asking what would truly remain if the world were covered in blood, a question that left the First Supreme silent, as Wen continued, explaining that such an outcome would not preserve purity, but instead leave only a land filled with blood and corpses, where nothing endured except the strongest who managed to survive. The First Supreme recoiled in shock, and asked if he had heard correctly, saying it sounded as though Wen was denying the very ideals of the blood cult, and Wen answered without hesitation that he was, explaining that countless members had already lost their lives for the sake of that empty doctrine. Stepping forward, he continued that turning the entire world into enemies in pursuit of such beliefs had brought nothing but unending suffering, and he asked plainly whether the First Supreme truly considered that acceptable. The First Supreme countered that the ideology was the sect's very foundation and identity, pressing him on who would stand behind him if he cast it aside. But Wen responded by questioning the worth of an obsolete creed that treated human lives as disposable, and as he tightened his grip on his sword, he declared that he would put an end to it, stating that even if it cost him his authority as the Blood Demon and shattered the future of the sect, he would still carry through, drawing the blade as a cold crimson aura spread outward. He made it clear that he would relinquish his position without hesitation if that was the price. The First Supreme remarked that this was the first time he had encountered a Blood Demon like Wen adding that none before had ever crushed the doctrine with such disregard. And Wen replied that he was not the same as those who came before him, and saw no reason to walk their path, explaining that the direction their cult should follow must not lead them toward destruction, while arguing that loyalty should never be imposed through rigid ideals, but instead arise from the genuine will of its members. Though the First Supreme questioned whether such a belief could truly exist, Wen answered with certainty that he would make it a reality and ensure the cult's prosperity. At those words, the First Supreme suddenly broke into loud laughter, leaving Wen confused as he wondered what had prompted it. But then the First Supreme admitted that Wen was right, and acknowledged that the cult's ideology had grown outdated and corrupted, a response that took him by surprise, as Tan Weigong went on to explain that he had served the previous blood demons his entire life, and had seen how they embodied the doctrine itself, spreading it throughout the martial world with blood and blade. And though it shamed him to admit it, he confessed that he had once accepted it as absolute truth. Hearing this, Wen dropped to his knees and asked if that meant he too had turned away from the current doctrine. The First Supreme answered that he had begun to question it after the former cult leader's death, leaving Wen stunned as he realized that if someone who had devoted so many years to the cult felt this way, then others might also harbor similar doubts. And Tan Weigong continued, saying they had long been shackled by the chains of that doctrine, while asking whether they intended to keep repeating the same mistakes forever, admitting that he had recognized this truth long ago, but lacked the courage to reject it, fearing that doing so would make his entire life's work meaningless. However, after seeing Wen's determination to correct these wrongs even at the cost of his own position, he came to understand that turning away now would be the greatest disgrace. And so he declared that his loyalty would no longer lie with the title of Blood Demon, but with Jin Wen himself, vowing to dedicate everything to the new cult Wen would build and asking to stand as one of its supporting pillars. Hearing this, Wen reflected on Tan Weigong, the first supreme and the strongest figure within the blood cult, and recalled how he had been searching for a way to secure his loyalty. Recognizing that they already stood on the same ground in terms of ideals, Woon Wai considered himself fortunate and accepted him without the slightest hesitation, saying there was no reason to turn him away and that having him at his side was no different from commanding 1,000 soldiers. The First Supreme bowed deeply, expressing his honor being accepted, then noted that it had been a long time since he had seen it so closely and asked if it was the Blood Demon's sword, which Woon Wai confirmed. The First Supreme then advised that the sword should be entrusted to a skilled blacksmith within the cult, explaining that it had yet to reach its true form, a claim that caught Woon Wai off guard since he had never heard such a thing before, prompting him to question the sword itself, only for the Blood Demon's sword to respond with irritation, telling the old man not to meddle, which led Woon Wai to conclude that there was likely truth in what had been said. Shifting the conversation, the First Supreme asked how Woon Wai planned to bring the divided forces together, and in response, Woon Wai grabbed his head in frustration and admitted that he had assumed everything would naturally settle once he became the Blood Demon, only to realize that it had not, leading the First Supreme to point out that Woon Wai did not seem to understand what typically followed the rise of a new Blood Demon. When asked to elaborate, he explained that throughout history, those aligned with the new Blood Demon would rise in power, while rivals and their factions would lose both status and influence, adding that Baek Ryona's subordinates were likely extremely uneasy since she had not been guaranteed a position like Baek Haihyang and was currently unconscious from poison. Hearing this, Woon Wai reflected and realized that the third Bloodstar sudden request had not come from loyalty, but from fear of losing his standing. And he also understood that Baek Ryona's presence had often served to elevate Baek Haihyang, meaning that openly favoring one would only deepen the divide. Releasing a long sigh, he finally grasped why everyone had been so sensitive about the role he would assign to Baek Haihyang, while the First Supreme simply remarked that this was the nature of politics and advised him not to overcomplicate the matter. And when Woon Wai asked if there was a solution, Tan Wigong proposed a straightforward approach, telling him to embrace both sides. And when pressed for clarification, he bluntly suggested taking both women as wives. Woon Wai was left utterly stunned, unable to respond, as the First Supreme burst into laughter and insisted that such a solution would resolve everything while also strengthening the bloodline. Woon Wai found himself wondering why every elder seemed to arrive at the same conclusion, and although the First Supreme confidently claimed there would be no objections, Woon Wai rejected the proposal the moment he pictured it, stating plainly that even without opposition he had no desire to go through with it, then adding that he had already pledged his future to Sama Young, the daughter of Sama Chuk, known as the Wicked Moonsword. The First Supreme muttered that the involvement of the four great evils made the situation far more complicated and conceded that his idea would not succeed, prompting Woon Wai to feel relieved as he thanked him for understanding, assuming the matter of marriage had finally been settled. Yet the First Supreme continued, saying he was uncertain how Baek Haihyang might respond, but would try to persuade her as well, even going so far as to suggest expanding the arrangement to include all three women. At that point, Woon Wai felt as if the man was deliberately pushing him toward disaster, so he firmly declared that he would deal with everything personally and instructed him not to interfere, but just then Sodom appeared and began teasing him about having 3 wives, vividly imagining the chaos it would bring and clearly enjoying the thought, which led Woon Wai to shut it down immediately, calling it ridiculous and snapping back by asking whether his life existed purely for their amusement. Leaning back as he gathered his thoughts, he admitted to himself that having the First Supreme's backing was undeniably valuable, yet his advice could not be trusted, leaving him to conclude that he was back at square one and would have to resolve everything alone. And as he reflected further, he recognized that everyone's behavior stemmed from fear of losing their power, which led him to decide that he would turn that very fear into his advantage. Several days later, on the day of the enthronement ceremony, Woon Wai stayed inside his room while Sama Young helped him get ready, instructing him to keep his eyes closed and warning that any mistake would force her to start over, then telling him to stay still as she worked and mentioning she was nearly done, until at last she finished and gave him permission to open his eyes, only for her to blush the moment she saw him before trying to hold back her laughter, failing completely as she burst out laughing and even rolled on the floor while saying she could not handle how cute he looked. Woon Wai stood there in confusion as Sodom joined in, playfully addressing him like a young lady and asking if he would like some tea, which made him tell her to be quiet before turning to Sama Young to ask her not to make fun of him, wondering aloud whether he really looked that strange, but she insisted that he looked beautiful, pointing out that with his hair down and makeup applied, he appeared especially pretty. Woon Wai wondered if that was truly a compliment, questioning what it meant for a man to be called pretty, while Sama Young, clearly amused, began admiring him in an exaggerated manner, adopting the role of a nobleman as she addressed him as Miss Jean and dramatically proposed marriage. In response, Woon Wai lifted her slightly and joked that he did not recall knowing such a petite man, prompting her to urge him to keep the act going, and the playful exchange gradually softened into a quiet, intimate moment where she complained about how he had been neglecting her lately, to which he apologized, explaining that he had never anticipated being burdened with such overwhelming responsibilities. As they slowly leaned toward each other and the space between them narrowed, a subordinate suddenly rushed into the room, abruptly breaking the moment by announcing that all preparations were complete. Caught off guard, Sama Young reacted on instinct, covering Woon Wai's mouth with her hands and pushing him forward, her expression shifting rapidly from embarrassment to irritation as she began scolding him. While Woon Wai stood there looking awkward, still struggling to process the sudden interruption, before he asked about the blood demon sword, and the subordinate confirmed that it had already been prepared and brought. Woon Wai then opened the box and praised the sword, while the blood demon sword responded with a grumble, saying it would overlook things this one time, and that he should feel grateful. And as Woon Wai lifted it, he recognized that this was its true form, now gleaming more brilliantly than ever. With his rise to power complete, the coronation marking Woon Wai's ascension as the blood demon finally began, drawing the entire demonic cult together for the ceremony, where a song echoed through the gathering, one that had once been treasured by the wife of the first blood demon, the founder of the blood cult. It had originally been intended for her to stand as the cult's first leader, but after her death, the first blood demon took that role upon himself to carry on the dream of the woman he had loved so deeply. And because of this legacy, every blood demon wore makeup and red garments during the rite of appointment. As Woon Wai moved forward step by step, Baek Haihyang stood waiting with a bowl in hand, speaking directly into his mind that she would be watching closely to see how he governed the cult, to which Woon Wai responded with calm confidence that she would not be disappointed, then took the bowl from her and drank the liquid within, which resembled blood. A voice rang out calling for blood, and as Woon Wai drew a blade, he cut into his own hand and let his blood flow into a container already filled with it, after which another voice called out to share, prompting the mixture to be poured into bowls held by the Supremes, the Blood Stars, and all those present, while Baek Haihyang filled her own bowl, lifted it high, and proclaimed that through blood they would become one. Everyone except the new blood demon, before drinking, followed in turn by the fourth Supreme and the rest of the assembly. She then ordered the blood demon to kneel, and as Woon Wai lowered himself, Baek Haihyang held a ceremonial hat and declared that he had consumed the vessel carrying the blood of all and had accepted the weight of their lives, while those who had drunk his blood had become one with him, just as he had become one with them. Then carefully placed the hat upon his head. In that instant, Woon Wai reflected on how completely his life had changed, realizing that the expendable cult spy he once was had now become the one who stood above the entire cult as its leader. And as the gathered members erupted into thunderous cheers, he looked out over them and understood that he now bore the duty to guide them all, though there remained something he needed to resolve first. Taking his seat upon the throne, he watched as Sango step forward holding a scroll and formally declared the start of the appointment ritual, then unrolled it and began to read aloud, announcing that the first and second Supremes would retain their positions, while the fourth Supreme, Hei Action, would be elevated to the role of third Supreme. Hei Action knelt with respect and accepted the new title, and Woon Wai felt a quiet sense of ease seeing no sign of discontent, knowing well that Action had never cared for status or rank. Yet when his gaze shifted toward Baek Haihyang, he understood that the real challenge would begin from here. The proclamation went on, declaring that the seat of the fourth Supreme would be left empty, which made Baek Haihyang's eyes widen as she recalled the assurance that she would receive a position equal to or above a Supreme, leaving her to wonder what rank could possibly surpass it if that seat remained vacant. Sango then continued by announcing Baek Ryona's appointment as High Priest, drawing cheers from her supporters, while Baek Haihyang, using the frequency whispering technique, questioned Woon Wai on whether she had been judged unworthy of becoming a Supreme, only to be told to keep listening. And in that moment she realized this outcome had likely been arranged from the very beginning, regretting that she had failed to recognize it earlier when her inquiry had been deliberately sidestepped. The declaration then shifted to the aftermath of the Great War between the Orthodox and unorthodox factions 20 years ago, along with the cult's current state, revealing that a new position had been established, which stirred murmurs among the gathered members as curiosity spread, until it was finally announced that Baek Haihyang had been appointed as the vice leader of the blood cult. She stood there caught between surprise and uncertainty as Woon Wai spoke to her mind, reminding her that this role was indeed higher than that of a Supreme, just as he had promised, and asked whether she found it lacking. She questioned whether he truly placed his trust in her, and he answered by reminding her that they had once saved each other's lives, making it unreasonable to deny her such a role after everything they had endured together, then explained that he believed this position suited her abilities better than any other, adding that if she refused, the role would remain empty, and urged her to decide without delay. Baek Haihyang muttered under her breath before lowering herself to accept the blood demon's command, but at that very moment Yang John stepped in and raised an objection, arguing that the title of vice leader stood nearly on par with that of the cult leader, effectively placing her at almost the same level, insisting there could only be a single supreme authority, and warning that such a decision would bring harm. Woon Wai immediately cut him off, making it clear that Yang John's protest came from fear, as Baek Haihyang had been granted a position above Baek Ryonha. Yang John stood frozen in shock as Woon Wai turned to address everyone present, demanding to know where their true allegiance lay, then repeating the question with force until Yang John finally lowered his head and admitted that they belonged to the blood demon. Wu Wai affirmed that he was indeed their blood demon and that they were his subordinates, then pressed further, questioning why they continued to act as though they served separate factions under Baek Ryonha or Baek Haihyang. Leaving Yang John without a response, as Wu Wai rose and declared his intent, making it clear that he would neither reward nor punish anyone based on their past loyalties. He stated that he would judge solely on ability rather than background or status, declaring that anyone with the necessary skill could ascend to the rank of Supreme or Blood Star, which caused the second Supreme to show visible surprise as he realized that instead of introducing new titles, Wu Wai intended to make everyone compete for the existing ones. The other Blood Stars were equally shaken as Wu Wai continued, explaining that those who proved themselves worthy would be granted positions suited to their capabilities, while those who fell short would still have chances later, urging all of them to strive through martial strength rather than cling to factional ties. Baek Haihyang accepted the Blood Demon's command with a bright expression, thinking that this method was exactly like him, as it forced everyone to stand on their own merit, where lacking skill would inevitably cost them their rank, and in the midst of this, one of Yang John's companions angrily confronted him over his earlier objection, prompting Yang John to offer a quiet apology. Without warning, an urgent report arrived announcing that an army of 30,000 government soldiers was approaching, and Wu Wai immediately recognized that such numbers signaled something close to war, which made little sense given that there had been no prior conflict thanks to official permissions and stable relations with Deputy Commander Lee Suk. Meanwhile, within the Murim Alliance, the general strategist Baek Haihyang questioned the former Supreme General Strategist on how the right Army Commander's Office had authorized the deployment of such a massive force, and it was revealed that the Commander-in-Chief was known for being incorruptible, a trait that had been turned against him, as the former Supreme General Strategist exploited the fact that someone within the office had accepted a bribe, manipulating the situation so that a single document was enough to mobilize the troops. At the same time, as the government army assembled before the fortress walls of the Blood Cult, a command was delivered demanding that the leader of the Blood Cult come out alone to the training ground, with the warning that refusal would result in a rain of arrows descending upon fortress. Action flared with anger, declaring that he would crush them outright. Yet Wu Wai arrived in composed silence, and, after assessing the situation, identified the opposing group as forces from the Right Army Commander's Office, most likely acting under the influence of the Murim Alliance, prompting the Second Supreme to ask if he truly intended to go himself. In response, Wu Wai calmly raised his mask and set it over his face, concluding that while a fight against them might be within reach, engaging in needless conflict with such an adversary would only further strain relations. With that judgment made, he resolved to go alone, leaving the situation behind and instructing the newly appointed vice leader to take charge in his absence. And though she admitted she had not anticipated being called to fulfill her role so soon, she accepted the responsibility without hesitation and affirmed her resolve to carry out her duties to the very best of her ability. Wu Wai considered the nature of the Right Army Commander-in-Chief's official forces, recognizing that they were made up entirely of elite fighters trained specifically for efficient defense, a stark contrast to ordinary government troops. While Sodom glanced aside, her attention caught by a massive structure nearby, prompting Wu Wai to explain that it was a catapult and emphasize that this was exactly what made the government army so dangerous. Just then, a soldier approached and instructed Wu Wai to enter the tent, and without delay, he stepped inside, where a man stood waiting and immediately questioned if he was the leader of the Blood Cult, causing Wu Wai to quietly observe his surroundings and realize how unexpected the situation was, as every person present had reached an extremely high level in martial arts, with the general seemingly at peak strength, and his subordinates appearing to be at least first rank, drawing a warning from the Southern Heaven Iron Sword to stay vigilant, recalling how its previous master had once said that government forces were feared not for their numbers alone, but for the many hidden masters among them, which Wu Wai acknowledged inwardly, understanding that if they had only been ordinary soldiers, the government could not have endured for so long. He then confirmed that he was indeed the leader of the Blood Demon cult and asked the man's identity. But the moment he spoke, a soldier thrust a spear toward him, accusing him of violating the nation's laws and questioning how he dared to ask names after being summoned, adding that Wu Wai had been ordered to report to the training ground, yet failed to comply, and then demanding that he remove his mask, only for the spear's tip to suddenly shatter and scatter into the air before he could finish, leaving the soldier stunned, as Wu Wai calmly stated that he could not comply because he needed to ensure his own safety. The soldier remained frozen in disbelief, unable to understand how his weapon had been destroyed, while Wu Wai stepped forward and pointed out that although he was being treated as suspicious, nothing had yet proven he had broken any laws, yet they were already behaving as though he had committed treason. At that moment, the general spoke, asking whether Wu Wai felt no fear even after arriving in such circumstances, and declaring that with a single command, the blood cult could be wiped out from the country, prompting Wu Wai to sharply warn him not to continue, which startled the general, as Wu Wai coldly stated that if he did, Everything within a 10-meter radius could be erased in an instant. He told them to test it if they doubted him. And in the same instant, a massive wave of crimson energy burst outward from Woon Wai, causing the surrounding soldiers to break into nervous sweat as a red slash swept through the space, while the general's eyes widened in shock as he looked down at his own body, struck by the sensation that he had just barely escaped death. The sheer killing intent carried a level of power entirely beyond what they could measure, making him certain that Woon Wai had revealed only a fraction of his true strength. Yet even that fragment was enough to make them feel as though they had already died, forcing him to recognize that the man standing before him was far too dangerous to handle lightly. Woon Wai then stated that they should never have summoned him to begin with. And at that moment, a voice rang out with laughter, remarking that people from Urim truly differed depending on whether they belonged to the orthodox or unorthodox factions, and that he could now see the distinction clearly, prompting the general to turn toward the source of the voice while Woon Wai also glanced in that direction and inwardly noted that the speaker appeared no different from an ordinary person. When Woon Wai asked who he was, the man stepped forward and introduced himself as Go Jotik from the Provincial Judicial Commissioner's Office of Guizhou. Hearing this, Woon Wai immediately understood that the office oversaw prisons and law enforcement, and reasoned that if this man held the position of vice commissioner, then he must be a high-ranking official, likely present to inspect the state of national order. And, as the general attempted to speak, the commissioner cut him off, stating that he had already done enough, and that there was no reason to escalate matters further now that the summons had been answered, forcing the general to accept this with reluctance. The commissioner then commented that he had been expecting something impressive, while Sodom, observing the exchange, remarked on how quickly the general's attitude had shifted, and Woon Wai replied that it had been a convenient way for him to preserve his pride. Turning his attention back, the commissioner addressed Woon Wai and suggested that since the general had stepped back, he should do the same, but before he could finish, Woon Wai introduced himself under the name Baek Mo, stating that he was in charge of the blood cult, which surprised Sodom and led her to question when he had taken the name Baek, prompting Woon Wai to explain that there was no need to reveal his real name, as the leaders of the blood cult traditionally came from the Baek bloodline, and exposing his true identity would only imply internal changes within the cult. The commissioner then addressed him, stating that Baek, as the leader of the blood cult, had been summoned under suspicion of breaking the law and asking whether he would surrender his weapon, assuring him it would be returned after punishment. But Woon Wai replied that even without a sword he would not be defenseless, and questioned whether they intended to cut off his limbs as well and give them back later, prompting the commissioner to scoff and remark that he was no divine physician before, suggesting instead that Woon Wai remove his mask, since they had no way to verify his identity. Woon Wai refused without hesitation, stating that he could not do that either, and would only take it off at the right army commander's office, while inwardly noting that he had come in haste and was still wearing makeup, meaning removing it now would only make him a laughingstock, leading the commissioner to respond that he hoped Woon Wai would keep his word, emphasizing that if he were not truly the leader, the right army commander-in-chief's office would not let it pass. Afterward, the commissioner had Woon Wai placed into a carriage as they departed, and once inside, Woon Wai observed that it was unusually luxurious, finding it strange that despite being summoned for a crime, the situation did not feel like one at all, at which point the commissioner explained that the carriage had been specially constructed so that no sound could escape, allowing them to speak freely in private, prompting Woon Wai to remark that if that had been the goal, they could have simply sent an envoy instead of mobilizing an entire army. The commissioner admitted that he had not expected Woon Wai to comply so readily, and commented that unorthodox Murim was indeed different, while Sodom added that even within orthodox Murim many people refused to listen, leading Woon Wai to clarify that this was not what he meant, as he went on to explain that the Murim alliance and the government shared a cooperative relationship in which the alliance commonly provided gold and treasures, and in return the government offered both military and financial support, not out of fear, but because it was mutually beneficial. Woon Wai then spoke directly to the commissioner, interpreting his true intentions, and the commissioner confirmed that his understanding was correct, and when Woon Wai asked how he could be so certain, the commissioner revealed that he had already expected Woon Wai to question whether the Murim alliance had used the right army commander-in-chief to pressure the blood cult, leading Woon Wai to acknowledge inwardly that he had underestimated the government, and to conclude that Go Jotik held his position for a reason. The commissioner then asked how much wealth the Murim alliance might be funneling to the government, explaining that the alliance was closely tied to high-ranking officials, making their influence difficult to disregard, and when Woon Wai questioned whether he intended to side with them, the commissioner denied it outright, stating that if that had been his goal, he would not have bothered sending an emissary, and would have applied pressure from the beginning. Hearing this, Woon Wai reflected that despite mobilizing such a massive force, the commissioner still insisted no pressure had been exerted, revealing that the government operated on a completely different scale. He then stated that he wanted to confirm the reason Woon Wai had been allowed to rebuild the blood cult, questioning whether bribery had been involved, but Woon Wai answered that those unable to adapt to the times would inevitably be destroyed, and that they had no intention of harming innocent civilians. which visibly surprised the commissioner and led him to immediately apologize, admitting that he had approached both Wen Wai and the cult with prejudice, while Wen Wai replied that such assumptions were only natural given what had occurred 20 years ago, and added that it was now his responsibility to change that perception, finding it unusual for a government official to apologize and concluding that the commissioner was more reasonable than he had expected. The commissioner then remarked that even the right army commander-in-chief would value meeting someone like Wen Wai, noting that mutual understanding formed the basis of cooperation. And as he sat beside him, he explained that after speaking with him, he believed the matter could be resolved without difficulty, asking for permission to speak more casually, which Wen Wai accepted with a faint smile. Continuing, the commissioner explained that the right army commander-in-chief intended to examine the situation thoroughly, acknowledging that while laws had technically been violated, the existence of a sect was not something that could simply be dismissed, but a complication had emerged, as 3 princes of the empire were currently at the right army commander's office. At this, Wen Wai was visibly startled, and Go Jotik went on to reveal their identities as Prince Jin, Prince Qing, and Prince Ning, who were present under the title of princes to conduct an inspection, adding that the Miram Alliance's chief strategist had already reported the matter of the blood cult to them, prompting the princes to demand a swift resolution, having deliberately chosen this timing knowing the office would not easily yield to their intentions otherwise. Yet despite all this, the commissioner reassured him that there was no cause for concern, as corruption had already been cleared away and there was no evidence of any wrongdoing. Wen Wai understood that his role in the trial was simple yet dangerous. Cooperate without resistance, and, above all, avoid attracting the attention of any princes, because the moment he was branded as troublesome, not even the commander-in-chief would be able to shield him from the consequences. Not long after this was explained, the carriage rolled to a halt, and the two of them stepped down. The commissioner turned to confirm that Wen Wai fully grasped the gravity of the situation before guiding him away from the open area toward a more isolated spot, explaining that a private room had already been arranged for him, and stressing repeatedly that until everything was settled, he must remain out of sight and refrain from any interaction with others. Just as the commissioner reached out and placed his hand on the door, it swung open without warning, throwing him slightly off balance as he stumbled forward, and from inside, a man calmly remarked that he had been waiting for quite some time before directly asking whether Wen Wai was the leader of the blood cult. The moment the commissioner heard that voice, his expression changed in shock as he recognized the speaker to be Prince Ning, prompting him to bow immediately in respect, while the prince's gaze settled on Wen Wai, carefully examining him before commenting on his apparent strength. At those words, Wen Wai felt a jolt run through him, the realization hitting hard that the situation had already veered far beyond anything he had anticipated. Wen Wai quietly brought to mind Go Jotik's repeated warnings, recalling how he had been told again and again that under no circumstances should he turn the 3 princes into enemies. Recognizing that this moment was exactly what those persistent cautions had been meant for, and that there was nothing to gain from provoking hostility now. With that understanding, he chose a careful, measured approach, offering a respectful greeting to Prince Ning while keeping his expression steady and composed. Before anything could settle, the man standing behind the prince stepped forward and sharply rebuked him for his insolence, demanding to know how he could behave so improperly by refusing to kneel. Wen Wai examined him calmly, certain he had never seen him before, yet able to sense from his presence that the man had reached the peak level, and when the man drew his sword and ordered him to kneel at once, the action was abruptly cut off as Prince Ning intervened, asking who had given him permission to interfere. From this, Wen Wai understood the man was merely a guard, though the guard insisted that allowing such behavior was an insult to the royal family, only for the prince to dismiss the claim and tell him to stand down, saying it was acceptable and explaining that Miram followed its own customs, making it inappropriate to impose royal etiquette upon them. The guard, though unwilling, offered an apology, while Wen Wai inwardly noted how unexpectedly open-minded the prince seemed, especially given that many within the court were known to resent their agreement with Miram. Prince Ning then asked Wen Wai to overlook the guard's rudeness as part of royal protocol, and Wen Wai accepted without taking offense, acknowledging the loyalty behind the guard's conduct, which caused the prince to remark with some surprise that Wen Wai was quite different from what he had heard. He went on to explain that an envoy from the Miram Alliance, sent by the general strategist Sama, had described the blood cult and other unorthodox martial artists as brutal and uncivilized, advising that they be avoided. Yet after meeting Wen Wai, he found those descriptions to be nothing more than stereotypes. Hearing this, Wen Wai reflected that he had been wondering which general strategist had come, only to realize it was the second general strategist, and he thought to himself that the man had truly set them up to fail. Still, Wen Wai pointed out that while many among them lived more freely and were open about their desires, that did not mean they lacked dignity or understanding, prompting the prince to comment that it was fortunate the leader of the blood cult was a reasonable man, to which Wen Wai replied with appreciation, inwardly relieved that the exchange continued to proceed without issue. The prince then stated that he intended to assist him, explaining that he understood Wen Wai had answered the summons in order to avoid clashing with the authorities. And as those words settled, Wen Wai sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere when the prince offered to use his own authority to conceal what had happened. Although he acknowledged the gesture, he made it clear that his purpose in coming was to maintain a stable relationship with the government, and for that reason, he would proceed with the trial as required. At this, the prince let out a faint laugh, suggesting that such an outcome would not come easily. And when Wen Wai pressed him on it, the prince's voice reached him through telepathy, firm and unmistakable, revealing that his elder brother intended to interfere in the proceedings and pile on additional accusations to break him. The claim struck Wen Wai as strange, since he had never had any dealings with Prince Jin, and even Go Jotik showed visible surprise, as though this turn of events had caught him off guard as well. Using the frequency whispering technique, Wen Wai asked directly what the prince truly wanted, and the prince answered that he valued capable individuals, presenting an offer that would benefit both sides as he expressed his intention to bring Wen Wai and the blood cult under his command. Nearby, Go Jotik noticed that their voices had ceased and realized they were communicating through the whispering technique, leading him to suspect that some form of negotiation was taking place, likely tied to gaining support for the trial, and he concluded that the situation was becoming increasingly troublesome. Before long, the prince took his leave, giving Wen Wai a single day to consider the proposal and stressing that making the right choice would serve both him and the blood cult. Well, after the prince departed, Go Jotik immediately asked what had been discussed, but Wen Wai brushed it off as something without value, and though Go Jotik was clearly puzzled, he did not press further, while Wen Wai instead asked where Prince Ching was, catching him off guard. Go Jotik questioned whether Wen Wai had forgotten the reason he had been summoned and reminded him that he was not permitted to leave until the trial, to which Wen Wai responded with casual acknowledgement. Later that night, within the residence of the Right Army Commander's office, Wen Wai internally apologized to Go Jotik, admitting to himself that he could not simply wait in place while uncertainty loomed over the coming day. And he reflected on Prince Ning's warning, recalling that both elder princes would be present at the trial and would involve themselves directly. Prince Jin in particular, a man devoted to Taoism who secretly maintained close ties with the Murim alliance, viewed the blood cult strictly as a heretical faction and would undoubtedly attempt to corner him with a flood of accusations. The prince had also cautioned that this was only the beginning, and that before long, the empire itself would descend into chaos. In earlier times, the rulers had preserved a careful balance between the government and Murim without interfering in each other's affairs. But Prince Jin was different, as he aimed to remove martial artists he believed were detrimental to the nation. The Murim alliance, placing great hopes in him, had been backing his rise under the belief that he would eventually take the throne, while Prince Ning had hinted that building connections with the government was not merely for immediate advantage, but a calculated step toward what lay ahead. At the same time, Prince Ning had extended an offer of support to the blood cult on the condition that Wen Wai submit to him, expecting in return that Wen Wai would prevent the Murim alliance from aiding his elder brother, and if that plan succeeded, the prince believed he would surpass all rivals and ultimately inherit the throne, after which the Murim alliance would be wiped out, leaving everything else in Wen Wai's hands. As Wen Wai moved through the night, Sodom remarked on how favorable the proposal seemed, pointing out that with the prince's backing, the issues with the government could be resolved while also countering the Murim alliance. Yet Wen Wai answered that such decisions could not be taken lightly, recalling how alliances between Murim and the authorities had never ended well. He brought to mind the downfall of the Flying Crane Moon clan and Baek Chong gang, both of whom had suffered for aligning themselves with the state. Sodom responded with unease, noting that Prince Jin already held a negative view of him, and that rejecting Prince Ning's offer would only add another powerful enemy. But Wen Wai stated calmly that it made no difference to him, showing no sign of concern, which left Sodom unsettled as she questioned whether he had lost his senses and wondered how he could remain so unconcerned. His composure led her to suspect that his confidence came from knowledge carried over from a previous life, while Wen Wai himself concluded that regardless of how things unfolded, neither of those princes would end up inheriting the throne. As he continued onward, the scene shifted to the residence of Prince Jin within the Right Army Commander's office, where the prince received a report and instructed his subordinate to keep it concise, upon which he was informed that Prince Ching had returned but was once again drunk. Hearing this, Prince Jin reflected with disapproval that despite their father's illness, he had been drinking since midday, without care, leading him to conclude inwardly that Prince Ching was the least fit to become emperor. The focus then moved to Prince Ching himself, who was in the middle of drinking when he noticed Wen Wai standing before him late at night without any invitation, prompting him to remark that he had no memory of calling for guests. Sodom, visibly uneasy, questioned Wen Wai's choice to come here, but he replied that his memory was correct, while she muttered under her breath that the idea of such a man becoming emperor was absurd. Prince Ching then asked who he was, and Wen Wai identified himself as the leader of the blood cult, stating that he had come seeking a private audience. The prince took note of his audacity, finding it unusual that someone awaiting trial would appear at his residence so late at night. Yet he initially dismissed him and ordered him to leave, remarking that he was in a good mood, and that Wen Wai should consider himself fortunate to be allowed to walk away. Instead of withdrawing, Wen Wai stepped forward and said that with the trial so close, he would not take much of his time, asking only for a brief moment to speak. In response, the guards instantly moved in, surrounding him with drawn swords pointed in his direction, while Prince Qing delivered a final warning not to overstep again, making it clear that provoking a prince would lead to consequences. But in the very next instant, the prince's expression shifted to shock as every one of his guards suddenly dropped where they stood, collapsing onto the ground without resistance. He demanded to know what had just happened, and Wen Wai, his eyes faintly tinged with a green hue, calmly replied that he had simply put them to sleep for a short while, then asked if they could now have a proper conversation. Prince Qing studied what had just happened and pointed out that Wen Wai was claiming he had put numerous soldiers to sleep without laying a single finger on them, then gestured toward the girl standing behind him and proposed they test whether Wen Wai could do the same to her. The girl jolted in surprise and protested in disbelief, while Prince Qing, completely composed, replied that it was merely about making her sleep and that there was nothing to be afraid of. Yet she, clearly irritated, shot back that he should be the one to fall asleep instead. Watching this unfold, Wen Wai found it more and more intriguing, because anyone else witnessing such a situation would normally react with caution or outright shock. Yet rather than fear, Prince Qing showed only intense curiosity, prompting Sodom to remark that perhaps he was too drunk to even feel afraid, after which Prince Qing pressed Wen Wai again, asking why he was not doing anything and whether he had already run out of tricks. Wen Wai answered calmly that the girl had already been put to sleep, and the moment Prince Qing heard those words, confusion crossed his face just as the girl behind him suddenly crumpled to the ground. Seeing this, Prince Qing admitted that it seemed those of the unorthodox path truly possessed strange and unusual skills, to which Wen Wai responded that Prince Qing was quite unlike the rumors he had heard, while inwardly noting that the girl was no ordinary courtesan, as he had first thought, but an exceptionally beautiful woman whose movements carried the precision of a martial artist, and that from the very beginning she had stayed wary and never once taken her eyes off him, giving him the perfect chance to employ his illusionary eye. Wen Wai then asked if they could finally speak, but Prince Qing abruptly declined, saying he was finished and that Wen Wai should leave, though his tone shifted as he added a warning that if someone suspected they were being watched, they should always act carefully because unseen eyes and ears could be everywhere. Hearing this, Wen Wai glanced around and considered that Prince Qing might not be free to speak openly under constant surveillance, while Prince Qing remarked that it had been a pleasure meeting the leader of the blood cult. Yet when he looked forward again, Wen Wai had already vanished, leaving him surprised as he wondered if the man had truly gone, just as the surrounding servants began to slowly regain consciousness. Elsewhere, a suspicious man stood on a rooftop, contemplating Wen Wai's sudden disappearance, and concluding that the leader of the blood cult had most likely come to seek Prince Qing's assistance for the upcoming trial, only for things to fail to unfold as intended, after which he dismissed Prince Qing as nothing more than a useless drunkard and decided he should report everything to his superior. However, in that very moment, Wen Wai had already appeared behind him, and although the man sensed something and called out to ask who was there, he was too late, as Wen Wai had already cast his illusionary eye on him as well. Meanwhile, Prince Qing reflected to himself that Wen Wai had withdrawn rather quickly despite going to considerable lengths to meet him, reasoning that although Wen Wai clearly intended to speak, he had chosen to leave because he was being watched, and concluding that this outcome was likely the safest for both of them. Yet as he remained deep in thought, a voice suddenly interrupted, remarking that it was unexpected for those monitoring him to be subordinates of the other two princes. And, startled, Prince Qing looked up to see Wen Wai standing before him once again. Wen Wai calmly told him not to worry, explaining that he had already taken care of those watching them, so they could now speak freely, which left Prince Qing visibly astonished, as he struggled to believe Wen Wai had dealt with them so quickly, acknowledging his extraordinary capability, while also noting that such a development placed him in an uncomfortable position. Wen Wai reassured him that there would be no repercussions, and added that there was no longer any need for Prince Qing to keep up the facade of a drunken playboy, prompting Prince Qing to pause before admitting that Wen Wai was far more resolute than he had expected, and that he had initially misjudged his purpose, assuming he had come seeking aid for the trial. However, he insisted that he lacked the power to offer any help, questioning what authority he could possibly possess as a prince, born of a deposed queen, and known only for drunken behavior. Wen Wai countered by stating that Prince Qing was hiding far more than he let on, and that continuing such an act served no purpose, then revealed that a man who truly had no influence would not be maintaining steady contact with the 300,000 soldiers stationed along the northern borders. And upon hearing this, Prince Qing was clearly shaken as he demanded to know how Wen Wai had come by such information. Wen Wai explained that before his regression, at the time of the emperor's funeral, Prince Qing had marched into the capital at the head of the Northern Defense Army, 300,000 strong, joined by another 200,000 troops from the 5 regional military commands. And although Prince Jean and Prince Ning had tried to block them from mobilizing the imperial forces, Their resistance ultimately failed, and both were killed. Even though many had expected one of those two princes to claim the throne, it was instead the long-ridiculed son of the deposed queen who rose to power in the end. As Wen Wai watched him closely, he sensed an unusual shift in presence as Prince Qing began forcing the alcohol out of his body, revealing that he, too, had trained in martial arts. And while he did not reach the level of Prince Ning, he had at least attained first-rate strength. Prince Qing then pressed him again, demanding to know how he had learned such information. To which Wen Wai replied that just as the imperial court kept tabs on Murim likewise kept watch on the court. His attendants grew tense and moved as if to intervene, but Prince Qing gestured for them to stand down, assuring them that nothing would happen. He then asked what Wen Wai truly intended, and Wen Wai explained that although the emperor had maintained neutrality in the past, such balance would inevitably collapse during a struggle for succession. Prince Qing found this logic absurd and pointed out that despite claiming independence, Wen Wai was still inserting himself into court affairs. But Wen Wai clarified that this was not interference, but a necessary response, as their long-standing enemies were tightening their ties with the court and manipulating matters from behind the scenes, leaving the blood cult no choice but to act to ensure its survival. Prince Qing admitted that the reasoning was sound, and Wen Wai continued by stating that if Prince Jin were to take the throne, it would lead to the worst possible outcome for the blood cult, which was why he had naturally begun observing the other princes. Understanding this, Prince Qing asked plainly what Wen Wai wanted, questioning whether he had come seeking help for the upcoming trial, and Wen Wai confirmed it, adding that such an arrangement would not be unfavorable for Prince Qing. Either, as a beneficial result, would prevent the Murim alliance from gaining influence and further strengthening Prince Jin's position. Prince Qing rose to his feet and remarked that the proposal did not sound particularly persuasive, prompting Wen Wai to ask what he desired in return. Prince Qing admitted that while cooperating with the blood cult could create a balance of power, it would also draw suspicion toward him, making the arrangement more dangerous than advantageous. And Wen Wai realized inwardly that convincing him would not be easy. While Sodom voiced frustration at Prince Qing's cautious approach, Wen Wai then stated in a composed tone that if Prince Qing was content to let Prince Jin's influence expand without restraint, then there was nothing left for them to discuss. Prince Qing responded that if the terms felt uneven, they could simply be adjusted, which caught Wen Wai off guard and prompted him to ask what he meant. In reply, Prince Qing gave a signal, and a girl stepped forward carrying a sealed box, its shape immediately suggesting to Wen Wai that it resembled a blade sheath, though the many seals and attached talismans stirred a quiet unease within him. The girl set the box down in front of him, and Prince Qing invited him to examine it more closely. Then, when asked what lay inside, revealed that it contained a demonic sword and explained that he had been searching for someone capable of wielding it, offering his support if Wen Wai could successfully suppress its demonic energy. Hearing this, Wen Wai questioned inwardly whether there was more to the matter and asked if no one else within the palace could handle it, to which Prince Qing replied that although the imperial guards might have the strength to wield it, they operated strictly under orders and could not be involved, and while he had also considered approaching the 8 great martial masters, doing so would draw too much attention. Wen Wai understood that any careless action would alert the Murim alliance and make it impossible to avoid Prince Jin's notice. Prince Qing then stated that this was exactly why he had come to Wen Wai directly and asked if he would attempt it, but Wen Wai answered that the conditions placed him at a disadvantage, as trying to control such a weapon could cost him his life, and therefore he required something more beyond mere support during the trial. Prince Qing's expression hardened as he remarked that those who spoke too much often lacked true ability, questioning whether Wen Wai was bargaining out of confidence in his power to subdue the sword. In response, Wen Wai immediately drew his own weapon, revealing it to be a demonic sword as well as a divine relic of the blood cult, thereby proving that he had already mastered such a weapon before. And upon seeing this, Prince Qing acknowledged his capability and asked what additional terms he sought. Wen Wai stated that if the Murim alliance attempted to interfere with the trial or exert pressure, it had to be stopped, something he believed was within Prince Qing's authority. And after a brief moment of thought, Prince Qing agreed, gesturing toward the box as he declared that if Wen Wai could bring the cursed sword under control, their agreement would be finalized. As Wen Wai moved toward the box, the Southern Heaven Iron Sword cautioned him to stay alert, having sensed a dangerous demonic presence leaking from within. Yet Sodom brushed the warning aside, convinced it would not be an issue since he had already brought the Blood Demon sword under control. However, the instant the lid was lifted, Wen Wai's expression shifted in clear shock, because despite the countless talismans binding it, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy burst outward, and within it he could feel a crushing resentment along with the lingering echoes of innumerable screams, forcing him to question what kind of sword could contain such a presence. Wen Wai considered that a truly exceptional sword was not born by chance, but through the union of superior iron, the masterful craftsmanship of a skilled blacksmith, and a refining process repeated over 1,000 times. And he also understood that while Zhongyuan Murim held countless blades of this caliber, among them existed strange weapons known as demonic swords, each forged under unusual conditions, with the most famous examples tied to the 5 heavenly stems. As this thought lingered, he recalled the tale of Ganjiang and Mo, a blacksmith couple from the state of Wu whose unmatched skill earned them the title of artisans of the century. Yet despite being given black iron by the emperor and commanded to forge swords, they struggled for 3 long years without being able to melt it, and no matter how they tried, the iron would not yield, while the emperor, refusing to believe their explanation, grew enraged and accused them of defying his order, ultimately threatening the lives of their family. Left with no other path, the couple sought out their master, the great blacksmith Oyezi, who revealed that the black iron could only be melted through the sacrifice of a living person's flesh and blood, and upon hearing this, they returned in silence, until before Ganjiang could stop her, Mo Yi threw herself in a furnace, and in that instant, the iron that had resisted for years finally melted, leaving everything behind to her husband. She gave her life, and Ganjiang, overwhelmed by grief and fury, yet unable to pause, poured his anguish into the forging, adding parts of his own body, his hair, his nails, and his blood, into the molten metal, and after tempering the blade 1,000 times, he completed the twin swords, naming them after themselves as the Yang blade Ganjiang and the Yin blade Mo Yi. Yet no one dared to wield these weapons, for any person who touched or attempted to use them would fall under the sway of malevolent spirits, eventually turning that power against themselves and meeting death either immediately or over time. And because of this, the pair came to be known as demonic swords. From there it was understood that across Zhongyuan, only 5 such cursed blades existed, including the blood demon sword and the calamity-slaying sword wielded by one of the 4 great evils. While the remaining 3 were known only through rumor, their owners a mystery, and now, one of those 3 rested before Wen Wei, who realized that trying to subdue such a weapon carried extreme danger, as even the greatest martial masters could lose their lives if the blade did not choose them. Even so, Wen Wei judged his situation to be different, relying on the Sword Immortal's secret record, and with that conviction, he immediately pulled the blade from its case, a move that startled Prince Qing and his servant. The prince, watching this without hesitation, was reminded that even the most elite palace guard had lost their minds the moment they unsheathed such a weapon, with not a single person ever managing to tame it. And in that instant, he silently admitted that his expectations of the blood cult leader had not been misplaced. At that very moment, a hand reached out toward Wen Wei as if to draw him in, and a woman appeared, her presence filled with a cold yearning as she attempted to seduce him, urging him to come closer and embrace her. Yet Wen Wei reacted instantly and struck the hand away without the slightest pause. The woman, clearly surprised, let out a mocking remark about his resistance to her allure and began to speculate about him, while Wen Wei, recalling his prior encounter with the blood demon sword, had already gathered all of his innate core energy into his head to block the intrusion of evil energy into his mind, and it became clear that this woman was the spirit dwelling within the true evil sword. Wen Wei stated firmly that she would never reach him, and as the spirit observed him more closely, she sensed something unusual in his aura and recognized him as the wielder of the blood demon sword. Inwardly, Wen Wei noted that the blood demon sword's reputation was indeed immense, as even a cursed spirit like her identified him instantly, while the blood demon sword itself responded with arrogance, asserting dominance and dismissing the evil sword's spirit as something beneath it, which only fueled her anger as she declared that no one could resist her forever, releasing her power in an attempt to dominate him, commanding him to kneel, drive the blade into himself, and offer up his blood. In that instant, a star-like radiance gathered in Wen Wei's hand and erupted with force as he declared that he would seize the soul, while the blood demon sword remarked that even fire could be controlled with the right state of mind as the power of heaven surged forth, and in a single moment, the spirit was dragged back into the sword and forcefully sealed by Wen Wei. Meanwhile, Prince Qing noticed that the demonic aura had completely disappeared and questioned whether Wen Wei had truly subdued the blade, realizing that such an achievement was extraordinary and fitting of the blood cult's leader, while Wen Wei, on his side, studied the evil-bound sword and came to the realization that he now knew exactly whose soul was sealed within it. Wen Wei recognized the spirit as Ju Sarian, once the palace mistress of fragrant flowers' joy and delight, a woman who had lured and slain hundreds with her wicked techniques before being eliminated as a common enemy and fading from Yurum's memory. When he addressed the evil linked sword directly, it reacted with visible shock, realizing that he could both see and hear her, and as she moved closer with curiosity, she questioned how a human could perceive her existence, to which Wen Wei answered that he possessed a special ability, a reply that only deepened her interest as she found him intriguing and tried to entice him into becoming her servant, only for the blood demon sword to immediately reject the idea, asserting its superiority while mocking her, prompting the evil-linked sword to argue that all men were easily swayed, a claim that only provoked the blood demon sword further. And as this exchange unfolded, Woon Wai noted to himself that he had never desired a sword. Less, while Sodom grew just as annoyed by the spirit's behavior. Meanwhile, the Southern Heaven Iron Sword casually remarked that she did not seem entirely unpleasant, which startled Sodom into questioning his judgment, though he brushed it off without concern, and in the end, Woon Wai concluded that while every sword carried its own nature, this one had the worst temperament he had encountered, leaving him relieved that it belonged to Prince Ching rather than to him. Soon after, Prince Ching asked whether the blade had been subdued, and Woon Wai held it out toward him, explaining that it was not truly a demonic sword, but one inhabited by a resentful spirit that he had already suppressed. Pleased by this, Prince Ching reached to take it. Yet Woon Wai quickly withdrew the sword and warned that although the spirit had been restrained, its resentment remained dangerously strong, emphasizing that such weapons chose their own masters and that it would be unsafe for anyone else to handle it, cautioning the prince against doing so. Accepting this, Prince Ching ordered his subordinate to test the sword, and although the man hesitated, he eventually obeyed, only for Prince Ching to be startled moments later by what he saw and demand to know what was happening, while Woon Wai calmly explained that the sword was rejecting him, as the subordinate had already fallen under its influence and was now shown licking the blade. After witnessing this, Prince Ching remarked on how peculiar the weapon was and declared that he had changed his mind, admitting that he had only wanted to confirm something about it. And since Woon Wai had successfully subdued it and had been acknowledged as its master, he decided to give the sword to him. Hearing those words, Woon Wai was briefly caught off guard, and inwardly, he rejected the idea without a sound. Prince Ching reassured Woon Wai not to be concerned, saying that a single sword would never make him go back on his word, that he would unquestionably support him in the trial set for the next day, and that he would also do everything in his power to keep the government from interfering in Urim's affairs. Then firmly added that Woon Wai had every right to accept the blade and should not refuse it. Hearing this, Woon Wai was inwardly unwilling, thinking that he did not want the sword at all, and voiced that such a gift was excessive for someone like him, which caused Prince Ching's expression to change at once as he questioned whether Woon Wai intended to turn down a prince's offering, prompting Woon Wai to reflect that the situation was being handled unfairly, while the Southern Heaven Iron Sword urged him to accept it with gratitude, only for Woon Wai to remark that he seemed to be the only one pleased by the idea. At that moment, Sodom pulled Woon Wai aside and urgently pointed out something else, where Prince Ching's subordinate remained completely under the sword's influence, extending the blade toward himself as he willingly declared that he would offer his life if it was desired. And just as he was about to stab himself, Woon Wai stepped in at the exact moment and seized the sword away, causing the man to snap back to his senses. Confused, the subordinate stared at his own hands, unable to understand what he had nearly done, while Prince Ching immediately came up behind Woon Wai, expressing gratitude for accepting the gift and asking him to take good care of it, drawing an inward curse from Woon Wai, after which the prince questioned his subordinate about whether he remembered licking the blade and almost taking his own life, only for the man to deny any memory of it. Meanwhile, the evil sword's spirit moved closer to Woon Wai and remarked that the wielder of the blood demon's sword seemed rather soft, to which Woon Wai replied that he did not favor needless killing. Yet the spirit showed excitement at remaining with someone capable of hearing a sword's voice, adding that when the opportunity came, it would make him its servant, prompting Woon Wai to decide internally that he would keep the sword for now and pass it on later, only for the spirit to react instantly with anger, revealing that it could hear his thoughts and warning him not to entertain such intentions. Soon after, Prince Ching stepped forward and instructed Woon Wai to raise the sword, leaving him briefly puzzled until the prince clarified that he wanted to inspect it properly. Remembering that the prince had earlier said he wanted to check something, Woon Wai agreed and held the sword out in front of him, allowing Prince Ching to examine it piece by piece with careful attention, while Woon Wai quietly observed that the prince seemed to be searching for a very particular detail. Unable to restrain himself, he finally asked what exactly the prince was looking for, but Prince Ching brushed the question aside, saying it had nothing to do with their agreement, and after scratching his head with mild irritation, he concluded it was not the object he had expected, and let Woon Wai put the sword away before remarking that it was already late and that they would meet again during the trial the next day. Woon Wai acknowledged him respectfully, yet inwardly noted that being told not to ask only made him more curious about the prince's true purpose. And as the scene shifted outside the blood cult leader's chamber, several figures were secretly watching, making Woon Wai realize he was under surveillance and would have to move even more cautiously if he intended to leave. When Sodom asked where he planned to go next, Woon Wai answered that he would observe Prince Ching, pointing out that the prince clearly seemed to be searching for something, especially since he had accepted the extra conditions so easily, which made Woon Wai feel the detail was important and led him to form an idea, though he admitted he was not certain it would work. When Sodom asked what that idea was, Woon Wai immediately seized the sword and called forth the evil link sword, saying he needed its help, and as it manifested, the Southern Heaven Iron Sword complemented its voice, which instantly caused irritation. Woon Wai wondered how long this strange behavior had been going on, and Sodom explained that it started after both swords had been placed in the same sheath, prompting the evil link sword to strike the Southern Heaven Iron Sword while calling him a pervert and warning him to keep his distance, adding that it only accepted humans as servants. Yet the Southern Heaven Iron Sword responded with admiration and even found the blow appealing, which led the evil link sword to declare him completely perverse. Watching their exchange, Woon Wai remarked that the two had already become close, which only annoyed the evil link sword further as she demanded to know why she had been summoned. And Woon Wai explained that he wanted to use one of the evil techniques once used by Ju Sarian, admitting he was unsure if he could perform it correctly and needed assistance, clarifying that the technique involved manipulating others through sound. In response, the evil link sword explained that with Ju Sarian's soul no longer present, the effect would only last for a short time. Woon Wai accepted the limitation without hesitation, saying it was enough, and although the evil link sword agreed to help, it demanded that he acknowledge himself as its servant. Woon Wai refused outright, immediately returning it to the sheath beside the Southern Heaven Iron Sword and telling it to stay there, prompting the evil link sword to quickly back down, agreeing to assist without any conditions, and pleading not to be placed near that sword again. The scene shifted to a man seated on a rooftop near Woon Wai's room, quietly watching as he noted that the blood cult leader had remained inside for over half an hour, assuming the silence meant he had fallen asleep. But at that exact moment Woon Wai activated the evil link sword, and the man heard a sharp metallic sound before instantly falling under its control. Taking advantage of this, Woon Wai slipped out of his room unnoticed, recognizing that the method had worked, and observing that the sword sound could hypnotize people much like his illusionary eye worked through eye contact. He concluded that Ju Sarian's evil art functioned through hearing, further realizing that combining both abilities would create a stronger effect, though he chose to test that later, reminding himself not to lose focus as he recalled that he had already examined Prince Qing's chi aura. Activating his golden eye, Woon Wai scanned the area and detected two more individuals nearby, determining that one was likely Prince Qing's guard and the other Prince Qing himself, while also sensing additional hidden presences that brought the total to 4, and deciding to put them all to sleep, he moved forward. The scene then shifted to Prince Qing's chamber, where a guard stood before him and anxiously remarked that although demonic swords chose their masters, they should have at least made a copy instead of giving it away so easily, to which Prince Qing responded with visible fatigue that it had not been by choice, but because he had been unable to do so, explaining that the blood cult leader was extremely perceptive, and that even if a replica had been created, Woon Wai would have investigated. Meanwhile, listening from above, Woon Wai thought that despite their brief meeting, Prince Qing had already judged him accurately, yet he also noted that such caution was meaningless since he was still secretly observing. And inside the room, when Prince Qing asked about another sword, the guard reported that everyone sent to retrieve it had died, leading Prince Qing to decide that the pursuit of Jeol Sim's sword should be postponed. Hearing this, Woon Wai halted, realizing that the weapon belonging to one of the 4 great evils carried immense destructive power, and noting that Prince Qing already had the evil link sword while now searching for another, he began to suspect that there was a deeper link connecting these demonic blades. At that moment, the blood demon sword spoke, saying that at first it had seemed like mere coincidence that the evil link sword was here, but now it no longer appeared that way. When Woon Wai asked what it meant, the blood demon sword explained that both itself and the evil link sword shared the same origin, and the evil link sword added that the same was true for the calamity slaying sword, prompting the blood demon sword to clarify that by origin, they meant the blacksmith who had forged them. Woon Wai questioned this, and the sword revealed that their creator was the legendary blacksmith Oyezi, causing Woon Wai to realize that Oyezi, the mentor of Gan Jiang and Mo Yi, and a famed artisan who had forged countless treasured sword for the emperor, was the one responsible for these demonic weapons. And as the realization settled, he reflected that the answer to his lingering curiosity had been there all along, much closer than he had expected. He then understood that Prince Qing, who would one day rise to the throne, was deliberately searching for these demonic swords, suggesting that a hidden secret lay behind them. And as he looked at the sword in his possession, Woon Wai questioned what that secret truly was and why Prince Qing desired such weapons, continuing to contemplate the deeper mystery surrounding the demonic blades forged by Oyezi. Seated quietly on the rooftop, Woon Wai listened closely to Prince Qing's conversation, and when it finally ended, the guard respectfully took his leave, wishing His Highness a peaceful night. Watching this, Woon Wai assumed they were turning in, while Sodom commented that it was a shame, since if the conversation had gone on a bit longer, they might have uncovered more clues, but Woon Wai remained composed, saying it did not matter, and deciding that they should head back as well. After returning, the blood demon sword spoke again, reminding Woon Wai that he had been asking about the secret behind them, and explained that it did not know why Prince Qing was searching for the swords, except for the fact that all 5 had been created by the same father, which left Woon Wai somewhat disappointed, as it suggested that this was not simply an attempt to gather a collection. His attention caught on the mention of 5. Woon Wai questioned the blood demon sword about it, and the sword confirmed there were indeed 5 in total, namely itself, the evil link sword, and the calamity slaying sword. along with two others forged at the same time called the Evil Eradicating Sword and the Tiger and Sparrow Sword. Hearing this, Wu Wei felt a hint of surprise, since the name Tiger and Sparrow was not typically associated with demonic swords, leading him to wonder if it might instead be the Sorrow and Pity Sword. But the Blood Demon Sword replied that it had never heard of such a blade. Sodom then approached and asked if something was wrong, prompting Wu Wei to explain that among the 5 demonic swords known to the world, one was the Sorrow and Pity Sword, while the others matched the names given by the Blood Demon Sword, and that the Sorrow and Pity Sword had once belonged to the late divine martial sword Emperor Qion Yuzong. Sodom responded that simply being labeled a demonic sword did not necessarily mean it had been forged by Oyezi, which Wu Wei acknowledged, adding that the Tiger and Sparrow Sword had not originally been considered a demonic sword, making it even more puzzling that would be counted among Oyezi's 5 creations, leading him to question why such swords had been made and whether it had been by the blacksmith's own will. In response, the Blood Demon Sword stated that it did not think so, suggesting instead that the blacksmith had most likely forged them under someone else's orders. It then added that it remembered very little, except that the one who had given the order was a man, and hearing this, Wu Wei immediately stepped closer with a trace of irritation, demanding to know why it had only mentioned such a detail now. The sword pushed back, saying the memory dated back hundreds of years, and asking whether Wu Wei himself could recall anything from his infancy, to which Wu Wei, sounding tired, admitted he could not and remarked that it was unfortunate, since he wanted to know the identity of that man, prompting Sodom to suggest that he use heavenly chi to search through the sword's memories. Without delay, Wu Wei drew the Blood Demon Sword and declared that he would look into its memories, and, as the sword agreed and began to recall that distant moment, Wu Wei immediately activated his heavenly chi and entered its memories, causing the scene to shift into the past, where a blacksmith was in the middle of forging weapons. Taking in the surroundings, Wu Wei realized this must be the very blacksmith, and his gaze soon fell on 2 swords placed nearby that seemed oddly familiar, leading the Blood Demon Sword to explain that one of them was itself, while the other was the Evil Link Sword, with another blade set slightly apart, the Tiger and Sparrow Sword, resting under Sandakul. Recognizing them, Wu Wei understood that it truly was Qion Yuzong's Tiger and Sparrow Sword. The Blood Demon Sword then indicated the blacksmith, stating that he was the one who had forged them all, and when Wu Wei questioned whether this man was truly Oyezi, the sword confirmed it, further explaining that the blade Oyezi was currently working on was the Calamity Slaying Sword, and that even before its completion, both the Blood Demon Sword and the Evil Link Sword had already been sent away to their respective masters. From this, Wu Wei concluded that the 2 swords only possessed knowledge of their own creation, and he then asked about the man who had ordered Oyezi to forge them, to which the Blood Demon Sword replied that the man would be arriving soon. At that very moment, the door opened, and a figure stepped inside, coming to stand before Oyezi as he casually asked what kind of sword was being made, and although Wu Wei tried to examine him closely, the light obscured his face, making it impossible to see clearly, while the Blood Demon Sword assured him that he would soon be able to, and at the same time, Wu Wei felt that the man's voice carried a strange sense of familiarity. Oyezi revealed that this was the 4th sword, explaining that the first 2 had already been assigned to their respective owners and would soon arrive in their hands, and upon hearing this, the man responded with approval and told him to proceed. However, when Oyezi admitted he did not truly understand why these blades, all forged from rare and valuable metals, had to be sent in a Murim, the man dismissed the concern and instructed him to concentrate solely on completing his task. Continuing, Oyezi assured him that the remaining swords would also find their owners in due time, prompting the man to express confidence in him, while issuing a strict warning that under no circumstances should all 5 swords ever be brought together. And at that exact moment, Wu Wei finally caught sight of the man's face and was utterly stunned. Noticing this reaction, the Blood Demon Sword questioned why he looked so shocked, leading Wu Wei to realize that the man before him was identical to the golden-eyed figure who had once been sealed in Shield Forest Valley. The sword immediately challenged this, asking if he had truly encountered such a person there, as it had no memory of anything like that. And Sodom clarified that this was because the Blood Demon Sword had been in Wu Wei's grandfather's possession at the time. Even so, the Blood Demon Sword reasoned that it was more likely someone who merely resembled that man, since the memory dated back to a period before the blood cult had even been established, making it impossible for that individual to still be alive. Although Wu Wei acknowledged that possibility, he insisted that the resemblance was exact. Not just the face, but also the voice and those distinctive eyes. And when he asked if the Blood Demon Sword knew the man's identity, it answered that it had only ever seen him once. Overwhelmed, Wu Wei fell into deep thought, considering whether the very person who had commissioned the creation of the 5 swords could somehow still be alive, unless he possessed immortality. And this line of thinking led him to recall that the power of the golden eyes might extend beyond simple regeneration, remembering a similar remark once made by Han Jisong's master. From there, he began to wonder if the true secret hidden within the 5 demonic swords was tied to immortality itself. speculating that the man's warning against uniting them might be because each sword contained a piece of that concealed truth, and he also recalled how Prince Qing's subordinate had previously suggested forging a duplicate of the sword. Just then, his thoughts were abruptly cut off by a voice from outside calling out to ask if he was inside, and recognizing it as Jotik, Wunwai decided to set the mystery aside for later. Stepping out, he questioned why Jotik had come at such a late hour, to which Jotik explained that criminals often chose nighttime to escape, and that he had been concerned Wunwai might attempt to do the same. At that same moment, an unseen figure concealed nearby watched everything unfold as Wunwai calmly responded that running away would only confirm any suspicions of guilt. Although he invited Jotik inside, Jotik declined, explaining that he had merely come to check on him. And as he placed a hand against Wunwai's chest, he discreetly slipped something into his clothing before turning to leave. Wunwai told him to be careful on his way, and once he was gone, Sodom commented that she had expected him to enter since the two seemed to have grown closer. But Wunwai reasoned that with constant eyes on them, Jotik had deliberately chosen to remain outside. It was then that Wunwai realized Jotik's true purpose. He had delivered a letter, and quickly retrieving it, he unfolded and read its contents, acknowledging that while he had anticipated such a turn of events, he had not expected it to come so soon, leading him to conclude that immediate action was necessary. By early morning, the scene shifted to the eastern side of the Right Army Commander-in-Chief's residence, where Muram's military strategist sat, remarking that everything was proceeding according to plan, while the man before him praised the strategy for successfully driving the blood cult into a corner. This individual was revealed to be Sageman Zhang, the Chuanjin sect leader and the Muram Alliance's sixth elder, as the second general strategist, Sama Zhonghian, explained that a strategy's true purpose was to force an opponent to the brink, depending on how it was employed, emphasizing that the blood cult leader had been completely cut off in Guizhou and that capturing him was their highest priority, as doing so would bring about the collapse of the entire blood cult. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, prompting the sect leader to ask who had arrived, and the guard answered that there was a visitor. Wondering who would come at such an early hour before sunrise, the sect leader listened as the guard revealed that it was Wunwai, disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. Wunwai then disclosed the contents of the letter he had received from the blood cult's base. It reported that the Taiji Sword Emperor, Zhang Xian, had already departed south alongside the Taoists of the Wudong sect, while the First Supreme, the destructive Blood Sword Emperor, was advancing with 3,000 soldiers toward the Taiji Sword Emperor. Meanwhile, forces stationed in Guangxi had halted the Muram Alliance's advance and were demanding the return of the blood cult leader. The message warned plainly that this situation was a trap and urged him to return at once. And although Wunwai fully grasped the implications, he resolved that he could not go back. Back in the present, the sect leader granted him permission to enter, and, as Wunwai stepped forward, he quickly grasped that if he were to leave now, the blood cult would be forced to confront both the Muram Alliance and the government at once, leaving him no choice but to carve out an opportunity for himself here. Offering a respectful greeting, he stated that he had learned the evil blood cult leader was present, and that he had come to lend his strength to the orthodox Muram, formally asking that they accept his assistance, all while inwardly intending to use the situation to his own advantage. The sect leader stroked his beard as he asked whether Wunwai had truly come all this distance solely to eliminate the blood cult leader, and in his thoughts, he reflected on the two rising stars of the orthodox Muram alliance, Li Zhongjiam, disciple of the Central Plains' 8 martial masters, and Wunwai, disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman, considering it a commendable matter that one of them had now appeared here with the intention of aiding in the removal of the blood cult leader. Rising to his feet, he remarked that he had heard of Wunwai's remarkable showing in the competition and had long wished to meet him. But before he could continue, the second general strategist interrupted, calling out to Wunwai and asking how he had come to learn of this situation. As he observed the man, Wunwai immediately recognized him as Sama Zhonghyun, the Muram Alliance's second general strategist, and understood that such suspicion was only natural. At the same time, Sodom warned him that there was a chance his identity could be exposed. Maintaining his composure, Wunwai reassured himself that no one within the Muram Alliance truly knew who he was, since only his grandfather, his father, and Sama Young were aware of his real identity. And he reflected that although Sama Zhonghyun had always stood in the shadow of the first general strategist, Jagao Wunmyung, his ability was undeniable, making it clear that this line of questioning came from cautious suspicion rather than certainty. Wunwai then explained that he had heard the blood cult leader was captured by the Right Army Commander-in-Chief's forces while returning to Yunnan, and upon hearing this, the second general strategist commented that the news had already spread widely. Although he expressed appreciation for Wunwai coming, he stated that the matter was highly confidential and requested that they be given some privacy for the time being. Understanding the caution behind this, Wunwai politely apologized for arriving without notice, but the strategist replied that no apology was necessary, as the issue simply required discretion. The sect leader then instructed Wunwai not to wander far, assuring him that he would be summoned again shortly, and Wunwai agreed before asking whether he should leave his sword behind. When the sect leader accepted, Woon Wai expressed his thanks, set down the Southern Heaven Iron Sword, and stepped outside. Afterward, the second general strategist proposed that they communicate using the frequency whispering technique, but the sect leader refused, stating there was no need, as he had already employed his own method to seal the room completely, blocking any sound from entering or leaving. The strategist observed that the sect leader seemed quite taken with Woon Wai, and in response, he openly admitted that Woon Wai was indeed a rising star. Although he had initially thought that, despite Woon Wai's performance in the competition, his martial ability would not exceed that of Li Zhongjiam, he now believed that assumption to be mistaken, concluding that the only true measure would be to face him in direct combat. The second general strategist questioned whether Woon Wai was truly that capable, though inwardly he acknowledged that the sect leader's judgment was likely accurate, as Woon Wai appeared far more skilled than he had first assumed. The sect leader then stated that Woon Wai would surely prove highly useful in defeating the blood cult leader, and asked why he was not being readily accepted, to which the strategist replied that the timing of his arrival was too convenient. While both rising stars had gained recognition, neither of their identities had ever been properly verified, and with the Southern Heaven Swordsman absent from Urim for a long time, and all attempts to contact him unanswered, doubts remained. If Woon Wai truly intended to help eliminate the blood cult leader, there had been numerous chances before, yet he had chosen to appear only now, precisely when the blood cult leader was in the most perilous situation. The sect leader then questioned whether this meant Woon Wai might be connected to the blood cult, but the strategist clarified that he was not making an accusation, only urging caution. Outside, the Southern Heaven Iron Sword warned Woon Wai that the situation might turn troublesome, noting that the second general strategist was treating him with the same suspicion that Jaegao Wunmyung once had. Standing there, Woon Wai reflected that had he been in their position, he likely would have acted no differently, and he briefly considered whether he should have handled things another way. But the Southern Heaven Iron Sword reassured him that there was no need to change his approach. Back inside, the sect leader asked if they should simply send Woon Wai away, but the strategist rejected the idea, explaining that minor suspicion alone was not sufficient grounds for dismissal, and that it would be wiser to test him to determine his reliability, adding that standby units had already been stationed at 5 points, which serve as the most effective escape routes out of Guizhou. He intended to pass along several different locations to Woon Wai, while the sect leader observed that if Woon Wai were caught by those squads or deliberately avoided those areas, it would reveal a connection to the blood cult, and the strategist concurred, stating that such an outcome would serve as clear confirmation of his involvement. Not long after, the sect leader released the sound-blocking technique and summoned Woon Wai back inside, where the second general strategist assigned him the duty of guarding 5 separate locations. Upon hearing this, Woon Wai immediately understood he was being tested again and thought to himself that if he had not left his sword behind, he might have already walked straight into their trap, after which the sect leader remarked that there was still time before the trial and invited him to share breakfast, but Woon Wai respectfully declined, explaining that he could not risk being spotted by the blood demon and would instead go ahead to guard the designated areas. As their conversation continued, a man suddenly rushed in, flung the door open, and urgently announced that something had gone wrong, and when pressed for details, he hesitated before revealing that the trial of the blood cult leader had already concluded, which left both the sect leader and the second general strategist stunned, with the sect leader pointing out that 4 hours still remained before the scheduled time, prompting the subordinate to explain that Prince Qing had ordered the trial to be conducted ahead of schedule, further revealing that the prince had intentionally ended it early so Woon Wai would not have to face the other 2 princes, and that it was better to settle everything swiftly. Meanwhile, the Right Army Commander-in-Chief hurried in, demanding to know why he had been told the trial was already over, while Prince Qing casually greeted him and stretched, and when the Commander-in-Chief remarked that he hoped the prince had rested well, Prince Qing agreed, commenting that his bed had been quite comfortable, after which the Commander-in-Chief questioned the situation, stating that he had heard the prince had personally overseen the trial, to which Prince Qing firmly confirmed and, with a light laugh, declared that he had judged the blood cult leader to be entirely innocent and had therefore released him, as they could not prosecute someone without guilt. Back in the present, upon hearing this, the second general strategist pressed a hand to his forehead as his complexion turned pale, concluding that Prince Qing might be aligning himself with the blood cult. He commented that this meant Prince Ning had been nothing more than a pawn and that they had gravely underestimated the blood cult leader, while Woon Wai, listening, acknowledged inwardly that this development had not been part of his original plan, but accepted that events had unfolded this way. The sect leader then asked how much time had passed since the blood cult leader's departure, and the report came that half an hour had already gone by, prompting the strategist to insist they act at once, saying he would go and investigate, while the sect leader stated he would first evaluate the situation before heading toward the 5 designated locations. Woon Wai added that he would move quickly to the assigned areas, but just as he was about to leave, the second general strategist raised a hand as if to stop him, only to hesitate, fall silent, and then simply urge him to hurry instead, to which Woon Wai agreed before departing at once. Sodom expressed surprise at that brief hesitation, and Woon Wai concluded that the strategist had likely intended, due to the urgency, to disclose the true locations, but had reconsidered at the last moment, revealing an even deeper level of caution. And as he made ready to go, he noted that it did not matter even if he remained unaware of the standby positions, because he was currently acting as So Woon Wai, the Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple, and one of Murim's 2 rising stars. The scene then shifted to a forest roughly 2 kilometers south of the Right Army Commander-in-Chief's office, where Woon Wai realized internally that this was not the correct location and that lingering there would only waste time, eventually causing others to stir up chaos over the disappearance of the blood cult leader. As he advanced, he abruptly came to a halt, prompting Sodom to ask what was wrong. And Woon Wai replied that he could smell blood ahead, calling out to whoever might be there. But when he took in what lay before him, he was clearly taken aback and instinctively reached for his sword as a wounded man emerged, leading Woon Wai to demand that he identify himself. The man was gravely injured, and from his clothing, Woon Wai recognized him as a member of the Chuanjin sect. The wounded man pleaded for help before collapsing, and Woon Wai, seeing how much blood he had already lost, judged that death was near, then caught him and pressed for answers about what had happened and how he had ended up in such a state. But the man, struggling to breathe, instead asked who Woon Wai was, and Woon Wai answered that he was the disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. At those words, the injured man recognized him as one of the 2 rising stars and urgently begged him to head to the Right Army Commander-in-Chief's office and deliver a message to Sage Man Zhang, warning that the Blood Demon had launched an attack on the standby location. Hearing this, Woon Wai was left perplexed, since he himself had been present there and could not make sense of who could be behind such an assault. And as that confusion lingered, the scene shifted elsewhere, where a group had completely surrounded a lone figure. They were members of the Chuanjin sect, resolute in their intent to capture the blood cult leader no matter the cost. And at the center of their formation stood a person clad in black with a mask identical to Woon Wai's, making it clear that someone was impersonating him. The Chuanjin sect members had already subdued a man wearing the blood demon mask and ringed him with drawn weapons, convinced there was no escape. So without any pause they struck all at once, swords converging on him. Yet before a single blade could touch him, his body suddenly dispersed into smoke and vanished, leaving them stunned as they struggled to comprehend how such a thing was possible or where he had gone. And in that instant of confusion, countless sword slashes erupted from nowhere, cutting through them at blinding speed as the masked figure, employing the 7-star sword formation, slaughtered many in a single breath, afterward remarking to himself that although he had heard this formation ranked among the finest in the Orthodox Murim alliance, it felt utterly disappointing. One Chuanjin sect member, wounded in the shoulder and unable to restrain himself, stepped forward in anger, clearly offended by the remark. But the masked man immediately closed the distance with unmistakable killing intent, noting that his previous strike must not have cut deeply enough, which sent panic through the injured man. Just as the blow was about to fall, Woon Wai appeared at that precise moment and blocked it with ease. And as he took in his opponent, he realized inwardly that this was the fake blood demon, prompting the imposter to retreat a short distance while the wounded man collapsed, gasping, expressing his thanks and asking who had saved him, to which Woon Wai calmly replied that he was the Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple and ordered him to withdraw at once. The man quickly recognized him, yet the remaining Chuanjin sect members showed no sign of backing down, insisting instead on helping capture the blood demon, which caused Woon Wai to grow inwardly frustrated, knowing he could not expose himself as the real one. So he urged them to leave, warning that they would only get in his way and should return with reinforcements. The imposter then spoke, saying he would let them go, a remark that caught Woon Wai off guard as he added that he had no interest in fighting the weak and told them to step aside, prompting one sect member behind Woon Wai to lash out with an insult, only for Woon Wai to raise his hand and stop him, cautioning him not to act recklessly. And despite their protests over fallen comrades, Woon Wai pointed out that they failed to recognize when to retreat and asked if they truly intended to die there. Recognizing the threat, the man immediately fled, vowing to return with reinforcements, while Woon Wai, watching him go, concluded inwardly that no such help would be needed. The imposter's gaze then fell on Woon Wai's sword, and from it he inferred that Woon Wai must be the Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple, mockingly asking whether he had learned his blade from a dead man. Woon Wai sensed there was meaning behind those words, yet brushed them aside, but the fake blood demon pressed on, suggesting that Woon Wai himself should already know the truth, and without wasting another moment, he attacked again, only for Woon Wai to intercept the strike, and as their weapons met, he acknowledged internally that such power was to be expected, especially after seeing how effortlessly the opponent had dismantled the 7-star sword formation. As the fight unfolded, Woon Wai came to realize that the imposter had already exceeded his own limits, while the fake blood demon continued an unbroken chain of attacks. Each one met and deflected as Woon Wai held his ground. The opponent, growing more intrigued, observed how Woon Wai had managed to open his chi without surpassing his limits, and wondered if it stemmed from the martial arts he practiced. And Woon Wai, sensing that he was being studied, decided not to let it continue. Immediately, activating the luminous star mystic art at the 7th level and driving the opponent back with force. Caught off guard, the imposter remarked that Woon Wai had been hiding his true strength, but Woon Wai gave no reply and instead pressed forward with a direct strike, which was about to connect before the enemy once again dissolved into smoke, reappearing behind him in an instant. Recognizing the sheer speed of this movement, Woon Wai reacted without delay and blocked yet another attack. Their exchange escalating into a rapid flurry of blows until a powerful strike finally forced Woon Wai to step back. Watching closely, Woon Wai noted inwardly how rare it was to encounter a martial artist of this caliber and questioned where such a person could have come from, while the fake blood demon, seemingly entertained, continued to taunt him. At the same time, Woon Wai tried to discern the purpose behind the impersonation, piecing together that the imposter had intentionally stained his sword red to imitate the real one, while reminding himself that the true blood demon was at that moment undergoing trial at the Right Army Commander-in-Chief's office. But the opponent laughed and casually pointed out that he had never claimed that title and that others had simply assumed it. And soon after, he hinted that he might turn Woon Wai into the hero who defeated the blood demon, leaving Woon Wai inwardly puzzled by such logic. In that very instant, sect leader Man Zhang suddenly dropped between them at incredible speed, catching Woon Wai off guard as he called out, drawing Woon Wai's attention for only a split second before the sect leader fixed his gaze entirely on the fake blood demon, unsheathing his sword without the slightest hesitation and rushing in with the resolve to kill him, even if it meant sacrificing his own life, unleashing a storm of slashes in a single breath that crashed down on the imposter, who managed to block them but immediately sensed the crushing speed and monstrous force packed into every strike, prompting the realization that the blood demon of this era was far stronger than he had anticipated. And as he struggled under the relentless barrage, it became clear he could not defend against every incoming blow. At the same time, the imposter pressed forward without pause, exploiting a fleeting opening in the sect leader's balance to deliver a decisive finishing strike. And although sect leader Man Zhang's fear was plainly visible as the attack closed in, the moment it was about to land, Woon Wai appeared from behind and intervened in a flash, turning the situation aside. Caught off guard, the fake blood demon demanded to know what Woon Wai was doing, while Woon Wai remained calm and stated that he wanted the title of the hero who defeats the blood demon. Then, with a faintly mocking smile, challenged how exactly the imposter planned to achieve such a feat. Instead of reacting with any trace of surprise to the sudden defiance, the fake blood demon simply laughed at Woon Wai's behavior, asking whether 2 divine stars were still not enough for him, and mockingly calling him an interesting item. While at the same moment Woon Wai sealed the sect leader's acupuncture point, and, upon hearing those words, showed confusion before firmly stating that he was human. Noticing the subtle change in Woon Wai's demeanor, the fake blood demon acknowledged it, and offered an apology if his remark had caused offense, adding that it had been a long time since he had come across a young man so keenly aware of the situation. And with an unyielding expression, Woon Wai asked how exactly he intended to turn him into a hero. Sodom, unable to hide her unease, questioned his motives, while Woon Wai reasoned aloud that if this man had arranged everything while posing as the blood demon, then he was likely trying to deepen the rift between the blood cult, the government, and the Murim Alliance without exposing himself, noting that the approach felt all too familiar. Sodom wondered if that meant the fake blood demon was part of the GoldenEye organization, and Woon Wai concluded that, judging from his skill and calculated conduct, it was highly probable. In response, the fake blood demon gestured toward the surrounding slaughter, pointing out that numerous Taoists from the Chuanjin sect had been killed by the blood demon, and claimed that Woon Wai had put an end to the blood demon to stop further loss, presenting this narrative as the basis for a heroic story, then explaining that a Taoist who escaped amid the chaos would act as living testimony to this fabricated victory, which made Woon Wai realize why his own life had been spared. Remaining composed, Woon Wai admitted that the plan was not without merit, but asked what the man expected in return, prompting the fake blood demon to commend his sharp thinking before revealing his intention to embed more pawns within the Murim Alliance, causing Woon Wai to narrow his eyes as he understood that spies were already in place and that the man aimed to expand their number. However, the fake blood demon abruptly shifted topics, expressing curiosity about why Woon Wai kept one eye closed, and recognizing the risk. Woon Wai gave a fabricated explanation, claiming the eye had been damaged and clouded from excessive use of internal energy, and that keeping it shut helped him concentrate, to which the fake blood demon replied that such caution was unnecessary now that they were no longer enemies. Yet Woon Wai stayed vigilant, and answered that he could not place trust in such words so easily. As the fake blood demon regarded his wariness with approval, he abruptly tossed a small dark object toward him, which Woon Wai caught with ease, revealing it to be a poison pill described as a ritual for joining their ranks, a measure meant to secure loyalty under the threat of death. Seizing the moment, Woon Wai asked about the man's organization, but the fake blood demon replied that such knowledge would only be granted once he proved himself worthy, adding that with his level of skill at such a young age, that moment would not be far off. and as Wen Wai weighed the pill in his hand, he asked what would happen if he refused to take it, to which the fake blood demon answered that he would forfeit the chance to become a hero and urged him to decide quickly since there was little time. Rather than answering at once, Wen Wai calmly slipped the pill into his robe, prompting the impostor to question whether he was abandoning the prospect of becoming a hero as he drew his sword and declared that Wen Wai was not as perceptive as he had thought, implying he would simply kill him and find someone else. In response, Wen Wai asked if the man had failed to recognize who he was, causing the fake blood demon to pause briefly before looking more closely, at which point his expression changed completely, and in the next instant he dropped to his knees and offered his greeting, addressing him as Lord. Internally, Wen Wai questioned what exactly Lord referred to and considered whether it was the title used for their unidentified leader, reflecting that he had not been certain revealing his golden eye would succeed, but felt relieved that it had, and realizing that even the organization's subordinates did not know their leader's identity or appearance, though some had reacted to his eye before, meaning they at least knew the leader possessed a golden eye, which had led him to attempt this deception. Although he could scarcely believe it had worked, Sodom criticized him for what he had done, while Wen Wai admitted it was a shallow lie and acknowledged it would only be a matter of time before it was exposed. So before that moment arrived, he intended to gather as much information about the organization as possible. He then reflected that there were many methods to draw information from others, one being to apply psychological pressure by making the other party think they had made a grave mistake and reinforcing his performance. He voiced disappointment at not being recognized, prompting the fake blood demon to immediately apologize and claim that he had not properly seen his eye. From this exchange, Wen Wai concluded that the leader's identity was indeed hidden, never showing his face and relying solely on the golden eye as proof, and continuing the act. He stated that he had revealed himself in order to personally take action, prompting the fake blood demon to swear silence and display absolute submission. Wen Wai then declared that the blood demon was no longer the right army commander's office, and that the trial had already ended, which caused the fake blood demon to react with clear surprise, calling the development unexpected, a response that also puzzled Wen Wai, who explained that the trial had originally been set for noon and that circumstances had changed. The impostor then admitted that their plan to strain relations between the blood cult and the government while recovering the demon sword would no longer succeed under these conditions, allowing Wen Wai to grasp that the assault on the Chuanjin sect had been a calculated move to frame him and lead to his conviction, and he realized that Prince Qing's interference had disrupted their scheme, though it was likely they already had other plans in motion. So without delay, he ordered the fake blood demon to abandon this operation and move on to the next. The fake blood demon readily agreed, and revealed that he had planned to head to the right army commander-in-chief's office to incite chaos as originally intended. But Wen Wai immediately stopped him, reasoning that such an action would now arouse suspicion since the blood demon had supposedly already departed, potentially exposing everything, and the fake blood demon accepted this directive without question. Having gathered the information he needed, Wen Wai chose to end the encounter before his disguise fell apart, instructing the man to retreat and wait for further orders while noting that he still had something to confirm with the sect leader. Just before departing, the fake blood demon asked for permission to pose a question, and despite his unease, Wen Wai allowed it, only for the man to request approval regarding a previous matter, leaving Wen Wai briefly confused since he had no knowledge of any such request. Yet to avoid raising suspicion, he granted approval without hesitation, a decision that immediately proved disastrous as the fake blood demon attacked instead of leaving, forcing Wen Wai to barely block the strike, after which the man revealed that he had never made any prior request, exposing the deception, while Wen Wai cursed inwardly as the fake blood demon pointed out that the real leader never withdrew issued orders, and added that the golden eye was on the right side, not the left. Recognizing that the deception had come close to working, the fake blood demon moved to kill him, then halted for a brief moment and remarked that he would allow him a chance, asking about the nature of Wen Wai's eye and how he knew of their organization. In answer, Wen Wai released his blood demon lineage, unleashing a violent surge of crimson energy as his hair darkened further. And when the opponent demanded that he speak if he wanted to live, Wen Wai refused outright, prompting the fake blood demon to state that he could force the truth from him. Yet before he could follow through, Wen Wai struck first with a rapid attack aimed at his neck, which was barely blocked in time, leaving the fake blood demon visibly taken aback by the speed and realizing that Wen Wai had been hiding his true power. As the red hue in Wen Wai's hair grew more intense, suspicion emerged that he might be the genuine blood demon, and taking advantage of that hesitation, he unleashed another heavy strike that nearly bypassed the defense, leading the man to identify the move as the silver thread and hero annihilation blade technique. And as Wen Wai drew his weapon back using the thread, he acknowledged the man's keen insight. The fake blood demon then began listing everything he had observed: golden eye, silver thread, hero annihilation blade, southern heaven iron sword, luminous star sword technique, and even the possibility that he was the blood demon himself, demanding that he reveal his true identity. But Wen Wai simply told him to figure out on his own. Within, Wu Wei recognized that victory was far from certain, as the man's strength stood on par with the Central Plains' 8 martial masters. And understanding this, he prepared to stake everything on the battle ahead, while the fake blood demon steadied his stance, gripping his crimson blade as a dense blue aura gathered around him, questioning whether Wu Wei truly believed he could win as the ground beneath him fractured from the pressure. And in the next instant, he burst forward at blinding speed, launching an attack known as the Wings of the Phoenix. At that precise moment, the teachings of the sword immortal resurfaced in Wu Wei's mind, reminding him that no sword technique was without weakness, and drawing on that insight, he immediately executed the third form of the luminous star sword technique, Void Flow Slash, to meet the incoming strike while concentrating on uncovering the flaw within his opponent's technique before his own weaknesses could be exposed. As their weapons met, a searing white flash swallowed the forest whole, and in the next instant violent shockwaves ripped outward, cleaving through thick tree trunks as though they were nothing. While within that chaos, Wu Wei was visibly overpowered, struggling to keep pace as his body grew heavier and his movements slowed under crushing pressure. Yet even then he refused to give in, forcing himself to analyze the opponent's swordplay in search of any weakness, narrowing his focus to the faintest irregularity in its flow. However, against the fake blood demon's relentless and perfectly measured assault, no opening revealed itself, the blade work arriving in rapid, precise arcs that denied any chance to counter. And as Wu Wei failed to block or evade each strike, he froze in shock when a clean blow sliced through his shoulder. Seeing him falter, the fake blood demon rose upward and taunted him, remarking that the path of his sword was completely visible. And in response, Wu Wei swept his blade to kick up a dense cloud of dust, obscuring the enemy's sight just long enough for him to lunge forward with everything he had left. Yet the fake blood demon stopped the attack with ease, leaving Wu Wei shaken by that overwhelming speed as the counterstrike drove him backward, all while the man continued mocking his lack of skill and declaring he had no chance of victory, going so far as to promise he would regret ever refusing his offer. Still unwilling to submit, Wu Wei drew together the last of his internal energy and forced it into his sword, causing the blade to shine with a vivid blue glow that pulsed with unstable but immense power, which the fake blood demon immediately identified as the unity of body and sword, a technique he knew Wu Wei should not yet be able to use. And with unwavering resolve, Wu Wei unleashed a full horizontal slash, pouring everything into it as the strike surged forward with devastating force, tearing through the air itself, ripping apart everything in its path, splitting the ground into a deep trench while debris blasted across the forest. Reacting instantly, the fake blood demon steadied himself to endure the incoming force, fully aware that stopping it would not come easily, questioning whether this was truly the luminous star sword. And even with his mastery, he was driven backward as the sheer power crushed his defenses, carving cuts and bruises into his body before launching him high into the air and hurling him through the canopy, where he realized that it had been many years since anyone had managed to push him this far. Even so, his immense experience let him regain control almost immediately, and as he ready to counterattack from above, his eyes caught something strange. Wu Wei was gone, leaving nothing beneath him but wreckage. Yet in the very next moment, Wu Wei reappeared behind him in midair, and although the fake blood demon sensed it, his body could not adjust in time to respond. With everything he had left, Wu Wei swung his sword, realizing in that instant that he had been mistaken, and that time was never on his side, meaning he had only a single chance to win by unleashing the strongest techniques he possessed, while the fake blood demon reacted with sharp precision, twisting midair to block the strike. At the same time, Wu Wei understood that if he wanted to stop such speed, he would have to exceed it, so using a falling branch as a foothold, he launched himself forward, forcing his body past its limits in a desperate attempt to outpace his opponent, knowing there was no alternative. And in that instant, a brilliant surge of blue energy burst outward as multiple blue afterimages shot toward the fake blood demon, each identical and impossible to distinguish, their overlapping auras scrambling his perception as he recognized the technique. The 8 flowing shadows of the wind. It was now evident that even after learning the creation and transformation realm and the flowing shadow steps from his father, Wu Wei continued further, borrowing his father's sword and mastering all the martial arts of the 8 flowing shadows of the wind to gain the insight needed to break through the barrier that had held him back. And now that very mastery had become the weapon he would use against an opponent stronger than himself, since he could not sustain both the blood demon state and body sword unity for long. He had no choice but to end the fight within a limited window, and the fastest technique available to him was the 8 flowing shadows of the wind, which he now employed as his final method to conclude the battle, directing the converging blue afterimages toward the fake blood demon's weak points with the intent to finish it decisively. And this time the attack connected, piercing through the enemy's defense. The fake blood demon grasped the situation clearly, thinking that for someone so young to wield both body sword unity and the merciless divine wind martial arts was astonishing. Yet at the same time, it was obvious that Wu Wai could not sustain this state for long. Even so, Wu Wai did not let up and kept advancing, while the fake blood demon quickly discerned that each movement was a feint meant to draw him in and open a path to his throat, revealing a cold and exact understanding of how to deliver a killing blow. Though Wu Wai could only sustain these pinnacle techniques briefly, the cost to his body was extreme, his bones creaking under strain, veins swelling, and his entire frame nearing its breaking point. Yet his focus never wavered as he tightened his grip on his sword and steeled himself to end the fight, and at last he caught sight of a gap, pouring every last ounce of strength and intent into a single decisive swing. But it was a setup. The fake blood demon intercepted the strike effortlessly and answered at once with a crushing palm thrust, the force driving straight through Wu Wai's chest as if the battle had ended on the spot. Yet what he struck was only a construct of blue energy, a clone left behind, because Wu Wai had anticipated the trap and used that instant to reposition for a final attack from an unexpected direction. And with one clean, exact cut, he sliced through the fake blood demon, splitting him cleanly in two at the torso as the blue arc of his blade passed through the air. His success owed to the instinct that sensed something unnatural in that opening and guided him away from the snare, instincts forged through countless fights. As Wu Wai descended calmly back to the ground, the fake blood demon's body fell in two separate halves, appearing to bring his deception to an end, and Sodom urged him to finish it. But his body had already gone past its limit, the rush of adrenaline draining away and leaving only intense pain as his strength failed entirely, causing him to collapse where he stood as his transformation faded and his aura vanished. While Sodom's voice turned anxious as she called out to him, angered Wu Wai cursed his own body for not holding on a little longer to finish things completely. Yet his resolve did not break, and forcing himself forward, he began to crawl toward his enemy, intent on ending it even with his bare hands. At the same time, the fake blood demon, despite being cut in half, still possessed a terrifying vitality, lying in a spreading pool of blood as he remarked that a body cannot endure power pushed beyond its limits. And even in that state he struggled to rise, convinced that recovering even slightly would allow him to finish the fight, and gathering what remained of his strength he hurled himself forward in one final desperate attack, only for a sudden blade to flash through the air and sever his head instantly before he could land the strike. At last, the drawn-out battle reached its conclusion as the opponent's body fell still, completely lifeless. The one who had appeared remarked that their blood demon was constantly walking into danger, and Wu Wai, caught off guard, realized that the person who had intervened was Baek Hai-hyang, leaving him wondering how she had managed to arrive there. As she descended without urgency, she explained that his long silence after a message had made her sense something was wrong, and she could not permit the leader of the blood cult to die in a trap laid by the Murim Alliance. Then, placing her foot atop the severed head of the fake blood demon, she examined it and concluded that he was likely affiliated with the GoldenEye organization and had tried to deceive them by posing as the blood demon, though she soon expressed regret at killing him since it meant losing the chance to extract information. Wu Wai told her it made no difference, stating that the man would not have talked regardless. And, as her gaze swept across the ruined surroundings, she remarked that the scene looked like the aftermath of a war and assumed that events at the Right Army Commander-in-Chief's office had not gone smoothly. But Wu Wai answered evenly that everything there had already been resolved, and there was no need to worry. When she questioned how he could have accomplished that, he revealed that he had struck a deal with Prince Qing, ensuring that the Murim Alliance would no longer be able to use the authorities against them, a revelation that visibly startled her as she grasped how significant it was. He then said that he intended to act independently for a while, prompting Hai-hyang to object on the grounds that the cult situation was unstable and required his return, but to ease her concern, he placed a hand on her shoulder and stated that she would serve as his substitute, which left her briefly stunned before she understood his meaning. And her response came in a surge of anger as her aura flared violently with clear, killing intent, accusing him of pushing all the burdensome duties onto her by naming her vice leader, while Wu Wai accepted her reaction in silence, knowing there was no real argument against it. After settling herself, she agreed to take on the role and asked what she should do next, and Wu Wai, showing a faint and somewhat awkward smile, reached into his robe, handed her the demon mask, and told her to deal with the current situation before returning, leaving Hai-hyang standing there with the mask in hand, completely blank as she tried to process what exactly she was supposed to do. Manjong, the sect leader, slowly came back to consciousness as Wu Wai continued calling out to him, and when his awareness finally returned, his face remained blank and unfocused as he asked what had happened, to which Wu Wai replied calmly that he had only been out for a short moment. Still shaken and gripping the back of his neck in pain, the sect leader explained that during his clash with the blood demon, a strange pain had suddenly struck him there, while Wu Wai, feigning concern, asked if he was all right, even as he felt inward relief that the man had not realized who had rendered him unconscious. Wu Wai then told him that another blood demon had appeared in the middle of the fight, leaving the sect leader visibly stunned as he struggled to make sense of it, and pointing toward the nearby corpse of the fake blood demon. Wu Wei stated that the one they had been fighting was already dead, something the sect leader found difficult to believe, until Wu Wei added that without the interference of that second blood demon, neither of them would have survived. At that moment, a red sword suddenly dropped from above, slicing through the air before driving into the ground with frightening accuracy, startling the sect leader. And as he looked up, Hai Hyang appeared suspended in the air, gazing down while posing as the blood demon, mocking them by suggesting they had been fooled by an impostor and questioning whether covering bronze in gold could truly turn it into gold. As she spoke, her mind briefly flashed back to when Wu Wei had told her to wear the mask and take on the role of the blood demon, an idea she had found ridiculous but still obeyed as an order from her cult leader before leaving without a word, while Wu Wei, watching her performance now, inwardly commended how flawlessly she carried it out, then turned back to the sect leader and asked if he had seen everything clearly, receiving confirmation that he had. Maintaining the act, Wu Wei shifted his expression to one of disbelief and questioned who the real blood demon could be if the one they had just faced was a fake, a performance convincing enough that even Sodom quietly noted his skill at acting. And, as the sect leader examined the fallen enemy's sword, he discovered that the red sheen was nothing more than paint over ordinary steel, leading him to admit that he had never imagined anyone besides the true blood demon would attempt such deception, and that his own thinking had been too limited. While he was still reflecting on that realization, Wu Wei cut in by picking up the severed head of the fake blood demon and asking him to confirm the identity of the face. Once the mask came off, the sect leader saw a man who looked to be in his mid-50s and reacted in clear shock. When Wu Wei asked if he recognized him, the sect leader identified him as Flashing Thunder Sword Jia, a figure once feared as the tyrant of Anhui. Wu Wei found that odd, noting that Anhui lay within the Nagung clan's domain, and the sect leader went on to explain that he had met this man decades earlier, when Jia had already been past 60, yet the body before them now appeared youthful and robust. Wu Wei, recalling his own experiences, thought of others who had appeared far younger than their true age, including the one called the Flying Blade Assassin King. The sect leader struggled to make sense of how a martial master believed long dead could return in such a rejuvenated state, while also posing as the blood demon. While Wu Wei, keeping his thoughts to himself, concluded that without knowledge of the GoldenEye organization, none of this could be properly understood. Sodom then asked whether he intended to reveal what he knew, and Wu Wei agreed, saying he would disclose the existence of a third force manipulating events, blending truth with carefully chosen omissions to make it believable. He then explained that the false blood demon had tried to recruit him, offering to cast him as the hero destined to defeat the blood demon, and produce the poison pill he had been given, clarifying that refusal would not have been an option under its influence. The sect leader recognized it as a controlled drug and realized that a coordinated group existed with the means to manipulate even powerful martial artists. Wu Wei continued, saying the real blood demon had appeared afterward and killed the imposter, exposing a scheme meant to ignite conflict between the blood cult and the Murim alliance. And, as the sect leader listened, he began to grasp that a hidden organization was attempting to trigger another great clash between orthodox and unorthodox factions, urging that this matter remain secret while recommending they report it to the second general strategist. Privately, Wu Wei felt satisfied as everything unfolded according to his design, recognizing that the Murim alliance would now be forced to concentrate on the unknown group instead of confronting the blood cult directly. However, the sect leader then raised a more pressing issue, pointing out that the true blood demon's power far exceeded expectations, and having witnessed Flashing Thunder Sword Jia defeat firsthand, he concluded that the blood demon had transcended human limits, as he had not suffered even a single injury. Wu Wei cursed inwardly at the sect leader's keen perception, and the sect leader went on to warn that if such an existence truly stood in Murim, then the balance of power across the entire martial world was in grave danger. The sect leader urged Wu Wei to keep training without rest, adding in a grave tone that the four evils themselves might see change within the next 20 years. At those words, Wu Wei's face darkened as he questioned whether that remark was meant to place him among them, while Soda made a light-hearted joke that only earned a sharp command from Wu Wei to stay quiet. Later that night, inside his room at the Right Army Commander's residence, Wu Wei sat in meditation, circulating his internal energy to mend his wounds as a faint blue aura wrapped around him. And as he focused inward, he sensed that all of his dantians had grown stronger than before. At that moment, the Southern Heaven Iron sword manifested beside him, commenting that such progress was refreshing and noting the distance he had covered since their first meeting, prompting Wu Wei to reflect on his path and recall how, through the luminous star mystic art and its sword techniques, he had pushed beyond even the limits once reached by the Southern Heaven swordsman, to which the sword responded by acknowledging that he had indeed surpassed his predecessor's potential and adding that its former master would likely feel satisfied. Not long after, the second general strategist, Sama Junghian, arrived and requested an audience, and upon receiving permission, he entered and offered an apology for the earlier test, explaining that he had suspected Wu Wei of being a spy and had deliberately fed him false information to confirm his loyalty, yet Wen Wei's conduct had proven him trustworthy. Sama Jungyan then laid out the current state of the Orthodox Murim alliance, describing how the appearance of a new blood demon had bolstered the blood cult while eroding the alliance's morale. And although leadership remained in place, he emphasized that what they lacked was a symbolic hero capable of uniting their forces, before revealing that they intended to support Wen Wei in becoming that very figure. Hearing this, Wen Wei felt a quiet sense of irony, realizing that the one being, shaped into the symbol meant to oppose the blood demon, was, in reality, the blood demon himself. Wen Wei considered the proposal in silence, choosing not to respond right away, while the second general strategist, caught off guard by that hesitation, merely told him to come back with an answer if he ever changed his mind. To Wen Wei, the title of the two divine stars already allowed him to move freely within the Orthodox Murim without obstruction, and he could not shake the feeling that such an offer should have been extended to Li Zhonggayam rather than himself. Yet at the same time, he recognized that far more pressing matters demanded attention, particularly the need to unite the unorthodox Murim, because the disparity in strength between the Murim alliance and the blood cult was so vast that a direct, large-scale war under current conditions would end in complete defeat, making it essential for them to expand their forces to a level where the Murim alliance could no longer suppress or eradicate them with ease. 10 days later, Wen Wei met with Song Juabek, who upon hearing that Wen Wei intended to meet with bandits, grew uneasy and immediately demanded an explanation, only for Wen Wei to calmly tell him to settle down and lower his voice. Wen Wei was convinced that to truly gather the unorthodox Murim, they would first need to take control of the 18 Yangtze River strongholds, as although the Orthodox Murim's influence stretched far and wide, there remained one region where its grip was weaker, since the majority of its main forces were stationed north of the Yangtze River, while the south housed several key bases belonging to the unorthodox factions, and before the war, the southern side of the river had officially been regarded as unorthodox territory. Yet even after the Orthodox Murim's victory, only minor sects and smaller clans moved south, while its core power saw no real reason to relocate. He believed that by gathering the unorthodox forces in the southern region and steadily building their strength, they could eventually reach a point where the Murim alliance would hesitate before launching any campaign against them, though he was fully aware that it would only be a matter of time before the Murim alliance caught on to his intentions. Even so, if he could secure control over the river through the 18 Yangtze River strongholds, then not even the Murim alliance would be able to move against them effectively. Wen Wei then turned to Zhou Sungwan and asked whether he had properly explained the plan to Juabek during their journey, and Sungwan replied that he had done everything he could, repeating the explanation every single day over the course of their 10-day travel. He added bluntly that if Juabek still failed to remember, then it was entirely his own fault, leaving Song Juabek, who had been completely absorbed in eating, momentarily speechless before he finally offered an apology. Sama Young then asked Wen why he had chosen such an unusual meeting place, and he replied simply that she would understand soon enough, before noting that others were already on their way and cautioning her to be careful with what she said. At the northern edge of Hunan, near the harbor of Anxiang County, a group of men entered a restaurant, instructed the owner to prepare food for them, and told him to notify them once it was ready. Seeing the place fill with so many people, Juabek grew puzzled, and as he overheard them whisper that they had arrived early, otherwise they would not have gotten any food, he studied their attire and began to wonder if they were escort warriors. Sama Young asked Wen why so many had gathered, and he explained that there would soon be bidding for the escort of certain goods, with the nearby harbor serving as the place where merchant guild leaders conducted such dealings, adding that escort agencies had assembled there to compete for the right to transport those goods. Sama Young remarked that if they boarded the merchant ships, the bandits would come straight to them, making things easier, and Wen Wei agreed, saying it was far simpler to let the bandits come to them rather than wasting effort searching, though the real question was which escort agency would actually secure the contract. Since there was still time before that happened, he suggested they continue watching the situation unfold. Not long after, they noticed a crowd gathering in front of the restaurant, where a man began loudly sharing a rumor, and Wen Wei immediately recognized them as members of the beggar sect, known for spreading information in exactly this way, noting that it had been quite some time since he had last seen them in person. The man went on to say that there was now a new figure among the four evils, claiming the group had effectively become the five evils. Wen Wei felt puzzled, since even before his regression it had always been the four evils, but his focus sharpened as the beggar sect member continued, bringing up the current blood demon and stating that everyone already knew of his strength, with survivors from the battle in Guangxi reporting that he was overwhelmingly powerful, even claiming he had slain a martial master without suffering a single scratch. Hearing this, Wen Wei let out a quiet sigh, realizing he had overlooked the sect leader mentioning something similar before, and that, in just 10 days, such rumors had already reached Hunan. What struck him as odd was that, despite not committing any particularly villainous acts, he had still been labeled with such an evil title, and he ultimately attributed it to the deeply ingrained negative perception surrounding the unorthodox Murim and the blood cult. Using the frequency whispering technique, Sama Young remarked that Wu Wai had now become one of the evils, standing on equal footing with her father, adding that her father would likely be pleased upon hearing it. Yet Wu Wai answered calmly that he did not believe that would be the case. As the beggar sect members continued spreading their account, a woman suddenly stood and questioned whether the blood demon was truly evil, explaining that according to what had been said, it was the blood demon who had killed the martial master in order to save the Taoists of the Chuanjin sect, and she asked how such an act could be considered wrong, even suggesting that being counted among the Central Plains' 8 martial masters would be a more fitting title. The woman was revealed to be Huang Haiju, the escort head of the Golden Shadow Escort Agency. Yet the beggar sect members dismissed her argument as nonsense, while another man remarked that it was hardly surprising for someone from an escort agency that accepted commissions from the unorthodox Murim to speak like that, and another voice mocked her outright, asking if she intended to defend the blood cult as well. That man was Zhang Jiayong, the leader of the Jade Shadow Escort Agency, known for taking only the largest contracts in the region, with his organization being considerably large and relied upon by many orthodox sects and clans, in contrast to the comparatively smaller Golden Shadow Escort Agency. One of Wu Wai's subordinates quietly expressed his unease, saying he had a bad feeling that the situation might soon spiral into chaos and asking what they should do, but Wu Wai calmly told him to simply observe. Huang Haiju argued back that it was the former blood demon who had carried out massacres and that it was wrong to assume the current blood demon was the same, further clarifying that her agency accepted work as it came without discrimination, while Zhang Jiayong responded by asking why she was becoming so emotional and claimed he was only looking out for her safety, warning that defending the blood demon within orthodox territory was dangerous and that others might take it as a sign she was connected to the blood cult. Huang Haiju's anger flared, yet before it could spiral further, her subordinates stepped in and restrained the situation, while Zhang Jiayong pressed on without hesitation, pointing out that even her own people seemed to grasp what was happening better than she did, then casually assuming she had come for the bidding and advising her to leave instead of wasting time, adding with open contempt that a minor, insignificant escort agency ought to understand its position. Wu Wai's companion quietly remarked that Zhang Jiayong was pushing things too far, and Wu Wai, watching the exchange, reflected inwardly that when an opponent chose to back down, one should also recognize the proper moment to stop. Yet Zhang Jiayong only grew more arrogant, boasting that his agency commanded over 100 escort warriors and even had the beggar sect working alongside them. At the mention of that name, Wu Wai took notice, marking the beggar sect's involvement as significant, while Zhang Jiayong continued to mock Huang Haiju, openly questioning who would ever entrust such an important task to her agency, until a man suddenly stepped forward and ordered them to stop, prompting Zhang Jiayong to immediately recognize him as Hong Jialgi, the young sect leader of the beggar sect, a sight that caught Wu Wai off guard since the beggar sect typically maintained neutrality and avoided entangling itself in matters like this, making the young leader's direct involvement highly unusual. Wu Wai then asked Sungwon whether the beggar sect normally interfered in escort agency affairs, and Sungwon confirmed that they did not. But as Wu Wai studied his reaction, it became clear that Sungwon had lost his composure because of his past, having joined the blood cult due to Hong Jialgi and sworn loyalty in exchange for help in pursuing revenge, leading Wu Wai to realize that the moment tied to that promise was drawing near. Rising from his seat, Wu Wai told Young to continue eating, then turned to Sungwon and instructed him to stay calm, warning that any visible anger would only attract attention, before speaking to him through telepathy and asking if he believed he could become the successor if they killed Hong Jialgi right then and there, to which Sungwon responded that others would most likely suspect him, and Wu Wai agreed, advising patience instead, explaining that events had a proper order and assuring him that when the time came, he would help him obtain both his revenge and everything else he sought. Understanding that Wu Wai had not forgotten his promise, Sungwon accepted this and resolved to wait, while nearby Hong Jialgi addressed Huang Haiju, telling her not to be overly harsh and suggesting they share a meal together, even going so far as to offer including her in their dealings if they grew closer, all while making comments that hinted at his enjoyment of her presence, though she remained silent throughout. He then asked her to make her decision, but at that exact moment, Wu Wai stepped in, and Hong Jialgi immediately recognized him. When Zhang Jiayong demanded to know who Wu Wai was, Hong Jialgi answered in his place, revealing that he was So Wenhui, one of the 2 divine stars and a disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman, a declaration that immediately stunned Zhang Jiayong and wiped away his arrogance as he hurriedly apologized, admitting his ignorance for failing to recognize him, and adding that it was an honor to meet him, while Wu Wai responded with modesty, telling him he was being overly generous. They offered Wu Wai a seat with them, but he refused, explaining that he had already finished his meal, then calmly added that his escort head seemed to be in a troublesome situation, which was why he chose to step in, further clarifying that he and his companions were currently serving as temporary escort warriors for the Golden Shadow Escort Agency, a statement that left Huang Haiju visibly confused since they were not actually under her employ, while Zhang Jiayong also faltered in confusion. as Woon Wai's tone shifted, his expression hardening as he firmly instructed Jang Jiang to repeat what he had said earlier, specifically the words he had directed at their escort head before. Those gathered could not hide their astonishment at the sight of one of the two divine stars acting as an escort warrior for the Golden Shadow Escort Agency, a development that carried serious implications, as it meant the Jade Shadow Escort Agency, its escort head Jang Jiang, and even Hong Jialgi of the Beggar Sect had not only slighted the Golden Shadow Escort Agency, but had, in effect, also disrespected one of the two divine stars. At first, Jang Jiang tried to rationalize the situation, thinking that perhaps the two divine stars had merely been offended on behalf of an escort warrior from what he had dismissed as a newly formed and insignificant agency. Yet he quickly abandoned that line of thought and instead turned to Huang Haiju, asking directly whether she had truly employed the two divine stars as her escort warriors, to which she calmly answered that she had indeed hired them, though only for the purpose of this particular auction. Watching her closely, Woon Wai concluded that she was far from foolish, as she had received no guidance from him through the frequency whispering technique, yet still managed to play her role flawlessly, while at the same time he became aware that, having crossed a certain threshold in his cultivation, he could now sense when someone was attempting to gauge his strength, which revealed that Jang Jiang was subtly probing him. Though Woon Wai kept his own power carefully hidden, deciding to apply a measured amount of pressure, Woon Wai acted, while Jang Jiang, for his part, realized he could not detect even the slightest trace of chi from Woon Wai, a realization that left him unable to judge the depth of his opponent's martial level, until in the next instant Woon Wai unleashed a vast surge of power aimed directly at him, and the moment it struck, Jang Jiang was shaken to the core, fear gripping him instantly, prompting Hong Jialgi to ask what had happened through the frequency whispering technique, only for Jang Jiang to question whether he had sensed it as well, though the young leader of the Beggar Sect remained completely unaware. In that instant, Jang Jiang understood that the overwhelming chi had been directed solely at him, and although he could not fully grasp how it was done, he realized that Woon Wai had intentionally revealed his power while confining it to a single target, which filled him with dread as he wondered if his earlier attempt to measure Woon Wai's chi had been plainly noticed, leading him to question what level of martial mastery was required to exert such precise control. Before concluding that Woon Wai far exceeded his expectations and regretting that he had provoked him in the first place. Lowering his voice, Jang Jiang then admitted that the situation was turning unfavorable and that they would need support. In response, the Beggar Sect's young leader stepped forward and declared that Woon Wai, by acting as an escort warrior for the Golden Shadow Escort Agency, was effectively pressuring not only their escort head, but the Beggar Sect as well. Hearing this only deepened Jang Jiang's fear, and inwardly he cursed the leader, as he had no desire to push the situation any further. Yet now things had grown far worse than before, while Woon Wai calmly countered by stating that the Beggar Sect had always maintained neutrality and confined itself to Jianghu affairs, then questioned when they had begun meddling in escort agency matters. The leader brushed this aside with a dismissive attitude, implying that Woon Wai had no standing to question them. But at that moment, one of Woon Wai's subordinates stepped forward and stated that he served young Master Woon Wai, prompting the leader to rebuke him, asking why a mere subordinate was interfering and criticizing Woon Wai for failing to control his men, adding that such an interruption was disrespectful. Meanwhile, Jang Jiang felt nothing but dread, realizing there was no longer any way to withdraw, as Sama Young suddenly mocked the Beggar Sect, openly ridiculing them despite their claims of authority, which angered the leader enough for him to assert his status as the successor of the Beggar Sect. Yet Sama Young only continued, remarking that regardless of his title, he was still nothing more than a beggar, then pointing out that instead of begging, he was sitting in a restaurant eating, implying he no longer even fit the image of one, words that pushed the leader into fury. Unable to endure the insults, the leader's aura flared violently as he prepared to punish her, causing the surrounding crowd to grow uneasy and wish the confrontation would move outside. But before anything could be done, he had already lunged forward, and in that very instant Woon Wai stepped in and blocked the attack, everything shifting within a fraction of a moment until the leader found himself standing alone in confusion, unable to grasp what had just happened. Frozen mid-strike, his vision spun, and only then did he realize that Woon Wai had already disarmed him by seizing his arm, though he could not tell when it had occurred, and fear immediately took hold of him. Yet despite this, he forced himself to speak, declaring that he would end things there for the sake of his reputation, then told Jang Jiang that he had matters to attend to and suggested they leave, after which they withdrew in haste, with the others following as they recognized they were outmatched. Afterward, Sama Young told Woon Wai that she had held back because he had stopped her through the frequency whispering technique, and Woon Wai reflected that had he not intervened, the leader would have faced severe consequences. Woon Wai judged that the leader had risen to the position of successor through bloodline alone, lacking the ability to recognize when he was facing someone stronger, and when one of his men asked if what he had done was meant as revenge, Woon Wai simply replied that they would likely cross paths with him again during the auction. Later, near the storage area where the items were being kept, a massive crowd had gathered, making it seem as though nearly every escort warrior in Zhongyuan was present, while the sheer volume of goods further emphasized the scale of the task, prompting Wu and Wai to remark that it would be unrealistic for any single escort agency to handle such a job on its own, which eased the girl's concerns as she felt their chances of success had improved, though she still worried about whether they could actually win and voiced concern that she might become a burden to the mission. Wu and Wai reassured her not to dwell on it, recalling how she had previously thanked him and how, in return, he had asked for a favor, specifically requesting that she formally hire them as escort warriors because he had a particular reason for doing so, though inwardly he admitted that he could not reveal his true intention and would have to rely on a pretense, knowing that if the truth were exposed it could put the Golden Shadow escort agency at risk, after which he pointed out that it seemed strange for the beggar sect to involve itself in escort-related affairs. She agreed with his observation, explaining that the beggar sect maintained an extensive network of branches and had no real need to cooperate with escort agencies, leading Wu and Wai to realize that she was nearly convinced, so he added that they were currently investigating the matter, to which the girl responded that if it was something important, there was no need for further explanation, while Wu and Wai had already settled on using the excuse that this was a secret mission of the Murim Alliance, and although he knew that was not the truth, he chose not to correct the assumption, allowing it to stand, which ultimately led to them officially becoming escort warriors of the Golden Shadow Escort Agency. In this situation, their primary rival was the Jade Shadow Escort Agency, which had already arrived, and with dozens of beggar sect members present, Wu and Wai assumed they were aiming to secure victory through sheer numbers. Yet he remained confident due to his standing as one of the two divine stars, until suddenly he sensed an overwhelming sword presence, and judging by its intensity, he concluded that it must belong to a highly renowned swordsman, prompting him to search for its source while the crowd soon erupted in shock upon discovering that it was the Vagabond King, a revelation that left even Wu and Wai taken aback. The mere appearance of such a figure immediately cast doubt on just how significant the auction items must be, because the man standing there was none other than Hyuk-Chun-man, the Vagabond King, a name acknowledged as one of the Central Plains' 8 martial masters, and revered as the ultimate figure among vagabonds. Wu and Wai suddenly had the distinct sensation that the Vagabond King's gaze had locked onto him, and before he could even process it, Hyuk-Chun-man had already stepped forward and come to a stop right in front of the two divine stars. Caught off guard, Wu and Wai questioned inwardly why he was being singled out so abruptly, yet no answer came, leaving only his instincts urging him to stay alert and guarded. Then the Vagabond King spoke, commenting on the title of Divine Star, and suggesting that someone bearing such a name ought to stand among the Central Plains' 8 martial masters instead, a remark so unexpected when directed at a divine star that it sent shock rippling through everyone present as confusion quickly spread across the crowd. Meanwhile, Wu and Wai's unease deepened, because the last thing he wanted was to attract more attention or elevate his reputation in that moment. Yet he found himself at a loss, unable to decide how he should respond or pull himself out of the situation. Wu and Wai kept his posture modest as he answered the Vagabond King with full respect, stating there was no possibility he could measure himself against grandmasters of that caliber, and even asking that such praise be withdrawn, as it did not suit someone as insignificant as him, which caused the Vagabond King to fall silent in thought for a brief moment. Relief flickered through Wu and Wai as he assumed his intent was being understood. Yet that assumption quickly unraveled when a Vagabond King concluded instead that Wu and Wai was deliberately concealing his true strength, while Wu and Wai himself remained aware that, in the end, whether he revealed his martial ability or not would make little difference. Around them, shock lingered heavily, because one of the two divine stars was already being spoken of as worthy of the Central Plains 8 martial masters despite not yet reaching 20, and Wu and Wai recognized that he had been pushed into an extremely delicate and troublesome position. He tried once more to clarify, explaining it was not concealment, but simply that his abilities were not as remarkable as others believed, but without any warning, the Vagabond King suddenly threw a punch at him, intending to verify the truth of his words through direct action. At that exact moment, a voice rang out across the area, calling for Grandmaster Hyuk, prompting the Vagabond King to turn toward the interruption, where Master Ho, the leader of the Golden Flower Piece Merchant Guild, Ho Jin Woong, stood. Haiju informed Wu and Wai that the man was indeed Ho Jin Woong, head of the Golden Flower Piece Merchant Guild, and counted among the 5 wealthiest figures in Murim, after which Master Ho expressed his gratitude to Hyuk for honoring his final request, and Hyuk answered in an even tone that he had merely been passing through. Hearing this, Wu and Wai questioned whether Hyuk had not come for money, recalling the Vagabond King's well-known indifference toward wealth. But Hyuk then told Master Ho to step aside for the moment, as his business with Wu and Wai was not yet finished. Wu and Wai considered that allowing the matter to pass quietly might be the better choice. Yet Master Ho remarked that he had already noticed Hyuk's intention to test the boy's skill, which Hyuk openly confirmed, and Master Ho went on to say that he had entrusted the entire selection of the escort agency to Hyuk, giving him full authority to examine them during the process. A revelation that deepened Woon Wai's unease as he realized the Vagabond King himself would now decide the escort agency. A wave of unease spread through the crowd as it became clear the final decision no longer rested with the merchant guild master, prompting many to question what kind of cargo demanded such an unusual arrangement, while most concluded that only a large and formidable escort agency would stand any chance of being chosen. In contrast, Zhang Muriang and the beggar sect leader showed no concern, remaining at ease as they trusted their alliance would work in their favor, especially since the beggar sect leader maintained a good relationship with the Vagabond King and expected the matter to proceed smoothly. Meanwhile, Young wondered aloud if this meant the Vagabond King himself would also take part in the escort. And Sung Woon answered while realizing the situation had grown far more complicated. Woon Wai, on his end, immediately understood that if Hyuk were to lead the escort, then making contact with the 18 Yangtze River strongholds would become nearly impossible, as he believed the Vagabond King would completely dismantle his plans. And beyond that, if word spread that someone of Hyuk's level was involved, the bandits might not even dare to attack. And even if they did, Hyuk would likely wipe them out without effort. He was also painfully aware that he had bluffed his way into this position, leaving him with no path to withdraw now. When Haiju asked whether they could pass the Vagabond King's test, Woon Wai answered that everything would depend on what kind of test it was, and assured her he would do everything he could to succeed. Yet deep down he had already resolved to fail no matter what, quietly apologizing to Head Huang as he acknowledged that he now had personal reasons for doing so. Later, Zhang Muriang stepped forward and introduced himself as the head of the Boundless Escort Agency, explaining that he was among those responsible for transporting the item, and he made it clear that the mission could be extremely dangerous, which was why only escort agencies with strong martial prowess would be selected, with the testing to be carried out by the Vagabond King himself. From this, Woon Wai concluded that the cargo must be extraordinarily valuable, recalling how, while passing by the storage area earlier, he had heard a familiar sound, the unmistakable noise of swords, and not just one but many, accompanied by other weapons, which made him wonder if this was somehow tied to the beggar sect's involvement. Without further delay, the Vagabond King drew his sword and stated that the selection process would not take long. The Vagabond King gave a straightforward instruction, telling each agency to send out their strongest escort warrior, as he would judge their qualification based on whether they could withstand 3 of his moves. Though the condition sounded simple on the surface, a clear problem emerged immediately. No one stepped forward. Even the Vagabond King showed a hint of surprise and turned to question Master Ho, who explained that losing to someone counted among the strongest of the Central Plains' 8 martial masters was not disgraceful, but failing to meet his standard would severely damage an escort agency's reputation. The beggar sect leader quietly advised Zhang that stepping out first carried risk and suggested they observe others to gauge the level required, while every agency present silently wished for someone else to make the first move. Haiju wondered aloud if anyone would volunteer at all, and Woon Wai answered calmly that no one would. Hearing the silence stretch on, the Vagabond King asked if they truly intended to abstain entirely, then declared he would begin choosing participants himself, and the very first person he pointed to was Woon Wai, a decision that shocked everyone watching. Woon Wai, however, showed no surprise, as he had already expected this outcome, and a faint smile crossed his face as he recognized this as a rare opportunity to face such an opponent, while also knowing there was no possibility of refusal. He stepped back briefly to his group, where the head pressed him to succeed no matter what, effectively placing the entire responsibility on him, while excitement spread through the crowd as they recalled the Vagabond King's earlier claim that Woon Wai was worthy of standing among the Central Plains' 8 martial masters, making this a clash between 2 figures said to have surpassed the martial wall. Even so, many felt dissatisfied, since the exchange would be limited to just 3 moves, and they questioned whether, if one of the 2 divine stars had truly broken past that barrier, he might become the youngest ever to join the Central Plains' 8 martial masters. Amid this rising expectation, Woon Wai began to feel the pressure intensify, realizing he could not afford to lose too easily without drawing suspicion, and concluding that his defeat would need to appear convincing. At that moment, the Vagabond King remarked that Woon Wai carried the Southern Heaven Iron Sword, recognizing him as a disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman, while Woon Wai took his stance and gripped his sword firmly, briefly wondering whether Hyuk had ever encountered the Southern Heaven Swordsman before, only for the spirit beside him to inform him that no such recognition existed. From this, Woon Wai concluded that the 2 had most likely never shared any meaningful encounter in the past. Hyuk then stated that he had been anticipating this moment, while Woon Wai replied that such expectations were excessive. Yet even as he spoke, he sensed that Hyuk was deliberately adjusting his chi to match his own level, which made him realize that collapsing too quickly without properly receiving a few strikes would only raise suspicion. Hyuk told him to show what he had learned and even addressed him as a martial brother, which startled Woon Wai, especially as the sword technique unfolding before him was nothing short of extraordinary. He immediately identified it, as the sword-culling chase moved and managed to intercept it. This only deepened his confusion, prompting him to question how Hyuk knew the luminous star sword technique and why he called him a martial brother, pressing him for an explanation and stressing that the answer mattered. However, Hyuk did not stop, instead launching another strike aimed at Woon-Wai's neck, which Woon-Wai barely managed to evade. Hyuk then commented that Woon-Wai seemed quite intent on learning how he had come to know that technique, and Woon-Wai affirmed that it was something he needed to understand. At last, Hyuk provided an answer, explaining that every sword art he possessed had been self-taught, while his internal methods, footwork, and various skills were either widely known among vagabonds or formed by merging multiple techniques together. And although he had never had a master, every opponent he crossed blades with had effectively contributed to his growth. Woon-Wai asked if he truly meant that he had acquired techniques simply through fighting others, and Hyuk confirmed it without hesitation, leaving Woon-Wai deeply shaken as he struggled to grasp how such a thing could even be possible. In that moment, Woon-Wai realized that the same must apply to the luminous star sword technique, and Hyuk confirmed his conclusion, stating that he had indeed obtained it by clashing with its original wielder, adding that it was merely one among many martial arts he had taken and reshaped into his own. Shock rippled through everyone present the instant they heard that the Vagabond King had stolen the Southern Heaven Swordsman's sword art, and the tension tightened further when he addressed one of the two divine stars as his martial brother, while openly declaring that such a claim would be an insult to Woon-Wai, turning the entire atmosphere sharp and strained. In that instant, Woon-Wai understood he could not restrain himself any longer and would have to commit fully to the fight, knowing with absolute clarity that no one would believe a disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman, one of the orthodox Murim's two divine stars, would endure an insult toward his master without responding. All eyes shifted to Woon-Wai, and the crowd sensed that he was finally about to fight in earnest after his master had been disrespected, while Woon-Wai himself showed clear anger, unable to tolerate such words directed at his teacher. Without the slightest pause, the Vagabond King rushed forward, aiming to probe Woon-Wai's next move, and Woon-Wai immediately countered with the luminous star sword technique as Hyuk simultaneously released the void flow slash, the two attacks colliding head-on. Yet within that exchange, Woon-Wai detected a sudden alteration in Hyuk's blade movement and recognized it as the good flow slash. Those watching quickly realized that Hyuk was employing a technique called liege, and the sheer spectacle of the clash left everyone stunned, as what unfolded before them surpassed ordinary understanding. Woon-Wai's companions observed closely, yet an unease lingered among them. While Woon-Wai himself had once dismissed the idea of mastering martial arts through duels as exaggeration. However, Hyuk was proving the opposite in real time, carefully studying his opponent's techniques and turning them into his own. And although Woon-Wai had already faced numerous prodigies, such as Lee Jong-Jiam and Baek Hai-hyang, what the Vagabond King displayed went beyond anything that could simply be labeled as genius. To Woon-Wai, Hyuk was no mere prodigy, but something monstrous. And as their fierce battle raged on, Hyuk even expressed admiration for Woon-Wai's movements. Yet Woon-Wai pressed forward relentlessly, unleashing the sixth form of the luminous star sword technique, radiant sword-culling chase. Those positioned behind them, especially the ones who could feel the searing force radiating from the clash, began to think that although Grandmaster Hyuk might have the authority to select the escort agency, the fight itself was growing far too intense and dangerously excessive. Without warning, a sword spun through the air, and it became clear that Hyuk had intentionally released it. Woon-Wai caught sight of the airborne blade and immediately recognized that Hyuk was no ordinary opponent, especially after realizing that Hyuk had already broken through his sword-culling chase and understood exactly how to counter it. In the very next moment, Hyuk surged forward again, now gripping another sword, and Woon-Wai was struck by the realization that he had briefly forgotten the Vagabond King fought with two blades, the Silver Wild and the Black Star. Hyuk taunted Woon-Wai, implying that this was the extent of his ability, and without delay, he unleashed the sword-culling chase once more, this time directing it at Woon-Wai. Knowing he had to break free from Hyuk's chi or risk being completely drawn into its force, Woon-Wai attempted to evade, yet Hyuk managed to connect with his sword, and through the principle of adherence, the two blades locked together. A flicker of concern crossed Woon-Wai as he realized his sword could no longer move freely, and in that critical instant, Hyuk activated the liege technique again, causing those watching to grow even more anxious. Then, just as suddenly, the blades separated, allowing Woon-Wai to pull free from the immediate danger. Hyuk remarked that if Woon-Wai was capable of this level, then either he had been concealing his true skill or Hyuk himself had underestimated him from the start, and he pressed further, questioning whether Woon-Wai was finally taking the fight seriously. In response, Woon-Wai began to question whether this entire confrontation was truly meant as a test for the escort mission. As Hyuk focused more intently, he realized he could no longer follow or recognize the movements Woon-Wai was using. Even as he confirmed to himself that this was indeed a test, an excitement surfaced as he anticipated witnessing a refined version of the luminous star sword technique. Woon-Wai then unleashed the seventh technique, prompting Hyuk to counter with the 12 heavenly scripture sword move, all while mocking Woonwhai again and urging him to come at him directly instead of holding back. At the same time, those nearby began retreating as the ground and air shook under the violent winds and overwhelming force released by their clash, the sheer impact pushing even Hyuk backward. Despite this, he remained convinced he would not lose to Woonwhai and pressed forward without pause. Woonwhai narrowly evaded Hyuk's strike, leading Hyuk to conclude that he was attempting to replicate the same method Samachuk had once used to counter the 12 heavenly scripture sword. Woonwhai steeled himself with the resolve that he would not yield this time and immediately launched another attack, yet the strike failed to land. In that opening, Hyuk drove his blade straight toward Woonwhai's neck, only to halt it at the very last instant. Woonwhai let the tension leave him as he accepted the outcome and admitted defeat, acknowledging that he had lost and that the Vagabond King had not even fought seriously from the start. While Hyuk responded that had Woonwhai been wielding a longer sword, there might have been a genuine chance of turning the match in his favor. Hyuk then walked back his earlier remark and challenged Woonwhai, asking if he would still insist that Hyuk was unworthy of standing among the Central Plains' 8 martial masters. At that same moment, Woonwhai became aware of the voices around him, hearing the crowd cheer and support the idea of him becoming the youngest member of the Central Plains' 8 martial masters, and with that, he realized the situation was drifting away from his original plan, leaving him cornered in a difficult and unfavorable position. With So's help, the Golden Shadow Escort Agency passed the test, bringing immense relief and joy to its head. Yet despite the success, Woonwhai and his companions could not shake a sense of unease and quiet disappointment. And although a few people questioned what had happened, no one openly voiced criticism toward the agency. Because Woonwhai had gone first, many competing agencies had already withdrawn and left, resulting in only 12 escort agencies ultimately being selected for the mission. 4 ships had been prepared for transport, each comparable in size to a full sailing vessel, which led Woonwhai to question why such a large operation was necessary. At the same time, Hyuk had been looking for Woonwhai and eventually found him, and as soon as they met, Woonwhai asked about the mission that required such an extensive arrangement. Hyuk explained that the request came from the retired master of the Golden Flower Piece Merchant Guild, who intended to move all of his wealth back to his hometown. Hearing this, Woonwhai realized that with 4 ships involved, the amount of wealth must be immense. Yet he remained puzzled about the sword sounds he had heard earlier, and assumed the owner might simply be someone who collected fine blades. Hyuk then revealed that he had sought Woonwhai out to resolve a misunderstanding, explaining that he truly had been a disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman, the only person who had properly taught him swordsmanship. This claim left Woonwhai confused, especially since even the spirit had indicated such a thing should be impossible, prompting Hyuk to recount how, roughly 30 years earlier, he had heard rumors of a martial master living in Yunnan and traveled there immediately. After wandering for some time, he eventually found the master and spent 2 weeks learning from him. Upon hearing this, the spirit was shocked, realizing that the young man from that time was not the same Hyuk standing here now, and Woonwhai was equally surprised as his master's spirit finally recognized him, recalling that he had overlooked how humans age over time. Hyuk then remarked that it would be easier to understand by seeing it directly, and went on to describe how, in his youth, he had approached the master and asked if he was truly the Southern Heaven Swordsman, explaining that he had come all the way from Shanxi after hearing of his reputation and wished to be taught. At that moment, another man beside the master suggested ignoring him because of his young age, but instead, the Grand Master picked up his sword and stepped forward to engage him in a duel. Feeling slighted because of his youth, Hyuk rushed in with confidence, convinced the master would regret not even bothering to draw his sword. Yet in a single instant he was utterly defeated. The master then calmly told him he would remain there for 2 weeks, adding that if Hyuk could not accept the loss he was free to return and challenge him whenever he wished, or simply go back to Shanxi. From that point on, Hyuk challenged him every day without fail, continuing regardless of harsh conditions, whether under pouring rain or while injured and limping, never once stopping. And as Woonwhai listened through the master's spirit, he came to understand that it was precisely this persistence that led to Hyuk being acknowledged as a disciple. Throughout those repeated duels, the Southern Heaven Swordsman corrected Hyuk's stance and refined his footwork, and little by little Hyuk's movements and sword paths grew clearer and more polished, which Woonwhai found astonishing given how much progress had been made in such a short time. The master had explained that through this process, Hyuk came to naturally grasp the luminous star sword technique and ultimately made it his own. With that, Woonwhai understood why Hyuk's version of the technique had taken its current form, yet he still questioned why Hyuk had lied at the beginning. Hyuk answered that Woonwhai had clearly been hiding his own abilities, that it was obvious he had properly learned from the master, and that the master would never raise someone weak before asking about the master's current condition. At those words, Woonwhai grew uneasy, unable to give a response, and just then a call from the ship cut in, announcing that the loading had been completed. Noticing this, Hyuk remarked that preparations were finished, while Woonwhai suggested they should hurry aboard and continue the conversation later, to which Hyuk agreed, adding that it would not take long since they would be on the same ship. This confused Woon-wai, but Hyuk clarified that Woon-wai's agency would be stationed at the front of the escort alongside him, as it made sense given Woon-wai's performance during the test, which only deepened Woon-wai's concern as he realized he would be on the same vessel as the Vagabond King, a ship that appeared to carry the strongest individuals, and he found himself wondering who had arranged such a formation. An hour later, the fleet set sail, and Woon-wai's men found the situation unsettling, as the escort mission did not feel ordinary. With 4 ships assigned to the mission and 12 escort agencies divided evenly so that each vessel carried 3, it was their particular ship that held the greatest concentration of power, prompting one of the men to question whether it was truly the case that their ship carried the strongest individuals. Aboard were the escort agency tied to the Vagabond King, the Jade Agency, members of the Beggar Sect, the Golden Shadow Escort Agency, and Wonhui's own group, a lineup so unusual that it left them unable to make sense of why these forces had been gathered together. Wonhui later returned after meeting with the head of the escort mission and informed his men that once the ship reached its destination and dropped anchor, they would not be taking part in the land route. His men immediately wondered whether the head had opposed something or if there was a specific reason behind the decision, speculating among themselves about whether the presence of the Vagabond King was influencing matters or if some other hidden factor was at play. Not long after, another of Wonhui's men walked in, only to reveal he had just been slapped across the face, which drew mocking remarks from the others who assumed he must have tried to flirt with Miss Wong. The man attempted to defend himself, admitting that her beauty was so striking it was difficult for any man to resist, but he quickly steered the conversation away from his embarrassment by bringing up the Beggar Sect instead, earning a light jab from Wonhui for switching topics so abruptly. Elsewhere, high-ranking officials maintained strict watch over the ship's storage area to prevent unauthorized access. Yet the men had heard that members of the Beggar Sect were moving in and out freely as though the place belonged to them. When Wonhui asked who was guarding the entrance, he was told that escort warriors from the agency affiliated with the Vagabond King were stationed there, though they made no effort to stop the beggars. Wonhui initially thought to reprimand his men, but he quickly realized they had brought him useful information, and it became increasingly apparent to him that this escort mission involved more than simply transporting the retired guildmaster's wealth. At that same time, the leader of the Beggar Sect entered a room, clapped his hands, and called out for those hiding to stop concealing themselves, prompting the individuals hidden inside boxes to begin emerging. While Wonhui was speaking, a sudden sensation interrupted him, and his expression shifted ever so slightly as his gaze dropped toward the floor. His men immediately caught the change and asked what was wrong, to which Wonhui calmly replied that he could sense the presence of numerous martial artists who had abruptly appeared beneath the ship, specifically in the storage area below. As he focused on gauging their strength, he determined that most of them were at the first-rate and early peak realms, numbering at least 50 in total, among whom he identified one supreme-level expert. Yet upon concentrating further, he realized there was another presence at the same supreme level. He reasoned that they must have concealed themselves inside the storage chests using the turtle breathing method, and he also suspected that the Vagabond King had likely detected them as well. Without delaying, Wonhui told his men he would go meet the Vagabond King in person and instructed them to remain where they were for the time being. As he moved, Wonhui reflected on the situation, noting that the ship had departed the harbor later than expected and that by now the sun had already set, yet no lanterns had been lit, which struck him as odd and deepened his sense that something was wrong. At that moment, he noticed the ship behind them break formation and move ahead, cutting in front of their position, even though their vessel had originally been meant to lead, making the sudden change feel suspicious. Soon after, he saw that every ship that had been ahead was now overtaking them and pushing forward, which led him to question whether there was an issue with their ship or if something else entirely was unfolding. Hyuk noticed Wonhui's concern and told him not to worry, prompting Wonhui to ask whether they were merely shifting formation, to which Hyuk explained that this had been planned from the start as a strategy to deceive the bandits. Wonhui then asked if he was referring to the stronghold forces, and Hyuk confirmed that he was certain those people had already learned about them due to the commotion at the harbor earlier, as news had spread about the Golden Flower Piece Merchant Guildmaster's ships supposedly carrying his entire life savings, along with details about the number of ships, the amount of cargo each carried, and who was aboard each one. Hyuk then told Wonhui to think like a bandit and decide which ship he would target, and Wonhui answered that he would avoid the vessel carrying the Vagabond King and instead choose the one farthest from him. And in that instant, realization dawned on him. That was the reason their vessel had been pushed to the very rear, its lanterns even extinguished. Also, it could be singled out as the target of the stronghold forces. Hyuk confirmed that Wonhui had understood correctly, explaining that this ship was meant to be attacked on purpose, as it was the only way to move the hidden forces safely into the stronghold base. Hearing this, Wonhui realized that the Vagabond King must have already been aware of the martial artists concealed aboard, and he concluded that the Golden Flower Piece Merchant Guild's request had merely served as a cover, since there was no reasonable explanation for a merchant guild to require such a large number of martial artists just to escort goods to a stronghold base. At that moment, the Vagabond King approached, and asked Wenhui if he had sensed the martial artists within the storage area, even remarking that their presence was only for show, before revealing that the mission itself had actually come as a request from the Miram Alliance. With that, Wenhui began to piece everything together, realizing that the true objective of the escort was to infiltrate the stronghold base using the turtle-breathing method and destroy it from within. The Vagabond King confirmed that their goal was the eradication of the 18 Yangtze River strongholds in order to prevent the blood cult from extending its reach. Although Wenhui initially felt puzzled, he soon grasped the brilliance behind the Miram Alliance's strategy, having once believed that such a plan would have been impossible under the limitations of their first general strategist, only to see that assumption proven wrong. He began to wonder whether it had been devised by the third general strategist, or perhaps the second, or even someone else entirely. Even so, one concern lingered, and Wenhui brought up what he had heard, that the Vagabond King typically did not involve himself in conflicts between the orthodox and unorthodox Miram factions. Hyuk explained that this case was different, as both sides now shared the same objective. Hyuk then turned to the past and asked whether Wenhui had ever lived through the Great War between the orthodox and unorthodox Miram. Wenhui had not, and Hyuk admitted that although he had not fought in it directly, he had lived through that era and witnessed its devastation firsthand. He described how Zhongyuan had been drowned in constant bloodshed, with fires that never died out and thick smoke that blanketed the sky, how the land itself seemed to wither as rivers of blood ran without end and piles of corpses rose like mountains, and how even the young children of famed martial sects who had only just begun their training were killed, alongside countless innocent people who also lost their lives. It had been an age defined by cruelty and despair, where countless lives were wiped away without hope. Hyuk explained that if the blood cult were ever to join forces with the strongholds, that same kind of devastation could unfold again, and he made it clear he did not want the next generation, including so, to endure such suffering. Wenhui came to understand that this was not merely about avoiding conflict between factions, but a deliberate choice driven by a far greater purpose. Hyuk then urged Wenhui to take part in stopping such a war, adding that he could rise as the representative figure of an escort agency that played a decisive role in bringing down the strongholds. This left Wenhui conflicted, as he had never intended to establish an escort agency in the first place, and he struggled to put the frustration he felt into words. Even so, he chose to remain in his current position and act accordingly, admitting that he had not realized there was such depth behind these actions, and agreeing to lend his help. Hyuk replied that he had expected no less from a fellow disciple, then told Wenhui to also persuade his companions and the Golden Shadow Escort Agency, assuring him that their compensation would be increased tenfold due to the heightened risk of the mission. At that moment, Wenhui felt a sense of unease, recognizing that he had no clear path ahead, and at the same time understanding that he could not allow this mission to succeed, which caused his thoughts to accelerate as he began shaping a plan. Back inside the cabin, Wenhui revealed the mission's true purpose to his group, prompting immediate concern as his men insisted they could not possibly face such a large number of enemies and suggested escaping to contact the strongholds first. However, Wenhui pointed out that their sudden disappearance would only arouse suspicion, and even if they reached the strongholds ahead of time, the Miram Alliance would still proceed with the attack regardless. His men then offered other ideas, including halting the ship or even destroying it altogether, and while Wenhui considered these options, he remarked that such extremes might not be necessary. When they asked whether their suggestions were too reckless, he responded that the idea was not entirely without merit, proposing instead that if they created a sufficiently large hole beneath the ship, it would force the vessel to stop, and if they could also prove they were not responsible for the damage, they might avoid suspicion. Satisfied with this line of thinking, Wenhui regarded his own plan as clever, but his attention soon shifted when he realized that Sungwon had yet to return, leading him to wonder whether convincing the Golden Shadow Escort Agency had proven difficult. In Wenhui's mind, the head of their agency would have accepted without hesitation, since the opportunity clearly worked in their favor, and escort head Huang was not someone who would turn down such a proposal. When his men suggested going to check on Sungwon, Wenhui stopped them, worried that they might disrupt whatever was unfolding, and chose to go himself instead. As he moved ahead, he was suddenly met by several men blocking his path, who identified themselves as members of the Boundless Escort Agency and questioned why he was out so late. At the same time, a large group closed in from the opposite direction, revealing themselves as members of the Beggar sect. In that instant, Wenhui sensed the danger, as it seemed clear that everyone present had gathered to confront him, and although he did not yet understand the full situation, he knew he could not afford to falter here. At that moment, Hyuk stepped in, ordering everyone to lower their weapons and leave them inside the cabin, then informed Wenhui that he was under suspicion while assuring him that he would keep him safe until his innocence was confirmed. Wenhui realized that his cover might already be compromised, yet the absence of any immediate attack told him that things had not escalated completely. Recognizing the risk, Wenhui chose to comply for now, aware that resisting could force him into a direct clash with the Vagabond King. Meanwhile, his men, having heard the disturbance, came out to see what was happening, and Manhwa handed his sword to one of them while quietly sending a message through frequency whispering, instructing them to be ready to escape if anything went wrong. He then stepped forward, signaling his readiness. But what met his eyes in the next moment was shocking. One of his own men had been captured and bound right in front of him. The one who had taken him was the leader of the beggar sect, and the prisoner, Sungwon, had clearly been beaten badly. The beggar sect leader explained that Sungwon had once competed with him for the position of successor within the sect, only to later end up joining the blood cult, and he went on to reveal that this very man had been identified as their leader. He added that he did not wish for the situation to escalate further and demanded to know whether Manhwa had been aware of Sungwon's connection to the blood cult. The leader of the beggar sect pressed Manhwa again, insisting he answer instead of staying silent. And in that moment, Manhwa quietly concluded that the Murim Alliance was fully intent on wiping out the stronghold without leaving a trace. Among those present stood the Zhongnan sect leader Do Wook and the beggar sect senior figure Hong Godga. And Manhwa instantly realized these two were the supreme peak masters who had been concealed earlier in the storage area. The beggar sect leader demanded one final answer, asking whether Manhwa knew anything about the blood cult, while Sung Wong, watching closely, thought Manhwa should deny everything since it was his own involvement that had dragged Manhwa into this danger. Yet contrary to that expectation, Manhwa admitted it outright, confirming that he knew and even acknowledging that he was aware of Sung Wong's connection to the blood cult. At once, the beggar sect twisted his admission, accusing Manhwa of having known their plan from the beginning and attempting to obstruct the alliance's efforts. But Manhwa fired back with sharp contempt, telling the beggar sect leader that such disgraceful speech suited him perfectly and warning him to stop before his patience ran out. Angered, the beggar sect members branded Manhwa a blood cult sympathizer and cautioned him that he was placing himself in grave danger, urging him to watch his words. Now visibly enraged, Manhwa shouted for silence as he forcefully unleashed his chi, and everyone present felt the oppressive heat and pressure surge from him. The opposing side argued that if Manhwa had known about Sung Wong's ties and still sheltered him, it implied he too must be connected to the blood cult, though they hesitated, recalling rumors that Manhwa had once been abducted by the cult and wondering if this was coincidence, with Hyuk in particular struggling to believe Manhwa could truly be a spy. Manhwa then spoke calmly, explaining that he had indeed been taken by the blood cult before, but the Southern Heaven Swordsman had rescued him, and through that encounter he had been able to learn directly from that master, adding that the twin Song brothers had also received guidance from the very same teacher. Even after hearing that explanation, the opposing side turned their suspicion toward the Southern Heaven Swordsman himself, pointing out that more than 20 years had passed since he was last seen in Murim, questioning whether he was even alive, and casting doubt on Manhwa's claim by suggesting he might simply be borrowing the name of a dead man to construct a false identity. At that moment, Hyuk stepped forward and stated plainly that he did not think Manhwa was lying, revealing that he too had been taught by the same master and recognized the luminous star sword technique. Having crossed blades with Manhwa himself, Hyuk confirmed that what he witnessed was unmistakably the genuine luminous star sword technique of the Southern Heaven Swordsman, leaving the opposing group caught off guard by his defense, as they quickly realized that pressing further could drive Hyuk to oppose them. And so, with reluctance, they withdrew their attempt to pin blame on Manhwa. They instead warned that if Manhwa truly had no ties to the blood cult, he should refrain from interfering in matters unrelated to him. While the beggar sect's high official shifted his focus to Sung Wong, claiming that since Sung Wong had once belonged to their sect, he should have returned if he had truly escaped the blood cult, and that his failure to do so proved he was not innocent and must still be connected to them. Sung Wong answered with open laughter, pointing out that even if he had gone back, they would never have accepted him, then admitted he had joined the blood cult, but only to uncover their base and earn recognition from the beggar sect, explaining that his desperation came from their refusal to properly teach him the 18 subduing dragon palms, while instead favoring their own unqualified grandson as successor, a claim that sent murmurs through the beggar sect, as many began to suspect the succession had been unjust. The high official immediately silenced the unrest, warning everyone not to believe a traitor who had joined the blood cult, and in anger raised his staff to strike Sung Wong and quell the disturbance. But Manhwa stepped in at once, erecting a protective barrier around Sung Wong. Though the beggar sect members warned him not to interfere, he had already acted. Manhwa declared with firm resolve that he would never betray his own people, and those standing with him realized that the situation was rapidly escalating toward open conflict. Even the spirits at Manhwa's side sensed the gravity of what was coming, as his state grew taut and unstable. The master spirit quietly lamented his own powerlessness, regretting that he could not shield his student at such a crucial moment, while the female spirit burned with anger, yet remained unable to intervene. In that instant, Manhwa's sword began to shake violently, and the man holding it noticed something was wrong just before it tore free from his grip and shot upward on its own. The beggar sect official, trying to retain control of the situation, remarked that he had hoped for a peaceful resolution and asked whether Manhwa truly intended to stand against the entire beggar sect by himself. To which Wenhui answered without hesitation that he was fully prepared to do exactly that. As Wenhui looked at his hand, he saw a faint blue light gathering, said to be the moment when his will and the blade synchronized perfectly and awakened the power called Alioth. He recognized it as the voice of the sword immortal. Yet even with the fifth point opened, he still did not understand its true function. And then, without warning, a dagger blasted through the wall with overwhelming force, stunning everyone present as the beggar sect grew alarmed, recognizing something far beyond ordinary technique, akin to the rare and fearsome art of chi sword control, and they could not help but marvel at Wenhui's monstrous talent, as though witnessing the emergence of another sword immortal. Wenhui himself was bewildered, having made no conscious effort to command the weapons. Yet they moved freely and returned to him, as if guided by their own will. Though to everyone else it appeared as deliberate control, the spirit explained that she had only intended to assist him, and somehow that intent had manifested into reality, and before long, another sword joined the motion. At that point, Wenhui realized there was no longer any way to hide his strength, and although the master spirit offered to take control, Wenhui refused, saying the moment was not yet right. Instead, he addressed Hong of the beggar sect directly and asked what he planned to do next, prompting Hong to turn toward Do Wook and question how he could simply watch while Wenhui interfered with their carefully arranged plan. Meanwhile, Hyuk remained silent, observing everything without stepping in again, as Wenhui pointed out that the issue had always been between him and the beggar sect, questioning whether Hong intended to depend on the Zhongnan sect and the Vagabond King to deal with him despite being the leader of one of the 10 sects. Words that struck Hong's pride and led him to angrily declare that they would resolve the matter on their own. At once, the beggar sect members moved in unison and assembled into a coordinated formation, and Wenhui recognized it immediately as a method meant to merge the chi of many into a single crushing force capable of overwhelming any opponent. Watching them complete their setup, he remained composed and decided to gauge for himself just how formidable that combined power truly was. The clash erupted without warning, sparked by a bald man who made the first move, darting left and right with quick, decisive steps as he actively supported Wenhui in the fight. The current beggar sect leader, who was also the successor's grandfather, immediately flew into a rage at the disruption of their formation and ordered his subordinates to seize the man at once. At the same time, Song stepped in and approached Wenhui's side, asking whether the bald man had any business with his brother Wenhui. But instead of answering, the bald man brought up how Song had once been slapped by the head of the escort agency, and as tension spiked, the battlefield collapsed into chaos, causing the enemy's structure to unravel under the disorder. Both the beggar sect leader and his successor grew increasingly uneasy as the situation slipped beyond their control, and despite not facing Wenhui directly, they found themselves losing ground to the two subordinates fighting under him. Amid the confusion, Sungwon began to crawl away, unable to flee properly due to being bound yet still struggling to escape the turmoil and avoid harm, until the successor spotted him and cut him off, declaring that Sungwon was the one responsible for everything that had happened. He moved to kill him immediately, but another subordinate stepped in without delay and blocked the strike, and the successor quickly recognized this man as the same person who had insulted him in the restaurant. Realizing that where he had been unable to act before, he now had his chance. The young man drew his sword with clear intent to kill despite knowing the consequences, and when the successor attacked head-on, he evaded the blow with precision, countered instantly, and struck him across the face, then continued without pause, delivering repeated slaps that humiliated him again and again. Seeing this, the beggar sect leader rushed forward to save his grandson, but Wenhui intercepted him immediately and blocked the attack, prompting the leader to curse at him, while Wenhui made his stance unmistakable by taking him on directly. Meanwhile, Hyuk's subordinate asked whether he intended to keep watching, and Hyuk replied casually that observing a fight was entertaining, only for the subordinate to point out that if the battle dragged on too long, their plan could be thrown into disarray. Hyuk explains that if he were to step in personally, the situation would only spiral further out of control, so there is no reason for concern, because the outcome of the battle is already as good as decided. As the clash unfolds, the beggar sect leader unleashes the famed ultimate green jade Buddha staff technique. Yet Wenhui reads it in its entirety, grasping not only its overall flow, but also every minute variation within it, and from that understanding concludes without doubt that his strength surpasses his opponent's. At the same time, he detects that behind the staff's showy movements, the leader is secretly preparing a concealed palm strike. The leader suddenly lunges forward, his hand glowing as he aims to land a hidden attack, but Wenhui meets him with ease and pushes him back, leaving the man shaken and unable to comprehend how Wenhui could wield such a powerful palm technique when he was known to practice only the sword, which leads him to suspect that Wenhui has mastered multiple martial disciplines beyond swordsmanship. Without haste, Wenhui raises his blade and sets it against the leader's face, forcing a surrender, and the defeated man, utterly overwhelmed, asks for the dagger at his face to be pulled away. Meanwhile, Wenhui's subordinates have already subdued and bound the beggar sect successor. Wenhui then states plainly that this matter will not be settled with a simple admission of defeat, prompting confusion from the leader, who struggles to grasp his intent, only for Wenhui to declare that everyone present has been insulted and falsely branded as spies of the blood cult, while his own subordinates were framed and attacked, and for that reason, the authority to decide when this ends rests solely with him. The leader asks if Wenhui plans to kill him, and Wenhui answers with a chilling, unmistakable killing intent that makes clear he will, because such actions fall within the accepted norms of Murim. At that point, an official standing behind them steps in and asks Wenhui to reconsider, arguing that going this far may be excessive since they all belong to the Orthodox Murim faction. But Wenhui counters by turning to the respected Do Wook and asking what would have happened if he had been the weaker one. Do Wook reflexively answers that Wenhui would have died, only to cut himself off as the weight of his own words hits him, then adds that Wenhui's subordinates would have been killed as well, and though shame keeps him from meeting Wenhui's eyes, he still insists that killing is not always the right answer. Do Wook goes on to explain that the Beggar sect is currently cooperating with the Murim Alliance in their campaign to eliminate the river stronghold, and if their sect leader were to be killed now, it would shatter the morale of their entire force. In response, Wenhui answers calmly that what he wants is a chance to bring the truth to light. The leader, puzzled, asks what truth Wenhui is talking about, and Wenhui immediately raises the issue of whether the contest for choosing the Beggar sect successor was ever truly fair, revealing that Sungwon, despite possessing far greater martial talent than Hong Jialgi, had been taught only half of the 18 subduing dragon palm. At that exact moment, Sungwon is released, and he confirms that this statement is accurate, which causes the grandson to flare up in anger and hurl insults at him, while the leader brushes it off as absurd, insisting that Sungwon simply lacked the required talent, and that was why he had been given only half the technique. Wenhui then states there is no need to argue the matter here, since there are already enough witnesses present, including the Zhongnan sect leader and the Vagabond King, prompting the leader to ask what exactly Wenhui is proposing. Wenhui answers without hesitation that Sungwon should be taught the remaining half of the 18 subduing dragon palm, as well as the green jade Buddha staff technique, and once he has learned them, the two will fight, allowing the outcome of that duel to determine who is truly fit to inherit the position of successor. The leader is left stunned by this demand, while Wenhui makes it unmistakably clear that refusing it would mean death, leaving no space for compromise. The leader then imposes a strict condition for the duel, declaring that the 18 subduing dragon palm is a technique reserved solely for the Beggar sect's leader, with no outsider permitted to possess it, and adds that if Zhou Sungwon loses, Wenhui must personally destroy his Dantian, insisting he will only agree to the duel under this exact requirement. Wenhui is left perplexed by the stance, as the old man seems unable to grasp the seriousness of his own situation, and through both his tone and actions, Wenhui makes it evident that the leader has no standing to dictate terms. Yet at that moment, Sungwon removes his disguise and reveals his true face, showing no concern for the risk, treating this as nothing more than a chance to learn the remaining portions of the 18 subduing dragon palm, which alone is enough reason for him, and he openly accepts that if he loses, his Dantian should be destroyed without hesitation. The current successor reacts in disbelief, questioning whether they truly think so little of his strength, while one of Wenhui's subordinates silently acknowledges that everyone present already understands the successor's actual ability, which is far from impressive. Wenhui, for his part, considers that there are other ways to take advantage of the situation, but since this is Sungwon's own choice, he decides to respect it, even as he makes it clear in his thoughts that Sungwon must win. Wenhui then agrees to the duel, but sets a condition of his own, reasoning that if Zhou Sungwon wins, destroying his Dantian would make no sense, and instead proposes a resolution that settles everything at once. If Sungwon loses, his Dantian will be destroyed as promised, but if he wins, the leader must accept him back into the Beggar sect and name him the successor. This immediately creates tension, as the current successor realizes his position is at stake, while the leader understands he had been trying to avoid this very situation through manipulation, only to trap himself in it, and with no way to withstand Wenhui's pressure, he ultimately agrees to the terms. The leader then adds that regardless of the outcome, all grievances between them will end after the duel, and Wenhui accepts this conclusion. With that decided, Zhou Sungwon is permitted to learn the remaining portions of the 18 subduing dragon palm, and Wenhui carefully ensures that both the successor and the sect leader teach him together, eliminating any chance of deceit. By forcing both of them to transmit the technique at the same time through frequency whispering, there was no way for them to tamper with the chi circulation method or violate their oath, while the Vagabond King remained on site as an observer to guarantee fairness, a safeguard arranged in advance as part of Sama Young's plan. At the same time, the head of the Jade Shadow Escort Agency, Zhang Jiang, approaches Zhang Muriyang, the leader of the Boundless Escort Agency, voicing his concern that this is hardly the right moment for a duel when an attack could come at any time, and questioning why such a confrontation has suddenly erupted. However, Zhang Muriyang answers calmly that they have only just entered the Yangtze River and should be safe for the moment, adding that it is better to resolve the issue now rather than leave it to fester into something worse later. And since both sides have already chosen this course, there is little anyone else can do but let it play out. After some time passes, the leader returns and announces that the instruction has been completed and that they will take a brief rest. But Manhwa immediately counters that there is no need to delay any longer, pointing out that all preparations are already finished and the duel should begin at once, then clearly declaring that the victor of this fight will become the next successor of the beggar sect. As the duel begins, a referee orders the two fighters to step 5 paces apart, and because neither is in peak condition, the use of internal energy is strictly forbidden, while the Vagabond King and numerous mirror martial artists stand as witnesses to ensure fairness, with it being stressed that both sides must accept the outcome with composure regardless of who wins. At the start, the current successor curses Sungwon internally, convinced that mastering the 18 subduing dragon palm in only a few hours is impossible, while Sungwon remains fully focused, driven by his determination to fight again and reclaim his rightful position as the beggar sect successor. The moment the fight begins, the successor charges into attack, but Sungwon slips past the strike with ease and delivers a solid blow to his opponent's lower body, stunning everyone present with how effortlessly he lands the first hit. The leader's expression tightens in shock as anxiety for his grandson rises, and he considers secretly guiding him through whispered instructions, only for Manhwa to step in at once and warn him not to interfere and compromise the fairness of the duel, having already detected the attempt to use the whispering technique and stopping him before he can act. Manhwa then states plainly that he has already grasped the truth, that the leader's grandson is in fact even less capable than Jo Sungwon, while the successor, driven by desperation, continues to launch attacks in an attempt to prove himself as the rightful heir, only for Sungwon to remain composed and unyielding, openly demonstrating through each exchange that the so-called successor of the beggar sect cannot stand against him, until with a final decisive blow, he makes the result unmistakable. It becomes clear to all that even with only half mastery of the 18 subduing dragon palm, Sungwon has already reached the peak realm, and the leader, seeing this, realizes that his grandson has no possibility of catching up, which is exactly why he had tried to avoid this duel from the very beginning. The match ends far faster than anyone expected, leaving the gathered spectators in stunned silence. Sungwon finally feels a sense of fulfillment, having achieved the revenge he long sought while proving his martial strength, regaining both his honor and his rightful position. And Manhwa congratulates him, addressing him as the young leader, while Sungwon acknowledges in return that without Manhwa's help, he would never have learned the remaining techniques or secured this victory, admitting that although he has reclaimed everything that was his, he does not know how to repay such a debt. Manhwa brushes aside the idea of repayment, saying it was something he had already intended to give, while the spirit accompanying him notes that it has been a long time since she has seen him so casually refuse compensation. However, Manhwa understands inwardly that he has already obtained what he truly wanted, because by ensuring Sungwon becomes the successor, he has effectively secured the future leader of the beggar sect as someone who stands on his side. As those present step forward to congratulate Sungwon, he remains modest despite his victory, and the spirit remarks that she once believed Manhwa acted out of simple generosity, only to now realize there is more behind his actions. While Manhwa himself holds the view that even with someone as close as Sungwon, there should always be a balance between giving and receiving. At that moment, the sect leader, still clutching his grandson tightly, gave the order to announce the result, and the referee stepped forward to declare that, by right of his victory, Master Jo would return to the beggar sect. He added that although it was normally the sect leader's role to appoint the next successor, he himself wished to put an end to the entire matter here and now, urging everyone present not to continue testing the patience of the two divine stars any further. In response, the leader of the beggar sect acknowledged that the match had been fair and honorable, then confirmed that, according to the prior agreement, Jo Sungwon was now officially part of the beggar sect, and with that, Hong Guga formally proclaimed Jo Sungwon as the sect's successor. Manhwa answered without agitation, accepting the terms and stating clearly that he would not pursue any further conflict with the beggar sect. Without warning, a strange, thunderous noise rang out, pulling every gaze upward as the sound of snapping wood and distant screams carried across the air ahead, prompting Manhwa to move and assess the situation himself. From the boat in front, frantic voices shouted for them to halt immediately, warning that the river stronghold was attacking. Do-wook noted how they had only just entered the Yangtze River and yet had already encountered river bandits, as anchors were dropped in haste to force the vessel to stop while calls for aid spread, fear rising that if they failed to halt in time, their boat would be ripped apart just like the one ahead, while others stood bewildered, unable to grasp how the leading vessel had been destroyed so abruptly. Watching closely, Manhwa spotted chains stretched tightly across the river, an odd sight given that they were not within territory usually controlled by the river stronghold, and this method did not fit the typical behavior of river bandits who targeted cargo, leading him to consider whether their tactics had changed after their information had been exposed. The Vagabond King observed that the technique resembled a linking strategy, one he had never seen used on water before, explaining that it was originally a battlefield tactic where chains were fastened to chariots or horses to sweep through enemy infantry, a level of sophistication far beyond what ordinary river bandits could devise, which deepened Wanhui's suspicion that their attackers might not be from the river stronghold at all. Even so, Do Wook insisted that if the enemy truly was the river stronghold, then they should move forward with their original plan. The beggar sect leader announced that he would head for the cargo hold and employ his death simulation arts to ambush whoever was attacking. But Wanhui immediately stepped in to stop him, pointing out that their enemies might not be river bandits at all, a claim that left the others visibly puzzled as they struggled to grasp his meaning. The Vagabond King then clarified the situation, explaining the chains had been fastened across the boats and were being used to destroy every vessel that came near, which made no sense if the goal was to seize cargo, since nothing would be left to take. Their priority, he stressed, had to be escaping the trap, and with that, he declared he would push forward and sever the chains obstructing the current. At that instant, a hook came hurtling toward them, only to be deflected by the Vagabond King, and everyone assumed it had been fired from the surrounding hills. Wanhui immediately ordered that the rope attached to it be cut, yet before they could recover, more hooks began raining down onto the deck in quick succession, and as the vessel started to shift, he realized they were being dragged, shouting for everyone to cut the ropes without delay. Wanhui questioned whether the enemy's intention was to overturn the ship entirely, and the Vagabond King confirmed the danger, warning that if they did not act quickly, the swift current would claim all of them. Not far away, a suspicious figure watched the unfolding chaos with careful attention, while the Vagabond King turned back and declared it was time to proceed with their plan. When Wanhui asked what he meant, he explained that he would use the ropes themselves to ride across and eliminate the attackers before the ship could be flipped, leaving Wanhui to deal with the chains stretched across the river. Wanhui wondered aloud how anyone could possibly cut through chains of that size, at which point Do Wook stepped forward, stating firmly that he would assist Hyuk. Wanhui considered the situation and realized that even if the ship were to break apart, it might not matter much for him alone, but with the current rushing so violently, saving the others would become nearly impossible, making it clear that the chains had to be cut no matter who their enemies truly were. Meanwhile, aboard the vessel ahead, the crew explained that they had already tried everything to stop their ship, but the force of the current had made it impossible to bring it to a full halt, leaving cutting the chains as the only option, though they questioned who among them could manage such a feat. At that moment, Wanhui appeared, dagger in hand, and the presence of the two divine stars stunned everyone into silence. Understanding that concealment was no longer an option, Wanhui moved without hesitation and charged straight toward the chains. Drawing on his full strength, Wanhui swung his sword and released a single, overwhelming strike that tore cleanly through the chains. For a brief moment, everyone stood frozen in shock at what they had just seen, but that astonishment quickly turned to alarm when they spotted Wanhui plunging into the violently rushing river below, and it became immediately clear that enduring such a current would be difficult even for him. The men hurried to throw ropes in an attempt to pull him out, yet the sheer speed of the water made any rescue impossible, leaving them seething with frustration and anger at their own inability to help the very person who had just saved them. Then, suddenly, relief spread through the crowd as the figure of one of the two divine stars rose up into the air, and they realized that Wanhui had escaped the river by using sword flight, a sight that left them utterly astonished by such an extraordinary technique. Wanhui himself understood that without relying on that ability, surviving the torrent would not have been possible. From above, Wanhui spotted several suspicious figures standing across the ships, all clad in black masks, and he immediately recognized that this was not how ordinary bandits dressed, their appearance aligning more with pirates, while the nearby spirit reacted with anger and cursed them. In that same instant, one of the enemies loosed arrows at him, yet Wanhui caught them effortlessly and noted with calm precision that their numbers were not particularly great. He then instructed his sword to carry him down onto one of the vessels, and the moment he landed, a strange metallic scent filled his senses, prompting him to question whether it was blood and if a battle had already taken place there. That suspicion was quickly confirmed when he discovered the corpse of a bandit, making it clear that these masked men had already fought against the stronghold forces, and with that realization, everything began to fall into place, just as the enemies moved toward him with unmistakable intent to kill. Understanding that they had seized the stronghold's ship, Wanhui did not hesitate and rushed straight at them, cutting them down one after another. Yet even as he fought, he found it odd that despite witnessing him ride his sword through the air, clear proof of his superiority, they continued to attack without any sign of fear. He demanded to know their identities and their reason for taking the ship, and they answered that they had long heard of his strength and had now seen it for themselves, even recognizing his name without hesitation. This made Wanhui question how they knew of him, to which they replied that he had repeatedly interfered with their plans, making it impossible not to recognize him, and they further declared their intent to avenge their fallen comrades. At those words, Wanhui began to consider who those comrades might be, wondering if they were connected to the Golden Eyes organization, while the masked men warned that he should never have set foot on that ship. Then, Without any forewarning, the vessel erupted in a violent explosion, the blast clearly visible even to those watching from afar. The attackers themselves were left bewildered, as the ship that detonated had not originally belonged to them, and they could not comprehend how their opponents had managed to prepare such a large quantity of explosives. Meanwhile, Wanhui's allies grew increasingly anxious, fully aware that he had been aboard that very ship when it exploded, and on the remaining vessels. Everyone quickly took up defensive positions as the enemies launched a direct assault against them. With no room for hesitation, their sole priority became protecting the ship at any cost. At the same time, the Vagabond King instructed Do Wook to return to the vessel, but Do Wook paused and questioned him, only for Hyuk to respond with unwavering confidence that he would deal with the enemies stationed atop the hill, as that had been his purpose from the beginning. Accepting this, Do Wook acknowledged his resolve and entrusted him with the task before heading back. In the next instant, a suspicious man appeared behind the Vagabond King and asked if he was truly the one who bore that title. And without wasting even a heartbeat, Hyuk turned and attacked. Yet his strike was effortlessly blocked, prompting the man to admit that he had been mistaken to underestimate the Vagabond King. The stranger then revealed that he was the weakest among the 8 martial masters, a statement that immediately made Hyuk realize he was facing no ordinary opponent, stirring his curiosity about the man's true identity. The man calmly returned his blade to its sheath, and when Hyuk questioned why he had stopped fighting, the man answered by implying that Hyuk was a troublesome opponent before suddenly lunging forward once more. As they clashed, Hyuk discerned that the man wielded far greater chi through his fists than through his sword, recognizing him as a martial master renowned in the Murim world for his formidable fist techniques. Even so, despite his own strength, Hyuk was gradually driven back until he was knocked into the river below, and the enemy pressed on without pause, unwilling to waste any time. Back on the ship, the battle raged on without end, the chaos unrelenting, when Song suddenly heard a scream and immediately recognized it as the voice of the head lady from their escort agency. Seeing that an enemy was about to strike her down, Song rushed in just in time to save her, quietly thinking to himself that such an act might earn him favor later, convinced he had done something worthy of praise. As he attempted to reassure her, and before he could even introduce himself, the head lady suddenly lashed out and struck him across the face, having mistaken him for an enemy. Not long after, Do Wook returned to the ship and urged everyone to endure a little longer, assuring them that the Vagabond King would soon come back, reminding them as well that one of the 8 martial masters was fighting on their side. But the situation darkened abruptly when one of the enemies declared that Hyuk was already lying at the bottom of the river, and upon hearing this, Do Wook was seized with deep concern, knowing that the claim was about the strongest among them. As the opponent advanced, Do Wook's unease deepened, a creeping realization forming that someone on this battlefield might surpass even the Vagabond King in strength. Wearing a grave expression, the man then chose the more direct approach, deciding it would be best to simply ask where Wanhui was located. Do Wook stepped forward and confronted the unfamiliar man, questioning his identity since he clearly did not belong to the stronghold, while also demanding to know the reason for the sudden attack. However, before any proper response could be given, the stranger moved first, launching an instant strike that overpowered Do Wook in a single fluid motion and sent him crashing straight into the water, leaving the surrounding martial artists stunned as they shouted for their sect leader, though everything had unfolded far too quickly for anyone to react or come to his aid. The leader of the beggar sect remained frozen in disbelief as he watched venerable Do Wook fall from just one blow. A shocking sight, because Do Wook had been regarded as the strongest among all those present, and in that moment, he realized that this mysterious attacker must also possess the strength to defeat even the Vagabond King. Confusion weighed heavily on him as he struggled to grasp the true purpose behind such an abrupt and overwhelming assault. The enemy once again demanded to know Wanhui's whereabouts. But this time the beggar sect leader stepped forward and placed himself in front of the others, firmly declaring that Wanhui was not on the ship, while pointing toward the burning vessel and explaining that it was where Wanhui had gone earlier. The enemy leader responded with loud laughter, openly mocking their loyalty and dismissing their efforts as meaningless before ordering his subordinates to kill everyone present without hesitation. Although angered and frustrated, the beggar sect leader insisted he was telling the truth, swearing on his own name that Wanhui was not aboard the ship. Yet despite his insistence, fear spread rapidly through the group as uncertainty took hold, and with no clear course of action, panic began to set in among them. At the same time, Wanhui was still alive, moving swiftly across the water while riding his sword as he headed toward the ship, while elsewhere the enemies had already received orders to kill everyone until someone revealed the truth. Suddenly, a sharp dagger appeared out of nowhere and began cutting down enemy forces with remarkable speed and precision. Wanhui's subordinates spotted a figure approaching from afar and pointed him out, revealing the arrival of none other than the Two Divine Star, while the enemy leader watched closely, noting his control over Chi's sword as he rode it, and mocked him for attempting to look impressive. When the ship had exploded earlier, Wenhui had avoided serious injury by shielding himself with true chi combined with his golden blood body technique, because without that protection, even the slightest delay would have cost him his life. Despite surviving, he still could not make sense of why such powerful enemies had suddenly appeared. The dagger spirit questioned how these opponents could possess such overwhelming strength, and Wenhui calmly explained that they were martial masters who had already surpassed the supreme peak realm, while at the same time the enemy leader stood waiting for his arrival, and, without hesitation, began slaughtering everyone aboard the ship in full view of the others. Realizing that the enemy leader already knew his name, Wenhui descended directly in front of him without showing fear, as the man studied him carefully and remarked that he was quite different from what he had heard before, then asked him to confirm his identity, to which Wenhui responded by standing firm without any concern for what might happen next. At that moment, one of the enemy's subordinates stepped forward carrying a box, and the enemy leader commented that it would be a waste to kill someone as talented as Wenhui, offering him a chance to join their side and promising that everyone present would be spared if he agreed. Wenhui immediately saw through the lie, pointing out that since everyone there had already seen the enemy's face, there was no reason any of them would be allowed to live, making it obvious that the plan from the start had been to kill them all. The enemy leader acknowledged Wenhui's sharp thinking and once again urged him to join them if he wanted to survive. Without giving him another moment, Wenhui launched a sudden attack with his dagger, and the dagger spirit moved freely, cutting down enemy after enemy with lethal precision. When some tried to intercept it, Sungwon stepped in at exactly the right moment, ensuring the assault continued without interruption. As Wenhui relentlessly cut through the enemy forces, the morale of the remaining fighters rose, and they gathered their courage to step forward and defend the ship, following his lead without hesitation. The enemy leader standing before them attempted to warn them, suggesting they did not fully grasp the danger they faced, but Wenhui calmly mocked him, stating that everything had already been decided the moment the enemy revealed his intent to kill him, then brought up the golden-eyed man who had ordered the scouting of talented individuals and questioned whether the enemy felt any regret serving such a master. Hearing this, the enemy leader visibly faltered, realizing that Wenhui knew far more than he had anticipated. Without any hesitation, the man rushed forward to strike Wenhui, intent on silencing him. But when they collided head-on, Wenhui met the attack and blocked it with his sword effortlessly. Wenhui then pressed him, demanding to know how much he truly understood. Yet the enemy answered with arrogance, questioning whether Wenhui actually believed he could win, while mocking his use of chi sword control as inefficient and a waste of true chi, openly doubting that Wenhui could fight properly while sustaining such a technique. As their clash dragged on, the enemy leader began to sense something strange, because despite the length of the fight, Wenhui's strength showed no sign of fading, and instead it felt as though both of them were becoming stronger the longer they fought, while at the same time his subordinates continued to fall, cut down one after another by the independently moving sword. Wenhui pushed forward again with another strike, warning that losing concentration in a battle like this would be dangerous, and the enemy, caught off guard, reacted with visible frustration and anger as he demanded to know who Wenhui truly was, sensing there was more to him than what had been revealed. Wenhui answered calmly that his identity was already known, but the enemy made it clear that he was not referring to his name. In the end, Wenhui gave him one final opportunity, telling him to surrender and disclose everything he knew about his organization, promising that his life would be spared if he chose to comply. The enemy's expression twisted with anger at Wenhui's apparent disregard, and without delay, he ordered his subordinates to blow the whistle. One of the men hesitated, briefly questioning why it was necessary, but the leader snapped at him to obey immediately without forcing him to repeat himself, leaving the man no choice but to pull out the whistle, even as he secretly felt their leader might be dragging them all toward death. Yet before he could act, Wenhui moved first, closing the distance in an instant and killing him with his dagger, unwilling to risk whatever the whistle might trigger, determined to prevent its use even without knowing its purpose. However, another man from behind stepped in and tried to sound the whistle, and, as Wenhui's sword shot toward him to stop it, the man resisted, declaring that he would not let it happen again, then unleashed a powerful fist technique that forcefully knocked the incoming sword aside, creating the opening needed to successfully blow the whistle, after which he asserted that he was far stronger than Wenhui. In that moment, Wenhui understood that this opponent was not simply a blade master, and his awareness sharpened as he sensed that something unusual had already been set into motion. The sharp sound of the whistle echoed across the ship, leaving everyone confused about what kind of signal it represented, while the old man began to laugh, convinced everything was already finished and insisting that Wenhui should have listened to him from the start, declaring that they were all doomed. It was then revealed that the enemy had prepared for failure from the beginning, planning that if they could not scout Wenhui, they would destroy the ship along with everyone on it, using the whistle as the signal for large arrows to rain down, obliterate the vessel, and drown all aboard, though events were no longer unfolding exactly as intended. As the expected barrage failed to arrive, the man grew visibly anxious and shouted for the large arrows to be fired at once, while Wenhui, watching this, questioned whether he truly intended to kill everyone without regard for ally or enemy. At the same time, on the hill above, the enemies were stunned to see Hyuk still alive, as he relentlessly pursued them in a fury, determined to fulfill his mission no matter the cost, cutting them down one after another despite their attempts to stop him, fully living up to the reputation behind his title. Back on the ship, realization spread that the Vagabond King was still alive and actively eliminating their enemies. And in that same moment, the enemy leader suddenly cut the ropes, setting the ship in motion once again. Still irritated by his own subordinates, the man abruptly shifted course and proposed a duel with Wonhui, declaring that everything should be settled between the two of them alone. Yet Wonhui's followers instantly objected, warning him that the offer was an obvious trap and urging him not to accept something that would clearly put him at a disadvantage. The man only laughed at their caution, insisting that a failed scheme did not make them weak, then boasted that it already surpassed the martial wall and questioned what would happen if someone of his level fought in such a cramped space, suggesting the ship itself would not survive the clash, and asking whether Wonhui wished to find out which would give way first, the vessel or one of them, before concluding that Wonhui's hesitation must stem from doubt within himself. Hearing this, Wonhui admitted inwardly that the man was not entirely wrong, recognizing that although victory was possible, his opponent was clearly hiding something, and if the fight turned toward destroying the ship, the situation would become far more complicated. After weighing these risks, he finally agreed to the duel, prompting the man to promise that if Wonhui won, he would reveal the information he sought about their organization and would not lie. Wonhui answered that such assurances meant little when the man had yet to reveal who he was, at which point the man removed his disguise and exposed his true face, stunning everyone present as they realized he had been masked the entire time. He revealed himself as Jang Munriyang, the ghost-slaying first demon and one of the four evils, and those who recognized the name felt immediate fear. While he himself took clear pride in a reputation he believed needed no further proof. Wonhui processed the revelation, understanding that yet another high-level martial master had been dispatched by that organization, which led him to question just how many such figures had been sent. But despite that, he confirmed the duel would go on. Jang Munriyang acknowledged Wonhui's skill as befitting someone newly counted among the 8 martial masters, then moved him to a different location and declared they would not be returning to the ship, adding that since he had already been forced to rely on his fists, he would grant Wonhui the first move. Wonhui's sword floated as if ready to strike, yet instead of attacking, he caught it mid-air and rose up into the sky, deliberately widening the distance from the battlefield, prompting Jang Munriyang to shout after him, accusing him of fleeing and demanding that he come back. From above, Wonhui answered in a composed tone that he had no desire to involve himself in a pointless battle, then revealed that a large stockpile of gunpowder had been stored beneath them by the enemy themselves, while at the same time his dagger had already slipped below the storage area and was slicing through the containers that held it. Still in the air, Wonhui called down to the man, hinting at what would happen if 2 forces of their level collided in a place packed with gunpowder, and as the implication finally sank in, the man shouted in alarm. But the moment had already passed. The flames ignited without warning, and a violent explosion erupted in an instant. Even as everything was being swallowed by the blast, the man furiously branded Wonhui a coward, only for Wonhui to answer that the one who truly fit that name was him. After seeing the scale of the explosion, Wonhui concluded that even if his opponent possessed monstrous regenerative power, enduring a blast of that magnitude should have been impossible. Not long after, his sword returned and immediately vented her anger, warning that she would stab him if he ever forced her into such a situation again, prompting Wonhui to offer a quick and sincere apology as he explained he had no other option at the time, while the sword spirit continued complaining that she had nearly melted in the process. Wonhui casually thought that her hair must have been completely burned off, which made the other spirit burst into laughter, finding the whole ordeal amusing and remarking that she should have tried to enjoy it a little. And as the 2 spirits kept bantering, they recalled how they had been clashing right near the explosion and somehow found excitement in the chaos. Then, despite their contrasting temperaments, they tried to settle themselves while still trading jabs, until the one with the longer form mockingly suggested doing it again, only for the dagger spirit to refuse immediately, insisting it had been far too dangerous to repeat. At that point, Wonhui's master advised that if such a situation ever occurred again, he should make use of both him and Sarian. Yet the spirits kept playing around noisily, turning into a distraction, which led Wonhui to watch them and wonder what he was supposed to do with them, since handling them was becoming increasingly troublesome. Elsewhere, the others had witnessed the explosion from afar, and Wonhui's subordinates grew anxious because they had not wanted him to face the situation alone in the first place, their concern fixed entirely on his safety, as they hoped he would return unharmed. Then, suddenly, Wonhui came flying back toward them, and relief spread through the group at the sight of him alive, along with amazement that he had defeated one of the 4 evils. The spirits felt an urge to reveal the clever method they had used during the fight, but Wonhui chose to let everyone believe whatever they wished, And when his subordinates came up to him and asked how he had managed to overcome such a powerful opponent, he simply explained that he had ignited the gunpowder as soon as they reached the ship and then escaped right after, leaving the young boy stunned by the tactic and wondering how Wenhui had come up with it, to which Wenhui answered that he had no intention of wasting unnecessary time on that enemy. Hearing this, the boy felt reassured and accepted that Wenhui had made the right choice, since they still had more important matters ahead. More than anything else, he was simply relieved that Wenhui had made it back safely, and Do Wook was no different, his expression clearly showing the same sense of relief at seeing him alive. When Wenhui responded modestly that it had only been luck, Do Wook rejected that outright, pointing out that hardly anyone could come out alive after facing the ghost-slaying fist demon, and affirming that Wenhui truly deserved his place among the Central Plains' 8 martial masters. At those words, the spirits let out quiet laughter, remarking that Wenhui's effort to conceal his real strength had completely fallen apart. Yet Wenhui cut in politely, apologizing for interrupting despite the praise, and stated that a more urgent matter needed their attention, insisting they drop anchor immediately since their forces had been heavily diminished and the ships were too damaged to keep up the disguise of ordinary cargo vessels, adding that it would be far wiser to withdraw, treat the wounded, and reorganize before making any further moves. Privately, Wenhui believed that without Hyuk present, Do Wook did not have the authority to reject this proposal and would most likely accept it, though he also knew the real complication would come from the beggar sect's leader. After thinking it through, Do Wook acknowledged that Wenhui was right, recognizing that knowing when to pull back was just as important as pushing forward, then made a request of his own, explaining that the cargo ships that had gone ahead would have no knowledge of what had occurred and asking Wenhui to inform them to drop anchor as well. Wenhui agreed immediately and prepared to depart at once, after which Do Wook turned to his men and announced that their plan had failed and that they would return to shore to recover while awaiting further orders from the Alliance. At the same time, members of the beggar sect began searching for their leader, only to discover that he was nowhere in sight, and Wenhui, noticing the unusual quiet, suspected that the man had already fled. In truth, the leader had concluded earlier that the moment the vagabond king was defeated, followed by the masked man attacking with killing intent and the emergence of a monstrous figure, there had been no chance left, making retreat the only reasonable choice, so he had jumped off with the belief that someone needed to survive to report back to the Alliance, though he remained confused by everything that had unfolded. Yet while attempting to escape, he was suddenly seized by the stronghold's men, bringing even more humiliation upon him. The leader explained that he had heard rumors claiming bandits would usually allow ships to pass in exchange for a set payment. Yet this time they were demanding the entire vessel, to which the bandit leader replied indifferently that such concerns were none of his business. Soon after, one of the bandits reported that this was not the ship they had been waiting for, noting that it appeared to be nothing more than a regular cargo vessel with no ties to the group, wearing black masks. This left the bandits puzzled, questioning who besides the Orthodox faction would dare to make a move against the stronghold. And in that moment, the beggar sect leader realized the confusion worked in his favor. Although his grandson urged him to flee while the chance remained, the leader immediately dismissed the idea as foolish and chose instead to open negotiations, proposing a deal with the stronghold. He offered to trade valuable information in return for safe passage for their ship, prompting the bandits to question how he could possibly know what they were looking for, but the leader hinted that they were searching for the group responsible for robbing their vessel, the ones dressed in black clothing and masks, whom he believed were connected to the Murim Alliance, causing the bandits to react with shock at his knowledge and demand that he reveal more. As the atmosphere grew tense, the leader noticed their hostility when one of them grabbed hold of his clothes, and he responded by forcefully shoving the man away, which angered the surrounding bandits until their leader ordered them to stand down. Taking advantage of this, the beggar sect leader issued a warning that if they disregarded him, their own leader's life would be in danger, effectively turning the situation into a hostage standoff. Observing their reactions, the beggar sect leader remarked that even bandits understood the need to maintain a degree of negotiation, which made things easier to manage, then raised his voice and declared that he knew the Yangtze River's 4 assassins and, as the head of the beggar sect, wished to negotiate directly with the stronghold's highest authority, emphasizing that he knew the identity of those who had robbed their ship. From afar, several individuals watched the situation unfold, briefly discussing their next step before deciding to step in, and the beggar sect leader quickly realized that these were the very people he had been referring to, though only 3 appeared instead of 4. Meanwhile, the bandit leader mocked him, suggesting he had lost all sense of fear to call them out so boldly. At that point, one of the group spoke up and introduced their superior as Gal Young, the 18 leader of the Yangtze River stronghold. The leader of the beggar sect found it strange that a group of mere bandits all carried strength at the very peak of the supreme level, and with that suspicion in mind, he demanded a guarantee that they would be allowed to pass safely if he provided the information. In response, the bandit leader calmly stated that any decision would be made only after hearing exactly what was being offered. Thinking to himself, The beggar sect leader reflected that if their initial plan had gone as intended, it would be the bandit leader standing in desperation instead of him. And with that thought, he swore on the honor of his sect that what he was about to say would be the truth. Yet before he could say another word, an unfamiliar voice suddenly cut in, declaring that both sides were already fated for destruction. At once, everyone lifted their gaze toward the sky, while the beggar sect leader felt a surge of anger at being interrupted so abruptly, and in the very next instant, a sword dropped from above, radiating a crimson glow. The bandits immediately fell in a panic the moment they recognized it as the Blood Demon's sword, realizing that the Blood Demon had arrived, and far above them, the Blood Demon hovered in midair, wrapped in a red aura as he looked down with clear satisfaction, voicing his pleasure at finding everyone gathered together in one place while preparing to bring everything there to a complete and final end. With the sudden appearance of the Blood Demon sword, everyone's attention was immediately drawn away from everything else. Seeing this as his only opportunity, the head of the beggar sect attempted to escape. He called for Geolgi to jump off the ship with him, but his grandson foolishly refused to listen. The Blood Demon had been the cause of the great war between the orthodox and unorthodox factions in the past, and his very existence was like a nightmare for every orthodox martial artist. For Hong Guga, who had personally experienced that terrible war, the sudden appearance of the Blood Demon felt as though he had come face to face with a great calamity that he could never handle alone. Because of that overwhelming terror, Hong Guga abandoned all of his responsibilities and honor. At that moment, he was no longer acting as a respected martial artist, but simply as an old man desperately trying to save his own life. The head of the beggar sect already understood that his entire plan had completely failed. At that point, he no longer cared about the valuable items. There was no reason to throw away his own life, try and protect those belongings. His only priority was to save himself first. As he prepared to jump off the ship, he suddenly noticed the sword emitting a terrifying crimson aura. His eyes widened in shock as he realized that the current Blood Demon was also capable of controlling a sword through chi. Before he could escape, he was violently pushed back onto the ship. He cursed inwardly and became furious because that had been his only chance to get away. His grandson suddenly cried out in fear. As the head of the beggar sect immediately turned toward him and saw him being held hostage, he demanded that the person restraining him stop hurting his grandson. Geolgi cried desperately for help, saying that he did not want to die and that he truly was afraid. In the very next instant, the leader pulled out his axe and swiftly sliced through Geolgi's neck as he screamed in agony. The head of the beggar sect cried out for his grandson, but before he could move, the Yangtze River stronghold leader suddenly appeared behind him and declared that he had never been permitted to leave. He immediately attacked, injuring the head of the beggar sect's shoulder, before demanding an explanation for why he had attempted to flee first. The head of the beggar sect realized that the situation had already become extremely dangerous. He quickly pleaded with the stronghold leader to listen to his explanation before making any decision. However, the Blood Demon warned the stronghold leader never to believe anything the head of the beggar sect said. He revealed that 4 ships had been specially prepared at the request of the Murim Alliance. He further explained that inside the storage area of the last ship, martial artists from the Murim Alliance had been hiding by using the turtle breathing technique. According to him, this had been the Murim Alliance's carefully planned operation to destroy the 18 Yangtze River stronghold. If they had successfully obtained the ships, everything would have gone exactly according to the Murim Alliance's plan. The head of the beggar sect immediately denied every accusation. He insisted that none of it was true and claimed that the Blood Demon was deliberately manipulating everyone. He then urged the stronghold leader not to make an enemy of himself or the Murim Alliance because of the Blood Demon's lies. The Blood Demon calmly replied that he was not lying. He explained that there was another person aboard the ship who could personally testify to everything. He then addressed the Golden Flower Piece Merchant Guildmaster, Ho Jingyak, the son of Ho Jinwon. He stated that Ho Jingyak was still trying to protect his loyalty toward the man who was attempting to sell away everything his father had built throughout his entire life in order to help him. The head of the beggar sect immediately urged the guild master not to fall for the Blood Demon's tricks. However, the guild master quickly silenced him. He stated that he had personally witnessed the head of the beggar sect attempting to jump off the ship in order to save himself. The guild master then asked the stronghold leader to make a promise. He requested that the ship be allowed to leave if he revealed the truth. The stronghold leader accepted that promise without hesitation. The guild master then confirmed that everything the Blood Demon had said was true. He admitted that the ships and the guild's goods had been delivered to the Murim Alliance in order to assist in their plan to destroy the 18 Yangtze River stronghold. At that very moment, the head of the beggar sect desperately tried once again to persuade the stronghold leader. However, consumed by anger, the stronghold leader instantly cut off his head with a single slash. After witnessing that, the guild master reminded the stronghold leader to keep the promise that had just been made. The stronghold leader then declared that the ship was free to leave. The Blood Demon quietly thought that the stronghold leader was truly a man who honored his word. However, the stronghold leader immediately clarified that only that single ship would be allowed to leave. He explained that they had never promised not to kill everyone after they had helped the Murim Alliance attack them. The guild master became confused by those words as he wondered what the stronghold leader meant. The stronghold leader then asked whether he still did not understand. Smiling eerily, he openly declared that they intended to kill every single one of them and seize all the goods. At that moment, the blood demon remarked that coming there had almost not been worth the effort. Hearing the familiar voice, the stronghold leader was surprised as the blood demon calmly descended onto the ship. The stronghold leader remarked that he had initially thought it was merely a coincidence that the blood demon had arrived, but it now seemed that he had deliberately come with a specific purpose. The blood demon agreed and declared that his reason for coming was to place the 18 Yangtze River stronghold under his command as his subordinates. The stronghold leader repeated those words in disbelief before mocking him. He believed that the blood demon must have lost his mind. There were thousands of people in the stronghold, yet he intended to make every one of them his subordinate just like that. The blood demon calmly responded that force could always be used instead. The stronghold leader believed that the blood demon had truly gone mad. He wondered whether the blood demon seriously intended to fight all of them completely on his own. The blood demon confidently confirmed that he certainly would. He immediately slammed his foot onto the ground and began releasing his overwhelming power. A surge of green aura spread outward, engulfing everything nearby. Within moments, chaos spread throughout the entire area. The river water violently shook, the ships trembled, and everyone present felt the terrifying pressure and intense heat created by his power. The stronghold leader noticed that everyone aboard the ship had collapsed because of the power the blood demon had released. Unable to understand what had happened, he wondered what kind of evil sorcery had been used. The evil link sword hypnotize technique normally used the sound created through the sword's vibrations as its vessel. However, since the blood demon could not actually hold the sword, he instead used the illusionary eye to make those vibrations serve as the vessel. It was another method of using the illusionary eye together with sound. Through that technique, he was able to knock unconscious every martial artist below the first-rate realm for a considerable amount of time. The blood demon quietly thought that there was no reason to explain any of that to them. He casually replied that they did not need to know how the technique actually worked. What truly mattered was that they had now realized the number of enemies standing before him made absolutely no difference. At that moment, only the remaining 3 of them were still standing. The blood demon calmly informed them that he did not mind if they wished to continue fighting. However, he also wondered whether they would still be able to make proper use of their teamwork under the current circumstances. He then pointed out that one of the Yangtze River stronghold assassins was missing. The stronghold leader smiled and replied that there was no need to worry about that. He declared that they would settle everything in accordance with the traditional ways of the Murim. The one who won the battle would have everything go his way. He then stated that if the blood demon defeated them, the 18 Yangtze River stronghold would join the blood cult. The blood demon immediately corrected them. They were misunderstanding his intentions. They would not become allies. Instead, they would become his subordinates. However, if he happened to lose, he would reveal the identity of the organization that had stolen their ships and had also trained the Yangtze River 4 assassins. The stronghold leader acknowledged those conditions, but argued that they were not equal. If they managed to win, then he wanted the blood cult itself to become a subordinate of the 18 Yangtze River stronghold. The blood demon quietly thought that the stronghold leader's pride must have been wounded because he had been acting so generously. Even so, he considered that courage to be admirable. A future subordinate of his should naturally possess such bravery. With that thought, the blood demon accepted the condition. The stronghold leader then suggested moving to another location because he did not want the unconscious martial artists to become obstacles during the battle. As they moved away from the ship, the stronghold leader decided to reveal one final hint before the fight officially began. He explained that their teamwork had originally been created specifically for 3 people. In other words, the death of one member did not weaken the formation. Immediately afterward, all 3 of them drew their weapons and charged forward. Meanwhile, the man who had been secretly observing everything reflected that the 18 Yangtze River stronghold had perfectly upheld the values of the unorthodox Murim. They always placed their own benefits and personal strength above everything else. Sometimes the simplest answer was also the correct solution. Overwhelming power alone could settle every problem. The easiest path was to display an overwhelming difference in strength. As the battle finally began, the blood cult leader swiftly swung his sword and launched his attack, clearly overwhelming his opponents. The stronghold leader was shocked as he wondered what had just happened, and when the blood demon had drawn and swung his sword. The blood demon calmly asked whether it would truly matter if a few ships were destroyed during the battle. He then unleashed the great blood heavenly art, flowing wave strike. That single attack was absolutely terrifying as it sent powerful shockwaves throughout the entire surrounding area, destroying everything in its path. The stronghold leader became visibly tense as he witnessed the terrifying attack and inwardly regarded the blood demon as a true monster. Even though the attack had lasted for only a brief moment, he had clearly seen the bottom of the Yangtze River after the incredibly sharp sword Qi had completely sliced through it. The blood demon quietly wondered whether that display had finally been enough. However, the stronghold leader still refused to surrender. The blood demon questioned whether he would only learn his lesson after everything had been completely destroyed. The stronghold leader clenched his teeth in visible frustration and believed that the blood demon was truly arrogant. He declared that the blood demon would regret not finishing him with that devastating attack. He immediately called out to Galho and Galyong, telling them not to be afraid. He reminded them that they still held the advantage as long as they coordinated a close-range assault together. Both of them immediately agreed and followed his lead as they launched another attack toward the blood demon. The blood demon calmly thought that he had already expected they would not change their mind so easily. He quietly regarded them as extremely troublesome. As the Yangtze assassins charged toward him, he simply released his demonic swords. Using his sword Qi control, he sent both swords forward to deal with his opponents. The blood demon sword and the true evil sword immediately struck their targets with terrifying power. Manhwa instructed them not to kill the stronghold leader. The true evil sword immediately agreed, while the blood demon sword became irritated and complained that Manhwa should not order him around. Manhwa calmly replied that the sword was already listening to him anyway. Meanwhile, the stronghold leader could only watch in complete shock as he witnessed both swords moving through Qi sword control. At that very moment, the blood demon sword struck him with a devastating attack. Far away, one of the men standing aboard a ship suddenly noticed something approaching and quickly called out to the others. Pointing ahead, he warned that something was rapidly heading toward them. As everyone looked forward in confusion, they soon realized that it was the stronghold leader himself. He crashed violently onto one of the ships with tremendous force, startling everyone nearby. Before he could recover, the blood demon sword struck him once again with another powerful attack. Groaning in pain, he slowly struggled back to his feet. He inwardly cursed as he realized that the blood demon's punches and kicks were completely unlike anything he had ever experienced. The blood demon calmly remarked that everything should now be fair. He reminded them that the battle had become 3 against 3, leaving no one with the right to complain about unfairness. He simply suggested that they speed things up until they admitted defeat. The stronghold leader carefully observed the situation and concluded that the blood demon's Qi sword control did not appear to be very practical during actual combat, regardless of how impressive it looked. Merely controlling a sword required an enormous amount of true Qi, as well as extraordinary concentration. Because of that, martial artists had always believed that using Qi sword control during battle was practically impossible. With that thought in mind, he believed there was still a chance of victory if they continued pressing their assault without pause. Filled with determination, he unleashed another attack, while wondering how much longer the blood demon could possibly maintain such control. Without the slightest hesitation, the stronghold leader charged directly toward the blood demon while releasing his tremendous power. He mocked the blood demon for continuously avoiding them and believed that if he had no intention of winning, then he should simply surrender. The blood demon quietly reflected that perhaps it was because he had only fought truly powerful martial masters ever since reaching his current realm. Compared to them, even martial artists at the early peak realm now appeared painfully slow in his eyes. He then delivered a devastating kick straight into the stronghold leader's stomach, sending him flying backward with tremendous force. Meanwhile, one of the assassins continued being relentlessly struck by the blood demon's sword. He could not understand whether Qi sword control was truly supposed to function in such a manner. As he desperately struggled against the overwhelming attacks, he realized that everything happening before him was completely different from anything he had ever heard. As the sword continued its relentless assault, he gradually noticed something unbelievable. The sword was not merely flying through the air by itself. Although there was absolutely nothing beside it, it appeared as though an invisible swordsman was personally wielding it. At the same time, the lower-level fighters standing nearby suddenly surrounded one of the assassins and began pushing him off the ship toward the river. Furious, the assassin demanded to know whether they had all lost their minds. He identified himself as Galyong and demanded an explanation for their actions. However, every one of those men had already fallen under Sarian's mind control. They had been ordered to drown him, believing that Sarian would reward them by allowing them to lick the blade. After hearing those words, Galyong could only conclude that everyone had completely lost their sanity after listening to the ringing sound of that sword. He slapped several of them and shouted for everyone to regain their senses. The blood demon calmly reminded them that he had already warned them that everything they were doing would ultimately prove meaningless. Even then, the stronghold leader still refused to surrender. He firmly believed that unless they continued fighting, they would never know the outcome. The blood demon remarked that the stronghold leader was arguing like nothing more than a stubborn child. Enraged, the stronghold leader ordered him to remain silent. The Blood Demon quietly understood that he needed the stronghold leader to officially declare his surrender because he could not kill him. Without wasting any more time, he executed the 8 flowing shadow of the wind, earthly fist, 6 technique, activating the dark shattering explosive fist. The devastating attack instantly blasted the stronghold leader high into the air. The stronghold leader believed he was about to fall into the river. However, before he could do so, the Blood Demon suddenly caught him. Completely confused, the stronghold leader could not understand what the Blood Demon intended to do. Instead of answering directly, the Blood Demon simply instructed him to look ahead. As the stronghold leader looked forward, he witnessed all of his crew members, along with the remaining assassins, being completely overwhelmed by the Blood Demon swords. Every ship belonging to the 18 Yangtze River stronghold had already been torn apart by the relentless attacks. Witnessing the destruction before his eyes, he cried out in complete shock and wondered whether the Blood Demon truly intended to destroy everything. Around him, his men desperately cried out for help as the destruction continued without mercy. The stronghold leader then immediately argued that destroying the ships had never been part of their duel. He desperately begged the Blood Demon to stop because obtaining those ships had required tremendous effort and expense. The Blood Demon calmly replied that they could simply steal them again. The stronghold leader insisted that stealing so many ships had never been an easy task. The Blood Demon then explained that there was only one way to protect the remaining ships, and that was by bringing the duel to an end. He reminded the stronghold leader that he already knew exactly how to accomplish that. Finally, overwhelmed by frustration and anger, the stronghold leader officially admitted defeat and begged the Blood Demon to stop. Afterward, he and all of his men knelt before the Blood Demon and formally declared that, as the leader of the 18 Yangtze River strongholds, he would faithfully swear his loyalty to him. The Blood Demon accepted the surrender and welcomed them. He further explained that they would receive special treatment because they were the very first outsiders beyond the Blood Cult to become his subordinates. The stronghold leader remained silent for a brief moment before respectfully replying that it was truly an honor to walk the very same path as the Blood Demon. The Blood Demon then informed him that once everything had been properly settled, he would reveal the identity of those responsible for killing his people and stealing his ships. The stronghold leader could not understand why the Blood Demon still intended to reveal such valuable information after they had already lost. The Blood Demon explained that he had promised them special treatment. He preferred to treat his own people as well as he possibly could. He also admitted that they had performed far better than he had originally expected. After saying those words, the Blood Demon leapt toward his demonic sword. The Blood Demon sword immediately asked what he intended to do next. The Blood Demon calmly explained that he now needed the sword's assistance because he would soon have to fight against himself. The sword wondered what exactly he was planning. The Blood Demon finally revealed that everything would simply be an act, with one man playing 2 different roles. Meanwhile, back aboard the cargo ship, the servants repeatedly called out to the merchant guild master and tried to wake him as Ho Jingak slowly regained consciousness. One of his men quickly approached him, asked about his condition, and wondered whether he was feeling all right. Jingak clutched his head and tried to understand what had happened. The man explained that it seemed they had been incredibly fortunate. Jingak looked at him in confusion, unable to understand what he meant by that. The man then explained that when everyone had awakened, they discovered that the ship, which had previously been captured by the pirates, was once again sailing peacefully along the Yangtze River. Most of the cargo had also remained safe and had suffered very little damage. He then handed Jingak a letter and suggested that he read it first, because it contained all the details about everything that had happened. As Jingak read the letter, it explained that 20% of the cargo had been delivered to the stronghold as an offering. It further stated that this should be considered the price for their lives, and that he should not hold any resentment toward the Blood Demon. After reading the letter, the guild master realized in disbelief that the Blood Demon had actually saved them. Even so, he found it impossible to accept and believed there had to be some kind of mistake. Suddenly, a loud sound interrupted his thoughts, and he immediately wondered what it was. One of the men pointed upward and explained that the noise was coming from above the ship. It appeared that someone was fighting there. Wunwai was pretending to battle against the Blood Demon while loudly cursing him, but in reality, he was only fighting against the Blood Demon sword. The guild master immediately recognized the familiar voice and realized that it belonged to warrior So Wunwai. One of the men then pointed toward the Crimson Sword. Everyone aboard the ship believed that warrior So was truly fighting the Blood Demon. They also assumed that he had defeated the pirates and was now confronting the Blood Demon as well. The people aboard the ship cheered enthusiastically for So Wunwai and hoped that he would not lose. At the same time, the protagonist demanded that the Blood Demon sword reveal its true strength. Down on the ship, everyone suddenly noticed that the sound of clashing swords had stopped. However, their expressions immediately changed when they saw the Blood Demon sword flying directly toward them. Everyone panicked and screamed for others to get out of the way. The guild master inwardly cursed while one of his subordinates urgently told him to escape as quickly as possible. Jingak believed that it was an unbelievably exhausting situation to experience immediately after waking up. Having already come this far, he refused to abandon the cargo again. At that very moment, another sword suddenly appeared and intercepted the blood demon sword, causing a massive explosion in midair. The guild master immediately recognized it as the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. Everyone instantly cheered for Warrior So Woon Wai once again, believing that he had saved them another time. The Southern Heaven Iron Sword remarked that it was fortunate the people had recognized it. It then informed Woon Wai that their plan was progressing smoothly and suggested that they move on to the next stage. While the people aboard the ship continued cheering, Woon Wai agreed without hesitation. The Blood Demon Sword replied that it did not care, even if he died. Woon Wai calmly assured it that there was no need to worry. Immediately afterward, their powers collided fiercely, sending powerful shockwaves throughout the surrounding area. After the chaos finally settled down, Sodom commented that the entire plan had been brilliant. She found it unbelievable that Woon Wai had gone to such great lengths simply to create the impression that the two divine stars, So Woon Wai and the Blood Demon, were completely separate individuals. However, the Blood Demon Sword questioned why she believed such a complicated and crude plan would actually succeed. Sodom pointed out that the Blood Demon Sword had been thoroughly enjoying the situation only moments earlier, yet it was already complaining. Contrary to its concerns, the plan had actually worked remarkably well. When Woon Wai returned to the ship, he deliberately appeared completely exhausted. Everyone immediately rushed toward him and anxiously asked whether he was all right. Woon Wai coughed lightly and reassured everyone that he was fine before first asking whether everyone else was safe. The guild master noticed blood dripping from Woon Wai's mouth and wondered if he had suffered internal injuries. The guild master became deeply moved as he realized that Woon Wai had worried about everyone else's safety before even thinking about his own injuries. In his eyes, only someone like Woon Wai could truly become the future hero destined to lead the Orthodox Murim. As Woon Wai quietly wiped the blood from his mouth, he reflected that it had been a long time since he had bitten his own cheek like that, and the pain was surprisingly real. He had deliberately bitten his cheek to make it appear as though he had coughed up blood. The merchant guild master then asked what had happened to the blood demon. So Woon Wai explained that the blood demon possessed truly formidable martial arts, and with his current abilities, there was nothing he could do against him. Deep down, Woon Wai understood that he needed to conceal the truth from everyone. He then explained that since he could no longer sense the blood demon's presence, it seemed that his decisive attack had been successful. According to his explanation, after being struck by one of the blood demon's attacks, he had launched a counterattack and managed to land a punch directly on the blood demon's chest. However, the entire story was nothing more than a carefully prepared lie. Even so, Woon Wai continued by explaining that the blood demon had probably retreated because he had suffered internal injuries, just like himself. Everyone around him praised Woon Wai and declared that this was exactly what they had expected from Warrior So. Thanks to him, they had all survived safely. They also praised him for driving away the pirates and admitted that they did not know how they could ever repay such an incredible favor. Woon Wai had finally heard the very words he had been waiting for. Even so, he calmly explained that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. He stated that he was not the one who had defeated the pirates. The guild master became confused and wondered what he meant. Woon Wai explained that by the time he had arrived, the pirates had already retreated in great haste. When he reached the ship, everyone was already lying unconscious. Among them were the deceased beggar sect leader, Hong Guga, Hong Jialgi, and the blood demon, who happened to be standing on the deck at that moment. Because of those circumstances, he had naturally assumed that the blood demon was responsible and immediately fought him. However, he urged everyone not to misunderstand the situation unnecessarily. The guild master then wondered whether it had not been Warrior So who had defeated the pirates after all. Instead, it appeared that the blood demon had actually saved them. Even so, he could not understand how such a thing was possible or why the blood demon would rescue them when everyone believed him to be nothing more than a cruel and heartless monster. The guild master then took out the letter he had received earlier and informed Woon Wai that it had been found aboard the ship when everyone regained consciousness. He believed that it had most likely been left behind by the blood demon. Woon Wai calmly asked to read the letter. Everything had already gone exactly according to Woon Wai's carefully prepared plan. He believed that, from that moment onward, the perception that the current blood demon was different from the blood demon of the past would gradually begin spreading throughout the martial world. 1 hour later, Woon Wai returned to his companions. They had gathered beside the riverbank while holding burning torches high to guide him back. Upon arriving, Woon Wai immediately asked where the members of the Murim Alliance had gone. One of his subordinates explained that they had already moved ahead in case another ambush was waiting for them farther along the route. The subordinate then noticed the object Woon Wai was carrying and asked whether it was the beggar sect's green jade Buddha staff. Woon Wai confirmed that it was indeed the green jade Buddha staff. He calmly handed it over and stated that it now belonged to him. The man became visibly surprised. Woon Wai then explained that both Hong Guga and Hong Jialgi had died at the hands of the pirates. Hearing that news, the man was genuinely shocked. Soon afterward, however, his expression gradually changed as he quietly felt both relieved and refreshed. Wu Wai warned him to maintain a straight face whenever they met the elders of the beggar sect. Just then, Sima Young approached him and stated that there was something even more important that he absolutely needed to see at the rear of the ship. Wu Wai asked what it was. Sima Young explained that while scouting the area after everyone had disembarked, they had discovered someone lying near the end of the ship. Wu Wai wondered whether that person had somehow survived the explosion. His subordinate confirmed that the person was still alive. He also revealed something even more astonishing. The man's body was healing entirely on its own. When they had first discovered him, his entire body had been covered with severe burns. However, the burned areas were gradually shrinking and disappearing before their very eyes. Sima Young asked Wu Wai whether she should simply cut the man's throat immediately. However, Wu Wai calmly instructed her to wait. He believed it would be better to seal the man's internal energy first and extract information from him. He then ordered his men to lift the person. Before they could do so, however, the man suddenly regained consciousness and immediately attacked the subordinates. Wu Wai realized that he had already awakened and understood that the situation was becoming dangerous because he had not yet sealed his internal energy. He briefly considered whether he should simply finish him off immediately. However, something completely unexpected happened. The man suddenly became calm and began pleading with Wu Wai not to hit him. Pouting childishly, he added that he did not like getting hurt. Wu Wai was utterly stunned by the unexpected change. He could not understand why the man was suddenly behaving exactly like a small child. Zhuabek became visibly angry and furiously demanded to know why the man was behaving like a child, complaining that it made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The man simply replied that Munriang was hurting and pleaded with them not to hit him anymore. Wu Wai could not understand the reason behind such behavior and wondered whether the man was merely pretending. Considering the incredible level of martial arts he possessed, there seemed to be absolutely no reason for him to willingly endure such humiliation and continue taking such a beating. At that very moment, Wu Wai suddenly noticed that a blade was deeply embedded in the back of the man's head. Standing nearby, Sima Young questioned how he could still be alive with a blade of that size lodged inside his skull. Wu Wai explained that perhaps the man's astonishing recovery ability allowed him to regenerate instead of actually dying. Sima Young then wondered whether removing the blade would return him to his normal state, but Wu Wai believed that was most likely impossible. He further explained that they would not remove the blade yet, because there was still no problem interrogating him. However, he also thought that everything would become different if the man had already lost his memories. Wu Wai then instructed Zhuabek to stop bullying the man because he was clearly frightened. Zhuabek, still annoyed, questioned whether that disgusting man looked like a child to him. Wu Wai calmly replied that he was certainly acting like one. He then looked directly at the man, addressed him as Zhang Munriang, and asked whether he knew him. Zhang Munriang answered that he did not know him at all. Wu Wai then mentioned the four evils, the man with the golden eye, Mu Ak, and the Bloodlord before asking whether he recognized any of those names. Munriang simply asked what those names were and honestly admitted that he truly knew nothing. Wu Wai immediately realized that there was indeed a serious problem with Munriang's memories. He understood that, at this rate, they would not be able to obtain any useful information from him, let alone avoid witnessing such a pitiful sight. He then remarked that they should first seal Munriang's internal energy before removing the blade from his skull and interrogating him afterward. Sima Young commented that dealing with him would not be difficult since he was behaving like a child. Wu Wai then instructed Song Zhuabek to bring some food. Zhuabek immediately approached Munriang with some food and asked whether he wanted some. He also asked if he knew what a sweet was, explaining that it was incredibly delicious and wondering whether he had ever eaten one before. Munriang replied that he did not even know what a sweet was because he had never tasted one before. Zhuabek ate a piece himself and showed him that it was truly sweet, delicious, and melted in the mouth. Drooling, Munriang immediately said that he wanted one as well and stretched out his hands, asking to be given one too. Zhuabek told him that if he wanted the sweet, he had to tell them everything he knew because it would be a fair trade. Munriang simply replied that he knew absolutely nothing. Zhuabek then declared that he would eat every piece of the delicious sweets by himself instead. Munriang quickly begged him not to eat them all. Watching the exchange, Wu Wai commented that Zhuabek was surprisingly good with children. Standing behind him, Sima Young smiled and remarked that he would make a perfect nanny. Wu Wai then asked why she was smiling. She answered that it was simply because the man's childish behavior looked cute. Wu Wai found that strange and quietly thought that she had a rather unusual taste. A moment later, Munriang suddenly began crying as he repeatedly asked for sweets. However, shortly afterward, he abruptly stood up and declared that he had remembered something. Zhuabek immediately asked what he had remembered. Munriang then began reciting, remembering the freely moving martial first verse, Taoist arrangement Earth Death verse, startling Zhuabek. He continued with the resourceful and principled form and hesitating martial weight grains. Woon Wai was immediately surprised. Sima Young asked him what was happening. Woon Wai quickly realized that since Munriang was reciting fist techniques, these verses had to belong to the scripture of fist arts. At that very moment, he understood that they were the teachings of a transcendental martial art. Among the 8 martial masters and the 4 evils, only 2 individuals had become famous solely through martial arts practiced with their bare hands. One of them was one of the 8 martial masters, the master of palm techniques known as the All-Knowing. The other was one of the 4 evils, the ghost-slaying fist demon, Jiang Munriang. Woon Wai realized that this was an incredibly rare opportunity to learn the verses of the ghost-slaying fist demon's fist arts, belonging to a martial artist who had reached an entirely different level. He also believed that Song Juabek would gain tremendous enlightenment from these teachings. Juabek himself became delighted as he realized that such extraordinary fist arts truly existed in the world. Woon Wai immediately asked whether Juabek still had any sweets left. Juabek replied that he had only one remaining. Woon Wai immediately ordered him to give Munriang the final sweet that was already in his hand. He explained that they would never again have the chance to hear the scripture of a transcendental martial art in exchange for something as simple as a single sweet. Juabek immediately agreed that it was true and handed the last sweet to Munriang. However, Munriang did not respond. Instead, his expression suddenly became serious as he explained that anyone wishing to cultivate the Man clan's spiritual arts to the absolute extreme would eventually need to pass on their accumulated merits to a successor, just as he himself had already done. He continued by explaining that if they failed to do so, the circulation of yin energy will become much faster, while yang energy would spread throughout the marrow, making the body feel as though it could explode at any moment. He further warned that once someone reached the stage of 9 stars, they had to be especially careful. Juabek quietly wondered what Munriang was mumbling to himself. Without any warning, Munriang suddenly turned toward him and grabbed him upside down. He instructed Juabek to open his celestial pressure point and absorb the energy through his navel gate point. Sweating heavily, Juabek struggled and immediately believed that Munriang was finally revealing his true intentions. At that very moment, Munriang released an enormous amount of internal energy. Sima Young became frightened and shouted that they had to save Juabek immediately. However, Woon Wai calmly ordered her to stop. He explained that both of them would be placed in danger if they interfered at that moment. Activating his golden eye, he carefully observed that Jiang Munriang was directly transferring his internal energy into Song Juabek. Woon Wai realized that this was an incredible opportunity for Song Juabek. Meanwhile, Juabek screamed as he continued absorbing the overwhelming energy. 1 hour later, Woon Wai quietly sat beside the seashore while reflecting that Song Juabek had been incredibly fortunate. The internal energy possessed by a transcendental martial artist was worth at least several hundred years of cultivation. Naturally, it was impossible for Song Juabek to absorb every bit of that immense internal energy as his own. After carefully observing the situation, Woon Wai concluded that roughly half of the tremendous internal energy had successfully become Song Juabek's own. Sodom then appeared and commented that he was finally waking up and that the entire process had now been completed. Juabek happily stood up, burst into laughter, and declared that power was overflowing throughout his entire body. He felt as though he had been completely reborn. Filled with excitement, he called out to Wu Hyun and asked him to try headbutting him. Without any hesitation, Wu Hyun immediately charged forward with great force. Juabek groaned in pain and complained that he had not meant for him to attack immediately, insisting that he should have at least given him time to prepare. Unfortunately, it was already too late, and the impact hurt him instantly. Wu Hyun sincerely apologized for what had happened. As Sima Young laughed at the exchange, Woon Wai silently reflected that even if Juabek had previously reached the peak realm, he still would not have been able to withstand even a single clash against Song Wu Hyun. Now, however, the situation had changed completely. Juabek confidently asked Wu Hyun to attack him once more with his full strength, while telling him not to use the red-blooded golden body. Wu Hyun honestly replied that even then, it still would not be his true, full strength. Song Juabek admitted that hearing those words made him feel slightly nervous. As Wu Hyun charged forward once again while unleashing tremendous power, Juabek effortlessly stopped the attack this time. Wu Hyun was genuinely surprised because Juabek had not moved even a single inch. Juabek confidently declared that he was now obviously much stronger than Wu Hyun. Watching the two of them, Woon Wai quietly noticed that although Juabek had never been overly confident before, he was now filled with excitement. Juabek then called out to Woon Wai and requested a duel, so that he could properly measure his own level. Sodom quietly remarked that Song Juabek's confidence had certainly grown considerably. Woon Wai accepted the request and asked how seriously he should fight. Song Juabek immediately replied that Woon Wai should not hold back at all, because only then would he truly understand the extent of his own strength. Woon Wai quietly thought that Song Juabek still had a very long way to go. Without even physically touching him, Woon Wai effortlessly knocked him unconscious. Juabek cried out in disbelief wondering how not even a single attack had landed before calling Wu Wei a monster. Wu Wei calmly replied that if he had any complaints, then he should simply transcend as well. Song Juabe clenched his teeth in frustration and realized that although his strength had increased dramatically, he still could not stand against Wu Wei. Wu Wei advised him to continue practicing, because only then could he truly become his right-hand man. Juabe then asked whether, after becoming stronger through such a fortunate opportunity, he could still remain only a squad commander. Wu Wei asked whether that meant Song Juabe no longer wished to become his right hand, remarking that it would truly be unfortunate if that were the case. Juabe immediately bowed respectfully and replied that he had never said he did not want that position. Finally, Song Juabe humbly accepted the cult leader's command to become his right-hand man. At the unrivaled faction's 8 flowing shadows of the Wind Sect Star Tower, a servant reported to the elders about the events that had recently taken place. After delivering the details, he stated that this concluded the reports regarding the outside events, and the remaining report concerned So Wu Wei. He quickly corrected himself, stating that he meant young Master Jin. Ha Xianggun listened carefully and asked whether the boy was doing well. The person present there was none other than the leader of the 8 flowing shadows of the Wind Sect, the ruthless divine Jin Songbeek, who was Wu Wei's biological father. Alongside him was his own father and Wu Wei's maternal grandfather, Ha Xianggun. They had received news regarding the young master from Ohian Docks in Anshan County, northern Hunan province. Hearing this, Ha Xianggun asked about the docks and the situation there. The one delivering the report was Seo Mungek, the leader of the Jade Form Spear-style flow branch of the Wind Sect. Seo Mungek explained that he was not certain why, but the young master had participated in an escort bidding event as a guest escort for the Golden Shadow Escort Agency. Jin Songbeek communicated telepathically, noting that since the docks were located along the Yangtze River, he believed he understood the reason behind it. Ha Xianggun asked his son-in-law what he meant. Jin Songbeek explained that it seemed the young master had officially begun his activities as the Blood Demon. His goal was to unite the unorthodox faction, and his first target for achieving that goal was most likely the 18 Yangtze River strongholds. Upon hearing this, Ha Xianggun found it surprising that he had personally taken action instead of simply commanding his subordinates as a leader. Jin Songbeek explained that the Murim had currently surrounded Guangxi province. Because of that, the young master had likely used his identity as the disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman to move freely. Ha Xianggun silently reflected on how Jin Songbeek had pieced together the information and deduced his son's intentions using only the rumors they had heard. He admired his son-in-law and inwardly believed that his insight was truly exceptional. Jin Songbeek then asked whether that was the end of the news regarding the matter. However, Seo Mungek informed them that it was not. He told them not to be surprised by the next report he was about to deliver. The young master had engaged in a sparring match with the Vagabond King Hail Shuimon, one of the 8 great martial masters. In front of many witnesses, the Vagabond King had acknowledged the young master's martial ability. Ha Xianggun was greatly amazed after hearing this. He wondered whether Wu Wei had truly displayed divine might comparable to the Vagabond King, one of the 8 great martial masters. He also believed that the young man definitely possessed enough martial prowess to fight against someone like the Vagabond King. Jin Songbeek smiled and thanked Seo Mungek for delivering such satisfying news about Wu Wei before telling him that he could take his leave. However, Seo Mungek wearily informed him that there was still more to report. Jin Songbeek wondered what he meant and asked what else remained. Seo Mungek explained that the escort ship carrying the young master had been attacked by a mysterious and bizarre group. The leader of that group was Zhang Munriang, the ghost-slaying fist demon of the 4 evils. However, the young master had defeated him. The manner in which he had defeated them was even more shocking, as the young master had completely wiped out Zhang Munriang and his group using sword flight and sword control. Both Jin Songbeek and Ha Xianggun were extremely shocked upon hearing this, and wondered whether he had truly defeated him using sword flight and sword control. Jin Songbeek questioned whether the information they had received was incorrect. Seo Mungek explained that the information had been compiled from the testimonies of the escorts and the merchant leader who had witnessed the event. Because of that, it was highly unlikely that the report was wrong. Jin Songbeek thought deeply about the meaning behind this. He reflected on sword chi control and wondered whether this meant the boy had already overcome the wall. Back when he had been personally teaching him, Wu Wei had still been unable to cross that boundary. Ha Xianggun recalled the sword flight of the 4 evils and could hardly believe what he was hearing. He wondered whether this was reality or simply a dream because he could not understand what kind of person the boy had become. Seo Mungek then added that the young master had recently also fought against the Blood Demon, who was now being called one of the 5 evils. The report stated that Wu Wei had defeated him as well. Ha Xianggun was left speechless by the unbelievable information. He thought that Wu Wei had defeated himself. Both he and his son-in-law were confused. Jin Songbeek considered that perhaps Wu Wei had used the 8 flowing shadows of the wind. Frustrated by his unbelievable actions, Jin Songbeek inwardly called his son a rascal and thought that he was deceiving the entire Central Plains with his actions. Late at night, inside the Murim Alliance headquarters in Wuhan, Hubei Province, the Murim Alliance leader, Infinite Supreme, Sword Beck Hyangmuk, thanked his subordinates for working until such a late hour and asked them to deliver their report. He asked when they had said the second strategist would arrive. The subordinate informed him that before discussing that matter, he had to deliver news related to the second strategist. A letter had arrived from the Murim Alliance branch in Guizhou Province, which was the second strategist's last known location. However, after that point, his whereabouts had become unknown, and they were currently searching for him. At the same time, the sixth elder, Perfected Man Zhang, had also gone missing, and they were searching for him together with the second strategist. The Murim Alliance leader heard this and reflected on the situation. Even the sect leader of the Chuanjin sect had become involved. He believed that the sect leader had collected the bodies of his disciples who had died in the bloodbath near the Right Army Commander-in-Chief's office and returned to his sect. However, his men were now reporting that even he had disappeared. The Alliance leader then asked what had happened to the body. He was referring to the former Orthodox martial master who had disguised himself as the Blood Demon. He wanted to know what had happened to the body of the flashing thundersword, Jia Jiayun. The subordinate apologized for having to deliver such troubling news. He explained that they had received a letter from Guizhou Province stating that the body of the thundersword, Jia Jiayun, had been embalmed and sent away. However, the whereabouts of the body had also become unknown. The Murim Alliance leader was dissatisfied upon hearing this. Everyone present began to suspect the Blood Demon. Elder Beck Wahayang, the third strategist, stated that the blood cult was definitely behind all of these incidents. The Alliance leader stated that he shared the same suspicion. However, something about it did not make sense. He explained that the Blood Demon had fought against the Thunder Sword Jia Jiayun, who had disguised himself as the Blood Demon to prevent an immediate all-out war. Yet now, the Blood Demon was kidnapping the very people whom he had protected with his own hands. The Alliance leader believed that if this were truly the case, then there had been no reason for the Blood Demon to help them in the first place. Above all, the disappearance of the body troubled him the most. It seemed strange that the Blood Demon would go out of his way to retrieve the very evidence that could prove his innocence. Chief Strategist Fong Dioqian then remarked that Strategist Beck's words were not completely without merit. The Alliance leader asked what he meant. Fong Dioqian explained that it was entirely possible if they assumed the Blood Demon had orchestrated everything from the very beginning. The Chief Strategist continued by explaining that because of this incident, the Murim Alliance had even suffered the stigma of being indebted to the Blood Demon. He believed that the one who had gained the most from the incident was likely the true culprit behind everything. The Alliance leader reflected that even the Chief Strategist had reached such a conclusion, so he could not simply ignore it. However, he still felt an uneasy sensation inside. He wondered why it felt as though someone was covering his eyes and preventing him from seeing the truth. He questioned whether it was merely his imagination. At that moment, another urgent report arrived regarding the situation along the Yangtze River. The Alliance leader asked what had happened. The report stated that the mission had ended in failure. The Alliance leader thought that not even a single piece of good news was coming their way and asked what had caused the failure. The subordinate explained that an unidentified group had attacked them along the way. The Alliance leader observed that the chief strategist remained calm after hearing the report and wondered why he did not show even the slightest hint of emotion. He reflected that every operation the chief strategist had devised since his return had ended in failure. He wondered whether his ability to maintain his composure was truly that exceptional or whether there was another reason. The chief strategist then asked about the unidentified group. The subordinate explained that, according to information sent by the Beggar sect, the group seemed to be connected to someone with a golden eye. The chief strategist immediately asked what had happened to the escort ship that had been attacked. The subordinate informed him that the ship was safe. The Alliance leader sensed that the chief strategist's chi fluctuated briefly at the mention of a connection to the golden eye. He found it strange because, for the leaders of the Murim Alliance, such information should not have been especially surprising. He wondered whether there was another reason, perhaps the fact that the organization behind the attack being connected to the man with the golden eye was never supposed to be revealed. He further wondered whether the third faction attempting to instigate a war between the Murim Alliance and the Blood Cult was the organization led by the man with the golden eye, and whether Chief Strategist Fong Dioqian was colluding with them. However, he immediately thought that he must have been going completely insane and dismissed the idea. He questioned what he was doing by doubting Elder Fong, whom he had personally begged to accept the position of Chief Strategist. The subordinate also reported that among the group that had attacked the ship was Zhang Munriang, the ghost-slaying fist demon, one of the five evils. It was also reported that So Woon Wai, the disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman, had defeated him using sword flight and sword control. The elders were shocked upon hearing this. The third strategist questioned what kind of absurd nonsense that was. He asked whether sword flight and sword control were not realms that swordsmen considered nothing more than a dream. The chief strategist replied that it was the realm of the divine. However, the subordinate stated that this was not the end of the report. The third strategist told him to stop delaying and quickly report the rest of the matter. The subordinate revealed that the stronghold bandits had attacked the actual escort ship rather than the disguised one, and it was said that the blood demon had also appeared at the scene. Hearing this, the third strategist visibly tensed and was greatly shocked. He regarded it as the worst possible outcome, as though the failure of the operation had not already been enough. The chief strategist asked whether he was implying that the blood demon and the stronghold had even made contact with one another. However, the subordinate quickly clarified that it did not exactly seem that way. Instead, it had been reported that the blood demon had actually protected the escort ship from the attacking water bandits. The alliance leader stroked his chin and fell into deep thought after hearing this unexpected development, wondering what was truly happening. Every one of the blood demon's recent actions completely differed from the image of the blood cult that the Muram Alliance had known for generations. First, he had rescued Muram Alliance members who had been placed in danger, and now he had even saved an escort ship from the water bandits. The Muram Alliance existed to uphold justice and eliminate evil. Yet with every action the blood demon took, the justification for opposing him became weaker in Baek Hyangmook's mind. The subordinate then stated that there was also some good news. According to the reports, So Woon Wai had defeated the blood demon. This event had also been personally witnessed by every escort aboard the ship. Instead of feeling relieved, Baek Hyangmook became even more confused. He silently recalled the day, less than half a year earlier, when he had personally tested So Woon Wai's martial ability at the smithy outside the castle. Even then, although So Woon Wai had possessed martial prowess far beyond that of ordinary martial artists, the alliance leader had still considered him inferior to Zhang Jiam. Now, in such a remarkably short period of time, So Woon Wai had apparently overcome the wall that countless martial artists spent their entire lives trying to surpass. The speed of his growth was truly astonishing. The alliance leader then remarked that, with such extraordinary skill, Woon Wai must surely have earned an appropriate martial epithet by now. He asked what title people were currently using to refer to him. The subordinate answered that many different titles were being used throughout the martial world. Some called him the Lesser Southern Heaven Sword, while others referred to him as the Sword Control Hero. However, among the countless opinions spreading across the Central Plains, many people believed that he was nothing less than the second coming of the Sword Immortal. He was being called the Young Sword Immortal. Upon hearing this, the chief strategist quietly pondered that title. Far away, upon a lonely cliff, a servant hurriedly approached his master before respectfully informing him that a messenger bird had arrived from the Master of Intelligence and asked for permission to report. The master remained silent briefly before allowing him to speak. The servant reported that the Master of Intelligence claimed someone suspected to be a descendant of that person had appeared. The master's expression immediately became serious as he glanced back, his golden eye emitting a golden aura. Realizing the importance of the report, he quietly muttered that he had to make haste without delay. The servant informed his master that they could swiftly revive the remaining 3 swords. However, before he could continue, his master suddenly grabbed him by the throat, lifted him into the air, and demanded to know how long it would take to complete the task. Trembling in fear, the servant immediately addressed his lord and explained that he had good news. They had finally discovered traces left behind by the cruel killer Jeol Sim, and they would soon be able to determine his location. Hearing this, the lord threw the servants aside and warned them that he had already told them they were no longer in a situation where they could afford to waste time. He sternly declared that they needed to act immediately. The lord further explained that forcing that person to reveal the information would be much faster than searching for the remaining swords one by one. The servant then asked whether the person his lord was referring to was that individual. The lord replied that it was obvious he meant the one who had escaped. He then ordered them to find Gunbei. Meanwhile, a man was walking through the forest when he noticed a hawk. Another man, standing behind him on a cliff, remarked that he had finally found him. The man below turned toward him and asked whether he had any business with him. The man standing above explained that a friend of his had requested a favor. That friend wanted his help in capturing him. The man below realized that he was from the other side. He then asked about the person who had thrown the metal beads and wondered what that person was doing. The man above smiled and replied that there was no need for him to know. He said it would be better if he simply allowed himself to be captured quietly and asked whether he would do so. The man below questioned whether he could truly capture him. The man above confidently replied that he certainly could. If he had not been confident, he would not have sent the hawk ahead to report that he had already captured him. The man below dismissed it as a bluff. The man above told him to surrender because he was already as good as caught and within his grasp. The man standing on the cliff was none other than all-knowing Dugong. Dugong smiled and revealed that he possessed a small amount of talent when it came to sorcery. 5 days later, near Honghu County, Wunwai looked around and realized that they had finally arrived at their destination. He felt miserable because drinking continuously for 5 days had left his stomach in terrible condition. The blood demon sword remarked that he should have controlled himself better. Wunwai thought that even he had not expected to end up drinking for 5 straight days. After making a promise to the stronghold leader, he had returned as the blood demon after completing his urgent business, and once again searched for the stronghold ship. Since they had a considerable amount of information to exchange and many matters to discuss, they moved to the base where the leader was staying so they could talk properly. During their discussion, they shared information regarding the Golden Eyes organization. Wu Wei also requested that they block the Murim alliance from crossing south of the Yangtze River as much as possible. By the time those matters and the rest of their discussion had finally ended, the leader suggested that they drink together. Wu Wei felt that it hardly seemed like the right time to enjoy a drink, but he eventually decided to accept the leader's sincerity and kindness. The leader explained that he had experienced enough to understand the blood demon's strength and character. However, since they had become connected through their dealings, they should share a few drinks and deepen their bond as friends. Wu Wei accepted the invitation and agreed to drink with him. However, that decision resulted in him drinking continuously for 5 entire days. Although Wu Wei could use his internal energy to deal with the effects of a hangover, he could do nothing about the discomfort remaining in his stomach. The leader informed him that once the ship dropped anchor, they would have to part ways. The leader laughed lightly and remarked that he was speaking of dangerous matters. At that moment, he explained that he was no longer acting as Gal Yong, the leader of the stronghold, but as a merchant belonging to the Desa merchant group. Wu Wei awkwardly realized this and thought that the man truly had no shame. One thing he had learned while drinking with them was that they were far more thick-skinned than he had originally expected. The stronghold did not simply operate as water bandits. Wu Wei observed that they usually worked as merchants or sailors to conceal their true identities. Sodom explained that this was how they disposed of the goods they plundered. Wu Wei thought that it made perfect sense because they had to sell those goods to earn money. The leader then asked whether Wu Wei's stomach felt empty. Wu Wei admitted that he could really use some warm broth at that moment. The leader told him that after getting off at the port, he should search for a place called Chongmun Inn. The noodles there, made with pork and chicken bone broth, were absolutely excellent. Wu Wei thought that it sounded extremely appetizing. As Wu Wei walked forward, he let out a sigh and thought that his business with the stronghold had finally come to an end. Meanwhile, Sima Young yawned tiredly in the shopping district of Honghu County while waiting for Wu Wei. She thought that the young master was late and wondered whether something had happened to him. Suddenly, someone touched her from behind, and she quickly reacted by attempting to strike the person. However, the man caught her kick before it could reach him. Realizing this, she was surprised and thought that the person was even stronger than she was. The man was none other than Wu Wei. After revealing himself, Sima Young quickly withdrew her leg and asked why he had sneaked up on her from behind. Wu Wei explained that she had looked bored, so he had decided to play a small prank on her. She then asked whether his conversation had gone well. Wu Wei replied that it had gone so-so. Judging from his tone and expression, she observed that everything did not seem to have gone perfectly. Wu Wei laughed lightly and thought that she was able to judge him simply from his tone and expression because she had come to know him quite well. Wu Wei then reflected on the 18 Yangtze River strongholds and realized that there was something he had become certain of after dealing with them recently. Even though they belonged to the unorthodox faction, their roots were fundamentally those of bandits. Except for the Yangtze River 4 assassins, who had now been reduced to 3, the martial prowess of the remaining members was not particularly high. Wu Wei explained that it was better not to expect too much from them. Sima Young replied that as long as both sides obtained what they wanted, that was all that mattered. She also mentioned that Wu Wei had probably expected something like this to some extent. Wu Wei agreed. She then informed him that the person had awakened. Wu Wei did not understand whom she was referring to, so she used a frequency whispering technique to tell him that Zhang Munriang, the ghost-slaying fist demon, had awakened the previous day. Wu Wei wondered whether his mind had returned to normal. She explained that after they had removed the blade from his head, his mind had indeed returned. Meanwhile, Zhuabei had grown exhausted and wondered how much longer he had to continue watching over that man. Sima Young further explained that after waking up, Zhang Munriang had started wailing and throwing tantrums, so she had knocked him unconscious again with a pressure point strike. Wu Wei asked why he had been wailing. She explained that perhaps it was because he had lost all of the internal energy he had spent his entire life cultivating. Wu Wei thought that if that were the reason, then he could completely understand it. Zhang Munriang had unknowingly given away all of his internal energy, which was essentially the life of a martial artist, to Song Zhuabei while he had been unconscious and not in his right mind. Just then, Wu Wei's stomach growled because he was starving. Sima Young asked whether he was truly hungry and mentioned that the place where they had rented a room was called Chongmun Inn. Wu Wei immediately remembered that it was a place famous for its pork and chicken bone broth noodles. Hearing this, Sima Young was surprised and asked how Wu Wei already knew about it, wondering whether he had visited the place before. Wu Wei replied that perhaps he had, or perhaps he had not. Sima Young then jokingly asked whether he had come there with another woman. Wu Wei immediately told her not to misunderstand and explained that he had only heard about the place from the stronghold leader. Sima Young casually replied that she had only been joking. Wu Wei warned her that if she joked about something like that again, she would give him a heart attack. Sima Young then remembered that she had forgotten to tell him something. She said that Wu Wei would never believe the familiar face she had seen at Chongmun Inn, where they were staying. She revealed that it was his younger sister. Wen Wai immediately asked whether she meant Young Yang. Sima Young confirmed it and explained that Young Yang was staying there with her group. Wen Wai quietly wondered what Young Yang was doing in Honghu County. Meanwhile, Miram Alliance Vice Hall Master of Phoenix Hall, So Young Yang, was peacefully sitting together with Phoenix Hall member Ian Yunjin as the two quietly enjoyed a drink. Ian Yunjin wondered whether Young Yang was ever going to introduce her to her brother. Young Yang explained that her brother was an extremely difficult person to meet because he was always busy, and even catching a glimpse of him was difficult, so she had no idea when she would be able to introduce them. Ian Yunjin agreed and remarked that it was understandable since he had defeated the ghost-slaying fist demon, one of the five evils. Someone who had accomplished such a feat would naturally not be easy to meet. Young Yang was completely astonished after hearing who her brother had defeated. She found it hard to believe that Ian Yunjin was serious about her brother defeating the ghost-slaying fist demon of the five evils. Ian Yunjin reminded her that she must have heard the beggar sect members talking about it outside earlier. She even admitted that she had been so jealous after hearing the news that she wished she also had a brother like him. Young Yang became confused and recalled the last time she had seen her brother during the Miram Alliance Rising Star Tournament. Even back then, his martial ability had already been exceptional enough to make the absence of an energy core seem meaningless. However, that had still been within the realm of rising stars. She could not believe that he had now defeated one of Miram's supreme masters. She wondered whether he was truly the same brother who had once been known as Yulong County's good-for-nothing. Although she was happy that her only blood relative was becoming famous and making a name for himself, everything still felt unreal, as though she could not fully accept just how much he had changed. At that moment, Namgung Gahi, who was also present, approached and wondered whether Young Yang was secretly enjoying all the attention. Young Yang denied it, but Gahi commented that it certainly did not seem that way because she smiled every time someone mentioned her brother's name. Gahi further remarked that if the hero who had defeated two of the five evils had been her own brother, her shoulders would not merely rise with pride, but would practically shoot straight off her body. Young Yang wondered what that was even supposed to mean and realized that they were simply teasing her. Ian Yunjin laughed and pointed out that she had finally figured it out. Just then, someone approached and politely apologized for interrupting them. The hall master asked what the matter was. The visitor introduced himself as Shin Gillip, the young sect leader of the Hyanmu, Still Wind sect. After respectfully clasping his hands, he explained that he had been passing by, had heard that several beautiful ladies were present, and had come to offer his greetings and respects. Namgung Gahi immediately became annoyed and inwardly wondered why men constantly flocked toward them. She even thought that she might have to start wearing a skin mask. Remaining polite, she declined his greeting, explained that they would soon be leaving the town, and respectfully requested that they continue on their way. However, Shin Gillip had no intention of giving up so easily. He insisted on sharing a meal and a conversation, believing that meeting like this was also fate. Gahi simply ignored him. His companion then urged the women not to reject them so coldly and pointed toward Gillip, proudly introducing him as none other than the young sect leader of the prestigious Hyanmu, Still Wind sect. Gillip smiled awkwardly, believing there had been no need to reveal his identity in such a setting. The men believed that once women from martial families learned his background, they would naturally become interested because very few would overlook the young sect leader of the most prestigious family in northern Gansu province. However, the women completely ignored them and continued chatting among themselves. Noticing that they received no reaction at all, Gillip wondered whether they might be daughters of equally prestigious families. Even so, he approached once again and politely asked whether he might know their names. Young Yang inwardly thought that he was being unbelievably persistent. She respectfully apologized and explained that they were martial artists from the Miram Alliance's Phoenix Hall who were currently on an assignment, making it impossible to reveal their identities. She politely requested that he quietly leave. However, Gillip claimed that this only worked out even better. He explained that they were also heading to the same destination after hearing that the Miram Alliance was establishing a new hall. Since they were traveling to the same place, he suggested that they journey together and allow him to escort them. Young Yang became increasingly frustrated because she had not expected him to continue insisting. Gahi bit her lip in irritation and reminded Gillip that she had already politely declined his offer, yet he continued to press the matter. She warned him to be careful with his behavior. Otherwise, she pointed toward Young Yang and remarked that her brother, who was known as the Sword Immortal, would become very displeased. Young Yang was startled and inwardly wondered why Gahi had mentioned her brother's name. Through telepathy, Gahi calmly explained that there was no harm in borrowing her brother's prestigious reputation at a time like this. Gillip merely laughed and mocked them, believing they were far too naive to believe such exaggerated rumors. Young Yang became displeased after hearing his words. Gillip casually brushed the matter aside, apologized if he had offended her, and encouraged her to think carefully. In his opinion, someone barely in his early 20s using sword flight and sword chi control simply did not seem realistic. At that very moment, Wen Wai entered the area and overheard everything. Gillip confidently continued speaking, claiming that as a senior in Murim, he should teach Young Young an important lesson about taking Murim rumors with a grain of salt, because most of them were nothing more than nonsense. The instant Young Young noticed her brother, she became delighted and calmly remarked that if he doubted the rumors, he should simply ask him personally whether they were true. The men turned around in confusion and immediately became tense upon seeing the sword immortal standing behind them. Woon Wai's expression darkened as he wondered whether they had been trying to hit on his younger sister. Gillip instantly recognized Woon Wai and quickly insisted that there had been a misunderstanding. Woon Wai dismissed the excuse and sternly declared that he would overlook the matter if they quietly stepped back before he finished counting to 3. Gillip proudly introduced himself once again as the young sect leader of the Hyeonmu, Still Wind sect. Woon Wai completely ignored him and calmly began counting. Gillip became offended and believed Woon Wai was treating them like insignificant street scoundrels. Without the slightest hesitation, Woon Wai flicked Gillip with a single finger. The tremendous force instantly sent him flying backward before he crashed violently onto the ground. Lying there in a battered condition, Gillip complained that Woon Wai had not even finished counting. His companion stood frozen in disbelief, realizing that the greatest rising star in Hubei province had been defeated with nothing more than a casual finger flick. An elderly man standing behind them angrily demanded an explanation and questioned whether it was acceptable for one of the 2 divine stars to treat the heir of a prestigious sect in such a manner. Suddenly, Woon Wai executed his sword technique, causing his sword to fly through the air. Everyone present was completely shocked as they watched the floating sword. Terrified, they immediately realized that the rumors had been true all along. It was genuinely sword chi control. Woon Wai coldly warned them to leave before he changed his mind. Without another word, every one of them immediately departed. Gehi stared at Woon Wai in amazement as she realized that he was Young Young's brother, the great hero So Woon Wai, the little sword immortal. She remarked that Young Young's brother was incredibly cool. Young Young could only respond with an awkward laugh. Sodom then commented that Woon Wai always seemed to lose his composure whenever his family was involved. Woon Wai admitted that he still struggled to remain calm in such situations, but believed he had to go that far to ensure they would never dare to bother them again. He then smiled warmly and greeted Young Young. Ian Yunjin stared at him in amazement and wondered whether he truly was the great hero known as the Little Sword Immortal. She enthusiastically praised how impressive he was and expressed that it was an honor for her family to meet him. She admitted that had she known Young Young possessed such an extraordinary brother, she would have sought him out much sooner. Woon Wai became puzzled by how quickly she spoke and inwardly wondered about the title of Little Sword Immortal. Yunjin explained that the rumors had already spread throughout Murim. People called him the Little Sword Immortal because of his sword flight, while others even regarded him as one of the new 8 great masters. Woon Wai felt that the title sounded even more extravagant than being called one of the 2 divine stars. Sodom smiled and explained that since he had inherited the Sword Immortal's legacy, the title suited him perfectly. Woon Wai admitted that he had never imagined receiving such an extravagant title. Young Young then angrily demanded to know what he was doing there. Woon Wai became confused, wondering what he had done wrong because he had only intended to help. Gehi approached him and explained that the heart of a woman was always difficult to understand, especially when it involved one's own younger sister. She believed Young Young was upset because she had only learned news about her brother through rumors. Although Young Young quietly denied it, Woon Wai finally recognized Gehi. She teasingly remarked that the mighty Little Sword Immortal was completely helpless whenever it came to his own family. Woon Wai never expected to meet the White Peach Blossom herself, the treasured daughter of the Namgung family, and one of the 3 peaks who had captivated the hearts of countless men. Gehi and Yunjin respectfully clasped their hands and introduced themselves. Woon Wai reflected that he had believed history would change after the Rising Star tournament had unfolded differently because of the Blood Demon Sword incident. Yet somehow, Phoenix Hall had still been established exactly as before. Realizing that everything remained unchanged, he naturally concluded that Young Young would become the Vice Hall Master of Phoenix Hall. Young Young became completely stunned and wondered how he already knew that. Woon Wai immediately realized his mistake because the Murim Alliance had not yet officially announced Phoenix Hall's personnel. He became tense, but quickly reminded himself that making excuses required complete shamelessness. Without hesitation, he confidently explained that with her talent and abilities, she was more than qualified for the position and warmly congratulated her. Young Young thanked him. Her friends then pointed out that she had not seen her brother for a very long time and suggested that they all have dinner together to catch up. Young Young attempted to explain that they were busy, but Gehi immediately interrupted and asked when she had ever claimed that they were busy. She explained that they had heard the Honghu Ship restaurant was excellent and suggested that Young Young invite her brother to meet them there. Woon Wai felt relieved, believing it was wonderful that they all shared such a close friendship. Sima Young, who was also present, immediately became annoyed after hearing the mention of the Honghu Ship restaurant and remarked that it sounded wonderful. Woon Wai nearly suffered a heart attack after hearing those words. Young Young noticed her presence and respectfully greeted the young hero Ma. Gahi curiously wondered whether Young Young also had a junior brother. Sima Young then cheerfully encouraged Woon Wai to spend time catching up with his younger sister, although she was clearly unhappy. Woon Wai became nervous and wondered why she would not come along as well. Smiling despite her obvious annoyance, Sima Young inwardly remarked that she would leave him to accompany his younger sister, who just happened to be So's fiancée and wanted to admire the sights of Honghu. She calmly reminded Woon Wai to make sure he showed her around. Everyone present was utterly shocked after hearing the mention of his fiancée. Young Young instantly became furious and demanded to know what she meant, and when her brother had become engaged. Woon Wai immediately grew tense and hurriedly tried to calm his younger sister, explaining that he would tell her everything. Inwardly, he muttered that he felt like a criminal and wondered how and where he was supposed to begin explaining the entire situation. Everyone around them heard the news and began gossiping about who could possibly be the fiancé of the Sword Immortal. The rumors quickly spread among the people, and many became curious about the identity of the woman who had captured his heart. Ian Yunjin and Gahi were also disappointed after they introduced themselves to him. They mentioned that even Young did not know about this matter. Both of them wondered why all the great men they admired were already taken. Afterward, Ian and Gahi continued moving forward. Gahi told Ian that Young Young would probably need some time, so they should go ahead first and secure their lodging before anything else. Ian then asked Gahi if she was curious about who the fiancé was and what kind of person she might be. She also wondered what kind of woman could possibly become the fiancé of the Little Sword Immortal. Meanwhile, Young Young had taken Woon Wai to an alley behind the inn. There, she confronted him and asked if he was secretly meeting with a princess from the imperial family. Woon Wai thought about it and knew that there was no way he had the ability or status to meet a princess. Young Young then asked that if it was not a princess, how could he possibly hide the fact that he had a fiancée from his one and only sister? Even if she gave him the benefit of the doubt hundreds of times, she still could not understand how his fiancée could be young Master Mayang's little sister. Woon Wai thought that Sama Young had already dropped a huge bomb on him before. He then explained that there was actually no such person. The truth was that his fiancée was Mayang. Upon hearing this, Young Young was shocked and misunderstood the situation. She thought that the reason Woon Wai had hidden it from her was because he liked men. Woon Wai quickly explained that it was not like that. Young Young began crying and demanded to know the real truth. Woon Wai then revealed that Mayang was not a boy, but actually a woman. Because of her identity, Mayang dressed as a man and covered her face with a skin mask. Her real name was Sama Young, and she was the daughter of Sama Chuk, the evil moonsword. Young Young was stunned after learning that she was the daughter of the evil moonsword. Woon Wai realized that she had become too quiet. He immediately used his chi to surround the area and make it soundproof, just in case she screamed after hearing the truth. A moment later, Young Young screamed about the evil moonsword and could not believe what she was hearing. She questioned what kind of madness Woon Wai was talking about and wondered if he had completely lost his mind. She could not understand why he would become involved with such a woman. Woon Wai was one of the 8 great masters, so she wondered what kind of pain or reason could have made him exaggerate such a situation. Sodom told Woon, with thought, that even the great Little Sword Immortal was completely helpless when facing his little sister. Woon Wai was beaten by Young Young. While enduring it, he thought that he truly had terrible luck. Sodom told him that this was only the beginning and asked what he planned to do about everyone else. This matter was going to create a massive uproar throughout Miram. Woon Wai explained that he understood what she was saying, but he could not simply hide everything from his own flesh and blood. He did not want to keep such an important matter hidden from his sister forever. Young Young told him that if he could break off the engagement, then he should do it. If both sides agreed and decided to end it, then there was no reason to continue. She warned him that if he became the son-in-law of an evil person, he would eventually be treated the same way. She asked whether he truly wanted to live like that. Woon Wai told her that he appreciated her concern, but he had already received the blessing of his future father-in-law. Hearing this, Young Young became even more dissatisfied. At that moment, Woon Wai felt as if he was suffocating under the pressure. He told her that even if they assumed there was no affection between him and the clan, what else was he supposed to do? Young Young told him to imagine the rumors spreading throughout Miram that the Little Sword Immortal had become the son-in-law of the evil moonsword. If anyone who held a grudge against the evil moonsword or against him targeted her, how would she possibly defend herself? She also worried that if people attacked her because of him, her sect, Mount Hung's sect, could suffer damage as well. She asked how she could ignore such a possibility. She admitted that Woon Wai was strong enough to be called one of the 8 great masters, but she was not. Even if she were the woman he chose, she would still be the one who had to suffer the consequences alongside him. Woon Wai finally realized that his sister was not simply angry. She was genuinely worried about what would happen to him in his future. He told her that he understood how she felt. The reason he had not revealed everything until now was because he had been worried about the exact same things. Young Young was surprised after hearing his words. Woon Wai explained that now he possessed enough power to handle those problems, which was why he was finally telling her the truth. He then told her to follow him, because this was not the right place to continue their conversation. They both moved to an abandoned location away from everyone else. Young asked what kind of secret Woonwhai had to reveal that required them to come all the way out here. Woonwhai told her that he would tell her the truth, but before that, he wanted her to listen calmly and not become too shocked. Young wondered who he thought she was and believed there was nothing he could say that would surprise her anymore. Woon Withen revealed that even if he became the son-in-law of the evil Moon Sword, neither he nor she would be viewed favorably by the Orthodox faction because they carried the bloodline of the Blood Demon. He explained that his mother came from the Flying Shadow sect, which had been expelled from the unrivaled faction. The reason the Flying Shadow sect was expelled was because they were direct descendants of the Blood Demon. When the Flying Shadow sect was expelled, his mother barely managed to escape, hide her identity, and later marry the young leader of the So clan. Young immediately told him to stop speaking nonsense. She argued that if they were truly direct descendants of the Blood Demon, their hair should have been red. Both she and Woonwhai had the same light brown hair as their mother. Suddenly, Woonwhai changed his appearance and revealed his red hair to her. Young was completely shocked after seeing it. Woonwhai explained that when he was young, he was kidnapped by the blood cult after being kicked out of his home. The entire story was too long, so he would only explain the important parts. He revealed that he was the current Blood Demon. Upon hearing this, Young was so shocked that she fell to the ground. She then asked about the rumor that the Little Sword Immortal had defeated the Demon Blood. Woonwhai showed her his ability and explained that this was how he had accomplished it. This was a secret technique of the unrivaled factions, 8 Winds and Shadows. To avoid suspicion, he had made it appear as if he had fought against and defeated the Blood Demon he had created. He also explained that the reason he could learn the martial arts of the 8 Winds and Shadows was because Engbeek, the ruthless divine wind, was his biological father. Young hit the walls in disbelief and thought that everything happening was only a dream. She realized that her father-in-law was the evil Moon Sword, her biological father was the ruthless divine wind, one of the 8 great masters, and her brother was the Blood Demon, one of the 5 evils, while also being the Little Sword Immortal, one of the 8 great masters. Sodom commented that Young was hurting herself by repeatedly hitting her head and wondered if they should stop her. Woonwhai believed that she would eventually accept everything. He called her and asked if she wanted to touch the Blood Demon's sword. Young looked at it for a moment and said that everything was completely unbelievable. Then she collapsed to the ground. Woonwhai checked her pulse and realized that in his entire life, he had never seen anything like this before. She had been so shocked that she suffered internal injuries. Sodom then remarked that if Woonwhai had also told her that he had inherited the true legacy of the Sword Immortal, she might have actually died. Woonwhai thought that he could tell her the rest of the story later. There was no need to reveal everything at once after she had already received such a huge shock. That evening, Man was preparing herself carefully. She was certain that those sky foxes who dare to covet another person's man without knowing their place would be taught a proper lesson. While getting ready, she wondered when Woonwhai would return. Soon after, the door suddenly opened loudly, and Woonwhai finally arrived. Mayang asked him if he and the young miss had a good conversation. Woonwhai replied that they did have a good talk. Mayang then asked where the young miss was. Woonwhai explained that she had suddenly felt unwell while returning, so he left her with her companion. He also said that because of this, he believed they would have to postpone their visit to the ship restaurant until another time. Mayang was shocked and could not believe what happened. After putting in so much effort to prepare herself, she had dressed up beautifully, but now the plan had to be canceled. Although she felt it was a shame, she accepted that there was nothing that could be done. Woonwhai asked if this was not actually a good thing. He explained that the two of them had been extremely busy recently and had barely found any time to spend together alone. He had heard that a night market was opening right in front of them, so he thought it would be nice for them to walk around there together. He also told her that since she had dressed so beautifully, it would be a waste not to go out. After hearing this, Sama Young blushed and was delighted and remarked that Woonwhai was truly the best. The two of them then went out together and wandered around the night market. That night, they spent their time walking through the streets together. Young was trapped inside a dream where she saw her brother explaining something to him about the Blood Demon. The scene felt strange and unclear, and soon after, she suddenly woke up. He noticed that Young had finally regained consciousness. Young looked around in confusion and wondered why she was here and where this place was. He told her that she should only ask one question at a time. She explained that this was a new house they had found nearby and that the person who brought her here was her brother. She then asked Young if something had happened to her brother. Young answered that nothing had happened. He found it difficult to believe her words. If nothing had happened, then why was her brother carrying Young on his back while she was unconscious? She admitted that she had been extremely shocked after seeing that scene. She wanted to know if there was some kind of bad news. Young then explained that if everything a person had believed until now turned out to be a lie, and an unbelievable truth suddenly became reality, it would not be easy for anyone to accept. She felt deeply apologetic toward her master. Her goal had always been to become a splendid heroine like her master. He stopped her from thinking that way. She told Young that for someone as strong and pure as her, Achieving such a goal was definitely possible. However, Young felt that she no longer deserved to remain within the Orthodox faction. Gehi said that she did not know exactly what had happened, but it seemed that Young had run directly into the boundary and conflict between the Orthodox and unorthodox factions. Young became confused after hearing this. Gehi then mentioned whether Young had ever heard the name of the Claw Bloodsword. Young replied that she knew of that name. Gehi explained that the Claw Bloodsword was the traitor who had slaughtered dozens of Orthodox martial artists before defecting to the unorthodox faction. Young wondered how Gehi knew so much about him. Gehi revealed that his real name was Namgung Yin, and he was her uncle. The Claw Blood Sword Namgung and was a defector from the Namgung family, one of the most prestigious Orthodox clans. Before his defection, her uncle had been the very image of an Orthodox martial artist. His character had been outstanding, and many people followed and respected him. Children especially loved and admired him. Several years earlier, Gehi had met her uncle. He greeted her with a warm smile and told her that she had grown much since the last time he had seen her. Gehi asked him if he had finished his work with the Alliance, and whether he had some free time. Her uncle happily agreed and suggested that they go eat some sweets together. Gehi reminded him that she was no longer a child. Her uncle then asked whether she was still upset about that time. It had not been long ago that she had proudly shown him her missing tooth after eating sweets. Gehi became embarrassed and told him not to bring that up again. She explained that it was not the reason she wanted to meet him. Since he was here, she had hoped that he could look at her swordsmanship. Her uncle asked if she was truly serious about training in martial arts because he had thought it was only a passing phase. Gehi confidently told him that her dream was to become a splendid Orthodox martial artist worthy of the Namgung name. Her uncle said that he understood very well what she considered Orthodox martial arts to be. Suddenly, someone approached her uncle and asked him to come to the gate for a moment. There were people waiting for him, and they said they were warriors from the Alliance. Gehi wondered why the Alliance was searching for her uncle. Her uncle laughed and thought that if the Alliance was looking for him, there was nothing he could do about it. However, because of this, he might not have time to review her swordsmanship that day. Gehi told him not to worry about her, because the Alliance matters were more important. However, deep inside, she felt incredibly anxious and could not understand why. She asked him that when he returned, he should look at her swordsmanship. She also wanted them to eat sweets together. Her uncle accepted her request. Gehi later realized that a bad premonition was never wrong. After that day, the promise her uncle had made became meaningless because he disappeared without leaving a trace. It took several months before they finally heard news about him. Gehi asked her father what her uncle had done. Her father told her that her uncle had massacred dozens of Orthodox martial artists and escaped. Her father then asked if she truly believed that. Gehi said that everyone knew her uncle would never do such a thing. Her father admitted that it was difficult to believe as well. That was why he intended to find his brother before the Alliance did and discover the truth for himself. After tracking her uncle's traces for several weeks, they discovered that he was living in seclusion in a remote village. By that time, Gehi's thoughts had changed considerably. She had started believing that her uncle was truly a traitor. If he were innocent, then he would not have hidden himself away. He would have used the influence and reputation of a Namgung family to prove his innocence and clear his name. The fact that he had hidden in such a remote place made her believe even more that he was the traitor who had massacred those Orthodox martial artists. However, what she saw was not a traitor. The uncle from her memories was standing right there. He was smiling while allowing children to ride on his back. After seeing that sight and hearing his laughter, Gehi realized that it did not matter whether he was a traitor or a member of the unorthodox faction. He was still her family and her precious uncle. Her uncle was still the same person he had always been. Her uncle asked her father how he had found his way there. However, her father asked whether he had been framed. Her uncle then asked if Gehi had come with him. When her father returned, Gehi asked where her uncle was. Her father told her that there was no such person anymore. Gehi asked what he meant and whether her uncle had not been framed. Her father answered that he had indeed been framed. He then handed her something that her uncle had insisted on giving her. It was the sweet that her uncle had promised her. Gehi only learned the complete truth from her father after she grew older. Even though her uncle felt regret about his decision, he never regretted what he had done. Gehi told Young that it was strange how, no matter how much time passed, people should not become too restricted by the ideas of orthodox and unorthodox. She believed that people could not be categorized simply by those two standards. What truly mattered was living a life where a person had no regrets or shame. Young began thinking about whether she had also become too focused on things that were meaningless. No matter who her ancestors were, no matter what kind of past her mother had, and no matter what her brother was, she was still herself. Her brother was still her one and only brother. She decided that she should go to her brother and speak with him directly. Gehi appreciated her decision and told her that nothing terrible could happen if it was delayed by just one more day. Young thanked Gehi. At that moment, she realized that she was also hungry, and her stomach made a sound. Gehi told her that it was natural because she had been hungry since the day before. She asked Young to wait while she went to ask the chief for a bowl of porridge. Gehi went downstairs while thinking that it was strange how late the night had become. Usually, there was always someone drinking, and the kitchen lights were always on. She thought that perhaps it was simply a quiet night. However, someone was still there. Before she could realize what was happening, that person suddenly attacked her and captured her. Young heard a strange sound coming from somewhere. Immediately went downstairs to check what had happened. While moving down, she prayed that it was nothing serious and hoped that nothing bad had occurred. However, when she arrived, she saw Gahi being strangled by the enemy. Without hesitation, Young rushed forward to save her. She cursed the person who was attacking them and desperately tried to stop him. Young somehow managed to save Gahi for the time being and gave her some time to recover. However, Gahi told Young that there was no time to waste on this situation. As the hall master, she ordered Young to leave her behind, escape from this place, and report everything to the Murim Alliance. She explained that the culprit behind the kidnapping incidents in the eastern part of Sichuan had finally been discovered, and the person responsible was hiding here in Honghu County. That person was Ikmayan, the one they had been searching for over the past month. A few months earlier, young women had started disappearing throughout the eastern part of Sichuan province. However, the incident only began receiving serious attention after the daughter of the Pyeongchang Muyang sect leader went missing. The Eastern Sichuan Murim Association requested assistance from the Murim Alliance, and in response, the alliance dispatched the newly established Phoenix Hall. Their plan was to use themselves as bait to draw out the culprit behind the disappearances. However, after Phoenix Hall was dispatched, the disappearances suddenly stopped. Even after a month of investigation, they were unable to discover any clues or achieve any results. On the very day they decided to withdraw from the investigation, they finally discovered Ikmayan, the culprit behind the disappearances. Gahi told Young that she should only think about escaping and not worry about anything else. She told Young to run away immediately. Young could not understand why Gahi was saying such things. Gahi knew that Young was a martial artist with excellent skills, but she also knew that those skills were not enough to face Ikmayan alone. Young told Gahi to stop talking like that. She reminded her that if their positions were reversed, Gahi would never abandon her and run away alone. Young knew that the big sister she respected was someone who would never do such a thing. Young decided that they would leave this place together. She would return to the Murim Alliance together with Gahi, and they would take that crazy man's head with them. However, Ikmayan told them that no one had said they would allow them to leave. Since they had interfered with their business, they would have to pay the price for it. At that moment, Young realized that they were not alone. There were many others surrounding them. Ikmayan had never been working alone from the beginning. He had organized an entire kidnapping scheme with many people involved. The men accompanying Ikmayan stated that, just as he had said, the girls were the highest-ranking commodity and an advanced-rank commodity. Young became worried as she looked at the large number of enemies surrounding them. She wondered how she was supposed to break through all of them. When she asked who exactly they all were, they told her that there was no need for her to know. They told her that it would be better if they simply surrendered and allowed themselves to be captured quietly. They did not want to damage their merchandise. Young understood that she was currently in no condition to win against them. However, she thought about her brother. She believed that Wen Wai must have gone through countless situations like this before. If he could overcome such moments, then she could also do the same. Young charged toward Ikmayan with determination. However, she quickly realized that his body was incredibly hard and that her sword could not cut through him. His body was as strong as a rock. Before she could do anything else, Ikmayan struck her with a powerful punch and sent her flying backward into the wall. At the same time, the others captured Gahi. They commented that she possessed quite a strong spirit. Gahi told them to stop talking and demanded that they leave her sister alone. However, the enemies gave her a final warning. They told her that if she did not want to see any more bloodshed, she should follow them quietly. Gahi refused to accept their words. She told them to stop their nonsense and made it clear that she would rather die than be dragged away by them without putting up a fight. The enemies thought that it was a waste of time. However, since they already had the highest rank commodity, they believed it would be acceptable to lose an advanced rank commodity. They decided to give Gahi what she wanted and ordered the others to dispose of her. They considered her a crazy girl who did not value her own life. Suddenly, a dagger flew through the air. Young immediately realized who it belonged to. It was her brother's weapon. She understood that everything was over for them. Young called out for her brother, and in the next moment, Wen Wai appeared from the roof. He descended instantly, and the force of his landing created a massive impact. A huge sound echoed as everyone around him was pushed backward by the overwhelming pressure. Wen Wai looked at the people who had harmed his sister and showed his anger toward them. The enemies quickly realized that they were no match for his sword chi. Their strength was completely insignificant compared to him. They became terrified as they were slaughtered one after another. While being defeated, they finally realized his true identity. He was the young immortal sword. In a short moment, every enemy was killed. After finishing them all, Wen Wai approached Young and checked whether she was all right. Young told him that she was fine and thanked him for saving her. Although she felt ashamed to ask, Young told Wen Wai that she had one favor to request from him. She asked him to find her sister Gahi because she had been kidnapped. After hearing this, Wen Wai looked toward Ikmayan, who was still standing there. So's sword mocked Ikmayan, questioning how he could even eat when his entire body was stitched together and telling him that it did not matter how he looked. Young warned Woon why to be careful when fighting him because Ikmayan's body was extremely hard, almost like a rock, and her sword had been unable to cut through it. However, Woon Wai said that he would check it himself first. When Woon Wai used his sword, he instantly cut Ikmayan open. Young was left surprised. The thing she had been unable to cut, even after trying her best, was sliced apart by her brother so easily, as if he was cutting through tofu. Once again, Young realized the enormous difference in strength between herself and Woon Wai. The gap between their abilities was far greater than she had imagined. The enemy looked at Young and called her a wench, saying that she was blood-related to the Little Sword Immortal. However, he stated that it did not matter. Even if he was truly the Little Sword Immortal, an insensate demon was not an existence that could be taken down so easily. Young was shocked after hearing that he was an insensate demon. Woon Wai looked at his devil-like face and said that he was certain this was the human-face demon. Sodom asked Woon Wai if he recognized that name. Woon thought about it and realized that it was one of the incidents the Murim Alliance had been closely watching before his regression. It was the human-face demon incident. The human-face demon had kidnapped countless young women and eventually even began targeting women from Murim. The situation continued to grow worse until it reached the point where Baek Hyang-mook, the leader of the Murim Alliance, had to personally step in. Woon Wai remembered that when the human-face demon incident first became known, the Phoenix Hall had been dispatched to handle matter. However, they returned without achieving much success. Back then, Young had most likely returned directly to the Murim Alliance without meeting him, which was why nothing had happened to her. The reason Young ended up getting caught up in an incident that she originally should never have been involved in was definitely because of his influence. This was an incident that Young must not become involved in. Woon Wai realized that he had no choice but to resolve it himself. Woon Within punched the human-face demon. He felt that not only should his bones have been broken, but even his internal organs should have been crushed. Yet, his movements had not weakened at all. Woon Wai wondered if the man was truly unable to feel pain. Woon Within moved behind him and struck his head with his hand, severing it from his body. Woon Wai stated that no matter how resistant someone was to pain, separating the head from the body would still result in death. After that, Woon Wai noticed another man trying to escape for his life. He immediately sent his sword flying toward him and killed him. Woon Within approached the remaining man and punched him with such force that the man was thrown down. Woon Wai made it clear that he would have to pay the price for daring to mess with his sister. The man was left lying on the ground. Young watched her brother and thought that he seemed completely accustomed to this incredible fighting style. She wondered what kind of life he had been living to become like this. Woon Wai told the man to get up, explaining that he had only beaten him enough to keep him alive. The man asked why he had kept him alive if he was not going to kill him. At that moment, Young came forward and placed her sword against the man. She demanded to know where they had taken her sister Gahi and Ian. The man realized that this was because of the whereabouts of those wenches. He told the Little Sword Immortal that if he were spared, he would release those women. He warned that if they continued treating him this way, they would never see those women again for the rest of their lives. He told them to think rationally. If they killed him, the lives of those two women would also be forfeited. Young cursed him and pulled the sword out. The man complained that she could have pulled it out a little more gently. Young told Woon Wai that she believed they might have no choice but to accept his terms. While they continued doing this, Ian, Gahi, and the others might lose their lives. Woon Wai looked at Young and told her that she should trust her brother. Young wondered if he already had some kind of plan. The man continued to pressure them, saying that if they did not hurry, they might not be able to see those women alive again. He demanded that they first release his pressure points. He laughed and said that he never thought the day would come when he would be giving orders to the famous Little Sword Immortal. Woon Within used his sword and cut him. The man was shocked and asked what he was doing. He wondered if Woon Wai was saying that he was fine with those women dying. Instead of answering, Woon Wai began slapping and torturing him. Young became terrified after seeing the blood. The man shouted for Woon Wai to stop. Woon Wai then asked if he wanted to hear him say that he would spare his life and reveal the location of the women. However, the man was completely mistaken. Woon Wai had no intention of negotiating with a piece of vermin who had dared to harm his little sister. The man asked if Woon Wai was truly going to abandon the women in the end. He claimed that it was entirely So's own choice. At that moment, Song Jwabek arrived and informed them that he had found the women. Woon Wai said that he had arrived at the perfect time. Song Jwabek greeted Young, saying that it had been a long time since they had met. Young looked at Ian and asked if she was alive. Song Jwabek confirmed that Ian was there as well. The man was shocked and wondered if Woon Wai truly had allies. He admitted that Woon Wai was lucky, but insisted that he would never be able to find the other woman. Suddenly, another man entered. He looked like one of the enemies and brought the other girl with him. The enemy was shocked and wondered why his own men had done that. He questioned why they had brought her back. The man asked if he was seriously saying that he still did not understand. The man then laughed and told him to look carefully. He asked if he still looked like his ally. The man was being controlled by the blue sword. Sodom revealed that he had now become her loyal slave. The enemy could not believe what he was hearing and thought it was complete nonsense. He wondered if the man had lost his mind. He also told him to stop making that irritating nasal sound. The control man explained that he was only excited because it had been a long time. He said that he was simply doing what he had been ordered to do. Sodam then made sure that her slave completed his task, and she controlled him to cut his own throat. The enemy finally realized that there had never been any room for negotiation from the beginning. He called Woon Wai a monster. Woon Wai questioned who he was calling monster. Now that he had understood the situation, he demanded an honest answer. He wanted to know who the person hiding behind the name Human-Faced Demon truly was. Everyone was safe now, and Young finally felt relieved. After checking the situation, she realized that there did not seem to be any serious injuries that would affect them as martial artists. She thought about what the enemy had said earlier. He had mentioned that they were hiding behind the name of the Human-Faced Demon, which meant that he already knew they were not actually the Human-Faced Demon. This should have been the first time he had heard of that title. However, Young could not shake off the strange feeling that he seemed to already know about it. She wondered if it was only her imagination, or if there was truly something unusual about the way he reacted. Woon Wai once again questioned the captured enemy and asked who was truly behind everything. The man explained that he had only revived Moma and followed the orders given to him. Hearing that, Woon Wai demanded that he reveal exactly who had provided him with the money and instructions. However, the man claimed that he did not know the details. They had not received the request directly from that person, so he had no information about the one who was actually controlling everything. Woon Wai wondered about what kind of person could be behind this. At that moment, Woon Wai suddenly sensed someone approaching and realized that they had a guest. Soon after, the door opened, and a person entered while ordering his men to remain on guard outside. The person who appeared was Yang Zhang, the sect master of Heijong Gate. When Young saw him, she recognized him immediately. Yang Zhang also saw Young and felt relieved, saying that it was fortunate that she was safe. Woon Wai then asked Young who this person was. Young explained that he was Yang Zhang, the sect master of Heijong Gate, and that he also served as an outer hall master of the Murim Alliance Sichuan branch. She had met him when the Phoenix Hall had been dispatched, after receiving a request from their side. Yang Zhang looked around the area and noticed the aftermath of the battle. He commented that it seemed they had gone through a massive fight, and asked if this had been the work of the Phoenix Hall Vice Hall Master, Young. However, Young explained that this was not her doing. This had been the work of her brother. Hearing that, Yang Zhang asked if her brother was the young sword immortal. Woon Wai greeted Yang Zhang and introduced himself, saying that it was an honor to meet the sect master of Heijong Gate. Yang Zhang responded that he did not feel there was anything especially extraordinary about the meeting. While coming here, he had heard so many rumors about Woon Wai that his ears were practically ringing from them. He also mentioned that because an absolute master like Woon Wai was present, the members of the Phoenix Hall had been able to avoid suffering a much greater disaster. Woon Wai thought that the praise was quite flattering. Yang Zhang then looked at Young and remarked that she must feel extremely proud of having such a brother. Afterward, Young asked why Yang Zhang had come here. Yang Zhang explained that some of the women they had used as bait to lure out the attackers had been assaulted. He had hurried over to inform them and provide assistance, but after following the traces, he realized that they had already been attacked. Young thought about it and realized that the Phoenix Hall was the only group that had been attacked. Yang Zhang then looked at the captured person and asked whether that person was the leader of the attackers and if he was still alive. Woon Wai confirmed that the man was still alive. He also revealed that the human-faced demon was behind him. After hearing this, Yang Zhang asked Young if he could request a favor from her. He asked whether they could take custody of the prisoner. Young hesitated and explained that they still had not obtained any useful information from him. Yang Zhang said that he understood how she felt. However, the women who had been sent to capture him were currently being attacked, and if they delayed any longer, there could be more casualties. He also explained that he was not trying to take away her achievement or claim credit for catching the enemy. Young admitted that this was not what she thought. She knew he was right, but because her own members were under attack, she could not simply ignore it and step away. Woon Wai then agreed that they should hand the prisoner over. If it were truly an urgent matter, then naturally, they should allow him to take custody. Yang Zhang praised this decision, saying that such understanding showed the generosity expected from a young sword immortal. He sincerely thanked Woon Wai for his cooperation and promised that he would make sure to capture the culprit behind everything. Woon Wai replied that he hoped they would succeed in catching them. After Yang Zhang left with the prisoner, Young looked at Woon Wai and wondered why he had allowed him to take the man away. She thought that no matter how urgent the situation was, Woon Wai could have still questioned the prisoner first before leaving. By saying that he would interrogate him while moving, Yang Zhang would naturally have an advantage over them. However, Woon Wai explained that Young needed to think about the situation calmly. It was good that she wanted to act quickly and with determination, but she had to consider everything rationally. The Phoenix Hall Master and one of their members were lying unconscious. Was she really planning to leave them behind and chase after those enemies immediately? Besides, the Phoenix Hall was currently acting under the order of the Alliance. Ignoring the decision of the branch and moving independently was a dangerous choice. As the Vice Hall Master, She had to consider the consequences of her actions and judge the situation with a clear mind. Hearing his words, Young realized that everyone was right. She felt ashamed that she had allowed her emotions to control her actions despite holding the position of Vice Hall Master. She admitted that she understood. Wunwei thought that Young probably wanted to uncover the person behind this incident with her own hands. However, the incident involving the human-faced demon had already been a massive event even before his regression. Because of that, he could not allow her to become deeply involved in it. Young then mentioned that something felt strange. It had not been long since they had moved their lodging, only about half a day at most. They also had not informed the branch about their location yet. So, she wondered how Sect Master Yang Zhang had managed to find them so quickly. Wei considered the possibility that the other two Phoenix Hall members might have informed him. Young agreed that it was possible. She explained that she only had a small suspicion and was not certain about anything. Wei told her that they should simply wait and confirm it themselves. He had not actually let the prisoner go. Meanwhile, while traveling with Yang Zhang, the prisoner noticed that something was wrong. Yang Zhang suddenly attacked and killed all of the men who were accompanying him. The enemy looked at Yang Zhang and realized what had happened. He asked whether Yang Zhang had killed them all. Yang Zhang replied that he had, unlike him, who had failed to complete his task properly. The enemy questioned what he was supposed to do when facing a monster on the level of one of the 8 great masters. He said that no one could have expected that the girl's brother would be the young sword immortal. Yang Zhang admitted that it had been an unexpected variable. He commented that even the insensate demon had been defeated. With all the stories about sword flight and the other unbelievable things surrounding the young sword immortal, he had thought they were nothing more than exaggerated rumors. The enemy immediately rejected that idea. He explained that those were not exaggerated rumors at all. The young sword immortal was truly a complete, immortal-like existence. Even so, he had managed to survive because of his quick thinking. At that moment, he had even been debating whether he should take his own life. The enemy insisted that he had not betrayed anyone. However, Yang Zhang said that he was exactly the kind of person who would do such a thing. Yang Zhang thought about the women from the Phoenix Hall. He believed that it was probably better to leave them alone. Although they were definitely valuable targets, the wine they had prepared had been poisoned. He thought it would be better to avoid getting involved with the young sword immortal as much as possible. The enemy then mentioned that someone would definitely become furious, but there was something else disturbing him. He sensed another young sword immortal. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. A sword suddenly pierced his back. Yang Zhang was shocked and wondered what had just happened. He complained that this person was an extremely troublesome individual and told him to stay still. At that moment, the enemy's body began to move under someone else's control. The enemy suddenly attacked Yang Zhang. Yang Zhang wondered if he had gone insane. However, Sodam Girl had already taken control of him. She laughed at Yang Zhang and asked whether he was the human-faced demon. She continued questioning whether this person was truly the human-faced demon. Wei had already felt suspicious that Yang Zhang was connected to the enemy, which was why he had secretly sent her. Now, they had confirmed that there was an organization where the leader was called Mother. It was a rumor he had heard before his regression, and now he finally understood that this was the person behind everything. Yang was left completely confused when she saw her brother's actions. She silently wondered exactly how he was planning to confirm everything. She also realized that one sword was missing from the wooden sword case and could not remember when he had sent it away. More importantly, even if he had already sent the sword out, she wondered if there was any way to confirm anything. Wei then calmly explained that it was a long story, but through his sword, he was able to see everything that the sword itself witnessed. Hearing that, Yang was taken aback as she asked what he meant. She then recalled the strange behavior of the masked man from earlier and wondered if it was connected. Wei confirmed that it was not the man himself, but the evil Link's sword's own special ability. Anyone who held the sword would immediately be consumed by its demonic aura, and their own would gradually be taken over. Just like the Blood Demon sword, the evil Link sword was also one of the demonic swords. Wei then casually asked Yang if she wanted to try holding it herself. The thought alone frightened her, and she immediately refused. Yang then said that she understood everything now. She asked Wei to inform her once he had completely confirmed the matter. In the meantime, she would first move Gahe and Ian Mei to a much safer location. Meanwhile, Sodam appears and asks Wei if there has been any news from Sarian. Wei activated Jade Balance and replied that there had indeed been news and revealed that sect leader Yang Zhang was secretly working together with them. Sodam then asked whether they should also find out who those people truly were. Wei closes his eyes and silently focuses his thoughts. Now that his own will have become one with the sword, everything the sword witnessed was exactly the same as if he himself had seen it. At that moment, Yang Zhang immediately recognized that the technique being used was an evil art. The man standing before him calmly answered that he had no idea what he was talking about. Yang Zhang responded by telling the practitioner of the evil art to stop pretending to be ignorant, because those people truly knew nothing about respecting boundaries. The evil Link sword silently remarked that they had not yet seen the bewitched technique she could use. Wu Wai calmly instructed her to remain quiet for the moment. Yang Zhong then declared that they could not possibly believe he would fail to recognize who they really were. He reminded them that both sides had once agreed not to interfere with each other. The evil link sword then remarked that Yang Zhong seemed to know something important and asked if she should force the information out of him. Wu Wai allowed her to do so, but instructed her not to provoke him too much. The man then casually asked Yang Zhong whether he had a particularly stubborn side to him. Yang Zhong then questioned if the man believed that Mother would quietly remain still if he continued causing trouble like this. The sword replied that it would become troublesome if he mentioned something they had already marked. Yang Zhong immediately wondered what exactly he meant by something they had marked. Yang Zhong then considered the possibility that he was surely not referring to the women of Phoenix Hall. However, he quickly rejected that thought and instead concluded that he must actually be referring to the little sword immortal. As soon as he mentioned him, Wu Wai quietly instructed the evil link sword not to respond because Yang Zhong would naturally reveal even more information on his own. Yang Zhong stated that it appeared he had guessed correctly. He explained that the only reason those people ever moved was to eliminate anyone who stood in the way of the board they had carefully arranged. However, he mocked them because they had even mobilized the ghost-slaying fist demon and still failed to kill the little sword immortal. The person they called the Lord must have been greatly displeased with that failure. Hearing those words, Wu Wai was genuinely shocked. For the very first time, he had finally made contact, not with the Golden Eyes organization itself, but with people who actually knew about them. Furthermore, it appeared that some kind of agreement already existed between both forces. He immediately realized that he absolutely had to use this valuable information to his advantage. With that in mind, he instructed Sarian to continue handling everything carefully according to his instructions from that point onward. Sarian asked whether he was truly certain about leaving everything to her, and asked what he would do. Wu Wai smiled faintly and replied that he had something else he needed to prepare. Sarian then remarked that Yang Zhong spoke about the Lord far too carelessly, making it seem as though he cared very little about either his own life or the Lord's authority. Yang Zhong merely laughed and calmly answered that the fact that Mother disliked anyone laying their hands upon her children was something even the Lord they serve should already know very well. Without wasting another moment, Sarian suddenly tightened her grip around Yang Zhong's neck and began choking him. Yang Zhong struggled and began sweating under the pressure as he nervously asked whether the man truly intended to cross the line. The man, completely consumed by Sarian's aura, answered that it had been their side and their mother who had interfered in their affairs first. Although his life was already hanging by a thread, he admitted that he still disliked his attitude very much. He then considered whether he should simply kill him after all. Yang Zhong angrily cursed at the man. Sarian remarked that she was only choking him to the very limit where he would not die, just as she was told. However, she wondered whether that alone would truly be enough, and asked if he wasn't doing all this to get information from him. Wu Wai then revealed that his actual objective lay somewhere else entirely. He carefully analyzed the situation and realized that even though both sides had previously agreed not to interfere with each other, they clearly remained on poor terms. There was, therefore, a far better way to use that relationship. All they needed to do was make both forces fight against one another. If that person known as Mother truly possessed the same personality he believed she did, she would never quietly endure such humiliation. She would absolutely seek revenge. If those two powerful forces entered into a full-scale war, the kidnapping of innocent women would naturally stop. At the very same time, the Golden Eyes organization would also struggle to continue its operations. Sarian cheerfully admired Wu Wai's thinking and remarked that he truly knew how to use his head. Wu Wai answered that he had already been wondering what he should do now that they had openly begun targeting him. Since such a valuable opportunity had appeared before him, he had no intention of letting it pass. He instructed Sarian to continue stalling for just a little longer because Yang Zhong absolutely needed to remain alive. Yang Zhong then cursed them and declared that they still had not recovered every one of the demonic swords, which could only mean that they had not yet overcome them. Those unexpected words instantly stunned both Wu Wai and Sarian. Wu Wai could not understand what Yang Zhong was referring to. He immediately instructed the evil link sword to remove her hand from Yang Zhong's neck. As the man removed his hand, Yang Zhong coughed heavily, and the man asked what he had just said. Yang Zhong continued by asking whether they truly believed Mother did not already know the real reason they were searching for those ominous demonic swords. He then dismissed his words as another possibility that suddenly entered his mind. Perhaps the person they called the Lord already knew as well. That could very well be the reason they had never been able to act freely against Mother. Wu Wai immediately realized that this was extremely valuable information. He carefully organized everything in his thoughts. The reason they were searching for the demonic swords was because they needed to overcome something. The golden physique procedure and the incredible explosive regenerative ability apparently possessed a weakness. Although those people could not truly die unless their necks were severed, there still remained something they had yet to overcome. Wu Wai continued wondering what possible connection those hidden weaknesses could have with the demonic swords. The man then asked Yang Zhang exactly what he knew about that matter. Yang Zhang replied that, judging from the way he had asked back, he was not actually the true practitioner. Even so, he remarked that the person called the Lord had always been extremely cautious and trusted absolutely no one, not even his own subordinates. Yang Zhang admitted that he did not know where they had obtained their evil art, but he instructed her to deliver a message to whoever stood above her. He firmly declared that if they stopped now, the contract between Mother and the Lord would continue to remain valid. Wu Wei quietly concluded that this was probably as far as the conversation could go. If they questioned Yang Zhang any further, their own side would eventually become exposed. The sword informed Yang Zhang that his message had been successfully delivered. Yang Zhang then requested that she release his pressure points and also remove the evil art she had cast upon the man she was controlling. However, she flatly refused. Instead, the man slowly drew out the evil link sword and announced that they had unanimously decided that the previous agreement not to interfere with each other would now be treated as though it had never existed. He calmly declared that Yang Zhang had to die. Just as he swung the sword to strike the sect leader, something completely unexpected happened. Another sword strike prevented the man from attacking. In the next instant, the man was slashed before Yang Zhang's eyes, leaving him confused about what had just occurred. The mysterious figure then casually remarked that Yang Zhang looked too troubled for him to simply walk by. Yang Zhang was greatly surprised when he recognized the blood demon standing outside. Sodom immediately commented to Wu Wei that he had truly developed a talent for playing two different roles at once. It was as though he was beating the drum and playing the flute entirely by himself. Wu Wei answered that he was not doing any of this because he enjoyed it. He was simply doing it because it was the most effective method available. Yang Zhang then questioned why the blood demon had chosen to save someone from the Murim Alliance, and wondered what his true intention actually was. Wu Wei silently mocked him for trying to act tough amidst the chaos and admitted that it wasn't bad. The blood demon then declared that the Murim Alliance abandoned and killed its own comrades without showing the slightest hesitation. If he had truly heard correctly, then Yang Zhang, did he not also appear to be one of the Murim Alliance's own people? Hearing this, Yang Zhang then realized that the blood demon had apparently been watching everything from the very beginning. He then asked the blood demon why he had bothered saving a complete stranger whom he had never met before, insisting that the entire matter had absolutely nothing to do with him. The blood demon calmly explained that Yang Zhang appeared to know a great deal about the person called the Lord, and also about those who followed him. Yang Zhang immediately denied knowing anything about the Lord. The blood demon then struck his sword right beside him, threatening him as he declared that, as payment for saving Yang Zhang's life, he wanted to hear the entire story. He further warned that if Yang Zhang insisted on remaining silent, then there would be absolutely no value in continuing the conversation. Yang Zhang became visibly frightened as he quickly responded that there was no need to kill him. He admitted that since the blood demon had gone out of his way to save his life, he wanted to know the real reason he had come there. Yang Zhang finally surrendered and stated that he would speak, asking only that the blood demon stop. The blood demon replied that it seems he felt like talking now. He bitterly admitted that he had no other choice because his body had almost been cut cleanly in two. Finally, he asked what exactly the blood demon wanted to know. Wu Wei pulled his sword back and immediately decided to go directly to the main issue. He firmly asked what reason the person called the Lord had for collecting the demonic swords, and exactly what it was that he had still failed to overcome.